When your eyes suddenly gain the ability to see through things, what will you look at? Like most people, you have no identity or background, and you're unwilling to live a mediocre life. After a night of scrolling on your phone, your eyes suddenly hurt. You discover you can see the clothes in the wardrobe, even though the wardrobe is closed. You glance down at yourself, you're wearing clothes, yet you can see inside them. You're thrilled. Can your eyes really see through things now? You quickly get up and run to the street, looking only at attractive women. To you, they appear to be wearing no clothes. You confirm that you can indeed see through things, and after closing your eyes for 2 seconds, the vision fades. Closing your eyes for another 3 seconds, it returns. You're overjoyed. With this ability, your life is about to take a turn for the better. You're ready to head to the lottery shop, but first, you want to find your dream girl, Yen Ruyu. Your heart starts racing because she's just too beautiful. You used to fantasize about holding her hand, but now it's more than that. When you arrive at the office, Yen Ruyu is at work. You activate your X-ray vision, and soon you find yourself with a nosebleed. Yen Ruyu notices and her expression changes. You're bleeding from your nose. Are you okay? Your colleagues worry. You're not getting cancer, are you? You wipe your nose and assure them it's nothing, just a little heatiness. At that moment, your boss comes out to mock you. I saw that, what a loser. You're bleeding just looking at Yen Ruyu working. You really have no ambition. If it were a team building trip to the beach, you can understand why you're reacting this way towards Yen Ruyu. The boss looks at Yen Ruyu and asks, last time we went to the beach for team building, you took a leave. What about this time? Yen Ruyu knows exactly what the boss is thinking. He wants to see her in a swimsuit. Boss, I can't go to the beach. I'm afraid of the sea, okay? That's too bad, the boss thinks regretfully, fantasizing about seeing Yen Ruyu in a swimsuit. He'd gladly lose a year off his life for that. However, in your heart, you think, I can see whatever I want. You leave and head to the lottery shop, where you immediately buy scratch-off tickets. The boss pulls out a thick stack of scratch-off tickets, saying, young man, take your pick. You look at a scratch-off ticket, and with your X-ray vision, you see the numbers beneath the surface. Suppressing your excitement, you place all the tickets under your eyes, filtering through them one by one. The first ticket has no prize, so you toss it aside. The second one wins $20, so you keep it. Soon, out of over 100 tickets, you select 25, making sure to choose a few that don't win, otherwise, winning them all would be too unbelievable. You're thankful you never bought tickets before. Without your X-ray vision, you would have lost everything. After scratching them all off, you tell the boss, boss, I won $6,000. Cash it in? Is this real? The boss takes the tickets with disbelief, and soon his eyes widen in shock. Oh my god, you won on 10 out of 25 tickets. That's incredible luck. The boss is straightforward. After his surprise, he says nothing and immediately transfers you $6,000. Thank you, boss. After saying goodbye, you leap 3 feet high. It's exhilarating. You spent less than $400 but earned over $5,000. That's nearly 2 months' salary. And this is just a small shop. Imagine if it were a bigger one. The winnings would definitely be even more. You visit several more shops and, after over an hour, earn another $60,000. You're still not satisfied, thinking you could win millions. Clearly, relying on scratch-offs for financial freedom is impossible. You'll need to think of another way. You check the time. It's almost 2 p.m. On your way to the office, you're stopped by your boss. You're 3 seconds late and fined $20, but you don't care. This makes the boss even more annoyed. He wants to see you unhappy, yet you're acting so unusually. At that moment, a man approaches the boss with a painting, saying, this is a true Zhang Daqian piece. Its market value is at least $500,000. If I weren't in urgent need of money, I wouldn't sell it. You activate your X-ray vision to see if it works on antiques, and your eyes widen in shock. The boss, skeptical, says, come on, this is just a modern craft. It's not worth $500,000. I'd consider it overpriced at $50. Go sell your nonsense to someone else. You're just a nuisance here. Or you could connect with Brother Quan. If he says it's good, then I'll take it. The man instantly looks defeated, like a wilted eggplant, picking up the painting and preparing to leave in shame. You quickly stop him, saying, wait, I want that. I didn't expect my X-ray vision would also give hints. This painting is actually a painting within a painting. On the surface, it's a modern craft, but inside is a true Zhang Daqian masterpiece, evening scene at Zhangdi, worth $5 million. Just think, this guy must not know the hidden value of this painting. It's outrageous to let such a golden opportunity slip away. The boss laughs, saying, I told you it's a fake. You still want to buy it? Are you out of your mind? I know it's a fake, but I never said I wanted to buy it based on the truth. Your words leave the boss speechless. Young man, if you want my words, how much can you offer? Your words are worth at most $50. Are you selling or not? $50 is too little. Why not add a bit more? You've already been exposed as a fraud, your expression gives it away. I'm a kind person, so I'll give you an extra $10 at most. If you can sell it, great, if not, then forget it. Alright, $60 it is. I'll give you this painting. You're very happy and promptly transfer $60. After the man leaves, you carefully roll up the painting. A fake painting. Is it really worth it? I've quit my job. Under everyone's surprised gaze, you leave and return to your rented place. Yen Ruyu is there too, you share the apartment. She didn't go to work this afternoon and curiously asks why you're back. I quit. I have things to do. I won't say more, I'm heading back to my room. Yen Ruyu is surprised. She used to find ways to spend more time with you, sneaking glances at you, and even blushing if she wore something light. Why are you so calm now, as if she has no allure at all? You don't care about Yen Ruyu's thoughts right now, your mind is all about making money. As soon as you get back to your room, you eagerly spread out the painting on the table, carefully revealing the fake, only to find another painting hidden inside. It's the true Zhang Daqian masterpiece, evening scene at Jiangdi. You take the painting to a pawn shop. Sir, are you here to pawn or redeem? You glance at his name tag and shake your head. This job is too big for just a manager. Please have your boss come over. Young man, you may be small, but your words are bold. Why don't you tell me just how big this job is? It's a deal worth several million. Can you handle it? The manager was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized you from head to toe. Noticing your shabby attire, he frowned, clearly questioning the truth of your earlier statement. However, while it was easy to dismiss someone, losing a significant deal would jeopardize his position. Weighing the pros and cons, he chose to temporarily trust you. Sir, please take a seat here and wait a moment. After you were seated in the VIP area, the shop owner arrived shortly. The manager introduced him, saying, "This is the owner of our establishment, Mr. Zang Shuhai." "Hello, Mr. Zang. Thank you for coming in person." You stood up with a smile to introduce yourself, speaking confidently. In the past, encountering such a high-ranking boss would have made you nervous, but now, with your newfound ability, you felt more assured than anyone else. Not only would you not feel intimidated by Mr. Zang, but you wouldn't be nervous around anyone, standing to speak out of pure politeness rather than fear. I didn't expect the gentleman proposing a multi-million deal to be so young. However, I must cautiously say that your age and attire make me quite skeptical about the authenticity of this deal. I assure you, this painting will not disappoint. Mr. Zhang skillfully put on white gloves and unrolled the painting. When he saw the Zhang Daqian seal, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly took out a magnifying glass, studying it intently with a serious expression. After about 5 minutes, his eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, it's a genuine piece. So, do you want to keep it or sell it? If I sell such a valuable piece, don't you plan to redeem it later? That's nothing. If I sell it, I sell it. I'll have even better items in the future. Being young is great. I was just as bold when I was your age. No need for further discussion, Mr. Chang. Just name your price. I'm sincere. If you want this painting, feel free to state your price. I can transfer the funds right now. You cursed inwardly, knowing that in any business, the first one to bid is at a disadvantage, as the other party will inevitably try to negotiate down. However, you didn't mind, raising 5 fingers to indicate, "I want 5 million. You knew Mr. Zhang would negotiate, so you boldly stated your highest expected price, ready for a back and forth. What you didn't expect was that Mr. Zhang didn't play by the rules at all. 5 million, right? Fine, I'll take it. Mr. Zhang agreed immediately. You were momentarily stunned, wishing you could slap yourself for offering too low. You were inexperienced, and if only you had waited for Mr. Zhang to make the first offer. But there's no such thing as a pill for regret, and selling it for this price was still beyond your expectations. Mr. Zhang is quite well known in the city, and he quickly transferred the funds. A text notification confirmed the arrival of 5 million. You felt ecstatic. This was 5 million. In your life, you hadn't seen even 50,000, so it felt like a dream. Sir, the money has been received, so shouldn't you give me the item now? This painting now belongs to you, Mr. Zhang. I have to leave for another matter. Wait a moment, sir. I'd like to get to know you better and invite you to my office for some tea, Mr. Zhang said with a smile. In his mind, he was calculating. He noted your shabby clothing but was intrigued by how you could possess such a treasure. There had to be a story behind it. Either it was stolen, a family heirloom, or a lucky find. The first option seemed unlikely. If such a valuable painting had been stolen, it would already be the talk of the city. Moreover, one wouldn't dare openly sell stolen goods like this. If this painting were a family heirloom, there might be other treasures as well. If you could get to know him, perhaps he would bring out more of his treasures, allowing for even more profits. If it were the third option, that would be even more remarkable. If you truly had a knack for finding bargains, collaborating with you would certainly yield more treasures. However, Mr. Zang doubted this possibility. Having spent decades in the antiques business, he knew that the older the item, the more valuable it became. At your young age, how could you have such discernment? Even if you found a bargain, it was likely just luck. Nonetheless, Mr. Zang was eager to get to know you. If you had real skill, it could lead to more profits. If not, he'd only lose the cost of a cup of tea. I'm sorry, Mr. Zang, but I have other matters to attend to, so I'll pass on tea. However, rest assured, if I have more good items to sell, I will come to you. After saying goodbye, you went to a secluded corner and jumped up in joy. Great! I'm a wealthy person now. Laughing, you returned to your rented room. Now that you had money, you decided to stay here, especially since there was a stunning beauty, Yenryu. As soon as you opened the door, the delicious aroma of food greeted you. You quickly walked to the dining room. You saw that the dining table was already set with 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetarian. Yenryu was still preparing the last dish. Buddha jumps over the wall. You admired her, saying, "You truly can handle both the hall and the kitchen. Not only are you beautiful, but your cooking skills are amazing too. Whoever marries you will be incredibly lucky. Alright, stop joking and let's eat. By the way, the landlord called me this afternoon and said a new roommate will be moving in soon, a lovely young lady." Your eyes lit up. You definitely couldn't move out now. You began to look forward to the new beautiful roommate. After you were full and satisfied, you returned to your room. Now with over 5 million, you wanted to earn 1 million for your parents so they could enjoy life without having to work anymore. At their age, they should retire, but due to financial constraints, especially with the high costs of marriage, housing, and cars, they had to continue working. Now, you wouldn't let them suffer any longer. Your parents were astonished when they found out. Your sister had won 10 million in the lottery, and they were overjoyed. Finally, after all the hardships, good fortune has arrived. You then thought about how to acquire more money. While several million was a lot, with your abilities, it didn't match your ambitions. Suddenly, you had a bright idea. With your X-ray vision, you could go gamble on stones. It would be faster than hunting for antiques. No problem, you'd set off for Jade Street first thing tomorrow. You started watching movies and playing games, purchasing some for 6 yuan that you previously wouldn't have spent. Now, you could buy whatever you wanted. In this game, you used to play as Lin Chong, the leopard head. Now, whenever you saw a skin or character you liked, you bought it right away. Just then, you heard some noise coming from the living room. When you stepped out, the sight before you activated your X-ray vision, as Yenryu was actually there. Until the next day, Shen Shen was startled awake by a knock on the door. It turned out that Yenryu had made breakfast and came to call him to eat. If she were his wife, how happy would that be? This was Chen Shen's heartfelt sentiment. Yenryu had gotten up a bit late today, so she ate quickly and hurried out the door afterward. Chen Shen, however, was unhurried. After finishing his meal, he made sure to clean up. He returned to his room, first stashing the Northern Songru Kiln sky blue glazed vase in the corner of the wardrobe, then pulling out a down jacket to wrap the Qing Yongzheng blue and white vase securely before placing it in his backpack. He planned to visit the Jubao Yuan pawnshop's Zhang Shuheo today if he had time to part with the vase. After doing all this, Chen Shen hummed a tune and happily stepped out, habitually heading to the bus stop. But while waiting for the bus, he suddenly realized, wasn't he a wealthy man? Why was he squeezing onto a bus? At the very least, he should take a taxi. But even taking a taxi was troublesome. It was rush hour, and as expected, Shen Shen was late, only to be caught red-handed by the Iron Rooster waiting at the shop's door. The moment he was fined, Shen Shen secretly made a resolution to buy a car. However, for now, he still had to focus on the tasks assigned by the Iron Rooster. Before long, Xian Zimo came down from upstairs. She was still wearing the same outfit as yesterday, but today she had on light makeup. Even so, she was still stunningly beautiful. "Daughter, did you rest well last night?" It was okay. "That's good." Xian Yit had been smiling, but when he turned to Chen Shen, his expression immediately hardened, and he barked, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and come here." Once Chen Shen approached, Chen Yit instructed, "I have to entertain a few important clients soon. You take Zimo out for a bit, and remember what I told you last night." As he spoke, Chen Yit shot a threatening glance at Chen Shen's crotch before turning to leave. "That's really harsh." Chen Shen muttered to himself. "You're Chen Chen, right?" At that moment, Chen Zimo's voice reached his ears. Though cold, it was pleasant and crisp. "That's right, Miss Chen. What can I do for you today?" Chen Chen replied with a smile. "I need to write a graduation thesis about gambling stones, so I want to ask you to drive me to Jade Street. Is that a problem?" Chen Chen was taken aback, then suddenly perked up. Of course. He had X-ray vision. he could go gamble on stones. Who knows, this might be faster than picking up antiques. No problem. Let's head out now. Chen Chen was eager to give it a try. About 40 minutes later, the two arrived at Jade Street. This was the largest jade trading market in the Magic City. All kinds of jade could be found here. Of course, the most abundant was jadeite. After all, jadeite's value is higher than that of other types of jade. In simple terms, it is more valuable and more sought after. Initially, gambling stones included all types of jade, but with the popularity of jadeite, people began to subconsciously associate gambling stones with jadeite. Including Qian Zimo, she was mainly here for jadeite. However, although Chen Chen knew about Jade Street, he had never been inside and was not familiar with it. Fortunately, with Qian Zimo leading the way, she skillfully guided him into a jade shop. The owner of this jade shop was a good friend of Qian Yid, and Qian Zimo must have informed the shop owner in advance. When the owner saw Qian Zimo, he greeted her warmly. While Qian Zimo chatted with the owner, Chen Chen focused his attention on the various stones on the surrounding shelves. Although he had never gambled on stones, he had heard that these stones of various sizes and shapes were indeed jadeite rough. All jadeite comes from these rough stones. Gambling on stones tests one's eyesight to the extreme, and someone like Chen Chen, a novice, naturally couldn't see anything. But this didn't faze him. After activating his X-ray vision, all the stones were laid bare before him. Whether or not there was jadeite was immediately clear. It really works. I'm going to get rich. Chen Chen suppressed his excitement and began to pick stones. He originally thought that with the help of his X-ray vision, gambling on stones would be much easier than picking up bargains. However, after watching for a while, he realized he had been too naive. The world of stone gambling was no less murky than that of antiques. There were more fake antiques than real ones, and the jadeite rough was just as deceptive. Chen Chen looked at more than a dozen pieces of material, and in the end, found nothing. He finally discovered a piece with some green, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a faint green line thinner than paper. Even though Chen Chen had never gambled on stones, he knew this had no value. The key was that these materials not only lacked green but were also absurdly overpriced. The cheapest was priced at nearly 1,000, while the expensive ones went straight into the tens of thousands. Moreover, he glanced around and found pieces even priced at over 100,000. No wonder there was a saying in the stone gambling circle, "One cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich, one cut reveals burlap." If someone who didn't understand spent a lot of money on these non-green materials, they would truly be left with nothing. However, Chen Chen was not discouraged. He knew that a shop without real goods could not last long. So he patiently continued to pick stones, and before long, he suddenly brightened up. It was a piece the size of a head. Chen Chen discovered that half of this piece was jadeite. If cut, it would definitely yield a small profit. Chen Chen quickly walked over, determined to buy this piece. But as he got closer, he suddenly noticed that there was a brilliant golden light flickering within the jadeite. He thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Looking again, the golden light was still there. This was not an illusion. Chen Chen was first startled, then felt that this golden light looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, Chen Chen's eyes lit up. He remembered. He had seen this kind of golden light 3 times before. Last night at the ghost market, when his finger touched that flower ambered vase, a beam of golden light had flowed out from the vase and entered his body. That was the first time he had seen the golden light, and it had startled him greatly. He remembered that the stall owner couldn't see the golden light, only he could. Then, he absorbed another beam of golden light from that sky blue glazed wash. That was the second time. The third time was when he tried to repair the sky blue glazed wash last night, and 2 streams of golden light surged from his body into the wash, causing the chip to miraculously grow back apart. Chen Chen never expected to see such golden light again today, and it seemed even more brilliant and intense than the golden light from those 2 antiques. The previous 2 times I absorbed golden light were because my body touched them. Could it be? Chen Chen suddenly had a bold idea. He quietly glanced back at the jade shop owner and Qian Zimo not far away. Seeing that they were still chatting and hadn't noticed him, he felt relieved and turned back. He took a deep breath and then tried to place his right hand on the piece of material containing jadeite in front of him. Sure enough, as soon as he touched the material, the golden light inside reacted immediately, continuously flowing into his body through his right hand. At first, Chen Chen was quite nervous, fearing something might go wrong. As the golden light entering his body increased, he felt more and more comfortable, as if an endless stream of power was surging within him. He had never experienced such a feeling before, like a nearly withered tree being watered, beginning to regain its vitality. When the last wisp of golden light completely flowed into his body, Chen Chen felt as if he had an inexhaustible source of strength. It seemed that this golden light was not only harmless to him but actually very beneficial. No! It shouldn't be called golden light, it should be called spiritual energy, which is more fitting. If he could absorb more of this spiritual energy, wouldn't he become increasingly powerful? However, this spiritual energy didn't seem to be hidden in just any object. Shinshin pondered carefully. So far, he had seen quite a few objects, but aside from 2 antiques, the only one that contained spiritual energy was the piece of jade before him. Could it be that this spiritual energy only existed in genuine antiques and jade? Suddenly, Shinshan remembered seeing a very thin piece of jade in a material earlier. Although it was rare, if his guess was correct, that piece should also contain spiritual energy. To confirm his suspicion, he immediately went to that piece of material and used his X-ray vision to take a closer look, discovering that there was indeed a faint golden light. He placed his hand on it, and the spiritual energy was instantly absorbed into his body. Shen Shen understood. His guess was correct. This magical spiritual energy indeed only existed in genuine antiques and jade. Moreover, the amount of spiritual energy was also related to the object itself. For antiques, the older the age, the more spiritual energy it contained. As for jade, it depended on the size and quality of the jade. The higher the quality or the larger the jade, the more spiritual energy it would have, and vice versa. No wonder it is said that jade can nourish people. It seems this is because jade contains spiritual energy. If that's the case, then the painting by Zhang Daqian that he encountered at the beginning should also contain spiritual energy. Shinshin thought carefully. He remembered that when he encountered that painting yesterday, his body seemed to undergo a subtle change, but he hadn't paid attention at the time. Now that he thought about it, it must have been because he absorbed the spiritual energy within it, he just hadn't seen it. Shen Shen suddenly thought of something else. Last night, when he was repairing the sky blue glazed wash, the golden light that flowed out of him was indeed spiritual energy. It seemed that this spiritual energy could not only enhance his physique but was also crucial for repairing damaged antiques. Shen Shen finally realized why he could repair it at first, but later inexplicably could not. That was because the spiritual energy in his body had been completely consumed. In other words, the spiritual energy he stored yesterday was only enough to repair it to that extent. And today, having absorbed so much spiritual energy, it would definitely be enough to restore the sky blue glazed wash. Shen Shen really wanted to rush home and try it out right now. Crack! Suddenly, 2 crisp sounds echoed in the shop. Not only did Shen Shen hear it, but even the jade shop owner and Qian Zimo, who were not far away, heard it too. The 3 of them turned to look in unison. They saw that the 2 pieces of material from which Chun Shen had absorbed spiritual energy had developed cracks. Moreover, these cracks were continuously generating more cracks, eventually spreading out like a spider web. As the cracks multiplied and grew larger, there was a final crack, and both pieces of material shattered completely. They turned into countless small fragments, scattering all over the ground. My materials! You bastard! What have you done to my materials? The jade shop owner screamed upon seeing this, then rushed over in a frenzy. Looking at the scattered fragments, many of which were pieces of jade, he first had a pained expression, then turned to Chun Shen with a face full of anger. Grabbing Chun Shen by the collar, he shouted, "You bastard! Who told you to mess with my materials?" Chun Shen retorted, "Aren't these materials placed here for people to choose from? You!" The boss was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly regained his composure and gritted his teeth, shouting, "No matter what, these 2 pieces of material were broken by you, and you have to compensate, otherwise, you won't be able to leave my store." Shen Shen replied calmly, "You don't need to worry about that. I broke the items, so naturally, I will compensate." However, to his surprise, the boss did not look pleased upon hearing this. Instead, he looked at Shen Shen with disdain and sneered, "Kid, you better understand this. These 2 pieces of material are priced at 8,000 and 32,000, adding up to 40,000. You're just Miss Chin's little lackey, a lowly servant at best. I bet you can't even come up with 4,000, can you?" Shen Shen's expression darkened. He hated this kind of arrogant person who looked down on others. But before he could get angry, a cold voice came over. "Boss Lu, your words are quite disrespectful, aren't they?" Chen Shen raised an eyebrow. He recognized it was Qian Zimo's voice. Last night, she had spoken up for him in front of the Iron Rooster, her biological father, and now, in front of outsiders, she was just as fierce. This woman was quite interesting. Shen Shen decided to remain silent, curious to see how Qian Zimo would communicate with the jade shop owner next. "Miss Qian, isn't this kid just your lackey? Am I wrong?" Boss Lu had not realized that Qian Zimo was already angry. "Boss Lu, I need to emphasize something. First, I have never introduced him as my lackey or servant. Second, I am now formally introducing him. His name is Chun Shen, an employee of the Jutsai antique shop, and he is not inferior to anyone." Qian Zimo's tone was firm, and her words were powerful. At this point, Boss Lu realized that Qian Zimo was serious. If he continued to be unreasonable, he might lose a big client. Indeed, Chen Zimo was a big client. She would at least buy 50 pieces of raw stone for gambling, not for profit, but purely for writing a thesis. Even the cheapest materials would amount to a significant sum. Ahem, Miss Chen, please don't be angry. I was just joking with this brother Chen. Don't take it seriously. Boss Lu immediately changed his attitude, laughing and trying to lighten the mood. He was a businessman, and for a businessman, having a thick skin was essential. Without it, how could one make money? Boss Lu, you don't need to flatter me. Rest assured, I will compensate for these 2 pieces of material at their full price. Oh, so, Miss Chen is going to pay for this? Chen Chen is an employee of my antique shop, and he is currently on official business for me. The losses incurred are my responsibility to compensate, which is reasonable. Chen Zimo's words nearly brought Chen Chen to tears. Compared to the Iron Rooster, Chen Zimo was like the pinnacle of bosses. However, while he was moved, Chen Chen did not intend to let Chen Zimo pay for his compensation. While Chen Zimo was talking to Boss Lu, Chen Chen had also come to a realization. It must have been because he absorbed all the spiritual energy contained in these 2 pieces of material that caused them to shatter. Although he did not understand the principle behind it, it seemed to be the only suitable explanation. In short, one person does the deed, and one person takes the blame. He had no habit of spending a woman's money. Miss Chen, I broke the materials, how can I let you pay? Chen Chen immediately stopped Chen Zimo, who was about to take out her phone to transfer money. Brother Chen, since Miss Chen said she would help you with this money, you don't need to worry. And Miss Chen, don't be too anxious, you still want to buy dozens of pieces of material, right? Just pay for 1 piece at a time, and I'll give you a 10% discount. Boss Lu wasn't doing this for Chen Chen's sake, he was just afraid that Chen Chen was a poor guy who couldn't come up with 40,000 yuan. It was also a good opportunity to use the discount to encourage Chen Zimo to spend more. However, Chen Zimo waved her hand and said coldly, Boss Lu, there's no need for a discount. If I lose money, I'm leaving. Boss Lu's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly said, Miss Chen, what's going on? Are you unhappy with the discount? We can negotiate this. Chen Zimo, unable to tolerate it any longer, said icily, do I have to spell it out for you? Boss Lu, I don't like dealing with people like you. I know more than just your shop on Jade Street, I can buy from elsewhere. Boss Lu's face turned extremely awkward in an instant. Ha ha ha. Seeing Boss Lu in a tough spot, Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? What are you two pretending for? Do you really think I need you as customers? And talking about buying dozens of pieces, do you have that kind of capability? Even if you could afford it, you probably don't understand gambling on stones, right? I wish you both lose every bet. You'll be left with nothing. Boss Lu completely lost his composure and tore off the mask. You. Chen Zimo's pretty face turned pale with anger, but she clearly wasn't good at cursing. Being insulted so harshly, she was at a loss for how to respond. But this was Chen Chen's forte. However, Chen Chen didn't plan to retaliate with insults. He had thought of a better way that wouldn't make him look like a low-quality dog while still putting Boss Lu in a difficult position. Boss Lu, how do you know we don't understand gambling on stones? Chen Chen asked casually. Nonsense, how many young people really understand gambling on stones? Boss Lu looked at the two with disdain. So sure? Are you willing to bet with me? Seeing Boss Lu hesitate and not speak for a long time, Chen Chen added fuel to the fire. If you're afraid, just say so. What did you say? Am I afraid to bet with you, you little punk? What a joke. Boss Lu was instantly furious. He had never been looked down upon by a young kid before. If word got out that he didn't dare to take on a little punk, he would have no face to mix in Jade Street anymore. Kid, how do you want to bet? Seeing the fish had taken the bait, Chen Chen felt delighted but maintained a calm demeanor. At this moment, there were quite a few people in the shop. Naturally, many nearby heard the conversation between Chen Chen and Boss Lu. Upon learning that a young kid dared to bet with Boss Lu, many people curiously gathered around. They just happened to hear Chen Chen's voice. Next, I will select 3 pieces of material. If even one of them doesn't appreciate in value, I lose. You can make me do whatever you want, how about that? Wow! This kid has such courage? Is he not just bragging? The onlookers immediately began to discuss among themselves. Upon hearing this, Boss Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even stone gambling experts wouldn't dare to say they could guarantee a profit. This kid actually dared to make such a bet. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Chen Zimo beside him couldn't help but worry and immediately grabbed Chen Chen, asking, have you ever gambled on stones before? Chen Chen shook his head and honestly replied, this is my first time gambling on stones. As soon as he said this, The crowd erupted in astonishment. Betting for the first time and daring to challenge someone, was this kid crazy? As for Boss Lu beside them, he was almost laughing out loud. Xian Zimo's cold, beautiful face also showed a hint of surprise, and then she scolded, "Chen Chen, are you stupid? It's your first time gambling with stones, and you dare to make such a bet? Stop joking around, okay? Miss Chen, since Brother Chen dares to bet with me, he must have some skills. Brother Chen, let's cut the nonsense and get started." Boss Lu, fearing that Chen Chen might back out, quickly interrupted Xian Zimo and pulled Chen Chen to prepare for the stone gambling. Chen Chen shook off Boss Lu's hand and said calmly, "Boss Lu, don't be in such a hurry, we haven't even discussed the stakes yet." Right. Almost forgot. Boss Lu said with a mischievous grin, "If you lose, you'll have to compensate for the 2 pieces you broke earlier at double the price." Double, that means 80,000. Xian Zimo's expression darkened. "Boss Lu, you're clearly bullying him." But Boss Lu wore a look of indifference, proudly saying, "Miss Chen, that's a harsh thing to say. He proposed the bet, so he must be willing to accept the outcome. How can you say I'm bullying him?" For a moment, Xian Zimo had no words to retort and could only turn around, glaring fiercely at Chen Chen with her big eyes. "Just wait until you lose. I want to see how you handle it." "Alright, enough chit-chat, let's get started." Boss Lu rubbed his hands together, grinning widely. He couldn't wait to take Chen Chen's money. Even if Chen Chen didn't have money, it didn't matter, since Xian Zimo was still here. "Boss Lu, you're getting anxious again. Don't forget, I haven't said what happens if I win." Hee, Brother Chen, do you really think you can win? How would I know if I don't try?" "Okay, then I want to hear what you'll do if you win." "If I win, you have to give Miss Qian 50 pieces of material for free. What do you say? Dare to bet? What do I have to be afraid of? Come on, everyone, be our witnesses, this gambling match is officially starting." "Deal. We'll all keep a close eye on this." Boss Lu smiled, convinced that Chen Chen was bound to lose. "Chen Chen, I know you want to help me, but this is too risky, you still have a chance to back out. I've been unhappy with Boss Lu for a long time, I have to go through with this gamble, so just relax." Seeing Chen Chen's resolute attitude, Xian Zimo knew she couldn't stop him, so she could only clasp her hands together and silently pray for him. From Boss Lu's introduction, Chen Chen learned that the jade stones were all in the hall, totaling over 200 pieces. Since it was a gamble, he naturally had to take it seriously. Chen Chen activated his X-ray vision and began to examine the materials one by one. At first, everyone was hopeful, thinking that since Chen Chen dared to boast, he must have some skills. However, when they saw Chen Chen merely glance at each piece without even shining a light on them, only looking for 2 seconds before moving on to the next, laughter erupted in the hall. Everyone concluded that Chen Chen was just a novice, completely clueless about stone gambling. Who picks materials like that? Even an expert would have to shine a light to determine the quality of a piece. "Little brother, I don't want others to say I'm bullying you, but let me remind you, if you keep picking materials like this, you'll definitely end up cutting a dud." Boss Lu seemed to be teaching Chen Chen, but in reality, he was reveling in his misfortune, deliberately making things difficult for him. Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to respond because he saw that the piece in front of him contained jade. Unfortunately, the jade content was very low. Although it could potentially increase in value, it wasn't worth his investment. However, it was fortunate that Chen Chen's previous analysis was correct. As long as there was jade in the material, it contained spiritual energy. Then, Chen Chen pretended to examine the material, casually placing his right hand gently on it. Having learned from the experience of the previous 2 broken pieces, he was now more cautious, absorbing spiritual energy while using his X-ray vision to constantly monitor the remaining spiritual energy content in the material. When the spiritual energy in the material dwindled to a thread, Chen Chen immediately withdrew his right hand. Sure enough, after his hand left, the spiritual energy no longer surged into his body but quietly returned to the jade. After standing still for more than 10 seconds and observing that the material showed no signs of breaking, he relaxed and continued searching for materials with jade. Whenever he found jade, he would absorb the spiritual energy based on his earlier experience, leaving a trace within the jade. After about 10 minutes, Chen Chen not only examined all the materials clearly but also absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, making him feel that his body had become much stronger. "I say, have you picked out what you want or not? We don't have time to play around with you. If you can gamble, then gamble. If not, hurry up and pay up and get lost." At this moment, Boss Lu was getting a bit impatient and urged him. "I've already picked." Chen Chen had long memorized the quality of all the materials in his mind, then selected 3 pieces from the lot and said to Boss Lu, "These 3, how much?" Seeing this, Boss Lu couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. In his eyes, Chen Chen was just taking a chance, randomly picking. The 3 pieces he chose were all of low quality, and the total price of the 3 didn't even exceed 2,000. Such materials generally wouldn't yield green, and even if they did, they would mostly be worthless. Kid, it's not that I look down on you, but if you can gamble on these random picks and win, Lu Quan, will not only give you 50 pieces of material but also kneel down and shine your shoes in public. Boss Lu mocked with a smile. This is what you said. Let's settle the bill and cut the stones. After quickly transferring the payment on his phone, Chen Chen followed Boss Lu to the stone cutting machine. Chen Chen used chalk to mark the cutting lines on the 3 pieces, then said to the stone cutter, "Cut it." The stone cutter nodded, turned on the machine, and began cutting according to Chen Chen's instructions. Just when everyone was skeptical, the stone cutter suddenly trembled, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Seeing the stone cutter's reaction, Xian Zimo raised an eyebrow, wondering if this meant it was going to yield green. But the cutter said nothing at that moment, his expression becoming more cautious and serious, and his actions shifted from cutting to polishing. About a minute later, the stone cutter beamed with joy, showing the cut surface to Chen Chen and congratulating him. "Congratulations, sir, this piece has yielded green." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted in commotion. A randomly picked piece could yield green, was this for real? Everyone looked incredulous. What a joke! Boss Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't accept it, but this was what the stone cutter said, which made him panic, and he hurried over. Seeing this, the onlookers also rushed over, all eyes fixed on the small window of the cut piece. The next second, everyone's faces showed expressions of shock as they saw a patch of green in the cut window, and the color looked quite right. It really yielded green. What kind of luck is this? Boss Lu trembled with anger. Chen Chen, your luck is incredible. It actually yielded green. Xian Zimo was also very excited, a rare smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Although she had participated in a few stone gambling activities at school, those were merely research activities and did not involve any interests, so the excitement of those school events paled in comparison to the current stone gambling, allowing her to deeply appreciate the allure of it. No wonder many people risk everything for stone gambling. Cutting out green when no one else believes in it is indeed a thrilling and joyous event. Xian Zimo took out a small notebook and quietly noted down her feelings, then turned to Chen Chen and gave him a thumbs up, genuinely happy for him. By the way, what is the quality of this material? How much is it worth? At that moment, someone in the crowd raised a question. Chen Chen smiled slightly, and using the conclusion he had drawn from his earlier X-ray vision, he slowly said, "This material is semi-transparent with a glassy luster, and you can see a fine, uniform granular structure within. The grains are visible to the naked eye, and it is clearly a type of Nuo jade, belonging to the mid-low grade of jadeite, but this is apple green, quite pure, and considering its size, which is about 2 kilograms, it is worth at least 100,000. Oh my gosh, this piece is actually worth 100,000. Xian Zimo's eyes lit up. Although he understood the types and colors of jade, he was not clear about the market prices. Hearing the price of this material left him utterly stunned. The money from stone gambling came so quickly. After all, this piece was only a few hundred. In the blink of an eye, the price had multiplied by more than 100 times. It was simply outrageous. What's there to be proud of? It's just a gamble on a piece of material. Kid, don't forget our bet. As long as any one of these 3 pieces fails, you lose. Boss Lu, unable to contain himself any longer, interrupted everyone's praise with a dark expression, as seeing Chen Chen's smugness made him feel uncomfortable all over. Don't worry, Boss Lu, I'll cut the second piece for you to see. Chen Chen calmly began directing the stone cutter to cut the second piece. As the sound of the grinding machine filled the air, there was not a single mocking voice from the crowd this time. Instead, they looked at the second piece with great anticipation. Human nature is such that when you lack strength, anyone will want to step on you for a sense of satisfaction, but once you show your strength, most people will begin to respect you and even hope that the once weak you can turn the tables. The second piece was quickly cut open, revealing green inside, and it was even purer than the first piece. This was a type of icy Nuo jade, purer than the simple Nuo jade, and the color was more vibrant, a very pure shade of green. Additionally, this piece was also twice the size of the previous one, so Chen Chen's X-ray vision estimated its market value to be at least 300,000. Upon hearing this price, the smile on Xian Zimo's face grew wider, and there was a hint of admiration in his gaze towards Chen Chen. The onlookers erupted in a chorus of admiration. After all, it was extremely rare for 2 pieces to consecutively appreciate in value, especially happening to a young man who was gambling for the first time, which left them shocked and envious. In contrast, Boss Lu's face was now more unpleasant than if he had eaten something foul. As Chen Chen was about to start cutting the third piece, he secretly clasped his hands together, fervently praying that this third piece would fail. With a wave of Chen Shen's hand, the stone cutter wasted no time, opened the machine, and began cutting according to the route Chen Shen had previously provided. As the blade went down, the cut surface remained white. Inside, it was nothing but stone, not a hint of green. After this scene appeared, a chorus of sighs erupted from the surrounding crowd. Indeed, no one could bet on a rise with absolute certainty, even the masters of stone gambling could not do so. This young man was likely to lose this gamble. Qian Zimo's smile instantly vanished, her palms began to sweat, and her heart was filled with worry. However, upon seeing Chen Shen beside her still wearing a confident expression, she inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance. "Ah, kid, you have to accept your loss." This time, it was Boss Lu who was overjoyed, eagerly preparing to collect his winnings. "Boss Lu, don't be in such a hurry, this piece hasn't been cut through yet." Saying this, Chen Shen walked over, took a piece of chalk, and drew another line on the remaining material, then signaled the stonecutter to continue. "Kid, are you trying to make a desperate struggle? I want to see what kind of splash you can make." Seeing this scene, Boss Lu wore a look of disdain. He had already concluded that Chen Shen was bound to lose. With this cut, the situation was the same as before, no green. But just when everyone thought Chen Shen was about to give up, he continued to direct the stonecutter to keep cutting. After cutting 7 or 8 times in succession, the piece, originally the size of a rice cooker, was reduced to the size of a teapot, yet still, not a hint of green was seen. With each cut, the crowd sighed, believing Chen Shen was merely wasting time. But the next second, as the stone cutter made another cut, his expression clearly froze for a moment, then he trembled all over and shouted, "It's green!" "What? It's green? Impossible! This piece is almost cut through, and there's really green?" The crowd buzzed with disbelief, while Boss Lu's heart sank, and he was the first to rush over. What met his eyes was a sea of emerald green, the kind that seemed to be dripping with oil. As the owner of a jade shop, he could immediately tell what kind of water and color this piece had. He was struck as if by lightning, petrified on the spot, unable to move. Seeing Boss Lu like this, the onlookers finally realized that something extraordinary had occurred, and they rushed over, gasping in astonishment at the crystal-clear green. "Oh my gosh! Is this the legendary ice-type Imperial green? My heavens! To cut Imperial green on the first gamble! What kind of luck is this? This piece is worth at least 10 million. As soon as this was said, the scene erupted. "Little brother, I can transfer you 8 million right now, will you let me have this piece? This piece is worth at least 10 million in the market, offering only 8 million is just fooling around. Brother, listen to me, I'll add 500,000, let me have this piece." "Get lost. You say I'm lying, but you didn't offer 10 million either." "Even so, my offer is higher than yours. If you can, offer more than me, I bet you don't have that kind of capital." Immediately, 2 seemingly wealthy businessmen began to argue over Chen Shen's ice-type Imperial green. "Both of you, stop arguing, I'm not selling this piece for now." Chen Shen wasn't short on money, so he wasn't in a hurry to part with it. After all, what they said was true, the market price for this piece was indeed at least 10 million. Selling it for less would be too much of a loss. "Chen Shen, you're really amazing. These 3 pieces of material are priced at less than 2,000 yuan combined, yet you managed to cut out over 10 million in value, directly multiplying it by more than 5,000 times. That's really impressive." Qian Zimo had just come back to her senses from the shock and looked at Chen Shen with curiosity, asking, "Tell me the truth, is this really your first time gambling on stones?" Chen Shen smiled and said, "I swear, this is truly my first time gambling on stones, I just happened to be lucky this time." This made Qian Zimo feel a bit tempted. It seems that gambling on stones really relies heavily on luck. "So, if I have good luck, can I also cut out good material?" "Boss Lu, stop dawdling. A bet is a bet. Hurry up and give Miss Qian 50 pieces of material." Chen Shen wouldn't forget their previous wager. "You little brat, you must be playing me, pretending to be a fool to eat the tiger, right?" Boss Lu gritted his teeth in anger, glaring at Chen Shen. "Boss Lu, I'm not playing you, this is indeed my first time gambling on stones. I just happened to be a little lucky, and besides, I cut out Imperial green. Even stone gambling experts might not be able to cut that out, right?" Chen Shen's words left Boss Lu speechless. The onlookers all agreed. Although gambling on stones tests one's eyesight, sometimes luck is even more important than skill. Things like Imperial green jadeite are treasures that many stone gambling experts may encounter only once in a lifetime. Relying solely on eyesight to cut out Imperial green is almost harder than winning the lottery. Everyone felt that it was just Chen Shen's incredible luck. "I say, Boss Lu, you're not thinking of backing out, are you?" Seeing that Boss Lu hadn't spoken for a long time and showed no signs of fulfilling the bet, Chen Shen added fuel to the fire, deliberately saying, "Everyone here is a witness to our bet. If you back out in front of so many people, it means you're not a trustworthy person. Who would dare to buy your stuff then? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd immediately began to stir. Exactly, Boss Lu, you're a big boss. Do you really want to back out publicly? No matter what industry you're in, integrity is the most important thing. If you do this, we won't dare to buy your stuff in the future. What if we also cut out something good, and you won't let us take it? Who do we turn to for justice? If word gets out, it'll be said that Boss Lu from Jade Street is a rogue. Hearing this, Boss Lu was completely flustered and quickly waved his hands, shouting, No, everyone, you can mess up your meals, but you can't mess up your words. If this gets out, I won't be able to survive in the future. Besides, I never said I would back out. You have to give me some time to react, right? Chen Chen raised the corners of his mouth and said lightly, In that case, please fulfill the bet, Boss Lu. Fine, I'm willing to accept the bet. Isn't that enough? Boss Lu's face turned green, his eyes fixed on Chen Chen, wishing he could peel his skin off. Wait, Boss Lu, you seem to have forgotten that you still need to kneel and shine my shoes, right? Sorry, my back hurts today. My knees hurt too. Boss Lu was so angry he was about to grind his teeth to dust. Then, he turned around, suppressing his anger, and spoke to Chen Zimu in as calm a tone as possible. Miss Chen, you can pick any stone here. I'll give you 50 pieces. It's not about the money. But in fact, by the end of his words, his voice was trembling. His heart was bleeding. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Chen suggested, Miss Chen, I'm having good luck today, let me help you pick. However, Chen Zimu waved her hand and said, Gambling on stones is more fun when you do it yourself. I want to try my own luck, so I can do it myself. After she finished speaking, she didn't give Chen Chen another chance to insist and immediately stepped forward to pick stones. Seeing this, Chen Chen could only stand there helplessly and shrug. However, after observing Chen Zimo's method of picking stones, Chen Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It turned out that Chen Zimo, seeing how easily Chen Chen had made a fortune from picking stones, decided to imitate his previous method, casually looking with the naked eye and not even using any light, randomly selecting 50 pieces from over 100 materials. Chen Chen activated his X-ray vision to take a look, and the next second, he immediately turned it off. Chen Zimo's luck was truly dismal. Out of the 50 pieces, there were barely 10 with green, and most were either heavily cracked or of poor quality. In the end, Chen Zimo only made 3,000 yuan. This drew a wave of sighs from the surrounding crowd, who lamented how different people's luck could be. However, even though she only made 3,000 yuan, Chen Zimo was still very happy because this was her first real experience in gambling on stones, and all 50 pieces were given to her for free by Boss Lu, so this 3,000 yuan was pure profit. Chen Zimo had a great time. Not only did she achieve her original goal, but she also witnessed the rare Imperial green, and most importantly, she got to see the arrogant Boss Lu eat humble pie. What a delight! So, even though she knew that Chen Chen was now a wealthy man, she still took the initiative to invite him to lunch. After eating, the two returned to the antique shop. As soon as Iron Rooster saw his daughter come back, he immediately transformed into a caring dad, running over with a smile and asking, Daughter, how did it go this morning? Chen Zimo excitedly replied, Dad, not only did everything go smoothly this morning, but Chen Chen also made a profit from gambling on stones. Guess how much he made? That brat Chen actually knows how to gamble on stones? And he made a profit? If this had come from someone else, Iron Rooster would have never believed it, but since it was his daughter saying it, it had to be true. He thought for a moment and said, How much can that brat earn? At most, it would be 1,000 yuan, right? Dad, you need to add a 10,000 after that 1,000. What? 10 million? Iron Rooster was taken aback, then burst out laughing, saying, Daughter, are you trying to make your old man happy? If that brat could earn 10 million, he would have left this place long ago. Seeing that her dad didn't believe her, Chen Zimo didn't bother to explain further because she just wanted to quickly write down all her insights from today into her paper. She was afraid she would forget them if too much time passed. So, after saying goodbye to her dad and Chen Chen, she quickly ran upstairs. However, Chen Chen didn't pay her any mind because he was indeed contemplating whether he should stay in the shop. He had chosen to stay mainly because he wanted to follow Qian Yu to visit places like the ghost market that he had never been to before and learn a few things along the way. But now he had discovered a new path to wealth, gambling on stones. Moreover, he now had over 10 million in hand. As long as he could make a move, he would immediately become a millionaire. Given this, was there still a need to stay in the shop? Just as he was deep in thought, someone suddenly walked in from outside, and upon entering, saw Chen Chen, instantly looking surprised. What are you doing here? I didn't expect to run into you here. To be honest, I was just thinking of finding some time to look for you. Chen Chen was also surprised to see Zang Shoheo in the shop. Look for me? Zhang Shihao was momentarily stunned, but then he quickly realized that Chen Shen must have gotten something good again. He immediately became excited, thinking that he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. The painting by Zhang Daqian that Chen Shen sold him yesterday had been flipped for 6 million, earning him a direct profit of 1 million. I didn't expect Chen Shen to surprise him again today. If it's true, then this kid's insight is too abnormal. If they could establish a long-term partnership with Chen Shen in the future, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Although he felt very excited inside, Zhang Shihao didn't respond immediately because there were others present. Boss Zhang, do you know my employee? After this, the Iron Rooster approached. He had already seen Zhang Shihao the moment he entered, and just as he was about to strike up a conversation, he saw Zhang Shihao, the big boss, actually chatting with Chen Shen. From their demeanor, it was clear they had met before, which surprised him greatly. How could Chen Shen, a poor kid, know Zhang Shihao? After all, Zhang Shihao was a big boss, and even he had to bow and scrape to please him. Oh, Boss Chen, you say Mr. Shen is your employee? Now it was Zhang Shihao who was somewhat surprised. Once he processed this, he nodded, looking as if he had just realized something. No wonder Chen Shen, at such a young age, could produce a genuine Zhang Daqian treasure. It seemed that Qian Yud had given Chen Shen away to sell it, and then Chen Shen came to his pawn shop. In fact, it's not unusual for items from antique shops to be pawned. Some antique shops may need cash urgently and will go to pawn shops to sell their antiques for immediate money. That's right, he is my employee. Wait, Boss Zhang, did I hear you right? You called him Mr. Shen? The Iron Rooster nodded, but halfway through his words, he suddenly snapped back to reality, staring at Zhang Shihao in disbelief. After all, someone of Zhang Shihao's status would only be addressed with respect by others. The people he referred to with honorifics would definitely be significant figures. Yet, Zhang Shihao actually called that brat Chen Shen Mr. Shen, which left him puzzled. Ah, Boss Qian, stop pretending. I know that wealth shouldn't be flaunted, but that's for others. We just dealt with each other yesterday. Why are you still pretending? Zhang Shihao thought Qian Yud was playing dumb. Boss Zhang, what are you talking about? I'm getting more and more confused. Qian Yud looked bewildered. Boss Qian, do you really not know or are you pretending? Yesterday, Mr. Shen came to me and sold a genuine Zhang Daqian piece for 5 million. Isn't that from your shop? Zhang Shihao was clearly getting a bit angry, so he recounted what happened yesterday, eager to see how Qian Yud would wriggle out of this. What? That kid Chen Shen actually has a genuine Zhang Daqian? And sold it for 5 million? Qian Yud's eyes nearly popped out. Boss Qian, are you saying that painting isn't from your shop? Zhang Shihao was taken aback. He hadn't expected Qian Yud to react so strongly. If it was an act, then his performance was too impressive. Even an Oscar winner couldn't pull that off. Boss Zhang, you really know how to joke. If I had a genuine Zhang Daqian in my shop, would I sell it for just 5 million? Zhang Shihao looked at Chen Shen. So, Mr. Shen, does that mean you really found that painting yourself? Chen Shen smiled wryly. I told you yesterday, but I didn't expect you wouldn't believe me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shihao's eyes lit up completely. They had truly stumbled upon a treasure. At this moment, Qian Yud asked, Little Chen, so you mean you currently have a huge sum of 5 million? Chen Shen thought Qian Yud was hinting at something, so he replied calmly, Boss, if you want to recover compensation, I can give it to you right now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shihao, who already appreciated Chen Shen, perked up his ears instantly. From this, it seemed Mr. Shen had some grievances with Boss Qian? If he could take this opportunity to recruit Mr. Chen, wouldn't that be a big win? Thinking of this, Zhang Shihao immediately seized the opportunity to say, Boss Qian, to be honest, I really admire Mr. Chen. How about this? No matter how much he owes you, I will compensate him, but you have to let him go to me. How about that? Qian Yud laughed and waved his hand, saying, Little Chen, Boss Zhang, you both misunderstood. I don't want Little Chen's compensation. Chen Chen was a bit puzzled and asked, Boss, what do you mean? Qian Yud said, Little Chen, let me be honest with you. I admit I am stingy, but I'm not foolish. If Boss Zhang appreciates you so much, you must have a bright future ahead. Whether I force you to stay or ask for compensation, it would offend you, and I don't want to create trouble for myself. So, I don't want your compensation, and I won't keep you. It would be a waste of talent to have you here. After you finish today, come to me tomorrow morning to collect this month's salary. Consider it a farewell gift from me. I just hope that when someone asks in the future, you can tell them you came from my antique shop, and I will be satisfied. This speech from the stingy man truly made Chen Shen see him in a new light. Although the stingy man was both miserly and powerful, it must be said that he had a clear understanding of life. Previously, he thought the stingy man was a petty person, and he still thought so now, but the stingy man was a real petty person, much better than those so-called gentlemen. At least, regarding the fact that the stingy man dared to openly express such realistic thoughts, there were probably very few people who could say it so candidly. For this reason, Chen Chen admired him. But what surprised him the most was that the stingy man was actually willing to part with a significant amount of money this time. It was only half a month in, and the stingy man was willing to give him a whole month's salary. Such courtesy made Chen Chen feel a bit embarrassed. Seeing that the stingy man was rarely generous, Chen Chen decided to finish this month before resigning. Boss, the resignation matter is not urgent, but I have something to discuss with Boss Zang. What do you think? Alright, go ahead. Xianyud was already too lazy to manage Chen Chen. Anyway, he couldn't keep him, and it was useless to manage him. Mr. Chen, what good stuff do you have this time? As soon as he walked out of the antique shop, Zhang Shihao couldn't wait to ask, his eyes secretly glancing at the backpack on Chen Chen's back. Boss Zhang, there are too many people here, let's go to your shop. The two went to Zhang Shoheo's Jubaiyuan pawn shop. This time, Zhang Shoheo directly invited Chen Chen to his office and personally brewed a pot of premium tea. I have a flower and bird vase here, please take a look, Boss Zhang. Chen Chen didn't hesitate and directly took out the vase from his backpack and placed it on the table. Not bad, it's a good piece, a genuine Yongjung blue and white porcelain. Mr. Chen, how much do you plan to sell this for? Zhang Shihao had a keen eye. After just a few glances, he immediately recognized the item. 500,000. Having learned from the last experience, Chen Chen intentionally quoted a higher price this time. However, Zhang Shihao was not a foolish nouveau riche. He was well aware of the market price of this flower and bird vase. Mr. Chen, this price is a bit too high. How about this? A firm price of 350,000. If you agree, we can make the deal. If not, then forget it. We can part as friends. Alright, 350,000 it is, let's transfer. This price exceeded Chen Chen's expectations, so he readily agreed. Zhang Shihao held the flower and bird vase with delight and said, Mr. Chen, do you have any more good items? If you do, please don't be shy, bring them all to me, and I'll take them all. This was exactly what Chen Chen wanted to hear. Boss Zhang, I do have even better items, but I don't know if you can afford them. That depends on the level of the items. Even if they are worth millions, I can handle it with ease. What if it's a million-level item? Zhang Shihao nearly choked on his tea. Cough cough. How much did you say? Mr. Chen, you can't be joking with me, right? Upon hearing this, and seeing Zhang Shoheo's incredulous expression, Chen Chen already guessed the outcome. Boss Zhang, you have a net worth of over 100 million, so you have time for jokes, but I'm just a poor guy. If I had spare time, I would have gone to pick up bargains long ago. How could I have time for jokes? Zhang Shihao stood up abruptly, staring at Chen Chen in disbelief. Mr. Chen, you can pick up bargains every day, and each one is more expensive than the last. How on earth do you do it? Could it be that you are a closed-door disciple of some treasure appraisal master? Chen Chen chuckled, I would love to be someone's disciple, but they might not take me. Don't be too surprised, Boss Zhang. Haven't you ever seen someone with good luck? Zhang Shihao pouted, I've certainly seen people with good luck, but someone as lucky as you is a first. Alright, back to the point. Mr. Chen, to be honest, you know my net worth. Acquiring a million-level item is certainly no problem. It's just that my cash flow is too large. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I currently don't even have $1 million in liquid funds I can take out. Chen Chen nodded. Although pawnshops are not quite the same as the antique industry, they are still considered half-industry peers, so he naturally understood Zhang Shihao's current situation. However, even though I can't afford it right now, I thought of a place that can definitely meet your needs. Oh, what place? Chen Chen's interest was piqued. Ning Auction House. Zhang Shihao spoke confidently. Although Ning Auction House isn't the largest in the Magic City, it has the best reputation compared to the top 10 auction houses and other private auction houses. Whether it's service attitude or commission rates, they are the best and lowest. Moreover, I've heard they have connections with banks, so the speed of transactions is the fastest among all auction houses in the Magic City. Items worth over 100 million are just small potatoes for them, and million-level items are a breeze. You can't go wrong by going there. Chen Chen smiled slightly. Zhang Shihao was on the same wavelength as him. In fact, when he sold the authentic Zhang Daqian painting yesterday, the first place he went was Ning Auction House, but unfortunately, the timing wasn't right, and he couldn't afford it then. But now it's different. Chen Chen wasn't worried about wasting time at all. Thus, in the future, if he wanted to sell something, besides Zhang Shihao, Ning Auction House would be the best choice. Brother Chen, considering that I helped you come up with strategies, how about you consider working for me? I'll offer you a monthly salary of 100,000. How about that? Zhang Shohei was quite afraid of losing Chen Shen, the god of wealth, but he genuinely wanted to win him over, otherwise, he wouldn't risk losing clients to help Chen Shen strategize. But this was also a gamble for him, betting that Chen Shen was a person of character. If he could exchange sincerity for sincerity, then he wouldn't be at a loss. Upon hearing the monthly salary, Chen Shen just smiled and said nothing. A monthly salary of 100,000 translates to an annual salary of 1.2 million. It's not a small amount, but Chen Shen already had a net worth in the millions, so he truly looked down on this sum. 150,000? 200,000. If that doesn't work, we can negotiate further. No matter how Zhang Shihao tried to persuade him, Chen Shen kept shaking his head. Boss Zhang, I prefer freedom over working for someone else. Zhang Shihao sighed. He now fully understood that Chen Shen indeed had real skills. A true dragon only soars in the sky, how could it live under someone else's roof? Shen Laodi, since that's the case, I won't say much more. I just hope that in the future, if you have any good things, you can come to me first, how about that? Zhang Laoj, you can rest assured. I've cooperated with you twice, and both times were very pleasant. I know you're a straightforward person, so I will definitely keep in touch with you more in the future. With Chen Shen's words, Zhang Shohei felt relieved and warmly saw Chen Shen out the door. Next, Chen Shen took a taxi. The Ning auction house was not far from here, and he arrived in 10 minutes. Chen Shen had come in such a hurry yesterday that he hadn't taken a good look at the level of the Ning auction house. Today, as he paused downstairs to take a closer look, he was immediately taken aback. The Ning auction house truly deserved its reputation as one of the top auction companies in the Magic City. This 20-plus story building was entirely occupied by the Ning auction house. Truly wealthy and extravagant. However, the larger the Ning auction house, the happier Chen Shen was, as the size of the company could represent its strength. He was there to discuss a business deal worth tens of millions, and it couldn't be unreliable. Since he had already been there once yesterday, Chen Shen was somewhat familiar with the place. After entering the lobby, he immediately walked towards the front desk. When he informed the front desk beauty that he was there to discuss a business deal worth tens of millions, her expression instantly changed. Please wait a moment, I'll go call our lobby manager. After a short while, the front desk beauty returned with a middle-aged man in a suit. So you're the one here to discuss a deal worth tens of millions? The lobby manager looked Chen Shen up and down, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. That's right, it's me. Is there a problem? Chen Shen didn't like the lobby manager's gaze, so he didn't give him a good expression in return. Sir, please allow me to say a few words. Our Ning auction house is a large company and doesn't have time to joke around with some idle people from society, so if you have nothing else, please leave. To be fair, although the lobby manager was clearly being sarcastic, the fact that he didn't curse or forcibly ask Chen Shen to leave showed that the staff at this auction house had a high level of professionalism. Moreover, Chen Shen was there to seek wealth, not to argue, and the clothes he was wearing were indeed cheap, so it wasn't surprising to be misunderstood, and he wasn't angry. Without saying another word, he directly unzipped his backpack. A lobby manager at an auction house naturally had some insight. He had initially looked disdainful, but upon seeing 3 pieces of green jade inside, not only did his expression change, but his attitude towards Chen Shen also did a complete 360-degree turn. He immediately broke into a brilliant smile, his previously straight posture slightly bending as he leaned towards Chen Shen, softly asking, I apologize, sir, for my earlier offense. May I ask your name? My name is Chen Shen. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. I will go get our general manager to personally receive you. Chen Shen glanced at the lobby manager with a hint of amusement and said, to be honest, I preferred your earlier arrogant demeanor. Upon hearing this, the lobby manager immediately reverted to his previous state, straightening his back and leaving elegantly and slowly beside Chen Shen with an indifferent expression. However, he hadn't walked 10 meters before his true colors were revealed, bouncing away like a monkey. A few minutes later, the lobby manager returned, accompanied by a beautiful woman in high heels. It was no exaggeration to say she was stunning. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, with long, straight black hair, a cherry-like mouth, arched willow leaf eyebrows, and a pair of beautiful large eyes that seemed to smile slightly. Her tall and slender figure, accentuated by a professional dress, made her look even more graceful, with her long legs swaying enticingly. It must be said that although Ning Churen's figure was slightly inferior to that of Yen Ruyu and Qian Zimo, her face was top-notch. What surprised Chen Shen even more was that not only was she beautiful, but her voice was also gentle and pleasant, like a breath of spring. Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Ning Churen, the general manager of Ning's auction house. Ning Churen approached Chen Shen, extending her hand with a slight smile, the dimples at the corners of her mouth were simply beautiful enough to touch Chen Shen's heart. "Hello, Manager Ning." Chen Shen reached out, feeling as if he was touching a piece of white jade, cool and smooth. "Mr. Chen, it is our honor that you chose our company, but before the auction, we need to assess your identity and the items you brought. Please follow me to the appraisal room." After saying this, Ning Churen turned and walked ahead. Due to her high heels, her slender waist swayed like a water snake, and the most captivating part was her little bottom, which wiggled enticingly in her tight dress, the seam in the middle barely visible, making Chen Shen's blood boil. Unable to bear it, Chen Shen quickly shifted his gaze to the side. However, Ning Churen thought she wasn't being hospitable enough, so she slowed her pace to walk alongside Chen Shen and initiated a conversation. There was no way around it. Chen Shen could only turn to look at Ning Churen while she spoke, as it was the least he could do in terms of politeness. But as soon as he turned his head, he was taken aback. Ning Churen was wearing a deep V-neck outfit today, and since Chen Shen was a head taller than her, he had to lower his head to look at her, and in doing so, he caught a glimpse of her alluring cleavage. Chen Shen felt his blood boiling like a pot of boiling water, unable to contain himself. He was helpless. He clearly wanted to be a gentleman, but Ning Churen wouldn't let him, so he couldn't be blamed for it. If he could resist looking at such a benefit, he wouldn't be a man. Thus, while chatting with Ning Churen, he couldn't help but admire the beautiful scenery, and before he knew it, he became a bit entranced and subconsciously activated his X-ray vision. Chen Shen was startled, realizing that this was indeed a bit too lewd. After all, it was their first meeting, and it was quite impolite to see her like this. But the next moment, the sight before him shocked him greatly. He saw that beneath Ning Churen's fair skin, there were faint wisps of black gas emanating. It was the first time Chen Shen had seen such a strange phenomenon in a person. He immediately sensed that something was wrong and believed the issue must lie within Ning Churen's body. So, he focused his vision, and his X-ray vision penetrated Ning Churen's skin, allowing him to clearly see her fresh, beating heart and internal organs. At this point, the black gas within Ning Churen became even more apparent, confirming Chen Shen's suspicions. Following the black gas, he indeed discovered the source, but it also made his heart skip a beat. He didn't expect that although Ning Churen appeared so youthful and healthy on the surface, there was actually a flesh lump the size of a ping-pong ball in her stomach. Could this be a tumor? Chen Shen furrowed his brows. Even though he didn't understand medicine, he still had some common sense, but he didn't dare to confirm it. Just as this thought surged in his mind, he saw a string of prompts appear next to the flesh lump. Malignant tumor in the stomach, stage, mid-stage, and developing rapidly, patient's remaining survival time, up to 1 year. Chen Shen didn't expect that his X-ray vision could not only work on antiques and gambling stones but could also detect diseases within the human body. It's even more impressive than a CT machine. Mr. Shen, what are you looking at? Isn't that a bit rude? Ning Churen realized she had said several sentences without receiving a response from Chen Shen. She looked up, only to find Chen Shen staring intently at her private area, and an unpleasant expression immediately appeared on her pretty face. Manager Ning, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to offend, I was actually looking at. Chen Shen snapped back to reality, wanting to explain but unsure how to articulate it. So he cut through the nonsense and got straight to the point, kindly reminding her, have you been feeling a bit uncomfortable in your stomach lately? Specifically, the area just above your navel on the left side. If so, I suggest you go to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible. As soon as he said this, Ning Churen's expression froze. How? How do you know? Are you a doctor? Ning Churen's eyes widened in shock. She had indeed been feeling discomfort in her stomach recently, but since she had also gotten her period, she hadn't paid much attention, thinking it was just menstrual irregularities. But how did Chen Shen figure it out? And he was so accurate, even pinpointing the painful area. I'm not a doctor, I just enjoy reading medical books. I can sometimes tell symptoms from a person's skin and appearance, but I can't be specific. In any case, you should listen to me and get checked out. Chen Shen hadn't planned on how to explain, but unexpectedly, Ning Churen had already provided a reason for him, so he just went along with it. Thank you, I understand. Ning Churen's shock faded. She didn't really care, so she just politely thanked him and didn't pursue the matter further. Chen Shen didn't know what Ning Churen was thinking and didn't care to find out. He was just offering a kind reminder, having done what he needed to do. Whether Ning Churen took his advice or if anything would happen was none of his concern. Soon, they arrived at the appraisal room. Chen Shen took out the 3 pieces of material and handed them to the appraiser. After just one glance, the appraiser couldn't sit still and began to praise them. Good stuff. This is indeed a rare find. Of course, he was only praising the ice-type Imperial green. However, the other 2 pieces also passed the appraisal smoothly, and the next step was pricing. The appraiser quoted prices of 150,000, 350,000, and 12 million respectively. This was the starting price and the minimum price for the three pieces. As for the commission, most auction houses in the Magic City charge around 15% of the final price, while the Ning auction house only charges 10%. No wonder it has such a good reputation. Mr. Chen, are you satisfied with the minimum price and commission? Chen nodded, very satisfied with both. No wonder the Ning auction house has such a good reputation. Normally, auction houses charge around 15% of the final price, but Ning's only charges 10%. Don't underestimate that 5%, it's a significant amount. For instance, on a 10 million deal, 5% is a full 500,000. Although the process of consignment auctioning is quite complicated, the main points are just the minimum price and commission. As for the auction time and such, those are minor issues. Chen wasn't in a hurry anyway, he had plenty of time to wait. With that, all that was left was to sign the agreement. The agreement was in duplicate, and after Chen looked it over and found no issues, he signed and stamped it. Mr. Chen, let's exchange contact information. I'll call you once your three pieces of jadeite rough are auctioned off. The beautiful woman took the initiative to exchange contact information, and of course, Chen wouldn't refuse. In fact, he had the same intention. Once the sky blue glazed wash at home could be restored, he would naturally want to auction it at the Ning auction house. At that time, directly contacting Ning Churan would save a lot of effort, and the embarrassing situation of being looked down upon earlier wouldn't have happened. President Ning, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Goodbye. After exchanging contact information, Chen bid farewell to Ning Churan and turned to leave. The matter he mentioned was, of course, to go home and try to repair the sky blue glazed wash basin. Once repaired, it would be worth a staggering 60 million. Chen had never seen so much money. Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. If he really had that much money, how would he spend it? Even if he indulged in a shopping spree, spending 60 million wouldn't be an easy task, right? Or should he just deposit it all in the bank? But then Chen recalled several recent news stories about wealthy individuals. When they deposited money in the bank treated them like royalty, practically worshipping them as ancestors, but when it came time to withdraw, the bank would come up with all sorts of excuses to delay the process, making it impossible to get the money out. But if he didn't deposit it in the bank, what should he do? For the first time, Chen felt the troubles of the rich. What are we doing up ahead? Why haven't we moved for so long? Just as Chen was deep in thought, he heard the driver complaining in an irritated tone. It dawned on him that the taxi had indeed been stationary for quite a while. He leaned out the window and saw that there was a traffic jam. Chen glanced at the time, it was only 5 in the afternoon. This wasn't even rush hour, so how could it be so congested? He then activated his X-ray vision, intending to see what was happening up ahead. If it was a serious accident, he was prepared to get out and walk home. As expected, about 100 meters ahead, there had been a car accident. 2 small cars were blocking the road, and there was blood everywhere. It looked quite serious. Many people around were using their phones, likely calling for ambulances and traffic police. With an accident of this magnitude, they could only wait for the traffic police to handle it. Without them, no one could leave. Chen was anxious to get home to repair the antique and didn't want to waste all his time on the road, so he decisively paid the fare and got out of the car. By the time the traffic police arrived, he could run home. As he passed the accident scene, Chen was about to walk around it, but curiosity compelled him to glance over, and he paused slightly. In the pool of blood, a petite girl was kneeling there. In front of her lay a middle-aged man covered in blood. It was clear that the middle-aged man was the victim of the accident and was now unconscious. Chen looked around and noticed another victim sitting by the roadside. Although he had some scrapes, his condition was clearly much better. Suddenly, a countdown sound caught Chen attention. He turned back to see the girl with her hands crossed over the injured middle-aged man's chest, applying pressure repeatedly while counting down. After 10 seconds, she immediately stopped to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, then continued the compressions. The girl's movements were very skilled and precise. If she wasn't a doctor, she was likely a medical student in training. The girl had a great figure and was dressed quite coolly, wearing a sleeveless t-shirt with a cow pattern on the front and a short skirt that barely reached above her knees. Although she was kneeling and bent over, she still couldn't hide her impressive curves. The continuous compressions caused her chest to rise and fall dramatically, instantly attracting the attention of all the men present, including Chen. This girl, with her youthful face, was unexpectedly well endowed. What on earth had she eaten to grow up so impressively? Indeed, this girl was so remarkable that Chen couldn't find another adjective besides impressive to describe her. The girl had performed CPR several times in succession and seemed a bit tired, stopping for a moment. However, she didn't rest. Instead, she leaned over the middle-aged man's chest, listened intently for a few seconds, and immediately resumed CPR. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, the middle-aged man remained unresponsive, his face turning a grayish hue, a sign that he was nearing death. Clearly, the girl was experienced. Upon seeing the man's pallor, she became visibly anxious but did not give up. She continued to perform standard CPR and artificial respiration over and over again. Although it was already afternoon, summer days are long, and the sun was still scorching, mercilessly beating down on the girl. She was completely soaked, breathing heavily, and her complexion grew increasingly pale. Just a minute later, the girl could no longer hold on, her body swayed, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Without her urgent measures, in an instant, the middle-aged man's face turned extremely poor, then his legs kicked out, his neck tilted, and he fell completely still. After witnessing this, the girl knelt on the hot ground, utterly lost, tears streaming down her cheeks as she looked up to the sky and let out a helpless wail. "Wake up! Please wake up! Uncle! Don't scare me, I really want to save you, but I'm sorry, I'm powerless, I can't do anything." The girl hung her head, crying uncontrollably. The crowd of onlookers sighed in unison. Everyone could see that the girl had done her best. Her kindness wouldn't allow her to fail, which is why she felt so guilty and self-reproachful. What a good girl! Chen Chen was also moved by her kindness. Seeing her cry like a rain-soaked pear blossom, he felt a pang of sympathy. If the middle-aged man were still alive, the girl would surely be very happy, right? With this thought, Chen Chen activated his X-ray vision and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the man was indeed still alive. He hadn't died. At the same time, a stream of information appeared before his eyes. Gender, male, current status, multiple muscle strains and fractures due to a car accident, but the main reason for the coma is a sudden heart attack caused by the accident. Remaining survival time: if timely and effective first aid is administered, there is hope for survival, otherwise, he has at most 3 minutes left. Seeing this, Chen Chen sighed. Even though he could see the middle-aged man's current condition, he didn't understand medicine and couldn't save him. In the end, the man would still succumb to death. If only he knew medicine. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a new stream of information suddenly appeared before him. Chen Chen glanced curiously. Just one look left him dumbfounded, standing there in shock. He never expected that his X-ray vision could also comprehend medical knowledge. Indeed, the information presented to him was none other than the miraculous medical technique that could save the dying middle-aged man. This was an ancient medical technique from Long Country, known as the swimming dragon hand, a form of massage therapy. Don't be fooled by its simplicity. According to the description of the X-ray vision, this technique was extraordinary. From realigning bones to saving lives, it could do it all. To put it simply, as long as the patient still had a breath left, the swimming dragon hand could pull him back from the brink of death. Although it couldn't completely cure him, it could at least buy the patient some time for treatment. The X-ray vision not only provided Chen Chen with the complete set of techniques for the swimming dragon hand but also meticulously marked the specific moves and acupoints needed for the middle-aged man. Just like before when it revealed the painting to Chen Chen, every step was documented in detail with individual diagrams. After seeing this, Chen Chen was greatly shocked. Today, the ability to see through was truly an eye-opener for him. First, he discovered the tumor inside Ning Churen's body, which was already enough to astonish him, but he never expected that it could also teach him the medical skills to save lives. This left Chen Chen both surprised and puzzled. He suddenly recalled that when he had used his X-ray vision on Yen Ruyu before, he had also noticed that her arm seemed to have a slight issue, but the ability hadn't provided any hints. Could it be because of the absorbed spiritual energy? Chen Chen suddenly had a bold idea. Perhaps his X-ray vision still had many hidden abilities that had yet to be activated due to insufficient spiritual energy. Maybe once the absorbed spiritual energy reached a certain amount, the X-ray vision would unlock new capabilities. If that were the case, wouldn't he be capable of anything? I refuse to believe I can't save you. Uncle, I beg you, wake up. Just as Chen Chen was lost in his fantasies, the girl's voice suddenly reached his ears. He then realized that there was still a patient in front of him who needed saving. The girl was incredibly stubborn, shouting and gritting her teeth, ready to continue with CPR. Among those present, only Chen Chen understood the man's current state. If CPR was performed again, he might die even faster. Just as the girl was about to press down on his chest, Chen Chen dashed forward. Don't press down. Otherwise, he'll die. Before the girl could react, Chen Chen grabbed her by the neck and effortlessly lifted her up like a chick. Bang! Then, in front of the astonished gazes of the girl and others, Chen Shan raised his right hand and slammed it down hard on the middle-aged man's chest, producing a loud thud. Clearly, this strike had considerable force. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. After a second of pause, the crowd erupted. "Kid, what are you doing? The patient is about to die, and you're hitting him? Do you have a grudge against him? With your kind of technique, not just a dying person, even a living one would be half dead." Everyone was shocked by Chen Shan's actions. To them, it was no different from murder. "Bastard, what are you doing? Can't you see he's about to die?" The girl also believed that Chen Shan was harming him. Moreover, he was harming the very person she was desperately trying to save. Such actions ignited the girl's fury. She absolutely would not allow anyone to kill in front of her, so she rushed over, wanting to push Chen Shan away. But she was petite, and having already exhausted herself, how could she possibly move the tall Chen Shan? With a slight shake of his arm, Chen Shan sent the girl back a meter. "You bastard, do you know you're killing him? Get lost." The girl, unwilling to back down, charged at him again to try to pull him away. Chen Shan frowned. His previous strike had brought the breath that the middle-aged man was about to swallow back up. Now was the critical moment. He needed to use the dragon's hand technique to massage and apply acupressure to revive the man's blood circulation to save his life. But at this crucial moment, the girl kept rushing in to obstruct him, which made him a bit angry. "Shut up! I'm not harming him, I'm saving him. If you don't want him to die, just stand aside and watch." After saying that, Chen Shan focused on using the dragon's hand, moving around the middle-aged man's body, and occasionally slamming his hand down hard on a specific part of the man's body, just like before. Listening to the continuous dull sounds, everyone present was dumbfounded. "You madman! What do you mean saving people? I can't believe you!" The girl was the first to react, angrily scolding Chen Shan. Chen Shan rolled his eyes in silence, and after holding back for half a minute, he immediately stood up and impatiently said, all right, stop pushing. He's fine now." The girl was taken aback and instinctively looked down at the middle-aged man. To be honest, she sincerely hoped that what Chen Shan said was true, but upon seeing the middle-aged man still unconscious, her anger flared up again. "You bastard, you're committing murder. I must report you to the police and get you arrested." The girl was both angry and heartbroken, and as she spoke, she began to cry, as if Chen Shan was truly an unforgivable villain. "I really can't believe it. Do pretty girls have stupid brains? Are you crazy?" Since the person was saved, Chen Shan didn't want to linger any longer. After all, making money was the priority for him. So after saying that, he turned to leave. The onlookers thought Chen Shan was a perverted murderer, so no one dared to stop him, and instead, they obediently made way for him. "You killed someone and still want to run? Stop right there. I'm taking you to the police station." The girl immediately chased after him, but she found that Chen Shan was getting faster and faster, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't catch up. Just after turning a corner, she could no longer see Chen Shan's figure. "Bastard, you murderer!" The girl squatted in a corner, crying with her head down. After a long while, she finally stood up, wiped her tears, and prepared to return to the accident scene. However, when she got back, she found that the accident scene had already been cleared, and the middle-aged man was nowhere to be seen. Looking up, she only saw the ambulance gradually moving away. On the other side, Chen Shan rushed home. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Yen Ruyu walking out of the bathroom in her underwear. The moment they saw each other, both of them froze. After staring at each other for 2 seconds, Chen Shan's gaze uncontrollably moved downward. "So white, so big, so long. Ah, shameless, where are you looking?" Yen Ruyu shouted, raising her leg to kick him. Her leg was long, straight, and white. Even when kicking someone, it looked so good. But with a slight chill coming from his groin, Chen Shan finally realized that this was not the time to admire legs, otherwise, he would end up as sisters with Yen Ruyu. He decisively activated his X-ray vision, and Yen Ruyu's kicking motion appeared slower than a snail in his eyes. Chen Shan's lips curled up, and with a gentle lift of his hand, he accurately caught Yen Ruyu's ankle with one hand. The moment he touched it, he felt an extreme smoothness. What was that advertising slogan? Dove, indulge in silkiness. This comfortable sensation made Chen Shan quite intoxicated, and he subconsciously touched it randomly. It was only then that Yen Ruyu realized what was happening, and her pretty face instantly flushed red. This bastard had seen her naked and was now touching her foot. But surprisingly, it felt quite nice. As Yen Ruyu thought this, a soft hum involuntarily escaped her lips. But the next second, she realized she was losing her composure, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Chen Shan's change. Her beautiful face instantly turned crimson, and she glared at Chen Shan fiercely. "Shameless, aren't you going to let go?" "Sorry, I really didn't mean to." Chen Shen finally came to his senses, apologizing while quickly turning his head, not daring to look at Yen Ruyu again. It wasn't that he didn't want to look, the key was that if he looked again, he wouldn't be able to hold back. Yen Ruyu huffed, said nothing, and quickly ran back to her room. Only then did Chen Shen breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, Yen Ruyu's allure to men was truly deadly. Those long legs were simply longer than his life. If only I could sleep every day while touching these long legs. With these legs, I could play for at least 10 years. Just then, the sound of the door opening broke the moment. Seeing Yen Ruyu walking over with her arms crossed and an obviously unhappy expression, Chen Shen awkwardly began to explain, "Sister Yu, I really didn't mean it. Who would have known you'd dress so provocatively at home?" Yen Ruyu rolled her eyes and said, "Are you trying to play the victim now? Who told you to come home from work at such an irregular time?" Chen Shen retorted, "Wait a minute, shouldn't you be at work at this time too?" Yen Ruyu was momentarily speechless, and in the end, she could only glare at Chen Shen fiercely and said irritably, "I'm fine, just skipping work. Do you have a problem with that?" Of course, I have no problem with that. I have something to do, so I'll head back to my room first." Chen Shen knew that Yen Ruyu was angry out of embarrassment, and if he continued, he might end up receiving another kick to the groin. This woman was too ruthless. Didn't she fear becoming barren? After saying that, he didn't bother to check Yen Ruyu's expression and immediately rushed back to his room, locking the door behind him. Then he carefully took out the sky blue porcelain wash from the wardrobe, cradling it in his hands. "I hope my guess is correct." Chen Shen took a deep breath and activated his X-ray vision, staring intently at the sky blue porcelain wash, then concentrated and softly said, "Start the repair." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of golden light erupted from his hands, and this time the golden light was even more dazzling than the night before. The golden light flowed from his hands into the sky blue porcelain wash. In the next second, the gap in the porcelain wash began to grow at a visible speed. Before long, the originally flawed sky blue porcelain wash became perfect. Chen Shen was afraid it was all a dream, so he held the porcelain wash up to his face, looking left and right, up and down, examining it several times before finally confirming that the sky blue porcelain wash was indeed restored. "Ha ha ha, I'm going to get rich," Chen Shen exclaimed, jumping with excitement. With this magical skill, making money would be a breeze. Even in the future, even if there was only a fragment left, as long as there was enough spiritual energy, that fragment could be restored to its original form. So amazing! "You little brother, what are you so happy about in there?" At that moment, Yen Ruyu's voice came from outside, sounding quite fierce. Chen Shen knew Yen Ruyu must have misunderstood, thinking he was happy in the room because he had just seen and touched her. So, he quickly wrapped the sky blue porcelain wash back up and hid it in the wardrobe before stepping out of the bedroom. He immediately saw Yen Ruyu with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall, her beautiful big eyes glaring at him in anger. Chen Shen explained, "Sister Yu, it's not what you think. I'm happy because of work." "Really? Alright, I'll believe you this once. What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'll go cook." Yen Ruyu looked at Chen Shen's sincere eyes and expression, feeling it didn't seem fake, so she decided to let him off the hook and walked towards the kitchen while speaking. "Sister Yu, seriously, whoever marries you must be blessed. Don't flatter me, I don't buy that. Hurry up and tell me what you want to eat, or I won't cook for you." No, I'll say it right now, I want to eat." But before he could finish, the doorbell rang. Strange, who could it be at this time? Chen Shen walked over. When he opened the door, a petite figure came into view. Chen Shen was momentarily stunned, feeling that the figure looked so familiar. When he clearly saw the beautiful, cute, youthful face, he was instantly dumbfounded. At the same time, the girl also felt that the man in front of her looked familiar, carefully examining his features, and then she too was stunned. 3 seconds later, both of them let out sharp screams at the same time. "What the hell? Why is it you? You bastard!" Chen Shen was shocked, his mouth agape. He never expected to see the girl he had saved not long ago right at his doorstep, but he quickly regained his composure, his expression darkening. "I say, you really are a persistent ghost, huh? You want to drag me to the police to rot in jail? You even chased me home." It was better not to say this, but once he did, the girl became particularly agitated. She immediately grabbed Chen Shen's wrist, gritting her teeth as she said, "You murderer, I'm taking you to the police station right now, and this time I absolutely won't let you escape." With that, the girl pulled Chen Shen, ready to leave, but he didn't budge an inch. "Are you out of your mind? I already told you, I was saving someone, not harming anyone. Why would I go to the police station? If you want to go, you go by yourself. You're full of crap. I don't believe your nonsense about saving someone. I can tell at a glance that you absolutely don't know anything about medicine. Enough with the talk, Come with me to the police station right now. After saying that, the girl tugged and pulled, but Chun Chen remained completely still, which infuriated her. She charged over, opened her mouth wide, and bit down on Chun Chen's arm. Ouch! What the hell? Are you a dog? This move caught Chun Chen completely off guard, and he let out a cry of pain. What's going on? Yen Ruyu rushed over upon hearing the commotion. After seeing the situation, she quickly intervened. Once she pulled the two apart, Yen Ruyu glanced at the girl's appearance, and her frown instantly relaxed, excitedly asking, "You must be Su Xiaotong, right?" The girl was taken aback and nodded. Seeing this, Chen Shen was astonished. "Sister, you know her? Who is she?" "What do you mean, who is she? Of course I know her. She's our new roommate, Su Xiaotong. Your godmother showed me her photo." "What the hell? Are you serious? She's the new roommate? What? I'm sharing a room with this murderer?" Both Chen Chen and Su Xiaotong were petrified, staring at each other in shock. "Wait, what murderer? Are you talking about him?" Yen Ruyu looked confused. Su Xiaotong pointed at Chen Chen, her face filled with disgust as she said, "That's right, he's a murderer, and a perverted one at that. He's a bastard who preys on the weak, targeting people who are about to die." "What are you talking about?" A bewildered Yen Ruyu was even more confused now. Seeing that Yen Ruyu still didn't understand, Su Xiaotong recounted the events of the recent car accident. Yen Ruyu was taken aback. "Chen Chen, did you really kill someone?" Chen Chen could only smile wryly, countering, "Sister, even though we've only known each other for 2 days, you should at least have a rough idea of what kind of person I am, right? Do you really think I would kill someone?" "What? You only met him 2 days ago and you're already sharing a room?" Before Yen Ruyu could respond, Su Xiaotong's expression turned fearful. She stepped forward, quickly pulling Yen Ruyu away from Chun Chen. Worry etched on her face as she asked, "No wonder you don't believe what I said. You should know that a perverted murderer is the best at disguising themselves. You've only known him for 2 days, so of course you don't understand what kind of monster he is, but I saw him kill someone with my own eyes. By the way, have you been harmed in any way?" Yen Ruyu shook her head in confusion, saying, "I haven't been harmed at all. How is that possible?" This was somewhat unexpected for Su Xiaotong. This perverted murderer clearly targeted vulnerable groups, and women were certainly among them. So she stubbornly continued to ask, "Have you noticed anything unusual about him?" Yen Ruyu was taken aback, thought for a moment, and said, "Aside from Chun Chen's untrustworthy gaze, which often sneaks glances at me, he doesn't seem to have any other abnormal behavior." Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Su Xiaotong, who was startled. "That's exactly it. What do you mean?" Su Xiaotong looked at Chen Chen nervously and whispered, "The crime novels I used to love reading often mentioned that perverted killers who specifically target vulnerable groups usually observe their prey for a few days before taking action. If he's constantly looking at you, he's likely searching for the right moment to strike. For example, he might invite you out for drinks, and after getting you drunk, he would kill you." "Oh my gosh." Yen Ruyu's expression changed, trembling as she said, "You're right, Chen Chen did invite me for drinks last night, but I turned him down." "Oh no, oh no." Su Xiaotong's cute face instantly turned anxious, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "It seems this perverted killer wanted to act on you last night, but you didn't give him the chance. According to the book, he's very likely to try again today, which means I could be in danger too?" Yen Ruyu steadied herself, her gaze sweeping around, then she reached for the scissors beside her, gripping them tightly with both hands, pointing them at Chen Chen, and questioned, "Chen Chen, you're not really a perverted killer, are you?" Chen Chen looked at the two women as if they were fools. After a few seconds of being dumbfounded, he finally managed to squeeze out a caring remark. "Are you two crazy? If you're sick, go see a doctor, okay?" Su Xiaotong's pretty face turned cold. "You're the one who's sick. Sister, let's not waste time talking to him. We need to take the initiative to strike first to break out of this situation, otherwise, we'll be in trouble today." Seeing that Yen Ruyu was really preparing to take action, Chen Chen was at a loss for words. Just then, a news report played on the living room television. This afternoon, a major car accident occurred at a certain intersection. One of the injured, due to the suddenness of the accident, suffered a heart attack and fell unconscious on the spot. Although there was a lady present who knew first aid and attempted to help, the injured person was still facing death. At this critical moment, a mysterious man suddenly appeared, and in front of everyone's astonished gaze, he miraculously revived the dying victim using what seemed like a method of beating the patient. Even the professional doctors who arrived were amazed, calling it a medical miracle. However, just as our reporters were preparing to find this mysterious man, we discovered he had already quietly left. This mysterious man is a modern-day Lei Feng, a role model for all of us to learn from. The host on the screen spoke passionately, and they also played a video captured by bystanders at the scene. Although it only showed a silhouette, Yen Ruyu and Su Xiaotong instantly recognized it. The figure in the video was indeed Chen Chen. They saw Chen Chen slap the patient's chest hard, and it looked like he was beating the patient. Then, Chen Chen began to demonstrate his miraculous techniques, and after a series of astonishing maneuvers, he simply got up and left, with Su Xiaotong chasing after him. Since the two moved quickly, the bystanders didn't catch their faces, and once the two completely disappeared from the frame, the crowd erupted in gasps. The camera then shifted back to the patient. The patient, who had been lying unconscious on the ground, miraculously stood up, and his previously pale and gray face was now vibrant and red, looking completely fine. The patient didn't die. Chen Chen really was saving someone. The two women were completely stunned. Su Xiaotong clutched her clothes tightly, burying her head into her chest. A wave of intense regret surged through her mind. Speak up. Why aren't you two saying anything? At that moment, Chen Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. The news broadcast was just too timely. If it had been a few seconds later, Yen Ruyu's scissors would probably have really come at him. I'm sorry, I really didn't know you were saving someone. The way you did it really didn't look like you were saving anyone. Su Xiaotong lowered her head, her voice barely audible, like a mosquito buzzing. I told you several times, but you not only didn't believe me, you went around shouting that I'm a murderer and wanted me to go to jail. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. If saying sorry is useful, what do we need the police for? Then what do you want? Seeing Su Xiaotong's guilty expression, Chen Chen's playful side emerged. How about this, tonight you offer yourself to me, and I'll forgive you. And let me tell you, don't even think about running away, you can't escape my grasp. As he spoke, Chen Chen wore a wicked smile. Sister, save me. Su Xiaotong was so frightened that she burst into tears, rushing into Yen Ruyu's arms for protection. Hey! No, don't cry. This scene caught Chen Chen off guard. He just wanted to tease Su Xiaotong, but he didn't expect her to be so easily scared. But to be fair, with her petite figure leaning into the tall Yen Ruyu's embrace, she did look quite delicate, and with those tear-filled eyes, she was even more endearing. However, when Su Xiaotong dove into Yen Ruyu's arms, it seemed like Yen Ryu was bumped by something and took a step back. It's okay, Xiaotong, don't be afraid. Chen Chen is just a paper tiger, all bark and no bite, he's just trying to scare you. Yen Ryu gently comforted Su Xiaotong while shooting a fierce glare at Chen Chen, silently blaming him for his lack of restraint. The poor girl had just moved in for the first day, and now she was scared to tears. If someone didn't know better, they might think they were bullying her. Sister, you can expose me, but saying that is a bit too insulting, don't you think? I'm a real man. Chen Chen felt somewhat offended. I'm just speaking the truth. How is that insulting? Fine, since you say that, don't let Xiaotong offer herself alone, count me in too. What do you say, dare you? As Yen Ryu spoke, she walked towards Chen Chen, and when she reached him, she pulled up the loose pant legs. To his surprise, it turned out to be stockings. This left Chen Chen staring in disbelief. Suddenly, he felt a tickling sensation on his calf. Looking down, he found Yen Ruyu's beautiful black stocking foot had somehow reached over, gently sliding up and down his calf. The sensation was incredibly delightful. Chen Chen felt a jolt run through him, and like a startled kitten, he jumped back a step, quickly distancing himself from Yen Ryu. You little brother, why are you backing away? Aren't you a real man? Show me how manly you are. Yen Ryu said, displaying a captivating smile as she stepped closer to Chen Chen. Stop. Sister, I admit defeat, okay? I'm begging you, don't come any closer, otherwise, I really might lose control. Chen Chen was genuinely intimidated this time. He had never encountered such a bold and fierce woman in his life, and he simply couldn't handle it. If he really agreed, he feared he would be devoured whole. He certainly didn't want to die young at the hands of a woman. Is that all the courage you have? Yen Ryu shot Chen Chen a glance, like a victorious white swan, raising her long neck and turning back to Su Xiaotong, smiling as she said, See, I told you he looks good but is useless, so don't be afraid. In fact, when Su Xiaotong saw Chen Chen being pushed back by Yen Ryu, she had already chuckled. Before coming here, she was quite anxious, fearing that her roommates would be hard to get along with, but now it seemed that one was a caring and emotional big sister, while the other, though a bit frivolous, was genuinely a good person. With that, Su Xiaotong felt her anxiety dissipate. She wiped her tears and then approached Chen Chen, bowing deeply. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you about this afternoon, but I know an apology is trivial, so to express my regret and make it up to you, I've decided to cook for you myself. Hearing this, Chen Chen burst into laughter. What makes you think that cooking for you is more convincing than an apology? Su Xiaotong blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking innocent yet sincere as she said, Let me tell you, I've never cooked in my life, not even my parents have eaten food I've made, so you should understand the value of this meal, right? Chen Chen stroked his chin and nodded. If you put it that way, I really feel honored. Yen Ruyu stretched lazily and happily said, great, I won't have to work today. Xiaotong, then it's all on you. Without saying another word, Su Xiaotong took off her coat, rolled up her sleeves, and dashed into the kitchen. As for Chen Chen and Yen Ruyu, they comfortably sat on the sofa, eating fruit, cracking sunflower seeds, and watching TV, feeling quite content. But the two had no idea of the seriousness of the situation. A few minutes later, suddenly, there was a loud bang. Chen Chen and Yen Ruyu felt the whole building seem to shake. What happened? Yen Ruyu sat up straight, her eyes wide like saucers. That noise seems to be coming from the kitchen. Chen Chen's expression changed, and he immediately turned to look at the kitchen. Yen Ruyu did the same. Just one glance, and both of them dropped their jaws. They saw thick black smoke billowing from the kitchen. Anyone who didn't know would think there was a war going on. What the hell, is this a battle? Chen Chen's mouth twitched. Enough with the jokes, Xiaotong is still inside, hurry and save her. The two rushed toward the kitchen. Yen Ruyu shouted worriedly as she ran, Xiaotong, where are you? As soon as she finished speaking, an awkward yet polite response came from the kitchen. Sister Yu, don't worry, I'm fine, it's just that my current state might be a bit scary. Just as the words fell, a petite figure walked out of the kitchen. To be honest, if it weren't for the white tiles, one might not recognize Su Xiaotong at all. Right now, Su Xiaotong was completely black. There wasn't a single white spot on her. Her long hair was slightly curled from the heat. She held a frying pan in her left hand, but there was a hole in the middle of it. In her right hand, she held a spatula, which was also broken in the middle. Seeing this scene, both Chen Chen and Yen Ruyu were struck dumb, frozen in place. Xiaotong, what on earth did you do? Yen Ruyu couldn't believe that the blackened girl before her was the sweet and lovely Su Xiaotong. What had this girl done? Sorry, I kind of blew up the kitchen. Su Xiaotong grinned widely. Now there was finally a white spot, her big white teeth. Chen Chen and Yen Ruyu could no longer hold back, bursting into thunderous laughter. One of them held their stomach, laughing so hard they bent over. One person collapsed directly onto the ground, twitching like a maggot. That maggot was Yen Ruyu. In the midst of her laughter, Yen Ruyu didn't notice Chen Chen secretly pulling out his phone. My dear aunt, you should stay out of the kitchen from now on. I don't want to be blown up for no reason one day. After putting away his phone, Chen Chen took on the heavy responsibility of cleaning the kitchen. After Su Xiaotong's antics, there were hardly any usable utensils left in the kitchen. So, what was supposed to be a nice meal ended up with the three of them having to order takeout. After eating, Yen Ruyu went to help Su Xiaotong pack her luggage. Chen Chen had nothing to do, so he took a shower, then lay down playing on his phone, and before he knew it, he fell asleep. The next day, after getting up, Yen Ruyu prepared to go to the kitchen to make breakfast. As she passed by, she instinctively glanced at Chen Chen's room. Logically, Chen Chen should still be asleep, but to her surprise, she found his door wide open, and he was nowhere to be seen. Just as she was curious about why Chen Chen was up so early, she suddenly received a WeChat message. It was a video sent by Chen Chen. Just one glance, and Yen Ruyu exploded. Chen Chen, wait until you come back tonight, see if I don't kill you. Chen Chen, who had already walked out of the community gate, curiously clicked on the voice message sent by Yen Ruyu. Chen Chen, wait until you come back tonight, see if I don't kill you. The voice nearly shattered his eardrum. And that wasn't the end, then Yen Ruyu began bombarding him with memes. In the end, Chen Chen had no choice but to temporarily block Yen Ruyu on WeChat to gain some peace. But Chen Chen knew in his heart that he had really angered Yen Ruyu this time. Now he just hoped that by the time he returned home in the evening, Yen Ruyu would have calmed down. As for now, it was more important to get down to business. Wait, what was I going to do first? Chen Chen realized that he seemed to have temporarily forgotten due to Yen Ruyu's earlier roar. He vaguely remembered he had something to do, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall it. Forget it, let's do something else first. Chen Chen took out his phone and directly called Ning Churen. Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to contact me so soon. Is there something good? Ning Churen's voice was as refreshing as a spring breeze, which instantly made Chen Chen, who had just been yelled at, feel as happy as a fish in water. MS. Ning, you guessed it right, I have something good in my hands, even more valuable than yesterday's Imperial green. I wonder if you're interested in helping me auction it. Oh my, is that true? MS. Ning, first of all, we're not close enough for me to joke with you so early in the morning. Secondly, I'm just an ordinary person without any background. I wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke the general manager of the prestigious Ning auction house. I don't want to be a hero 18 years from now. This humorous remark made Ning Churin giggle. At the same time, it made her realize that Chun Chen indeed had something of real value, which excited her instantly. She quickly asked, Mr. Chen, when do you plan to come to our auction house? Chen Chen replied, I'm ready to take a taxi over now. Ning Churin immediately said, that's great. You don't need to trouble yourself, I'm outside right now. Add me on WeChat and send me your location, and I'll come pick you up. No matter which auction house it was, any client worth over 10 million was considered a big client, and even she, as the general manager, had to take it seriously. Picking up Chen Chen was just a matter of convenience, and she was eager to see what item was worth even more than Imperial Green. Ning Churin didn't give Chen Chen a chance to refuse. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Since there's a ride-sharing option, Chen Chen had no reason not to take it. After adding Ning Churin on WeChat, he sent her a location. Before long, a Maybach stopped in front of him. Mr. Chen, please get in. The rear window rolled down, and although Ning Churin was wearing sunglasses, it couldn't hide her stunning face. Once inside, Ning Churin eagerly asked, Mr. Chen, what good stuff do you have? Let me see it quickly. MS. Ning, don't be in such a hurry. Good things should be seen in a safe place. If they get scratched or damaged, that would be a huge loss. As he spoke, Chen Chen glanced over and noticed Ning Churin was holding a large suitcase. The suitcase was quite big, and it was a struggle for her small arms and legs to carry it, yet she showed no intention of letting go, which piqued his curiosity. MS. Ning, could there be some treasure in that suitcase? Ning Churin smiled generously, patted the suitcase, and said mysteriously, you guessed it right. There's indeed a treasure inside, and I got it for a small price from the countryside. I woke up really early for this today. This made Chen Chen even more interested. Then be a good person and let me take a look. A glint of mischief flashed in Ning Churin's eyes as she chuckled and said, Mr. Chen, don't be so impatient. Good things should be seen in a safe place. If they get scratched or damaged, that would be a huge loss. Hearing those familiar words, Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect the general manager of an auction house to be so playful. Instantly, he felt the distance between them had closed significantly. However, if she wouldn't let him see, he had his ways. Chen Chen remained silent and quietly activated his X-ray vision in his mind. Ning Churin's clothes instantly vanished, revealing a large expanse of white. Oh no! He looked wrong. Chen Chen's face turned red. But he couldn't be blamed. Any man in his position would have his gaze wander with such a stunning beauty nearby. Chen Chen quickly shifted his gaze, and it easily penetrated the suitcase. A blue-and-white porcelain vase appeared before his eyes. No way, this can't be a genuine yuan blue and white, right? Chen Chen was somewhat surprised. After all, genuine yuan blue and white is quite rare, and even a single piece can fetch astronomical prices. If it were real, it would indeed be a treasure. The next moment, a series of prompts appeared before him. Item, Qing Dynasty Qianlong Imitation Yuan Blue and White Porcelain Vase, Condition, Perfect, Market Price, 100,000, Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle. After all that, it turned out to be a replica. It was a pity that Ning Churin had been so fond of it all along. If she knew the truth, would she cry? Mr. Chen, what are you laughing at? Ning Churin asked, puzzled. MS. Ning, you work in this field, so you should know how deep the waters of the antique business are. Even experts can make mistakes, so sometimes don't be too happy too early. You must look carefully before making a move. Chen Chen subtly reminded her, not daring to directly tell Ning Churin it was a replica. It wasn't that he was worried she couldn't handle it, he had only known her for a short time and wasn't concerned about her feelings. He was just worried about exposing his X-ray ability. After all, he had never opened the suitcase to see what was inside, and to assert that the items were replicas would only raise suspicion. Ning Churin, being the general manager, was certainly not foolish. She immediately caught on to Chen Chen's insinuation and asked, Mr. Chen, are you questioning my judgment? Chen Chen remained silent, which was tantamount to an admission. Ning Churin smiled calmly and confidently said, Mr. Chen, I'm not afraid to tell you, what's inside is worth over 100 million. There's absolutely no mistake. This is worth over 100 million? Are you dreaming? Chen Chen spoke bluntly, and only realized something was off after he finished, quickly covering his mouth. But it was too late. Mr. Chen, so you're saying you're sure I'll make a mistake? Ning Churin seemed a bit displeased, huffing softly. You haven't even looked at it, so how can you assert that what's inside is wrong? As soon as she finished speaking, the driver in front also coldly chimed in. Exactly, who do you think you are? This treasure was picked out by me and General Ning together, it absolutely cannot be fake. Chen Chen didn't like the driver's tone at all, and his expression darkened a bit. Wu Gang, how can you speak to Mr. Chen like that? Hurry up and apologize. Ning Churan clearly noticed Chen Shen's change in expression. He was a big client, and they couldn't afford to offend him, so she quickly reprimanded the driver in front. "I'm sorry." Although the driver named Wu Gang did apologize, Chen Shen could clearly hear the dissatisfaction in his voice, so he sarcastically said, "General Ning, this person seems to be quite a big shot. After all, only big shots have such a big temper." Ning Churan's face turned a bit awkward, and she quickly explained, "Mr. Chen, you're being too humorous. His name is Wu Gang, one of our appraisers at the auction house, not some big shot. I've had my eye on the treasures in this suitcase for a long time, but I've never been sure, so today I specially invited Master Wu to come with me. He has also looked at the items in this suitcase, and he said there's absolutely no problem." Upon hearing this, Chen Shen laughed and said bluntly, "May I ask Master Wu, do you dare to say you can pick out a treasure with 100% certainty?" Without thinking, Wu Gang replied directly, "Of course I wouldn't dare, even a master appraiser doesn't have that kind of confidence." Chen Shen sneered, suddenly changing his tone, "Since you don't have the ability to pick out treasures with 100% certainty, then don't talk nonsense about how everything is definitely fine. Be careful not to get slapped in the face." "You." Wu Gang's face turned green with anger. "Alright, Master Wu, just drive well." Ning Churan knew that if she didn't step in, things would likely escalate. Then she turned to Chen Chen and smiled, "Mr. Chen, thank you for your kindness, I will consider your suggestion." Chen Chen said nothing. In fact, even if Ning Churan didn't believe him, he wouldn't say it a second time. They weren't very familiar to begin with. Sitting together was merely a cooperative relationship. Whether Ning Churan believed him or not had nothing to do with him. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the auction house. With Ning Churan personally leading the way, they smoothly reached the appraisal room. It was still the same 3 middle-aged appraisers from last time. Upon seeing Chen Chen, all 3 of their eyes lit up. It seemed they had long anticipated that Chen Chen would bring out something good. However, when Chen Chen truly revealed the Northern Song Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glaze Wash, all 3 of them could no longer sit still. "Wow! Wow! Wow!" All 3 stood up. Clearly, they had prepared, but their preparation was not sufficient. The sky blue glaze wash before them far exceeded their expectations. "That's right, it's from the Northern Song Ru Kiln. I didn't expect it to be a sky blue glaze wash, second only to the Celadon, truly a treasure." "Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to come twice today, and each time you leave us more shocked than the last." The 3 middle-aged appraisers were now so excited they were incoherent. This guy really has the real deal in his hands. Wu Gang's mouth dropped open, feeling both excited and a bit unwilling. He was now praying in his heart that if this thing were fake, how great that would be. That would be satisfying. "Mr. Chen, did you pick out this precious item with your keen eye?" At this moment, Ning Churan curiously asked. "Just good luck, I stumbled upon it and took it." Chen Shen smiled faintly. "Wow, you are really impressive. At such a young age, you already have this kind of insight. I think you could be like Master Wu." Ning Churan's big eyes sparkled, as if they contained stars, fixed on Chen Chen. Such a fervent gaze made Chen Chen feel shy. However, he could tell that Ning Churan genuinely loved antiques and sincerely wanted to improve her eye for them. After all, such a look couldn't be feigned. Meanwhile, Wu Gang, who was watching Ning Churan gaze at Chen Chen with infatuation, felt a surge of inexplicable anger. He had actually liked Ning Churan for a long time, but due to his status, he had never dared to express his feelings. Yet he was a petty person. If he valued something, he would get angry if someone else showed interest, even if he couldn't have it himself. Wu Gang thought he had to find a way to dull Chen Chen's sharpness, preferably by finding something wrong with this sky blue glaze wash. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up as he discovered something that seemed off. "Wait, this sky blue glaze wash seems a bit off." As soon as he said this, it was like thunder striking in a clear sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "Master Wu, are you deliberately looking for trouble? Or have you really found something wrong with my piece?" Chen Chen had long noticed that Wu Gang's gaze towards Ning Churan was off. This guy was definitely jealous and was now looking for trouble on purpose. "I am with professional ethics, so I certainly wouldn't deliberately find faults with a customer, but there is indeed something wrong with your piece." Chen Chen rolled his eyes, feeling a wave of nausea. How could Wu Gang have the nerve to say that? At that moment, Wu Gang walked over, picked up the sky blue glaze wash, and pointed to a specific area, saying, "Everyone, take a close look at this piece of porcelain. It is clearly different from the others. The porcelain in other areas shows some signs of oxidation, but this piece looks like new porcelain. It must have been added later." Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect Wu Gang to actually have some skill. The piece of porcelain he mentioned was precisely where Chen Chen had used spiritual energy to repair. Since it was newly grown, it naturally looked newer than the porcelain in other areas. However, Chen Shen was not flustered. Even if there was a difference here, the truth was the truth, and it couldn't be faked. At this moment, Ning Churin furrowed her brows tightly and questioned in a deep voice, Master Wu, you can't just say that. Are you sure? I am. In fact, Wu Gang wasn't sure, otherwise, he wouldn't be trembling. After all, deliberately finding fault with a customer could lead to serious consequences if discovered. But for the sake of showing off in front of the person he loved, he was willing to take the risk. Chen Shen found it amusing and thought there really were people who weren't afraid of death, so he deliberately said, Are you so sure? Wu Gang sneered, Of course. After all, a well-preserved Northern Songru kiln piece is extremely precious these days, and it's not uncommon for someone to commit fraud and pass off inferior goods as genuine. Chen Shen's expression remained calm as he replied, Whether it's fake or not, you don't get to decide. Ning Churin waved her hand, saying, I asked the three masters to examine it carefully once more. Throughout this process, Wu Gang's palms were sweaty. But real gold fears no fire. He was just unlucky to have found fault with Chen Shen's piece. After several rounds of careful examination by the three middle-aged, they finally reached a conclusion. This piece of porcelain is indeed new, but it is a genuine Northern Songru kiln piece. The reason it looks new may be due to inadequate preservation during storage, which is quite normal. Wu Gang, with your insight, you couldn't possibly have missed this. You were deliberately looking for trouble with the customer, weren't you? Wu Gang had a low tolerance for pressure. Just one sentence made him break out in a cold sweat. Although he said nothing, everyone present could already see the signs from his expression. Ning Churin snorted coldly and said, Wu Gang, as an appraiser, you deliberately pick on the customer's faults. Do you know how much impact this will have on our Ning auction house if it gets out? From now on, you are no longer an appraiser for Ning auction house. You can leave. Ha! Wu Gang was dumbfounded. He never expected that he would end up losing his job just for a little revenge on Chen Shen. His whole body went limp, and he plopped down on the ground, his eyes blank, his heart like dead ash. Ning Churin found him annoying and called in 2 security guards to drag Wu Gang out. Then, as if nothing had happened, she calmly continued to discuss the base price and commission for the sky blue glazed wash with Chen Shen. Chen Shen's eyes were filled with admiration. This woman was truly not simple. She was someone capable of great things. If she got married, she would definitely be an excellent supportive wife. After signing the contract, Chen Shen shook hands with Ning Churin and turned to leave, satisfied. Just as he reached the door, he heard Ning Churin telling the 3 appraisers to include the items from her suitcase in the auction schedule. When the 3 appraisers saw that the items were brought by Ning Churin, they didn't even bother to appraise them. Seeing this scene, Chen Shen shook his head with a smile. Ning Churin, you really didn't listen to my advice. What a pity. The Ning auction house, which has worked hard to build its reputation, is about to lose its integrity. At that moment, a middle-aged man brushed past him, paused upon hearing this, and then turned back. Young man, what do you mean by that? Uncle, do we know each other well? Chen Shen looked the middle-aged man up and down, quite sure he didn't recognize him. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to get close. I just heard you say that the Ning auction house is going to lose its integrity, and that piqued my curiosity. What does that mean? It's nothing, just that someone won't listen to my advice and will suffer a big loss. Chen Shen naturally wouldn't say much to a stranger and casually replied. The middle-aged man wanted to ask more, but Chen Shen had already turned and walked away. Seeing this, he didn't try to stop him and instead frowned as he turned into the appraisal room. Hello, Chairman. The 3 middle-aged appraisers immediately stood up and greeted the man in unison. Dad, you're just in time. Your daughter has stumbled upon a big opportunity today. Ning Churin happily ran over, her face beaming with a bright smile. The man was Ning Wenhua, the chairman of the Ning auction house and also Ning Churin's father. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Ning Wenhua's brows furrowed even tighter as he asked, the young man who just left, what is his background? Do you know him? Ning Churin nodded and said, his name is Chen Shen, and he is one of our major clients. She recounted everything about Chen Shen bringing items for auction. After listening, Ning Wenhua's eyes lit up. So this young man named Chen Shen really has some insight. Then he asked, did he say anything to you before? Ning Churin found it a bit strange and retorted, Dad, you've been talking about Chen Shen since you came in, and now you're saying all this confusing stuff. What exactly do you mean? Ning Wenhua simply repeated everything he had just heard from Chen Shen and then analyzed, if I'm not mistaken, this young man named Chen Shen must think that the opportunity you stumbled upon has some issues. He did say something like that to me. Ning Churin remembered, but soon she thought of something and said with a puzzled expression, but that's not right. I've never let him see this yuan blue and white porcelain vase. How would he know there's a problem with it? He hasn't seen it? This caught Ning Wenhua off guard, and his brows furrowed even tighter. Alright, Dad, don't think too much about it. This piece of yuan blue and white porcelain is definitely fine. Ning Churen waved her hand, speaking confidently. Churen, you're falling into old habits again. Have you forgotten what I said? Ning Wenhua reprimanded with a stern face. Of course I haven't forgotten. Ning Churen pouted and shook her head, slowly reciting as if reading a text. You said that the world of antiques is as deep as the ocean, and at any time, one should never say the word absolute. Being overly confident can lead to great losses. Ning Wenhua nodded and said, no matter what, it's better to believe in its existence than to doubt it, because if there really is a problem, you should understand the impact it could cause, right? As the general manager, Ning Churen naturally understood that if a problematic item appeared at the auction, the integrity that Ning's auction house had painstakingly built over the years would be instantly destroyed. By then, the reputation of Ning's auction house would be tarnished, and business would surely be affected. So over the years, the authenticity of the auction items had been the most important aspect for Ning's auction house. It was only then that Ning Churen realized her negligence this time was truly unacceptable. Alright then, I'll trouble the three masters to appraise this yuan blue and white porcelain vase once more. However, Ning Churen's tone was very relaxed, clearly still confident. Yet, within a minute, she noticed subtle changes in the expressions of the three appraisers. One of them said, Chairman, General Manager, forgive me for being blunt, but this item seems right, yet it feels a bit off. Ning Churen panicked slightly and hurriedly asked, what do you mean by right and not right? Is this item authentic or not? The three exchanged glances, and one of them smiled wryly. General Manager, I'm really sorry, our eyesight is limited, and we can't be sure. A hint of anger instantly appeared on Ning Churen's beautiful face. You are all experienced masters, how can you not be sure? The three, recalling Mu Gang's recent fate, felt a bit flustered at her anger. Just then, one of them had a flash of inspiration and quickly said, General Manager, Chairman, why not call Mr. Chen back and let him clarify? Ning Wenhua nodded, saying, I was thinking the same. I feel that the young man named Chen Chen is not simple, perhaps he really knows something. Meanwhile, Chen Chen had just walked out of the Ning's auction house and was preparing to take a taxi to Jade Street. Ever since tasting success on Jade Street yesterday, he realized that gambling on stones was much quicker to make money than picking up antiques, and the spiritual energy was also greater. Chen Chen hailed a cab, just about to get in when his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from Ning Churen. General Manager Ning, what's up? Mr. Chen, I have something I'd like your help with. I wonder if you could come back. Is it about that so-called treasure in your suitcase? Chen Chen had already guessed. Since that was the case, Ning Churen didn't hide it anymore and admitted, that's right, it's about this matter. I hope Mr. Chen can help me clarify. Doesn't your auction house have appraisers? Just let them take a look, I'm in a hurry to make money. That's it, I'm hanging up. As Chen Chen said this, he was about to hang up the phone, which made Ning Churen anxious, and she burst out with a sharp cry, wait. I won't use you for free. If you can really help me, I will give you a reward. Chen Chen was taken aback for a moment, then he started to laugh. It was just a matter of a few words, how much could he possibly get? But he couldn't say that outright, or it would make him seem unrefined. Then, Chen Chen casually said, actually, it's not about the money, mainly, I really don't have the time. Before he could finish, Ning Churen blurted out, 100,000, consider it a favor, how about that? Just wait, I'm on my way. Chen Chen agreed without hesitation. He got out of the car, closed the door, and hung up the call in one smooth motion. Come on, if he turned down an opportunity to earn 100,000 just by talking, he would be a complete fool. Listening to the beeping sound of the call disconnecting, Ning Churen was left dumbfounded. He agreed just like that? Didn't he say it wasn't about the money? Bang! Suddenly, the appraisal room door opened, and Chen Chen walked in, smiling as he said, President Ning, I'm here. Ning Churen looked shocked. Mr. Chen, your speed is incredible. Just to be clear, I'm not here for the money, I mainly want to help. Ning Churen rolled her eyes. As if I would believe you. However, she said nothing, but her gaze seemed to say everything. Young man, hello again, it's nice to see you, Ning Wenhua greeted with a smile. Oh, uncle? It's you. What are you doing here? Chen Chen was a bit surprised. As soon as he called him uncle, the three appraisers nearly wet themselves. In the entire Ning auction house, who would dare to address the chairman like that? Put. Ning Churen couldn't help but laugh, giving Chen Chen a thumbs up. Mr. Chen, you're the first person I've ever met who dared to call my dad that. Commendable courage. What? This uncle is your dad? This caught Chen Chen off guard. Mr. Chen, this is our chairman Ning Wenhua of the Ning auction house. One of the appraisers quickly reminded him when he heard Chen Chen still calling Ning Wenhua uncle. Wow, your dad is the chairman? So this Ning auction house is your family business. At first, Chen Shan thought Ning Churen just happened to share the same surname. Indeed, there aren't that many coincidences in the world. Suddenly, Chen Shan thought of something. When he received Ning Churen's call earlier, he was wondering why she suddenly called him back. But after hearing about the 100,000 reward, he had forgotten about it. Now it made sense. It must be that Ning Wenhua told Ning Churen what he had said before, which is why she called him back. President Ning, Chairman Ning, you don't think I spoke out of turn and tricked me back here to do something to me, do you? Chen Shen glanced at the two, but there was no panic on his face. Even if the Ning auction house really wanted to harm him, he had his X-ray vision, so he wouldn't be the slightest bit afraid. What do you think our Ning auction house is? A gang? Please, we are a legitimate business, okay? Ning Churen rolled her eyes and said, I really want to ask for your help to take a look and see what problems there are with the items I picked up, but I have to say up front, if you say it's not right, I won't pay you. Chen Shen snapped his fingers, a confident smile on his face. Don't worry, I won't let you down, I'll make sure to explain everything clearly. Where are the items? Let me take a look. Ning Churen stroked her chin, staring thoughtfully at Chen Shen, then frowned and asked, wait a minute, I want to know, do you already know what's in my suitcase? Chen Shen then realized he almost let something slip, but he reacted quickly, smiling and waving his hand. Your suitcase has never been opened in front of me, how could I possibly know what's inside? Ning Churen retorted, then how can you be so sure that what I picked up has problems? Chen Shan replied nonchalantly, I guessed. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him with curiosity. Ning Churen asked, what are you basing your guess on? Chen Shen glanced at her and asked leisurely, how's your eyesight? Be honest. Ning Churen clearly didn't expect Chen Shen to ask this question. She was taken aback for a moment before replying, it's not bad, but it's not great either. So it's average then? No antique dealer wants to hear someone say their eyesight is average, but even though Ning Churen didn't want to admit it, it was the truth, so she reluctantly nodded. Then how about that Wu Gang? How's his eyesight? Much better than mine, but still not particularly impressive. That's right. How is that right? You said you found a treasure worth over 100 million, that's already a big find. With such a good item, why would it end up in the hands of you two lousy craftsmen instead of being discovered by someone else? As soon as she said this, Ning Churen rolled her eyes. Wasn't that just saying she didn't deserve to find such a big treasure? So, is that why you concluded that there's something wrong with the treasure I found? Isn't that reasoning a bit flimsy? Ning, I think this reasoning is sufficient, after all, I was just guessing. Chen Shen's face almost flushed, but he managed to hold it in. To be honest, he really couldn't think of a better reason. Alright, the item is on the table, you can go look at it yourself. Anyway, there's no way this item could have any problems. Even if I let you see it, I wouldn't lose anything. Fortunately, Ning Churen didn't delve deeper. The key was that she was already annoyed by Chen Shen's sarcastic remarks. She just wanted him to finish looking and leave. This person was really too annoying. Chen Shan breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, he had finally managed to get through this hurdle. Then, Chen Shen walked over, picked up the blue and white porcelain vase from the table, and a faint golden light entered his fingertips. With such a small amount, Chen Shen was too lazy to feel it carefully. Then, he pretended to examine the blue and white porcelain vase for a while before turning to say, Ning, I must speak frankly, this is not Yuan blue and white. As soon as he said this, it was like a thunderclap, booming loudly. Everyone present was taken aback. The one who reacted the most was, of course, Ning Churen. She was first stunned, then a sharp cry burst from her lips. You're talking nonsense. How could this possibly be fake? Do you even understand Yuan blue on white? Chen Shen gently stroked the porcelain vase and slowly said, blue and white porcelain, also known as white ground blue and white porcelain, is commonly referred to as blue and white, and is one of the mainstream varieties of Dragon Country porcelain, belonging to underglaze-colored porcelain. It was produced during the Tang dynasty, flourished in the Yuan dynasty, and mature blue and white porcelain appeared in the Huitian kiln of Jingdezhen during the Yuan dynasty. This is Yuan blue and white. The biggest characteristic of Yuan blue and white's patterns is its rich composition, with many layers that are not chaotic. The brushwork is often seen with a single stroke, smooth and powerful, while the outlines and shading are robust and steady. Looking at this Yuan blue and white vase, the shoulder is painted with a phoenix entwined with peonies, and the belly has 4 begonia-shaped openings, with the openings outlining a pattern of dragon and phoenix in harmony, making the composition quite rich. And this dragon pattern is also quite distinctive: small head, slender neck, long body, fur claws, raised spine, and a grid-like scale pattern, vigorous and fierce. This is clearly a characteristic of the dragon pattern found in Yuan blue and white. This statement made everyone present brighten up. They hadn't expected Chen Shen to be so knowledgeable about Yuan blue and white. But then, Ning Churen laughed. After all that, aren't you just saying that this Yuan blue and white vase is indeed genuine? Chen Chen smiled faintly. This yuan blue and white porcelain vase, no matter how you look at it, is indeed a genuine article without a doubt, but its biggest flaw is that it's too genuine. Too genuine, so it's a counterfeit? What kind of logic is that? Everyone present was puzzled. Just then, Chen Chen spoke again. Mr. Ning, could I borrow your selfie stick for a moment? Oh, sure. Ning Churen nodded and took out a portable folding selfie stick from her bag, but then she realized something was off. Wait, how did you know I had a selfie stick in my bag? Oh, it's nothing, I just thought of something happy. Ning Churen shot Chen Chen a skeptical glance. Clearly, she didn't quite believe him. Chen Chen cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. As for how I knew you had a selfie stick, it's simple. In today's society, 8 out of 10 girls carry one. Ning Churen thought there was some truth to that and didn't dwell on it further. After taking the selfie stick, Chen Chen fixed his phone onto it and then reached directly into the mouth of a blue on white porcelain vase to take a picture. Look at this. Chen Chen displayed the photo he had just taken. This, how is this possible? There's actually another inscription on the inner wall of this vase, made during the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. Ning Churen exclaimed in shock. The others were equally astonished. This small vase actually contains a world within. I've been appraising antiques for over a decade, and this is the first time I've seen something like this. Mr. Chen is truly amazing. This replica is so well made that you managed to spot it. The 3 appraisers were in complete admiration of Chen Chen. Although Ning Wenhua didn't speak, his eyes were filled with appreciation. I really underestimated this. Ning Churen's cheeks flushed, but now she was more curious about how Chen Chen figured it out. Mr. Chen, how did you know this was a replica? Mr. Ning, I'm sorry, but this is my unique skill. You shouldn't ask, even if you do, I won't tell you. Chen Chen teased. Humph. Stingy. I don't even care to know. Ning Churen pouted, then sighed, looking dejected as she said, It's just a pity that I spent 200,000 and ended up with a replica. I thought I could make a big profit. But it's still a piece of Qianlong blue and white porcelain. I should be able to recoup my costs, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Chen poured cold water on her hopes. The quantity of Qianlong blue on white porcelain in existence isn't small. In other words, this isn't rare. At most, it's worth around 100,000. Ning Churen's face visibly turned pale. Ah, this is infuriating. That bastard Wu Gang, he even swore it was a big find. I'm so angry. Ning Churen stomped her feet in frustration. Chen Chen smiled and reminded her, the 100,000 I mentioned is the normal market price, but if you take it to auction, it might fetch a premium. After all, there are quite a few people who love Qianlong blue and white porcelain, so recouping your costs shouldn't be a big problem. Right. I can take it to auction and see, maybe I can even make a small profit. Ning Churen's mood brightened. At that moment, Ning Wenhua walked over, took the initiative to shake hands with Chen Chen, and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Mr. Chen, thanks to you for identifying this as a replica. If we had auctioned it off as a genuine piece and someone discovered the truth, the reputation of Ning's auction house would have been ruined. It's no exaggeration to say that without Chen Chen, Ning's auction house could very well face closure one day in the future. Never underestimate the impact of a single auction item. No auction house in the world would dare to openly auction replicas or fakes unless they wanted to shut down. You're too kind, Mr. Ning. Chen Chen didn't expect the chairman of such a large auction house to be so approachable, so his tone became a bit more humble and polite. Here is a check for 100,000, please keep it. Ning Wenhua took out a check from his pocket, wrote a generous amount on it, and handed it to Chen Chen. Chen Chen, who received the check, was somewhat surprised. It was just a mere 100,000 yuan, did it really need a check? Ning Wenhua guessed Chen Chen's thoughts and said, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I'm used to issuing checks. If you don't like this method, I can take you to finance to go through the transfer process. It's fine, a check is fine, Chen Chen replied. He knew that going through the finance process would definitely be more troublesome, so it was better to take the check to the bank himself for exchange. After receiving the check, he greeted Ning Wenhua and Ning Churen before turning to leave. Dad, you're acting a bit unusual today. Even if Mr. Chen is our major client, it seems unnecessary for you to be so polite to him given your status, right? Once Chen Chen left, Ning Churen couldn't help but voice her doubts. After all, since she became aware, her impression of Ning Wenhua was that he always made others accept things against their will, and no one had ever made him change his mind voluntarily. Chen Chen is a talent. I want him to be our auction house's chief appraiser, so of course, I need to be a bit polite to him. Ning Wenhua's words left everyone present dumbfounded, their faces filled with surprise. The position of chief appraiser at the Ning auction house had always been vacant. It wasn't that no one had applied, but until now, no one had qualified for it. And now, Ning Wenhua actually wanted someone he had only met once to take on the role, and this person was just a young man in his early 20s. This was truly unexpected for them. Dad, isn't this decision a bit hasty? Ning Churen frowned slightly. Don't worry, I just have an idea. Otherwise, I would have directly kept him to negotiate terms just now. So what do you mean? I don't know much about him yet. Anyway, there will be opportunities to meet in the future. I can observe his abilities more before making a decision. On the other side, Chen Shen had already taken a taxi to the Jinhua Bank where the check was issued. As soon as he walked in, a young staff member approached him and politely asked, "Hello, sir. What business would you like to handle?" Chen Shen smiled and said, "Hello, I would like to exchange a check for 100,000. Please follow me to this side to process it." Chen Shen followed the young staff member to a window, and as soon as he sat down, a surprised voice came from the counter. "Chen Chen?" Chen Shen was taken aback. He recognized that voice very well. Looking up, he found it was indeed his ex-girlfriend, Wang Lily. Although she was wearing a bank uniform, it couldn't hide her alluring figure. Her face was heavily made up, and her eyes seemed to be able to captivate souls. To be honest, Wang Lily wasn't ugly, but recently, Chen Shen had seen only stunning beauties. Compared to Yen Ruyu and the others, Wang Lily was like a chicken standing in front of a phoenix. This comparison wasn't exaggerated at all, because Wang Lily was indeed a chicken. Chen Shen only found this out close to graduation. During college, Chen Shen worked hard to earn money, and aside from living expenses, he gave all his earnings to Wang Lily. He didn't even dare to touch her, at most just holding hands. Then, a month before graduation, while looking for a job, he accidentally discovered that Wang Lily had come out of a couple's hotel with a man. It's really you, you aced. What are you doing here? Wang Lily's disdainful voice pulled Chen Shen back to reality. Looking up, as soon as he saw the arrogant face at the counter, he couldn't help but imagine Wang Lily's antics on another man's bed, and just thinking about it made his stomach churn. Ugh, where's the trash can? I want to throw up. Chen Shen asked the young staff member beside him while covering his mouth. This. The young staff member was completely taken aback by this reaction, standing there in a daze. In an instant, Wang Lily at the counter turned pale. You poor loser, how dare you talk to me like that? Wang Lily screamed hysterically, her face twisted like an old witch. Ha! Chen Chen laughed. A poor loser? He used to be one, but now he's rolling in wealth. Chen Chen suddenly thought, if Wang Lily knew how impressive he was now, would she cry and beg to get back together? But the next second, Chen Chen sneered. With someone like Wang Lily, not only would she not cry and beg, even if she stood naked in front of him, he wouldn't spare her a glance. I get it, after breaking up with me, you were unwilling to let go and wanted to win me back, so you've been secretly keeping an eye on me, and now you've even followed me to my workplace to ask for a reconciliation, right? Seeing that Chen Chen remained silent, Wang Lily's mind raced with speculation, ultimately arriving at this conclusion. After saying this, she let out a cold laugh and arrogantly said to Chen Chen, let me tell you, I never looked down on you, you poor wretch. The only reason I was with you in college was because you were simple and foolish, spending all your money on me. But now that we've entered society, that little money means nothing. I'll say it one last time, stop bothering me and get lost, got it? You really are full of yourself. Chen Chen rolled his eyes and said lightly, I'm here to cash a check, so hurry up and process it. Cash a check? Are you kidding? Wang Lily laughed as if she had heard the biggest joke, and after laughing for a while, she said with a mocking expression, You, a poor kid, have you even seen what a check looks like? I should remind you, Chen Chen said calmly, I am now a bank client, and you are just an employee. You should respect me, or I can file a complaint against you. Chen, you're just a pig with a big onion. What are you pretending for? Wang Lily stood with her hands on her hips, clearly not believing him, and sarcastically said, I know exactly how much you're worth. If you had a check, I'd kneel on the ground and lick your shoes right now. With a loud slap, Chen Chen took out a check from his pocket without saying a word and slammed it down on the counter. The huge noise instantly silenced everyone in the bank hall, and countless gazes were drawn to them. This is? Wang Lily at the counter was also taken aback, staring in shock at the check on the table, finding it hard to believe. No need to kneel, I find it disgusting. Chen Shen's gaze was icy as he stared at Wang Lily, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You're not trying to fool me with a piece of scrap paper, are you? Even now, Wang Lily still didn't believe Chen Chen. She reached out to take the check, looked down, and was taken aback. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? 100,000? Chen Chen, how could you possibly have so much money? No way. This check must be fake. Although Wang Lily wasn't an archaeology major, she knew that jobs in that field were particularly hard to find, and even if one did, the salary wouldn't be high. Moreover, after being a couple for 2 years, she was well aware of Chen Shen's situation. Chen Shen was severely nearsighted, without his glasses, he was blind, and his academic performance was mediocre, with no one wanting to take him as an intern. His family background was also average, his parents were ordinary folks running a small supermarket, and they barely saved any money throughout the year. This money could not possibly have come from Chen Shen's parents, nor could it be earned by a freshly graduated college student. Therefore, Wang Lily's first reaction was that the check was fake. But when she took a closer look, she found that the check seemed to be fine, everything that should be there was present, and it didn't look fake at all. No matter how she looked at it, this was a genuine check, no doubt about it. No way! This is absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong with this check, I just can't see it. Wang Lily, determined, firmly believed that Chen Shen's check was problematic. She absolutely couldn't believe that her ex-boyfriend, who had been a loser in college, could casually pull out a check for 100,000 now. She couldn't stand it. At this moment, quite a few people had gathered around the window, and upon hearing that there was an issue with the check, everyone began to whisper and point at Chen Shen. Their thoughts were quite unanimous. They felt that Chen Shen's attire did not resemble someone who could present a large check. Yet, despite the numerous doubts, Chen Shen remained unfazed, calmly stating, "This check is real, no doubt about it." "Do you think I would believe that?" Wang Lily scoffed, looking at Chen Shen with the eyes of a criminal, coldly questioning, "I'll ask you one last time, what's going on with this check? Did you forge it or steal it? You better tell the truth, or I'll call the police and have you arrested." Chen Shen's expression darkened as he replied, "Word by word, this check is real, and it's mine, not stolen." "Chen Shen, you really are stubborn. It seems you're asking for trouble, you're pushing me." Wang Lily shouted loudly, "Security! Come here quickly! There's a suspect here, hurry and detain him." 7 or 8 security guards rushed over, ready to take action against Chen Shen. Chen Shen remained calm, showing no signs of panic. "Stop right there! I want to see who dares to touch him." Suddenly, a loud shout silenced the scene. A middle-aged man strode over, exuding the aura of a wealthy person. Wang Lily recognized him and quickly sweetly said, "Boss Zang, what brings you here?" Zhang Shoheo didn't even glance at her, directly approaching Chen Shen. "Brother Chen, what happened?" Chen Shen forced a smile, "Nothing much, just ran into my ex-girlfriend who insists my check is fake and wants to call the police on me." "Ha! Ha ha ha!" Zhang Shoheo burst into laughter, poking Chen Shen's arm and grinning as he whispered, "I say, Brother Chen, you didn't cheat on her, did you? Is that why she's holding a grudge?" Chen Shen twitched at the corner of his mouth. This was truly an awkward topic. Wang Lily, watching Chen Shen and Zhang Shoheo appear to be quite familiar, was instantly shocked into silence. Boss Zhang actually knows Chen Shen? How could that be? Wang Lily looked incredulous. She couldn't believe, nor did she want to believe, that Chen Shen would be on friendly terms with a big boss like Zhang Shoheo. However, the fact that Zhang Shoheo and Chen Shen were chatting was undeniable. Suddenly, Wang Lily thought of something, her eyes lighting up. Chen Shen studied archaeology, and his job after graduation must be related to the antique industry. Zhang Shoheo ran a pawn shop, didn't that match up perfectly? Wang Lily concluded that Chen Shen must be working for Zhang Shoheo. In that case, it made sense for the boss to greet an employee he happened to run into. Moreover, Wang Lily realized something else. She had initially suspected that this check was stolen by Chen Shen. After all, 100,000 was no small amount, and Chen Shen, being poor, definitely couldn't come up with such a large check. Now, seeing Zhang Shoheo's appearance, Wang Lily suddenly understood, this check must have been stolen by Chen Shen from Zhang Shoheo. With so many people gathered, what's going on? What happened? At that moment, a middle-aged man with a stern face walked over. Seeing the newcomer, Wang Lily rushed out from behind the counter like a dog that had spotted a bone, excitedly explaining, "President Liu, there's someone here trying to exchange cash with a stolen check, and I caught him. Stealing checks is no small matter. It could lead to detention and fines, or even imprisonment. Discovering such a thing is a significant achievement, and Wang Lily naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to take credit." "What? Someone actually dared to steal a check? What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." Upon hearing about such a serious matter, President Liu didn't dare to delay, his brows furrowing instantly. "It's him!" Wang Lily pointed at Chen Shen and then turned to Zhang Shoheo, saying, "Boss Zhang, I suspect Chen Shen stole your check. Hurry and call the police to arrest him." It was only at this moment that President Liu noticed Zhang Shoheo and quickly walked over to greet him, then asked in surprise, "Boss Zhang, was it your check that was stolen?" Zhang Shoheo looked completely bewildered. "What check? Wang Lily raised the check in her hand, looking proud as she said, "Boss Zang, this check was given to me by Qin Chen. I suspect he stole your check. Luckily, I found out, or you would have lost 100,000 yuan. What nonsense are you talking about?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Shoheo's expression turned serious as he scolded, "How could Mr. Chen possibly steal my check? Besides, it's just a mere 100,000 yuan. What a joke. Qin Chen casually deals in millions. How could he resort to such petty theft for just 100,000 yuan? Wang Lily looked astonished. "Boss Zhang, isn't Chen Chen your employee?" "What? You say Mr. Chen is my employee? Are you joking?" Zhang Shoheo laughed in anger, looking at Chen Chen with a helpless expression. "If Mr. Chen were willing to work for me, I would wake up laughing from my dreams, but unfortunately, my place is too small to accommodate such a big shot." After hearing this, Wang Lily was completely dumbfounded. The more she listened, the more something felt off. It seemed like Boss Zhang was elevating Chen Chen in every word. But wasn't Chen Chen just a poor loser? "Lily, what on earth is going on?" President Liu, having listened for a while, felt that something was amiss and asked Wang Lily with a stern face. "President, I can guarantee that this Chen Chen is a good-for-nothing. He definitely can't produce a check for 100,000 yuan. Wang Lily seemed to think of something and quickly looked at Zhang Shoheo, saying, "Boss Zhang, take a closer look. What if it really is your lost check?" Zhang Shoheo glanced at it and shook his head decisively. "The header is different. This is definitely not my check." "Not yours?" Wang Lily was taken aback, then turned to Qin Chen, sharply saying, "Qin Chen, are you really that desperate? Picking up a random check from the street and daring to come to the bank to exchange it?" Upon hearing that the check was picked up, the crowd erupted in laughter. Qin Chen ignored them and asked Wang Lily in return, "Have you even looked closely at this check?" Wang Lily chuckled, "Qin Chen, you were useless in college, and you'll only be useless after graduation. Do you even need to verify the authenticity of a check from a good-for-nothing? Then let me tell you now, you misjudged it." Qin Chen said calmly, "This check was neither stolen nor picked up. It was a reward given to me by Ning Wenhua." "Wait, who did you say?" President Liu's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, "You mean Ning, the chairman of Ning's auction house?" Qin Chen nodded, "That's right, it's Ning Wenhua from Ning's auction house. I helped his daughter with something, and he gave me a reward of 100,000 yuan. It's that simple." "Qin Chen, can't you stop bragging?" Wang Lily scoffed, mocking, "Chairman Ning is a big shot, and you think you're worthy of helping him? President Liu, let's stop wasting time with this Chen guy. Let's have security teach him a lesson and throw him out, so he doesn't disrupt our bank's normal operations." "Wait a minute, have you looked closely at the check?" President Liu was cautious because he noticed Chen Chen's relaxed demeanor, which didn't seem like someone who was lying. Ning Wenhua was a VIP at Jinhua Bank. If Qin Chen really had dealings with him, that would be a serious offense. "I haven't looked closely." Wang Lily shook her head, then said nonchalantly, "President, aren't you being too careful? Just look at him. He doesn't seem like someone who could have any connection with Chairman Ning." "Stop talking nonsense, let me see it." President Liu's tone left no room for argument. Wang Lily had no choice but to respectfully hand over the check. President Liu took the check and glanced at it. In an instant, he looked as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Wang Lily didn't notice President Liu's expression and leaned in, proudly saying, "President, how about it? I wasn't wrong, right? This check was just picked up by this waste of space, Qin Chen." It was better not to say that. As soon as the words left her mouth, President Liu exploded with rage. He slapped Wang Lily hard across the face. "You fool! If you dare to call Mr. Chen a waste again, I'll kill you." Quickly apologized to Mr. Chen. A deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wang Lily was stunned by the slap and, still in shock, questioned, "President, you want me to apologize to Chen Chen? Why?" President Liu was furious, shouting, "Why? This is the check that Chairman Ning issued to Mr. Chen. How is that possible? No way. This can't be true." Wang Lily shook her head vigorously, unwilling to believe it all. "Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin." Seeing that Wang Lily still didn't believe it, President Liu directly called Ning Wenhua and put it on speakerphone. The ensuing conversation was clear for everyone to hear. Ning Wenhua personally confirmed that this check was indeed issued to Chen Chen. "This is actually real." Wang Lily's expression became dazed, biting her lip tightly, feeling extremely unwilling. "So it turns out this whole thing was just this female employee talking nonsense. We almost wronged a good person. I can't believe that such a person with poor character would be employed by Jinhua Bank. How can we trust Jinhua Bank now?" After learning the truth, the onlookers turned their ire towards Wang Lily, condemning her for slandering a good person and even elevating the issue to Jinhua Bank's credibility. Many were already clamoring to transfer their funds out of Jinhua Bank, simply because they no longer trusted its integrity. Hearing this, President Liu broke into a sweat and quickly explained, "Everyone, I can assure you that Jinhua Bank is absolutely trustworthy. This incident is entirely a personal issue and has nothing to do with Jinhua Bank." But that wasn't the end. President Liu turned and glared at Wang Lily, shouting, "Wang Lily, what are you still standing there for? Apologize to Mr. Chen right now." Wang Lily's face changed dramatically. In her eyes, Chen Chen was a complete waste, and now she had to apologize to this waste. It felt worse than eating dirt. But facing her superior, no matter how unwilling she was, she had to bow to reality and reluctantly said, "I'm sorry, is that enough?" Even a fool could tell that this was not a sincere apology. Without waiting for Chen Chen to speak, Zhang Shihao turned to President Liu, sneering sarcastically, "President Liu, your Jinhua Bank truly deserves to be the top bank in the Magic City. Even a mere employee dares to be so arrogant. Clearly, she was in the wrong first, yet she is so unwilling to apologize. Truly impressive. It seems that people like me are not worthy of being your bank's clients, are we?" Upon hearing this, President Liu's face turned extremely ugly, but he could only force a smile and say, "Boss Zhang, you really know how to joke." Zhang Shihao coldly replied, "President Liu, do I look like I'm joking?" President Liu initially wanted to brush it off, but now he understood that Zhang Shihao was determined to stand up for Chen Chen. In that case, he could only grit his teeth and ask, "Boss Zhang, what do you want?" "Since she doesn't want to apologize, then fire her," Zhang Shihao said, looking at President Liu with indifference. An employee like this is a disaster waiting to happen. If one day she offends someone big that even your Jinhua Bank can't handle, it won't be long before Jinhua Bank faces bankruptcy. After saying this, he added, "Of course, I'm just making a suggestion. The decision to fire her is up to you, President Liu. But if you insist on keeping such an employee, then I will transfer all my assets out. I'm afraid that one day when I come to withdraw money, I might be troubled by your good employee." President Liu's mouth twitched, and his old face looked extremely grim. He could certainly hear the threat in Zhang Shihao's words. Naturally, he didn't want to lose a big client over a small employee. So, the next second, President Liu turned to the already dumbfounded Wang Lily and coldly said, "From now on, you are no longer my employee. Get out." Wang Lily was stunned. She never expected to lose her job because of that useless Chen Chen. After the shock, a strong wave of anger surged within her. She was practically about to explode. "Chen Chen, I get it now. You did this on purpose to get back at me, right?" At that moment, Wang Lily's expression was as fierce as an enraged baboon, and she screamed at Chen Chen, "You, Chen, listen up. It's just a lousy job. I don't even care. My current boyfriend is a rich second generation. Even if I don't work, I still have money to spend. Don't think that having 100,000 yuan makes you impressive. 100,000 is nothing. If I want, I can get 1,000,000 in no time. Chen, you're useless today, and you'll be useless for life. Today you got lucky with someone speaking up for you. If I run into you again next time, just wait and see how I deal with you." After throwing down her harsh words, Wang Lily turned to President Liu and viciously cursed, "Remember, it wasn't you who fired me, it was I who quit. Get lost. I'm done." Wang Lily roughly pushed President Liu aside and stormed out of the crowd in a fit of rage. By the time Chen Chen left the bank, it was already noon. Zhang Shihao said to him, "Brother Chen, come with me. I'll treat you to a meal. By the way, I just received something and I'm not quite sure about it. I need you to help me take a look." Chen Chen thought he had nothing else to do and was about to agree when his phone rang. It was Iron Rooster calling. As soon as he picked up, before he could say anything, he heard Iron Rooster roaring on the other end. "You little brat, I've been waiting for you all morning. Where the hell have you been? Waiting for me?" Chen Chen was completely confused. "Didn't we agree yesterday that I would pay you today and you could look for another job? Damn!" Chen Chen slapped his forehead. He had forgotten something important when he left in the morning. He had thought it over last night and planned to confront Iron Rooster today, making it clear that he would resign after finishing this month. However, when he woke up in the morning, his mind was filled with the idea of going to the auction house to consign the sky blue glazed wash, and he completely forgot about it. This was also a serious matter, so Chen Chen apologized to Zhang Shihao, "Brother Zhang, I'm sorry, I have something to take care of, but don't worry, I'll come find you in the afternoon after I'm done." Zhang Shihao smiled and said, "With you saying that, I can relax. See you in the afternoon." The two parted ways. Before long, Chen Chen hurried back to the antique shop. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Iron Rooster sitting at the counter with a stern face. Just as Chen Chen was about to step inside, Iron Rooster's irritable voice came over. "No need to come in, come with me." Iron Rooster's voice was as cold as frost, and his expression was terrifyingly dark. After saying that, he stood up and strode angrily toward the door. Shen Shen had never seen Iron Rooster so furious and thought to himself, it was just being late, why was he so angry? While he was pondering, Iron Rooster was already in front of him. Just as Chen Shen was about to explain, he saw Iron Rooster flick his hand, and something flew over. He instinctively reached out to catch it and found it was a car key. Curiously, he asked, "Boss, what does this mean?" Xianyu's face was grim as he said, "Zimo is in trouble, come help me." Upon hearing this, Shen Shen's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Xianyu waved his hand, "No time for nonsense, let's go, I'll tell you on the way." Shen Shen didn't dare to delay and quickly went to start the car. Go to the antique market in the north of the city. Xianyu directed Chen Shen to take a shortcut, and once they were on the right track, he began to explain the situation. Xian Zimo had been wandering around the antique market in the north of the city today. While looking at porcelain in one of the antique shops, she accidentally broke a piece. Although Qian Zimo claimed it wasn't her fault, the shop owner insisted she was responsible and demanded a compensation of 1 million. Upon hearing this, Qian Zimo immediately got angry, arguing with the shopkeeper while calling Qianyud. Just as she hung up, Chen Shen returned. So Qianyud pulled Chen Shen along, preparing to go to the antique shop to help. Only then did Chen Shen understand that Iron Rooster was furious because of Qian Zimo's incident. After a moment, Chen Shen said, "Boss, calm down. If it's confirmed that Zimo didn't break it, we can argue reasonably. But if she really did break it, then we can only pay, right?" After hearing this, Qianyud also calmed down and nodded. "What you said makes sense, but if the shopkeeper is being unreasonable, I'll cut out his tongue and soak it in wine." Shen Shen could clearly sense a murderous intent. Indeed, the kind of person one should never provoke is a man with a daughter. It was simply terrifying. Shen Shen didn't say anything more and focused on driving. Their antique shop was in the South Antique Market, which was exactly the opposite direction from the north, so the journey was long. Even taking a shortcut, it took a full half-hour to arrive. After parking the car, the two hurried to find the antique shop where Qian Zimo was. It was easy to locate. They immediately saw a crowd surrounding an antique shop, blocking it completely. Looking at the sign, it read Yahei Collection, so this was the place. Shen Shen, being strong and robust, charged ahead, quickly making his way inside. He immediately spotted Qian Zimo, her face flushed, arguing with three men, holding her own against all three without losing ground. The words coming out of her mouth were rough, completely lacking the demeanor of a PhD. If Chen Shen didn't know she was a PhD, he would have almost thought he was looking at a fierce village woman. "What are you arguing about? If you have the guts, come at me. Don't take it out on my daughter." Chen Shen was feeling emotional when Qianyud rushed over, shouting loudly, and the surroundings instantly fell silent. "Dad, you finally came. They are bullying me." As soon as she saw her father arrive, Chen Zimo could no longer hold back. She had just been a fierce girl fighting three boys, but now she transformed into a wronged little girl, tears streaming down her face as she threw herself into Qianyud's arms, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. This pitiful sight made not only Qianyud but also Chen Shen feel a pang of heartache. Hey, so many people are watching, don't say anything reckless. Who bullied you?" At that moment, a man who looked like the owner shouted with a stern face, "It was clearly you who broke the antique from our shop, a genuine Ming Dynasty Longquan kiln Celadon vase worth 1 million. And not only do you refuse to pay for it, but you also turn the tables and say we bullied you?" Hearing this, Qian Zimo became even more anxious, jumping up and down as she exclaimed, "You're talking nonsense. That vase was not broken by me at all." The owner sneered and retorted, "You were the one looking at it. If you didn't break it, who else could it be? You. Qian Zimo was so flustered that she couldn't even articulate her words. Seeing this, Chen Shen stepped forward and gently comforted her, "Miss Qian, don't worry. With me and the owner here, no one dares to do anything to you. Just take your time and tell us what happened." Chen, you came too?" A look of surprise flashed across Qian Zimo's tear-streaked face. "I just happened to return to the store and heard you were in trouble, so I hurried over with the owner," Chen Shen explained briefly, then added, "But first, tell us what exactly happened." Qianyud followed up, "Yes, daughter, what on earth is going on?" Chen Zimo wiped her tears but still sobbed as she said, "It's true that a piece of porcelain was broken in their shop, but I didn't touch it at all. That thing was in the display case. I said I wanted to take a look, and the owner took it out. I had just reached out my hand and hadn't even touched the vase when the owner let go, and naturally, the vase fell and broke." Chen Shen and Qianyud naturally stood by Qian Zimo's side and unconditionally believed her. Upon hearing this, the two men instantly became furious. Wasn't this clearly an attempt to extort money? Nonsense. But before the two could speak, the antique shop owner shouted loudly, "You clearly had the vase in your hands. You didn't hold it steady, which is why it broke. Now you say you didn't touch it? Isn't that just quibbling?" Hearing this, the onlookers began to criticize Chen Zimo. This girl is so beautiful, but who would have thought she's such a deadbeat? The most important thing for an antique shop is its reputation. Could it be that the owner is trying to scam you? Little girl, you can't act like this, it's too unfair. Although Chen Zimo usually appeared as an ice-cold beauty, she was still just a girl. Feeling wronged and now being publicly humiliated, she cried uncontrollably, unable to say a word. These bastards! Xianyid saw his daughter being bullied so badly that he trembled with anger, and in just 2 seconds, he couldn't catch his breath and fainted, rolling his eyes back. "Dad!" Chen Zimo screamed, her face turning pale with fright. Fortunately, Chen Shen was quick-witted. He supported Xianyid while using his X-ray vision to check on his condition. Gender, male, current status, unconscious, severity of condition, low, cause of unconsciousness, pre-existing hypertension, combined with sudden emotional agitation, leading to elevated blood pressure and hyperventilation syndrome, commonly known as fainting from anger. First aid measures: pinch the Rinzhong acupoint for 5 to 10 seconds to awaken. Pinching the Rinzhong acupoint was simple. Anyone could do it. Shen Shen didn't dare to waste time. After clearly understanding the measures, he quickly pinched Xianyid's person, who, just as expected, at the 10th second, Xianyid, who had fallen into a coma, suddenly opened his eyes wide, sprang up, and gasped for breath. "Dad, how do you feel?" Chen Zimo approached with a look of surprise, reaching out to help the bewildered Xianyid up. "What happened to me?" Xianyid had no idea he had fainted, looking completely confused. "Dad, you just fainted from anger. You scared me to death." Luckily, Chen Shen knows first aid. He was the one who woke you up. Chen Zimo turned to look at Chen Shen, her beautiful big eyes sparkling with a different light. If the last time she saw Chen Shen cut out the Imperial green made her admire him, now that he had saved her father's life, it made her completely develop feelings for him. Chen Zimo felt that Chen Shen seemed to be capable of anything, knowing everything, and thought he was amazing. She could sense that she was starting to like Chen Shen a bit. "Xiao Chen, thank you so much. I really don't know how to repay you." Xianyid took the initiative to shake Chen Shen's hand, sincerely grateful. "Boss, you're too polite." Chen Shen waved his hand with a smile, also thinking that although the stingy person was tight-fisted, he still knew how to be grateful, and his heart wasn't bad. "You're not dead, right? Then stop wasting time and hurry up and pay. If you don't, I'll call the police and have your daughter arrested." At that moment, the voice of the antique shop owner came over, very arrogant. "If you dare to call the police and arrest my daughter, I'll fight you to the death." Xianyid's previously calmed emotions suddenly became agitated again, his chest heaving violently, gasping for breath, and his face turned quite pale, as if he would faint again at any moment. "Boss, don't get excited, let me handle this." Chen Shen quickly grabbed Xianyid, softly comforting him. "Okay, Xiao Chen, I trust you." After what had just happened, Xianyid knew that Chen Shen was a reliable person, so he trusted him completely. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zimo immediately reminded, "Be careful, don't act rashly. Try to talk it out, okay?" This sudden concern left Chen Shen momentarily stunned. Is this little girl caring about him? He glanced over and found that at this moment, Chen Zimo didn't look like an ice-cold beauty at all. Her pretty face was filled with worry, and her originally cold eyes were now shimmering with emotion. Chen Zimo was already beautiful, and in this state, she was simply captivating, making it hard for Chen Shen to look away. After being dazed for several seconds, he finally came to his senses and smiled. "Okay, I got it." With that, Chen Shen turned and walked towards the antique shop owner. "What do you want to do?" The owner instinctively took 2 steps back, afraid that Chen Shen would strike. "Don't worry, I won't hit you, I'm afraid of getting my hands dirty." Chen Shen sneered, then asked, "You said our boss's daughter broke the antiques in your shop, do you have any evidence?" The owner pointed to the 2 people beside him and said, "These 2 employees were also present, they all saw it." "They are your employees, of course, they'll speak for you, that can't be considered evidence." Chen Shen was not so easily fooled. He looked up and pointed at the surveillance camera in the shop, asking, "Don't you have surveillance? Just pull it up for us to see, and the truth will be revealed." The owner seemed to have prepared his words in advance, a sly smile creeping across his lips. "Sorry, the surveillance just happened to be broken these past 2 days." Upon hearing this, Chen Shen's brows immediately furrowed. What a coincidence that the surveillance broke just when the incident happened in the shop. But looking at the boss's demeanor, even if the surveillance wasn't broken, this video must have been deleted by him long ago. Clearly, he was deliberately trying to extort money. Seeing Chen Shen remain silent, the boss smugly said, "Kid, let me tell you, when the item broke, there were no bystanders, it was just me and my 2 employees who saw it clearly. It was that girl who broke it. The boss's meaning was very clear. No matter what, even if he were to be exposed, this blame would definitely be placed on Chen Zimo. You're talking nonsense. I'm going to sue you. Upon hearing this, Chen Zimo instantly became furious, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Chen Chen. Forget it, even if you report this to the police, you definitely won't gain any advantage. Chen Chen knew very well that today, Chen Zimo was bound to take the loss. Kid, I'll give you credit for being smart. Since that's the case, let's skip the nonsense and settle the payment, the boss said with a smug expression. Don't rush, I still need to inspect the goods. However, Chen Chen did not intend to suffer in silence. He wanted to struggle a bit more and said, even if we have to pay, we need to understand the situation first, at least we need to see the items. No problem, inspect as you wish. The boss placed a pile of broken porcelain pieces on the counter, a faint cold smile on his lips. Kid, you do have some wits about you, but unfortunately, I am well prepared. These are genuine Ming Dynasty Longquan Kiln Celadone vase fragments. The items are definitely authentic. You are bound to pay this 1 million. Let me take a look. Upon hearing that they could inspect the goods, Xian Yud immediately rushed over. This was right up his alley, and since it involved 1 million, he certainly had to take a look himself. He casually picked up a few pieces of broken porcelain and examined them closely. Hiss! After a few dozen seconds, Xian Yud suddenly gasped. He put down the pieces he was holding and picked up a few more to look at. By the end, his expression changed drastically. Seeing this, Chen Zimo quickly asked, Dad, how is it? Xian Yud seemed to have all his strength drained, his eyes vacant, and he weakly said, this really is a Ming Dynasty Longquan Kiln Celadone vase. Daughter, get ready to pay. I'm sorry, Dad, it's all my fault. I've caused you to suffer a huge loss. Upon hearing this, tears as big as beans fell from Chen Zimo's pretty face, filled with self-reproach. Ha, since the inspection is done and there are no issues, then let's settle the payment. The antique shop owner was happily rubbing his hands together. Sigh. Xian Yud sighed heavily, his heart bleeding. But even if he was unwilling, things had come to this point, and he had no choice but to take out his phone and prepare to transfer the money. Wait. But just then, Chen Chen suddenly spoke up. He walked over, pointed at the pile of broken porcelain, and fixed his gaze on the antique shop owner, snorting coldly, Boss, this item of yours seems to be incorrect, right? You little brat, who do you think you are to question the authenticity of my items? The antique shop owner didn't take Chen Chen seriously at all. Little Chen, I know you want to help Zimo, but this pile of broken porcelain is indeed genuine Ming Dynasty Longquan Kiln. The items are correct. Xian Yud sighed, helplessly saying, I'll just pay this money. However, Chen Chen nodded and calmly said, I know this is a genuine item. As soon as he finished speaking, the shop owner immediately became furious. You little brat, you know it's genuine, yet you deliberately say the items are incorrect. Are you trying to play me? Chen Chen looked at the shop owner with an indifferent expression and coldly said, This pile of broken porcelain is indeed of good quality, but the quantity might not be right? You're talking nonsense. The boss stuttered slightly, although he still looked fierce, his words clearly lacked confidence. Boss, Miss Chen, and all you onlookers, keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. Chen Chen shouted, then rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, reaching into the pile of broken porcelain to search, absorbing the faint spiritual energy within as he went. Although it was little, it was better than nothing, and naturally, he couldn't let it go. What does this kid want to do? Let's go see. Seeing this, everyone curiously gathered around. Chen Chen pulled out 6 pieces of porcelain from the pile and, after piecing them together, revealed the base of a porcelain vase. At this sight, everyone finally reacted. It turned out Chen Chen was restoring the broken porcelain. This was no easy task. But what surprised everyone was that Chen Chen could instantly identify which pieces were the base and quickly assemble them. That was quite impressive. Even Xian Yud was taken aback. He had been in this business for at least 30 years and naturally understood antique restoration, but even he couldn't accurately pick out the corresponding pieces from the chaotic pile of broken porcelain at a glance. Chen Chen actually knows how to restore porcelain. How is he so amazing? Xian Zimo looked at Chen Chen with admiration, completely captivated by his displayed skills. Everyone present was drawn to Chen Chen's sudden display of talent, and no one noticed the fleeting look of panic on the antique shop owner's face. Kid, stop right there. Can you afford to pay if you break it? The shop owner rushed over, trying to push Chen Chen away, but to his surprise, it felt like pushing against an iron plate. Not only did his hand hurt, but Chen Chen didn't budge an inch. Boss, it seems you've forgotten something. This porcelain is already broken, and we were going to compensate anyway. What harm is there in me moving it now? Chen Shen's words left the shop owner momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Chen Shen continued, "What's wrong? Are you afraid there's something wrong with this pile of broken porcelain that I might discover?" The shop owner's expression changed, and he quickly denied, "Of course, there's no problem." Chen Shen said lightly, "If that's the case, please step aside. After all, there are so many spectators waiting to see the show." As soon as he said this, the onlookers began to cheer. "Exactly, boss, if you're not doing anything shady, why are you afraid of him restoring it? Hurry up and step aside. We want to see if this kid really has the ability to restore it." The shop owner's face grew increasingly pale, but with so many people speaking up for Chen Shen, he could only helplessly step aside. He glared at Chen Shen fiercely, thinking, "This young punk, how capable can he really be? I don't believe he truly has the ability to restore antiques." Once the owner stepped aside, Chen Shen quickly turned his head, covering his mouth with his right hand, nearly gagging. That old man, over 50 years old, was actually wearing cartoon shorts. The image was truly disgusting. If he had known, he would have closed his X-ray vision before looking at that guy. After taking a few deep breaths to calm down, he refocused his X-ray vision on the pile of broken porcelain. Instantly, each piece of porcelain had a number written on it. Excluding the 6 pieces that had already formed the base, the remaining pieces were numbered from 6 to 26. At the same time, in Chen Shen's line of sight, there was also a blueprint beside him. It clearly recorded which position each piece of porcelain should correspond to. This was another new ability of the X-ray vision that Chen Shen had just discovered. It could simulate the appearance of the broken antique and outline each restoration step. This X-ray ability was truly impressive. What a divine skill. Chen Shen sighed lightly, then turned to Qian Zimo and said, "Miss Qian, could you do me a favor and help me hold this porcelain vase?" He didn't have any glue, so he naturally needed someone to help support it, otherwise, it would collapse. Qian Zimo nodded and obediently took his place. "Playing tricks, do you really think of yourself as a master?" The shop owner scoffed, laughing derisively. Chen Shen ignored him, focusing intently on placing each piece of broken porcelain in its rightful position according to the blueprint. At first, the shop owner continued to mock him, but within just a minute, he realized that Chen Shen had already assembled a third of the porcelain vase. The smile on his face instantly froze, and his old face was suddenly filled with panic. He wanted to rush over to stop him, but he didn't expect that Qian Yat had already noticed his intentions. "You want to cause trouble? You have to get past me first. Get out of my way." Just as the two were shoving each other, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. The shop owner's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned to look. There, on the counter, stood a porcelain vase, remarkably intact. Oh no! He really managed to piece it together. The owner's face changed dramatically. Meanwhile, Qian Yat frowned and asked, "Wait, why does this vase not have a neck?" Everyone present also noticed that Chen Shen had used all the broken pieces, yet the porcelain was still incomplete. Chen Shen turned to Qian Zimo and asked, "Can you see clearly? Is this the vase you saw before?" Qian Zimo shook his head and said firmly, "Absolutely not. The vase before was whole." Chen Shen turned to the shop owner and coldly said, "This is not the right item. This is not the vase that Miss Qian broke. This is enough to prove that something is off. In my opinion, you deliberately broke a fake and then brought out these genuine broken pieces to scam people." As soon as he said this, it stirred up a huge uproar. So this is a shop that specializes in scamming people. Who would dare to buy anything here in the future? The crowd murmured. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm not scamming anyone," the shop owner explained in a panic. "Really?" Chen Shen questioned, "Then how do you explain this incomplete vase?" The shop owner stubbornly shouted, "This is the vase she broke. As for the missing part, it was just an oversight. It probably got thrown away as trash." Chen Shen sneered, "A piece of porcelain worth $1 million can be thrown away as trash? How extravagant are you? You little brat, I see you're just looking for trouble." The shop owner, furious, completely tore off the facade and shouted, "Come here. Beat this kid up." With that, 2 shop assistants immediately pulled out baseball bats from behind the counter and rushed towards Chen Shen. Qian Zimo shouted in panic, "Chen Shen, be careful." A cold smile appeared on Chen Shen's lips. With just a glance, the movements of the 2 aggressive assistants seemed slower than snails in his eyes. Just as he was about to teach them a lesson, a particularly dazzling golden light suddenly flashed in his peripheral vision. Then a series of prompts appeared before him. What the hell? Chen Shen glanced at it and nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Did I see that right? How many zeros were there? While Chen Shen was still immersed in shock, the 2 assistants had already swung their baseball bats and charged in front of him. "Stupid kid, quickly dodge." Seeing that Chen Shen remained motionless, Qian Yat was sweating in anxiety. His shout successfully pulled Chen Shen back to reality. With a quick glance, he easily dodged the two's attack. The two thought Chen Shen was just lucky, so they shouted and charged at him again. Seeing this, Chen Shen quickly waved his hand and shouted, "Wait, I have something to say." Hearing this, the shop owner frowned and said, "Kid, what other tricks do you want to pull?" However, Chen Shen waved his hand and said, "Boss, you misunderstood. I just want to apologize on behalf of Miss Chen." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was stunned. Wasn't Chen Shen just asserting that this shop was a scam? How could he suddenly want to apologize? The shop owner rubbed his ears vigorously, thinking he must have heard wrong, and asked, "Kid, what kind of trick is this?" Chen Shen replied sincerely, "Boss, I truly want to apologize." The shop owner seemed to think of something, put his hands on his hips, and laughed heartily, asking proudly, "Kid, are you afraid of getting beaten, so you changed your tune?" Chen Shen smiled faintly and said, "You can think what you want, it doesn't matter, as long as you know I want to apologize." Upon hearing this, the shop owner and the two employees burst into laughter. The way they looked at Chen Shen was as if they were looking at a fool. "Xiao Chun, I thought you could be relied upon, but I didn't expect you to be such a coward." Xian Yud glared at Chen Shen, his eyes filled with disappointment. "Chen Shen, weren't you here to help me? Why are you talking to this unscrupulous boss now? Or do you have other intentions?" Shen Zimo couldn't believe that the person she liked could be such a coward, and she even tried to give Chen Shen a way out. However, Chen Shen said with a serious expression, "I always help reason, not relationships. Miss Chen, this time it's your own problem, you have to take responsibility." "What did you say?" Xian Zimo's eyes widened in disbelief, her face filled with incredulity. All the goodwill she had built up vanished in an instant. "Ha ha ha!" The shop owner and the employees all laughed heartily. The boss sarcastically mocked, "Look, this young brother is much more sensible than you two." Xian Zimo trembled with anger, her face full of disappointment. "Chen Shen, I really didn't expect you to be such a coward. You don't deserve to be a man. Get lost. I never want to see you again." With that, Xian Zimo turned to leave. "Wait, you haven't paid yet. How can you leave?" Chen Shen reminded her. Xian Zimo laughed in anger and asked, "Are you out of your mind? I already know this shop is a scam. I was framed, so why should I pay anything?" Chen Shen replied sternly, "Where's the evidence? We have no proof that the boss framed you, so you have to pay." Xian Zimo looked at Chen Shen in disbelief. "Chen, are you crazy? If you want to pay, you pay yourself. There's no way I'm paying." Xian Zimo was so furious she felt like she might explode. She had thought Chen Shen would help her take revenge, but she didn't expect this guy to turn against her. She had even felt a hint of affection for Chen Shen just moments ago. She must have been blind. But what she never expected was that Chen Shen not only showed no remorse but also said, "Not only do we have to pay, but we should also support the business. Buying something is the most sincere apology to the shop owner." Xian Zimo was shaking with anger, nearly fainting. She pointed at Chen Shen, her finger trembling, and gritted her teeth. You are truly unreasonable." Xian Yud was also speechless. "Xiao Chun, I really think you have a serious problem." Chen Shen sighed, then turned to the shop owner and said, "Boss, don't worry. Although they are unwilling to compensate, I will definitely not let you suffer. I will cover the 100,000, but to express my apology, I have decided to buy another item." How does that sound? The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Xian Yud and Xian Zimo were both rolling their eyes in disbelief. Chen Shen must have taken the wrong medicine. As soon as the shop owner heard that Chen Shen not only had to pay $1 million but also had to spend money on items, he couldn't help but laugh widely. He never expected that not only had he tricked a foolish woman today, but he also encountered a foolish young man. What incredible luck! The shop owner quickly leaned over, smiling as he said, "Young man, there aren't many sensible young people like you these days. I really appreciate you. How about this? Whatever item you like, I'll give you a 10% discount." Upon hearing this, Chen Shen's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. However, he only thought this in his heart and pretended to be grateful on the surface. "Oh, boss, you are too generous. It was our mistake in the first place. How can we let you give us a discount?" Seeing the grateful look on this young man's face, the shop owner was overjoyed. "This kid is really foolish, thinking I'm being polite. Most of the items in my shop are fakes, and even the genuine ones are overpriced. Even with a 10% discount, I can still make a big profit." Then, the shop owner began to act, sincerely saying, "Young man, what you said is not right. As the saying goes, if someone respects me by a foot, I will respect them by a mile. Since you are so sincere in apologizing for her, I naturally can't be too unreasonable, can I?" Chen Shen gave a thumbs up and praised, "Boss, your character is the best I've seen among all the antique shop owners. With your noble character, your antique shop will definitely go public in less than 20 years. Chen Zimo almost vomited when she saw Chen Chen acting like a sycophant. She was extremely frustrated. Chen Chen was clearly not this kind of person. Why was he being so disgusting today? Could it be that you really can't judge a person by their appearance? It must be. After all, she had only known Chen Chen for a few days and had been deceived by this idiot's honest and simple appearance. This stupid softy. The shop owner laughed heartily at Chen Chen's flattery, grabbing his arm and saying, "Little brother, no more talking, I'm happy today, so I'll give you another discount." Chen Chen smiled happily, turned to Chen Zimo, and said with a grin, "Miss Chen, look how nice the shop owner is, giving us a 20% discount." Chen Zimo rolled her eyes and said, "Are you stupid? This is a black shop. There might not even be any genuine items. Only a fool would buy things here." As soon as she said this, the shop owner's expression instantly darkened. "This damn woman is trying to ruin my business." Chen Chen smiled and said, "Miss Chen, what you said is not right. Antique shops inherently have both genuine and fake items. Even the owner can't guarantee that everything is genuine. If we can buy genuine items, that's our skill. If we can't, it's just a lack of insight, so we can't blame others." The shop owner's smile was almost crooked. What this little brother said is very true. Every antique shop has a mix of genuine and fake items, all depending on one's eyesight. After saying this, he asked Chen Chen, "Little brother, shall we go pick some items?" Chen Chen smiled, "Sure." Watching the two chatting and laughing, Chen Zimo was so angry she was stomping her feet. "Dad, let him be tricked here alone. We should go." "Wait." Chen Yid grabbed her, his eyes blazing as he stared at Chen Chen, gritting his teeth and saying, "This damn kid is actually turning his elbow outwards. I can't swallow this. I want to see this brat fall flat on his face." After thinking about it, Chen Zimo decided to hold back her anger and stay. Chen Chen pretended to browse around the shop, finally stopping in front of an old pocket watch. To others, it looked like a broken pocket watch that wouldn't even turn, but in Chen Chen's perspective, it was shining with golden light. Chen Chen suppressed his excitement and pretended to casually pick up the old pocket watch. Seeing this, the shopkeeper's mouth curled into a sly smile as he introduced, "Little brother, you really have a good eye. This pocket watch is something else. It was made 600 years ago in a foreign land. After many twists and turns, it finally made its way to the dragon country, and it's incredibly precious." Chen Chen, while silently absorbing the spiritual energy, feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, a pocket watch from 600 years ago? That's so rare, I love it." Put. Chen Zimo couldn't help but laugh out loud. The pocket watch had only been around for 500 years at most. Where could a 600-year-old pocket watch come from? Chen Chen actually believed it. "Little girl, I'm introducing this to little brother. Why are you laughing?" The shopkeeper's heart skipped a beat, fearing that Chen Zimo might know better. After all, he had deliberately claimed the pocket watch was 600 years old to test whether Chen Chen understood the trade. If he was interrupted, all his efforts would be in vain. "Nothing, I just thought of something else," Chen Zimo said irritably, shooting a glare at Chen Chen, determined to see him get taken advantage of. Hearing this, the shopkeeper sighed in relief. At that moment, Chen Chen asked, "Boss, how much is this pocket watch?" The shopkeeper stroked his chin, pondering. Since this kid dared to say he could afford $1 million, he probably wasn't short on cash. After thinking it over, the shopkeeper steeled himself and said, "This pocket watch is in relatively good condition, and the inner cover has foreign writing on it. Although it's not clear, we can confirm it's a foreign-made pocket watch, and with its 600-year history, the price is a bit higher." Chen Chen replied, "Just tell me how much it is." The shopkeeper, smiling broadly, said, $2 million. Before Chen Chen could respond, Chen Zimo exclaimed in shock, "What? $2 million for this broken watch? Have you lost your mind? Why don't you go rob a bank instead?" The shopkeeper's expression darkened. He thought he couldn't let this annoying girl ruin his business and quickly said, "The one trading with me is this little brother. What does it have to do with you? Besides, this little brother has a better eye than you. You have no right to criticize him." Chen Zimo, however, softened a bit, unwilling to see Chen Chen get scammed, and said irritably, "Chen Chen, if you really buy this pocket watch, you'll be dumber than a pig." Chen Chen merely smiled lightly and said, "Miss Chen, how can you say that about the boss? He promised to give me a 20% discount, which means it's 400,000 cheaper. He's such a nice person, how could he possibly cheat me? Ha ha ha. That's right, that's right. I have no other virtue, just a kind heart." The shopkeeper grinned widely at Chen Chen's unwavering support. You're completely hopeless." Chen Zimo stomped her foot in frustration. "Forget it, girl. Good words can't stop a fool from seeking death. Just let him buy it," Shen Yid said, utterly disappointed in Chen Chen. Chen Chen ignored the two and focused on the shopkeeper, saying, "Boss, what's your card number? I'll transfer the money to you." The shopkeeper looked astonished. "Little brother, you don't plan to haggle? He couldn't help but ask. You already gave me a 20% discount, how could I possibly haggle? Chen Chen laughed. The shopkeeper gasped. Including the compensation, that was a full 260,000. Could this kid really come up with that much money? He hesitantly gave Chen Chen his card number. Without a second thought, Chen Chen transferred the money. A few minutes later, the 260,000 arrived. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper looked at the notification of the transfer with a face full of regret. Damn it! He had quoted too low. This kid really wasn't short on cash. If he had known, he would have quoted 3 million. However, he had originally bought this pocket watch for 200 at a flea market. He never dreamed it could fetch such an outrageous price of 160,000. Xian Zimo's face turned pale with anger, but the incident had already occurred, and she could only stomp her feet and curse, Chen. You really make me furious. Chen Chen ignored Xian Zimo and instead asked the shop owner, I still don't know what brand this pocket watch is. Can you tell me? This. The shop owner's expression changed. How would he know what brand the pocket watch was? Chen Chen smiled faintly and said, if you don't know, that's fine. I'll just look it up online myself. After saying that, he took out his phone and started searching on the spot. A few seconds later, he suddenly exclaimed, oh no! Startling everyone. The shop owner patted his chest and shouted, hey, kid, what are you shouting for? Chen Chen said, the internet says the first pocket watch was born in 1504, which means it's only 518 years old. Yet you say this is a 600-year-old pocket watch. Are you trying to deceive me? Upon hearing this, Xian Zimo immediately panicked and jumped up, cursing, you idiot. I told you someone was trying to trick you. Chen Chen, looking flustered, said, no way. Give me my money back. I don't want this pocket watch anymore. How could the shop owner possibly refund Chen Chen? He sneered, since that's the case, let me make it clear, I am deceiving you. What can you do about it? Want a refund? Not a chance. Once something leaves the store, it cannot be returned. Don't even think about getting this pocket watch back into my hands. Chen Shen's eyes lit up, and he smiled, you said it, don't go back on your word. The shop owner chuckled, don't worry, I absolutely won't take this pocket watch back. Chen Shen's lips curled into a slight arc as he said lightly, then I can rest assured. Hearing this, the shop owner's brows furrowed as he asked, kid, what do you mean? Chen Chen weighed the pocket watch in his hand and smiled faintly, I finally found this treasure, of course, I can't let you take it back. Found a bargain? Treasure? The moment those 4 words came out, everyone present was stunned. Xian Zimo, Xian Yud, and the shop owner all froze. Finding a bargain in the antique world isn't rare, but finding one here is absolutely impossible. The shop owner knows this better than anyone. Kid, you say you found a bargain? How is that possible? The shop owner sneered, I won't hesitate to tell you the truth. I bought this pocket watch for $200 at a flea market. I looked at it carefully, it's just junk. It can't possibly be a treasure. Chen Chen's expression remained indifferent, that's because your eyesight is poor. Xian Zimo asked skeptically, Chen Chen, is this pocket watch really a treasure? Chen Chen looked at Xian Zimo, apologizing, I'm sorry, Miss Chen. I had to put on a show to find a bargain, I made you suffer. Xian Zimo's lips parted slightly, her expression changing. It turned out everything just now was acted out by Chen Chen. She had wronged him. But even though the truth was revealed, Xian Zimo was still upset and said unhappily, why didn't you tell me in advance? I really thought you were helping someone bully me. Chen Yud also smiled wryly, little Chen, if you had delayed revealing the truth any longer, I would have wanted to beat you up to avenge my daughter. Chen Chen smiled bitterly, this unscrupulous shop owner is quite shrewd. If I had told you in advance, it might have exposed the trick, and where would I find such a big bargain then? Besides, how could I not know that the pocket watch is only a little over 500 years old? I just intentionally didn't expose this old scammer. Upon hearing this, the shop owner's face suddenly darkened. He thought everything was under his control, but unexpectedly, he was being toyed with by Chen Chen. This made him furious. The shop owner questioned, kid, do you understand antiques? Chen Chen smiled and said, I study archaeology, and my boss runs an antique shop. Do you think I know anything? The shop owner felt a jolt in his heart and glared fiercely at Chen Chen and his companions. Oh, so it's a fellow in the business here to cause trouble. Unfortunately, you're still too young, this broken watch is definitely not a treasure. Chen Chen suddenly laughed and asked, usually, when I find a bargain, I just take the item and leave, but today is different. Do you know why I'm talking so much to you? The shop owner was taken aback, not understanding Chen Chen's meaning. Chen Chen said lightly, the reason is simple, you scammed Miss Chen, so I'll turn the tables and scam you once. Consider it my way of avenging her. Xian Zimo's heart trembled. She had never felt such a strong sense of security as she did now. Her gaze towards Chen Chen was shining. Do you think I'm easily scared? I don't believe this is a big find. Although the shop owner was doubtful in his heart, he still put on a tough front. Chen Chen said calmly, "Get me a soft cloth. Whether it's a find or not, you'll know soon enough." The shop owner furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, then turned and left. After a while, he returned with a soft cloth and coldly said, "I want to see what kind of trick you can pull." Chen Chen took the cloth and placed the pocket watch on the table. He gently opened the main dial. Both sides were covered in rust, but he could vaguely see inscriptions on both sides. One side had foreign characters, while the other seemed to have Chinese characters. Chen Chen carefully and gently wiped both sides with the soft cloth, being cautious not to damage the pocket watch. Since the tools at hand were not professional, he didn't aim for a complete clean but just enough to reveal the inscriptions. Moreover, old metal items cannot be cleaned too thoroughly. If all historical traces are removed, no one can prove it's an antique. Thus, in many cases, some old metal items are left not particularly clean to prove they are genuine relics passed down from ancient times. Once the inscriptions on both sides of the inner case of the pocket watch were fully revealed, Chen Chen stopped. The three of them immediately gathered around. Chen Chen pointed to the side with the Chinese characters and coldly said, "Old swindler, open your eyes wide and see what these first three characters are." The shop owner took a closer look, and his eyes widened in shock. Trembling, he exclaimed, Li Hongjiang. It actually is him. Could this be his watch? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire antique shop fell silent. What? Li Hongjiang? How could this? Qian Zimo was taken aback, and despite her disbelief, she leaned in for a closer look. But just that one glance made her swallow the rest of her words. She saw the three large characters Li Hongjiang clearly engraved on the inner cover of the pocket watch. Xian Yat also saw it, his mouth agape in shock, his pupils dilating. Impossible. This must be fake. The shop owner refused to believe he had stumbled upon a treasure and growled, "Even if Li Hongjiang's name is there, it doesn't prove this is his watch." Chen Chen sneered, "That statement contains more than just the name Li Hongjiang. Look carefully before you speak." The shop owner gritted his teeth and looked at that statement, but the next second, his heart jolted, and he slowly read aloud, "Li Hongjiang, please keep this, in the year of Yue at Magwan." Wait, Magwan? Could it be? Seeing the shop owner's shocked face, Chen Chen sneered, "That's right, this pocket watch was a gift received by Li Hongjiang during the signing of the Treaty of Magwan." As soon as this was said, everyone looked horrified, unable to believe Chen Chen's words. Even Qian Zimo had a face full of disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? That event is a shame for our dragon country. Li Hongjiang would only give gifts to others. How could he possibly receive one?" Chen Chen said, "You are right, that incident is a great shame for our dragon country, but there is one thing you got wrong. If it weren't for this pocket watch, Li Hongjiang would have given away even more." Hiss! The sound of people gasping in shock rose and fell. The three of them fixed their eyes on Chen Chen, filled with disbelief and anticipation for what would come next. Chen Chen silently thought about all the information regarding this pocket watch, and then a series of prompts appeared before his eyes. He smiled slightly and then slowly said, "During the negotiations in the island country, on his way back from the negotiation venue, Chunfan building, to his residence, Li Hongjiang was ambushed and shot by the little devils. Fortunately, he was unharmed, and while everyone else was in a panic, he seized a glimmer of hope. In the subsequent negotiations, Li Hongjiang used the assassination attempt as an excuse, first claiming he was startled, then saying the little devils were insincere, and demanded no compensation. Of course, the little devils would not agree to this reason, but they made some concessions, waiving part of the compensation and presenting Li Hongjiang with a pocket watch as a gesture of sympathy. Li Hongjiang is undoubtedly a sinner, but he is also a great man, with both merits and faults, and they do not need to cancel each other out. The three people present were all shocked by this statement. The shop owner widened his eyes, not expecting Chen Chen to know so much about this matter. Chen Zimo pointed at the pocket watch in Chen Chen's hand, excitedly exclaiming, "So this pocket watch is really the one the little devils gave to Li Hongjiang back then? If that's the case, this is indeed a significant leak." Chen Chen nodded. But the shop owner was unwilling to admit this fact, angrily shouting, "Nonsense! Just because you say it's that pocket watch, it is? You can't prove it with just this passage." Chen Chen said, "The little devils at that time loved Western pocket watches, and the most famous pocket watch brand was Henry Santos. If you don't believe me, just look at the foreign text on the other side of the inner cover. It's the brand introduction of this pocket watch." The shop owner sneered, "Who can understand that foreign text?" Chen Chen glanced at him, disdainfully saying, "Just because you lack culture, do you think everyone else is as ignorant as you? You little brat, what are you pretending to be? As if you can understand it." The shop owner mocked, "I've seen that foreign text, it's definitely not English. I bet you can't even tell which language it is." Let me see. Qian Zimo became interested. She was a PhD student studying archaeology and thought it would be no problem. However, after taking a glance, her brows instantly furrowed. This is indeed not English. What language is this? Chen Shen said, this watch is naturally not in English, it comes from the country of watches, and at that time, the official language commonly used there was French. Qian Zimo was dumbfounded. This is French? Qian Yud frowned. Then who can understand this? The shop owner also sneered repeatedly, saying that Chen Shen was just using some incomprehensible foreign text to fool them. However, the next second, when Chen Shen spoke, all three were dumbfounded. Because what came out of Chen Shen's mouth was a string of incomprehensible language that no one understood. The shop owner frowned and shouted, "You little brat, what are you babbling about?" Suddenly, Chen Zimo shouted loudly, "That's French. I've seen a French movie, and the French in it is just like this." The shop owner stared at Chen Shen in disbelief. You understand French? Chen Shen slowly said, "What I just said is this foreign text translated into Chinese, meaning no. 141405, timekeeping timer, adorned with all ruby, regulated by Brigette's special ultrafine hairspring, La Chaux-de-Fonds." As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Zimo's eyes lit up with admiration as he said, "Chen Shen, you're amazing. You even understand French." Chen Shen scratched his head awkwardly and said nothing. In truth, he didn't know French, but he discovered that ever since he gained the ability of clairvoyance, not only could he remember everything he saw, but he also understood things particularly quickly. For instance, this piece of French was something he had just learned and translated on the spot using his clairvoyance. At that moment, the shop owner, feeling unconvinced, said, "Who knows if his translation is actually correct?" Chen Shen confidently replied, "Now that smartphones have translation functions, you can just check and see." "I'll check." Qian Zimo took out his phone, input the foreign text, and then selected to translate it into Chinese. The next second, everyone was stunned. The sentence that was broadcasted from the phone was exactly the same as what Chen Shen had just said. "This is really that pocket watch. Damn it, I actually missed out." The shop owner nearly choked, crying out in pain. Qian Zimo looked at him with admiration and said, "Chen Shen, you're incredible. You found a huge treasure. Little Chen, congratulations." Qian Yud said enviously, "This pocket watch is worth at least 100 million. It's a true treasure." However, Chen Shen shook his head, and there was no trace of joy in his eyes. He said solemnly, "There's nothing to congratulate about. Li Hongjiang accepted this watch but lost 200 million taels of silver and ceded several territories. This is a national disgrace pocket watch. Holding it in my hand only makes me remember the hatred for my country and family, it only fills my heart with rage." Upon hearing this, Qian Zimo's face also showed a hint of sadness. She sighed and said, "We've given away too many things in Long Country, and many cultural relics are still lost in other countries, including many national treasures. Unfortunately, they may never return to Long Country. What belongs to Long Country, no one should think they can take away. One day, I will bring back everything that belongs to Long Country, not a single piece will be left behind." Chen Shen dared to say this now because he had enough confidence. With clairvoyance, he was invincible in both appraising treasures and gambling stones. After saying this, he turned to look at the shop owner, who was still frozen in place, and smiled coldly. Revealing the true origin of this pocket watch in front of him was also a way to let this old scammer feel the pain of being deceived. "Let's go." Chen Shen prepared to leave. But just then, the shop owner's expression suddenly changed, and he rushed over, his eyes bloodshot as he reached for the pocket watch in Chen Shen's hand, shouting, "You can't leave. That pocket watch is mine." The faces of everyone present changed dramatically. They didn't expect the shop owner to be so shameless as to attempt to snatch it. Chen Shen's expression darkened, and he slightly sidestepped, dodging while suddenly pushing his hand against the shop owner's chest, directly knocking him to the ground. "Boss!" The shop assistant hurriedly helped the shop owner up and glared at Chen Shen, shouting, "You brat, you dare to make a move." Qian Zimo coldly scolded, "Are you blind? Didn't you see he was the one who tried to snatch Chen Shen's pocket watch first?" The shop owner, with red eyes, stared fiercely at Chen Shen. "You little brat, you knew the origin of this pocket watch all along and pretended to be foolish to trick me into selling it to you." Qian Zimo chuckled, "You old scammer, how can you still say Chen Shen deceived you? Isn't this the time you were deceiving me? Besides, you said before that once something leaves your shop, it can't be returned. Are you saying your words are just nonsense? You!" The shop owner was left speechless, but he was unwilling to watch his treasure be taken away by Chen Shen. Looking at that pocket watch, his heart was bleeding. At this moment, Chen Shen smiled and said, "Boss, you are too generous. Such a precious treasure, and you actually dare to sell it to me at an 80% discount. I really thank you." The shop owner, who had just been rendered speechless by Qian Zimo, was now further provoked by Chen Shen's words, causing him to tremble with anger, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Seeing his frustrated and helpless expression, Chen Zimo felt a wave of relief, the pent-up frustration finally released. Chen Shen said lightly, "Let's go." The three turned to leave. But just then, the shop owner's voice rang out behind them again. "Stop." Chen Zimo frowned and coldly questioned, "Are you done? What else do you want?" The shop owner shouted loudly, "I'll offer 10 million to buy back that pocket watch." Chen Shen looked at him as if he were a fool and sneered, "Old swindler, you really think you can pull that off? That pocket watch is worth over 100 million, and you think 10 million is enough to buy it back? What are you dreaming about?" The shop owner's face darkened, turning as black as coal. "You little brat, I see you're asking for trouble. Don't forget, this is my territory." The shop owner's lips curled into a sinister smile, his words dripping with threat. "I just won't sell it to you. What can you do about it?" Chen Shen scoffed, "Are you really thinking of robbing me in front of so many people?" Bang! The shop owner slammed his hand on the table beside him and roared, "Damn it! I'm going to rob you today. You two, go. Get the stuff back for me." Two shop assistants charged at Chen Shen, swinging baseball bats. Chen Shen activated his X-ray vision, and the two assistants couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. He punched one of them in the jaw, knocking him to the ground. Then he raised his foot and kicked the other one hard in the rear, sending him flying into a row of antique shelves. A loud crash followed. The items on the shelves were smashed to pieces, including several genuine antiques. "My antiques!" the shop owner wailed, feeling as if his heart was breaking. "What are you crying about? You made 6 million off me, so you're not losing out." Chen Shen glanced at him, then turned and waved his hand. "Boss, Miss Chen, let's go." Now, no one dared to stop the three of them. "That bastard." Watching the three leave, the shop owner cursed angrily, "Boss, they took the treasure and assaulted people, and they even smashed our shop. Are we just going to let them leave like this? What else can we do? Can you beat him, or can I? So we just swallow this anger?" "Of course not." The shop owner, with red eyes and gritted teeth, shouted, "Thinking they can pick up a bargain from me, Mei Liangxin, is not that easy." Saying this, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered, and a hoarse voice came through. "Boss Mei, what's the matter? I'll give you 1 million. Help me with something." On the other side, Chen Shen and the others had already gotten into the car. "Boss, back to the shop, right?" Chen Shen casually asked, not waiting for Qian Yu to answer before starting the engine. After all, it was already 12:30, where else could they go? Not back to the shop. However, Qian Yu waved his hand and said, "Today you helped my daughter with such a big favor, I must thank you properly. Let's go directly to the Rui's Grand Hotel, I'll treat you to a meal." Chen Shen could hardly believe his ears. The Rui's Grand Hotel was not cheap, with an average cost of at least 1,000. The notoriously stingy man was actually inviting him to such a high-end place for a meal? How could that be? Or was the stingy man just putting on a show, pretending to be polite? "Boss, this is too extravagant. How about we skip it?" Chen Shen felt it was very likely, so he didn't dare to agree outright and was a bit polite. After all, given the stingy nature of the Iron Rooster, if he took the false politeness seriously, wouldn't that just infuriate the Iron Rooster? However, Chen Yid said with a stern face, "Xiao Chun, what you're saying is not right. Compared to the great help you've given us, what's it to ask you to have a meal at the Rui's Grand Hotel?" Xian Zimo also advised from the side, "Yes, Chen Shen, you helped me, so it's only normal for us to treat you to a meal as a token of our gratitude." "Alright, enough talk. Hurry up and drive. I'm going to take a nap, wake me when we arrive." Xian Yid waved his hand, not giving Chen Shen a chance to refuse, and then leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to sleep. But Chen Shen could see clearly that his eyeballs were still moving under his eyelids. "Okay, boss." However, Chen Shen didn't expose him and immediately agreed. It wasn't that he was craving that meal, he wasn't that cheap. The key point was that he never expected in his lifetime to hear the Iron Rooster actively invite him to dinner. This was a rare occurrence. If he didn't go for this meal, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. A few dozen minutes later, they arrived at the Rui's Grand Hotel. Just as the three of them reached the entrance, Qian Yud was stopped by the doorman. Before Qian Yud could react to what was happening, he saw the doorman enthusiastically say to Chen Shen and Qian Zimo, "Sir, miss, you don't need to stop, I'm stopping that person. Please, go right in." "Ha?" Chen Shen and Qian Zimo were stunned, clearly not understanding what was going on. "Kid, what do you mean? Can't you see we're together? Why are you only letting them in and not me?" Qian Yud frowned and asked, "You three are together? Who are you trying to fool?" The doorman looked Qian Yud up and down, disdainfully saying, "Look at you, big and rough, your clothes are practically faded from washing, and you're covered in dust. It's obvious you're here to work. I tell you, workers can't use the front door, they have to use the side door. This infuriated Qian Yud, who immediately launched into a tirade against the doorman. You blind fool! Who are you calling a worker? Look closely. She's my daughter. I'm her father. We're a family. The doorman's eyes widened as he looked at Qian Yud, then at Qian Zimo, and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you really know how to joke. How could you possibly have such a beautiful daughter? Pfft, Chun Shen couldn't help but laugh out loud, because the doorman had voiced what he had dared not say when he first met Qian Zimo. However, he could understand why the doorman would stop the Iron Rooster. Qian Yud was not only harsh on his employees but also stingy with himself, wearing clothes for 7 or 8 years without buying new ones. Plus, running an antique shop inevitably meant dealing with dusty antiques, so being covered in dust was quite normal. At first glance, he really did look like a worker. I'll say it again. We three are together. Qian Yud was so angry he was blowing his beard and glaring. I say, uncle, can you stop flattering yourself? The doorman pointed at Chun Shen and Qian Zimo, saying, look at those two. This lady has outstanding grace, and this gentleman is strikingly handsome. It's obvious they're a couple of talent and beauty. And then look at you, with that rough appearance, wanting to associate with them? Qian Yud had been furious, but upon hearing the doorman's last words, he instantly burst into laughter. Ha ha, I love hearing that. He turned to look. At that moment, Chun Shen and Qian Zimo happened to be standing side by side, and upon closer inspection, they did indeed look like a couple of talent and beauty. Qian Yud laughed even more happily, smiling as he said, not bad, the two of them really do look good together. Dad, what are you talking about? Qian Zimo's cold, beautiful face instantly turned red. She shyly glanced at Chun Shen and then ran to Qian Yud, gently punching his arm and saying in a delicate voice, can you not randomly matchmake us? As soon as she said this, Qian Yud laughed even louder. Chun Shen, watching Qian Yud, couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. This stingy old man couldn't really have some thoughts about him, could he? Ha, miss, he really is your dad, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Meanwhile, the doorman was frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. Even at that moment, he still couldn't believe the father-daughter relationship and was doubting whether there was something wrong with his ears. Qian Zimo said seriously, you didn't hear wrong, I really am his daughter. As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Yud walked over to the doorman, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a cold smile, kid, if it weren't for what you just said making me happy, I wouldn't be patting your shoulder right now, I'd be slapping your face instead, got it? The doorman now fully realized he had offended a guest, his face turning pale with fright, and he quickly apologized, I'm sorry, sir, I was blind and didn't recognize you. Please forgive me. Get out of my sight before my mood changes, or I'll complain about you to your manager. Hearing this, the doorman didn't dare to stay another second, turning and running away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After this little incident, the three finally entered the Rui's Grand Hotel as they wished. Qian Yud, being wealthy and generous, directly booked the highest standard private room. Not only could the dining table accommodate 20 people, but there was also a karaoke area and a mahjong area. Even more exaggerated, there was a billiard table set up. Chun Shen looked at such a high-end private room, feeling a bit shocked. The stingy old man was acting a bit unusual. This was no longer just being reluctant to spend money, it was as if the sun had risen in the west. Unusual. This was simply too unusual. As the saying goes, when things are out of the ordinary, there must be something strange. If at first, hearing that the stingy old man wanted to treat them to a meal made Chun Shen a bit happy and even expectant, now he was becoming more vigilant. He thought to himself, the stingy old man wouldn't be trying to pull some tricks again, would he? Just as he was pondering this, he heard the stingy old man's voice calling out, Xiao Chen, stop dawdling, come sit down. With a nervous heart, Chun Shen took his seat. At the same time, a waiter pushed a dining cart over. Chun Shen thought it was to serve the dishes, so he didn't pay much attention. However, when the cart came in front of him, his eyes lit up, because what was on the dining cart was not dishes at all, but rather 10 stacks of cash. Each stack was of the same thickness, making it easy to count. This was 10 yuan. But what did this money mean? Before Chun Shen could figure it out, he saw Qian Yud push the cart containing 100,000 yuan in front of him. Boss, what does this mean? Chun Shen was stunned. Xiao Chen, this is 100,000 yuan, and it has two main meanings. One is gratitude. Thank you for helping my Zimo with such a big favor today. As for the second, consider it my apology. During this time with me, I haven't exactly been fair with your salary, so this little gesture is my compensation to you. Chun Shen smiled and looked at Qian Yud, saying, Boss, can I ask you a question? Qian Yud nodded without thinking, sure, go ahead. Chun Shen asked, you saw what happened in the antique shop just now. To help Miss Qian, I almost got beaten up, and I ended up spending an extra million for no reason. You know that 100,000 is just pocket change. Since you want to thank me and compensate me, how about you give me another 900,000 to make it a million? What do you think? As soon as he said this, Qian Yud panicked. Ha? To make it a million? Well, Xiao Chun, I really do want to thank you and compensate you, but a million seems a bit too much, doesn't it? How about we negotiate a bit more? Seeing the troubled look on Qian Yud's face, Chen Chen couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Alright, boss, I was just joking with you. Chen Chen was deliberately teasing Qian Yud. To be honest, that 100,000 was indeed a bit embarrassing, but it also depended on the person. Chen Chen knew very well how stingy the Iron Rooster was. Therefore, when he saw the Iron Rooster first take the initiative to invite him to a high-end restaurant and then pull out 100,000, he understood that the Iron Rooster was indeed putting in some effort this time and was genuinely expressing gratitude. However, the way he did it had a bit of stinginess to it. So, Chen Chen decided to play around and tease Qian Yud a bit. It had to be said that it was the first time Chen Chen saw both generosity and stinginess in one person. However, for the Iron Rooster to be this generous once was indeed not easy, which showed that Qian Yud was genuinely sincere this time. You brat, you really scared me. Qian Yud's words were not exaggerated at all. Taking out 100,000 was already his limit of generosity. Asking him to make it a million was like asking for his life. Boss, whether it's gratitude or compensation, I accept your intentions, but as for the money, let's forget about it. Chen Chen pushed the cart back to Qian Yud's side. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? If I ask you to accept it, just accept it. Why are you being so polite? Or do you think this little money isn't worth your attention? Qian Yud said this, but his right hand honestly pulled the cart closer to himself. He thought no one could see his actions, but the next second, Qian Zimo shot him a fierce glare and said impatiently, Dad, what are you doing? Push the money back. Qian Yud smiled awkwardly and then pushed the cart back towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh and explained, Boss, I really don't lack this little money, but I absolutely don't mean to look down on it. To be honest, I'm quite ordinary and I like money, but I don't take just any money. If you invite me to dinner, no matter how much it costs, I will gladly accept. But if you use money to thank me, then that would be looking down on me. Today, either you take the money back, or I leave right now. You choose. As soon as these words came out, Qian Yud looked at Chen Chen with new eyes. He gave Chen Chen a thumbs up. Good kid, you're a real man. Although Qian Zimo didn't say anything, her beautiful big eyes were fixed on Chen Chen without blinking, and the smile at the corner of her mouth was harder to suppress than a K. It was as if the word like was written all over her face. Qian Yud unceremoniously put away the 100,000 and called the waiter to bring the dishes and wine. After a few rounds of drinks, Qian Yud, slightly drunk, asked, Xiao Chen, what are your plans for the future? Chen Chen replied, Boss, I've decided to work here for another month before resigning. As for what I'll do afterward, I haven't thought it through yet. Let's take it one step at a time. Qian Yud nodded and said, Alright, no problem. If you want to finish this month and continue, go ahead. By the way, starting today, I won't force you to come to work. Even if you are at work, as long as you have something to do, you can leave any time without needing to inform me. Chen Chen laughed and couldn't help but tease, Boss, why are you suddenly being so nice to me? You know, if I were late or left early before, you didn't have such a pleasant demeanor. Qian Yud looked at Chen Chen, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and said, Of course, I have my conditions. Chen Chen's buzz from the alcohol instantly faded. He knew that the stingy boss must have some ulterior motive waiting for him. Then, Chen Chen cautiously asked, What conditions? Seeing the wary expression on Chen Chen's face, Qian Yud suddenly laughed. Xiao Chen, don't be so nervous. I'm not going to eat you. Chen Chen just chuckled. He was well aware of how deep the stingy boss's tricks could be. He had been tricked by him more than once before. Especially today, the stingy boss was acting particularly unusual, so it was only natural for him to be on edge. Boss, just say what you need to say. Chen Chen now just hoped the stingy boss could give him a straightforward answer. He really couldn't stand this psychological torment. Then I'll be direct. It's not a troublesome matter. The stingy boss smiled, leaned closer to Chen Chen, and said cheerfully, You know, my daughter is back from her break to work on her thesis. It's just that her thesis is a bit troublesome. Although you helped her once before, she's still far from finishing. So I want you to accompany her to gamble on stones when you have time. How about it? Chen Chen was taken aback. Is that it? He asked, tentatively. Exactly, it's that simple. Is there a problem? Of course, I have no problem. Chen Chen sighed in relief, his smile stretching from the corners of his mouth to his ears. Had he known that the condition the stingy boss proposed was this, he would have agreed right away, avoiding all this anxiety. Speaking of which, this hardly counted as a condition, it was practically a benefit. Chen Shen needed to go gamble on stones anyway, and now he would have a beautiful woman accompanying him, so there was no reason to refuse. If you're willing to help, that's great. Xianyid smiled, raised his glass to clink with Chen Shen's, and after downing his drink, he changed the subject. Xiao Chen, what do you think of my daughter? Chen Shen's body tensed. He stared intently at Xianyid. Boss, what do you mean by that? Nothing much, I just think you two are not far apart in age. Besides gambling on stones, you could spend some time together, get to know each other, and maybe become friends. With the conversation reaching this point, if Chen Shen still didn't understand, he would truly be a fool. Boss, you can't be thinking of making me your son-in-law, right? As soon as he said this, Xian Zimo, who was nearby, was instantly stunned, her face filled with surprise, clearly not expecting Chen Shen to say such a thing. Xianyid was also taken aback, but he was surprised that Chen Shen had so straightforwardly brought up the matter, which caught him off guard. Aha, that's right, I actually do have this idea. If you're willing, then I would be thrilled. Since Chen Shen had already made it clear, if he continued to hide it, it would seem a bit awkward and not very manly. So he directly expressed his true thoughts. Chen Shen raised an eyebrow. He had originally intended to test the waters. He didn't expect the stingy boss to actually have such thoughts. To be honest, today's stingy boss felt unfamiliar to Chen Shen. Not only was he willing to spend money, but he was even considering giving away his daughter. This was truly a big deal. Dad, what are you two talking about? At this moment, Chen Zimo finally came to her senses, her pretty face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple, as if one could easily squeeze juice out of it. Daughter, don't think I can't see it. You actually like this guy, right? Oh, Dad, please stop. Chen Zimo was even more embarrassed, her head nearly buried in her chest. To be honest, the ice-cold beauty blushing had a unique charm, especially that roundness that was almost hidden, so white and so ample. Chen Shen felt dry in his mouth and grabbed a wineglass, downing it in one go. Not only do I want to say it, but today I'm going to make this clear. At this moment, Xianyid, fueled by alcohol, became more and more animated, turning to Chen Shen and boldly saying, Little Chen, to be honest, I really like you as my son-in-law. As long as you nod today, this 100,000 yuan will be your engagement fee. I'll find a master to pick a date and prepare for the wedding. How about it? Pfft, cough cough cough. Chen Shen nearly choked on the wine. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? Marriage? Goodness. Are you kidding me? He thought Xianyid just wanted to play matchmaker, but he didn't expect him to want to become a father-in-law so quickly. If it was just to be friends with Chen Zimo, he would be more than happy. After all, with Chen Zimo's figure and looks, she could easily compete with celebrities. Being friends with such a stunning beauty was something he had never dared to dream of. But marriage was a big deal, it couldn't be so hasty. To be honest, Chen Shen had thought about it before, planning to save some money after graduation to buy a house and a car back home, and then marry and have children. But now, with his newfound ability to see through things, he felt that a beautiful life was just beginning, and at the same time, the choices awaiting him would only increase. Chen Shen didn't want to hastily confirm such a significant matter. Boss, if you want me to be friends with Miss Chen, that's fine, but marriage, let's forget about that for now, I need to think it over. Upon hearing this, Xianyid's face instantly fell, and he slammed the table, glaring as he shouted, You brat, you're not trying to play the rogue, are you? I warn you, dating without the intention of marriage is just playing the rogue. If you really don't want to get married, don't harm my daughter. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Chen Shen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. You misunderstood, I'm not trying to play the rogue. When I said being friends, I really just meant being friends, nothing else. On this point, Chen Shen had no intention of being deceitful. The type of man he despised the most was the one who would abandon someone after getting what he wanted. No, such a person didn't even deserve to be called a man. It was an insult to the title of man. I believe you won't dare to play the rogue this time. So, about helping my daughter with her research project? Don't worry, I'll not only help with this but will see it through to the end. Now that's more like it. Xianyid nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Chen Zimo and asked, Daughter, it's settled then. If you need help with your project in the future, just ask little Chen. Oh, Chen Zimo replied softly, her voice barely audible, tinged with a hint of disappointment. But in the next second, she suddenly realized how she had changed. Clearly, back in school, she was a goddess pursued by thousands, able to remain calm and composed in the face of many handsome suitors, which earned her the title of ice-cold beauty. Yet now, hearing that Chen Shen hadn't considered marriage made her feel disappointed. Even she found it a bit unbelievable. Had she really fallen for him? The meal ended quickly. Xian Yud was swaying as he walked after drinking. Chen Shen had also consumed quite a bit of alcohol, but he didn't forget the promise he made to Zhang Shuheo to help with an important matter. He helped Xian Zimo and the others find a designated driver, and as soon as the driver arrived, he greeted them and left first. Not long after, he hailed a cab and arrived at the Jubeiwan pawn shop. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Zhang Shuheo standing at the entrance to greet him. Chen Shen walked over with a smile, but as he got closer, he felt that Zhang Shuheo was noticeably different from the morning. He exuded a strange feeling that was hard to describe, making Chen Shen very uncomfortable. So, he activated his X-ray vision to take a look. The moment he did, he gasped in shock. "Brother Zhang, it's only been a little while, how did you end up like this? What are you talking about, little brother?" "I'm fine." Zhang Shuheo looked bewildered at Chen Shen's startled expression. Chen Shen paused for a moment before realizing. Zhang Shuheo didn't have X-ray vision, so he couldn't see his own changes. But Chen Shen could see things that ordinary people couldn't. He stared intently at Zhang Shuheo's head, furrowing his brows tightly. He couldn't understand how, just a few hours after parting ways with Zhang Shuheo in the morning, such dense black energy had emerged from his head, especially the area between his eyebrows, which was almost as black as coal. Chen Shen had seen this kind of black energy before, back when he looked at the tumor in Ning Churen's body. It was after that incident that he learned that if he saw black energy emerging from someone's body, it meant that person's health was definitely in trouble. However, this experience didn't help him with Zhang Shuheo at all. Chen Shen had carefully examined Zhang Shuheo's head with his X-ray vision and found that Zhang Shuheo's brain was perfectly healthy, there was no illness at all. But that didn't make sense. If he was healthy, then why was there black energy coming from Zhang Shuheo's head? Moreover, this black energy was 10 times denser than that emitted by Ning Churen's tumor. "Little brother Chen, what are you looking at?" Zhang Shuheo felt uncomfortable under Chen Shen's gaze, and suddenly he seemed to think of something, instinctively taking a step back, crossing his arms protectively over his chest, and exclaimed, "Oh no, you're not into that kind of thing, are you? I can assure you, my sexual orientation is absolutely fine, don't drag me into this." Hearing this made Chen Shen want to laugh, but he couldn't muster a smile at all. Although he didn't understand Zhang Shuheo's situation, just from the intensity of the black energy, he knew that Zhang Shuheo's condition was definitely more dangerous than Ning Churen's. "Brother Zhang, do you feel unwell anywhere?" Seeing Chen Shen's concerned expression, Zhang Shuheo's demeanor instantly changed. "Oh no, this guy really has a problem." He had read a book that said if a man suddenly became very concerned about another man, that guy was either a sissy or gay. "Little brother Chen, let me clarify, I have no intention of being discriminatory. If you like men, that's your freedom, I won't judge you, and it won't affect our relationship or cooperation. In fact, I can introduce you to a male partner, but if you have your sights set on me, then don't blame me for cutting ties immediately." To protect his purity, Zhang Shuheo had to speak harshly. But in truth, he didn't want to completely fall out with Chen Shen. After all, Chen Shen was a money tree. The harsh words were just meant to make Chen Shen back off. But if Chen Shen insisted on pursuing him, he would have to take strong measures. What the hell is going on? I like women. Chen Shen could no longer hold back. He knew that if he didn't clarify things today, his image would be completely ruined. Is it true or not? Then what do you mean by suddenly caring about me? Zhang Shuheo didn't dare to believe easily. It was said that the tricks of gay men could be quite deep. There was even a news story before about a guy who was invited to his good brother's house for drinks in the middle of the night. Since they had been friends for over 20 years, he never suspected anything was wrong. He thought his brother just wanted to drink with him, so he went to his brother's house without any guard. But in reality, this good brother had secretly had a crush on him for 20 years but had never had the courage to act on it. Until today, he couldn't hold back any longer, lured the guy over, and slipped something into his drink. As a result, the guy woke up the next morning unable to get out of bed. "Brother Zhang, let me tell you the truth," Chen Shen sighed. The reason he had been so indirect earlier was that he didn't know how to explain this to Zhang Shuheo. He couldn't just say he had X-ray vision, right? Who would believe that? But given the current situation, Chen Shen knew that if he didn't speak the truth, it would really cause problems. He just had to be careful about how he said it. Under Zhang Shuheo's puzzled and curious gaze, Chen Shen straightened his face and said mysteriously, "Actually, I can read faces. I noticed your forehead is dark, it might be an ominous sign." Zhang Shuheo was stunned for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. "Ah, brother Chen, you really know how to joke. What era is this? Still talking about feudal superstitions?" Chen Shen didn't get angry. Instead, he maintained a serious expression and said, "I'm not joking, you really have a problem." Zhang Shuheo chuckled and casually asked, "Oh really? Then tell me, what problem do I have?" Well, Chen Chen was momentarily at a loss for words and felt a bit troubled. He could see the dark energy swirling around Zhang Shaheo's head, and his forehead was indeed dark. But what exactly caused it, and what the problem was, how could he know? Brother Chen, I knew you were just messing with me. If you can't say it, then don't. I won't laugh at you. Zhang Shaheo was laughing so hard he could barely stand up. Who said I can't say it? As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Shan regretted it. At this point, why was he trying to act tough? What if he really couldn't say it? That would be too embarrassing. Just then, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Chen Shan. He calmed himself down and tried to silently chant in his mind, "Help me analyze Zhang Shoheo's current situation." After saying that, Chen Shan's hands, which were behind his back, were almost digging into his fingers, and his palms were sweaty. That's right, he was betting on whether his X-ray vision had this kind of function. If this trick failed too, he would really be in big trouble. Just as he thought this, a light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Analysis result: Yin energy has entered the body, bad luck is entangled, and if it continues for a long time, death is certain. What the hell, it really worked. Looking at the prompt panel that appeared out of nowhere, Chen Shen forgot that there was someone in front of him and exclaimed in excitement, "What did you just say?" Fortunately, Zhang Shaheo was too busy laughing, and he laughed so loudly that he didn't hear what Chen Shen had just shouted. Chen Shen didn't answer because at that moment, their attention was entirely focused on the words on the prompt panel. After reading it carefully, Chen Shen felt a chill run down his back. What is Yin energy? That's something only the dead would produce. What on earth had Zhang Shaheo done to be afflicted by Yin energy? And more importantly, if it continued for a long time, he would die. This was a huge problem. Chen Shen didn't dare to delay and immediately asked Zhang Shaheo, "Brother Zhang, did you encounter any unsavory people or things after we parted ways at the bank this noon?" Zhang Shaheo, who had just been laughing so hard he could barely lift his head, suddenly changed his expression, looking at Chen Shen in disbelief. "Little brother, are you serious?" "Oh no." Seeing Zhang Shaheo's expression, Chen Shen realized that he might have hit the nail on the head. "Brother Zhang, what exactly is going on?" After saying that, Chen Shen emphasized again, "You need to tell me everything clearly." Zhang Shaheo glanced around and then pulled Chen Shen into a corner of the shop, quietly asking, "Little brother, you need to tell me first, who did you hear this from?" Chen Shen shot him a glance and replied nonchalantly, "If I'm guessing correctly, this must be something shameful, right?" "Hey, keep your voice down." Zhang Shaheo hurriedly gestured to Chen Shen, looking very flustered. "Don't worry, there's no one around. The nearest person is at least 80 meters away, they can't hear us." "Ha? How do you know?" "Ahem, let's get back to the point." Chen Shen realized he had let something slip and quickly interrupted, continuing, "I told you I can read faces, so no one told me about this, I figured it out myself." "Wow, is that true? That's quite uncanny." Zhang Shoheo's attention was successfully diverted to the matter of reading faces, looking at Chen Shen in disbelief. "Brother Zhang, as friends, I must make this clear to you," Chen Shen said earnestly, "you are in danger right now, so hurry up and tell me what's going on, maybe I can help you." Seeing that Chen Shen wasn't joking, Zhang Shaheo confessed, but still kept a bit of suspense. "Do you remember I wanted to ask you to help me read faces?" Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, immediately guessing, "So, your darkened brow is related to that thing?" Zhang Shaheo didn't answer, waving his hand and saying, "Let's go to my office to talk." Chen Shen followed Zhang Shaheo into the office, and the latter closed the door behind him, locking it as well. Chen Shen took all of this in. He knew that what Zhang Shaheo was about to show him was definitely not simple. "Little brother, I need to make it clear that you absolutely cannot tell anyone about this. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Alright, come with me." Zhang Shaheo approached the desk, mysteriously opened a drawer, and carefully placed something on the table with both hands. As he removed his hands, a dazzling red light burst forth. When Chen Shen saw it clearly, he was instantly taken aback. Item name, Blood Jade. Item era, Ming Dynasty, Year 3 of the Jiajing Emperor, 500 years ago. Original material, premium mutton fat white jade. Item value, at least 10 million. The price was indeed high, but what surprised Chen Shen the most was the black energy contained within the blood jade. Zhang Shaheo couldn't see it, but Chen Shen could see it clearly. In his eyes, this blood jade was not red at all, but black, indicating just how dense the black energy within it was. According to the hints given by his previous clairvoyance, it was evident that this black energy was what they referred to as Yin energy. "Brother Chen, why don't you take a look at this thing?" Zhang Shaheo carefully picked up the blood jade, smiling as he asked Chen Shen. "Keep it away, this is not a good thing." Chen Shen stepped back 2 paces as if he had seen a ghost, not daring to reach out for it. "Brother Chen, what are you afraid of?" "Brother, I don't believe you don't know the origins of this thing." Chen Shen certainly didn't want to end up like Zhang Shuheo, getting afflicted by yin energy and bringing misfortune upon himself. His wonderful life has just begun, he hasn't lived enough yet. Zhang Shuheo's eyes lit up, and with a smile, he asked, "So, you know what this is?" Chen Shen knew that Zhang Shuheo was testing him, but that was precisely why he came here, so he slowly replied, "I know, this is blood jade, which can only be found in ancient tombs. This refers to jade that has been permeated with blood, not a type of natural jade. Whether it's jadeite, Hatian jade, or yellow jade, as long as it has truly absorbed blood, it's blood jade. Throughout history, blood jade has always been extremely rare and expensive because only after undergoing the baptism of time, and through a marvelous chemical reaction between the jade buried deep underground and the corpses, can a piece of jade form a unique blood color. Moreover, any jade that can form blood jade must be of high quality. Jade of insufficient quality cannot produce a pure blood color. Therefore, blood jade is generally only found in the tombs of royal families or high-ranking officials. The blood jade you have in your hand right now is entirely blood red, with not a trace of impurity. Clearly, this is a genuine treasure that could only come from the tomb of either a royal or a high-ranking minister." After hearing Chen Shen's words, Zhang Shuheo's old face nearly broke into a flower of laughter. "Ha, if even Brother Chen praises it, then it must be genuine. I really struck gold. By the way, how much do you think this thing can sell for?" Chen Shen held up a finger, "At least 10 million. That's about what I was thinking." Upon hearing this price, Zhang Shuheo laughed even more joyfully, his hands constantly stroking the blood jade, as if he were caressing his wife. This action made Chen Shen gasp in shock, because he could clearly see the yin energy from the blood jade continuously flowing into Zhang Shuheo's body. Visibly, Zhang Shuheo's forehead darkened a bit more, so he hurriedly advised Zhang Shuheo to put down the blood jade. But Zhang Shuheo dismissed it, thinking Chen Shen was being overly cautious. Although this thing was brought out from an ancient tomb, how many antiques have been taken from tombs in the world? Brother Chen, you're just too careful. Not everything taken from a tomb is sinister. Take this blood jade for example, it's already quite common in auctions on the market. And do you know, brother, I got this treasure worth tens of millions for just 300,000. What a huge profit. Chen Shen shook his head repeatedly. Brother Zhang, listen to my advice, money is a good thing, but you need a life to spend it. What do you mean? I told you, your forehead darkening is an ominous sign. If you don't get rid of this thing quickly, not only will you run into big trouble, but you might really face a disaster. What? Brother, don't scare me. In any case, just be careful. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Chen Shen knew that Zhang Shuheo wouldn't listen to him anyway, he had said what he needed to say, so there was no need to stay any longer. After Chen Shen left, Zhang Shuheo looked at the blood jade in his palm and muttered to himself, "No way? Is it really that sinister? But this is a treasure worth 10 million, how can I just dispose of it? I've been smooth sailing all my life, I don't believe a piece of broken blood jade can bring me bad luck. However, no matter how good something is, if it can't be sold, it's useless. I need to find some old friends and see if anyone is willing to buy it." Having made up his mind, Zhang Shuheo took the blood jade with him and turned to leave. Just as he stepped out the door, his foot suddenly slipped, and he fell flat on his face. The key point was that he landed nose first, and blood gushed out. Looking at the pool of fresh blood, Zhang Shuheo suddenly remembered what Chen Shen had just said, and his body trembled. What the hell? Blood disaster? That can't be a coincidence, right? After leaving the pawnshop, Chen Shen took out his phone and called Ning Churin. The call connected quickly. "Mr. Chen, have you found another good deal?" Ning Churin instinctively thought that Chen Shen must have stumbled upon something valuable whenever she saw his name on the caller ID. "To be honest, I did find a big deal today, but I don't plan to auction it." Chen Shen was not modest at all, which left Ning Churin a bit puzzled. "If you're not auctioning it, why are you calling me?" "I bought an old pocket watch today, but it has a small issue, it won't wind. I want to get it fixed, but I don't have the professional tools. I thought your Ning auction house is quite professional, so I wanted to ask if you have any tools I could borrow." "Well, you came to the right person. Our Ning auction house has a dedicated restoration department and has repaired quite a few pocket watches. Just come over, I'll meet you at the door." Chen Shen clearly didn't expect Ning Churin to agree so readily. After a moment of surprise, he said, "Thank you so much, Manager Ning." Ning Churin smiled and said straightforwardly, "No need to thank me. You're a big client of our auction house. Usually, we look for reasons to maintain relationships with our big clients, but it's the first time a big client has come to us for help. I certainly won't miss such a good opportunity. Remember, you owe me a favor now." Chen Shen chuckled, but he couldn't help but admire Ning Churin's emotional intelligence. With a joking manner, she had made him owe her a small favor. Although it wasn't a big favor, it effectively brought them closer together. Indeed, those who can hold the position of general manager are not ordinary people. After hanging up, Chen Chen hailed a cab and headed straight for the Ning auction house. Ning Charan was not just talking, she had indeed been waiting at the entrance. After exchanging pleasantries, she led Chen Chen to the restoration department. Just like their first meeting, Ning Charan and Chen Chen walked side by side. Chen Chen, feeling a bit self-aware, turned his head and glanced down, instantly taking in the exquisite scenery. He admitted that he still enjoyed looking at this place. However, he didn't dare to stare for too long. A little playful glancing was fine, but staring continuously would be inappropriate. He had principles in that regard. Satisfied, Chen Chen withdrew his gaze. Suddenly, he remembered the tumor in Ning Charan's body. He had reminded her once, but he didn't know if she had gone to see a doctor. He then used his X-ray vision to look at Ning Charan's body. He discovered that the tumor not only remained but had grown a bit larger since their last meeting. Manager Ning, do you remember what I asked you the first time we met? Ning Charan's big eyes turned a few times, seemingly trying to recall, but ultimately she gave up and shook her head, saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, did you ask me something? This woman really wasn't listening. Chen Chen sighed, but he couldn't say it outright. He could only ask indirectly, haven't you felt unwell lately? Not at all. I feel just like usual. Oh, I remember. You asked me this question the first time we met. Ning Charan finally recalled, and this time she scrutinized Chen Chen from head to toe again, then a mischievous smile appeared on her lips as she directly asked, Mr. Chen, you care about my health as soon as we meet. Are you trying to flirt with me? Chen Chen was clearly taken aback by Ning Charan's straightforwardness. She was as bold as Yen Ruyu, leaving him momentarily speechless. It's okay, Mr. Chen. Even if you admit it, I won't be angry. Ning Charan covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, saying generously, to be honest, whether it's young people or old folks, most have had such thoughts. I've gotten used to it, and now I even feel that if a man doesn't have such thoughts, that would be unusual, right? Chen Chen smiled and said, that's true. You're beautiful, have a great figure, and are capable. Anyone who could win you over would probably wake up smiling from their dreams. Just now, Chen Chen had compared Ning Charan to Yen Ruyu, but he now realized that the two were completely different. If Yen Ruyu had said that line, it would have given him a feeling of being enchanted, something he absolutely couldn't handle, let alone such a candid expression of her thoughts. However, Ning Charan belonged to the type of beauty that was alluring without being seductive. Even if she spoke bluntly, it wouldn't give anyone the feeling of being lured in. But Chen Chen felt the need to clarify something. Manager Ning, to be honest, we've only met a few times. It's certain that I have a good impression of you, but it's not to the extent of wanting to pursue you. The reason I care about your health is simply out of concern for a partner. I suggest you get regular checkups. After saying this, Ning Charan felt that Chen Chen was quite an honest person, and her inner guard lowered significantly, increasing her fondness for him a bit. Thank you for your suggestion, I'll consider it. Chen Chen nodded, hoping that Ning Charan would indeed go for a checkup. That way, it would count as returning a favor. As they chatted, they unknowingly arrived at the door of the restoration department. As soon as they walked in, Chen Chan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Ning Charan had already had all the tools for restoring pocket watches laid out. He took a glance. The tools were complete and indeed professional. No wonder many people wanted to collaborate with smart and capable individuals. It felt incredibly smooth, like driving on a highway. Then, Chen Chen took out the old pocket watch from his pocket. Ning Charan's eyes immediately brightened. Mr. Chen, is this the big find you mentioned? Chen Chen smiled and nodded. Yes, I was fortunate to come across it at noon today. As the general manager of the auction house, Ning Charan was naturally well informed. She could tell at a glance that this pocket watch was extraordinary, but after leaning in to take a closer look, she couldn't discern its origins. Mr. Chen, what is the background of this pocket watch? After their earlier exchange, their relationship had grown a bit closer, and Chen Chen began to tease Ning Charan. The esteemed manager Ning, can't you tell where this thing comes from? Ning Charan rolled her eyes and said irritably, are you doing this on purpose? If others don't know, you should be clear about my level, right? If I could tell the origins of this thing, how could I have missed it last time? If you keep teasing me, I won't let you use my tools. Chen Chen pretended to beg for mercy. No, I was wrong, brave lady. Ning Charan burst into giggles, and then, putting on a serious face, said, now that you know you've made a mistake, why don't you hurry up and tell me what's going on with this pocket watch? At your command. Chen Chen snapped to attention and saluted, which made Ning Charan laugh even more. Alright, you've gotten addicted to acting. Hurry up and tell me, I'm already impatient. This pocket watch is indeed not simple, it's from Li Hong. Just as he began to speak, there was a loud bang as someone roughly opened the door and rushed in a panic. General Manager, it's bad. Something happened in the auction hall. How many times have I told you? Stay calm in a crisis, even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. With Ning Charan's commanding voice, her aura was completely different from before. Just moments ago, she had given Chen Chen a casual, friendly feeling, but now she exuded the presence of someone in authority. Don't say it, although Ning Charan looks a bit fierce when she gets serious, there's a unique charm to it. I'm sorry, General Manager. It's fine. Ning Charan wasn't a tyrant. Seeing her employee acknowledge their mistake, she didn't hold it against them. Her tone softened as she asked, what exactly happened? As soon as the matter was mentioned, the employee became anxious and didn't know how to respond. General Manager, you should go take a look yourself. Ning Charan shot him a glare, feeling frustrated, then turned to Chen Shen, her expression instantly softening as she awkwardly said, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry for making you witness this, I need to handle it first. It's fine. Chen Shen waved his hand, but he had just noticed the employee's expression, which seemed quite serious, so he kindly asked, do you need my help? Ning Charan smiled lightly, not taking this so-called trouble seriously at all. It's nothing, I've seen much worse troubles. This is nothing, you just carry on with your work. As soon as she said this, Chen Shen noticed the employee's face grew even worse. Clearly, this matter was definitely not as light as Ning Charan claimed, but it could also be that the employee felt it was troublesome. After all, there is a gap in perspective between workers and leaders. Chen Shen didn't take it to heart. At this moment, Ning Charan pointed at a few employees from the repair department and instructed, if Mr. Shen needs any help, you must do your best to assist him. Did you hear that clearly? We heard clearly. Ning Charan nodded in satisfaction and then turned to leave, heading towards the auction hall. After Ning Charan left, the employees who had just been instructed all gathered around, standing respectfully in front of Chen Shen. Mr. Chen, if you need any help, just let us know. It's fine, I can manage on my own, you all should get back to your work. Chen Shen politely waved his hand, but found that no one moved. TSK. Such execution. It seemed Ning Charan really knew how to manage her employees. If he were to start a company in the future, he would definitely need to find someone like Ning Charan. Chen Shen now understood that he couldn't command these people, so he let them stand by. Then, he placed the old pocket watch on the table and activated his X-ray vision. With a thought, the schematics for repairing the pocket watch immediately appeared before his eyes. Following the steps on the schematics, he lifted the pocket watch with his right hand, extended his left hand, and placed the watch flat in the palm of his left hand, then twisted the crown with his right hand. Hey! Don't twist it like that. The pocket watch will break. Beside him was a professional watchmaker, who, upon seeing Chen Shen's actions, immediately shouted in panic. Because Chen Shen was twisting the crown in the wrong direction, twisting it that way would ruin the mainspring, and the watch would be completely useless. Don't worry, it won't break. Chen Shen didn't even look up, casually replying, and then prepared to proceed to the next step. Unexpectedly, the watchmaker became anxious. Young man, I've been in the watch repair industry for at least 30 years. Whether it's a new watch or an old one, I've handled at least 1,000, and I've never seen a pocket watch that wouldn't break from twisting the crown in reverse. Why won't you listen to my advice? Seeing that Chen Shen ignored him, he was so anxious that he was ready to snatch it away directly. Chen Shen quickly pulled the pocket watch back, frowning at the watchmaker. What do you mean? Why are you trying to snatch it away? The watchmaker, fearing he would be misunderstood, quickly explained, young man, I'm doing this for your own good. This watch looks old, it would be a shame if it broke. How about this, you give it to me, and I'll help you fix it. Chen Shen couldn't help but laugh. Without saying a word, he directly brought the pocket watch closer to him. Master, are you sure you can fix this watch? Are you kidding? There's no watch I can't fix. This. Hey, wait a minute. Why have I never seen this watch before? The watchmaker's expression was quite a spectacle, shifting from full confidence to a loss of it in less than a second, comparable to the face-changing act in Sichuan opera. Hiss. This watch is not simple. It should be quite valuable, right? The watchmaker studied it carefully, then pointed a finger at Chen Shen. At least this price? Chen Shen gave a thumbs up, praising, Ning Auction House really has hidden talents. Master, you have quite an eye. You're too kind. After all, I've been a watchmaker for a long time, estimating a price is not that hard, right? Flattered, the watchmaker entered full bragging mode. This watch is nice, but it's not particularly great. If it weren't for its unique structure, it wouldn't even be worth 10,000. Cough. How much? 10,000? Chen Shen nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Yeah, why not? No problem, you really have a keen eye. Chen Shen felt as if he had been slapped in the face. 10,000? That's too insulting. But young man, from my perspective, this pocket watch might not be reparable. I advise you to give up. Not necessarily. Ignoring the watchmaker's kind advice, Chen Shen focused entirely on repairing the pocket watch. Gradually, the watchmaker's voice grew quieter until he not only stopped speaking but also stared with eyes as wide as a cow's. The others were the same. Because the structure of this pocket watch was something they had never seen before. Not only was the structure unique, but the mechanical design was also incredibly precise. Even after 100 years, the internal mechanics were still as good as new. But what shocked them the most was Chen Shen's method of repairing the pocket watch, so skilled that it made them question their own lives. This technique could only belong to a master watchmaker with at least 50 years of experience. Yet now, it was displayed by a young man in his 20s. This was unbelievable. Tap. Suddenly, a slight sound pulled everyone's thoughts back. They all leaned in closer, collectively gasping. It turned. It's done. Oh my. This broken watch can actually be repaired? At that moment, the watchmaker, who had just been bragging, was now filled with infinite respect for Chen Shen while being astonished by the exquisite precision of the pocket watch. The next second, he directly asked, Mr. Shen, do you take apprentices? This question left everyone present in shock. It should be noted that the watchmaker had several more years of experience than Chen Shen. We'll talk about that later. First, can you tell me where the restroom is? Chen Shen put away the pocket watch, his expression quite remarkable. Repairing this pocket watch was quite troublesome. While it seemed like a moment to those present, Chen Shen had actually spent half an hour on it. His bladder was about to burst. He should have gone to the restroom before starting the repair. After learning the location, Chen Shen dashed to the restroom at a sprinting speed. 10 minutes later, Chen Shen walked out of the restroom, feeling satisfied. Ah, that was refreshing. The pocket watch was also repaired, and Chen Shen planned to leave. But before doing so, he needed to find Ning Churen to say goodbye, otherwise, it would be too impolite. However, he didn't know where Ning Churen was, so he could only wander around and hope for luck. Just as he passed the VIP lounge, he suddenly heard a heated argument. Curious, Chen Shen looked over, only to see such a scene. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Sun, Mr. Li, I'm truly sorry. In the lounge, Ning Churen was bowing and scraping before three middle-aged men. This matter is indeed our fault. I apologize on behalf of Ning Auction House to the three of you. She was very sincere. You three are also longtime clients of our Ning Auction House, and you know very well our reputation. If apologies were useful, why would we need the police? The man called Zhao directly interrupted Ning Churen's words, showing no respect at all. Is there no one left at Ning Auction House? Or is your Ning Wenhua going to be a turtle hiding in its shell? Sun spoke sarcastically. Yeah, clearly Ning Dong is right here, yet you send a woman to apologize to us. Do you look down on us? The last to speak, Li, was even more unpleasant. Ning Churen's gaze instantly turned cold, but she ultimately controlled her emotions, cupping her hands towards the three and apologizing again. Three gentlemen, I know you are angry, but please respect my father. I apologize to you three once again. Sun sneered, Ning Dong, why do I feel like you're not sincere? This apology sounds dry, it doesn't count. Apologize again. At this remark, even though Ning Churen was usually patient, a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. But this incident was indeed a problem of Ning Auction House, so she could only suppress her anger and say, no more nonsense, we will compensate. Zhao asked, how much? Ning Churen replied, of course, we will compensate at the market price. Is there a problem? There is a problem. Li shouted loudly, doesn't your Ning Auction House claim to be the most conscientious in the Magic City? It's said that if there's a problem and it's entirely your fault, you will unconditionally provide tenfold compensation. Ning Churen's expression changed, and she retorted, we did say that, but it only applies to counterfeit goods, and has nothing to do with this matter. You actually demand tenfold compensation? Why don't you just rob us directly? Well, I don't care. If you don't compensate tenfold, I'll go out and spread the word that your Ning Auction House bullies customers, deceiving consumers. Isn't that being unreasonable? As soon as Ning Churen said this, Li was instantly furious. You little brat dare to scold me? When I was dealing with your dad, you were still playing in the mud. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of your dad. Li stood up abruptly and walked towards Ning Churen, raising his right hand to slap her. Bang! Almost at the same time, the door was kicked open. Chen Shen strode in, grabbing Li's descending right wrist. With a forceful swing, Chen Shen sent Li stumbling backward several steps, nearly falling to the ground. Li was furious, shouting, you little brat, who are you? What does it matter who I am? Chen Shen looked at him coldly, you just need to know that I went easy on you just now. If you dare to make a move again, I guarantee you'll have a handprint on your face. Lee was stunned for a moment, then became enraged. You little brat, what are you? I don't believe you dare to hit me. Chen Shen's gaze turned icy. Do you want to try? Chen Shen, please don't be impulsive. Ning Churen quickly pulled Chen Shen back. This gentleman is a client of our auction house. If you hit him, we will be in big trouble. Although she was advising him, there was a hint of sweetness in her heart. She didn't expect that when she was in danger, it would be Chen Shen who rushed to help her first. Moreover, she found it strange that the door was clearly closed. How did Chen Shen manage to rush in so coincidentally? Could this be the legendary fate? You bastard! You dare to threaten me? Li pointed at Chen Shen and growled, do you believe I can find someone to kill you? And you, Ning Churen, don't think I don't know. This kid is your hired thug, right? What's wrong? Is your Ning auction house a black shop? I'm going to call the police. The Ning auction house deliberately defrauds consumers and even illegally detains them. I will make sure your Ning auction house is ruined. Mr. Li angrily pulled out his phone, ready to call the police. Just then, a commanding voice came from the entrance. Who dares to cause trouble for my Ning auction house? Ning Wenhua walked in with a dark expression. He had heard something had happened and rushed over, but he didn't expect the situation to escalate to this point, even requiring police involvement. Oh, Mr. Chen, what are you doing here? Ning Wenhua suddenly noticed Chen Shen, looking somewhat surprised. Dad, Mr. Chen is here to help me. Ning Churen recounted the incident where she had almost been hit, and Ning Wenhua's expression instantly darkened. Mr. Li, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Son, we are all old friends. My daughter is practically your niece. Is it appropriate for you to bully her like this while I'm not around? Ning Wenhua's tone was icy. Chairman Ning, I don't want this either, but your auction house is clearly in the wrong. Mr. Li retorted fearlessly. Seeing this, Ning Wenhua realized the problem might be serious and asked, what exactly happened? Ning Churen pointed to a female staff member in a uniformed short skirt and explained, just now at the auction, the three of them teamed up to spend 30 million on a Ming Yangla blue and white vase. During the transaction, she was holding the vase just fine, but suddenly tripped and broke it. Now, they are demanding 10 times the compensation, which amounts to 300 million. This amount was no small sum. Even Ning Wenhua's expression turned serious. Just like what he had said to Ning Churen earlier, he wanted to offer double compensation, but no matter how they negotiated, Mr. Li and the others refused to agree. Chen Shen had been standing quietly on the side, but his gaze was fixed on the expressions of the three. He noticed that they were exchanging glances, clearly with ill intentions. This made Chen Shen feel that the three definitely had something to hide. So he interjected, from what you three are saying, you genuinely like that piece of porcelain, right? Mr. Li, still angry about what had just happened, replied curtly, that's right, we do like it. Now that it's broken, we're unhappy and demand 10 times the compensation. Otherwise, this matter won't end. Chen Shen smiled and said, how about this? I understand porcelain restoration. I can help you fix it, right? At this, the three were taken aback, clearly not expecting Chen Shen to have that skill. The next moment, they all shook their heads in refusal. No way. We want compensation. We don't want anything else. Chen Shen narrowed his eyes slightly. This response made him even more certain that these three were definitely up to something. He needed to find a way to make them reveal their true intentions. After thinking carefully, Chen Shen's eyes suddenly lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Got it. Chen Shen ignored the three and turned to the female staff member in the uniformed short skirt, asking, are you sure you fell by yourself? The staff member was already frightened and didn't dare to answer. Just answer whatever Mr. Chen asks you, and make sure to tell the truth. Ning Churen, being clever, realized that Chen Shen's sudden change in questioning must have a purpose, so she immediately instructed. Chen Shen cast her an appreciative glance. He was increasingly enjoying working with a smart woman like Ning Churen. Yes, it was me who fell. With Ning Churen's instruction, the staff member confidently answered Chen Shen's question. Can you explain in more detail how you fell? Chen Shen continued to press. The female employee recalled carefully and then said, I was holding this Ming Yangla blue and white vase with branch and fruit patterns, walking on the carpet of the auction venue, and just as I reached in front of Mr. Li, I suddenly felt my foot slip and then I fell. Chen Shen frowned slightly and muttered, everything was fine, yet you just happened to fall right in front of Mr. Li? That's too coincidental, isn't it? At this moment, Mr. Zhao impatiently said, Kid, why are you asking so many questions? Can you just give a straightforward answer about whether there will be compensation or not? Three of you, don't rush. There are still some procedures to go through, Chen Shen said, but inwardly he was sneering. He thought, Why are you all so anxious if this has nothing to do with you? He could basically confirm that this incident was likely a setup. However, he still needed to find some evidence. Director Ning, Manager Ning, could you step out with me for a moment? Mr. Chen, is there a problem? As soon as they stepped out from backstage, Ning Churan eagerly asked. That's right. Chen nodded, speaking clearly. I think there's something wrong with the way the female employee fell. Ning Churan was very clever and immediately understood Chen's meaning, asking, are you saying that her fall was not an accident but was done intentionally by someone? Chen nodded emphatically. Seeing that Chen didn't seem to be joking, Ning Wenhua asked, what do you want to do? Chen countered, is there surveillance in the auction venue? Yes, take me to see it. Without further ado, Ning Wenhua immediately led Chen to the surveillance room. Chen had the footage of the female employee's fall pulled up and slowed down to 16 times the speed for review. Upon watching, he indeed discovered something fishy. Just before the female employee fell, there were clear signs of the carpet being dragged, indicating that someone had deliberately moved it. Unfortunately, the angle of the surveillance was not very good, and the spot where the carpet was dragged was conveniently blocked by Mr. Li, who clearly had not moved the carpet. Seeing this, a smile appeared in Chen's eyes. Alright, no need to watch anymore, I already have a good idea. Director Ning, could you please help me find a blank disc? Anyone will do? Although Ning Wenhua didn't understand what Chen was up to, he still fulfilled the request. Chen put the disc in his pocket and then led the two back to the lounge. By this time, the three of them were clearly growing impatient. Mr. Li arrogantly said, are you going to compensate or not, Ning Auction House? If not, just wait for me to ruin your reputation. Chen sneered, you're about to meet your end, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? Mr. Li was furious. You little brat, what do you mean by that? Chen took out the disc from his pocket and said calmly, do you know what this is? I've copied the surveillance footage from the auction venue onto this disc. I've already seen through the tricks of the three of you. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the three changed instantly. At this moment, Mr. Li took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. I don't understand what you're saying. Chen sneered, still pretending to be crazy? Don't think I don't know, she didn't fall by herself, but you all tampered with it, causing her to fall, and then framed Ning Auction House for the broken item to extort a high compensation. You thought your plan was flawless, even scouting out the blind spots of the surveillance in the auction hall, but you never considered that there were hidden cameras, did you? The reason for installing hidden cameras is to prevent scoundrels like you from causing trouble. Do you know what your actions are? To put it bluntly, this is fraud. It's illegal. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li's body completely stiffened. Mr. Zhao beside him also turned pale, but the usually quiet Mr. Sun suddenly snorted coldly and said, kid, I think you're trying to trick us, right? If you have the guts, give me the disc and let me take a look. Chen had anticipated this and smiled faintly, saying, Mr. Sun, you have quite a few schemes, but unfortunately for you, you want to destroy this disc, don't you? Mr. Sun's expression changed, and he stammered, you're talking nonsense. Even if you destroy it, it won't matter, the surveillance room still has backups. Chen smiled as he stared at him, how about this, I'll hand this over to you, and then I'll give the backup to the police, how does that sound? Upon hearing this, the three of them panicked completely. No, please don't call the police. Let's settle this privately, don't blow it out of proportion. We were just confused and thought we could trick you into giving us a huge compensation, it was our mistake. Mr. Ning, please show mercy. There was no need for Chen to say anything more. The three of them began to plead desperately. With this revelation, the truth became clear. You three are too despicable. I really thought it was my employee who caused a big mess, but it turns out it was you who were up to no good. Ning Churan's pretty face darkened immediately. So it was you who set this trap. I almost fell for it. Ning Wenhua also wore an angry expression. Upon hearing this, the three of them were taken aback. Mr. Li asked, Mr. Ning, what do you mean by that? Slap. Suddenly, a disc was thrown over, hitting Mr. Li squarely in the face. Chen looked at Mr. Li as if he were a fool and said with a smile, Mr. Li, please take a good look at what is written on this disc. Mr. Li seemed to understand something and quickly grabbed the disc. Just one glance, and his pupils immediately contracted. This Phoenix Legend album? The two beside him quickly looked over, and in the next second, their faces turned ashen. Damn it! They had been tricked. They were actually called fraudsters. This kid was the real con artist. You've been fooled. In fact, the surveillance didn't capture who was doing anything. I didn't expect that Chen Chen just scared you a bit, and you all confessed. Seeing the three of them in a fluster, Ning Churan laughed so hard her stomach hurt. Crack! Mr. Li stomped on the disc, shattering it, and yelled at Chen Chen, "You little brat! How dare you play me?" Chen Chen glanced at him. What? You don't accept it? The three of them turned pale. They were furious, but they had no way to deal with Chen Chen. I'm just messing with you, what can you do about it? Moreover, I've recorded everything you just said. Chen Chen took out his phone, the screen still displaying the recording interface. Attempted fraud, with an especially large amount, punishable by over 10 years in prison or life. By the way, how much was the amount you were trying to defraud? Ning Churan fittingly said, it was 300 million. Wow! 300 million? Chen Chen looked at the three of them, smiling as he said, Mr. Li, I'm afraid you're going to be sentenced to life. Thud, thud, thud. 3 dull thuds sounded, and Mr. Li, Mr. Sun, and Mr. Zhao all collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. Suddenly, Mr. Li rushed over and grabbed Ning Wenhua's leg, crying out, Old Ning, we've known each other for at least 5 or 6 years, please spare me, I can give you money. Ning Wenhua kicked Mr. Li away fiercely, scolding, I despise those who betray their friends, you've crossed my bottom line, and this debt must be settled. After saying that, Ning Wenhua immediately called the police and then summoned security and a lawyer. Seeing this situation, Mr. Li and the others knew that Ning Wenhua was serious. It's over. Everything is over. The three of them were filled with despair. They had collaborated to orchestrate this scheme, spending a full 30 million to acquire this Ming Yangla blue and white vase with branch and fruit patterns, fantasizing about receiving a hefty compensation. Unexpectedly, they ended up losing both the lady and the soldiers. Soon, the police arrived and took General Li and the others away. Ning Wenhua's lawyer followed, holding the recording that Chen Chen had passed on. Before leaving, Ning Wenhua instructed, remember, we do not want any compensation, we will not accept any mediation, and we will resolutely pursue legal procedures. The lawyer nodded emphatically. Mr. Chen, you have really helped me a great deal, thank you so much. Ning Wenhua shook Chen Chen's hand, his face full of sincerity. I just lent a hand, and besides, I can't stand fraudsters. There's no need for such formality, Director Ning. Chen Chen smiled lightly, not taking it to heart at all. Ah, it's just a pity about this Ming Yangla blue and white vase, such a fine piece, and it ended up broken. Ning Churan clutched the shards, her face filled with regret. What's there to be sorry about? Chen Chen said casually, it can be repaired, can't it? Chen Chen, can you really fix it? Ning Churan's face was full of surprise and anticipation. Consider it a favor returned. Chen Chen smiled and asked, you should have the materials needed for antique restoration at your auction house, right? We do. Let's go to the restoration department. Once they arrived, Ning Churan impulsively brought out everything that might be needed for restoring the porcelain. Chen Chen found it somewhat amusing, but fortunately, the materials were indeed complete. Then, under the expectant gazes of everyone, Chen Chen slowly began to piece the broken shards together, gluing them one by one. In less than 10 minutes, a brand new Ming Yangla blue and white vase reappeared before everyone. Ning Wenhua's eyes lit up, his face filled with unprecedented surprise. I didn't expect Mr. Chen's restoration skills to be so superb, there are no signs of any repairs at all. Wow! It's simply flawless. Ning Churan suddenly thought of something and exclaimed excitedly, right, Dad, the auction is still ongoing. We can auction it again and make a big profit. One must say, Ning Churan's little brain was quite sharp. This vase was originally consigned to the auction house by someone else, and Ning Wenhua only earned a commission. But now that the vase had been auctioned once and returned to the auction house, in other words, it had become the property of Ning's auction house. If they auctioned it again, it would be pure profit. However, Ning Wenhua said seriously, we can auction it, but it cannot be sold at the original price. I don't care what others do, but our Ning's auction house must adhere to the principle of integrity. The repaired item must be auctioned at a low price as a repaired item, and we cannot deceive. Chen Chen greatly admired Ning Wenhua's character. It was indeed rare to find a businessman as honest as Ning Wenhua, but at the same time, he sighed inwardly. There is no business without deceit, and no deceit without business. Ning Wenhua might rely on his integrity to grow Ning's auction house, but the ceiling would certainly not be too high. Because the world is dark like that. There are some things you can choose not to know, but you cannot choose not to believe. In this world, darkness is far more abundant than light. Ning Churan nodded and instructed the staff to act according to Ning Wenhua's wishes. Since it was a priority, the auction results came out quickly. Although the auctioneer clearly stated that this Ming Yangla blue and white vase was a repaired item, it still fetched a high price of 10 million. One can only say that good things are good things no matter what. Even with flaws, there are still people willing to pay for them. But then, a move by Ning Wenhua directly surprised Chen Chen. He saw Ning Wenhua pull out a bank card from his pocket and hand it to Chen Chen. "What is this?" Chen Chen was taken aback. "Mr. Chen, this card has 7 million on it. As long as you nod, this card will belong to you. Of course, you will also become the chief appraiser of my Ning auction house, with an annual salary of 1 million. Chen Chen gasped. He didn't know what a chief appraiser did, but the amount on the card was indeed shocking. However, he quickly reacted. Wasn't it said to be an annual salary of 1 million? How could there be 7 million on this card? Ning Wenhua noticed Chen Chen's confusion and smiled as he explained. The other 6 million is 60% of the transaction price of that Ming Yanla blue and white vase with floral patterns. Before Chen Chen could respond, he hurriedly added, "Please, Mr. Chen, do not decline. If it weren't for you restoring it, this antique would have been worthless, so you deserve the 60%. Hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but admire Ning Wenhua's character once again. A boss like this is hard to find even with a lantern. Speaking of which, one must mention the stingy ones. TSK. How can the gap be so large among bosses? However, although Chen Chen was tempted by the money, he also understood that this meant working for someone else, which could easily feel like selling himself. He wasn't lacking money anyway, so it wouldn't matter if he didn't work. To put it bluntly, the initiative was in his hands now. Therefore, Chen Chen didn't immediately accept but instead held up 3 fingers. "If you want to win me over, that's fine, but I have 3 conditions. Ning Wenhua was not surprised. It would be abnormal for a talent like Chen Chen not to put forward some conditions. "Okay, go ahead. What are the conditions?" "First, I need absolute freedom in my working hours. In simple terms, I won't be on duty. I'll come when needed." "Alright, no problem." Ning Wenhua almost immediately agreed without any hesitation. This speed surprised Chen Chen a bit, but only a bit. After all, with his abilities, this condition was more than reasonable. "Second, I can choose to leave at any time, and you cannot interfere." Okay. This time, Ning Wenhua considered for a few seconds. The reason he ultimately agreed was that he felt someone like Chen Chen would not choose to stay in one place for a lifetime. Leaving was only a matter of time. Chen Chen nodded and then slowly said, "Third, and this is the most important point, if I can't come due to other matters, it cannot affect my salary." Ning Wenhua's brows slightly furrowed. To say it this way, even if he knew Chen Chen had no issues, if the person simply didn't want to come, he couldn't impose any restrictions. Even if he didn't come once in a year, he would still have to pay Chen Chen 1 million in salary. Wasn't that a waste of money? Just then, the watch repairman came in with a timely assist. "Director Ning, forgive me for being blunt, but Mr. Chen is indeed a talent. If you miss out on him, you might regret it." Ning Wenhua looked at him with interest. "What do you mean by that?" "Director Ning, you know my skills. I've been repairing watches for so many years and have never submitted to anyone, but I have only submitted to Mr. Chen." The watch repairman recounted how Chen Chen had restored the pocket watch, his words filled with respect. At the end, he remembered his desire to apprentice under Chen Chen and asked again, "Mr. Chen, have you considered taking me as your apprentice?" "I'm not planning to take on apprentices for now, sorry." Chen Chen felt a bit awkward. His skills all came from his ability to see through things. In terms of true skill, he was far inferior to this watch repairman. What right did he have to let someone become his apprentice? "This will shorten my life." Not being able to take Mr. Chen as my master will be a lifelong regret for me. After hearing the watchmaker's words, Ning Wenhua and Ning Churan both looked shocked. They never expected that a watchmaker in his 50s would hold such a high opinion of Chen Chen. He even regarded not being able to apprentice under him as a lifelong regret. How valuable must Chen Chen be? No need to say more. "Mr. Chen, I agree to all your conditions." Ning Wenhua no longer hesitated and quickly agreed. He was mainly afraid that Chen Chen would change his mind. If he lost such a talent just because of a moment's hesitation, he would slap himself in public. "Mr. Chen, congratulations." Ning Churan took the initiative to shake hands with Chen Chen to express her congratulations, then smiled mysteriously and said, "You have no idea how strict my dad's requirements are. The position of chief appraiser has been vacant since the auction house was established, and I didn't expect my dad to hire you after just meeting you for the second time. Moreover, your treatment is even better than mine as the general manager. I'm so envious that you don't have to sit in the office." Chen Chen smiled and said, "I'm envious of you. I know you're the only child, and this huge auction house will all belong to you in the future. Isn't that treatment 100 or 1,000 times better than mine?" Ning Churan sighed and said helplessly, "It has nothing to do with me. My dad is quite old-fashioned in some ways. He always thinks he can only trust the auction house to a son-in-law. He has arranged so many blind dates for me over the years, it's driving me crazy. Chen Chen looked surprised. He always thought that wealthy people didn't lack for men or women. He never expected that a young lady like Ning Charan would also go through blind dates. It really broadened his horizons. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. It was Yen Ruyu calling. Sister Yu, is there something wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I just got off work early today and have time to cook. I wanted to ask if you're coming home for dinner tonight? That's great. The takeout last night was nowhere near as good as your cooking. I have to go home. Hee hee, you sweet-talking little brother, come back early. Your sister will be waiting for you at home even through the phone. Chen Chen felt as if Yen Ruyu was whispering in his ear. His whole body felt weak. Damn! He quickly hung up the phone. Chen Chen took several deep breaths to calm down, then said goodbye to Ning Wenhua and Ning Charan before turning to leave. After walking out of the Ning auction house, Chen Chen glanced at the time and found it was only 4 in the afternoon. Seeing that it was still early, he wasn't in a hurry to go home. He hailed a cab and prepared to go to Jade Street to gamble on stones. Halfway there, he suddenly heard the driver curse. Damn van, can you drive or not? I even moved aside to let you overtake, and you're still following me. The engine is sputtering like a tractor, it's so annoying. Chen Chen didn't take it seriously. But after a while, the driver started cursing again. Damn it! I speed up, and you speed up too. Are you trying to annoy me on purpose? Hearing this, Chen Chen felt something was off and began to pay attention to the van behind them. After observing for a while, he noticed that the van seemed to have some issues. No matter how fast or slow the car he was in went, that van always stayed about 100 meters behind. Moreover, the more he looked at the van, the more familiar it seemed, as if he had seen it somewhere. That's right. He remembered that when he came out of Zhang Shaheo's pawn shop, that van seemed to be parked across the street. Could he be followed? Chen Chen thought for a moment and then said, Driver, take a back road, try to avoid places with cameras, and go faster if you can. After saying that, he took out his phone and transferred 200 yuan to the driver, emphasizing, I'm in a hurry. Hee, got it. Seeing the opportunity to make money, the driver didn't think much and turned onto a small road. At the same time, Chen Chen was intently watching the van behind them. Sure enough, as soon as they turned onto the small road, the van followed them in. Just as Chen Chen was about to draw a conclusion, he noticed the van suddenly jerked the steering wheel and turned into another small road. Seeing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Could it be that he was overthinking? Just then, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, nearly colliding with a van that was coming out of an alley ahead. Damn! How the hell are you driving? Trying to kill me? The driver cursed as he got out of the car, slamming his hand on the van's hood, shouting, Get the hell out of the car! Clang! The car door opened, and a tall but very thin middle-aged man stepped out, sporting a buzz cut, sunken eyes, and a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. How the hell are you driving? The driver, relying on his strong physique, grabbed the buzzcut man's collar, but the next second, the buzzcut man surprisingly pulled out a fruit knife from his pocket and stabbed it directly at the driver's stomach. This scared the driver so much that he quickly let go and stepped back, but it was too late. With a schlick, the driver's stomach was cut open, blood gushing out, causing him to scream in pain. The buzzcut man, holding the fruit knife, walked over step by step. Big brother. I was wrong, big brother, please spare my life. The driver was so scared he wet himself, his pants soaked in a large patch. But clearly, the buzzcut man in front of him was a ruthless killer who ignored the driver's pleas and raised the fruit knife to stab again. Seeing this, the driver felt hopeless. Suddenly, a figure rushed over and dragged the driver aside. With a clang, the fruit knife struck the hood of the taxi. Friend, the person you're looking for is me, why harm innocent people? Chen Chen coldly looked at the man. The buzzcut man glanced at Chen Chen, letting out a chilling laugh. Kid, you see me killing without blinking, and you still don't run? You've got guts. Chen Chen replied indifferently, I don't want to hear your nonsense. You've been following me all afternoon. What do you want? Speak. The buzzcut man was quite surprised. You knew I was following you all along? Chen Chen immediately laughed, looking at him as if he were a fool. I'm not mocking you, you're just too amateurish. You were just short of putting the words following on the van. Even a fool knows they're being followed, okay? The buzzcut man's face turned green. Is this kid blind? Can't he see how ruthless he is? Not only does he not run, but he also dares to mock him back. You little brat, I was going to let you go if I got what I wanted, but you disrespected me too much. This is your own death wish, don't blame me. What do you mean by something? Chen Chen narrowed his eyes and asked. The buzzcut man licked the blood off the tip of the knife, letting out a sinister laugh. Someone paid me to rob you, they're quite generous with their money. Chen Chen smiled. Let me guess, are you after a pocket watch? The buzzcut man was taken aback for a moment, then sneered. You're smart, kid. If you obediently hand over the pocket watch, I might consider leaving you both with complete corpses. Ah, you still want to kill me? The driver was terrified, shouting, You're looking for him, what does it have to do with me? Have you ever seen a killer needing a reason to kill? The buzzcut man cackled. No, I don't want to die. The driver was panicking, trying to pull out his phone to call the police, only to find there was no signal at all, his face turning pale. Ha ha ha, the buzzcut man laughed heartily. Blame yourselves for seeking death, insisting on taking this remote path. This broken place has no phone signal and no surveillance cameras, you're doomed. It's over. Completely over, the driver despaired. At that moment, Chen Chen laughed, casting a disdainful glance at the buzzcut man. With your pathetic skills, you think you can kill me? Chen Chen patted his jacket pocket and said with a smile, the pocket watch is right here, if you have the guts, come and take it. Damn! You really don't take me seriously, do you? The buzzcut man was furious, very angry. You little brat, I want to see if your skills are as good as your mouth. Whoosh! After saying that, the buzzcut man charged at Chen Chen, the fruit knife in his hand glinting coldly, sending chills down one's spine. It's over. This time, we're definitely dead. The driver's face turned ashen. But Chen Chen merely smiled slightly, standing still without moving. Hey! What a foolish bird! Seeing this, the buzzcut man was delighted, thinking this kid was just asking for death. The fruit knife stabbed fiercely towards Chen Chen's chest. Just when the tip of the knife was less than a centimeter from his chest, Chen Chen finally moved. Buddy, you're too slow. Chen Chen shook his head with a smile, gently sidestepping to avoid the stab. How is that possible? The fruit knife missed, leaving the buzzcut man in shock. Before he could react, he felt a burning sensation on his face. With a crisp smack, Chen Chen slapped the buzzcut man hard across the face, sending him crashing to the side. Thud, he fell solidly to the ground, face down. Instantly, his face was covered in blood, and even 2 teeth fell from his mouth. Oh my! Bro, you're amazing! The driver, sitting on the ground, couldn't help but exclaim, looking at Chen Chen with joy, so excited that he even forgot the pain from his knife wound. The buzzcut man was completely stunned. He never expected to be knocked down by a little brat with a single slap. It was an utter humiliation. Is it just good luck? I don't believe you can dodge again this time. The buzzcut man got up from the ground, his expression twisted, eyes bloodshot, waving the fruit knife and roaring, I'll fucking kill you. As the buzzcut man crazily swung the fruit knife towards him, the driver screamed in fright, rolling and crawling to the side, while also worrying about Chen Chen. Be careful, young man. Chen Chen, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly, showing no intention of dodging. This bastard. The buzzcut man's expression turned ferocious. Chen Chen's indifference completely enraged him. It's over. Why aren't you dodging? The driver's heart tightened. He could even imagine Chen Chen dying a horrible death. But the next second, Chen Chen extended his left hand and accurately grabbed the buzzcut man's wrist holding the knife, then raised his right hand and slapped him again. Smack! The buzzcut man let out a miserable scream, staggering back 2 steps. Damn! Being slapped twice by the same person filled the buzzcut man with extreme humiliation, his anger surging as he charged forward again, howling. Smack! Without saying a word, Chen Chen stepped forward and slapped him again. The buzzcut man spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, completely dazed, his head buzzing. What the hell? The driver was shocked, not expecting this young man to be so strong. After a good 10 seconds, the buzzcut man finally came to his senses, looking at the coldly smiling Chen Chen, his pupils suddenly constricting. Not good. This guy is too tough, running is the best option. The buzzcut man turned to flee, but just as he opened the car door to get in, he heard a whoosh, followed by a chilling sensation in his backside. Ah, the buzzcut man let out a miserable scream. Turning his head, he saw the fruit knife had accurately embedded itself in his right buttock. The crotch of his pants instantly turned crimson, blood flowing down to the ground. Before he could regain his composure, a large hand landed on his shoulder. Chen Chen yanked back violently, pulling out most of the buzzcut man's body that had already entered the car. Damn it! I'll fight you to the end. The buzzcut man gritted his teeth, yanked the fruit knife from his butt, and turned to stab. I told you, you're too slow. Why won't you listen? Chen Chen shook his head and sighed, leisurely reaching out with his left hand to grab the fruit knife while using his right hand to grab the buzzcut man's hair and yanking him up, then smashing his head against the car window. With a loud bang, the window shattered into pieces, and the buzzcut man's head was forcefully pressed against the glass, his wretched screams echoing through the air. Chen Chen pulled the buzzcut man's head out, revealing his face covered in shards of glass, blood streaming down, causing him to grimace in pain, howling like a ghost. "Aren't you here to kill me? Come on." Chen Chen laughed. "Spare me, good sir. Spare me, good sir." The buzzcut man, now disregarding the injuries on his face and butt, fell to his knees with a thud, desperately begging for mercy. "Only now do you know to beg for mercy? Where were you earlier?" Chen Chen sneered. "Big brother, if I had known you were this powerful, I definitely wouldn't have come to trouble you. It's all that Mei Liangxin's fault, he sent me to kill you. I'm just blinded by greed, please spare my life." The buzzcut man cried bitterly, hating Mei Liangxin even more. If it weren't for that bastard, would he have ended up like this? "That Mei guy, you really messed me up." "Mei Liangxin?" Chen Chen was taken aback, suddenly recalling that the antique shop he helped Xian Zimo with at noon seemed to be called something like Mei's Antique Shop. "Are you talking about the owner of an antique shop? The one who looks like he deserves a beating?" Yes, that's him. It really is that old conman." Chen Chen's expression turned cold. This old conman was truly heartless. The antique business was filled with both genuine and fake items. As long as one didn't go too far, everyone turned a blind eye. So today, Chen Chen had merely given the old conman a lesson. But this old conman had gone too far. He could even resort to hiring someone to kill. Looks like he's really asking for death. A hint of ruthlessness flickered in Chen Chen's eyes. However, the buzzcut man misunderstood this statement, thinking Chen Chen wanted to kill him, and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Big brother, I beg you, spare my life. I don't want to die." "Spare your life?" Chen Chen looked down at the buzzcut man, a cold smile on his face. "If the roles were reversed and I was begging you for mercy just now, would you spare my life? If I don't kill you today, you'll come looking for revenge sooner or later. It's better to kill you and be done with it." Upon hearing this, the buzzcut man was terrified. He could tell that Chen Chen was genuinely intent on killing him. They were in a desolate area without surveillance, and given his criminal record, even if he did die, it probably wouldn't be traced back to Chen Chen. Wasn't this the perfect place for murder? "Big brother, I beg you, spare me. And you're so powerful, even if you gave me 10 more lives, I wouldn't dare to trouble you again." Chen Chen ignored the buzzcut man's pleas for mercy and slowly raised his right hand, his killing intent resolute. Seeing this, the buzzcut man panicked completely. In a moment of desperation, he turned to run, intending to get to the car first and escape. But he was injured and couldn't run fast. As soon as he opened the car door, Chen Chen pressed him down. "Want to run? Too late." Just as Chen Chen was about to act, he suddenly saw a flash of golden light from the corner of the van. His eyes suddenly lit up. There were treasures in the car. Chen Chen was delighted and then questioned the buzzcut man, "What's in the car?" "There's nothing. Nothing in the car." The buzzcut man's expression showed a hint of panic, clearly trying to hide the truth. Such a clumsy performance naturally couldn't fool Chen Chen's eyes. Even when death is at your doorstep, you still won't tell the truth. "I see you really don't want to live." Chen Chen's eyes turned fierce, and he tightened his grip around the buzzcut man's neck, causing him to feel breathless, his eyes rolling back. "Ugh! I'll talk! I'll talk!" The buzzcut man screamed desperately, his hands frantically slapping at Chen Chen's arm. "Speak!" Chen Chen released his grip, and the buzzcut man finally relaxed, gasping for fresh air. After a while, he managed to catch his breath and stammered, "It's my family heirloom in the car, nothing special." Chen Chen sneered, "So you dug up your own ancestral grave and stole from your own family?" The buzzcut man's expression changed, and he hoarsely shouted, "What? What are you talking about? I don't understand." Chen Chen mocked, "You dare to rob graves but won't admit it? How do you know?" The buzzcut man's eyes widened in shock, not expecting Chen Chen to have seen through his identity. "Your fingernails are full of dirt, and there's even some incense ash on them. You're covered in a strong aura of yin energy, clearly someone who often deals with grave soil, and such a person can only be a grave robber." The moment Chen Chen activated his X-ray vision, he saw that the buzzcut man was surrounded by the same dark energy that had enveloped Zhang Shuo's head. The heavy yin energy made Chen Chen want to keep his distance, but he had to fight. The buzzcut man's face changed slightly. This kid's eyesight was too sharp, and it seemed today was going to be a bad day for him. However, seeing Chen Chen's interest in the items in the car, he suddenly thought of a way to survive. "Little brother, today I, Zhou Long, admit defeat." Zhou Long said sincerely, begging for mercy, "I'll be honest, everything in the car is what I dug up last night from a tomb, all antiques, very valuable. If you let me go, you can pick any of these items." Chen Chen had this intention already, and hearing Zhou Long say so, he naturally didn't hold back. There were more than a dozen items in the car, each radiating golden light, indeed all antiques. There were quite a few items, but unfortunately, they were all worthless trinkets that he wouldn't want even if given for free. However, he didn't waste the spiritual energy from them. Once he absorbed the spiritual energy from these trinkets, the antiques would naturally lose their luster. But to Chen Shen's surprise, beneath these items, there was actually a beam of golden light. And it was even more dazzling than all these items combined. Chen Shen's eyes brightened, and he quickly pushed aside the items. Upon closer inspection, it was a rusty copper coin, with a corner chipped off, looking completely like a broken coin. Zhou Long watched Chen Shen's actions closely. These treasures were what he had painstakingly dug out from the grave, and he was naturally unwilling to let Chen Shen take them. Seeing Chen Shen pick up a broken copper coin after examining for so long, he couldn't help but feel delighted. This kid, although skilled, had such poor eyesight. He left so many good things behind and chose a broken copper coin that no one wanted. What an idiot! Just as Zhou Long was feeling pleased with himself, Chen Shen was already trembling with excitement. Item, corner missing Diqi, condition, intact, market price, priceless due to extreme rarity. This is actually the corner missing Diqi from the Diqi Tong Bao. I've stumbled upon another treasure. Chen Shen's heart was filled with mixed joy and surprise. The Diqi Tong Bao was incredibly famous. As a student majoring in archaeology, he might not have been an expert, but he certainly knew about it. Especially the corner missing Diqi, without needing any special vision, he understood its immense value. The corner missing Diqi, originally named Diqi Tong Bao, was the first currency minted by Li Fan, the founding emperor of the Diqi kingdom, and is one of the most precious ancient coins of Long Country. Its rarity stems from the fact that the Diqi kingdom existed for a mere 3 years and 2 months before being destroyed, resulting in a very limited minting of coins. Today, only 4 Diqi Tong Bao are known to exist. One has a corner missing and is referred to as the corner missing Diqi. Another has 4 small holes around it and is called the 4-eyed Diqi. The other 2 were only excavated in modern times and are in complete condition. As the saying goes, rarity breeds value, so among these 4 Diqi Tong Bao, the most precious are still the corner missing Diqi and the 4-eyed Diqi. The 4-eyed Diqi is currently held by the Daijido Foundation in the beautiful country, while the corner missing Diqi has long been lost. That corner missing Diqi appeared during the Qing dynasty and was collected by the renowned scholar Daishi from Jiangnan. At that time, there were people willing to pay a high price for it, but Daishi couldn't bear to part with it. Later, when the Taiping army invaded Hangzhou, Daishi drowned himself, burying the Diqi Tong Bao and other items deep underground before his death. Over the years, countless people have tried to buy Dai's residence and excavate the ground multiple times in hopes of finding this rare treasure, but unfortunately, none have succeeded in discovering the Diqi Tong Bao. At this very moment, the ancient coin in Chen Shen's hand was indeed the corner missing Diqi, one of the 4 that had been lost for hundreds of years. If news of the corner missing Diqi resurfacing were to spread, it would undoubtedly shock the entire world. Just as Chen Shen was immersed in his astonishment, Zhou Long's pleas for mercy echoed in his ears again. Big brother, take as much as you like from these things, just spare my life. Chen Shen came back to his senses, looked at Zhou Long, and suddenly a thought crossed his mind. I really like this ancient coin, I'll take it. After calmly putting away the corner missing Diqi, Chen Shen glanced back at Zhou Long and said coldly, however, if you want me to let you go, you have to agree to do one thing for me. You say it. Don't mention just one, I'll agree to 10. Have you heard the saying, an eye for an eye? I understand. Zhou Long was a clever man and instantly realized that Chen Shen wanted him to retaliate against Mei Liangxin. The mention of Mei Liangxin made him furious. Rest assured, even if you don't say anything, I'm going to find that bastard Mei Liangxin for revenge. Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction. Get lost. I'm going. I'm leaving right now. Zhou Long was overjoyed, disregarding his injuries, and scrambled into the van, flooring the gas pedal and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Just then, a faint voice reached his ears. Young man, hurry. Save me. The driver's hands, clutching his stomach, were already stained red with blood. He had lost too much blood and spoke weakly, nearly on the verge of fainting. I can take you to the hospital, but you have to promise me one thing. You absolutely cannot tell anyone about what you saw today. Saying this, Chen Shen took out his phone and transferred a sum of money in front of the driver. This 100,000 yuan is your hush money. The driver was stunned by this operation. Young man, that bastard wanted to kill us, and instead of calling the police, you want me to help cover for you? Chen Shen shot him a glance. What nonsense! If the police arrest Zhou Long, who will help him take revenge on Mei Liangxin? Don't worry about that, just say if you can agree. I can. Good, if I find out you called the police, I will definitely find you. Don't worry, I absolutely won't say anything. You have to know this is 100,000 yuan, which is his income from working hard for more than half a year. Keeping a secret to earn 100,000. Where can you find such a good deal? In the antique market in the north of the city. At this time, all the shops had already closed. It was pitch black everywhere. A figure covered in blood was walking quickly in the darkness, finally arriving at the only shop with its lights on, then raised his leg and kicked the door. With a loud bang, the door of Mei's antique shop was kicked open violently by Zhou Long. Mei Liangxin was sitting in the hall chatting and laughing with two employees, but was startled by the sudden loud noise. The three of them froze in shock when they saw Zhou Long's bloodied face. "Mei, do you know you almost killed me?" Zhou Long glared at Mei Liangxin. If it weren't for Mei Liangxin, he wouldn't have found himself in such a dangerous situation, almost losing his life. Thinking of this, Zhou Long's anger surged even more, and he rushed over, pulling out a knife and pressing it against Mei Liangxin's neck. "Old Zhou, what are you doing?" Mei Liangxin's face changed drastically, and his whole body instantly stiffened. The two employees beside him were also scared silly, their faces turning pale, standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. "What am I doing? I almost got killed because of you." Zhou Long pointed at his bloodied face and shouted, "This is all thanks to that kid." "What? You're not even a match for that kid?" Mei Liangxin was greatly shocked. Zhou Long's eyes narrowed, questioning, "You knew that kid was extraordinary, didn't you?" Mei Liangxin stiffly nodded. "Damn! Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhou Long was furious. The tip of the knife had already pierced Mei Liangxin's skin, which frightened Mei Liangxin. "Old Zhou, please don't be impulsive. The key is I didn't know you weren't a match for that kid either." Mei Liangxin quickly changed the subject and asked, "By the way, since you're not his match, how did you survive?" Zhou Long gritted his teeth and said, "Fortunately, I was smart and let that kid pick an antique. He was so happy that he spared me, otherwise, it would be my ghost coming to find you now." Mei Liangxin was curious. What did he pick? Zhou Long sneered, "That kid has some skills, but unfortunately, he doesn't know the value of things." Instead of picking other treasures, he chose a broken ancient coin. "What?" Mei Liangxin's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, "Is that ancient coin wide-rimmed, flat-backed, with a missing corner on the upper right?" Zhou Long was taken aback and nodded. "Yeah, why? Is that thing very valuable?" Mei Liangxin slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh my god! That's a missing corner de Chitong coin, there are only 4 in the world. It's not just very valuable, it's practically priceless." "What?" Zhou Long's mouth dropped open, his face turned pale, and his whole body began to tremble. It was only at this moment that he realized he had been played and missed out on a tremendous treasure. He suddenly turned his head, glaring at Mei Liangxin with rage. He decided to unleash all his anger on Mei Liangxin. All of it. Chen Chen rushed the driver to the nearest hospital as quickly as possible. After all, it was his use of the taxi that led to the driver's injury, so he certainly had to take responsibility. The medical expenses go without saying, he would cover all of them. To be safe, he even paid an extra 10,000 yuan. The doctor reminded him that it wouldn't cost that much, but he said if there was any left over, just return it and give it directly to the driver. This was also a little gesture of his, a form of compensation for the driver. It wasn't until the doctor personally told Chen Chen that the driver was no longer in danger of losing his life that he finally felt relieved and walked out of the hospital. "Oh no, it's already 8 o'clock. Chen Chen glanced at the time and felt a sense of foreboding. He hadn't forgotten that Yan Ruyu had asked him to come home early for dinner. At this time, it was already late, and wasn't that equivalent to standing up 2 women? Any man in the world knows that women are definitely a terrifying species, and when they get angry, no one can compete with them. However, Chen Chen didn't panic too much. He calmly analyzed the situation. 8 o'clock in the evening was already considered late. If Yan Ruyu had prepared the meal, she would definitely have called to urge him, but she hadn't. That meant there was still time. Sure enough, the reality was just as Chen Chen thought. When he rushed home as fast as he could, he found Yan Ruyu still busy in the kitchen. As for the busty girl Su Xiaotong, she was also not idle, helping Yan Ruyu in the kitchen. The two were so engrossed in their work that they didn't even hear the door open. "It smells so good." It wasn't until Chen Chen let out a heartfelt exclamation that the two realized he had returned. "Stinky little brother, you're back just in time. Come and serve the dishes, everything is ready." "Wow, today's meal is quite sumptuous." Chen Chen washed his hands in the bathroom and then went to the kitchen, instantly brightening up. There were only 3 of them, yet Yan Ruyu had prepared 4 dishes and 2 soups. Not only were there many varieties, but every dish and soup looked appealing and smelled fragrant. Without even tasting, he knew the flavors must be excellent. Just smelling the dishes made Chen Chen's mouth water. "Sister Yu, I think I should be the second happiest man after your future husband," Chen Chen exclaimed sincerely. "What do you mean by that?" Yan Ruyu untied her apron, revealing the loose home clothes she was wearing underneath. Although it was loose enough to be comparable to maternity wear, it still couldn't hide her hot figure. Chen Chen admired her while smiling and said, Your future husband can only enjoy such a sumptuous meal if he marries you, while I can eat it without marrying you. Don't you think that makes me the second happiest man besides your future husband? Yen Ruyu giggled and playfully hooked Chen Chen's chin with her finger. That's not quite right, maybe you are my future husband? Yen Ruyu leaned in close to Chen Chen's ear, her breath warm and fragrant. What do you think? Want to give it a try? The damp breath brushed against Chen Chen's sensitive earlobe, making him feel as if he had been gently stroked by a goosefeather, and he instantly felt numb all over. His body temperature rose rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, his ears were almost as red as if they were about to bleed. Stinky little brother, you can't even handle this? Seeing Chen Chen frozen in place, unable to utter a word, Yen Ruyu laughed brightly. It was Su Xiaotong who spoke up fairly from the side. Sister Yu, it's not that he can't, it's that you're too tempting. With someone like you, not only do you attract men, but you also attract women. I can't handle it. That's a very accurate analysis. Chen Chen gave Su Xiaotong a thumbs up. Alright, you two stop joking around and hurry up and serve the dishes. As the only one among the three with physical strength, Chen Chen naturally took it upon himself to carry 2 pots of soup outside and placed them steadily on the dining table. But when he looked up, he was stunned. Opposite him was Yen Ruyu. From a normal angle, what Yen Ruyu was wearing today was already quite covered up. But the only problem was that it was too loose. Coupled with Yen Ruyu's model-like height, this meant that when she leaned over to place the dishes on the table, she had to bend down. And this bending down happened to coincide with the moment Chen Chen looked up. The result was a large expanse of white, which Chen Chen easily took in at a glance. What surprised Chen Chen the most was that Yen Ruyu was completely in the nude. Although it wasn't the first time Chen Chen had seen Yen Ruyu's body, previously he had used his X-ray vision to see everything. Now, without using his special vision, he could still see such an alluring scene, which made it even more tempting, to the point where his eyes were almost popping out. Just as he was enjoying the view, Yen Ruyu got up and turned to go to the kitchen. Chen Chen sighed, feeling unsatisfied. But the next moment, Yen Ruyu returned with a plate of food. She bent over in the same position. This time, she even pushed the plate closer to Chen Chen, allowing him to see even more clearly. Gulp! Chen Chen couldn't help but swallow. At the same time, he wondered whether Yen Ruyu was doing this intentionally or unintentionally. But it didn't really matter. Regardless of her intentions, Chen Chen had seen it by accident and then started to pay attention on purpose. Even if he was being a bit of a rogue, it couldn't be blamed on him. Just then, Yen Ruyu straightened up and caught Chen Chen swallowing, teasing him with a smile. If you're hungry, just eat. Why are you drooling just by looking? Chen Chen thought, what's the point of eating? He was almost full just from looking. By the way, wait a moment. Yen Ruyu suddenly remembered something and hurried back to the kitchen, then came out with a steaming plate of white buns. These are the buns I steamed today. They're a bit small, but otherwise, they're perfect. You guys should try them. Yen Ruyu handed the plate filled with white buns to the two of them. Wow, Sister Yu, your hands are really skillful. These buns are steamed perfectly, so soft and delicious. Su Xiaotong grabbed a bun and took a bite. Perhaps because the bun was so tasty, her eyes turned crescent-shaped with a smile, and with her cheeks puffed up, she looked particularly cute. Not only soft, but also big and white. Chen Chen said while eating. I think so too. Sister Yu, don't you agree? Su Xiaotong nodded in agreement. You, be more mindful. Don't let this little rascal Chen Chen lead you astray. Yen Ruyu tapped Su Xiaotong on the head and then turned to glare fiercely at Chen Chen. Sister Yu, this is unfair. I was really just talking about the buns, I meant nothing else, Chen Chen said, almost in tears. Suddenly, a news segment interrupted the television, catching Chen Chen's attention. This is the evening news. Just a few nights ago, a very serious crime occurred on a certain antique street. As you can see, this antique shop called Mei's Antique Shop is now engulfed in flames. The person with a bruised face is the shop owner, Mei Liangxin. According to Mr. Mei, a man rushed in and smashed everything in the shop, beat him up, and before leaving, set the shop on fire. Unfortunately, Mr. Mei claims he didn't get a good look at the man's face, but even so, this person's actions are too heinous, and I believe the relevant authorities will definitely bring him to justice. By the end, Chen Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Without a doubt, this incident was the work of that tomb raider named Zhou Long. As for what Mei Liangxin said about not seeing the man's face, that was just nonsense. He probably had done plenty of shady dealings himself and knew that if he exposed Zhou Long, he would also suffer, so he chose to take the loss in silence. While Mei Liangxin was crying on screen, Chen Chen was feeling quite pleased. As the saying goes, it's better to share joy than to enjoy alone. He quickly found the news on his phone and sent it to Qian Zimo and Tai Gongji. The three of them were in high spirits. Chen Chen, why are you laughing so happily? This incident isn't related to you, is it? Yen Ruyu asked with a frown. What are you joking about? Do I look like the kind of person who would do that? Chen Chen casually remarked. Yen Ruyu wanted to ask more, but Chen Chen's phone suddenly rang. When he saw the name on the screen, he instantly smiled, although there was also a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had long suspected that this call would come, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. You couldn't even last a night. It seems like you've encountered something significant. Chen Chen muttered to himself, grinning as he answered the call, teasing, so, do you believe it now? Ah, Brother Chen, I believe. I believe. Help! Save me! Zhang Shihao was crying, snot and tears everywhere. His voice trembled with fear, and it was clear he was genuinely scared. Although Chen Chen knew it wasn't very kind to laugh at this moment, he couldn't help but chuckle at the image of a grown man sobbing into his phone. You're still laughing. I'm about to die here. How can you still laugh? Do you have any conscience left? Zhang Shihao was like a stick of dynamite, ready to explode at any moment. His voice was absurdly loud, forcing Chen Chen to hold the phone away from his ear. Even Yen Ruyu and Su Xiaotong, sitting across from him, could hear Zhang Shihao's hysterical roars. Chen Chen, who is this person? He hasn't contracted rabies, has he? Yen Ruyu said seriously, let me tell you a true story. A relative of my neighbor back home got rabies. Everyone advised them to stay away, but they didn't take it seriously. One day, the neighbor was bitten by someone with rabies and ended up getting it too, and in the end, they died. You should stay away from people like that. The more Yen Ruyu spoke, the more agitated she became, her voice rising significantly, and Zhang Shihao could vaguely hear her. Brother, who is talking? Why do I hear someone mentioning rabies? Are they talking about me? Ah! Su Xiaotong exclaimed, looking worried, oh no, this person might really have rabies. Rabies is clearly 3 words, but he said 2, that's already a symptom of early-stage rabies, showing confusion. Chen Chen, should you hang up the phone quickly? Chen Chen almost died laughing at the 2 girls. Even if he really has rabies, it can't be transmitted through the signal, right? At worst, it would have to be at the level of a hellhound, right? Su Xiaotong's face turned red as she mumbled, stop laughing at me, I just misspoke in a panic. Hello? Brother? You aren't really talking about me, are you? Zhang Shihao on the other end was so anxious he almost wanted to crawl through the signal. It's fine, we're not talking about you, we're discussing a TV show. If you don't believe me, listen. Just then, an advertisement for dog food came on the TV, and when Zhang Shihao heard the barking, he finally felt relieved. Alright, brother, enough nonsense. You need to help me. Chen Chen asked leisurely, so, what happened? Brother, it's eerie. It's really eerie. Zhang Shihao's tone was filled with lingering fear as he spoke. Let me tell you, ever since you left this afternoon, time rewound to the afternoon. Brother Chen, your energy is dark, it's an ominous sign. If you don't deal with this quickly, you might face a bloody disaster. I won't say more, just be careful. I have something to attend to, so I'm leaving. After Chen Chen left the pawnshop, Zhang Shihao stared at the blood jade in his palm, feeling uneasy. Could it be? Is it really that ominous? But this is a treasure worth 10 million, how can I just dispose of it? I, Zhang Shihao, have grown up smoothly all my life. I don't believe that a piece of broken blood jade can bring me bad luck. But no matter how good the item is, if it can't be sold, it's useless. I need to find some old friends and see if anyone is willing to buy it. After making up his mind, Zhang Shihao took the blood jade with him, ready to seek out a few old friends and try to sell the treasure for a profit. As everyone knows, just as he stepped out the door, his foot suddenly slipped, and he fell flat on his face, breaking his nose in the process. Blood gushed everywhere. Zhang Shihao looked at the pool of blood and felt a jolt of fear. What the hell? Isn't this just a disaster of blood? Could it be so coincidental? Just as he finished speaking, a cleaning lady nearby rushed over, apologizing as she ran. I'm so sorry, boss. I waxed too much, really sorry. Oh no. When the lady reached Zhang Shihao, she also fell down. Although she didn't bleed, it eased Zhang Shihao's anxious heart. Looks like it was just a coincidence. How could there be so much nonsense about blood disasters? Zhang Shihao grinned and didn't blame the cleaner. After plugging his nose with a tissue, he swaggered out of the store. As he was about to leave the street, he noticed a familiar storefront under renovation. The workers were just hanging up a new sign, and as they slowly descended from the iron frame, the new sign was fully revealed. Since it was also a pawn shop, Zhang Shihao paused to take a look, wondering if he needed to change his own sign. Ah! Everyone, get out of the way! At that moment, a terrified shout accompanied by a blaring horn caught Zhang Shihao's attention. He turned to see a delivery guy on a bike speeding uncontrollably towards him. What the hell? Zhang Xiaoheo was taken aback and quickly dodged. Despite his big belly, he was surprisingly agile. The electric bike nearly brushed past his clothes. Zhang Xiaoheo patted his chest, looking quite pleased with himself. Phew, good thing I'm a nimble fat guy. But before he could bask in his triumph for 2 seconds, he heard another scream. Boss Zhang, get out of the way. The iron frame is going to fall. Although the electric bike hadn't hit Zhang Xiaoheo, it had crashed into the iron frame, knocking it over. The delivery guy, wearing a helmet, was fine, but the frame was heading straight for Zhang Xiaoheo. Damn it! Zhang Xiaoheo was so scared that his hair stood on end, and he took off running. Weighing 180 pounds, he somehow sprinted at a speed of 180 miles per hour. Clang! Just as Zhang Xiaoheo dashed out, the iron frame crashed heavily onto the spot where he had been standing. Watching the bluestone bricks crack under the impact, Zhang Xiaoheo felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, as if his brain was boiling inside. How could you ride like that? Are you blind? He turned and yelled at the delivery guy. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Do you want me to take you to the hospital? The delivery guy kept apologizing. Forget it. I'm in a hurry. Seeing that the guy's attitude was decent and he himself was fine, Zhang Xiaoheo decided to let it go. Until that moment, he still thought everything was just an accident. But when he was driving on the wide ring road with 6 lanes in the same direction, something happened that made him understand completely. Chen Chen's warning was definitely not an exaggeration because there were a lot of cars on the ring road, and with the hot weather, it was easy to make people irritable. After crawling along at a snail's pace for a while, almost every driver would immediately switch to aggressive driving mode. Zhang Xiaoheo had already encountered a series of unfortunate events since leaving the office, which made him quite unhappy. After finally getting on the ring road, just as he was about to enjoy the thrill and joy of speed, he found himself stuck in a crawl. Many drivers were incessantly honking their horns, and Zhang Xiaoheo was one of them. Like the other drivers, he honked while leaning out to see what was happening ahead. To his surprise, he actually saw that just 200 meters ahead, 2 concrete mixer trucks were crawling along, occupying the 3rd and 5th lanes. This naturally made the already congested stretch even worse. Adding to the chaos were several novice drivers who were too timid to step on the gas, and even when they attempted to overtake, they did so slowly, causing a massive backup behind them. Beep, beep. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Zhang Xiaoheo honked furiously. Surprisingly, his honking seemed to work. The cars in front, likely fearing trouble, began to speed up. One by one, small cars zipped past in the 4th lane between the 2 concrete mixers. I thought I was unlucky, but look at this good fortune. Even the unknown cars are giving me face. This scene instantly lifted Zhang Xiaoheo's previously gloomy mood, and he excitedly pressed the gas pedal, racing along with the cars ahead. In just 10 seconds, Zhang Xiaoheo was nearing the 2 concrete mixers. By this time, at least 20 cars had already passed the mixers. Each car passed steadily, but just as Zhang Xiaoheo was driving right between the 2 mixers, a loud bang suddenly erupted. Zhang Xiaoheo jumped in shock. Before he could react, a gust of wind rushed in from both sides, causing the entire car's windows to tremble. Before he could figure out what was happening, he heard countless cars behind him honking madly. Zhang Xiaoheo's heart raced, something was wrong, and he quickly looked around, his eyes widening in horror. It turned out that both concrete mixers had simultaneously blown their tires, and the explosions were directed towards Zhang Xiaoheo's car. The result was that both mixers lost control and began to tip over towards his vehicle. As he saw the 2 massive vehicles coming down, Zhang Xiaoheo's face turned pale, and his heart felt like it was in his throat. Boom! With a dull thud, the 2 mixers, loaded with concrete, collapsed, sending up a thick cloud of dust. Zhang Xiaoheo's car, caught in the middle, was inevitably crushed. When the dust settled, a shocking scene unfolded before the eyes of all the drivers. Zhang Xiaoheo's car had been transformed from a 3-box to a 2-box. The rear seat and trunk were completely flattened. The front of the car was raised high, all the windows shattered, and every airbag deployed. Such a horrific scene made everyone believe the driver surely wouldn't survive. Bang! But just then, the car door suddenly swung open, and Zhang Xiaoheo jumped out, collapsing onto the ground, lying flat on the road, gasping for breath. His face was as pale as snow, a testament to how terrified he was at that moment. Fortunately, he was an experienced driver with years behind the wheel. In the instant of the accident, his instinct kicked in, and he slammed on the gas. That one push of the pedal saved him, otherwise, he would have been the one crushed. Damn it, how can I be this unlucky? Other cars have no issues overtaking, so why did I have to blow a tire? It must be that cursed Jade causing all this trouble. One disaster after another, each more terrifying than the last, left Zhang Xiaoheo completely panicked. It also made him fully believe in what Chen Chen had said. Bad luck follows, blood disasters. Damn it, who the hell wants this thing? Anyone who does must be a fool. I definitely don't want it. Get the hell away from me. Zhang Shihao climbed up from the ground, reached into his pocket, pulled out the blood jade, and with a loud roar, swung his arm with all his might, instantly throwing the blood jade hundreds of meters away. Damn it, I need to go home and calm down. After the blood jade completely disappeared from sight, Zhang Shihao turned and ran. He didn't even want the damaged car anymore. All he wanted was to get home quickly, lie on the sofa, and relax. He thought that throwing away the blood jade would solve everything, but when he got home and lay down on the sofa, the leg broke, and he fell straight to the floor. Just as he was about to struggle to get up, he lightly touched the coffee table with his left hand for support, but that gentle tap caused the glass surface to shatter instantly, countless shards piercing into his palm, blood flowing immediately, and he screamed in pain. Damn it! Is the blood jade really that cursed? Even throwing it away doesn't work? Zhang Shihao was terrified, scrambling to the kitchen to get a glass of cold water to calm his nerves. But as soon as he took a sip, he choked on it, nearly suffocating. Truly, when someone is down on their luck, even drinking cold water can lead to disaster. Oh my god! I don't want to die. I definitely can't die in such a pathetic way. Zhang Shihao completely broke down. Chen, please, you have to save me. I haven't even had kids yet. I don't want to die so early. At that moment, Zhang Shihao had locked the door, hiding in the corner of his bedroom, trembling with the phone in his hand, crying uncontrollably, his face, mouth, and arms all covered in snot. Brother Zhang, from what you're saying, it seems like too much yin energy has entered your body, causing your bad luck to be too strong. Even throwing away the blood jade won't help. At this level, I might not be able to handle it either, Chen Shen sighed. He had long advised Zhang Shihao to throw away the blood jade, but he wouldn't listen. Now it had come to this situation, who could he blame? Chen, since you can see that I'm plagued by bad luck, you must have a way to help me. I believe you're capable, a master, you must have a solution. You can't just ignore me. For Zhang Shihao, Chen Shen was his last hope, and he wouldn't let go easily. Alright, I'll give it a try. I'll come to your shop first thing tomorrow morning. Chen Shen couldn't bear to see Zhang Shihao suffer like this. No matter what, he had to try. Brother, don't go to the shop. Right now, I can't even move, let alone go out. Come to my house tomorrow morning. Ouch. Before he could finish, Zhang Shihao let out a cry of pain. What happened? Chen Shen panicked and quickly asked. My foot went numb from squatting, and when I tried to stretch my leg, my toenail hit the wall and got knocked off. Now my foot is covered in blood. It hurts so much. Why am I so unlucky? Chen Shen couldn't help but laugh and cry. There probably wasn't anyone in the world more unfortunate than Zhang Shihao. However, if Zhang Shihao just stayed still, he should be safe. Chen Shen sighed in relief and nodded in agreement. The next day, Chen Shen woke up early. While Yan Ruyu and Su Xiaotong were still fast asleep, he had already left the house. After all, life was at stake. The sooner, the better. Soon, he arrived at Zhang Shihao's doorstep according to the address. After ringing the doorbell, the door opened within 2 seconds. At the same time, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Chen Shen was taken aback. Following the scent, he looked up, and his eyes widened in surprise. The one who opened the door was a woman, looking to be in her late 20s, with big waves of hair. She was very fair, her lips perfectly shaped and particularly rosy, as if they could drip water, giving off an enticing feeling that made one want to kiss her. To be honest, this woman wasn't particularly beautiful, and her figure wasn't very tall, but her overall proportions were excellent, and there was an indescribable energy radiating from her, especially her eyes, which seemed to draw one in. She wore a long ice silk robe, which was particularly soft and smooth. This made the curves and contours of her body very pronounced and alluring. The woman was also looking at Chen Shen. His first impression was that he was handsome, and then that he was young. This caused a hint of undeniable surprise to appear on her delicate face. She had heard from Zhang Shihao that a distinguished guest he referred to as Brother Chen would be coming today. Zhang Shihao had said that this Brother Chen was quite impressive, being both a master of appraising treasures and a master of physiognomy. Generally, those who enjoy antiques are not very young, and being a master means they are even older. After all, treasure appraisal relies heavily on keen eyesight, which is honed over many years. Anyone who can be called a master is at least middle-aged. As for physiognomy, it is rarely seen in everyday life but often appears in movies and TV shows, and those depicted are usually not very young either. Although Zhang Shihao referred to him as brother, he certainly wouldn't be just a few years younger than Zhang Shihao. Before meeting Chen Shen, the woman thought that this Brother Chen was probably in his 40s, but upon seeing him, she was surprised to find he was just in his 20s. This was truly unexpected and made her somewhat doubt Chen Shen's identity. You are Brother Chen? The woman's voice was particularly pleasant, especially gentle, like a soft silk scarf brushing against Chen Shen's ear, instantly stirring feelings within him. Just hearing her voice almost made this vigorous young man lose his composure. Sometimes, any single quality can elevate a person's image immensely. The woman before him was just like that. The moment she spoke, combined with the strong energy she exuded, made Chen Chen feel as if she was the most beautiful person in the world. Is this person a fool? So handsome, what a pity. Seeing Chen Chen staring at her blankly, the woman couldn't help but furrow her brow, thinking to herself, "Ahem, yes, I am the Chen Chen that Brother Zang is looking for." Chen Chen realized what the woman was thinking and became aware that he was a bit out of line, so he quickly answered her question obediently. "You really are that Brother Chen? That's too young." The woman looked astonished. "What, didn't Brother Zang tell you my age?" "No. Wait, what did you call me?" The woman was taken aback. "Sister," Chen Chen said straightforwardly, "aren't you Brother Zhang's daughter? Although I refer to Brother Zhang as my brother, you don't seem much older than me. I can't take advantage of you, we can just consider ourselves equals. You can call him Dad, and I can call him Brother, but we are still peers. You really are interesting." A glint of mischief flashed in the woman's eyes, and she smiled as she asked, "How old do you think I am?" Chen Chen replied seriously, "At most, you must be 27 or 28? Ah, ha ha ha." This answer immediately made the woman laugh, her laughter causing her to tremble. Beneath her loose robe, there was a noticeable movement. Chen Chen nearly drooled at the sight. Her figure was truly stunning. Moreover, this woman didn't feel like someone in her 20s, she seemed more like a mature woman, full of charm. For him, a man in his 20s who had never been with a woman, the temptation was simply lethal. Moreover, this woman was unlike anyone he had ever met. Even though he was teased daily by the alluring Yen Ruyu, he could still maintain his composure. But the woman before him was like a ripe fruit, making it hard to resist the urge to taste. Of course, he still held on to a shred of rationality. Chen Chen took a good look at the woman and swallowed hard. He never expected that Zhang Shihao actually had such an exquisite daughter. What if he stole her away? Would that make him an instant father-in-law? Just as he was thinking these mischievous thoughts, the woman's voice suddenly rang out. "Little brother, you really know how to make a woman happy." She gazed at Chen Chen with her mesmerizing eyes, covering her mouth with a gentle smile, and said, "Thank you for the compliment, but I must correct you on one thing, you can't call me miss, you have to call me sister-in-law." "What? Sister-in-law?" It was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Chen Chen's head buzzing, and he was completely dumbfounded. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Lin, and I am your elder brother's wife. I'm 39 this year, can't you tell?" Bai Lin smiled. Chen Chen was somewhat shocked. "Sister-in-law, to be honest, if you hadn't said it, I really wouldn't have guessed you were 39. Hee, actually, many people have misunderstood my age. Even when I'm out shopping, some have asked if I'm old Zhang's daughter." Bai Lin chuckled and asked, "But can you tell me what you were thinking when you were staring blankly just now?" Chen Chen instantly felt his face flush. He had just been thinking about stealing a corner, not realizing it was his sister-in-law. That corner definitely couldn't be stolen now, otherwise, it would cause trouble. He cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. "Well, it's nothing. I was just wondering how old Zhang is doing right now. Speaking of which, you should go check on old Zhang. I've been locked in the bedroom all night, and I'm really worried something might happen to him." Chen Chen nodded and followed by Lin as she walked toward the master bedroom. To be honest, Chen Chen really didn't want to do anything disrespectful to his sister-in-law. But Bai Lin not only had a great figure but also moved with a special grace, and the quality of her silk robe was quite impressive, very thin, even revealing the edges of her panties. If Chen Chen could resist looking, he would be a monk. As they reached the master bedroom, Chen Chen finally raised his head and pushed the door open. He immediately saw Zhang Shihao sitting against the wall, looking particularly haggard with heavy dark circles under his eyes and a big belly, resembling a giant panda. Only he knew how miserable last night had been, too anxious to sleep soundly. Hiss! Chen Chen took a look with his insight and gasped. The yin energy within Zhang Shihao was even denser than when he had seen him yesterday, no wonder he was so unfortunate. "Chen, you finally made it." As soon as Zhang Shihao saw Chen Chen, it was as if he had found a lifeline, and he rushed over frantically. "Hey, wait! Don't come over!" Chen Chen was taken aback. Just as he was about to turn and dodge, he forgot that Bai Lin was still beside him and bumped right into her. This slight delay allowed Zhang Shihao to pounce, grabbing onto Chen Chen's thigh. In the next moment, Chen Chen saw the yin energy from Zhang Shihao rapidly surging into his body. "It's over." Chen Chen felt like he could die. He had only guessed that the yin energy might transfer to those nearby, but he never expected it to spread so quickly. The yin energy surged into him like it was on a highway, rushing from Zhang Shaheo's hand straight into his thigh. In the blink of an eye, the yin energy within Zhang Shaheo had already decreased by 1/10. That was quite a lot. Just look at how miserable Zhang Shaheo was to understand how powerful the yin energy was. A beautiful life has just begun, and Chen Chen doesn't want to fall into misfortune yet. He knows he absolutely cannot sit and wait for disaster to strike. So he quickly struggles free and dashes to the corner, shouting loudly at Zhang Shaheo, who seems ready to charge again, "Don't move. If you come any closer, I really won't help you." In fact, this is just a delaying tactic. Chen Chen currently has no way to help Zhang Shaheo. After all, everything about fortune-telling is just nonsense he made up. The reason he agreed to come see Zhang Shaheo today was merely to provide him with some comfort. But Zhang Shaheo truly believed him. "Okay, I won't move. Brother Chen, please save me. I don't have a son yet. I don't want to die." Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Zhang Shaheo immediately stood still, obediently like a primary school student who has just seen their homeroom teacher. After experiencing life and death, he completely trusted Chen Chen. For him, Chen Chen was now his only lifeline. Others might ignore Chen Chen's words, but he could not. If Chen Chen really abandoned him, he would truly die. Just thinking about this made Zhang Shaheo break down, completely disregarding his image as he cried out loud, "Brother Chen, is my husband really going to die?" Bai Lin was also getting anxious now. Even when she had just opened the door for Chen Chen, she hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. She thought Zhang Shaheo was just having a simple fit. But seeing Zhang Shaheo's current state frightened her. Because in her memory, even when he was on the brink of bankruptcy, she had never seen Zhang Shaheo cry like this. "You all calm down. You have to give me some time to think of a solution, right?" After hearing Chen Chen's words, Bai Lin obediently fell silent, and Zhang Shaheo also tried to suppress his cries, his shoulders shaking like a pile driver. But although the surroundings quieted down, Chen Chen was now burning with anxiety. When he said he would think of a solution, he was actually thinking of his own situation. The influx of negative energy could lead to misfortune, and with his brow darkening, he wondered if he had already been affected. And the simplest and only way to see what changes had occurred was to use his X-ray vision to look at himself. Chen Chen scanned the area and was pleasantly surprised to find a full-length mirror on the balcony. He strode over, activated his X-ray vision, and stared intently at his forehead in the mirror. What's going on? As expected, the X-ray vision worked, but strangely, no matter how he looked, he found no trace of any dark energy appearing. After staring for a long time, Chen Chen concluded that his head seemed perfectly normal. Could it be that the negative energy hasn't reached me yet? Chen Chen thought it was possible, so he looked down at his legs. But the next second, his eyes widened in disbelief. His guess was correct. The negative energy that had surged into Zhang Shaheo's body had indeed not reached him, and was still gathering in his legs, because it was all blocked. What was blocking this negative energy was none other than all the spiritual energy that Chen Chen had absorbed into his body. This spiritual energy was currently flowing continuously from Chen Chen's dantian towards his two thighs. It was as if the spiritual energy had formed a solid great wall, while the evil negative energy was like an invading enemy. Although it came fiercely, it could never cross over. But what Chen Chen didn't expect was that as this tug-of-war continued, the black negative energy gradually showed signs of decline, and the golden spiritual energy began to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, the black negative energy began to change. The negative energy was actually transforming into gold at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as Chen Chen was dumbfounded, all the negative energy had completely changed from black to gold. This was something Chen Chen was familiar with. He carefully sensed it and felt no discomfort at all in his body. The previous yin energy had now transformed, becoming indistinguishable from the spiritual energy absorbed from antiques and jade. Moreover, Chen Chen made a significant discovery. The amount of spiritual energy produced from the transformation was more than double that of the original yin energy. For example, if the absorbed yin energy was 1, then after transforming into spiritual energy, it became 2, or even 2 plus. Just this little bit of yin energy had turned into more spiritual energy than what was contained in a fist-sized piece of jade. Is it possible that the perspective ability has such power? Chen Chen exclaimed in surprise. Brother Chen, how is it? Have you thought of a way? At that moment, he heard Zhang Shaheo sobbing, sounding more wrong than Doi. I have a way. Just stay where you are and don't move, I'm coming over now. After saying this, Chen Chen strode towards Zhang Shaheo, a smile on his face that was hard for a human to achieve. No matter how Zhang Shaheo looked at it, he felt that Chen Chen's smile was quite perverse. Brother Chen, what are you planning to do? As Chen Chen got closer, even raising his hands and occasionally grabbing at the air, Zhang Shaheo's face turned pale, instinctively raising his hands to protect his chest, looking just like a shy young girl. Brother Zang, don't be shy. As long as you believe in me, you'll be fine soon. Damn it. Chen, even if I die of bad luck, I will never let you humiliate me like this. Zhang Shihao spoke with righteous indignation, but halfway through, Chen squeezed hard, causing him to let out a strange cry. Ha ha. Don't. Brother Chen, don't squeeze there, it tickles. Chen didn't care how Zhang Shihao cried out, because he discovered that the harder he pressed, the faster the yin energy was absorbed, so he applied even more force. However, there was too much yin energy in Zhang Shihao's body. Even with all his strength, Zhang Shihao's chest turned red, and he still felt unsatisfied with the speed of absorption. Suddenly, he noticed that the yin energy in Zhang Shihao's body had now spread throughout. His hands were positioned higher up where the yin energy was naturally absorbed quickly, but the further down he went, the slower the influx of yin energy became due to the longer distance. If that was the case, wouldn't shortening the distance of the yin energy speed up the absorption? Chen decided to give it a try. He smiled at Zhang Shihao. Brother Zhang, I'm sorry to put you through this, I have to offend you. Brother! No! Ah! Zhang Shihao was both shocked and flustered. He didn't expect Chen to do this. But just as he was speaking, the force from Chen's hands made him shiver in pain, letting out a strange cry. Oh my, what kind of treatment is this? Bai Lin covered her mouth with both hands, her beautiful eyes wide open. Damn! Brother Chen, how can you do this to me? No way! I'd rather die than be humiliated like this. After a few seconds, Zhang Shihao had adapted to the force, but anger was already rising in his eyes as he began to struggle. Brother Zhang, don't misunderstand, I don't have such a hobby, but this is the only way to help you. If you want to die, I can leave right now, but if you want to live, you have to endure. Chen said, furrowing his brow slightly. He had lost focus while speaking, causing the absorption speed to slow down, so he didn't hesitate to squeeze again. Ah, that hurts. You're hurting me. Zhang Shihao was in so much pain that he almost lifted his toes off the ground, letting out a scream that nearly blew the roof off. Sorry, Brother Zhang, it's my first time too, I don't have much experience. Chen quickly apologized, but after he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that something about his words sounded strange. Forget it, it didn't matter, absorbing the yin energy was the priority. Honey, just bear with it for a bit, do you want me to live like a widow? Bai Lin had been closely watching Chen's expression. When she noticed that Chen looked serious and not at all like he was joking, she chose to trust him. Damn it! I'm all in. But today, no one is allowed to say a word about this. Bai Lin was the bottom line for Zhang Shihao. For the sake of his wife, he steeled himself, lifted his head, closed his eyes, bit his lip, and silently endured it all. Chen's lips curled up, and he felt overjoyed. Since Zhang Shihao was so proactive and cooperating, he naturally couldn't let him down, so he became even more unrestrained, no longer sticking to a fixed routine but instead starting to roam all over, leaving no corner untouched. In short, wherever the yin energy was, his hands would be there. No matter the place, no corner would be spared. Feeling his body being thoroughly touched by Zhang Shihao's old face visibly turned redder than an apple. But what amazed him was that as time passed, he actually began to feel a bit comfortable, as if his body was moving in a good direction. Who done? After about 2 minutes, Chen finally withdrew his hands, a satisfied smile on his face. Brother Chen, is that it? Zhang Shihao looked at his body in disbelief. After experiencing so many unfortunate events, he was now at a point where he was jumpy. Although he hoped he was indeed better, he still held a skeptical attitude. To tell you the truth, the method I used for treatment is simply to absorb all the yin energy from your body into mine, and now, there's no more yin energy left in you. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be fine. Chen glanced over and saw that there was no trace of black yin energy left in Zhang Shihao's body. He had also converted all the absorbed yin energy into spiritual energy. This gave him a warm feeling all over. Then, he instinctively rubbed his belly. After absorbing so much spiritual energy, he surprisingly felt a hint of fullness. Chen went to the mirror and activated his perspective eye, discovering that his meridians were filled with spiritual energy, countless streams of it darting around his body like little tadpoles. However, it was clear that it still needed a lot more to completely fill his body with spiritual energy. It's a pity that there was so little yin energy in Brother Zhang's body. If there were more, that would be even better. Chen had a thought. He wondered what would happen to his body if he absorbed spiritual energy to the point of being completely stuffed. Brother Chen, are you okay? That yin energy isn't something to play with. How can you still want more? Zhang Shihao now clearly understood that one should never mess with things related to the dead. Speaking of which, Chen, are you okay after absorbing so much yin energy? Bai Lin asked with concern. Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. I'm fine, and I even want to absorb a bit more yin energy. Chen Chen waved his hand with a smile. Brother, I think you've really gone mad. Zhang Shihao shook his head and said, don't forget, I threw away that blood jade, and I still ended up so unlucky. How can you dare to touch that thing again? By the way, the blood jade. Chen Chen's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, Brother, do you remember where you threw that blood jade? Brother, you're not thinking of retrieving the blood jade, are you? Seeing Chen Chen nod, Zhang Shihao suddenly shivered, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, damn it, don't come to me for this. I'm not doing it. Brother Zhang, don't forget, I can absorb the negative energy from you, and maybe I can find a way to send it back to you? Chen Chen grinned wickedly at Zhang Shihao, leaving him utterly speechless. What the hell? Are you trying to screw me over? Come on, brother, just say whether you'll help me find the blood jade or not. You're ruthless. Zhang Shihao finally relented, but then he quickly changed his tone. But let me make one thing clear first, I'll tell you the location, but you have to find it yourself. I'm not touching that thing again. Alright, no time to waste. Let's head out now. Soon, the two arrived at the site of Zhang Shihao's car accident. However, Zhang Shihao didn't drive onto the overpass, instead, he went underneath it. He remembered that when he threw the blood jade, he used all his strength, so it definitely wouldn't have landed on the overpass, it must have fallen below. This area was all abandoned wasteland, overgrown with weeds. After stopping the car, Zhang Shihao got out and looked at the wild grass all around, advising, Shen, just give up. That piece of blood jade is tiny, any clump of grass could cover it. Trying to find it here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Shen wasn't worried about it being hard to find. He was more concerned that Zhang Shihao had remembered the wrong place. Brother Zhang, can you guarantee that the blood jade was thrown here? I guarantee it. I swear on my manly honor. I absolutely didn't remember wrong. If I did, I'll become a eunuch on the spot. Seeing Zhang Shihao so adamant, Chen Chen nodded. Alright, I believe you. With that, Chen Chen turned and walked a few steps into the wasteland, then stopped and activated his X-ray vision. Instantly, his eyes became a combination of a telescope and a microscope, allowing him to see both far and in detail. In just over 10 seconds, he had scanned the entire wasteland within 200 meters in front of him. Every rustle of grass, even an ant, was captured in his sight. But he still didn't see the blood jade. Chen, what are you doing standing there? At that moment, Zhang Shihao's curious voice came from behind. In his eyes, Chen Chen looked like a fool. With all this overgrown grass, instead of bending down to search carefully, he was just standing there. Wasn't that just playing around? Brother, are you going to cut it yourself, or should I help you become a eunuch? Chen Chen walked over to Zhang Shihao. Hey, don't mess around. Zhang Shihao immediately clamped his legs together, watching Chen Chen warily. He had developed a shadow of fear towards Chen Chen and gained a whole new understanding of him. This guy was definitely not normal. He was a pervert. Shameless. While others generally wouldn't dare to do certain things, this guy really had the guts to go for it. Especially seeing Chen Chen's current malicious expression, Zhang Shihao was afraid that Chen Chen would actually cut off his. I warn you, don't mess around, and don't think I'm easy to fool. I can see clearly that you haven't searched this wasteland carefully at all. On what basis do you conclude that the blood jade isn't here? Zhang Shihao knew he couldn't just sit back and wait, so he chose to take the initiative. Why would I lie to you? I really looked, and the blood jade is indeed not in this wasteland in front of me. Are you kidding? You stood there for just over 10 seconds, and you're telling me you finished looking? In short, Zhang Shihao absolutely didn't believe him. Alright, brother, stop protecting it. If that thing really goes down with my drink, I'm afraid I'll throw up last night's leftovers. Watching Zhang Shihao's terrified expression, Chen Chen shook his head and smiled, then asked seriously, by the way, think carefully about where you actually threw the blood jade? After saying that, he emphasized, that thing is really important to me. Zhang Shihao observed carefully and found that Chen Chen really didn't seem to have the idea of castrating himself, which made him breathe a sigh of relief, then began to recall earnestly. That's right. I threw the blood jade in this direction yesterday. Absolutely. Zhang Shihao mimicked the action and direction of throwing the blood jade while recalling, and finally confirmed that the blood jade must be thrown here. That's strange. Chen Chen muttered, stroking his chin. First of all, Zhang Shihao had no reason to lie to him. But if the blood jade was really here, it definitely wouldn't escape his X-ray vision, yet he hadn't even seen a hair of the blood jade. Just then, a burst of laughter caught their attention. They turned their heads simultaneously and found two old men collecting scrap, rummaging through bottles and jars in the nearby weeds while chatting and joking. There were still many unethical drivers who directly threw away their empty mineral water bottles and drinks from the overpass. So, there were still many scavengers in this area. Hiss! Zhang Shihao gasped, suddenly realizing, I say, little brother, what if that blood jade was picked up by someone? Don't say, there is indeed that possibility. Chen Chen's mood instantly plummeted. Even someone who didn't know much could tell that the blood jade was definitely not simple. If it was really discovered by others, the probability of it being picked up was quite high. Mainly, apart from that, there was no other reason to explain why his X-ray vision hadn't found any trace of the blood jade. Forget it, let's go. Chen Chen sighed and chose to give up. I told you long ago not to come, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, you made a wasted trip. Zhang Shihao was overjoyed. He never wanted to see that blood jade again in his life and wished to leave this place as soon as possible. After saying that, he immediately opened the car door, got in first, and waved at Chen Chen, shouting, little brother, stop dawdling, hurry up and get in the car. Chen Chen nodded, preparing to go around the front of the car like he did when getting out, but when he realized he was closer to the back of the car, he decided to go around the back. However, just as he reached the right rear door, he suddenly felt like he stepped on something, the sole of his shoe getting pricked. But he didn't think much of it, just glanced down instinctively, and was instantly stunned. He saw a bit of scarlet peeking out from the dirt. Under the sunlight, the reflected red light became even more eerie, almost blinding. But what surprised Chen Chen the most was the thick black aura emanating from this red light. Wasn't this exactly the blood jade he had been longing to find? Ha ha, I found it! Chen Chen exclaimed, then quickly squatted down to dig the blood jade out of the dirt. That's right, it was the blood jade. What? Found it? Is it true? Zhang Shihao, sitting in the car, suddenly jolted and hurriedly got out, running over with a mix of 3 parts doubt and 7 parts shock on his face. Hiss! It really is that cursed blood jade. When he saw the blood jade that Chen Chen was holding in his palm, Zhang Shihao's face turned pale with fright, and he shouted, brother, I advise you to throw it away quickly. This thing is very sinister. This is a treasure, how can I throw it away? Chen Chen didn't even lift his head because he was already secretly absorbing the yin energy from the blood jade. Alas! Just go ahead and court death. Zhang Shihao was actually very worried about Chen Chen, but he was also afraid of getting involved in bad luck, so he didn't dare to go over and could only stand there anxiously. At this moment, Chen Chen had no time to care about Zhang Shihao, because he was enjoying the surprise that this blood jade brought him. Don't be fooled by the small size of this blood jade, it contained quite a lot of yin energy. Zhang Shihao's internal yin energy was almost completely absorbed after 5 minutes, but it took 5 minutes to absorb only a third of the yin energy from this blood jade. It should be noted that once yin energy is transformed into spiritual energy, its quantity increases exponentially. This made Chen Chen feel exhilarated. It took a full 15 minutes for the yin energy in the blood jade to be completely absorbed. As the last trace of yin energy was transformed into spiritual energy, Chen Chen felt a sensation of being overly full. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he immediately clutched his stomach, feeling a rolling sensation in his abdomen, as if something was crashing around inside. Moreover, the pain intensified, causing him to let out a wail, veins bulging on his forehead, his face contorted in agony. This frightened Zhang Shihao, his voice trembling. Brother Chen, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Zhang Shihao was extremely worried, but he was also afraid of being entangled by the blood jade, so his foot was suspended in mid-air, unable to step forward. He was anxious, pacing in circles. Gulyolu. At that moment, a muffled sound reached Zhang Shihao's ears, immediately capturing his attention. Following the sound, he realized it was coming from Chen Chen's stomach. Little brother, what's going on with you? I don't know what's happening either. Chen Chen shook his head, even he was unclear about what was happening. He only knew that just when the pain was about to become unbearable, a warm current seemed to surge from his abdomen and gradually spread throughout his body. Just as he was answering Zhang Shihao, his entire body began to feel warm. But it seemed that this warmth was a bit too intense, his stomach already felt bloated, and with this warm current, it seemed to have caused a chemical reaction, making his stomach churn violently. The result was the sound of gurgling. How can you not know what's going on? Zhang Shihao was anxious and pressed. Is it because you absorbed too much yin energy? What can I do to help you? To be honest, my stomach doesn't hurt at all now, and I feel quite comfortable all over, but there's just a strange feeling. Before Chen Chen could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed slightly, his lips pressed tightly together, and his thighs seemed to be concentrating on controlling something. Little brother, what's wrong? Zhang Shihao naturally noticed that Chen Chen's expression was once again off, and he hurriedly inquired. Bang! Just as the words left his mouth, a loud noise erupted. The sound came from Chun Chen's backside. What the hell? Did you eat a cannon? That was so loud? Zhang Shihao was shocked. The sound nearly deafened him. However, at that moment, Chen Chen could no longer afford to respond to Zhang Shihao. He bent slightly at the waist, his mouth tightly shut, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, one hand clutching his stomach, while the other hand waved frantically at Zhang Shihao. You can't talk right now? What exactly is going on with you? Zhang Shihao understood that Chen Chen meant he couldn't speak, but this made him anxious, fearing something might happen to Chen Chen. Brother, I really can't explain it right now. You quickly. Come in front of me. Help me block. In just a short sentence, Chen Chen stammered, his voice clearly trembling. Block? Block what? How do I block? Although Zhang Shihao was confused, he could tell from Chen Chen's pale face that things were probably serious, so he stepped forward in a daze. Just stand here, don't move. Seeing that Zhang Shihao was in position, Chen Chen could no longer hold back and directly began to unbuckle his belt. Damn it! Zhang Shihao was suddenly startled, shivering as he shouted, I say, brother, you don't want to fight me here in the wild, do you? I really have no interest in that. I can't explain it to you right now, but I'm really anxious. Chen Chen didn't even lift his head, hurriedly trying to unbuckle his belt, but the more anxious he got, the more clumsy he became, and he still couldn't get it undone, sweating profusely. He was anxious, but Zhang Shihao was even more anxious. It's not like that, buddy. Even if you're anxious, you can't put me in danger. Seeing that Chen Chen had already unbuckled his belt, Zhang Shihao jumped up in fright, shouting in a panic, wait a second, I'll help you contact someone right now. I can't wait. Bro, please turn around. What? You want to come from behind? Zhang Shihao turned pale. Buddy, I really can't do this. Damn. What a mess. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Chen Chen grabbed Zhang Shihao's shoulder and suddenly slapped him hard. Zhang Shihao had no room to resist and was forcibly turned around 180 degrees by Chen Chen. It's over. My chastity is gone. Zhang Shihao wailed, a tear even escaping from the corner of his eye. At that moment, Chen Chen felt a wave of frustration. Being misunderstood really doesn't feel good. But now he couldn't care less about explaining, glancing around. At this moment, his back was against the car, and in front of him was Zhang Shihao. The left and right sides were filled with waist-high wild grass. This formed a surrounding wall. Chen Chen felt relieved, then without any hesitation, he directly took off his pants, squatted down, and let out a beast-like low growl, channeling all his strength into one place. In an instant, it felt as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting. The sensation of rivers flooding was all released. A torrent unleashed. Damn! So refreshing, Chen Chen let out a long howl to the sky. He felt a lightness in his body he had never experienced before. What the hell? Did you eat shit? Why does it smell so bad? As a breeze blew by, Zhang Shihao's face instantly changed, quickly pinching his nose and running towards the upwind direction as if fleeing for his life. At the same time, he realized that this brat wasn't trying to do anything inappropriate, he was just using him as a toilet. If he was going to use him, he should have made it clear, making him think his chastity was at stake. But suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide open, staring intently at Chen Chen. What the hell? What are you doing? Why is your whole body covered in it? Are you kidding? I'm not a 3-year-old, how could I? What the hell is going on? Chen Chen took a closer look and was shocked to find that he was drenched in sweat. The key was that this sweat was clearly different from normal. It was a black, sticky liquid, almost covering his entire body except for his face. He raised his arm and leaned in to smell it. Ugh, so stinky. He almost threw up. However, this black sticky liquid seemed to have the same smell as the torrent he had just released. Of course, it couldn't possibly be from him. Chen Chen looked down in surprise and found that the ground was also covered in this black sticky liquid. It seemed that this stuff was not like what he had just released. It looked more like impurities expelled from his body. He shook his fist and jumped a couple of times, feeling not only a surge of power within him but also that his body seemed lighter. The bloating pain in his abdomen had disappeared, returning to normal. Could it be that the impurities in his body had really been expelled? Chen Chen knew that something must have changed in his body, so he immediately activated his X-ray vision to take a look. The scene before him made his mouth drop open in shock. He saw a fist-sized golden halo appearing in his abdomen, and it was flowing. Upon closer inspection, he realized that all the spiritual energy in his body had gathered here. Although he didn't know what was going on, Chen Chen was certain of one thing. That was, this thing was definitely beneficial to him and not harmful, and his X-ray vision had surely become stronger. Brother Chen, what's your situation now? Thank you for your concern, Brother Zang. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Chen Chen smiled and waved at Zhang Shihao, signaling him to come over. Are you sure you're okay? But Zhang Shihao didn't act rashly. After all, he had clearly seen how painful Chen Shen's expression was just moments ago. Naturally, he attributed Chen Shen's pain to that blood jade. After all, aside from the yin energy in the blood jade, there was no other reasonable explanation for why Chen Shen had suddenly become so distressed. So now, Chen Shen had just gone to the bathroom, let out a thunderous fart, and was fine? But he had almost been in big trouble yesterday and hadn't even managed to let out a single fart. How could he believe that Chen Shen was okay? Brother Zang, do I look like I have a problem? To convince Zhang Shihao, Chen Shen jumped around, even performing a set of military exercises he had learned during college training, looking vigorous and lively. Crack! Suddenly, a faint sound made Chen Shen's heart skip a beat. He stopped and looked at his hand. Sure enough, the subtle sound was coming from the blood jade. He had forgotten that any jade-like object would develop cracks and eventually shatter once its spiritual energy was completely absorbed. The same principle applied to the yin energy in the blood jade. Once the yin energy dissipated completely, the blood jade would shatter. However, Chen Shen wasn't worried. After all, his X-ray vision had an incredible skill. He held the broken blood jade and silently chanted the word repair. In the next moment, spiritual energy surged wildly within him, and a strand of it slowly flowed from his palm into the blood jade. In the blink of an eye, the blood jade returned to its original state. You really are fine, huh? At that moment, Zhang Shihao also reacted. Reflecting on how Chen Shen had been jumping around just now, he could see that he no longer looked as painful as before. He breathed a sigh of relief and boldly walked over to Chen Shen, saying as he walked, "No wonder you're a master of physiognomy. You absorbed the yin energy from my body, held this blood jade, and after letting out a fart and relieving yourself, you're fine. You're really impressive." Zhang Shihao gave Chen Shen a thumbs up. This praise was genuinely heartfelt. Just lucky, nothing much. But what I need most right now is to find a place to take a shower. I really smell terrible. Chen Shen didn't elaborate on what had happened. After all, even if he told the truth, Zhang Shihao would never believe it. Taking a shower is easy, I can take you home, but, Zhang Shihao said, his gaze drifting to the blood jade in Chen Shen's hand, his brow furrowing. Brother, this thing is very sinister. I advise you to get rid of it quickly. Chen Shen smiled and waved his hand, saying, such a valuable item, I plan to sell it for money, how could I throw it away? Zhang Shihao's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, money is a good thing, but you need a life to spend it. You told me that, how could you forget it when it comes to yourself? Brother Zhang, you don't understand, this thing is fine now. Chen Shen started to laugh. He knew that Zhang Shihao was also doing it for his own good, but if he didn't explain clearly, Zhang Shihao would definitely keep nagging. So he patiently explained, since I can absorb the yin energy in your body, I can naturally absorb all the yin energy from this blood jade. Now that this thing is normal, it won't have any negative effects on the holder. Zhang Shihao looked surprised. So according to you, even if I take this thing in my hands now, I won't be unlucky anymore, and I might even sell it for a good price, right? Chen Shen nodded and generously handed the blood jade to Zhang Shihao, saying, Brother Zhang, are you regretting it? It's fine, this thing was yours to begin with. If you want it, just take it back. I don't care about this little money. Chen Shen really wasn't short on cash, but there was another reason for his generosity. If Zhang Shihao hadn't originally possessed this blood jade, it wouldn't have provided him with so much spiritual energy. Anyway, having absorbed so much spiritual energy was already a profit. Even if he couldn't sell it for money, it didn't matter. No, you should keep this thing for yourself. You're a master of physiognomy, you have ways to subdue it. But I'm just an ordinary person, and I don't want to live a life of misfortune anymore. The key is that it could cost me my life. Zhang Shihao frantically waved his hands, retreating repeatedly, fearing that the yin energy in the blood jade still existed. He even secretly vowed to never accept cursed items again in the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died, and that would be too unfair. Look at your lack of ambition. Chen Shen shook his head and smiled, waving the blood jade at Zhang Shihao before casually tucking it into his pocket, grinning as he said, since you don't want it, I won't be polite. Using his X-ray vision, he already knew that this blood jade was worth at least 10 million. He had already planned to take this thing to the Ning auction house. Through the auction, he was sure he could sell it for an even higher price than 10 million. This blood jade not only provided him with so much energy but could also be sold for a huge sum of money. Such a double benefit made Chen Shen so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Half an hour later, Chen Shen followed Zhang Shihao to his home. Bai Jialin was not at home and he didn't know where she had gone. Zhang Shihao didn't mind. That must be the bathroom, right? I'm going to take a shower. As Chen Shen said this, he prepared to walk in, but was stopped by Zhang Shihao. Wait, you're covered in black mud. I don't mind if you dirty the car, but your sister-in-law loves cleanliness. If she comes back and finds the house dirty and smelly, I'm definitely going to get a scolding. Zang Shihao had Chen Chen wait at the door while he ran to the bedroom. In a moment, he returned with a set of clean clothes. These are my clothes from when I was young. Back then, my build was similar to yours, so you can definitely wear them. Just leave your dirty clothes outside, I'll bring you the clean ones in a bit. Alright, then thank you. Since they were both men, Chen Chen didn't mind and directly stripped off his clothes in front of Zang Shihao before stepping into the bathroom and turning on the faucet to shower. Just as Zang Shihao was about to bring the clothes, his phone suddenly rang. After hanging up, Zang Shihao shouted to Chen Chen, "Bro, there's an urgent matter at the store that I need to handle. I'm leaving now." "Ha? But you need to bring me the clothes." "There's no time. Anyway, no one is home. Just come out and get them after you finish your shower." With that, Zang Shihao casually tossed the clothes in the living room and turned to leave. Chen Chen smiled wryly but didn't mind and continued to shower. After washing off all the black dirt from his body, Chen Chen unexpectedly discovered an additional benefit. He found that his skin had become even better than before. Moreover, his physique had changed. His stomach was no longer a round belly but had transformed into a set of defined 8-pack abs. Even the areas on his arms and legs that were once flabby had now turned into muscle. And whether it was his height or his arms, every part of his body had grown taller and longer. "Isn't this the legendary handsome guy?" Chen Chen admired himself in the mirror, boasting a little before turning off the shower, grabbing a towel, and walking out of the bathroom while drying himself off. Just as he stepped into the living room, he bumped into Bai Jialin, who was entering through the door. Their eyes met, and both froze in place. Bai Jialin's eyes widened in shock, and she gasped in surprise. "Sister-in-law. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just didn't know you. Oh my. This is all a misunderstanding." Chen Chen was the first to react, panicking and stumbling over his words. He felt that not explaining was wrong, but explaining now seemed inappropriate. "It's okay, sister-in-law, how old are you? What haven't you seen?" At that moment, Bai Lin also regained her composure, lightly brushing her bangs aside, and smiled. However, despite her words, her gaze remained fixed on one spot. Her eyes were burning with intensity. Chen Chen even felt as if his entire body was about to ignite under her gaze. It was then that he suddenly realized. What he needed most was not an explanation, but to quickly find a place to get dressed and minimize the awkwardness. So, he hurriedly covered himself with his clothes in his left hand and used his pants to shield his backside, running back to the bathroom in this strange posture. Seeing Chen Chen flee as if his life depended on it, Bai Lin covered her mouth and smiled, a slight blush appearing on her charming face. However, even though Chen Chen had disappeared from her sight, her thoughts were still with him. She couldn't help but close her eyes, recalling all the images she had just seen. Her mind automatically painted a picture of Chen Chen's strong body. A body that was both young and muscular made her heart race, her blood boil, and her breathing grow heavier. Bai Lin knew she shouldn't have such thoughts, but she didn't believe she was in the wrong. Because she could guarantee that any woman, upon seeing Chen Chen's body, would undoubtedly become infatuated and unable to extricate herself. As her thoughts raced, Bai Lin's body grew hotter. She suddenly opened her eyes, biting her cherry lips tightly as if making a decision, and then took a step forward. "Brother Zang, you've really put me in a terrible situation. This misunderstanding is too big. How am I supposed to explain this to sister-in-law and you?" In the bathroom, Chen Chen was anxiously talking to himself in front of the mirror while pulling up his pants. He didn't notice that the bathroom doorknob had turned slightly, and the door was gently pushed open a crack, allowing a curvy yet not overly plump figure to slip in like a loach. In the blink of an eye, she was behind Chen Chen. At that moment, Chen Chen had turned his head to the side to grab his shirt from the nearby spot. When he turned back, he was startled to see Bai Lin in the mirror. "Sister-in-law?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Bai Lin suddenly hugged him tightly from behind. In that instant, Chen Chen's mind went blank, and his entire body stiffened, as if the whole world had come to a standstill. The only thing he could feel was the soft, bouncy sensation pressed against his back and the warm breath blowing on his neck filled with a fragrance that only a man could perceive, almost intoxicating, making him feel lightheaded. But Chen Chen did not lose himself in this tender moment, because he was very clear that this woman was no one else but his sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Chen Chen wanted to struggle, but he found that Bai Lin was holding him tightly. Before he could take any further action, he suddenly heard a burst of crying. In the next moment, he felt a large area of his back seem to be wet. "Sister-in-law, please don't cry. Tell me, what happened?" Chen Chen's scalp went numb instantly. It was just a misunderstanding, right? Why was she crying? The key point was that she was crying while holding onto him. It was easy to misunderstand. If someone didn't know better, they would think he had done something to Bai Lin. As it turned out, it was better not to ask. Once he did, Bai Lin cried even harder, her whole body shaking. Bai Lin had such a great figure that Chen Shen didn't dare to move at all, exclaiming that he couldn't take it. Just when Chen Shen's reason was about to be overwhelmed, Bai Lin finally spoke. "Brother Chen, can you help sister-in-law, please?" As she spoke, she began to move her hands. Her left hand gently caressed his chest muscles, while her right hand extended a delicate finger, starting to draw circles on his chest. "Sister-in-law, what do you mean?" Now, Chen Shen was not just numb in the scalp, his whole body felt numb. "I've been married to your brother for over 10 years, but we still don't have children. I really want a child, but your brother..." Before Bai Lin could finish her sentence, she was already sobbing uncontrollably. Hearing this, Chen Shen felt his heart was about to break. He understood Bai Lin's meaning, but this was absolutely not something he could help with. "Sister-in-law, I understand and sympathize with you, but this is not something I can assist with. Brother Chen, sister-in-law can see that you are a man, a very strong man, so there's definitely no problem in that regard. I won't take up much of your time, just once is enough. Moreover, I know you have a good relationship with Lao Zang. I will take care of his work, and I believe in the end, he will understand me and won't hold it against you. Brother, please help sister-in-law." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Lin directly moved in front of Chen Shen, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, gazing intently at him. "Sister-in-law, don't speak." The glimmer in Bai Lin's eyes rippled, and her pretty face had turned red at some point, making her even more alluring, leaving Chen Shen mesmerized. Taking advantage of this moment, Bai Lin suddenly made her move. Chen Shen's legs trembled violently, and he panicked. "Sister-in-law, absolutely not. Just help me this once, okay?" Bai Lin pressed a hand against Chen Shen's lips, looking at him with a pitiful gaze, pleading, "I've heard your brother say that you saved his life. You are our family's great benefactor. Since that's the case, please be a good person to the end. A child is my life. If you don't help me, I'd rather die. Just this once, okay?" But Chen Shen wanted to say more, but Bai Lin didn't give him the chance and leaned in closer. In an instant, his mind went blank, and the only thing that emerged was the most primal instinct. With Bai Lin like this, if he could still hold back, he might as well not be a man. Just as Chen Shen was about to completely let go of himself, the phone rang suddenly. He instantly sobered up. "How could I do this? What a beast! Ah, sister-in-law, please don't." Chen Shen suddenly realized, even wishing to slap himself, but he managed to stop his actions. However, Bai Lin was still immersed in a passionate state, her delicate hands already pulling his pants down to his thighs, preparing to breach the last line of defense, which terrified him. Although some shameful actions had already occurred, at least he could still regain his reason and salvage the situation. But if Bai Jialin really took off his last line of defense, with her temperament and such an active approach, no man could withstand it, he would definitely fall completely. Taking advantage of the fact that Bai Jialin had not yet succeeded, Chen Shen pushed her away. "Brother Chen, are you feeling a bit shy? Trust me, it's okay, just this once, afterwards we can pretend we don't know each other, alright?" Bai Jialin noticed that Chen Shen's expression was off and thought he still wasn't mentally prepared, so she softly comforted him while jumping down from the wash basin, walking towards Chen Shen again, ready to continue. Chen Shen's face changed, and without saying a word, he reached out to block Bai Jialin. "Is it that you don't like this?" Bai Jialin looked at Chen Shen anxiously and continued, "Then let's go to the bedroom. I'll take you there right now." "Enough." Chen Shen decided he couldn't let Bai Jialin continue like this, he really couldn't take it anymore. He quickly interrupted the topic, pushed away Bai Jialin's outstretched arm, shook his head, and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I really want to help you, but we can't do this." "Absolutely not." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shen hurriedly pulled up his pants with one hand and grabbed his shirt with the other, flustered as he rushed out the door. He was afraid that if he delayed even a moment, Bai Jialin would block him in the bathroom and force him into something unspeakable, and then he would truly have no face to see Zhang Xiaoheo again. Chen Chen. Bai Jialin wanted to chase after him, but Chen Shen had already disappeared from her sight. She could only stare blankly in the direction he left, her face filled with sadness and disappointment, along with a hint of embarrassment and shame. In fact, she herself hadn't expected to make such a bold move towards Chen Shen. But as soon as she recalled Chen Shen's body, she felt relieved. No woman could remain calm after seeing such a body. Thinking of this, she suddenly instinctively looked down at her right hand, gently clenched it as if she were gesturing something in the air, and then suddenly burst into laughter. Perhaps this was the joy she once had. It's just a pity that she couldn't carry this joy through to the end. At this moment, Chen Shen had escaped from Zhang Shihao's house, but even so, he was still uneasy. It wasn't until he was almost out of the community that he found a corner to sit down, hurriedly putting on his shirt, socks, and shoes. As for the phone, it seemed to have realized that Chen Shen couldn't answer, and the ringing had long since stopped, with no further calls coming in. However, Chen Shen was sure that this call must have been important, because there were hardly any people in his phone, and he hadn't registered for any random apps. There wouldn't be any spam calls. So, after getting dressed, he quickly took out his phone to check the call log. He found that it was a call from Ning Churin. He quickly called back. Almost instantly, the call was connected, and Ning Churin's confused voice came through. "Where have you been just now? Why didn't you answer the phone?" "Nothing, just handling some matters." Chen Shen forced a smile, not wanting to elaborate on the situation, and quickly changed the subject. "So, is there something you need from me?" Ning Churin didn't mind and said directly, "I'm just letting you know that the items you previously entrusted are about to go up for auction. Do you want to come and see it in person?" Chen Shen's eyes lit up. Finally, he could make some money. "I was just planning to go. By the way, is there still room for me to cut in line at this auction? From the sound of it, you wouldn't happen to have something good again, would you?" Ning Churin was a bit surprised, but there was also a hint of skepticism in her tone. After all, Chen Shen's frequency of finding good deals was indeed a bit too high. An ordinary person might not find a good deal a few times a year, but Chen Shen seemed to find one almost every day. Could all the treasures in the world really come across him? That's right, it's a great thing, and it's at least a 10 million level item. My god, can you not be so outrageous? Ning Churin's sharp voice nearly deafened Chen Shen. What good thing is it this time? You'll know in a bit. Chen Shen smiled mysteriously, keeping them in suspense. After hanging up the phone, he prepared to take a taxi to the auction house. But just then, a waft of fragrance drifted by, making his stomach growl. He glanced at the time and realized it was almost 1 in the afternoon. He had only been able to look but not taste earlier, which was quite unfair to his brother, so he couldn't let his stomach suffer any longer. Thus, Chen Shen followed the scent to a knife-cut noodle shop and ordered a large bowl of knife-cut noodles as usual. However, after finishing it in no time, he felt as if he hadn't eaten at all. Chen Shen didn't think much of it, assuming it was because he hadn't had breakfast, so he ordered another large bowl. After finishing that, he only felt a slight sensation of having something in his stomach, but he was far from full. Strange, why am I so hungry today? But Chen Shen didn't dwell on it and shouted, "Boss, another large bowl, no, 2 large bowls." Soon, the boss brought 2 large bowls of knife-cut noodles to Chen Shen's table and kindly advised, "Young man, I serve a lot here, take it easy, don't overeat." But just 5 minutes later, the boss was slapped in the face. Not only had Chen Shen finished, but he also ordered 4 more large bowls of knife-cut noodles. Then, under the astonished gazes of the boss and other customers, he polished off all 8 large bowls of noodles. He even finished with a large bowl of noodle soup to wash it down. Clang! As the empty bowls were placed on the table, Chen Shen patted his stomach, took out his phone to settle the bill, and stood up leisurely with a satisfied smile on his face. Everyone present stared dumbfounded at the 8 tall stacks of large bowls on the table. Downstairs at the Ning auction house. "Why are you so late? The auction has already started." Ning Churin rolled her eyes at the tardy Chen Shen. "So, you can't help me cut in line?" Chen Shen asked. "Of course not. Before the auction starts, we announce the items to be auctioned today, and once the auction begins, we can't add or remove items at will." "Alright then, but I'm not in a hurry." "You're not in a hurry, but I am. Let me see what good stuff you have." Chen Shen smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No rush, just take me to the auction venue first." Ning Churin pouted, lightly furrowing her brows, her tone carrying a hint of a spoiled complaint. "Hey, don't tease me like this." Although Ning Churin complained, she ultimately obediently led Chen Shen to the auction venue. There was no way around it. After all, Chen Shen was not only a major client but also the chief appraiser of the Ning auction house, second only to Chairman Ning Manhwa. The two entered the auction venue smoothly through the staff passage. At that moment, the auctioneer shouted loudly, "The next items up for bid are 3 already cut jadeite raw stones. Everyone, please look. The first piece is a glutinous apple green, starting at 100,000. The second piece is an icy glutinous Zhenyang green, starting at 300,000. The third piece is an icy emperor green, starting at 10 million. Wow! Although everyone present had already seen the auction announcement and knew there would be an emperor green jadeite, they still couldn't help but erupt in exclamations when they actually saw the vibrant green emperor green jadeite. Truly worthy of being the emperor among jadeites, the visual shock brought by this emperor green was indeed overwhelming, making it impossible to look away after just one glance. As a result, when the first two pieces started bidding, very few people raised their hands to bid. Even if someone bids, they are just minor players, the real big players remain still. Therefore, the final prices for these two pieces are not high. One sold for 120,000, and the other for 350,000. Although it seems like a profit, Ning Churin shook her head. From her professional perspective, these two pieces should not have such low prices. What a pity, actually the quality of these two pieces is quite good, but with the presence of the Imperial green, everyone's thoughts drifted away. Otherwise, the final transaction price for these two pieces could have been raised by at least 50,000 to 100,000. At this point, Ning Churin turned to Chen Shen, teasing him with a hint of revenge in her smile. So, do you feel a bit of heartache? Why should I feel heartache? Chen Shen smiled lightly and said, these two pieces didn't cost me much, so even if they sold at the base price, I still make a profit. Besides, I had no expectations for these two pieces anyway. The real highlight is that piece of Imperial green. With the revenge failing, Ning Churin pouted. But she didn't refute him, as Chen Shen's words were indeed not wrong. Just one piece of ice-type Imperial green is worth hundreds or thousands of those two pieces combined. At that moment, the auctioneer shouted loudly. I believe everyone has been waiting for this. I announce that this piece of ice-type Imperial green has a starting price of 10 million, and the auction begins now. This announcement ignited the entire venue. I bid 10 million. I bid 10. 5 million. I bid 11 million. I bid 11. 5 million. The previously silent big shots finally began to make their moves, and the price was raised without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the price had increased by several million. However, wealthy people are not fools, they are as clear as a mirror in their minds. They know that no matter how good something is, there will always be a price range. It can only be worth so much, no one is foolish enough to pay more for something. The same logic applies to this piece of ice-type Imperial green. I bid 14. 5 million. With a woman's voice ringing out, the previously intense bidding suddenly fell silent. All eyes were now focused on a woman wearing a black mask. She was dressed in a black suit, her dark and shiny hair tied into a high ponytail, giving her a particularly capable appearance. Although she wore a mask, it was still evident that her features were exquisite, with a delicate oval face and strong facial contours, exuding an air of elegance from both the front and side views. At first glance, she seemed somewhat similar to Ning Churin. However, the two had a particularly obvious difference. Ning Churin's skin was fair and smooth, like a piece of fine mutton fat jade, while the high ponytailed beauty had a wheat-colored face, like wheat polished by the summer sun, full of texture and natural beauty, without a hint of flaw, giving off a particularly healthy and vibrant feeling. Especially at this moment, after the woman called out the high price of 14.5 million, the silence in the room made her exude a unique aura of confidence and dominance. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? At this point, only the auctioneer's voice remained in the room. But it was clear that the price the woman offered was already the highest for this piece of Imperial green. No one was willing to raise the bid, as auctioning is also a form of investment. No one wants to lose money, so no one competed with this high ponytailed beauty anymore. Ultimately, without a doubt, the ice-type Imperial green was successfully won by the high ponytailed beauty for the high price of 14.5 million. The auction continued. Before long, Chen Shen's fourth item made its appearance. A Qing Yongzheng blue and white vase with entwined flowers and birds. The starting price was set at 3 million. In the end, it surprisingly fetched a high price of 5 million. However, this price did not come as a surprise to Chen Shen. As the saying goes, in chaotic times, gold is precious, in prosperous times, antiques are invaluable. Moreover, the collectible value of antiques far exceeds that of anything else, and with the passage of time, older items become even more valuable, so it was not surprising that such a high price was achieved. Time passed quickly, and soon an hour had gone by. The auction was finally nearing its end. Even so, many people remained in the auction hall. Everyone was eagerly anticipating, their faces filled with expectation. At that moment, the auctioneer's voice suddenly became passionate and stirring. I believe everyone is waiting for one particular item. That's right, it is the final item of this auction, the grand finale treasure, the Northern Song Dynasty Rukiln Sky Blue Glaze Wash. As the words fell, the entire hall erupted in excitement. In the corner, Chen Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. The real highlight had finally arrived. I won't elaborate on how precious the Northern Song Rukiln is, everyone here is an expert. I will only mention the most important thing. That is, the starting price for this Northern Song Rukiln Sky Blue Glaze Wash is 60 million, and each bid must increase by no less than 1 million. The auction officially begins now. I bid 62 million. I bid 67 million. Don't compete with me, I bid 75 million. Even before the auctioneer's words had fully settled, someone had already eagerly raised their paddle to bid. Moreover, the bids became increasingly fierce and frenzied. Eventually, some even started raising the bid by 10 million at a time. The final transaction price was beyond everyone's expectations, including Chen Chen. In the end, this Northern Songru Kiln Sky Blue Glaze wash sold for an astonishing 110 million. Even Chen Chen did not expect that this Sky Blue Glaze wash could break the 100 million mark. It could be said that only a fool would bid that high. But what shocked him the most was that the bidder for this Sky Blue Glaze wash was none other than the high ponytail beauty who had previously won the Imperial Green. This woman is so young and yet so wealthy. What is her background? Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Just then, the woman removed her mask, revealing her stunning beauty. At the same time, a voice suddenly rang in his ear, so it's her. Hearing this, Chen Chen curiously asked, do you know her? Ning Churan nodded and said, her name is Zhou Zhou, the young lady of the Zhou family jewelry in Magic City, and she also serves as the general manager. Chen Chen laughed, no wonder you know her, she's in the jewelry industry, so you could say you're half a colleague. However, Ning Churan suddenly laughed, a mysterious look on her face, and said, the reason I know her is not because of being half a colleague, but because this woman is too famous. Chen Chen was taken aback at first, then noticed the mischievous smile at the corner of Ning Churan's mouth. Combined with her teasing tone, he immediately leaned closer to her and asked, what do you mean? It sounds like there's some gossip. Ning Churan nodded emphatically, and although there were no other people around, she lowered her voice and said, this Jojo is only 25 this year, but she is said to have already had 40 boyfriends. Wow! Is she a pig? That's so fierce. Chen Chen was stunned. That's not all. Unexpectedly, Ning Churan revealed an even more explosive piece of news. All 40 of her boyfriends not only know each other but have also all become her business resources, used by her. Even after breaking up, they still maintain very close contact. Chen Chen was at a loss for words. In short, this matter is hard to evaluate. If I had to describe it, I could only use the word explosive. All in all, Jojo is definitely one of the top socialites in the Magic City, but to be fair, this woman, despite all the rumors, has no scandalous news. I don't know if it's due to good public relations or if she's genuinely in a business romance, but regardless, this woman really knows how to make money. She's a business genius. Chen Chen nodded in agreement with Ning Churan's assessment of Jojo. No matter how questionable this woman's lifestyle is, the fact that she can casually spend over 100 million to buy 5 items with a base price of 60 million is enough to prove that she is wealthy and not simple at all. At this moment, Ning Churan waved her hand. Alright, enough about her. Come with me to the finance office and get ready to pack the money in bags. Chen Chen instantly perked up. Ning Churan's words were not exaggerated at all. In fact, they were conservative. Chen Chen didn't calculate how much could be earned from this auction, but it was definitely over 100 million. A cash transport vehicle can hold about 150 million at most. How many bags would that take? Of course, Ning Churan was just joking, but this joke made Chen Chen's heart race with excitement. He followed Ning Churan to the finance office. At that moment, the finance office was bustling with activity. Dozens of staff members were calculating the revenue from this auction, and the scene was quite spectacular. Taking advantage of this break, Ning Churan also shared some good news with Chen Chen. Normally, after an item is auctioned, the money received by the consignor not only needs to deduct the commission but also has to pay taxes. However, Ning Wenhua personally ordered that from now on, all of Chen Chen's auction items would only need to deduct the commission, and the taxes would be fully borne by the auction house. Chairman Ning is really generous. Chen Chen was quite surprised. This portion of tax is not a small amount, and Ning Wenhua's actions could save him a significant sum of money. However, he also understood that Ning Wenhua merely wanted to use this method to make him appreciate Ning Wenhua's kindness, thereby achieving the goal of keeping him around. Although it was purposeful, it must be said that Ning Wenhua truly values talent and is willing to spend money. Such a good boss is hard to find even with a lantern. When you see Chairman Ning, please thank him for me. I will remember this favor. Chen Chen naturally wouldn't refuse free money, but he also wouldn't take advantage of it without acknowledgement. Ning Wenhua wanted him to owe a favor, right? He would play along and owe it. Ding dong. At that moment, a text notification rang out. Chen Chen took out his phone and found it was a notification of a bank transfer. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. Seeing the countless zeros at the end, Chen Chen's eyes widened instantly, and his hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably. This wasn't just a few million or tens of millions. This was over 100 million. Do you understand the value of 100 million? The painting at the beginning made Chen Chen 5 million, instantly transforming him from a poor man to a wealthy one. But even then, he wasn't as excited as he was now. 5 million isn't a small amount, but it doesn't have the visual impact of 100 million. This overwhelming wealth made him feel a bit dazed, almost like a dream. But this can't be blamed on Chun Chen for lacking ambition. In his entire life, it was the first time he had seen what a 100 million bank transfer notification looked like, especially since this message appeared on his phone. If it were any ordinary person, they would probably have fainted from excitement by now. Chen Chen, congratulations, you've become rich overnight. Ning Churen sincerely congratulated him. Thank you. Chen Chen smiled. He also felt that the phrase rich overnight was particularly fitting for him. Recalling the person he was not long ago, he was just a poor nobody who compromised in various ways to make a living. Yet, in less than a month, he had over 100 million in his bank account. It felt like a dream. By the way, with so much money, how do you plan to spend it? Ning Churen asked curiously. Hee, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Before this, I had never even seen what 100,000 looked like, let alone earning over 100 million, so I really have no idea how to spend this money. Chen Chen scratched his head, a shy smile on his face. Of course, I wouldn't laugh at you, that's completely normal. I'll let you in on a secret. The first money I earned was just over 1 million, not even enough for your change, but I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night, pretty much like you are now. So it's fine, you'll get used to it. Ning Churen's words greatly surprised Chen Chen. He had thought that as a wealthy young lady, she would at least chuckle at him, but instead, she not only didn't laugh but also used her own experience to ease the awkwardness and encourage him. This made Chen Chen's fondness for Ning Churen grow immensely. By the way, I almost forgot about this. Chen Chen suddenly remembered the blood jade and quickly took it out to hand to Ning Churen. Wow! Is this blood jade? It's so beautiful. Ning Churen couldn't take her eyes off it, her eyes sparkling. It seemed she truly liked the appearance of the blood jade. Chen Chen, how much is this piece of blood jade worth? This piece of blood jade is from the Ming Jiajing period, over 500 years old, and among many blood jades, it's considered a fine piece, worth at least 10 million. Chen Chen briefly introduced it and then said, of course, this is just my personal opinion. You should follow the process and show it to the other appraisers in the appraisal room to get a final base price. As soon as he said this, Ning Churen laughed. Do we still need to show it to them? Did you forget? You are the chief appraiser of my Ning auction house. Which appraiser would dare to oppose your valuation? What qualifications do they have to disagree? Chen Chen finally realized and chuckled in disbelief. He had indeed forgotten about that. After all, he had been doing a desk job since graduation, and now having a position with flexible hours felt a bit unfamiliar. I'll take this piece of blood jade. The base price is 10 million, right? I'll report it into the auction process shortly. After saying that, Ning Churen invited, it's still early, why don't we go to my office for some tea? Chen Shun waved his hand and smiled, forget it, I have to get back to work. Ning Churen thought he was joking and teased, when you say work, are you going to gamble on stones and look for bargains? Not really, this work is genuine work. Chen Chen briefly explained what he had to do at the antique shop for the month. Ning Churen looked at him in disbelief. Come on, you already have assets over 100 million, why are you still working? If I were you, I would quit immediately. Chen Chen smiled and said, the antique shop situation is different, I can't just walk away like that. Ning Churen knew there must be something behind it, but it had nothing to do with her, and she didn't have the right to interfere, so she didn't say anything more. About 20 minutes later, Chen Chen returned to the antique shop. To his surprise, the person standing at the counter was not Tai Gongji but Qian Zimo, who was indifferently fiddling with her phone. As for the other staff, they all kept their distance from her. It was as if Qian Zimo was an ice block, emanating cold air, and no one dared to approach. Playing on your phone during work hours? Be careful or they'll dock your pay. Chen Chen walked over and said in a deliberately low voice, this is my family's shop, I can play however I want. Who are you to tell me what to do? Ah, Chen Chen, is that you? Qian Zimo thought to himself about which blind person was meddling, frowning as he prepared to lift his head to give a good scolding. However, upon seeing Chen Chen's face, his gloomy expression instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, and even the tone of his voice was noticeably lighter than before. This scene left the other staff members present dumbfounded. The icy beauty actually had such a side, it was truly eye-opening. Chen Chen, what brings you here? Qian Zimo put away his phone and jogged out from behind the counter, looking at Chen Chen with a beaming smile, his face full of uncontainable joy. I finished up my tasks and saw that it was still early, so I thought I'd come by to see if there was anything I could help with in the store, Chen Chen said while surveying the shop, but still didn't spot the presence of the stingy old man, so he curiously asked, where's your dad? Oh, he left early this morning, saying he was going to the countryside to dig up some land, Qian Zimo replied. Chen Chen shook his head and smiled, showing his helplessness. Digging up land is a term in the antique trade that refers to those who don't run a shop but instead go to rural areas to collect goods or even rob ancient tombs, bringing items back to sell to various merchants. People in the trade call them guerrilla teams or land diggers. Generally, it's rare for a shop owner in the antique business to personally engage in such activities, as it could easily result in a wasted trip. Even if they do find something genuine, it might not be worth much, wasting both time and energy. If they do though, they usually send employees or apprentices to practice their eye for value, with the only downside being the risk of losing money if they misjudge. Xian Yud was particularly stingy. On one hand, he was afraid his employees would lose money, and on the other, he wanted to take advantage of small opportunities, as there were indeed many cases of finding valuable items in the countryside for little money. Thus, he often went out to dig up land himself. Chen Chen shook his head, no longer thinking about Xian Yud, and turned to Qian Zimo, asking, "So, how was your day? Any troubles you couldn't handle?" With a proud expression, Qian Zimo replied, "I'm at least a doctoral student in archaeology. Although I'm not a professional appraiser, most items are still not difficult for me, so everything went smoothly. Just one downside, it was too boring." At this point, she suddenly thought of something and took out her phone to make a call. "Dad, when are you coming back? Almost there? Okay, got it." After hanging up, Chen Zimo looked at Chen Chen with excitement and anticipation, saying, "My dad is almost here, I can be free. How about you take me to gamble on some stones?" Sure. This was exactly what Chen Chen wanted. They headed to the same Jade Street as last time, but this time they didn't go to the same Jade shop. Although they had cut out Imperial Green last time, such good luck generally wouldn't visit the same shop in a short time. Moreover, that shop owner wasn't a good person and didn't follow the rules. Given what happened last time, he might still hold a grudge, so the two naturally wouldn't walk into a trap. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they chose a jade shop that was relatively far away. As soon as they entered, they heard the sound of a cutting machine buzzing sharply. Upon closer inspection, they found someone was cutting stones, and there were quite a few people gathered around, at least a dozen. Someone is cutting stones. Let's go take a look. Okay. Despite Qian Zimo usually appearing cold, whenever she was with Chen Chen, her lively nature was revealed, and she quite enjoyed the excitement, directly pulling Chen Chen along as they ran over. They saw a bespectacled man squatting in front of the cutting machine, his gaze fixed intently on a piece of rough stone. Even when sparks flew from the cutting machine and hit his face, he remained unfazed. Soon, the cutting machine stopped, and the cutter picked up the cut rough stone, rinsed it in water, and handed it to the bespectacled man. After seeing the cut, the man's expression instantly darkened. Voices of discussion arose around. "Not a hint of green, it's a total loss. Tisk tsk, spent 200,000 on a worthless stone, what a bloodbath." Some lamented for the bespectacled man, while others reveled in his misfortune. "What are you all shouting about? There's still half left, so shut your crow's mouth." The bespectacled man was furious, shouting at the crowd, then handed the stone to the stonecutter and said, "One more cut, I refuse to believe it." The stonecutter had seen many like this desperate gambler, not 1,000 but at least 100. He calmly took the raw stone and began to cut again. Sparks flew, and after about 7 or 8 minutes, the master cut through the stone from end to end, then rinsed it off, sighing at the bespectacled man, "Still no goods, I think you should just give up." The bespectacled man looked at the dead gray cut and, in anger, threw the raw stone to the ground, pointing at the stonecutter and cursing, "Damn it! Can't you cut properly? You've cut away all my green." The stonecutter's face darkened. "Why are you barking like a dog? You chose this stone, what does it have to do with me?" The bespectacled man, exasperated, was about to unleash another tirade when a voice suddenly came from the side. 50,000, I'll take this material." At this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The bespectacled man had already cut the material open, revealing no green at all, clearly a worthless piece. Yet someone was willing to pay for it. Wasn't this just a fool's errand? People began to search for the source of the voice, quickly locking their gaze on Chen Chen. So this is the idiot. No wonder he's a fool, he's young and probably just starting out, knows nothing. Young man, I advise you to take back what you just said, or you'll end up losing your shorts. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Chen Chen, this is clearly a worthless piece. Aren't you just waiting to lose money by buying it? Qian Zimo couldn't help but chime in. You'll know soon enough. Chen Chen replied, smiling mysteriously. Chen Zimo still trusted Chen Chen. Seeing him like this, she figured he must have some plan, so she didn't say more. Little brother, you want to buy my material? The bespectacled man, still immersed in his sorrow, perked up when he heard that a fool wanted to buy the material and hurried over, excited. Yes, are you selling? Chen Chen nodded. Selling. Of course, I'm selling. The bespectacled man's small eyes darted around, then he rubbed 3 fingers in front of Chen Shen, grinning, "But brother, can you add a bit more? It's just 50,000, take it or leave it." Chen Shen showed no leniency, and after saying that, he pulled Chen Zimo and pretended to turn to leave. Hey, brother, don't rush off. Just as you said, 50,000 for you." The bespectacled man panicked and quickly grabbed Chen Shen. Although he wanted to ask for more money, he wasn't stupid. If Chen Shen left, he wouldn't get even 50 cents. Chen Shen didn't waste words and directly transferred the money. Then, as the bespectacled man checked his balance, Chen Shen stepped forward and hugged the material to his chest. Just from the way the bespectacled man had barked at the stonecutter, it was clear he wasn't a good person. Quickly taking the item in hand was also to prevent him from backing out. "Young man, let's see if your 50,000 worth of material can yield anything." "Right, seeing how precious you think it is, there must be a piece of Imperial green inside." The onlookers laughed derisively. "Little brother, just cut it open on the spot, let me find some balance in my heart." The bespectacled man also began to encourage him. Chen Shen secretly sneered. These guys were all up to no good, just waiting to see him make a fool of himself. The man in glasses was even more detestable. He had made money off him and still wanted to see him humiliated. "No way. Since everyone is so supportive, I can't let you down, so I'll crack the stone right here," Chen Shen said as he handed the material to the stonecutter. The stonecutter sighed and said, "Young man, he clearly wants you to be the fool. Why are you so impulsive?" Chen Shen smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, the stonecutter could only shake his head and then asked, "How do you want to cut it?" Chen Shen drew a line with chalk and said, "Just cut it like this." The stonecutter nodded and, without saying another word, placed the stone on the machine, and a buzzing sound filled the crowd. Chen Zimo was very nervous, her breathing a bit rapid, not for any other reason, but simply because she didn't want Chen Shen to suffer a loss. In just over a minute, the rough material was cut open, and the stonecutter rinsed it in water. When he picked it up again, he immediately heard people around him scream, "What the hell? What kind of luck is this? Oh my gosh! It actually came out green. This can't be. Ice type, right?" No one expected that a piece of rough material considered waste stone could actually yield ice-type material. Moreover, this ice-type material had a blue hue, looking incredibly vibrant and beautiful. Chen Zimo's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, "This is an ice-type blue water material, very rare." As soon as these words were spoken, puzzled voices arose from the crowd. Chen Shen slowly explained, "Blue water jade is considered mid to high-end jade in the market. This is a type of ice jade, featuring a uniform light blue. Its color is also derived from green genes, but because the color is darker, it appears blue. The best blue water jade should be sea blue. This piece is slightly inferior, but fortunately, it has little cotton, and the blue is quite pure. Plus, looking at its size, it can at least yield 3 pairs of bracelets, and 1 pair could be worth $1 million, so 3 pairs would be 3 million. Oh my god, this tiny piece is worth 3 million? Chen Shen, you are amazing. Chen Zimo excitedly hugged Chen Shen's arm, bouncing up and down. Chen Shen glanced down. She jumped, and he jumped too. It was truly a feast for the eyes. Meanwhile, the man in glasses stood frozen in place, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. If only he had held on a little longer and made one more cut, this ice-type blue water material would have been his. But now, he had just handed over such a valuable piece of ice-type blue water material. What a fool he was. This was a full 3 million. The man in glasses was green with envy. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly said to Chen Shen, "Bro, I'll pay you to help me pick a stone, how about it?" Chen Shen found it a bit interesting and casually asked, "How much can you offer?" "You help me pick a piece of material, and I'll give you 200,000. The man in glasses continued, "But, I can only give you the money after I cut it and it appreciates." As soon as he said this, a wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. Wasn't this just a way to make a profit without any investment? Chen Shen chuckled, glancing at the man in glasses with a dismissive tone, "You really have a good plan. For you, this is a guaranteed profit, but for me, 200,000 is nothing. I can casually buy a piece of waste material and still make millions. Do you think I would care about a mere 200,000? Besides, I can gamble on my own. Why would I help you pick stones? Are you out of your mind?" The man in glasses was flustered, his face turning red, and he angrily retorted, "Kid, don't get cocky. You just got lucky, and now you're acting all high and mighty in front of me? When I was playing with Jade, you were still in the mud." Before Chen Shen could respond, Chen Zimo couldn't hold back any longer and rushed up in just a few steps. "Did your mouth get eaten by a dog? It's so foul. Just now when you made 50,000 from Chen Shen, you were smiling like a flower, but now that you see Chen Shen betting on a rise, you turn green with envy. Do you have envy disease? If you have a problem, Go see a doctor. What's with the barking here? Qian Zimo unleashed his fury, leaving the bespectacled man speechless. You filthy woman! Dare to insult me? Do you believe I'll slap you? It took the bespectacled man a good 10 seconds to regain his composure, and in his anger, he actually prepared to strike. Fortunately, Chen Chen was quick on his feet, using his left hand to shield Qian Zimo behind him while his right hand accurately seized the bespectacled man's raised wrist. Are you sure you want to fight me? Chen Chen applied a slight pressure, causing the bespectacled man to scream in pain. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I just had an itch on my head and wanted to scratch it. Seeing the bespectacled man back down, Chen Chen released his grip. However, he had no intention of letting the bespectacled man off that easily. Of course, it wasn't about using violence to counter violence. If he wanted, he could have slapped the bespectacled man's face instead of just grabbing his wrist. But physical pain was nothing compared to the emotional blow, which was far more unbearable. You say I'm lucky, right? Chen Chen sneered and said, then today I'll make you truly convinced, so open your eyes wide and see clearly. With that, Chen Chen walked straight to the pile of raw stones and picked out a 100-kilogram piece. Qian Zimo's expression changed slightly, and he hurried over to ask, Chen Chen, you don't really want to buy this piece, do you? Chen Chen nodded, and Qian Zimo immediately gasped, exclaiming, I advise you to think it over, this piece isn't cheap. The price tag on this piece was a staggering 3 million. Chen Chen, however, merely smiled dismissively and said, gambling on stones means you have to take a gamble. If such a large piece yields green, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Qian Zimo frowned, that's true, but the risk is too great. Before she could finish, Chen Chen interjected, it's just 3 million, I'm not worried about that. Ha ha, kid, you don't look like a rich person. Being able to take out 30,000 is already impressive. What are you bragging about? The bespectacled man mocked. Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him and simply spat out 2 words. Sand sculpture. You dare insult me? The bespectacled man was instantly furious. I'm insulting you, what's wrong with that? If you're not convinced, let's have a go. Chen Chen glared, instantly scaring the bespectacled man into not daring to meet his gaze, though he still talked tough. All you can do is fight, you're just a brute. If you have guts, show me 3 million. The next second, Chen Chen pulled out his phone and directly transferred 3 million in front of everyone. The bespectacled man was left speechless, as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. The onlookers were also taken aback, realizing that Chen Chen was not to be underestimated. Chen Chen marked a line on the stone and then began to cut it. Everyone's eyes widened, fixated on the stone-cutting machine. The bespectacled man secretly cursed Chen Chen, hoping he would lose all 3 million. Soon, the stone was split in 2. Chen Chen pointed to the larger piece and said, Master, just look at this half. The stone cutter nodded, then poured some water on the cut surface of that half and wiped it with a cloth. The next second, his hand trembled violently, and he exclaimed, Heavens! It actually yielded again. As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd erupted in excitement. This kid had just cut a piece of ice blue stone from waste material, and now he had cut out green again. The yield rate was a staggering 100%. He could be called a gambling god. Everyone craned their necks to look, seeing the cut surface change color. It was dark and shiny, appearing very delicate. Strange, why is it black? A wave of confusion arose among the crowd. Chen Chen laughed upon hearing this and explained to everyone, this isn't black, but there's more black than green, so to the naked eye, it looks glossy and dark. As he spoke, he stepped forward, turned on the flashlight on his phone, and shone it upwards. An enticing green immediately appeared before everyone. This shade of green was blackish, yet it shimmered with green, quite splendid and unique. Qian Zimo took a careful look and exclaimed in surprise, Chen Chen, you've struck gold again. Although this is just ice glutinous type and not as good as the blue water material we just saw, this piece has strong translucence, basically no impurities, and it's large enough. Just this one surface can at least yield 10 pairs of bracelets, and each pair can easily sell for 7 to 800,000. Everyone gasped in astonishment. This ice glutinous material is so expensive? Qian Zimo explained, it's not that the ice glutinous type is expensive, but is precious. Is also known as black gold, but its actual price is much higher than gold. A pair of bracelets for 7 to 800,000 is just my conservative estimate. Plus, with the leftover scraps, this half piece is worth at least 10 million easily. The most important thing is, looking at the current situation, there's a high probability that the other half will also sell well. It could easily be another 10 million, but of course, it could also flop. The crowd's expressions changed dramatically, all shocked by the price of this material. The bespectacled man was already dumbfounded, stunned into silence by Chen Chen's incredible luck. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Little brother, you haven't seen green on the other half of the material yet. Cutting it doesn't guarantee a big increase. How about this? I'll take a risk and offer 3 million. Will you sell it to me?" Chen Shen waved his hand and said, "You really know how to pick up bargains. If it does increase, I could at least make 10 million. You think I would sell it for just 3 million? That would be too much of a loss for me." The man shouted back, "Little brother, but if it flops, you won't even make 3 million. Isn't that the logic?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers finally reacted. Chen Shen's piece of material was already considered half open. Moreover, it seemed likely that the other half would increase in value. If it could be bought at a low price now, it would definitely be a sure profit. Immediately, people began to compete. "Little brother, don't sell it to him. I'll offer 4 million. I'll offer 5 million. Damn it! Don't fight me for it." Suddenly, the bespectacled man gritted his teeth and shouted, "I'll offer 8 million. This price was not low. It had already exceeded what most could afford. So no one else raised their bids, and all that could be heard were sighs of disappointment. People didn't expect this bespectacled man to be quite wealthy. It seemed he was going to take this bargain. The bespectacled man asked Chen Shen, "Kid, are you selling or not? Just one word." Xian Zmo leaned in and quietly advised, "Chen Shen, I feel this material will definitely increase in value. Buying it at this price is too much of a loss." However, Chen Shen just smiled and said, "Gambling on stones has its risks. Now that I can make a guaranteed profit without gambling, why wouldn't I sell?" Xian Zimo's eyes widened in confusion. When she didn't want Chen Shen to buy, he insisted on buying. Now that she didn't want him to sell, he was adamant about selling. She really couldn't fathom Chen Shen's thoughts. "Ha ha, it's settled then. I'll give you the money right now." The bespectacled man couldn't wait to transfer the money on the spot, afraid Chen Shen would back out. A minute later, Chen Shen received the payment notification, nodded, and smiled. "All right, the other half of the material is yours now." The bespectacled man was overjoyed and immediately called out to the stonecutter, "Quick, continue cutting the stone." The machine roared to life, and sparks flew from the stone. Soon, the stone was cut, and the stonecutter washed away the stone powder from the cut surface. Everyone looked on with eager anticipation. But the next second, Master Jieshi's scream rang out. "It's over. No green. It collapsed. How could this happen? My 8 million. The bespectacled man's legs went weak, and he plopped down onto the ground. Looking at the material that had not a hint of green, his heart turned to ashes. He had truly lost everything. The other half of the material had actually collapsed, something no one had anticipated. Clearly, that half was on the rise. How could it collapse? Tsk. Luckily I didn't buy that half just now, otherwise I would have really lost everything. Many people were feeling smug. The bespectacled man, however, was sitting on the ground, wailing. So, how about it? Spending 8 million on this material, wasn't that a wise choice? Chen Shen looked at Xian Zimo with a beaming smile, full of pride. "I say, did you already know that this half of the material would collapse?" Xian Zimo wasn't foolish. She had never seen a worried expression on Chen Shen's face. Clearly he was confident. "That's right, because I can see whether there's green in the material." Chen Shen nodded, seriously admitting it. "You can stop right there." Xian Zimo rolled her eyes, pouting her delicate lips, and said, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I don't believe your nonsense. Believe it or not." Yi Feng shrugged helplessly. What is wrong with society these days? People don't believe the truth, but lies can leave them dumbfounded. Sigh. The world is going downhill. Then, Xian Zimo expressed her desire to gamble on stones and actively asked Chen Shen for help. Chen Shen thought to himself that Xian Zimo had finally woken up. Last time he had offered to help her, but she had refused. The result was that she almost lost everything. Xian Zimo then told him that although she wanted his help this time, it wouldn't be complete assistance. She planned to gamble on 4 pieces of material, with Chen Shen picking 2 and her picking 2, to verify the results of her learning over the past few days. Chen Shen chuckled. Gambling on stones wasn't something one could learn in just a few days. Many veterans had gambled on stones for a lifetime, and it only took one time to lose everything. However, he wasn't worried. After all, he would be there to back her up, and with just 2 pieces of material, he could help Xian Zimo make a significant profit. Soon, the 4 pieces of material were chosen. Why does the material I picked have no green at all? Not long after, Xian Zimo's unhappy voice rang in his ears. "It's okay, I've got your back." Chen Shen had already seen this outcome coming, and he walked over to say the comforting words he had prepared in advance. "Is that true? Can you really gamble and win every time?" Although Xian Zimo trusted Chen Shen, who could guarantee a win every time in gambling? She still had some doubts. But before long, her little mouth dropped open. All the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. The two pieces of material that Chen Chen had helped Xian Zimo select had actually all risen in value. One was a glutinous type of Zhengyang green. Although the quality was slightly lacking, the color was quite nice, worth over 100,000. The last piece was even more incredible. Not only was it icy glutinous type, but it was also a very rare red jadeite. Even though it was small, making a profit of several 100,000 was no problem. Little brother, miss, are you planning to sell these pieces of material? At this moment, someone finally reacted and began to inquire. I still need it, not selling. Chen Zimo immediately waved her hand. She wanted to take it back to study and include it in her graduation thesis, so she naturally wouldn't sell it. Gambling on stones is for making money, of course. I plan to sell, it just depends on how much you can offer. Chen Chen didn't have so many scruples. For him, gambling on stones was to absorb spiritual energy and to make money. Little brother, I'll offer 3 million for your icy blue water material. You are too stingy, how could they possibly sell it to you? Brother, I'll offer 4 million, just let me have the ice-type blue water material. Are you two joking? They might not even sell a single piece. Boss Lu, let's team up and offer 13 million to take both the ice-type blue water and the ice glutinous type. Great. That works for me. They can actually team up to buy. Good, good, good. So this is how we're playing it? Everyone present's eyes lit up, and they began to learn and sell on the spot. Little brother, we'll offer 14 million. Just let us have these two pieces. 14 million is nothing. The three of us will each put in 5 million. A total of 15 million. The atmosphere instantly became incredibly heated. Everyone was looking for temporary partners and began to bid. As the price climbed higher, the voices calling out bids grew fewer. Until someone reached 19 million, the scene fell into complete silence. Brother, they're not bidding anymore. Does that mean this piece is mine? The middle-aged man who called out 19 million nervously rubbed his hands, looking expectantly at Chen Chen. I'm really sorry everyone, but I'm not satisfied with the prices you've offered. To be honest, if these two pieces were taken to an auction house, the final price would definitely be higher than what you've offered. Chen Chen flatly refused. The middle-aged man looked regretful, but this couldn't be forced. He could only sigh helplessly. Excuse me, everyone, please make way. Chen Chen held the blue water material in one hand and effortlessly lifted the 50-pound material with the other. This display of strength drew gasps from the crowd. Just as Chen Chen was about to leave with the materials and money, a voice suddenly rang out. No need to go to the auction house, I'll offer 25 million, I want these two pieces. Hiss, 25 million. Everyone was stunned by this wealthy declaration, turning to look. Chen Chen and Xian Zimo naturally turned to look as well. Wow! Such a rich person, and it's a beautiful woman. That tan skin looks so cool. Just one glance, and Xian Zimo's eyes sparkled. It turns out, women love looking at beautiful women even more than men do. It's actually her. Chen Chen was taken aback for a moment, then blurted out. You know her? Xian Zimo looked at Chen Chen in surprise. Before Chen Chen could answer, the woman had already walked up to him. Hello, perhaps you don't know me, but that's not important. You just need to decide whether you'll sell these two pieces to me. Chen Chen smiled. I know you, Jojo, the young lady of the Zhou family jewelry in the Magic City, right? As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in gasps. Some finally recognized Jojo. So it's the young lady of the Zhou family jewelry, no wonder she's so wealthy. Sorry, I must be blind, do we know each other? Or should I say, have we had any relationship? Ignoring the crowd's exclamations, Jojo focused entirely on Chen Chen. She carefully looked him up and down, nodding to herself. Not bad, quite handsome, good figure too. Then, her first reaction was to recall if this man was some ex-boyfriend? No, she remembered all her ex-boyfriends. Perhaps they had a one-night stand? That possibility seemed more likely. After all, if one drinks too much, even if they had a wild night, they might not remember who the man from last night was the next day. I know you, but you don't know me. However, you've bought something from me. Chen Chen smiled faintly. Are you sure? Hearing this, Jojo let out a sigh of relief, thinking Chen Chen was someone she had forgotten from a night. One of the male protagonists in the story, but she quickly became cautious again, sizing up Chen Chen. The more she listened, the more she felt that Chen Chen was just a fraud. Less than an hour ago, you successfully bid for 3 pieces of jade rough at the Ning auction house, along with a Northern Song Dynasty Rukiln sky blue glazed wash. What? Are you saying that all 4 items belong to you? Chen Chen's words left Jojo in shock. This is the public transfer record that Ning auction house made to me not long ago, along with their electronic version of the successful auction commission proof. Chen Chen knew that if he didn't present some real evidence, Jojo would never believe him. It really is you. Sure enough, after seeing the evidence Chen Shen presented, Jojo's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree change. The doubt on her face vanished without a trace, and a brilliant smile immediately spread across her lips. She then took the initiative to shake hands and joked, "I thought the person who could own those 4 items would definitely be an old man, but I didn't expect it to be a young and handsome guy. Miss Zhou, you're too kind." Chen Shen smiled and gently rubbed the small hand in his palm. The feel was quite nice. However, it was a bit different from the girls he had known before. Jojo's small hand had tight skin and a sense of strength, with faint calluses in her palm. Combined with her figure, it was easy to deduce that she must often work out or exercise. Ahem! At that moment, Qian Zimo suddenly coughed violently. Chen Shen released her hand and quickly turned back to ask, "What's wrong? You're not coming down with a cold, are you?" "No, don't mind me," Qian Zimo coldly replied, then turned her face away. Chen Shen scratched his head, feeling somewhat baffled. "So, Mr. Chen, are you planning to sell those 2 pieces of rough? I should remind you that the price I offered is already quite high. Even if you take it to auction, you might not get such a high price, and you would have to pay a portion of the commission." Chen Shen nodded. What Jojo said was indeed the truth. 25 million is not a low price. Moreover, if this were the auction price, just the commission would be 2.5 million. Just thinking about it made him feel a pinch. Since this woman was so straightforward with her offer, Chen Shen naturally had no reason not to sell. "If possible, please transfer the money. I feel nauseous seeing checks right now." Jojo was taken aback. Her hand that had just pulled out the check silently put it back. Okay. Although she was a bit curious, she figured there must be a reason for Chen Shen saying that, so she didn't ask further. She then took out her phone and called the finance department. In less than a minute, Chen Shen received a text message confirming the transfer. "Miss Zhou is indeed straightforward. These 2 pieces of rough now belong to you." Jojo snapped her fingers, and 2 bodyguards came over to carry the 2 pieces out. She then opened her phone, tilted her head slightly, and smiled at Chen Shen. "Mr. Shen, do you want to scan me, or should I scan you? What do you mean?" Chen Shen didn't immediately understand. Jojo opened WeChat to scan the code and said, "I really admire your stone gambling skills. We can add each other on WeChat. In the future, if there are good quality materials like this, you won't have to go through the trouble of the auction house, just contact me directly. I'll take as much as you have, and I guarantee the price will be the highest in all of Magic City." At this point, she changed her tone, smiled at Chen Shen, and said, "This can be considered us becoming friends, and if you take the initiative, not only will we have cooperation, but there might also be a deeper story." With such a straightforward statement, if Chen Shen still didn't understand, he would truly be a fool. By now, he finally understood why Jojo was a famous socialite in Magic City. This woman's gaze is sharp, and she is quite proactive. She will actively bring all men who are beneficial to her under her control. Her looks, figure, and wealthy status have become her most advantageous weapons. To be honest, not many men can resist Jojo's allure. Unfortunately, the one she encountered was Chen Shen. He has seen plenty of beautiful women and is not lacking in money himself. Jojo's most effective weapon has no effect on Chen Shen at all. Instead, the more proactive Jojo is, the more clear-headed Chen Shen becomes. Beautiful and proactive women are mostly traps, and the kind that can lead one to ruin. Naturally, Chen Shen would not easily fall into Jojo's trap, but he was still very interested in collaborating. "I would love to collaborate with Miss Zhou." Chen Shen smiled, then took out his phone to add Jojo on WeChat, his eyes showing no emotional fluctuations. This surprised Jojo greatly. Her tactic had always worked, and Chen Shen was the first man to withstand her temptation. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "This man is somewhat interesting. By the way, my friend has 2 good pieces of material, do you want to buy them?" After they exchanged WeChat, Chen Shen suddenly remembered the materials in Qian Zimo's hands, and since there was a wealthy little lady in front of him, he might as well sell them directly. "Sure, I welcome all buyers." After receiving a positive response, Chen Shen immediately turned to look at Qian Zimo. "Miss Qian, Miss Zhou is very capable. Why not just sell them directly to her?" Chen Shen thought Qian Zimo would agree readily. Instead, her expression darkened, and she said irritably, "Did you not say I was your friend? Why are you still calling me Miss Qian?" Chen Shen was taken aback, then helplessly said, "All right, I'll call you Zimo from now on, so about those 2 pieces." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qian Zimo. "Humph, no need. I can sell these 2 pieces of jade to anyone, why must it be her? It's not that it has to be sold to Miss Zhou, it just happened that way, consider it making a friend." "Making friends? If you want to be friends, that's your business, mine is mine. I have things to do, you can take your time making friends, I'm leaving." After saying that, Chen Zimo shot Chen Chen a glare and turned to leave. Chen Chen stood there, stunned. He scratched his head in confusion. What is up with this woman? Is she a dog? She turns on a dime. Mr. Chen, it seems you haven't realized yet. Your girlfriend is jealous of me. Jojo teased with a smile. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and chase after her. Miss Shou, you misunderstood. We are just ordinary friends. Chen Chen smiled wryly and waved his hand. Is that so? I don't think so. That young lady's gaze at you is not just that of an ordinary friend. Alright, I have things to do. I'll take my leave first. You can handle your matters with her. As soon as Jojo left, Chen Chen received a call from Yen Ruyu. Chen Chen, where are you now? Just as Chen Chen was about to speak, he heard Yen Ruyu shout, forget it, no matter where you are, hurry home now. What happened? Chen Chen could tell from Yen Ruyu's tone that she was anxious, and he immediately became tense. But he didn't hear Yen Ruyu's response. Instead, there was a muffled sound, as if a phone had fallen to the ground. Then, he heard the screams of Yen Ruyu and Su Xiaotong. Hey, don't step on it. My phone. Sister Yu, save me, I'm about to be crushed. Xiaotong, I'm barely holding on myself. The voice cut off abruptly. It was unclear whether the call was disconnected or interrupted. Could something really have happened? Chen Chen was very worried, put away his phone, and hurried outside. As soon as she reached the street corner, she spotted a familiar figure. At the same time, Chen Zimo also saw Chen Chen, and her lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. However, she quickly suppressed it and approached Chen Chen with a cold expression, asking frostily, why did you chase after me? Are you afraid I'll be angry? Although she said this, her heart was racing with thoughts. Silly Chen Chen, stinky Chen Chen, hurry up and say something. Just give me a way out, and I won't be mad anymore. However, Chen Chen looked confused and said, I didn't chase you, I have something urgent to get back home for. After saying that, he seemed to sense something was off and asked, are you saying you were angry just now? What were you angry about? Xian Zimo's pretty face instantly darkened, her small fists trembling slightly, and her chest heaving violently. I'm not angry. Don't mind me. You can go. Hearing this, Chen Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're not angry. Then I'll head off first. You should get back to the store early, otherwise, the boss will come looking for me. As soon as he finished speaking, a taxi without passengers drove by, and Chen Chen quickly waved it down and got in, leaving in a hurry. Xian Zimo stood there as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, dumbfounded. Hey, you're really leaving? You're just going to leave me here alone? You jerk! It wasn't until the car completely disappeared from view that she snapped back to reality, fuming and stomping her feet, gritting her teeth. Chen Chen rushed home as fast as he could. Sister Yu, I'm back. But as soon as he opened the door, he was stunned. The scene in the room was not what he had imagined, Yen Ruyu and Su Xiaotong being bullied, but rather everything looked warm and harmonious. The living room was filled with people. The sofa was packed, and even the small stools were occupied. At a glance, there were at least 10 people. These folks were munching on sunflower seeds, sipping tea, and chatting happily. Just then, a curvaceous figure floated by. It was Yen Ruyu. She was carrying a fruit platter, clearly just cut from the kitchen, ready to bring it to the living room. Suddenly, she noticed Chen Chen, and her steps halted, her face lighting up as if she had seen a savior. Stinky little brother, you finally came back. Chen Chen was a bit bewildered. What's going on? Miss Yen, who is this? At that moment, some of the people in the living room also noticed Chen Chen. As soon as this person spoke, everyone turned to look at Chen Chen, their eyes lighting up with excitement as if they had spotted prey. Chen Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Everyone, please eat and drink first, I'll introduce you later. After saying that, Yen Ruyu quickly pulled Chen Chen outside, as if he would be devoured if he stayed a second longer. Sister Yu, what's going on? By the way, why are you the only one here? Where's Su Xiaotong? Chen Chen was completely confused by Yen Ruyu's actions. However, what concerned him more was where Su Xiaotong was. He had just scanned the room and hadn't seen her. Don't worry, Xiaotong is in the bedroom putting on makeup. Yen Ruyu waved her hand casually, showing no signs of worry. Makeup? What makeup at this time? Chen Chen was puzzled. At the same time, he recalled the people in the living room, who seemed to be carrying several cameras. Cameras, a group of men, 2 beauties. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Chen Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. Sister Yu, you and Xiaotong aren't being forced to shoot that kind of adult film, are you? Are these people actors and directors? Chen Chen's face turned worried as he hurriedly asked. To his surprise, as soon as the words left her mouth, Yen Ruyu burst into laughter, gasping for breath as she spoke. Stinky little brother, what are you thinking in that head of yours? I see you, just daydreaming and not doing anything serious, treating me and Xiaotong like what? Chen Chen furrowed his brows into a shape and hurriedly asked, Sister Yu, stop keeping me in suspense. Who are these people really? Yan Ruyu smiled and said, they are all legitimate reporters, not some film crew. Reporters? Now Chen Chen was even more confused. What on earth are they doing coming to our house? To find you. Seeing Chen Chen's incredulous expression, Yan Ruyu put away her smile and explained seriously. Stinky little brother, have you forgotten the last time you and Xiaotong saved someone at the accident scene? That incident has been reported and has attracted widespread attention in society. You probably don't know, but many people online have given you the title of a great hero, and they've been looking for you for several days. But you were previously unknown, so no one could find any clues no matter how hard they looked. However, Xiaotong is different. She's a top student from the Medical University of Magic City. Once her classmates saw the news, they immediately recognized her as Su Xiaotong, and someone quickly called the media. So, a dozen media outlets sent reporters to the university to find Xiaotong, and then they got your information from her, resulting in a swarm of them all crowding into our house. I'm telling you, these reporters are terrifying. Xiaotong and I were almost crushed by them. If I hadn't said I had already called you, they would have just sat in the living room waiting for you to come back. Otherwise, they would have torn our house apart. Chen Chen smiled bitterly. The last time he saved someone in the accident was just a casual act of kindness, and he never expected to be called a great hero. The reason he left in a hurry after saving the person was not only because he had something to do at the time but also because he didn't like being too high profile. So now that he understood what was going on, he felt not only no joy but also a bit of aversion. Sister Yu, I didn't save someone to gain fame, I simply did it to save lives. Besides, I wasn't the only one who saved the person, Xiaotong was there too. So I don't think I need to accept an interview. You and Xiaotong can send them away for me. After saying that, Chen Chen prepared to turn and leave. However, he was pulled back by Yan Ruyu. Stinky little brother, I finally managed to stabilize the situation, and now you want to just walk away? Chen Chen smiled bitterly and said, Sister Yu, I really don't like this kind of scene. Yan Ruyu, however, pressed her hands on his shoulders and said in an almost threatening tone, No. You absolutely cannot leave. These people are here for you. What would it mean if the main character just walked away? I warn you, if you dare to leave, these reporters will block our door every day. At that point, you can forget about coming back and will have to live a life of hiding. Oh, right, and after I cook at home, I'll take a picture of the food every time, so you can only look and not eat, driving you crazy with hunger. Chen Chen's expression changed. Damn. Sister Yu, that tactic is too ruthless, of course it has to be ruthless, otherwise, how can I keep you in check? Yan Ruyu flicked her bangs in the air, looking quite pleased with herself. Alright, I admit, that tactic is indeed clever. You've been cooking delicious food for me these days, winning over my stomach, which is why I have to give in now. Chen Chen laughed. So, does that mean you agree to stay for the interview? Yan Ruyu looked at Chen Chen with surprise and asked. Sigh, I don't want to, but unfortunately, there's no other way. Chen Chen smiled bitterly. Wow, that's great. We're finally not going to be affected anymore. Stinky little brother, I love you to death. Yan Ruyu exclaimed excitedly as she planted a kiss on Chen Chen's face. In an instant, Chen Chen felt a surge of electricity coursing through his body, leaving him stunned as if he had been electrocuted. His eyes widened in disbelief at this sudden happiness. Although he had been in relationships before, he was still a novice, having only held hands and never even attempted a kiss. But for Yan Ruyu, kissing his cheek was merely a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come inside with me. Seeing Chen Chen standing there like a fool, grinning, she became anxious and grabbed his arm, pulling him into the room. As soon as they entered, she shouted, Dear journalist friends, I am here to introduce to you this handsome guy, the hero who saved lives at the accident scene, Chen Chen. As soon as she said this, the entire room erupted. Everyone stood up in unison, countless burning gazes instantly locking onto Chen Chen. Great! Finally, we get to see him in person. Whether I can get my internship turned into a full-time job depends on this news. Don't fight with me, this first-hand news has to be mine. Soon, some reporters reacted, with one grabbing the camera teacher with their left hand and immediately pulling out a microphone with their right, frantically rushing towards Chen Chen. But the others were not foolish either. Chen Chen's act of saving people at the accident scene had already garnered widespread attention in society, and the heat was extremely high. Once Chen Chen's related information was broadcasted, it would definitely explode across the internet. Whoever could grasp this first-hand news would surely get promoted and receive a raise upon returning to the company. With a clamor, a dozen people rushed towards Chen Chen. Yan Ruyu, having had experience before, quickly stepped aside upon seeing the commotion. As a result, Chen Chen found himself in trouble, surrounded by a dozen people, making it hard for him to breathe. Hey, everyone, please don't push. I'm about to suffocate. Damn. Whose microphone is this? It's shoved right in my mouth. You can't play like this. Ugh. Chen Chen was feeling miserable. All the reporters were desperately shoving microphones towards him. He couldn't even open his mouth. As soon as he did, a microphone would be thrust into it. Just as he managed to spit one out, another would immediately come in. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Yen Ruyu outside the crowd was laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Sister Yu, what's going on? Didn't it quiet down? Why is it so noisy again? Su Xiaoton, who had just finished her makeup, walked over, looking astonished at the chaotic scene before her. Look at who's in the middle. Oh no, I can't take it. Let me laugh for a moment. Yen Ruyu was laughing so hard she couldn't explain, leaving Su Xiaoton to observe for herself. So it's Chen Chen who's back. Ha, he looks so funny right now. Su Xiaoton finally spotted Chen Chen, just as another microphone was shoved into his mouth, which made her laugh even more. You two are still laughing. You have no conscience. Hurry up and help. MMM. Hearing the two women laugh so joyfully, Chen Chen felt a surge of anger. In reality, these dozen people were nothing but small fry to him. He could easily handle them. The key was that these guys were reporters. They weren't trying to fight him, just crowding around. This left Chen Chen unable to take action. He couldn't just start hitting people because a microphone was shoved in his mouth, could he? In any case, he couldn't hold this situation anymore and could only pin his hopes on the two women. But hearing their laughter made him feel a bit guilty, as he sensed that these two might not be reliable either. However, in the next second, Yen Ruyu's impressive maneuver completely conquered him. Everyone, stop arguing. What are you doing? This is our home. Even if you are reporters, you can't just barge in like this. Do you want to be bandits? I warn you, if you want to interview, then quiet down. If you push me too far, do you believe I will chop you all up? Even if you call the police, it's you who broke into a private residence. I'm just acting in self-defense. Yen Ruyu rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and came out waving it wildly in the air. Su Xiaodong, standing nearby, was so frightened that her face turned pale, instinctively taking a few steps back, afraid that Yen Ruyu might accidentally injure her allies in her excitement. To be honest, this tactic was quite effective. The wildly waved kitchen knife, combined with Yen Ruyu's threatening tone, instantly silenced the reporters who had been clamoring and interrupting Chen Chen just moments ago. The room fell into a dead silence. The only sound was the heartbeat of the terrified group of reporters. Although Chen Chen said nothing, his eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration for Yen Ruyu. Seizing the opportunity, he ran out of the crowd, approached Yen Ruyu, clasped his fists, and exclaimed, "Sister Yu, I officially declare that from now on, I am your loyal little fan." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiaodong also ran over, mimicking Chen Chen's gesture, and said, "Count me in too, Sister Yu. From now on, you are the big sister of both me and Chen Chen." Yen Ruyu rolled her eyes and said, "Go away, can you two stop causing trouble?" Chen Chen laughed heartily. Su Xiaoton also stuck out her little tongue, covering her mouth with a playful smile. "Hey, do you still want to interview?" Yen Ruyu glanced at the group of reporters, her icy tone emerging, and with the two kitchen knives in her hands, she truly exuded the aura of a tough sister. The reporters quickly nodded, obediently resembling a group of elementary school students. "Since you want to interview, then you all behave and ask your questions one by one. Did you understand?" "Understood." Yen Ruyu raised an eyebrow at Chen Chen, then turned around, swaying her hips gracefully as she walked back to the kitchen. At that moment, Joe's jewelry store. Joe walked into the chairman's office, curious as he asked, "Dad, why did you call me back in such a hurry?" Chairman Zhou Guanyu, with a gloomy expression, slammed a document on the table and gritted his teeth. "You'll know when you look." Joe walked over, picked up the document, and his expression changed. "What is going on here?" It turned out to be a resignation letter. The most critical part was that the person resigning was none other than the senior stone gambling consultant of Zhou's jewelry store. In simple terms, this was the person responsible for sourcing the gemstones for the store, specifically various types of jade. The sourcing methods for the jewelry store could generally be divided into two types. One was to wholesale from finished product stores, which had the advantage of clear quality, eliminating the possibility of being cheated. However, the downside was significant. The prices would be high, resulting in little profit. Therefore, many jewelry stores would not choose this sourcing method unless absolutely necessary, opting instead for the other method, gambling on stones at the jade production sites. The advantages and disadvantages of this method were exactly the opposite of the first. Gambling on stones could ensure the lowest sourcing prices since it was first-hand, leading to higher profits. But the risks were also substantial. If the gamble paid off, one could make money, but if it collapsed, not only would the goods not come in, but the money would also be lost, making it not worth the effort. However, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. What merchants value most is profit. Even if it is dangerous, the high profits make it worth the risk. But one cannot fight a battle without preparation, which is why the profession of stone gambling consultant exists. To put it simply, it's about a jewelry store hiring a master stone gambler to help with sourcing stones. The larger the jewelry store, the more skilled the stone gambler they hire, known as a senior stone gambling consultant. This shows just how important a senior stone gambling consultant is to a jewelry store. The Joe Jewelry Store has been thriving in the Magic City largely due to their senior stone gambling consultant. This consultant has been a stone gambler for 30 years, possesses keen eyesight, and has worked at Joe Jewelry for 10 years, earning a high annual salary and holding a small share in the business. Joe never expected that this senior stone gambling consultant would voluntarily resign. That bastard, he's made quite a bit of money now and has learned most of the ins and outs of the jewelry business. Relying on his sources, clientele, and keen eye, he wants to go solo now. Zhou Guanyu slammed the table in anger, his palms turning red. How can he do this? Joe was also furious. The company still had many orders to fulfill, and the demand for jade, especially jadeite, was enormous. At this moment, the senior stone gambling consultant wanted to go solo. If he left, who would help the jewelry store source stones? This was a devastating blow to Joe Jewelry. Dad, can't we find a way to keep him? Even if he just finishes this year, he can go wherever he wants after that. Joe tried to ask. If we could keep him, I wouldn't have called you over, and this resignation letter wouldn't be in your hands. That bastard has made up his mind. Zhou Guanyu took a deep breath, calmed down a bit, and said in a deep voice, he can't be kept now. There's no need to waste time on futile efforts. The urgent matter now is to quickly find a new candidate. It's best to find a reliable person with exceptional stone gambling skills to take on the role of senior stone gambling consultant within 3 days. Jojo's expression changed slightly. Dad, finding a stone gambling expert in 3 days might not be that simple. Zhou Guanyu tapped his fingers on the table, speaking in an undeniable tone, no matter how difficult it is, it must be done, or we'll lose over 100 million in orders. Jojo bit her lip, feeling immense pressure. Where could she find a stone gambling expert in 3 days? Wait. Suddenly, Jojo thought of someone. Dad, wait a moment, I'll show you a few things. Jojo dashed out excitedly and returned shortly with several employees following her. She waved her hand, and the employees came to the desk, carefully placing what they were holding on the table. It was 5 pieces of jade she had just acquired that day. Dad, take a look at these 5 pieces. Zhou Guanyu stood up and examined them closely. When he saw the icy Imperial green piece, his eyes widened in shock. Hiss! It's actually Imperial green. And it's icy. The other pieces are also quite good, and there are even rare blue water jade and not bad. The quality of these 5 pieces is excellent. Zhou Guanyu praised while nodding, clearly very satisfied. Dad, if I told you that all 5 pieces were cut from stones by one person, and that this person seems to have a 100% success rate in stone gambling, would you believe me? Jojo asked with a smile. Don't joke around, how could that be possible? Zhou Guanyu was startled but quickly waved his hand and laughed, thinking that even the soon-to-be solo senior stone gambling consultant couldn't achieve a 100% success rate. I'm not joking. Jojo became serious and said, I'm not sure about these 3, but I was present when the blue water jade and were cut. I can swear on my life that the person only picked 2 rough stones, and they all turned out to be successful. So, this person is a master at gambling on stones. Oh no, he's simply a gambling stone master. Zhou Guanyu instantly became excited and quickly said, Daughter, this person is a talent. If we can bring him on board, our Zhou family can get through this crisis. Do you have his contact information? Zhou Shou's lips curled up as she nodded. Fortunately, she had added Chen on WeChat today. Hurry! Contact him right now. Okay. At this moment, Chen was standing at the door with Yan Ruyu and Su Xiaotong, all 3 wearing professional fake smiles, waving goodbye to a group of reporters. Once the crowd completely disappeared from sight, the smiles on their faces vanished in unison. Finally gone. With a cheer, the 3 quickly ran to the living room and all flopped directly onto the sofa. Whatever position was comfortable, they took it. I'm exhausted. I didn't expect dealing with reporters to be so tiring. Yan Ruyu and Su Xiaotong complained in succession. If there's a next time, I will definitely turn around and leave without hesitation. I won't come back to this house. Chen was equally worn out. Gulu. At that moment, a faint sound emerged. Chen and Yan Ruyu silently turned to look at Su Xiaotong. He. Su Xiaotong rubbed her belly, grinning as she said to Yenryu, "Sister Yu, I'm hungry." "Stop. I'm also dead tired. Whoever wants to cook can do it," Yenryu said, burying her head into the sofa, falling silent. "Don't look at me, I don't want to cook either, and I'm not that good at it." Chen Shan also didn't want to move. "Ha? Are you going to make me cook?" As soon as Su Xiaotong's words left her mouth, Chen Shan and Yenryu immediately raised their heads and shouted in unison, "No, you mustn't cook." They certainly didn't want the kitchen to explode again. Just as the three were fretting over how to solve dinner, Chen Shan's WeChat suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a WeChat call from Jojo. This made Chen Shan instantly alert. Could this woman be trying to develop him into a boyfriend? But it wouldn't be appropriate not to answer, so he picked up. "Mr. Chen, may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner?" Upon hearing there was a meal to be had, Yenryu and Su Xiaotong instantly jumped up from the sofa, one on the left and one on the right, both crowding in front of Chen Shan with eager faces. Chen Shan glanced at the two women. They were clearly two foodies. The moment they heard about a meal being offered, they were full of energy. These two foodies were obviously thinking about this dinner. With that thought, Chen Shan covered the phone's microphone with his hand. "Looking at your expressions, if I refuse this dinner, you two won't actually kill me, right?" Chen Shan was just joking, but unexpectedly, Yenryu took it seriously and actually put on a thoughtful expression, finally saying, "Killing is against the law, but we are both starving right now. If you refuse this meal that's being offered, it shouldn't be a big problem for us to castrate you." "Oh no!" Chen Shan shivered all over, instantly feeling a chill below. If it were before, he wouldn't have been afraid at all. But ever since he witnessed Yenryu wielding 2 kitchen knives, intimidating more than 10 people, he felt a bit scared. He realized that this woman, Yenryu, was indeed fierce. If pushed to the limit, she would really dare to use a knife. Speaking of which, would Yenryu really dare to castrate him? Just thinking about it made Chen Shen's face turn pale. Sister Yu, don't act impulsively, let me see what the situation is first." As soon as he finished speaking, Jojo on the other end of the line couldn't wait any longer and asked, "Mr. Chen, can you hear me?" "I can hear you." Chen Shen quickly responded and then asked, "Miss Shou, may I ask why you suddenly invited me to dinner?" Jojo was a shrewd woman. In terms of business acumen, she was no less capable than Ning Churen, and in some respects, her cunning was even deeper than Ning Churen's. Naturally, she wouldn't easily reveal her true intentions to Chen Shen, because once she disclosed her purpose, Chen Shen might refuse. In that case, she would be at a disadvantage. She needed to keep the initiative firmly in her hands, and the simplest and most effective way to do that was to bait Chen Shen. "Mr. Chen, I sought you out because there are matters to discuss, but as for what those matters are, it can't be clearly explained in a sentence or two over the phone. It's better for us to chat while we eat. In any case, I must remind you that this matter is absolutely beneficial for you and not harmful at all. If you don't come, you will definitely regret it." Chen Shen knew that Jojo was deliberately teasing him. He wouldn't be so easily manipulated, so he sneered, "Miss Shou, what if I refuse?" Jojo was not flustered at all and feigned disappointment as she said, "Then I can only say it's a pity, but the one who loses a great opportunity is you, not me." Chen Shan was taken aback. This woman was indeed not simple. Not only was she cunning and deep-minded, but she also remained calm under pressure, adept at turning the tables and continuously baiting him during the conversation. Chen Shen had to admit that Jojo had indeed piqued his curiosity with just a few simple words. With a helpless smile, he said, "It seems I have no choice but to go to this dinner." Jojo was very pleased and said, "Great, I'll send you the address right now." "Okay." Before he could finish the word yes, Chen Shen felt a sharp pain as two small but strong fingers twisted the tender flesh of his arm several times. In an instant, a pain comparable to a piercing sensation made his face contort, and he couldn't help but let out a cry of anguish. "Mr. Chen, what's wrong?" Jojo quickly inquired. "I'm fine, just hold on a moment." Chen Shen was sweating profusely from the pain but could only grit his teeth and try to keep his voice steady. After saying that, regardless of whether Jojo responded, he immediately turned to Yenryu, gritting his teeth and asking, "What are you doing?" Yenryu shot him a fierce glare. "Did you forget about us too? Don't forget, today we both shielded you from disaster, and now we don't even have the strength to cook." "Don't think I didn't hear that." The person on the other end of the phone was a woman. From her voice, she sounded decent, so she must look good too. "Stinky little brother, you don't want to go eat alone, do you? Let me tell you, not a chance. Either I castrate you before you go out to eat, or you take us both with you, you choose one." Just as she finished speaking, Su Xiaotong gasped and weakly asked, "Huh? Sister Yu, are you really planning to castrate Chen Shen? What do you need me to do? Hand you the scissors?" Chen Chen was instantly left speechless. This Su Xiaotong was really big-chested and brainless. So silly. Hey, sister you, don't go overboard, don't you follow suit. Chen Chen shot a glance at Su Xiaotong, then looked at Yen Ruyu and said with a wry smile, Sister you, I swear, I really didn't mean to eat alone, I just forgot to mention you. Give me a break, you stinky men are all the same. Yen Ruyu rolled her eyes and said, You want me to believe you? Unless you take some real action. That's easy. After saying that, Chen Chen turned back to his phone and said, Sorry, Miss Zhou, for keeping you waiting. Zhou said with some doubt, Mr. Shun, you are a grown man, you wouldn't want to back out, would you? Of course I won't back out. Chen Chen said emphatically, then changed the subject, but it's almost dark, and this is our first meeting. I think it's a bit inappropriate for just a man and a woman to have dinner together. How about this, I have 2 friends with me, I'll bring them along. This caught Zhou a bit off guard. What's the problem? If there's a problem, then forget it. Chen Chen glanced at Yen Ruyu, who was rubbing her hands together and occasionally casting sly glances downward, a mischievous smile on her face, and he suddenly felt a chill. Although he was also curious about what Zhou wanted from him, preserving his brother's safety was more important. He could always choose not to go. No problem. Of course, there's no problem. As soon as he said this, Zhou panicked, immediately putting on a generous facade, smiling and agreeing. Once the call ended, her smile vanished instantly, her brows furrowing tightly, looking troubled. How strange. Before this, any man who heard there was a chance to have dinner with her would agree faster than the last. Yet unexpectedly, she stumbled here with Chen Chen. This was the first time she encountered a man who would refuse to have dinner alone with her. Moreover, she was even more curious about why Chen Chen wanted to bring 2 friends along. What did that mean? No, wait. Chen Chen initially agreed, but then suddenly changed his mind to bring friends. This was definitely not normal. Could it be that Chen Chen had some ulterior motives? A man's friends were likely also men. Could it be that these 3 wanted to get her drunk and take advantage of her? Although this was just Zhou's personal speculation, she decided to bring a bodyguard along, holding on to the thought that one should always be cautious. When the time came, she specifically arranged the table near the window, with the bodyguard outside keeping watch, ready to rush in and save her at the first sign of trouble. Even with everything arranged so well, she still felt a bit uneasy, so she returned to her office and started rummaging through her drawer. A few seconds later, her lips curled up, and she pulled out a bottle of special chili spray. She had tested it before, just spraying it on her arm caused a burning sensation. If sprayed on the face, the feeling would be TSK. After putting the chili spray in her bag, a strong sense of security washed over her. Zhou felt much more at ease and drove to the restaurant with 2 bodyguards. It was now 6 in the evening, but she had actually scheduled her meeting with Chen Chen for 7. No matter what kind of person Chen Chen was, as the host, she naturally couldn't let the guest arrive first, that would be a matter of courtesy. Of course, the most important thing was that she needed to arrive first and make safety arrangements. Half an hour later, Zhou arrived at the restaurant. She went straight to the manager and requested a table by the window, ensuring there was a parking space outside. After a while, Zhou sat at the dining table, and seeing that the 2 bodyguards were already in position, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a familiar voice reached her ears. Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Zhou. Zhou raised an eyebrow, recognizing Chen Chen's voice, feeling both excited and nervous. But no matter what, she had to face Chen Chen. She took a deep breath, smiled slightly, and turned to look at Chen Chen. However, upon seeing him, she was instantly stunned. What was going on? Weren't there supposed to be 2 men? Why were there 2 women instead? And each one was more beautiful than the last. But soon, Zhou noticed a strange phenomenon. She noticed that Chen Chen and the 2 beautiful women all looked breathless, especially Chen Chen, whose face was pale, breathing rapid, and drenched in sweat, looking as if he was about to collapse. The most telling sign was that Chen Chen's clothes showed signs of being tugged at, almost torn apart. No matter how one looked at it, the 3 of them seemed to have just gone through some intense activity. But what kind of intense activity could there be between a man and a woman? Even to the point of nearly tearing clothes? Zhou's thoughts immediately went astray. Because in her impression, the most fitting and familiar situation was only that kind of thing. Miss Zhou, why aren't you speaking? You aren't a fish, are you, with only 7 seconds of memory? We just met today, and you've forgotten me so quickly? Chen Chen joked, then unceremoniously arranged for Yen Ruyu and Su Xiaotong to sit down, and he very consciously plopped himself down between the 2 women. As soon as he sat down, he was enveloped by the unique yet enchanting sense of both women. A gentle sniff, followed by a discreet glance to the left and right, brought him immense pleasure. Little did he know, All of this was seen by Jojo across from him. She became even more convinced that Chen Chen had an improper relationship with these two beauties, and they must have just engaged in some intense activity. Just then, Chen Chen spoke again. "By the way, Miss Shou, would you like to drink later?" In fact, Chen Chen had no other intentions. He was simply tired from the earlier interview and wanted to have a drink to relax. But Jojo narrowed her eyes, thinking that she had guessed correctly. What kind of guy asks a girl if she wants to drink right after meeting? This Chen Chen was indeed not serious. But one thing she admitted she had misjudged. Chen Chen didn't want to bring two men to hit on her, rather, he hadn't had enough fun earlier and wanted her to join in, to be played with alongside the other two beauties. She hadn't seen it coming. Chen Chen looked so serious, yet behind the scenes, he was playing such tricks. Jojo believed she had seen through Chen Chen's intentions, so she straightforwardly stated, "Mr. Chen, to be frank, your own conditions are quite advantageous, so if you want to pursue me in a normal way, there is indeed a chance. But if you want to use some tricks or have other ulterior motives, that would greatly damage my impression of you." Chen Chen was instantly stunned. What on earth was this woman talking about? But before he could respond, he felt the icy glares from both sides. Yen Ruyu stared at Chen Chen fiercely, snorting, "You little brat, I knew you wanted to come out to pick up girls." Su Xiaotong followed suit, saying irritably, "No wonder you didn't think of bringing us out at first. Turns out you were afraid we would ruin your date." Chen Chen's face darkened. Three women putting on a show, the plot they imagined could be made into a movie. Are you three not feeling well? What nonsense are you talking about, each one more ridiculous than the last? First of all, you two, what are you rambling about? When did I ever say that coming out to eat was to pick up girls? We three dealt with reporters for half the afternoon today, you know how tiring that is. How could I have the spare time to pick up girls? I just want to enjoy a nice meal, have a drink to unwind, and if we can chat about something good in the process, that would be even better. It's that simple. Can you two stop overthinking? Yen Ruyu and Su Xiaotong were left speechless, feeling awkward. Jojo, sitting across from them, was also stunned. So it turned out the reason the three of them were sweating was because they had been dealing with reporters. As the daughter of the Zhou family jewelry business, she had certainly experienced her fair share of being interviewed by reporters, which was indeed exhausting. As for why he wanted to drink, it turned out Chen Chen wasn't trying to get her drunk, she had just overthought it. Besides, Miss Shou, when did I ever say I wanted to pursue you? Can you stop being so self-indulgent? After hearing Chen Chen's words, Jojo quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, I was overthinking it." After saying this, Jojo suddenly felt something was off. What did Chen Chen mean? Did he not find her appealing? It was the first time she had heard such words from a man. This made Jojo start to doubt her own charm for the first time. Alright, enough with the nonsense. I'm not in the mood to chat about anything else right now, so just tell me directly what you want. Chen Chen waved his hand, having lost his patience. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, please allow me to formally apologize to you before discussing business. After saying this, Jojo called the waiter for a bottle of mutai, poured herself a full 2 ounces, and downed it in one go. This display left Chen Chen stunned. This woman has quite the drinking capacity. Even among men, not many could down 3 ounces in one go. It was enough to show her sincere apology. With this, the anger on Chen Chen's face eased considerably. Jojo observed the change in his expression, felt relieved, and then began to discuss business. Mr. Chen, I'll be straightforward. I want to hire you as a senior stone gambling consultant for Zhou's jewelry, with a monthly salary of 100,000. Including the year-end bonus, you would take home around 1.5 million a year. What do you think? As soon as she said this, Yen Ruyu and Su Xiaotong's eyes widened in shock. This amount of money was astronomical for two women who could only afford to share a rental apartment. Moreover, they believed Chen Chen had no reason to refuse. Just as this thought crossed their minds, Chen Chen spoke up. I'm sorry, but if that's the offer, I have to decline. What? He wasn't satisfied with a 1.5 million annual salary. Yen Ruyu and Su Xiaotong were both dumbfounded. Come on, this was 1.5 million, not 150. Even earning 100,000 a year would take 15 years of not eating or drinking to accumulate. Not to mention that many people don't even earn 100,000 in a year. With so much money, how could Chen Chen refuse? Was he crazy? Even Jojo was surprised and couldn't help but say, Mr. Chen, the industry salary for Zhou's jewelry has always been the highest among senior stone gambling consultants in the Magic City. To be honest, I even raised the offer a level. My previous senior stone gambling consultant only took home about 1.2 million a year. Jojo's words meant to convey to Chen Chen that she was offering a significant amount of sincerity. Although she hadn't done a background check on Chen Chen, she had never heard his name before, and coupled with his attire, she could basically rule out identities like a rich second generation. Therefore, she believed that at this salary level, Chen Chen had no reason to refuse. She just didn't expect that Chen Chen wouldn't even consider it and would directly say he was unsatisfied. After hearing this, Chen Chen didn't say anything. Instead, Yen Ruyu, who was very interested, asked, "Miss Zhou, right? I'm sorry, I'm really curious, so I can't help but interject. Since your Zhou's jewelry offers the best salary, why did your previous senior stone gambling consultant leave?" A flash of displeasure crossed Zhou Zhou's eyes. She took a sip of red wine to calm down and then said lightly, "He died." What the hell? Chen Chen immediately couldn't sit still and couldn't help but ask, "Is there a life-threatening risk in your line of work?" Poof, cough cough cough. The sip of red wine Zhou Zhou hadn't fully swallowed was instantly sprayed out. Looking up, she saw Chen Chen and the other two looking at her with disdain. I'm sorry, I lost my composure." Zhou Zhou's pretty face flushed red, and she smiled awkwardly before explaining, "Mr. Chen, don't be nervous. In our line of work, there's really no life-threatening danger. As for the previous person, it was purely personal reasons." She didn't want to waste too much time on this matter and, without waiting for Chen Chen to speak, continued, "Alright, back to business. Mr. Chen, regarding the salary and benefits, if you're not satisfied, it's okay. You can state your expected salary, and we can discuss it further." As soon as Jojo finished speaking, Yen Ruyu quickly tugged at Chen Chen's arm and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Stinky little brother, you just graduated and are still inexperienced in dealing with people. But don't worry, if you listen to me, you won't go wrong. From the way this girl talks, she's dead set on hiring you. Since that's the case, I suggest you aim for 2 million. If she can't accept it, she can always negotiate down. But if she can accept 2 million, you'll hit the jackpot." Chen Chen raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Yen Ruyu. He hadn't expected her to be quite skilled in dealing with people. Yen Ruyu thought Chen Chen was taking her advice to heart, so she proudly lifted her delicate chin, looking as if she was saying, "You can't go wrong listening to me." Chen Chen smiled, and then, under Yen Ruyu's expectant gaze, he slowly spoke to Jojo, "The annual salary I want is 1 million, and then..." Before he could finish, Yen Ruyu jumped up like a startled kitten, grabbing Chen Chen's arm and, regardless of Jojo still being there, shouted, "I say, Chen Chen, are you alright? Miss Zhou offered 1,500,000, and you say you're not satisfied? Then why not aim higher instead of trying to negotiate down?" Yen Ruyu was practically dying to pry open Chen Chen's head to see if it was filled with glue. At this moment, not only was she anxious, but Su Xiaotong's chubby baby face was also turning red with worry. Even Zhou Zhou looked shocked. "Yujia, don't be anxious. Didn't you hear that I still had more to say?" Chen Chen said, feeling both amused and helpless. "Besides, even if I were foolish, I wouldn't be foolish enough to let myself suffer a loss, right?" "That's true." Yen Ruyu mumbled, then gave Chen Chen an awkward smile. "Just hold on a bit. Well, I won't say anything. You continue." After saying that, Yen Ruyu obediently sat back down, pretending nothing had happened as she turned to look out the window, appearing to admire the scenery. Chen Chen shook his head with a smile and then continued to look at Jojo. "By the way, where was I?" Jojo came back to her senses and instinctively reminded him, "You said the annual salary is 1 million. "Oh right," Chen Chen said with a smile. "On that basis, for any materials I handle, I want to take a 1% commission on the pure profit." "Miss Zhou, this request of mine isn't too excessive, is it?" Jojo raised her eyebrows. She didn't say anything but picked up her wineglass, seemingly sipping red wine while actually brainstorming rapidly. Chen Chen's words were very straightforward, and she naturally understood what he meant. For example, if Chen Chen used the company's 100,000 to bet on a material and then sold it for 1,100,000, the pure profit would be 1 million, and the commission for Chen Chen would be 10,000, while the company would earn 990,000. Even if that number were increased to a pure profit of 10 million or even 100 million, the commission for Chen Chen would only be 100,000 and 1 million, respectively. This might seem like a huge sum for Chen Chen or anyone else, but for Zhou's jewelry, it was hardly worth mentioning. If viewed purely from this data, it didn't seem like much. However, this way, the expenses Zhou's jewelry would incur from Chen Chen would become significantly higher. Clearly, a person who could be settled for 1,500,000 now sounds like their annual salary has decreased by 500,000, but they also need to pay additional commissions. Even if it's just a drop in the bucket, too many drops can still be painful. Moreover, one must consider the possibility of Chen Chen's failure. According to the conditions proposed by Chen Chen, if he incurs losses due to a bad bet, he wouldn't bear the responsibility. Instead, it would fall on Zhou's jewelry. If the profits increase after a successful bet, Zhou's jewelry wouldn't get to keep it all either, as they would have to pay him a commission. Doesn't this mean that no matter what, Chen Chen is guaranteed to profit? Does she really think Zhou is a fool? Mr. Chen, your calculations seem a bit too good to be true, don't you think? To be honest, Zhou was somewhat angry, but she also knew it wasn't the time to fall out, so her tone wasn't too harsh. Chen Chen could naturally sense the sarcasm in Zhou's words, and with a faint smile, he countered, "May I ask, Miss Zhou, did your company's former senior gambling stone consultant ever have a failure? Of course, no one can win every bet, which is why I find your proposed conditions a bit unrealistic." "Well, what if I told you I could win every bet?" Chen Chen said with a confident smile. "That's absolutely impossible." Zhou shook her head without hesitation. At that moment, noticing Chen Chen's confident expression, a sudden spark of inspiration hit her, and a sly smile flickered in her eyes. "Mr. Chen, how about we make a bet?" Chen Chen's interest was piqued. "How do you want to bet?" "Mr. Chen, aren't you very confident in your judgment? Then let's bet on your judgment." Zhou laid out her idea. It was quite simple. Tomorrow, she would take Chen Chen to the Jade Street to gamble on stones. No matter how many pieces Chen Chen bets on, she would only look at the results. If, as Chen Chen claimed, every piece could yield a profit, she would immediately agree to his proposed conditions. However, if even one piece resulted in a loss, it would prove that everything Chen Chen said earlier was just bragging. In that case, she naturally wouldn't agree to his conditions. Furthermore, she would retract her offer of an annual salary of 1,500,000 and instead offer 1,200,000. How can you talk your way down to a lower salary in the end? That's really unfriendly to Chen Chen, isn't it? As soon as she said this, Yan Ruyu immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. They had clearly agreed on an annual salary of 1,500,000, and now it had dropped to 1,200,000 in the blink of an eye. That's a difference of 300,000. How many families would struggle to earn that much in a year? Yan Ruyu completely viewed the situation from Chen Chen's perspective. In her eyes, Chen Chen, she, and Su Xiaotong were all just workers, and earning money wasn't easy for any of them. Yet, with just a few simple words, Zhou had caused Chen Chen to lose 300,000, which made her feel very sorry for him. "This can't be blamed on me. I initially showed enough sincerity, but Mr. Chen didn't agree. Moreover, the conditions he proposed are not only ones I can't agree to, but any jewelry store would also refuse them. This is equally unfriendly to me." Zhou spread her hands and smiled helplessly. "Even so, I still patiently want to bet with Mr. Chen because I truly admire him and really want to hire him as the senior gambling stone consultant for Zhou's jewelry. But to be honest, Mr. Chen's refusal and the unfriendly conditions he proposed have already hurt my feelings, so I think it's quite reasonable for me to propose a salary reduction now, don't you think?" Although Yan Ruyu was quite experienced in dealing with people, she still felt somewhat powerless in front of the deeply scheming Zhou, and this remark left her speechless. Yan Ruyu was genuinely annoyed for Chen Chen and really wanted to refute, but she couldn't find any loopholes and could only concede defeat. Then if that's the case, this gambling game is a trap. At this moment, even the big-breasted but brainless Su Xiaotong understood. Although she didn't know much about gambling stones, she could at least realize that gambling stones were just another form of betting. There are no perpetual victors in betting, this is common knowledge even children know, and she was well aware of it. So in her view, Chen Chen had no chance of winning in this gamble. "Chen Chen, you mustn't agree to her. Just honestly earn that 150,000 annual salary, don't end up losing 30,000 in the end, that would be too much of a loss. That's 30,000. How many bags could I buy with that?" Su Xiaotong's voice grew louder, and by the end, her eyes began to sparkle, her face filled with a look of ecstasy, as if that 30,000 was money she had earned herself. Chen Chen couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He hadn't expected that the big-breasted but brainless Su Xiaotong was actually a little money-obsessed. "Mr. Chen, I think your two girlfriends are quite right." Before Zhou could finish her sentence, Chen Chen quickly interrupted. "Wait a minute, be precise with your words. What girlfriends? Can't you add sexual in between?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou covered her mouth and laughed. "Sorry, I was careless. Let me correct myself, your two sexual friends are quite right. I also advise you not to agree to this bet. This way, you can still earn that 150,000 annual salary." When Zhou emphasized the word sexual, Chen Chen frowned, having to suspect that Zhou was deliberately teasing him. Since that was the case, Chen Chen decided not to indulge her. "Sorry, Miss Zhou, I've always liked challenging and thrilling things since I was young, so I have to gamble with you. Moreover, I want to add another bet. If I lose, I will work for Zhou's jewelry for free for a year, but if I win, my commission will increase from 1 point to 5 points. As soon as these words were spoken, all 3 women present were shocked. Chen, are you crazy? You can't earn much anyway, and now you're going to work for free? What are you thinking? Chen, I advise you to quickly tell Miss Zhou that what you just said doesn't count. Yan Ruyu and Su Xiaotong desperately made faces at Chen, trying to get him to take back that statement. However, Chen remained unmoved, which made the 2 women so angry they almost stomped holes in the floor beneath them. Mr. Chen, you are a real man, you must keep your word. Zhou was the most shocked among the 3 women, but she was also the happiest. In her view, Chen was just putting on a brave front, so she completely disregarded the conditions Chen proposed. She only cared about the part where Chen said he would work for Zhou's jewelry for free for a year. Although Chen had a tendency to boast, she knew he truly had the capability. Having such a gambling stone expert work for free for a year would save the company a significant expense. If he could really do it, Zhou would wake up smiling in her dreams. Of course, a gentleman's word is his bond. Alright, then it's settled. Seeing Zhou make the decision, Su Xiaotong's face turned red with anxiety. What should we do now? However, at that moment, Yan Ruyu raised the corner of her mouth and whispered, "What are you afraid of? At worst, if you lose, just don't back out, after all, she doesn't have a notary." Su Xiaotong immediately beamed with joy and said, "Right. I almost forgot about that." However, Zhou saw all the little movements of the 2 women. A wicked smile crept onto her lips as she picked up her phone and waved it in front of Chen and the others, grinning as she said, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention to the 3 of you that I have a habit during business negotiations. I like to use the recording function. You 3 wouldn't mind, would you?" Boom! This sentence hit like a bolt from the blue, leaving Yan Ruyu and Su Xiaotong frozen in place. "This is bad," Su Xiaotong said helplessly. "No, there's still one last way," Yan Ruyu said, glaring fiercely at Chen, gritting her teeth as she said, "Stinky little brother, if you were smart, you wouldn't participate in this bet tomorrow. We won't earn a single cent, but we can't work for free for others." Su Xiaotong's eyes lit up, exclaiming that it was a good idea. However, Chen said, "Why not gamble? I'm waiting to make big money." "Oh my, you're driving me crazy. I've lost my appetite, I can't eat another bite. Goodbye." Yan Ruyu couldn't take it anymore and got up to leave. "Sister, you, wait for me. I'm not eating either." Su Xiaotong was also quite upset and quickly followed her. After the 2 women left, Zhou immediately got up and sat next to Chen. Then, under Chen surprised and confused gaze, she gently stroked his strong thigh while leaning close to his ear, her breath like orchids. "Mr. Chen, it's just the 2 of us now, so I'll be straightforward. Actually, I really admire you. As long as you're willing, we can become closer than just an employer-employee relationship, and your treatment will see a qualitative leap." Feeling the ticklish sensation on his thigh and seeing Zhou's gaze that seemed to draw him in, Chen couldn't help but shiver. "Miss Zhou, are you trying to seduce me?" "You're not wrong, I do want to seduce you." The breath from Zhou's sexy, alluring red lips felt like a scorching flame, making Chen's ears instantly flush. As she spoke, she gently lifted Chen's chin with her delicate fingers. "So, what do you say? Will you give me a chance?" "Actually, this is also giving yourself a chance to soar to great heights." After this display, Chen felt overwhelmed. Now he understood the words Ningchuring used to describe Zhou. No wonder Zhou had become a well-known socialite in the city. It wasn't just about beauty, but also using benefits as temptation. This tactic was something no man could resist. However, Chen wasn't interested in benefits because, with his abilities, creating wealth was just a matter of time. As for Zhou's beauty and figure, they indeed made his heart race. But he wasn't the kind of man who only thought with his lower body. He knew very well that a woman like Zhou was quite terrifying. Chen didn't want to be sold off and then have to count the money for her. He was self-aware. Playing mind games was definitely not his strong suit against Zhou. "Miss Zhou, I'm just a country bumpkin. I only recognize money and am not interested in anything else." Thus, Chen decisively pushed Zhou aside and then got up to sit in the spot where Zhou had been. Seeing this scene, Zhou's beautiful eyes widened, filled with surprise. But soon, the surprise in her eyes turned into admiration, along with a wild desire to conquer. "Mr. Chen, even though you rejected me, I really like you more and more." Zhou propped her chin on her hand, her enchanting eyes fixed on Chen, and as she spoke, she extended her delicate tongue to lick her fiery red lips. What she said was all heartfelt. Among the men she had encountered, Chen was the only one who dared to directly reject her, and he had done so twice in one day. This completely ignited Zhou's desire to conquer. In her eyes, there had never been a man she couldn't conquer, only those she didn't want to conquer. Jojo had secretly made up her mind to win Chen Chen over. No matter what you say, I'm hungry now. I remember you were going to treat me to a meal. Are you just going to let me drink this bottle of red wine you've already had? Looking at Jojo as if she were about to devour him, Chen Chen couldn't help but shiver. He didn't want to dwell on this matter any longer, so he quickly changed the subject. Of course not. At this point, Jojo paused, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her mind, and she came up with a new strategy. Since the beauty trap and the temptation of benefits weren't working, she would have to use her other area of expertise, drinking. As long as she could get Chen Chen drunk, then she could do whatever she wanted next. Waiter, you can serve the dishes now, and also bring me 2 more bottles of the finest red wine I have stored. Chen Chen was taken aback and pointed at the half bottle of red wine left on the table, saying, "Isn't there still some left? Why do you need 2 more bottles?" Jojo smiled slightly and explained, "I'm celebrating our cooperation in advance, so 1 bottle of red wine is definitely not enough." After saying this, she fixed Chen Chen with a slightly provocative gaze and said in a teasing tone, "Mr. Chen, you can drink, right? Or is your alcohol tolerance not up to par? If that's the case, you can just say so, I won't laugh at you." "Who says I can't?" As soon as he said this, Chen Chen couldn't hold back any longer. Although he knew this was Jojo's way of provoking him, any man would feel challenged. Because a man cannot admit defeat, especially in front of a woman. Seeing that Chen Chen was already riled up, Jojo added fuel to the fire. "Really? My alcohol tolerance is hard to match in the Magic City. Are you sure you can outdrink me?" Chen Chen smiled coldly. "I can drink you under the table." "Good, then I want to see for myself." Jojo laughed happily. This was the effect she wanted. Then, once the dishes and red wine were served, the two began their drinking contest. After the first bottle of red wine, neither of their faces showed much change. Chen Chen wasn't surprised. After all, a woman of Jojo's caliber must have attended many social gatherings, and 1 bottle of red wine was child's play for her. But anyone who has drunk red wine knows that it doesn't seem strong at first, but the after effects can be quite powerful. Usually, after 2 bottles, most people can't hold on anymore. Gradually, Chen Chen began to sense that something was off. By the time they were nearing the end of the 3rd bottle, the alcohol was starting to take effect. Chen Chen shook his head, his vision beginning to blur. Although he could still drink, he probably couldn't last much longer. When he looked up, he found Jojo gazing at him with a smile, her face flushed, but she seemed to be in better shape than he was. At that moment, he realized that this woman could indeed hold her liquor. If they kept drinking like this, he would definitely be the first to go down. This wouldn't do, it would be too embarrassing. If only there were a way to digest the alcohol. Suddenly, Chen Chen thought of the scene in Demigods and Semidevils where Duan Yu competed in drinking with Xiao Foam. Duan Yu used the 6 Meridians divine sword to expel all the alcohol, and now that he possessed the ability to see through, couldn't he try something similar? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Chen Chen suddenly felt the spiritual energy within him begin to surge. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he no longer felt the effects of the alcohol. He felt completely sober. It was as if he hadn't drunk at all. It actually worked. Chen Chen was both surprised and delighted. He continued to drink, and now it felt like he was drinking water. "You can still drink?" Jojo was a bit surprised, but this only fueled her competitive spirit even more. "If I don't get you drunk today, I won't be surnamed Zhou." Thinking of this, she hardened her gaze, gritted her teeth, and called for 2 more bottles of red wine. Originally planning to get Chen Chen drunk, she found herself unable to hold on when there was only half a bottle left. Her head tilted, and her whole body fell sideways. Chen Chen was quick to react and rushed over to support her. "Don't help me, I can still drink." "What the hell are you talking about? If you drink more, you'll end up in the hospital." But no matter how Chen Chen tried to dissuade her, Jojo insisted on struggling to get up. As she exerted herself, the buttons of her shirt popped open, revealing half of her fragrant shoulder and a hint of her soft chest. This scene left Chen Chen dry-mouthed and flushed all over. Just then, he suddenly sensed 2 fierce gazes. Turning his head, he saw 2 men outside the window, looking at him with menacing stares. Chen Chen immediately guessed that these 2 bodyguards must belong to Jojo. Well, even if he had any thoughts now, they were impossible to realize, so he helped Jojo walk outside. At this moment, Jojo was still not behaving, humming and muttering as she walked. "Chen Chen, I don't believe you really have the ability to win every bet. As a big man, you must be bragging." Chen Chen was displeased by this remark and retorted, "What if I really had that ability?" Jojo paused, turned her head, and gazed at Chen Chen with dreamy eyes. "If you really are that amazing, I'll do whatever you say, even if it's just to sleep with you for a night." Chen Chen's eyes lit up. "All right, you said it." He then handed Jojo over to the 2 bodyguards and turned to head home. But before going home, he made a special stop at a dessert shop to buy 2 pieces of cake. Women can be terrifying when they're angry, and Chen Chen planned to bribe Yen Ruyu and Su Xiaotong. However, when he got home, he was stunned. As soon as Chen Chen opened the door, he found the house completely dark. If it weren't for the 2 pairs of shoes on the floor that belonged to Yen Ruyu and Su Xiaotong, he would have thought the 2 women hadn't come back at all. But since they were back, why was the house dark? Had the 2 women already gone to sleep? That shouldn't be. These 2 usually didn't sleep until at least 11 o'clock. But it was only just past 9. Chen Chen was a bit surprised but quickly figured it out. It seemed that these 2 women were still angry with him, and going to bed early was just a way to avoid seeing his face. Great, the cake was a waste of money. Chen Chen let out a bitter laugh, then shook his head helplessly and placed the cake on the dining table. After casually washing up, he went back to the bedroom to sleep. After a long day, he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, and within seconds, he was snoring. Just a few seconds later, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the dark living room, coming from the bedroom next to Chen Chen's. It was Yen Ruyu's bedroom. The door opened, and with the bright light, Yen Ruyu and Su Xiaotong walked out one after the other. It turned out that the 2 women hadn't gone to sleep at all. The soundproofing in this room is terrible, Su Xiaotong muttered. Strange, Chen Chen has never snored before. Why is he so loud today? It's driving me crazy. Yen Ruyu frowned. By the way, Sister Yu, was it really necessary for us to work so hard? Su Xiaotong glanced at Chen Chen's bedroom and asked. Of course it was necessary. Who told that brat to agree to Miss Zhou's bet? It really infuriates me. Yen Ruyu shot a glare at Chen Chen's bedroom, her eyes filled with resentment. After saying that, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, by the way, will the things I asked you to buy arrive by tomorrow morning? Su Xiaotong nodded. No problem, I expedited the order. It will definitely arrive before Chen Chen wakes up. That's good. Yen Ruyu glared fiercely at Chen Chen's bedroom and gritted her teeth, saying, Stinky little brother, you make me angry. Tomorrow you will definitely pay the price. Hey, Sister Yu, what's that over there? Suddenly, Su Xiaotong noticed the cake on the dining table and quickly walked over. Wow, it's cake. The moment she saw the cake, her eyes lit up as if she had seen something extraordinary, and a brilliant smile spread across her face, like a child, constantly sticking out her little tongue to lick her lips, looking like a little greedy cat. Humph, at least the stinky little brother knows what's good for him. Yen Ruyu walked over, her lips curling slightly as she looked at the cake. It was obvious that Chen Chen had bought it to bribe the 2 of them. Since that was the case, the 2 women naturally wouldn't hold back, each taking a piece and starting to indulge. I have to say, Chen Chen really understood girls. Desserts were definitely the best lubricant for their emotions. When the fragrant cake entered their mouths, all worries instantly vanished, leaving only a sense of happiness, like warm sunlight shining on their hearts, brightening their moods. The next morning, as soon as Chen Chen stepped out of his room, he froze. He saw Yen Ruyu busy in the kitchen wearing an apron, clearly preparing breakfast. Su Xiaotong had just placed a plate of fried eggs on the dining table. Chen Chen rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things, because there were actually 3 plates of fried eggs on the table. Is this my portion? Chen Chen asked in surprise. Of course, there are only 3 of us, and since we're making breakfast, we have to make it together. Su Xiaotong looked at Chen Chen as if he were an idiot, then turned back to the kitchen. You 2 aren't mad at me anymore? Chen Chen uneasily followed her into the kitchen, asking with a wary expression. He felt that the 2 women were definitely not acting normally. They had been so angry last night, how could they just sleep it off? Of course we're still mad at you. Yen Ruyu glanced back at him with a glare, then quickly turned back to continue cooking, adding, but being mad doesn't mean we won't help. As she spoke, Yen Ruyu scooped the vegetables from the pan onto a plate, then turned to stare at Chen Chen, speaking in a commanding tone, these 4 dishes are your exclusive dishes for today, you can't leave until you finish them. What the heck? 4 plates? What is this? Chen Chen then noticed that, including the plate just served, there were 3 more beside it. Upon closer inspection, he was instantly dumbfounded. Why is it all liver? Exactly. They are stir-fried pig liver, chicken liver, lamb liver, and beef liver. Sister Yu, this is way too much. I'm afraid I can't finish it, Chen Chen said with a bitter smile. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and hurriedly asked, Sister Yu, Xiaotong, you guys aren't still mad, are you? Is this your way of getting back at me, trying to stuff me to death? Su Xiaotong rolled her eyes and said irritably, hey, don't bite the hand that feeds you, okay? After Sister Yu and I got back last night, we quickly went online to check information about gambling stones, and that's when we learned that gambling stones are an extremely skillful form of gambling. Sister Yu specifically asked me to buy the freshest kinds of liver to help you win against that woman named Zhou today, and she got up early to prepare the ingredients and cook these 4 dishes for you, just to give you a boost. And you not only didn't appreciate it, but you even said we were getting back at you. It's really infuriating." After hearing this, Chen felt utterly ashamed. At the same time, he was secretly delighted. Such wonderful women were hard to find, and he had encountered 2 at once. How exhilarating! "Jade's sister, Xiaotong, I'm really sorry, I misunderstood you. Don't worry, I will eat all 4 dishes without leaving a drop of oil." Chen quickly apologized and made a statement. "Humph, that's more like it." Su Xiaotong tilted her head and huffed, but the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her, clearly indicating she had forgiven Chen. "Also, I have something for you that I specially bought." Yan Ruyu took out an item from her bosom and handed it to Chen. Chen took it and was immediately taken aback. It was actually a powerful flashlight, specifically designed for gambling stones. It seemed the 2 women had indeed put in a lot of effort last night. At this moment, Yan Ruyu spoke up. "Stinky little brother, although your bravado last night made us very angry, after all, we live under the same roof, so we are considered family. Therefore, Xiaotong and I don't want to see you lose, understand?" "I understand. Jade's sister, Xiaotong, thank you for your kindness." Chen was very grateful. Although he didn't need it, the thoughtfulness of the 2 women warmed his heart. "Look at you, so happy your mouth is about to split from smiling. Don't get too excited too early, we spent quite a bit of money on this, and you'll have to pay us back later." Yan Ruyu rolled her eyes and said, "No problem." Chen readily agreed, and then, under the supervision of Yan Ruyu and Su Xiaotong, he finished off a serving of fried eggs in all 4 dishes. It was at this moment he realized he had underestimated his appetite. Even after consuming so much, he still didn't feel full. Upon reflection, it seemed related to the absorption of the yin energy from the blood jade last time. Since then, his appetite had increased. Could it be that with the influx of spiritual energy, his appetite would also grow? But before he could think it through, Jojo's call came in. The content was very brief. "See you at the entrance of your community in 10 minutes. After hanging up, Chen prepared to leave. At that moment, he heard the voices of the 2 women behind him. "Stinky little brother, you must win. Chen, go for it." Chen turned around and smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I won't let you down. Actually, even if you can't win, it's okay." Yan Ruyu changed her tone, looking at Chen with a pained expression, her eyes shimmering with worry, and softly said, "Don't push yourself too hard. If you need help, contact us anytime, although we might not be able to help much." Chen felt warmth in his heart. "Okay, I got it. I'm off." He smiled brightly and opened the door to leave. As soon as he stepped out of the community gate, he found Jojo had already arrived. With exquisite makeup, wearing stylish sunglasses, she sat in a fiery red convertible Porsche 911, very eye-catching. Just like her personality, passionate and flamboyant. Chen was not polite at all, directly opening the car door and sitting in the passenger seat, teasing, "Why didn't you bring a bodyguard today? No need to guard against me anymore? Because I have something to tell you." "Oh, go ahead. I was drunk last night, and what I said doesn't count, understand?" Chen suddenly laughed. No wonder Jojo didn't bring a bodyguard. That matter was indeed inconvenient for others to know, too embarrassing. "Don't just laugh, answer my question first." Jojo frowned slightly. "Sorry, you said a lot last night, which specific sentence are you referring to?" Chen asked with a mischievous smile. "You know very well." Jojo realized Chen was being intentional and immediately became a bit angry. "Oh, I remember now, you meant the part where you said you would sleep with me for a night, right?" Chen deliberately repeated it, making Jojo's hands tremble on the steering wheel. Seeing this, Chen secretly smiled and then said, "That can't not count, I took it seriously." Jojo glared fiercely at Chen, gritting her teeth and saying, "Sure enough, all men are the same. Even the nonsense I say when I'm drunk has to be taken seriously, you just want to take advantage of me." Chen retorted, "Don't say that. I never intended to take advantage, the key is you were the one eager to sleep with me. If I can refuse that, am I still a man?" "You." Jojo was instantly left speechless. After a while, the anger on her face faded, and her lips suddenly curled into a smug smile. "There are plenty of men who want to sleep with me. If you really want to, then show me if you have any exceptional qualities. This is just..." Whoosh! Before Chen could finish the word single, he was suddenly pushed back violently, pinned to the seat by a powerful force, unable to move. "What the hell? Are you serious? I don't want to die young." Chen instinctively gripped the car door. Sitting in the sports car driven by a woman, he was genuinely panicking. "Don't worry, I'm a professional racer, with a professional racing license. Hold on tight, we're taking off." Jojo slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the sports car shot forward like a red meteor streaking across the sky. In no time, they arrived at Jade Street. However, they had barely taken a few steps when someone recognized Chen Chen. "Everyone, look! Isn't that the young master of gambling stones who cut out the Imperial green? It really is him. Looks like Jade Street is going to have a big haul today. I've only heard about him before. Today I finally get to see the real deal. I must see how the gambling master gambles. If I can learn a trick or two, I could strike it rich." The surrounding customers instantly went wild, swarming around Chen Chen and Jojo like a tide. Fortunately, some recognized Jojo as the young lady of Zhou's jewelry, so no one dared to act recklessly. They merely surrounded the two without getting too close. "Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to be a celebrity now." Jojo smiled. "I should have worn a mask," Chen Chen replied, not enjoying the feeling of fame, as it seemed to bring him nothing but trouble. "Miss Shou, you came here to gamble on stones today, right?" Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. "That's right, but I'm just here as an observer today. The real gambler is Mr. Chen," Jojo said, clearly someone who had been through big scenes, remaining calm and composed even surrounded by so many people. After explaining, she turned to Chen Chen and said, "Mr. Chen, you can start now. Although I hope you lose, I'm more looking forward to the surprises you bring me." Chen Chen smiled faintly, said nothing, and began to walk deeper into Jade Street. The onlookers quickly followed. Every time they passed a jade shop, Chen Chen would stop, standing at the entrance to observe carefully. But after just a minute or two, he would shake his head and move on to the next one, repeating the same action. At first, everyone found it interesting, but as time passed, Chen Chen had passed about a dozen jade shops without any intention of gambling. This puzzled everyone. Finally, as Chen Chen took another step, Jojo couldn't hold back any longer. "Mr. Chen, this is the 18th jade shop you've looked at, yet you still haven't gone in. Are you going to gamble or not?" "Of course I will gamble, but the quality of the materials in these jade shops is average. There's no need to gamble at all." As soon as he said this, it caused a stir among the crowd. Among them were also jade shop owners, and they were naturally displeased to hear this. Before they could speak, Jojo asked, "You haven't even gone in, so how can you determine that the quality of these shops' materials is average?" "Naturally, it's obvious." Chen Chen smiled mysteriously. Ever since a fist-sized golden halo appeared at his dantian, he found that the distance of his X-ray vision had also increased. Previously, he could only see about 200 meters, now he could see 300. Even the largest jade shop on Jade Street had its warehouse within that 300-meter range. So, he only needed to stand at the shop's entrance to clearly see the quality of the materials inside. However, the crowd naturally did not believe him. But since Chen Chen refused to go in, they had no choice but to wait. Unfortunately, the quality of the materials that had circulated into the country was generally mediocre. After wandering for half an hour, Chen Chen finally found a jade shop worth taking a gamble on. When the crowd saw Chen Chen actually turn and walk into a jade shop, a small wave of cheers erupted behind him. Everyone's face was filled with anticipation. As soon as he entered, the owner recognized Jojo and Chen Chen. However, compared to Chen Chen, Jojo was clearly more important to him. So, after merely greeting Chen Chen, the owner began to flatter Jojo and engage her in conversation. Chen Chen wasn't angry. Instead, he was quite pleased, as it allowed him to quietly start selecting stones. Since he had already taken a rough look outside, Chen Chen's speed in selecting stones was very fast. In less than 3 minutes, he had picked out 10 pieces from hundreds of materials. "Boss, I'm ready to check out." "Sure, please wait a moment." While the owner was calculating the bill, Jojo leaned over, frowning as she asked, "Mr. Chen, aren't you being a bit too casual in selecting materials?" However, as soon as she said this, laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. "What's so funny?" Hearing Jojo was clearly a bit angry, voices from the crowd quickly explained, "Miss Shou, it seems this is your first time watching Master Chen gamble on stones. I've seen it twice already, and Master Chen always selects stones quickly, but he manages to make a profit every time. It's impressive." "That's right, that's the hallmark of Master Chen's stone gambling, fast and accurate." Everyone chimed in. "Is that true? Is he really that amazing?" Jojo was half convinced, mainly because in her understanding, even stone gambling experts had to be careful in their selections before making a move. If everyone could gamble successfully like Chen Chen so casually, wouldn't everyone be able to get rich from gambling on stones? At this point, the owner had finished calculating the bill. "Mr. Chen, these 10 pieces total 120,000. Without saying a word, Chen Chen directly took out his phone to transfer the money. Then he turned to Jojo and asked, "Shall we break the stones here on site, or go to your company?" "Master Chen, don't leave, let's break the stones here. Yes, we want to see what you find today. Before Jojo could speak, the onlookers had already started to cheer. They were even worried that Chen Chen and Jojo might run away, so they tacitly blocked the exit. Seeing this, Jojo couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "The exit is blocked by your loyal fans, so I have no choice but to agree to break the stones here." Immediately, everyone followed Chen Chen to the stone-breaking area. Chen Chen picked up the first piece and placed it on the cutting machine, then took a piece of chalk to start marking lines. Without him needing to say much, the stone cutter understood and began operating the cutting machine, following the lines Chen Chen had drawn. In no time, the material was split in two. However, it was a blank white piece with nothing inside, and a sigh of disappointment arose from the crowd. The stone cutter sighed, "Mr. Chen, this material is a bust." "I said it, how could such a hasty selection lead to a profit?" Jojo was a bit disappointed but also secretly pleased. After all, she was betting against Chen Chen, and if he lost, she would save a significant amount on her salary expenses. "Don't rush, keep your eyes wide open and watch closely." However, Chen Chen walked up calmly, picked up the nearby grinding wheel, and began to polish along the cut surface. The reason he had to do it himself was that the cut surface of this material was already very thin. Letting someone else polish it would definitely damage the jade within. But he had the ability to see through it, allowing him to minimize the loss. Although he wasn't short on money, he couldn't just watch it go to waste. Even the stone master said it was a loss, so don't waste your effort. My heavens! Before Jojo could finish her sentence, the scene before her made her words come to an abrupt halt, and her beautiful eyes widened in shock. "I can't be seeing this wrong, right? It really has green." Jojo rubbed her eyes vigorously and realized that the material in Chen Chen's hands truly had green. The crowd erupted in exclamations. After all, just moments ago, almost everyone thought this material was worthless. Yet, not only did it show green, but it was also a full green material. The key was that there weren't many cracks. Aside from being a bit small, it had no other flaws. "Miss Jo, what do you think? Are you convinced?" While talking to Jojo, Chen Chen placed his right hand on the material, quietly absorbing the spiritual energy within. "I admit, this first piece of material indeed exceeded my expectations, but don't get too happy too soon. If even one of the remaining 9 pieces fails, you'll still lose." Chen Chen knew that Jojo wouldn't give up easily, so without saying a word, he picked up the second piece of material, placed it on the cutting machine, and began to process it. The steps were the same as the first piece. After drawing the line, he let the stone master make a direct cut. But this piece was even more straightforward. Once it was cut open, the stone master flicked the cut surface outward, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. "Wow! It's actually red jade. This piece of material must be worth at least $1 million, right?" Even Jojo couldn't help but cover her mouth. She dealt with jade and jewelry every day, so she naturally knew that red jade was quite rare. Even for her, witnessing the cutting of red jade had happened no more than 10 times. "Chen Chen, your luck is just too good, isn't it?" Indeed, even though she was shocked, Jojo only thought that Chen Chen was lucky. This made Chen Chen find it somewhat amusing. Luck? Is it really that hard to acknowledge someone's excellence? Since that was the case, he had to make Jojo fully convinced today. However, processing one piece at a time was too troublesome. Chen Chen glanced around and noticed that there were exactly 7 idle machines. So, he instructed the boss to turn on all the cutting machines and also pulled a few enthusiastic onlookers from the crowd to help operate the machines. That's right, he was going to cut 8 pieces of material at the same time. This scene immediately intrigued everyone. After all, no one had dared to do this before. Gambling on stones was inherently thrilling, and no one could guarantee that the material in their hands would definitely yield a profit, so everyone usually processed one piece at a time for safety. Even Jojo had never seen anything like this before and was very much looking forward to the remaining 8 pieces. Soon, all 8 pieces of material were in place. Chen Chen marked the lines on each one. With a command from him, sparks flew on sight. Each piece was cut, and the spectacle was quite magnificent. A few minutes later, as the last machine stopped, everyone held their breath. Jojo's eyes were wide open, fixated on Chen Chen's actions. Chen Chen didn't hesitate and directly approached the first machine, showcasing the cut surface of the material. The crowd erupted in astonishment. There was no doubt that this piece had yielded a profit. Next came the second, the third. With each piece Chen Chen displayed, the crowd would burst into cheers. Until the very last piece, the scene erupted into thunderous applause. All 10 pieces had yielded a profit. Chen Chen actually managed to win every bet. Jojo's face flushed with excitement. She had truly stumbled upon a treasure. And she had bet right. Partnering with Chen Chen was the best decision she had made in over 20 years. No exceptions. A phrase even flashed through her mind: whoever gains Chen Chen can conquer the Jade and Stone world. Just as Jojo was lost in her excitement, a light voice drifted into her ears. Miss Jo, which hotel shall we meet at tonight? Jojo was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that Chen Chen had taken her drunken words seriously. So she pulled out her phone and pretended to make a call. Hello? What did you say? The company is in trouble? Okay, I'll head back right away. Watching Jojo's poor acting, Chen Chen was speechless. Even without a phone ringing, couldn't she at least hold the phone properly? Who holds a phone with the screen facing out when making a call? Mr. Chen, the company has encountered some issues. I need to rush back to handle it. By the way, I'll finish the contract and call you this afternoon. I have to go. Jojo hung up without giving Chen Chen a chance to respond and turned to run. In the blink of an eye, she had vanished without a trace. Seeing Jojo flee in such a hurry, Chen Chen was quite surprised. After all, Jojo was the socialite of the Magic City, in Ning Churen's words. Moreover, Chen Chen had witnessed Jojo's alluring tactics last night. He was certain that Jojo was a master in the romantic arena. Yet her performance just now showed no signs of that expertise. Chen Chen had merely made a joke, and it had caused Jojo to crumble, even finding an excuse to escape. This was quite strange. However, Chen Chen didn't dwell on it. If she wanted to run, let her run. He never expected to actually spend the night with Jojo. Besides, even if Jojo had truly agreed, he wouldn't go. This woman was no easy catch. It was better to keep some distance. Then Chen Chen focused entirely on turning the 10 pieces of material he had just cut into cash. Although there were no particularly exceptional jade pieces among them, they were all of good quality. So before Chen Chen could speak, many people in the crowd immediately began to bid competitively. However, after listening for a while, none of the bids satisfied Chen Chen. But this was within his expectations. After all, true wealthy tycoons usually bid at auctions. Most of the people gambling on stones in places like this were gamblers hoping to get rich quick, and even if they were wealthy, they wouldn't exceed a fortune of 10 million. Therefore, Chen Chen decided to contact Ning Churen and have her send someone to take the materials back for auction. However, the call wouldn't go through. He tried calling Ning Manhwa, but no one answered there either. Chen Chen frowned. What were this father and daughter so busy with? He tried calling 2 or 3 more times, but still no one picked up. Since that was the case, he couldn't rely on the Ning auction house. After all, he had no car and no one to help. He couldn't just stand there guarding these 10 pieces of material, waiting for Ning Churen to return his call, could he? That would waste too much time. Fortunately, aside from the Ning auction house, there was another place where he could cash in. With that thought, Chen Chen immediately took out his phone to make a call. But unexpectedly, that call came in first. What a coincidence. Chen Chen smiled and answered the phone, saying, "Brother Zang, I was just about to call you, and you called me first. Does this mean we have a telepathic connection?" Zhang Shihao quickly replied, "Go away, go away. If we have a telepathic connection, it's with my wife, not with you." After saying that, he suddenly realized and asked, "You said you were about to call me? What for?" "Chen Chen, I'm at Jade Street right now, just 10 pieces of jade, the quality is pretty good. Are you interested?" Zhang Shihao was surprised. "Wow. Little brother, you have this skill? Is it for real?" Chen Chen retorted, "What benefit do I get from lying to you?" "That's true," Zhang Shihao chuckled awkwardly, then asked, "Let me hear about these 10 pieces first. How much do you plan to sell them for?" "Considering our friendship, I'll take a little loss and sell them to you for 5 million. This wasn't Chen Chen being dishonest. Just that one piece of red jade alone could be worth over 1 million. If it went to auction, it could fetch around 7 million. But now that Ning Churen was unreachable, transporting them himself was a hassle, and besides, it was just a couple of million, a small amount really. Selling to Zhang Shihao was easier. This wasn't Chen Chen getting carried away. If you had over 100 million in savings, you wouldn't care about a mere 2 million. 5 million. That's a lot. Zhang Shihao exclaimed, then thought for a moment and said, "That price is acceptable, but I need to see the pieces first." This request was quite normal, and Chen Chen nodded, "Sure, come over. I'll send you the location on WeChat." A little over 10 minutes later, Zhang Shihao arrived. As a pawnshop owner, he was naturally well informed, and even appraising the quality and price of jade was no problem for him. After examining all 10 pieces, Zhang Shihao's eyes lit up, and he turned to Chen Chen with a thumbs up. "Little brother, not bad. I didn't expect you to have such skills. The quality of these 10 pieces is good, especially that piece of red jade, it's simply amazing. But where are the other pieces?" Chen Chen became curious and asked, "What other pieces?" Zhang Shihao thought Chen Chen was playing dumb and reminded him, "Of course, the pieces you lost in gambling. I've played with gambling stones before, I know how difficult it is. Winning 1 out of 10 is already impressive. Honestly, how many did you gamble to get these 10? Chen Chen finally realized and couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Shihao thought Chen Chen was being shy, so he casually put his arm around Chen Chen's neck and said with a knowing tone, "It's fine, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. When I first started gambling, I needed dozens of pieces to win one. Don't worry, just say it, Big Brother won't laugh at you." Chen Chen smiled and said, "I only gambled these 10 pieces, nothing else." Zhang Shihao was taken aback, then waved his hand and laughed, "You can fool others with that, but not me." Chen Chen pointed to the shop owner not far away and said lightly, "If you don't believe me, feel free to ask the owner." "Little brother, today I really don't believe you." After saying that, Zhang Shihao actually went to ask the owner. The result was unquestionable. Upon hearing the answer, his eyes nearly popped out. He stood there in shock for a good 10 seconds before sprinting back to Chen Chen, wide-eyed and exclaiming, "I can't believe it. Little brother, you gambled 10 pieces and won 10 pieces, that's incredible. If that's the case, you're not just a treasure appraisal expert and a feng shui master, but also a gambling stone expert. You're simply a genius." Chen Chen wasn't flattered at all and waved his hand, saying, "Stop with the nonsense, just tell me if you're buying these 10 pieces or not." "Of course I'm buying." Zhang Shihao wasn't foolish. After his estimation, these 10 pieces were worth far more than 5 million. Chen Chen selling them to him for 5 million was indeed a friendly price. After he accepted them, he could sell them again for a profit. Soon, Chen Chen and Zhang Shihao moved all 10 pieces to Zhang Shihao's car. Then Zhang Shihao said, "Little brother, I'll give you the money this afternoon. Now let's hurry and go for a trip." Chen Chen asked, "Is there something going on?" Zhang Shihao nodded heavily. "It's not just something, it's a matter of life and death." "Is it that serious?" Chen Chen didn't dare to be careless and asked carefully, "What exactly is going on?" "Let's get in the car first, we can talk while we drive." Seeing that Chen Chen didn't move, Zhang Shihao helplessly said, "Don't worry, brother, you can definitely help with this matter. Can we not waste time?" Chen Chen knew that Zhang Shihao must have a plan, so he didn't say anything more. After putting the materials in the trunk, he got into the car directly. "Brother, you saved my life last time, so this time I want to ask you for help again," Zhang Shihao said while looking at the rearview mirror to reverse. "You got into trouble again? No way." Chen Chen was startled and quickly activated his X-ray vision to check, only to find that Zhang Shihao was perfectly fine, without any issues. At that moment, Zhang Shihao revealed that the trouble wasn't with him. "It's my father-in-law. He hasn't been feeling well these past few days, unable to sleep for nights on end, and last night he even coughed up blood. He's already 80 years old, even a headache or a cold should be treated seriously, let alone coughing up blood. This situation is too serious, it almost scared us to death." Upon hearing this, Chen Chen understood. Zhang Shihao wanted him to help treat the illness. The key was that he wasn't a doctor. Moreover, the last time Zhang Shihao had a problem, it wasn't even a real illness. If it had to be classified, it was related to metaphysics and feng shui. Plus, his X-ray ability could transform negative energy into positive energy, which was why he saved Zhang Shihao's life. To put it simply, it was just luck, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Now, hearing Zhang Shihao's words, it seemed that his father-in-law's condition was quite dangerous, something he had never encountered before. Chen Chen was afraid he wouldn't be able to handle it and might delay the treatment, so he quickly advised, "Brother Zhang, you misunderstood. I'm not a doctor. Your father-in-law's situation needs to be checked and treated at a proper hospital. It's useless to look for me." "Brother, don't worry, I understand the rules," Zhang Shihao said as he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Chen Chen. "What do you mean by this?" Chen Chen didn't take it. "Of course, I can't let you make a trip for nothing. This card has 500,000 on it, consider it a token of appreciation from me. You must accept it, otherwise, it would be disrespectful." "This isn't about respect, the key is that I'm not a doctor." "You've got the wrong person." Chen Chen felt helpless. "Brother, just stop being modest, I already know." Chen Chen frowned. "What do you know? Still pretending, huh?" Zhang Shihao stopped the car, took out his phone, and found a video, smiling as he said, "I know you like to keep a low profile, but you're already famous now, it's hard to stay low-key." Chen Chen took the phone and looked at it, immediately sighing and speechless. The phone showed a news segment where he was being interviewed by a reporter. "I originally thought you just knew a bit about feng shui, but I didn't expect you to be so skilled in medicine too." Zhang Shihao didn't give Chen Chen a chance to explain and directly said, "I specifically consulted an old Chinese doctor, and your method of saving people is an ancient medical technique that has long been lost. I didn't expect, brother, that you are truly a polymath." After saying that, he suddenly grasped Chen Chen's hand, almost pleadingly saying, "Brother, you don't know, my father-in-law has some issues with me. No matter how I try to please him, it doesn't work. Now, you are my only hope. I believe you can definitely cure him. If you do, I'll have made a great contribution, and whether I can mend my relationship with my father-in-law depends entirely on you." With the conversation reaching this point, Chen Chen naturally had nothing more to say. He could only nod in agreement. "Ha ha, brother, thank you in advance." Zhang Xiaoheo danced with joy and quickly started the car. "By the way, you've been married to your sister-in-law for quite a few years, right? Why does your father-in-law have an issue with you?" Chen Chen finally couldn't hold back and asked this question that he was very curious about. "Let's talk about that later." Zhang Xiaoheo clearly didn't want to answer. Everyone has their own secrets, so Chen Chen didn't press further. Half an hour later, Zhang Xiaoheo drove into an alley. After several twists and turns, they stopped in front of an old courtyard. As soon as he got out of the car, Chen Chen was drawn to the two stone lions at the entrance. Wow! He initially thought these stone lions were unusual, so he activated his X-ray vision, and upon looking, he was immediately taken aback, even instinctively cursing. "What's wrong?" Zhang Xiaoheo came over carrying 4 or 5 gift boxes. Chen Chen glanced and noticed they were either ginseng or cordyceps. Such valuable gifts were clearly meant to please his father-in-law. It seemed that the relationship between these two wasn't that great. However, Chen Chen didn't think much of it and pointed at the stone lions, saying, "Your father-in-law seems impressive, right? These are stone lions from the Tang Taizong era. Ordinary families definitely wouldn't have such things at their door." "You really have a sharp eye," Zhang Xiaoheo chuckled and nodded. "That's right, my father-in-law used to be the director of an archaeological institute, and after retiring, he was rehired by the museum in the Magic City, working until he was 70 before retiring. These stone lions were something he acquired before he retired. If that's the case, I should respectfully call him senior when I meet him." Chen Chen genuinely didn't expect that. Zhang Xiaoheo nodded without any hesitation. After all, his father-in-law was indeed a senior in the antique field, so it was reasonable for Chen Chen to address him that way. The door was open, and the two walked straight in. Zhang Xiaoheo arrived at the door and rang the doorbell. Seeing this, Chen Chen teased, "It's clear that your relationship with your father-in-law isn't that great. As a son-in-law, you don't even have a key to his house." Zhang Xiaoheo smiled bitterly. "You really know how to hit the nail on the head." Just as he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened. A woman opened the door. Chen Chen took a glance and was instantly stunned, his mouth agape. Zhang Xiaoheo noticed his expression and asked, "What's with that look, little brother?" Chen Chen pointed at the woman in surprise and asked, "Zhang Ji, how did your sister-in-law become so young?" Zhang Xiaoheo was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, holding his stomach. Even the woman standing at the door was laughing uncontrollably. Chen Chen frowned. "What are you guys laughing about?" Zhang Xiaoheo, with one hand on his stomach and the other on Chen Chen's shoulder, laughed and said, "Oh little brother, you really crack me up. You've mistaken her for my wife. This is my sister-in-law, my wife's younger sister, Bai. Ah, so she's my sister-in-law's sister. No wonder she looks so much like her." Chen Chen scratched his head awkwardly. At that moment, Bai asked, "Brother-in-law, didn't you say you invited a divine doctor? Where is he?" Bai inquired while peeking behind Zhang Xiaoheo. It seemed that Zhang Xiaoheo was too fat, blocking her view completely, so she tiptoed, flapping her arms like a penguin, trying to maintain her balance while searching for something. After looking for a while, she found that besides Chen Chen, there was no one else next to Zhang Xiaoheo. But Bai didn't associate Chen Chen with the divine doctor at all, thinking he was just an employee at Zhang Xiaoheo's shop. Seeing Bai's comical antics, both Chen Chen and Zhang Xiaoheo couldn't help but laugh. Bai, somewhat annoyed, said, "Brother-in-law, what time is it? You can still laugh? Hurry up and bring the divine doctor to treat Dad, that's the important thing." Zhang Xiaoheo reached out and pushed Chen Chen forward, smiling as he said, "Let me introduce you, this is Chen Chen, my brother and the divine doctor I invited." Him? Bai was taken aback, then waved her hand and laughed, "Brother-in-law, don't tease me, how could he possibly be a divine doctor? I can understand if Dad doesn't believe me, but I didn't expect you to doubt me too." Zhang Xiaoheo said, somewhat annoyed. "When have I ever lied to you? You said you wanted a designer bag, and I bought it right away. I promised to buy you a BMW, and the next day I took you to pick it up. I've been so good to you, and yet you still question me. How ungrateful. Oh come on, brother-in-law, don't be mad. I know you're the best to me, but it's just that this Chin Chin is too young. It's really hard to believe he's a divine doctor." Seeing that Zhang Xiaoheo was getting angry, Bai immediately leaned in with a smile, wrapped her arms around his, and playfully rubbed against him while acting cute. Chen Chen watched, his eyes wide. He thought to himself that Zhang Shihao was really lucky. Not only did he marry a beautiful wife, but he also had such a charming little sister-in-law. Just thinking about it made him envious. Alright, let go quickly. What if someone sees us? That would be bad. Zhang Shihao clearly enjoyed this, and although he still looked fierce on the surface, the corners of his mouth were already smiling. He then explained, I know it's hard for you to believe, so I specifically kept evidence before coming. With that, he pulled out the video of Chen Chen being interviewed to show Bai Yi. Sure enough, after watching it, Bai Yi was taken aback. She suddenly looked up at Chen Chen, her eyes filled with uncontainable surprise and admiration. Oh my gosh, so that hero is you. You're my idol. Ah, I can't believe I'm seeing my idol in person. I'm so happy. Bai Yi dashed in front of Chen Chen and hugged him tightly. This sudden enthusiasm caught Chen Chen off guard. Although it felt nice, Bai Yi's figure was comparable to her sister's, and with such close contact, he found it hard to control himself. Sure enough, the next second, Bai Yi's body suddenly stiffened, and she quickly let go of Chen Chen. Bai Yi's face turned red. Chen Chen's face was even redder. He even wished he could slap himself twice. How could he have such poor self-control? This was so embarrassing. What if he offended her? That would be terrible. Fortunately, Bai Yi seemed not to mind. Her little face returned to normal, and instead, she apologized to Chen Chen. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now. Chen Chen awkwardly waved his hand. It's fine. Alright, since we've confirmed your identity, let's hurry and take us to see Dad. Zhang Shihao didn't notice the awkwardness between the two, so he said this without thinking. But to Chen Chen and Bai Yi, it took on a different meaning. Bai Yi's pretty face instantly flushed again, and she quickly lowered her head and walked ahead to lead the way for the two. The three of them arrived at the master bedroom. Lying on the bed was Zhang Shihao's father-in-law, Bai Maoshan. Although he was 80 years old, Bai Maoshan still had a tall stature, especially with his head of black hair, giving off a very robust impression. Though it was obvious that his hair was dyed, it was clear that Bai Maoshan had always been in good health. However, now Bai Maoshan's face was extremely pale, looking as if he were on the brink of death. Dad, how are you feeling today? As soon as Zhang Shihao entered, he hurried over, squatting by the bed, asking about his well-being, looking genuinely concerned. Why are you here again? How many times have I told you, I don't want to see you? Get out. However, Bai Maoshan was not grateful at all. Although he was seriously ill, his scolding sounded full of energy. Even so, Zhang Shihao was not angry and patiently said, Dad, I'm not here to disturb you today. I know you're sick, so I specially invited a divine doctor to come and... Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Bai Maoshan. If you really have filial piety, you should hurry up and get yourself checked first. This remark seemed to hit a sore spot for Zhang Shihao, and his face instantly turned awkward. Sigh, these two can't meet without starting this. Bai Yi sighed helplessly and muttered under her breath. Miss Bai, may I ask why Zhang Laoj and old Mr. Bai have such a bad relationship? Although the voice was low, it was still heard by Chen Chen, who was curious and couldn't help but ask. What else could it be? It's just that my sister and brother-in-law have been married for nearly 20 years and still have no children. Bai Yi shrugged and then teased. But to be fair, they've been married for almost as long as I've been alive, and they don't even have one child. I feel anxious for them. Chen Chen tried to ask, can I ask how old you are? 23. You're actually the same age as me? Chen Chen was immediately surprised. He thought Bai Yi was at least nearing 30. It wasn't that he intentionally thought Bai Yi was old, it was mainly due to her appearance. Both Bai Lin and Bai Yi had a very dignified look, which made them seem mature. After learning Bai Yi's age, Chen Chen finally understood. Generally speaking, even if a couple has no children, the father-in-law wouldn't be so angry as to tell his son-in-law to get lost upon meeting. Bai Maoshan's extreme dislike for Zhang Shihao indeed had its reasons. Bai Yi was 23 this year, which meant she was born when Bai Maoshan was 57. Many people at that age are already feeling their limitations. Bai Maoshan was truly vigorous for his age. No wonder he was so unwelcoming to Zhang Shihao. In comparison, Zhang Shihao was indeed quite embarrassing. Watching Bai Maoshan scold Zhang Shihao like a dog, Chen Chen felt a bit sympathetic. He decided to see if he could help Zhang Shihao. He quietly activated his X-ray vision and carefully examined Zhang Shihao's physical condition. However, the results shocked him. Because Chen Chen discovered that aside from being a bit overweight, leading to some health issues, Zhang Shihao had no other problems. This was quite strange. Chen Chen pondered for 2 seconds and then asked, Miss Bai, have your sister and brother-in-law been to the hospital for a checkup? What did the report say? Bai Yi nodded. They have been checked. My dad and I were there at the time, and the result was that my brother-in-law can't have children. Chen Chen frowned slightly and asked, Are you sure? Did you see the results with your own eyes? Bai nodded. Although I was only 10 at the time, I remember it clearly because my brother-in-law said it himself. He said he had a problem. Suddenly, she changed the subject. However, I never saw the checkup results myself, and neither did my dad or my sister. What do you mean by that? Because after my brother-in-law got the report, he tore it up and flushed it down the toilet. He said he felt embarrassed and didn't want us to see the results. After hearing this, Chen nodded but said nothing. He just sighed quietly when he turned back. As he had guessed, the Bai family didn't know the truth about this matter at all. The lack of children couldn't be blamed on Zhang Shuheo. The root of the problem likely lay with Bai Lin. Of course, this was just Chen's speculation. Cough cough cough. Puff. At that moment, Bai Maoshan suddenly erupted into a violent cough, and with each cough, blood sprayed from his mouth. Dad! What's wrong with you? Brother-in-law, what should we do now? The sudden scene terrified both Zhang Shuheo and Bai Yi. Just as they were at a loss, a figure rushed over. Chen pushed the obstructive Zhang Shuheo aside and immediately used his X-ray vision to check Bai Maoshan's condition. With just one glance, he quickly identified the problem. Moreover, the current emergency measures appeared in his mind in a timely manner. Swish, swish, swish. Chen acted swiftly, tapping 3 times on Bai Maoshan's body. After the last tap, Bai Maoshan miraculously stopped coughing, and no more blood came from his mouth. Chen turned around and said to the two, who were anxiously pacing, "All right, Mr. Bai is fine now." Really? Bai Yi, somewhat incredulous, approached the window and asked Bai Maoshan, "Dad, how do you feel now?" Bai Maoshan replied, "The cough has indeed stopped, and I'm not coughing up blood anymore. I feel as if there's a warm current in my body, and I'm warm all over, very comfortable." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was so surprised that her mouth fell open. Zhang Shuheo breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, "Dad, I told you he's a miracle doctor. Now do you believe it?" Bai Yi excitedly nodded her little head repeatedly, exclaiming, I believe. He's really amazing. No wonder he's my idol. But don't celebrate too early. I've only temporarily controlled Mr. Bai's condition." Chen doused the 3 with cold water. "Little brother, I beg you, please cure my dad. You can name any condition, and I will do my best to fulfill it." Zhang Shuheo's words made Bai Maoshan look at him with newfound respect. Bai Maoshan hadn't expected that after saying such harsh words today, Zhang Shuheo would not only be unoffended but also show such filial piety. This stirred something deep within his cold heart, making him reflect on whether he had been too harsh on Zhang Shuheo over the years. "Brother Zhang, I don't like what you just said. I agreed to treat Mr. Bai out of respect for you. If you want to offer me benefits, I can just turn around and leave." Chen had made his stance clear, leaving Zhang Shuheo speechless. He then asked, "So, brother, can my dad's illness be cured?" Chen nodded, "No problem, but I need to clarify one thing. Strictly speaking, Mr. Bai's condition isn't entirely an illness, it mainly relates to feng shui and metaphysics." "Feng shui and metaphysics?" Bai Yi, standing nearby, was taken aback and skeptically asked, "Aren't you a doctor? But this sounds so much like a charlatan. Don't believe me?" Chen knew he had to demonstrate some real skill, so he directly asked Bai Maoshan, "Mr. Bai, you must have received a wooden item in the past few months, right?" Bai Maoshan showed a look of surprise. "How did you know?" Did you tell him?" The only other person who knew about this was Bai Yi. Bai Yi immediately smiled wryly and waved her hand, saying, "Dad, this is the first time I've met Mr. Chen today, how could I have told him?" Chen calmly continued, "If I'm not mistaken, that item should be quite valuable, and you've almost been in close contact with it during this time." Bai Maoshan's expression turned to shock as he stared at Chen, saying, "That's right. 2 months ago, I stumbled upon a Wang Wali armchair and placed it in my study. I sat on it almost all day, but since I got sick, I haven't been back to the study." Chen nodded, "As I expected, the problem lies with that Wang Wali armchair." Bai Maoshan smiled and waved his hand. "How could that be possible? A mere chair could make me cough up blood. What a joke." Chen knew that explaining was useless, so he said directly, "Let's go take a look first." The study was on the 2nd floor. After Chen had just made his move, Bai Maoshan's condition had improved significantly, so he personally led the way. Upon arriving at the study, Chen eyes immediately lit up. Most people's studies have at most a row of bookshelves with a few books on them, but Bai Maoshan's study had 4 antique display racks filled with collectibles. From Shang Dynasty Ding vessels and Zhou Dynasty Gui to Qin bricks and Han tiles, down to Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, blue and white antiques, and calligraphy and paintings, everything was there. It could practically be a museum. Little divine doctor also understands antiques? Bai Maoshan noticed Chen expression and immediately asked with great interest. Dad, Brother Qin not only understands, he's a genius at stone gambling. Before Chen Shen could respond, Zhang Shoheo eagerly recounted the antiques Chen Shen had sold him in detail. Impressive! Young people who understand antiques are already rare, let alone those who can independently find great treasures. After hearing this, Bai Maoshan's eyes sparkled, and he generously praised him. You're too kind, Mr. Bai. Let's take a look at the items first. With that, Chen Shen walked directly towards the Wang Wali armchair. This item was too eye-catching. He had seen it as soon as he entered. After examining it carefully, he nodded but then sighed. It's a good item, but unfortunately, it has flaws. I picked this up myself. If there were flaws, how could I have bought it? Bai Maoshan immediately became a bit displeased and said, if you don't understand Wang Wali, don't speak carelessly. Chen Shen smiled and began to explain. Wang Wali is a very precious and rare wood, known as the jade of the plant world, widely used for its beautiful grain, hard texture, and fragrant aroma. The country that values Wang Wali the most is our dragon country. In ancient times, Wang Wali was a precious wood favored by royalty, nobility, and literati, and was even extensively used in the construction of palaces like Xinglongfu in the Forbidden City, hence it is also called the national tree. There are many varieties of Wang Wali, and the rarest and most valuable is Hainan Wang Wali. Mr. Bai, this armchair of yours is made from Hainan Wang Wali, scientifically known as Dalbergia odorifera. Firstly, the wood grain of Hainan Wang Wali is clear and smooth, with diverse patterns that emit a charming luster in sunlight. Then there's the touch. The surface is as smooth as a baby's skin, providing a comfortable and pleasant sensation. But the most unique aspect of Hainan Wang Wali is the faint fragrance it emits, as if one is in nature. This aroma is elegant and distinctive. Unfortunately, due to excessive logging and increased demand in recent years, natural Hainan Wang Wali has almost disappeared, making it very difficult to find genuine natural Hainan Wang Wali on the market. Mr. Bai is very lucky, and has a keen eye. This armchair is pure natural Hainan Wang Wali, and it was even used in the Imperial court during the Qianlong period. It's worth more than a mountain of gold. Ha ha ha. Chen Shen's last sentence struck a chord with Bai Maoshan, who immediately burst into hearty laughter. He then nodded at Chen Shen, showing great affirmation and appreciation. However, the next sentence from Chen Shen instantly darkened Bai Maoshan's smiling face. Unfortunately, while the item is indeed good, I still stand by my words. This Wang Wali armchair has flaws. Cough cough. As Bai Maoshan was about to get angry, Zhang Shoheo quickly cleared his throat on purpose. Once Bai Maoshan's gaze was diverted, he hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. Brother Chen, I just took a close look, and this Wang Wali armchair is indeed flawless. There's not a single defect. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? He said this while making subtle gestures to Chen Shen, hinting for him to back down quickly. But Chen Shen said nothing. What he did next left the three people present utterly stunned. He grabbed the backrest of the armchair with his right hand and pressed down on the seat with his left, applying force with both hands. With a loud crack, the previously intact armchair was surprisingly disassembled by Chen Shen. This action left all three of them dumbfounded, their eyes twitching uncontrollably. They could never have imagined that Chen Shen would do something like this. Disassembling a Hainan Wang Wali armchair? This was Hainan Wang Wali. How dare he? Brother Chen, what are you doing? Stop it. Zhang Shoheo was the first to react, shouting loudly. My armchair. Kid, stop it. Bai Maoshan also came to his senses, his old face filled with panic and anger, nearly choking on his breath. Grandpa, brother-in-law, don't get excited just yet, look. At that moment, Bai's beautiful eyes lit up, and she hurriedly called out. Zhang Shoheo and Bai Maoshan took a closer look, and their expressions changed again. Such a skilled disassembly technique. Even Bai Maoshan couldn't help but exclaim. At this point, Chen Shen had completely taken apart the backrest of the armchair. Yet, the armchair showed no signs of damage. This armchair was a court item from the Qianlong period, crafted by master artisans who were meticulously selected. Therefore, the entire armchair was assembled using mortise and tenon joints, with not a single nail in sight. Nowadays, very few people master the mortise and tenon technique, so most people have never even seen wooden products made this way, let alone disassemble them. Even Bai Maoshan could only disassemble simple mortise and tenon wooden items. He believed he couldn't take apart this armchair without damaging it, but he never expected Chen Shen to do it so effortlessly. Soon, the armchair was completely disassembled by Chen Shen. Then, he picked up several parts and placed them in front of the three. Ha! These pieces of wood are actually hollow. And they're dark. Bai said curiously, leaning in to sniff them, then covering her little nose and frowning. Why does it smell burnt in here? Hearing this, Bai Maoshan and Zhang Shoheo exchanged shocked glances. Chen Chen looked at Bai Mao Shan and asked with a smile, Mr. Bai, what's going on? You should know, right? Bai Mao Shan furrowed his brows and nodded, but he said, I know, but I want to hear your insight. Chen Chen understood that Bai Mao Shan was testing him. He wasn't afraid. So he spoke slowly, this is thunderstruck wood. Just those few words made Bai Mao Shan look at Chen Chen with newfound respect. But Bai Yi beside them looked completely confused. Thunderstruck wood? What is that? Bai Mao Shan replied irritably, I told you to learn more from me, but you never listen. You just run out to indulge in pleasures, and now you don't even know what thunderstruck wood is. You're not embarrassed, but I'm losing face. Bai Yi stuck out her little tongue nonchalantly. Bai Mao Shan rolled his eyes in frustration. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh, then continued, thunderstruck wood refers to trees that have been struck by lightning during a rainstorm. There's an old saying, better to burn rosewood than to part with thunderstruck jujube wood. It means that if only Wang Wali and lightning-struck jujube wood are left, I would rather burn the Wang Wali than waste the lightning-struck jujube wood. From this sentence, it is not hard to see that lightning-struck wood is mostly jujube wood. Moreover, jujube wood belongs to the yang and the 5 elements, so there is a folk legend that lightning-struck jujube wood has the effect of warding off evil spirits and is a magical tool. But Wang Wali is just the opposite. Wang Wali belongs to the yin and the 5 elements, so if lightning strikes a Wang Wali tree, it is basically because that Wang Wali tree has evil spirits causing trouble, which attracts heavenly thunder to drive away the evil. However, if the evil spirits are not completely expelled and are made into furniture, it will pose a danger to the owner of the furniture. Bai Lao, the reason you have been coughing up blood and suffering from insomnia recently is that the evil spirit in this lightning-struck Wang Wali still exists. You sit on it all day, and over time, your body will naturally have problems. Bai Mao Shan's expression changed. Is there a solution? It's simple. Chen Chen pointed at the lightning-struck Wang Wali and said with a smile, as long as I absorb the evil spirit from it, this Wang Wali armchair will be fine. After that, I will prescribe some medicine for you, and you just need to take it on time. Bai Mao Shan's face lit up with joy. But Bai Yi, who was beside him, murmured a bit uneasily, absorb the evil spirit? The more I hear, the more it sounds like a scam by a charlatan. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Shihao tapped her on the head. Ouch! Brother-in-law, why did you hit me? Bai Yi immediately grimaced in pain, covering her head with both hands, pouting and looking at Zhang Shihao with a resentful expression. Don't talk nonsense. If you make Chen Laodi angry and he doesn't treat our dad, just wait and see how I deal with you. I was just quietly complaining. After all, none of us can see that so-called evil spirit. Who knows if it's real or not? You still say Chen Laodi is your idol, and this is how you question your idol? Bai Yi was instantly rendered speechless. Zhang Shihao explained, don't worry, Chen Laodi is not a charlatan. Last time I was also afflicted by something bad, and it was all thanks to Chen Laodi that I was able to survive. Really? Bai Yi's eyes lit up, and she immediately apologized to Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Please don't be angry. Whether my dad can get better depends entirely on you. Chen Chen had no intention of holding a grudge against Bai Yi. He waved his hand and said, let's talk, let me handle the main issue first. After saying that, Chen Chen grabbed 3 pieces of lightning-struck Wang Wali and secretly circulated his internal energy. In the next second, a black ghostly light emerged from the 3 pieces of lightning-struck Wang Wali, followed by a series of mournful and terrifying sounds, sounding quite tragic. Chen Chen squinted his eyes, not expecting that there were actually more than a dozen ghosts hidden within these 3 pieces of lightning-struck Wang Wali. No wonder Bai Mao Shan had already been in danger after sitting on this chair for just a few months. As Chen Chen's internal energy surged, these more than a dozen ghosts seemed to sense the aura of danger. The grotesque-faced ghosts rose into the air, all bearing their fangs and claws, glaring fiercely at Chen Chen, as if they were ready to fight him to the death. At the same time, the temperature in the entire study room suddenly dropped. The faces of Bai Mao Shan and the others also changed slightly. Although they could not see the ghosts and black energy, they could feel the temperature dropping, as if something strange had suddenly appeared in the study. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew through the study, and all the windows were blown open with a dull sound. There can't really be any evil spirits in this armchair, right? The faces of Bai Mao Shan and the others changed drastically. The most timid, Bai Yi, was so scared that her face turned pale and immediately hid behind Zhang Shihao. A mere remnant soul dares to be so arrogant. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Chen Chen let out a cold laugh and silently recited the word absorb in his heart. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in his dantian surged, transforming into a terrifying vortex. The ghostly figures that had been clawing and scratching just moments ago now showed expressions of fear. They wanted to escape back into the thunderstruck wood, but it was too late, as they were all sucked into Chen Chen's dantian. Instantly, the study returned to calm. The cold, frosty temperature also returned to normal. The perspective divine ability is truly a wonderful thing. It even works against these ghosts. Chen Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. The spiritual energy within him not only absorbed the deathly and yin energy but could also absorb the evil spirits and transform them into spiritual energy to strengthen himself. Chen Chen could feel his strength had increased significantly. He quickly lowered his head and looked inward at his dantian. He discovered that the originally fist-sized golden halo in his dantian had grown larger. It seemed that the spiritual energy transformed from these evil entities was indeed more abundant than that contained in antiques and jade. From now on, he must not miss any opportunity like this. He just didn't know how large this halo of gathered spiritual energy could become. Chen Chen had a premonition. If this halo reached a certain level, it would definitely undergo some miraculous transformation. Chen Chen was filled with anticipation. After a long while, Bai Mao Shan and the others finally regained their composure from their terror. Feeling the calmness around them, Bai Yi tentatively asked, "Is it all right now?" Chen Chen nodded and said, "Yes, all the evil entities in the thunderstruck Wanwali have been completely cleared by me, so Mr. Bai no longer needs to worry about his health being harmed." Bai Mao Shan was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to Chen Chen, saying, "Thank you, little divine doctor, for saving my life." Seeing this, Chen Chen quickly raised Bai Mao Shan with both hands and said, "Mr. Bai, you are extending my lifespan." He emphasized again, "I said, I am good friends and brothers with Brother Zang. Since he invited me to treat you, I will naturally do my utmost." Chen Shen's words gave Zhang Shoheo enough face and indirectly eased Bai Mao Shan's attitude towards Zhang Shoheo. "Shoheo, I really have to thank you for this matter." Zhang Shoheo hadn't heard Bai Mao Shan speak so politely to him in many years, and he was instantly flattered, quickly saying, "Dad, how can you say that? Back then, I was just a poor kid, an orphan, and you agreed to let Lin Lin marry me. From that moment on, I have regarded you as my own father. Now, to save you, I wouldn't hesitate to lower my face to ask my brother for help, even if it meant kneeling to others." Hearing these heartfelt words, Bai Mao Shan was deeply moved. He hadn't expected Zhang Shoheo to be so filial. Thinking of the cold words he had said to Zhang Shoheo over the years, Bai Mao Shan felt a pang in his heart. Then, under Zhang Shoheo's surprised gaze, Bai Mao Shan walked over and directly apologized to him. "Shoheo, I'm sorry for these years. It's Dad who has been too harsh on you. I hope you won't hate me." "Dad, please don't say that. How could I ever hate you?" Zhang Shoheo smiled and waved his hand. Hearing this, Bai Mao Shan felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Seeing the two reconcile, Chen Chen was genuinely happy. However, he did not forget the main task, so he asked Zhang Shoheo to bring him some banknotes, and he wrote out a prescription. "Mr. Bai, as long as you take the medicine on time, you will recover in 5 days. Little divine doctor, thank you so much. I really don't know how to repay you for saving my life. Please accept this card, it contains all my savings up to now, so please don't think it's too little." Bai Mao Shan said as he pulled out a bank card from his pocket and tried to stuff it into Chen Shen's hands. Chen Shen naturally would not accept it, but Bai Mao Shan's attitude was very resolute. "Little divine doctor, I must repay this life-saving grace. Even if you don't accept my card, I will find a way to repay you." At this point, Bai Mao Shan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and pointed to the antique shelf in the study, saying, "How about this? Besides money, all I have left are these antiques. Pick whichever one you like and take it." Hearing this, Chen Chen secretly glanced at Bai Yi. He thought to himself, "You have more than just these antiques, you also have a daughter as beautiful as a flower." However, Chen Chen didn't dare to have any thoughts about Bai Yi. The key was that even if he was willing, Bai Yi might not be. In comparison, he was actually more interested in Bai Mao Shan's antiques. However, he had already stated that he wouldn't accept any benefits, and if he took Bai Mao Shan's precious antiques now, it would feel a bit like taking advantage of the situation, which he thought was not very honorable. But suddenly, a glimmer of gold caught his eye, instantly brightening his gaze. Bai Mao Shan noticed the change in Chen Shen's expression and generously laughed. "Little divine doctor, if you fancy anything, just take it." Chen Shen withdrew his gaze, pointed to an item, and asked with a smile, "Old Bai, if I want this item, would you be willing to part with it?" Bai Mao Shan was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, saying, "Your taste is quite sharp. This Song Dynasty Gokiln bowl is one of only 4 in the world, 3 of which are in the Palace Museum in Beijing. This is the 4th, an invaluable treasure, and also the most precious among my collection." Then he changed his tone and waved his hand, saying, "Although I really like it, you saved my life, so I'll give it to you without any hesitation." As he spoke, Bai Mao Shan moved to take down the Gokiln bowl to give it to Chen Chen. Chen Chen hurriedly stopped him, laughing, "Old Bai, I was just joking. Actually, I don't want this item. While this Gukiln bowl was indeed precious, Chen Chen preferred the thrill of finding a hidden gem. Moreover, discovering something that no one else recognized brought him even more satisfaction. And Bai Mao Shan just happened to have such a hidden gem. "Oh, you don't want this treasure? Then what do you want?" Bai Mao Shan was quite surprised. It was impossible for there to be any other item in the room more precious than this Gukiln bowl. Logically, since Chen Chen had already recognized it and agreed, anyone else would have happily taken it. But Chen Chen actually didn't want it, which was strange and piqued his curiosity. "I think that bronze Guanyin statue looks good." "You actually want that?" Chen Chen's choice astonished Bai Mao Shan. He had considered many possibilities but never thought of this outcome. He was very surprised as he walked to the end of the antique shelf and took out a bronze Guanyin statue from the bottom corner. This bronze Guanyin had clearly not been cared for by Bai Mao Shan for a long time, as it was covered in dust. "Brother Chen, are you feeling alright? Why would you pass up a treasure to choose such a broken thing?" As soon as Wen Shihao said this, he immediately realized he had misspoken and quickly glanced at Bai Mao Shan in fear. He didn't want to ruin the recently eased relationship with just one careless remark. "What you said is also the truth. This is just a piece of junk." Fortunately, Bai Mao Shan was not angry. Instead, he followed up on the conversation, saying, "I bought this thing 50 years ago when I was an apprentice, practicing in Panjiayuan in Beijing. At that time, I was a bit overconfident, thinking I would find a big treasure on my first outing. I thought this was a Ming Dynasty bronze Guanyin statue and spent $100 on it. $100 back then was quite a lot, given to me by my master. But when he saw the Guanyin statue I brought back, he beat me up badly, breaking 3 of his whips. Because this thing isn't from the Ming Dynasty at all, it's a product of the Republic of China. I was fooled, and I wasted $100. If my master hadn't killed me, that would have been considered mercy." Even Bai Yi was hearing about this for the first time, so she curiously asked, "Dad, if that's the case, this thing must have caused you some trouble. Why haven't you thrown it away? Doesn't it annoy you to keep looking at it?" Bai Mao Shan laughed and said, "I've kept it on purpose all this time. Every time I see it, it reminds me of the time I was fooled, serving as a warning for me. Since then, I haven't been fooled again." At this point, he turned to Chen Chen and advised, "Little divine doctor, although this thing has been around for 50 years and can be considered an item, to be honest, its collection value and trading value aren't high. You should choose another piece." Chen Chen insisted, "I think the craftsmanship is quite good, and I really like it. I want it." Bai Mao Shan found it strange. He felt that Chen Chen was completely different from normal people. Why would he pass up the best treasures to choose the worst item in the corner? "Little divine doctor, are you sure?" "I'm sure." "Alright then, I hope you won't regret it." With that, Bai Mao Shan handed the bronze Guanyin statue to Chen Chen. Chen Chen held it in his hands, unable to put it down. Regret? How could he possibly regret it? Chen Chen really wanted to tell Bai Mao Shan that he had been fooled not just once in his life, but twice, and both times were on the same item. This bronze Guanyin statue was not just a simple product of the Republic of China. However, this was Chen Chen's decision. Although Bai Mao Shan didn't understand, he chose to respect it. The Bai family was happy today. Both sides were pleased. As Chen Chen prepared to leave, he reminded Bai Mao Shan once more, "Make sure to take your medicine on time, and contact me immediately if there are any issues." Bai Mao Shan nodded. Beside them, Zang Shihao joked, "Brother Chen, it's a good thing you didn't open a clinic. Otherwise, with your medical skills, people would have to circle around the magic city just to see you. By then, we wouldn't even get a chance to find you." As soon as he said this, everyone laughed. But Chen Chen was suddenly taken aback. Zang Shihao's words reminded him. Right, he could open a clinic. Chen Chen slapped his thigh, realizing suddenly. He hadn't even thought of such a simple thing. Ever since he gained the ability to see through things, although he had been making money, his perspective had been too narrow. The so-called ways to make money were either rummaging through street stalls for bargains or gambling on stones in jade markets, and the dumbest was buying scratch-off tickets at the lottery shop. While these could make money, they weren't stable. One could even say they were side paths to making money. The real path to making money is investment, entrepreneurship, business, and there were many projects he could undertake, like opening an antique shop or a jewelry store. But these two businesses not only required insight but also certain resources and connections, which Chen Chen currently lacked. However, if he opened a clinic based on his healing abilities, that wouldn't be a big problem. A clinic doesn't need much in terms of resources or connections. As long as the doctor's skills are good enough, patients will naturally come for consultations. Moreover, the more complicated the cases, the more money he would earn. The only tricky part was the medical qualification certificate and various procedures. This touched on Chen Chen's knowledge blind spots, so he would need to consult a professional. But where could he find a medical professional? While Chen Chen was pondering this, a phone call suddenly came in. He picked it up and saw it was Su Xiaotong. What was this girl calling for at this time? Xiaotong, what's up? Chen Chen asked curiously as he answered the phone. Chen Chen, I want to ask you for a favor, I don't know if it's convenient. Su Xiaotong's sweet voice came through, tinged with a hint of shyness. Even if a steel man were here, his heart would soften. Chen Chen nodded. Sure, go ahead, what is it? Alright, then I'll say it. Su Xiaotong said with great anticipation, you see, our school saw my interview news, so they want to award me a prize, but before the award ceremony, they need to verify the situation with the person involved. I've already checked with the car accident patient, now I just need to find you to understand the situation. I tell you, this award is very important to me, it can give me extra credits, and a lot of them. So, if you have time, could you come to our medical school? Our department head wants to meet you in person. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. Isn't this exactly what he wished for? Wanting milk, and here comes mom. Missing family, and here comes the child's uncle. He was worried about where to find a medical professional, and now a department head from a medical school was coming to him. Of course, he wouldn't refuse. No problem. We're family, right? Since it's helping family, I can't refuse. Even if I don't have time, I'll make time. Wait for me, I'll be there right away. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaotong jumped up 3 feet high, happily exclaiming, Chen Chen, you're just too great. I really love you. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Xiaotong realized, her pretty face flushed, and she quickly corrected herself, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Although Chen Chen couldn't see her, he could imagine Su Xiaotong's playful expression, her little face as red as a monkey's bottom, and he couldn't help but tease her. That's not fair, I've taken it seriously. So, I'll take that as you just confessed to me. Su Xiaotong immediately panicked, her face red as she defended, oh, I didn't. I was just too excited and misspoke. Chen Chen wouldn't let her off that easily, pretending to have a bad signal, he said, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly, but I've already made up my mind. Since you, as a girl, took the initiative to confess, it would be too ungrateful of me not to agree. Alright, I accept you as my girlfriend. As soon as he said this, Su Xiaotong jumped up and down in a panic, unable to articulate, oh, you. How could you? Chen Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but he managed to keep a straight face, deciding to continue teasing Su Xiaotong. I say, Xiaotong, after all, you're the one asking me for help, and this matter is very important to you. I can't help you and get nothing in return, right? After a few seconds of silence, Su Xiaotong cautiously asked, so, do you really want me to be your girlfriend? Yes. Su Xiaotong seemed to calm down a bit, then asked, this is so sudden, I'm a bit confused. The key is, I never thought you would have this idea. What do you like about me? Chen Chen said with a mischievous smile, you're so cute and pure, girls like you are rare these days. I think any man would be interested in you. Anyway, you confessed to me, so I might as well agree. Besides, I'm not that bad, right? I definitely won't embarrass you as your boyfriend. Su Xiaotong inexplicably nodded. You're pretty good and very excellent, so you definitely won't embarrass me. At this point, she suddenly realized and quickly said, no, I really didn't confess to you, it was just a slip of the tongue. But, Su Xiaotong changed the subject and said softly, I really can't let you come here for nothing, so, let's be together. But I have to say first, it's just a trial, and you can't go too far, otherwise, I'll tell sister you. As soon as Chen Chen heard the name Yen Ruyu, the hairs on his body stood up. If that day really came, Yen Ruyu would probably take a knife to him, he believed she could actually do it. Chen Chen's mouth twitched, feeling a bit embarrassed. So he quickly said, well, don't tell sister you about us being together for now. I'm a gentleman, so you can rest assured. Su Xiaotong mumbled, you usually stare at me and sister you with those lecherous eyes, how can I see you as a gentleman? Chen Chen's face darkened, threatening, do you still want my help? Then I have to get busy with my own things. Hey! No. Su Xiaotong quickly pleaded in a sweet voice, Chen Chen, you're the best. Hurry and come to school to help me. Chen Chen raised the corner of his mouth and said, that's more like it. It's settled then, we're together now. After you finish your business, let's go on a date. Su Xiaotong blushed and said, well, okay then. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Chen heard a ringing sound. Then, Su Xiaotong hurriedly said, I can't talk anymore, I have class. You come directly to classroom 205 on the 3rd floor of the Sushua building. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Chen Chen silently noted the classroom number, then greeted by Mao Shan and the others before turning to leave. Half an hour later, he arrived at the medical school. However, the security guard at the main gate wouldn't let outsiders in. But this didn't stump him. With his X-ray vision, he quickly spotted a blind spot in the surveillance. He jumped on the spot and easily leaped over the 2-meter-high courtyard wall. Before long, Chen Chen found the Sushue building that Su Xiaotong mentioned and successfully located her classroom. At that moment, the class was still in session, and Chen Chen noticed there were a few empty seats in the back row. Adhering to the principle of sitting when possible, he quietly slipped in through the back door of the classroom and found a random empty seat to sit down. He had done this many times before, so it was second nature to him. The surrounding students all looked normal. After all, who among college students hasn't been late or left early? If someone hadn't, their college life would definitely be imperfect. At that moment, Chen Chen was surprised to find that the lecturer was actually a beautiful woman who looked very young, at most in her late 20s. From the surrounding students, he learned that this young and beautiful teacher was named Han Manhwa, 27 years old, a PhD in Western medicine, graduated from a prestigious foreign university, and now a professor in the clinical medicine program of the Western medicine department at the medical school. Chen Chen didn't expect this young and beautiful teacher to be so impressive, which immediately piqued his interest. He wanted to hear what this young female PhD professor had to say, so he began to focus intently on the lecture. It must be said that Han Manhwa was indeed impressive, an excellent Western medicine practitioner. However, just as she was discussing Western medicine she suddenly inexplicably brought up traditional Chinese medicine. Moreover, she stated that traditional Chinese medicine is just a deceptive trick. This made Chen Chen furrow his brows slightly. Just then, a figure he was very familiar with suddenly stood up. "Professor Han, I think what you just said is not quite correct. Just a few days ago, I personally witnessed someone using an ancient medical technique from the Dragon Country that has long been lost to save a dying car accident victim miraculously. Is that also a deceptive trick?" The person was Su Xiaotong. Although she was a student in the Western medicine department, ever since witnessing Chen Chen's miraculous traditional Chinese medicine techniques, her long-held belief that Western medicine was the most advanced medical method in the world began to waver. Upon hearing Han Manhwa declare that traditional Chinese medicine is just a scam, Su Xiaotong couldn't help but immediately retort. A hint of displeasure appeared on Han Manhwa's delicate face. It wasn't just because her lecture was interrupted. The key issue was that a student had the audacity to challenge her viewpoint, and in her area of expertise no less. However, having returned from studying abroad, she was somewhat influenced by the campus atmosphere there and didn't feel too resentful about Su Xiaotong questioning her. Instead, she felt a sense of comfort in the student's eagerness to learn. Thus, Han Manhwa paused, looked at Su Xiaotong, and asked, "This student, you must be the recently famous Su Xiaotong, right?" "Yes." "Then I know which example you are referring to." Han Manhwa nodded, a hint of disdainful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "I've seen that video. Before that person was saved, you had already performed several first aid measures. I looked closely, and your first aid measures were very correct and precise, and theoretically should have been effective. At that point, the man replaced you and continued to use traditional Chinese medicine for the rescue. In fact, what we doctors most avoid is having 2 or more doctors treating the same patient simultaneously, as it can easily lead to misunderstandings for both the patient and others." Although Han Manhwa spoke indirectly, her meaning was quite clear. She was essentially saying that it was Su Xiaotong's Western medical first aid that had worked, and even without Chen Chen, the patient would have certainly revived. To put it bluntly, Han Manhwa believed that Chen Chen had stolen Su Xiaotong's credit, or to be more direct, that traditional Chinese medicine had overshadowed Western medicine. Sitting at the back, Chen Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. Why bring him into the discussion when she was supposed to be talking about Western medicine? The key issue was that without understanding the situation at the time, she was undermining him, which Chen Chen found hard to tolerate. He had seen clearly that although Su Xiaotong's first aid measures were correct, they were utterly ineffective for the patient. If he hadn't stepped in, the patient would have been dead long ago. Unfortunately, not everyone had his insight. At least in the current classroom, Han Manhwa's words were considered the truth. The more than 100 students in the audience all wore expressions of sudden realization. Then, thunderous applause erupted. "Indeed, our Western medical first aid measures are the most scientific and effective. Professor Han explained it so well. I am increasingly in awe of Western medicine. It's just a pity that the greatest credit and honor for saving this person should have gone to our fellow student Su Xiaotong, but it was snatched away by a bystander." What a shame! Everyone cheered for Han Manhwa while also feeling regret for Su Xiaotong. But Su Xiaotong couldn't feel happy at all. She knew that the situation at the time was not as Han Manhwa described. The credit belonged to Chen Chen. She wanted to defend Chen Chen, but her voice was easily drowned out by the voices of over 100 people. As for Han Manhwa, she was currently basking in the applause and praise, her face beaming with a radiant smile. She felt a bit elated and directly said, "Students, I know some of you still yearn for traditional Chinese medicine and find it quite miraculous, but let me tell you, what matters now is science. There are many aspects of traditional Chinese medicine that cannot be explained scientifically, and thus, it is ineffective. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded in agreement, clearly having been thoroughly brainwashed by Han Mengyue's words. "Professor Han, it's understandable that you want your students to learn Western medicine, but to take the opportunity to belittle traditional Chinese medicine is rather unkind, isn't it? I really want to ask, are you a foreigner or a dragon country person?" At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the back of the classroom, instantly drawing everyone's attention. It was Chen Chen. He could no longer sit still. He originally didn't plan to get involved, not because he was afraid of offending anyone, but because he knew all too well that reasoning with women was futile. It could easily lead to a heap of trouble. However, Han Mengyue's words were becoming increasingly absurd, and he feared that if he let her continue, it would not only tarnish traditional Chinese medicine but also completely mislead the future talents of Longhua. "It's Chen Chen!" Su Xiaotong exclaimed silently in her heart, surprised to find that Chen Chen had already arrived, and she felt a surge of joy. But as soon as she saw him, she remembered that she had somehow become Chen Chen's girlfriend, and her face instantly turned red and hot. "Are you questioning my words, classmate?" Han Mengyue's face showed displeasure. Being interrupted repeatedly during her lecture and having her authority questioned made her very unhappy. "Yes, I am questioning it. According to you, is healing patients in traditional Chinese medicine all about luck? If luck could cure patients, then all the doctors in the world might as well resign, and there would be no need for medical schools. We could just find someone with a lucky charm to treat and save people, right?" Chen Chen unleashed his full force. His remarks immediately shocked everyone into an uproar. Although Su Xiaotong had also rebutted Han Mengyue earlier, her approach was not as aggressive as Chen Chen's. But while everyone was astonished, it also gave those who wanted to curry favor with the professor an opportunity. "Who are you, kid? You don't look like you're from our class. Which class are you from? How dare you question Professor Han? If you have the guts, state your name and class." "I'm the vice president of the student council, and I will definitely apply for the school to discipline you." Many people began to act like loyal guards, baring their teeth and barking at Chen Chen. "Everyone, you're misunderstanding. He is not a student from our school." Su Xiaotong quickly stood up and introduced loudly, "This is the hero who helped me save the victims of the car accident, Chen Chen." Boom! The entire venue erupted. So he's the hero who saved people. He saved lives without seeking fame, just got up and left. That video made my blood boil. He is a role model for our generation. Yes, someone like Mr. Chen can truly be called a doctor with medical ethics. The story of Chen Chen and Su Xiaotong saving lives had long spread throughout the school. Many students even regarded Chen Chen as an idol. As soon as they heard his name, most people instantly transformed into his fans, including those who had just been barking at him. Seeing this scene, Han Mengyue's expression turned ugly. "Since you're not a student of this school, get out of my classroom immediately and don't disturb my lecture." Chen Chen glanced at her lightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and he blurted out, "Professor Han, your lungs aren't good, you should get less angry, or you'll damage them." Han Mengyue's expression changed, staring at Chen Chen in disbelief. "How did you know?" Han Mengyue was very surprised. Because her lungs did have some issues, and she had just found out about it from the hospital an hour ago. Up until now, she had never mentioned this to anyone. But how did Chen Chen know? "Are you a stalker? Did you investigate me?" Han Mengyue immediately looked at Chen Chen with suspicion, as if she were looking at a pervert. "Although you are indeed excellent and beautiful, I didn't know you before, so why would I investigate you?" Chen Chen found it baffling. It turned out that all girls liked to be praised by men. Han Mengyue was no exception. She was instantly delighted by Chen Chen's words. "Then how did you know my lungs have problems?" But she quickly remembered that Chen Chen was publicly challenging her, so she soon calmed her emotions. "Of course it's obvious," Chen Chen chuckled silently, thinking to himself, "Has this woman read so much that she's gone silly? Obvious?" All the students in the room were instantly stunned, their mouths agape in surprise. Chen Chen hadn't even used any instruments, yet he could accurately describe Professor Han's illness. This was simply unbelievable. Could this be the observation part of traditional Chinese medicine? Is traditional Chinese medicine really that powerful? Can it really identify a person's ailments just by looking? If it's really that impressive, then why are we even studying Western medicine? Without instruments, aren't we just useless? At that moment, many students began to waver in their beliefs. They even started to doubt the usefulness of the Western medical skills they had been working so hard to learn. "I don't believe your eyes can be better than the instruments. However, Han Mengyue was adamant that Chen Chen's medical skills were not that remarkable, thinking he was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. So she said, "If you have the ability, then tell me what other ailments I have." Chen Chen smiled slightly. How hard could it be? He then walked slowly towards Han Mengyue, hands behind his back, while his eyes scanned her up and down, continuously naming one ailment after another. Despite being only 27, Han Mengyue already had a host of issues. The problems with her cervical spine and hair loss were particularly severe, evidently due to long nights and prolonged sitting. As Chen Chen's words flowed, the entire classroom fell into an eerie silence. Everyone noticed that Professor Han's mouth was opening wider and wider, and by the end, her eyes looked like they might pop out. At this point, even a fool could guess that Chen Chen had accurately named all her ailments. Chen Chen had now reached Han Mengyue's front, and at that moment, his voice suddenly stopped. His gaze was fixed on one spot. Han Mengyue looked down and her expression changed instantly. It was quite warm today, and to cool off, she had worn a low-cut top. However, it seemed a bit too low. From Chen Chen's angle and height, he could see the deep valley as soon as she bent down. "Shameless, where are you looking?" Han Mengyue bit her teeth and scolded, quickly covering her chest and stepping back 2 paces. "I can look wherever I want, who are you to tell me?" Chen Chen glanced at Han Mengyue without giving her any face. Seeing that Han Mengyue was about to get angry, he quickly added, Hey, let me tell you, you should be more mindful. Instead of slandering traditional Chinese medicine, you might as well go see a traditional Chinese doctor." Han Mengyue frowned. "What do you mean?" Chen Chen sighed and said, "To be honest, I don't want to upset you, but your condition is too serious. Since I've noticed it, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Let me remind you, this illness of yours might not be treatable by Western medicine. If you quickly find a skilled old Chinese doctor, there might still be hope." Han Mengyue was taken aback at first, then scolded sharply, "You're simply a jerk, talking nonsense, and even wishing for my death." "Chen Chen, you can't say such things carelessly." Su Xiaotong quickly interjected, mainly worried that Chen Chen would get into trouble. The entire medical school knew that Han Mengyue was a particularly strong-willed woman. Even the principal, if he said anything wrong, Han Mengyue would dare to argue with him publicly. It was said that Han Mengyue's strong personality was related to her family background, which seemed quite complicated. "You must publicly apologize to me today, or this matter won't end." Han Mengyue's face was filled with anger. "I just spoke the truth, why should I apologize to you?" Chen Chen said lightly, "Moreover, I not only know that your condition is serious, but I also know how often you will have attacks and how long you can live. You're a bastard. Shut your mouth." This made Han Mengyue completely lose her mind, and she was about to raise her hand to slap Chen Chen. "Stop!" But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Han Mengyue turned her head to look, and her hand, which was suspended in midair, obediently lowered, though her face was still filled with anger. "Director, why are you also helping this bastard?" At that moment, Su Xiaotong quickly ran over from her seat, obediently calling out, "Hello, Director. Director, this is the Chen Chen you wanted to meet. Chen Chen, this is our Western Medicine Department's Director Wang Guotao." Wang Guotao looked Chen Chen up and down, nodding in satisfaction. "This young brother is the hero who saved lives that I want to personally meet, and he is also a medical genius. You can't let him get hurt." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Mengyue snorted coldly and said, "He's just a quack. What medical skills does he have?" Wang Guotao, however, laughed and retorted, "Do you think someone who masters the long-lost ancient medical technique of our dragon country, the Yulong Shou, would be a quack?" Chen Chen's expression changed, and he was very surprised. He didn't expect Wang Guotao to know about Yulong Shou. But isn't Wang Guotao the director of the Western Medicine Department? How could he know about the lost ancient medical techniques? It seemed that Wang Guotao saw the question on Chen Chen's face and smiled as he explained, "I am indeed the director of the Western Medicine Department now, but before that, I served as the director of the traditional Chinese medicine department for 20 years. Su Xiaotong whispered from the side, "Director Wang is the only doctor in our medical school who practices both Western and Chinese medicine. His medical skills are very impressive." Chen Chen suddenly understood. No wonder he knew about Yulong Shou. It turned out he was a master of both disciplines. "Xiao Chen is right, you have serious health issues. After work, make some time to come to my office so I can give you a thorough checkup." Han Mengyue wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wang Guotao, who continued, "All right, you go back to your class. Su Xiaotong, Xiao Chen, you two come with me." Watching Chen Chen swagger away like that, Han Mengyue was so angry she stomped her feet. That bastard. Next time they meet, she would definitely not let him off. In the office, Wang Guotao locked the door behind him. Just as Chen Chen was feeling puzzled, Wang Guotao's next action left both him and Su Xiaotong stunned. With a thud, Wang Guotao directly knelt in front of Chen Chen. That's right. He knelt down without any hesitation. Ah! What is happening? The sudden scene scared Su Xiaotong into exclaiming, Director Wang, what do you mean by this? Not just her, even Chen Chen was taken aback. He stared blankly at Wang Guotao, wondering if this was some new trick. But he had just met Wang Guotao for the first time, they had no grudges or enmities. At this moment, Wang Guotao finally spoke. Master Chen, there were too many people in the classroom just now. Now that the door is closed, I won't be polite anymore. I kneel to you first. I say, Director Wang, you don't have something you need my help with, do you? Chen Chen said with a bitter smile, even if you have something to ask of me, you don't need to go to such lengths, do you? Are you trying to shorten my life? No, this great courtesy, Master Chen, you absolutely deserve. Wang Guotao said with a serious expression, I want to ask you to take me as your disciple. What? Both Chen Chen and Su Xiaotong were stunned at that moment. After a long pause, Chen Chen finally asked, Director Wang, you're not joking with me, are you? Wang Guotao nodded earnestly, I swear, I am definitely not joking. Chen Chen felt it was incredibly unbelievable and immediately reached out to help Wang Guotao up, saying, Director Wang, no matter what, please stand up and talk. However, Wang Guotao not only remained unmoved but also actively pushed away Chen Chen's hand, saying, Master Chen, if you don't accept me, I won't get up. Chen Chen was instantly taken aback, letting out a bitter laugh. You are the esteemed head of the medical school, and a master of both Chinese and Western medicine. It should be others seeking you as a mentor, so how did you end up coming to me? As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Guotao's eyes lit up with fervor, and he said word by word, because of the dragon's hand. I see. Chen Chen suddenly understood. The dragon's hand was a long-lost ancient medical technique. Any Chinese medicine practitioner who knew about the dragon's hand would want to learn it. For every practitioner, it could be considered a divine skill. It's no wonder that Wang Guotao, at his age, still wanted to take on a mentor. It turned out he wanted to learn the dragon's hand. Director Wang, if you want to learn, just tell me directly, and I'll teach you. Why go through all this? Chen Chen shook his head and laughed. He came here today not just to help Su Xiaotong, but more importantly, to seek Wang Guotao's assistance in opening a clinic. Before coming, he had been thinking that since he needed Wang Guotao's help, he couldn't go empty-handed. But he didn't know what gift to bring, so he decided to meet him first. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, Wang Guotao had already given him an opening. After all, teaching the dragon's hand to Wang Guotao would not only be a gain for him but might also lead to the establishment of a clinic, why not? Master Chen, if you are truly willing to teach me the dragon's hand, then please be sure to accept me as your disciple. What the heck? Director Wang, are you okay? Chen Chen was speechless. I've already agreed to teach you. Why are you so insistent on being my disciple? Imagining a 70-year-old man calling him master every day was just ridiculous. At this moment, Su Xiaotong quietly explained, our director Wang is notoriously stubborn, and he always instills in us the idea that everything must have a proper title. He teaches us that no matter how famous or powerful we become, we must remember we are students of the Magic City Medical School. Wang Guotao nodded emphatically, what Xiao Su said is correct, this is indeed my philosophy. Moreover, the dragon's hand is a long-lost ancient medical technique, and for Chinese medicine, it is undoubtedly a rare divine skill. If I could learn it without being a disciple, it would not only trouble my conscience but also be a desecration of this divine skill. I would rather die. Hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had already gained many miraculous abilities through his clairvoyance. According to Wang Guotao's reasoning, he should have died many times over. At that moment, Wang Guotao suddenly remembered something and immediately looked at Su Xiaotong with shining eyes. Su Xiaotong was startled by his gaze. Finally, Wang Guotao spoke. Xiao Su, I have never asked anyone for anything in my life, only Master Chen. Now I ask you. Ha? Director Wang, why are you asking me? I don't know the dragon's hand. Xiao Su, you may not know the dragon's hand, but your boyfriend does. What boyfriend? Su Xiaotong was taken aback. Stop pretending. I happened to overhear everything when you were on the phone with Master Chen. You confessed to him, and he agreed. I ask you, considering that I actively helped you with your credits, to persuade your boyfriend to take me as a disciple. I'll call you Master Mother first. Master Mother, please accept your disciple's bow. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Xiaotong's face turned bright red, and she looked utterly shocked. The esteemed department head was actually bowing to her, a student, she couldn't handle that. Meanwhile, Chen Chen also covered his face and laughed bitterly. This joke had gone too far. He just wanted to tease Su Xiaotong, but unexpectedly, it turned into a super double. Seeing Wang Guotao actually making a bowing gesture, Chen quickly stopped him. Director Wang, you misunderstood. I was just joking with Xiaotong. I didn't really ask her to be my girlfriend. Ha? Wang Guotao looked shocked, clearly not expecting this to be a misunderstanding. This was quite embarrassing. Oh, so you were just teasing me, waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Su Xiaotong, hands on her hips, glared at Chen, her small face filled with resentment, but deep down, there was also a hint of disappointment. I'm going all out. At that moment, Wang Guotao suddenly erupted, saying, Xiao Su, even if you're not my master's wife, you have a close relationship with Master Chen. If you don't help me successfully become his disciple today, I won't help you with your credits. This hit Su Xiaotong's soft spot, and since she was also looking for revenge, she immediately glared at Chen fiercely and said, if you don't help with this, I'll go back and tell Sister Yu that you bullied me. Hey, don't! Chen immediately backed down and then looked at Wang Guotao, nodding helplessly. Master, does this mean you agree to take me as your disciple? Ha ha, that's great. Master, please accept my bow. Although Wang Guotao was very excited, he didn't forget to bow deeply to Chen first, then immediately jumped up happily. Don't get ahead of yourself, I haven't officially agreed yet. Chen immediately poured cold water on Wang Guotao, who froze in place, staring blankly and asking, Master, what do you mean? Taking the opportunity, Chen said, if you can help me with one thing, I'll officially take you as my disciple. How about that? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen suddenly sneezed. However, he didn't pay it any mind and simply rubbed his nose. At that moment, Wang Guotao's impatient voice came through. Master, don't say one thing, even if it's 10 or 100 things, I will definitely help you. Seeing Wang Guotao so eager, Chen secretly nodded. It seemed this old man was genuinely eager to become a disciple. No need for that many, just help me with one thing, and I'll be very happy. Then, Chen explained that he wanted to open a clinic but lacked the necessary procedures and qualifications. Just this? Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Wang Guotao's previously tense expression relaxed instantly, and he patted his chest, laughing, Master, don't worry. This is a small matter for me. I'll take care of it. Chen thought he had found the right person, but he didn't let his guard down. Don't get too happy too soon. I'll say this up front. Whenever you help me with this matter, that's when I'll take you as my disciple. If you can't do it well, then don't think about it. Upon hearing this, Wang Guotao didn't dare to be careless. Master, don't worry. I'll go take care of it right now. Wait for my good news. After saying that, Wang Guotao stood up and prepared to leave, but Su Xiaotong blocked the door. Sister-in-law, please let me through. Halfway through his words, Wang Guotao suddenly realized and awkwardly said, Oh, I forgot. Master was joking with you. Xiao Su, please let me through. I need to hurry and do things for Master. Su Xiaotong's face was darker than coal at that moment, but she didn't dare to explode at Wang Guotao, so she silently stepped aside. Wang Guotao naturally didn't notice her expression and rushed out. However, Chen saw Su Xiaotong's dark little face and couldn't help but chuckle. What's so funny? Su Xiaotong pouted, staring at Chen with a resentful look. If looks could kill, Chen would have been reduced to nothing but bones by now. I didn't know. I thought you went to Jin province to dig coal. Chen teased. Oh wow. Are you making fun of my dark skin? Su Xiaotong's face darkened even more, and she stomped her little foot, shouting, Just wait. I'm going to report you to Sister Yu when I get home tonight. I'll make sure she gives you a good scolding. No, please. Chen panicked instantly. He wasn't afraid of anyone, but he was truly afraid of Yen Ruyu. The key was that this woman really dared to get serious. Gulyolu. At that moment, a sound came from Su Xiaotong's little round belly at just the right time. Su Xiaotong's pretty face flushed, but to Chen, it was like a life-saving melody. He leaned closer to Su Xiaotong, smiling as he asked, What's wrong, are you hungry? Su Xiaotong huffed, rolling her eyes as she said, Today, Sister Yu and I made so many delicious dishes for you, but we ran out of time and only had one fried egg each. Of course I'm hungry. Chen felt a pang of guilt, so he stopped joking and said sincerely, Then come with me. It's almost midnight anyway. I'll call Sister Yu and treat you both to a big meal at noon. Upon hearing there would be good food, Su Xiaotong's eyes instantly lit up, but she didn't agree right away. Instead, she suspiciously asked, Are you trying to bribe me? Afraid I'll tell Sister Yu? Before Chen could explain, Su Xiaotong quickly changed her tone, licking her lips with her little tongue and grinning, But, on the condition that I get to eat real delicious food, I'll accept your bribe this time. Otherwise, I'll still report you. Chen couldn't help but laugh. It seemed Su Xiaotong was not only big-chested and brainless but also a foodie. He liked girls like this. Easy to please. Don't worry, I won't trick you. You decide where to eat at noon, I'll just pay. Wow, that's so nice? Hee hee, then I won't hold back. Su Xiaotong was as happy as a child, bouncing around. The place she chose made Chen Chen chuckle. She simply picked a hot pot restaurant. Now, besides being big-chested and brainless, Chen Chen added another point to his understanding of Su Xiaotong. This girl was incredibly naive. He was starting to wonder who gave her the courage to look for a shared apartment alone. Luckily, she met a gentleman like him. If it were another man, he might have tricked Su Xiaotong into his hands that very day. Chen Chen called Yen Ruyu again, but he heard a lot of noise on the other end, with echoes that sounded like a large event. Yen Ruyu said she hadn't finished work yet, so she wouldn't come over. This made Su Xiaotong a bit disappointed, but after a piece of lamb hot pot went down, she instantly forgot everything else. Watching Su Xiaotong devour her food, Chen Chen's appetite also grew. In just over 10 minutes, whether it was staff or customers, anyone passing by couldn't help but look back at the two of them a few more times, because their eating capacity was truly astonishing. The two of them consumed 20 plates of lamb, 20 plates of beef, and 20 plates of pork belly, not to mention the remaining tripe, vegetables, and so on. Their table was almost piled high. Although Chen Chen was the main force, Su Xiaotong's appetite was not to be underestimated. Chen Chen was also taken aback, wondering how someone as petite as Su Xiaotong could eat so much. Where was it all going? Just then, Su Xiaotong stood up and bent down to grab a napkin. Through her loose t-shirt, Chen Chen had a clear view. Suddenly, Chen Chen realized. So that's where it all went. I have to say, this meal was perfect. Delicious food filled the stomach, and a beautiful girl was a feast for the eyes. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted Chen Chen's enjoyment of the beautiful scenery. The caller was Jojo, saying that the contract was ready and just waiting for Chen Chen to arrive. However, he wasn't in a hurry to go. After all, he still had to deal with this little ancestor in front of him. If he didn't serve Su Xiaotong well, this little girl would really dare to go complain to Yen Ruyu. So, after dinner, Chen Chen sent Su Xiaotong back to school. He specifically checked the department head's office and found that Wang Guotao hadn't returned yet, so he didn't linger and immediately rushed to find Jojo. After carefully reviewing the contract and finding no issues, Chen Chen signed it without hesitation. Jojo smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Mr. Chen, congratulations. From now on, we can make money together." Chen Chen shook his hand and asked, "So when can we earn our first bucket of gold?" Achoo! Just after he finished speaking, Chen Chen sneezed again. He rubbed his nose and muttered, "Strange, why am I sneezing so much today? Am I catching a cold? It doesn't seem like it." Just as he was feeling down, Jojo spoke up, "We'll be able to make money soon. The Myanmar Jade public auction is about to start, in just a couple of days. Get ready to leave at any time. As soon as the auction starts, we'll set off immediately to make money." "Okay, I'll wait for your call." After leaving Zhou's jewelry, Chen Chen decided to visit Qian Yud's antique shop to see if there was anything he could help with. "Little Chen is here. Brother Chen." Back in the shop, several employees greeted Chen Chen enthusiastically. Now all the employees knew that Qian Yud's attitude towards Chen Chen had changed dramatically. According to their speculation, Chen Chen might become the future son-in-law of the antique shop, so they had to build a good relationship with him. Chen Chen responded to each of them, then his gaze fell on the counter. Qian Yud was wiping the antiques on the display shelf with a cloth, while Qian Zimo was holding a calculator, seemingly calculating something. "Boss." Chen Chen greeted Qian Yud briefly, then smiled and walked over to Qian Zimo. "Miss Qian, what are you doing?" Today, Qian Zimo was wearing a white shirt and a denim mini skirt. Her long, fair legs were quite alluring. Living in a place where beautiful women were everywhere was simply too enjoyable. However, just as Chen Chen was immersed in this pleasant moment, Qian Zimo's words poured cold water on him. "Humph, what do you care? Get away." Qian Zimo huffed, then turned and pushed Chen Chen away, storming upstairs in a huff. "What's going on?" Chen Chen stood there in shock, just about to chase after her to ask what was happening when Qian Yud came over and blocked him. Qian Yud's face was as dark as coal, and he grabbed Chen Chen by the collar, questioning, "Did you bully my daughter?" Chen Chen was bewildered and quickly protested, "I didn't." Qian Yud snorted coldly, "Then why has my daughter been unhappy since she came back yesterday? And look at this." Saying that, Qian Yud shoved a stack of A4 paper from the counter into Chen Chen's arms. "What is this? Oh my! Is it really this ridiculous?" Chen Chen looked down in confusion, and the next second he was stunned. There were at least a dozen sheets of paper, all filled with the words "Chen Chen, you bastard." It was obvious that this was Qian Zimo's handiwork. Qian Zimo had even drawn a portrait of Chen Chen on the first sheet. To be honest, the drawing was quite good. Although it was just a simple sketch, it did resemble Chen Chen at least 80%. However, the portrait was covered in pinholes. Aside from the portrait, there wasn't a single pinhole anywhere else. Seeing this, Chen Chen suddenly understood and couldn't help but chuckle. This was clearly Qian Zimo poking him with a needle. He suddenly realized. No wonder he had been sneezing all day, now it all made sense. See, the evidence is conclusive. At this moment, Xianyid continued, so, what's going on? However, Chen Chen still wore a helpless expression and bitterly smiled. Boss, I really didn't bully her. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Anyway, even if I jumped into the Yellow River, I couldn't explain it clearly. Do you want to punish me or hit me? As soon as he finished speaking, Xianyid immediately raised his hand. Chen Chen thought Xianyid was going to hit him, but instead, he gently patted his shoulder and said helplessly, how could I possibly punish or hit you? Let me tell you, Zimo's mother left early, so I spoiled her. From the tone of your voice just now, I can tell this is definitely Zimo causing trouble. I won't blame you. However, I need you to coax her well, this matter still needs you. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen was somewhat surprised. But the few employees not far away had already understood. I told you the boss definitely has feelings for Xiao Chen. It seems I was right. The boss is usually so stingy and harsh, yet he treats Xiao Chen so well. I think the boss doesn't want to offend his future son-in-law. Their analysis was indeed not wrong, but it wasn't entirely accurate. To be precise, Xianyid didn't want to offend his future son-in-law, rather, the more he looked at his son-in-law, the more he liked him. Chen Chen felt bitter. He had originally come to see if there was anything he could help with, but ended up with such a difficult task. However, he was also curious about what exactly Qian Zimo was angry with him about. So, despite the daunting task, Chen Chen could only press on. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw Qian Zimo sitting cross-legged on the sofa, munching on a bag of potato chips. She was biting the chips so hard that the sound was loud enough for Chen Chen at the stairway to hear clearly. Are you imagining the potato chips as me, trying to bite me to death? Chen Chen joked as he walked over and plopped down on the sofa. His gaze inadvertently swept over her long legs. They were indeed fair. Humph. Qian Zimo glanced at him, then shifted to the side, clearly trying to draw a line with Chen Chen. At this moment, Qian Zimo resembled the ice-cold beauty that Chen Chen had heard about from the employees. If it were someone else, seeing Qian Zimo so cold and unapproachable would probably make them too intimidated to speak, or even make them flee in panic. But this tactic had no effect on Chen Chen at all. Having grown up in the countryside with his parents, he had seen all kinds of rascals, and the environment had thickened his skin beyond the ordinary. Without saying a word, Chen Chen simply shifted closer again, pressing against Qian Zimo. Qian Zimo frowned slightly and moved away. But the next second, Chen Chen pressed up against her again. The two of them kept shifting and pressing against each other, and before long, Qian Zimo was pushed to the edge of the sofa, and if she moved any further, she would be sitting on the floor. Naturally, Chen Chen remained close to her, deliberately keeping silent, staring at the ceiling, but the corners of his mouth were filled with an uncontrollable smirk. You shameless jerk. Qian Zimo could no longer hold back and grabbed a cushion to throw at Chen Chen. Hee, sorry, you missed. Chen Chen easily dodged it. You bastard. So cheap. Seeing Chen Chen's cheeky expression, Qian Zimo was almost driven mad. If I weren't a bit cheap, wouldn't I miss the chance to talk to Miss Qian? Hee, why do you want to talk to me? Don't you have other beauties around? Why not go find them? Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that before he could even ask, Qian Zimo had already taken the initiative to mention the reason. He thought for a moment and then tried to ask, you're not talking about Miss Zhou, are you? You've already had a relationship with someone, and you still call her Miss Zhou? Qian Zimo rolled her eyes. You're such a scumbag. Chen Chen looked completely bewildered. How did I become a scumbag? No, what relationship have I had with her? Chen Chen asked, still confused. You're still pretending. That Miss Zhou said you two had a relationship, and I heard it loud and clear. Yet you still call her Miss Zhou. What else could that be but scumbag behavior? Qian Zimo stared at Chen Chen, questioning him. Come on. This is just a misunderstanding. Chen Chen was at a loss for words, but he knew he had to clarify the situation quickly, otherwise, no amount of jumping into the Yellow River would clear his name. That was the first time I met Miss Zhou. How could there be any relationship? As for why she would say such a thing, it's because she doesn't even remember how many men she's been with. After hearing this, Qian Zimo looked like she had just heard a juicy gossip. Is that true? That's so outrageous. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask around. Chen Chen shrugged, looking indifferent. Alright then, I'll believe you this time. Seeing that Chen Chen didn't seem to be lying, Qian Zimo nodded in agreement. So all this time, you were just jealous of Miss Zhou, but Miss Qian, it seems we don't have any relationship beyond friendship, do we? Even though your dad tried to set us up once, we haven't taken any further steps, right? There's no need to be jealous to the point of poking me with a needle. With the matter cleared up, Chen Chen sighed in relief and then playfully teased Qian Zimo with a smile. Get lost. Who said I was jealous? Qian Zimo's face flushed, and she shot Chen Chen a fierce glare, saying irritably, I'm angry because after you saw Miss Zhou, you couldn't even walk properly. We came out together, and at the very least, you should have seen me home or at least hailed a cab for me. Instead, you just turned around and left, clearly chasing after her, leaving me all alone. Shouldn't I be angry about that? Chen Chen suddenly realized. So Qian Zimo was mad about this. He couldn't help but smile wryly and quickly explained that he had to leave in a hurry, not because of Zhou Zhou, but to save two friends. After Chen Chen finished speaking, Qian Zimo's previously furious expression did a complete 180. So that's how it is, I misunderstood you, and I even wrote bad things about you and drew your portrait, poking you with a needle. I'm sorry. At that moment, Qian Zimo's face was filled with embarrassment and regret as she hurriedly apologized. No need to apologize for such a small matter, don't worry, I'm not that petty. Seeing Qian Zimo's sincere attitude, Chen Chen naturally wouldn't hold a grudge. But that didn't mean he was a pushover who wouldn't care after being hurt. Frankly, that would be called a licking dog. For Chen Chen, if Qian Zimo not only refused to apologize but also continued to make unreasonable demands, no matter how beautiful she was, he would definitely not give in. He was quite principled about that. Having received Chen Chen's forgiveness, Qian Zimo instantly brightened up, feeling no more burden in her heart. Let's go downstairs to see the store. So, in response to Chen Chen's invitation, she readily agreed. The two chatted and laughed as they went downstairs, a scene that Qian Yud watched with a satisfied smile. Chen Chen and Qian Zimo were at the counter, chatting while attending to the customers who came in. Although they were busy, Chen Chen felt quite pleased. After all, having a beautiful woman by his side while working was every man's dream. And during work, aside from the beauty, what interested Chen Chen the most were the sellers bringing items to sell. However, the quality of sellers today is not great, and most of the items in hand are fakes. Even if they are genuine, they aren't worth much. Chen Chen felt a strong itch in his heart as he looked at a particular item. After the customers left, he couldn't help but mutter, these people's eyesight is really poor. If I were to pick up some bargains, I could definitely find something good. Just as he finished speaking, Qian Zimo excitedly said, by the way, I heard from my dad that you also major in archaeology. I've only seen how good you are at gambling stones, but I haven't seen your ability to appraise treasures. How about we take a stroll around the nearest flea market? The flea market is a place for trading second-hand goods, and every city has many of them. In Magic City, there are 4 or 5 such markets. Sure, but I need to go home first to drop something off. I'll come back to pick you up. Okay, you go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Qian Zimo then noticed that Chen Chen seemed to be hiding something in his arms, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Xiao Chen, let's take my car. I've filled up the gas, so we can go anywhere. At that moment, Qian Yun's voice called out from the side, and a set of keys flew over, which Chen Chen caught perfectly in his hand. Since Qian Yun was being unusually generous, he certainly wouldn't refuse and drove off. This scene caught the attention of other employees, who began to discuss it, ultimately reaching the same conclusion. It seemed that Xiao Chen would definitely be the new boss in the future, so they had to treat him better from now on. When Chen Chen returned home, the house was empty. He no longer hid what he had and took out the item he had tucked away in his arms. It was the bronze guanyin statue he had obtained from Baimao Mountain that morning. Chen Chen went back to his bedroom, opened the highest cabinet door, and carefully placed the bronze guanyin statue inside. Now, the items in this cabinet had gone from 1 to 2. The bronze guanyin statue was naturally the second item, while the first one was not easily visible unless looked at closely. It was an ancient coin, a chip de qi obtained from the tomb raider Zhou Long. Chen Chen picked up the chip de qi and carefully played with it for a while before satisfactorily closing the cabinet door. This cabinet would serve as his exclusive collection cabinet. Indeed, anything placed inside this cabinet would never be taken out for sale. The reason was simple, these were all true priceless treasures. Chen Chen wanted to keep them forever. Especially that bronze guanyin statue, which, in Baimao Mountain's eyes, was just a cheap item, but that was something Baimao Mountain couldn't see through. This item was not as simple as it appeared on the surface, it held deeper secrets. However, Chen Chen currently didn't have the time to explore those secrets. Of course, this so-called exclusive collection cabinet was only temporary. The security level was too low. But Chen Chen couldn't carry these 2 items with him all the time, it was inconvenient, and he felt that carrying them made it easier for accidents to happen. For now, there shouldn't be any problems, and he would find a more suitable place to store them later. For example, opening an antique shop or a private museum. Compared to an antique shop, a private museum seemed more appropriate. However, not everyone could open a private museum. The procedures were quite troublesome. Moreover, the most critical point was that Chen Chen's collection was still too small. He only had 2 items, which was far from enough to open a museum. However, Chen Chen was not anxious. With his perspective ability, the number of items in his collection was just a matter of time. In short, a private museum was not something to focus on right now. They could discuss it slowly later. Chen Chen drove back to the antique shop, picked up Qian Zimo, and the two headed straight for the nearest flea market. Since it was the closest to the shop, Chen Yud often visited this flea market. As the youngest and strongest laborer in the antique shop, and also the cheapest, Chen Chen naturally didn't follow Qian Yud less often. However, he had always been a little follower, trailing behind Qian Yud to pick up goods, so this was truly his first time coming to the flea market as a buyer. In the past, Qian Yud had often found great deals at this flea market, the most impressive being when he picked up something worth over $1 million for just a few dozen. Chen Chen had seen it with his own eyes, so he was quite looking forward to this flea market. Of course, whether he could find a good deal still depended on luck. Having a good eye but no goods to find was pointless. As soon as they entered the market, the two stopped at the first stall. "Boss, how much for this stamp?" Qian Zimo squatted down and picked up a small stamp, playing with it with great interest. "Miss, you really have a good eye. Don't be fooled by its size. This is made of top-quality Shoshan stone, worth at least 5,000. The stall owner was beaming, practically smiling from ear to ear at the prospect of business. "Oh." In response, Qian Zimo merely acknowledged with a casual sound and put the stamp down. "Miss, the price is negotiable." The stall owner suddenly became anxious, thinking Qian Zimo found it too expensive, and hurried to explain. "It's fine, I'm just looking around," Qian Zimo said lightly, then picked up a small bowl and asked, "How much for this?" "This is Qianlong blue and white porcelain, you can ask around, I'm asking 20,000, which isn't too much." "Alright, I got it." Qian Zimo still just nodded and then put the item down. The stall owner couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Are you going to buy or not? Why are you just asking prices without bargaining?" Qian Zimo replied coldly, "Is there a rule that says if you ask for a price, you must bargain?" The stall owner was instantly left speechless. Chen Chen, on the side, was holding back laughter, nearly injuring himself. He just stood there with his arms crossed, quietly watching Qian Zimo put on a show. Indeed, Qian Zimo was deliberately testing the stall owner's patience. In trade terms, this was called fishing for wind. This tactic was only used when one discovered something truly valuable. By casually asking about a few items to confuse the seller's attention, and then getting straight to the point when the seller lost patience, it often yielded great results. Chen Yud often used this trick, and Chen Chen had learned it, but he hadn't expected that Qian Zimo would also use it, and so skillfully at that. Chen Chen was very interested in this, mainly to see if Qian Zimo's eye for items was indeed accurate. "Boss, how much for this item?" After seeing what Qian Zimo had picked up, Chen Chen's lips curled slightly, secretly nodding. "This is a rosewood bracelet, $500 and it's yours." The owner had completely lost patience by this point and answered very casually. Without any hesitation, Qian Zimo immediately took out her phone and said, "Alright, I'll take it, I'll transfer you the money." The owner was instantly dumbfounded. Clearly, he hadn't expected Qian Zimo to actually want to buy it, not even bargaining at all. 500 received. Just then, the transaction notification chimed. Qian Zimo didn't hesitate at all, stood up, and pulled Chen Chen away. Her steps were quick, as if afraid the owner would change his mind. Seeing this scene, the owner suddenly realized, his face changed dramatically as he slapped his thigh. "Oh no! This is a steal! I've lost out!" But it was already too late. The rule in the antique business is that once the money and goods are exchanged, no one can regret it afterward. The owner could only watch helplessly as Qian Zimo walked further away, filled with regret. "No wonder you're a PhD student from the archaeology department of Capital University, you just came and found a little steal." Once they had walked far enough, Chen Chen said with a smile, "Did you see through it?" Qian Zimo played with the prayer beads in her hand, intentionally testing Chen Chen. "This boss actually has some skills. On the surface, this bracelet looks like redwood, but unfortunately, it's just that the previous owner had it polished to a shine. Inside, it's actually small leaf rosewood. As for the time, it's been over 70 years, so it's considered an item. Selling it for 20 to 30,000 shouldn't be a problem, you'll make a profit." Chen Chen spoke eloquently. Impressive. Qian Zimo was quite surprised. She had already guessed that Chen Chen could see through it, but the key was that Chen Chen hadn't even touched it once. At first, she had only noticed it, and while testing the boss, she took a closer look several times, confirming that this small leaf rosewood bead bracelet was a find. It's one thing to be good at gambling stones, but to be so skilled at appraising treasures too. Why do I feel like you're more like a PhD in archaeology than I am? Xian Zimo felt a bit defeated. Sometimes, education doesn't mean everything, you know? Chen Chen said proudly. So does that mean all my years of study were for nothing? Xian Zimo rolled her eyes, deciding not to continue this topic with Chen Chen. It was too demoralizing. The two continued to stroll through the market. Before long, Xian Zimo, with her keen eye, used the same trick several times and successfully picked up 2 or 3 small finds. Over an hour had passed, and Chen Chen still had empty hands. Why aren't you making a move? Xian Zimo found it strange because Chen Chen had noticed all the small finds she had picked up, even reminding her about one of them. But with Chen Chen's keen eye, why wasn't he making a move? Chen Chen replied lightly, not all finds are created equal. The reason I haven't made a move is that, so far, I haven't encountered a find worth my investment. Xian Zimo rolled her eyes again. How pretentious. Just say you think these small amounts aren't worth your time. Chen Chen smiled and didn't refute her. Because Xian Zimo was absolutely right. He was now worth over 100 million. A few tens of thousands meant nothing to him. Perhaps he was just having a bad day. Chen Chen had been browsing since the afternoon and hadn't seen a single item worth his investment. Indeed, big finds aren't something you can just pick up. Meanwhile, Xian Zimo had made quite a haul, picking up 7 or 8 small finds worth tens of thousands. Chen Chen glanced at his phone. It was already dinner time. But neither Yen Ruyu nor Su Xiaotong had called him, indicating that they weren't home for dinner today. So, Chen Chen decided not to go back and planned to treat Yen Ruyu to a meal outside. The two found a nearby Sichuan restaurant, which had quite good flavors. While they were chatting and laughing over dinner, Chen Chen's casual glance suddenly startled him. He never expected that after wandering the flea market all afternoon without any gains, he would now encounter a treasure in the restaurant. Luck is indeed a mysterious thing. However, he wasn't too happy yet. He had only seen it, but how to get his hands on it was still a problem. Chen Chen, why aren't you eating? What are you looking at? Xian Zimo asked curiously when she noticed Chen Chen hadn't touched his chopsticks for a while. I said I saw a big find here, do you believe me? Chen Chen asked mysteriously with a smile. Do you think I'm stupid? What big find could there be in this restaurant? I mean, you didn't manage to get a single item all afternoon, so now you're hallucinating, right? Xian Zimo waved her hand and laughed, not believing Chen Chen's words at all. Take a good look at that row of rice jars next to the counter, look closely. Chen Chen wasn't in the mood for small talk and pointed ahead. Oh, I didn't expect the owner of this restaurant to have such taste. Xian Zimo finally noticed that the jars used to store rice were all made of colored porcelain, each with a different shape, but the common point was that the glaze colors were all quite beautiful. Not only the rice jar, but also the other vases and such are quite unique and beautiful. Moreover, Xian Zimo surprisingly discovered a few items among these porcelain pieces that are quite old. Even if they are only 70 or 80 years old, they can still be considered antiques. Chen Chen asked, so you only see style? What else? Xian Zimo replied lightly, these porcelain pieces, while nice to look at, only have a few antiques among them, and at most they are only a few decades old, far from the big find you mentioned. However, Chen Chen smiled and said, I already guessed you would say that, but it's normal that you can't see it. After all, the treasure I sought is only a few hundred pieces in existence worldwide. Chen Chen, you're not joking with me, are you? You must be joking. Xian Zimo was instantly stunned, her face filled with disbelief. What does it mean to have only a few hundred pieces in existence worldwide? She is a PhD in archaeology and knows this best. A few hundred pieces do not necessarily mean that all of them are intact. Even counting the damaged items, there are only a few hundred pieces, so one can imagine how precious this item is. If this item is in a well-preserved state, it would definitely qualify as a first-class cultural relic. To put it bluntly, this is a national treasure. But now, Chen Chen actually tells her that there is a national treasure among this pile of rice jars? How could she believe that? It's simply a joke. Forget it. I know you won't believe me. Just wait and see how I get my hands on it. Chen Chen knew it was pointless to argue, and he hadn't figured out how to get the item yet, so he might as well fill his stomach first. Alright, then I'll wish you good luck in picking up this national treasure. Xian Zimo said this more in jest, as she certainly didn't believe that a national treasure could be found in this restaurant. If it were that easy to encounter a national treasure, then why would they, as archaeology students, work so hard in archaeological research? They might as well eat out 10 times a day. After finishing the meal, Chen Chen had already thought about what to say. So, while settling the bill, he started chatting with the owner. Boss, your business is pretty good. It's alright. This restaurant has been running since my grandfather's time, and most of the customers are regulars, just giving face. Well, it must be because the food here tastes good, right? Ha ha ha, that's true. No one can refuse a compliment. The boss was soon laughing heartily at Chen Chen's few words. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost right, Chen Chen shifted the topic. Boss, speaking of which, you really are an old shop. These decorations inside are quite nice. There are a few I'd like to buy and take home to play with. The boss lifted his eyelids to glance at Chen Chen, then shook his head and laughed. This operation left Chen Chen confused, and he asked, Boss, what do you mean by that? The boss chuckled and pointed, asking in return, Young man, after saying so much, are you trying to ask me about that rice jar? Chen Chen was instantly stunned, because the rice jar the boss was pointing at was the very one he had his eye on. Did I get it right? The boss smiled and then handed the receipt to Chen Chen, saying, keep the receipt, and take care. Boss, I didn't say I was leaving. How could he leave without the item in hand? Don't hold on to any fantasies. That rice jar, I'm not selling. That's strange. Boss, how did you know I was here for that rice jar? Chen Chen was indeed curious about how the boss could guess his thoughts. To tell you the truth, you're not the first person to be interested in this rice jar. The boss explained. It turned out that since his shop was located near a flea market, most of the people who came by were antique enthusiasts. Some of the more perceptive individuals noticed the rice jar. In fact, some even speculated that it could be a national treasure. This only deepened Chen Chen's confusion. If someone wanted to buy it, why wouldn't the owner sell it? Moreover, someone had even told him that this item might be a national treasure, yet the owner still used it to store rice. Hearing Chen Chen's doubts, the owner smiled and waved his hand, speaking earnestly, Young man, in this world, some things can be measured by price, but some cannot. Take this rice jar, which is suspected to be a national treasure. Even if I know it might be worth a fortune, I haven't had it appraised, nor will I sell it. Because this jar was left by my grandfather, just like this old shop, it is part of my family's heritage, so I won't sell it. Besides, what if it's a fake? If I sell it at a high price to someone else, wouldn't that be deceiving them? The owner was a decent person, but not selling the item left Chen Chen feeling quite uncomfortable. He had clearly discovered a great treasure, yet he couldn't get his hands on it. It was too painful. Just then, the owner received a phone call, and his expression changed dramatically. What did you say? I don't care what method you use, you must resolve this for me. Send me your location, I'll go in person. After hanging up, just a few seconds later, a message arrived on his phone. While the owner was still checking the information, Chen Chen had already turned and quickly left. Aren't you going to show me the national treasure? Where is it? As soon as he stepped out of the restaurant, Chen Zimo approached with a smile, looking like she was enjoying the show. Cut the small talk, hurry up and come with me. Chen Chen pulled Qian Zimo into the car, practically throwing her into the passenger seat. As Qian Zimo straightened her disheveled clothes, she curiously asked, what happened that you're in such a hurry? Where are we going? To the second hospital in Magic City. As soon as Chen Chen finished speaking, he slammed the accelerator, and the car shot out like an arrow. What do you need to go to the hospital for? The powerful push from the acceleration pressed Qian Zimo back into her seat. She immediately gripped the armrest tightly, but more than fear, she was curious about why they were going to the hospital. Only by going to the hospital can I have a chance to seize this big opportunity. Wait a minute, what does going to the hospital have to do with your opportunity? Qian Zimo was increasingly confused by Chen Chen's words. Chen Chen explained, that big opportunity, the owner said it was a family heirloom. He doesn't lack money, so he doesn't plan to sell it. Qian Zimo said, if that's the case, don't you have no chance at all? That's exactly why I need to go to the hospital. Chen Chen's lips curled up as he said, just now, the owner received a phone call and appeared very flustered. It seems the matter is urgent. Then he received a text message, which contained both the location and the content, and I just happened to see it. It was about the owner's only living mother suddenly falling seriously ill. She has now been sent to the second hospital in Magic City, and the situation is critical. However, even though the hospital has rooms, they won't admit the owner's mother no matter what, so the owner decided to go in person. Of course, Chen Chen hadn't just happened to see it. At that time, he was outside the counter, and the owner was inside, facing him. From a normal perspective, he couldn't see the owner's phone content at all. But Chen Chen couldn't directly say he saw it with his X-ray vision, so he told a little white lie. I understand now, you want to play the favor card. Before the owner gets to the hospital, you help him solve this big problem, and then he owes you a favor, which might allow you to smoothly get that big opportunity you mentioned, right? Qian Zimo was actually quite clever. As soon as Chen Chen explained, she understood everything. Chen Chen nodded and said, that's right, this boss is a very principled person. If you want to get those things from him, this is the only way. Originally a half-hour journey, Chen Chen arrived in just 20 minutes. He didn't even have to search deliberately. As soon as he walked into the hospital lobby, he could hear a heated argument. The two looked over and found that the area for handling hospital admissions was already packed. They hurried over and, after much effort, managed to squeeze into the crowd. On a temporary hospital bed lay an elderly woman with white hair. At that moment, her face was even paler than her hair, her expression somewhat twisted, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat, looking extremely pained. Beside the bed was a middle-aged woman who was fiercely arguing with several doctors in white coats. No matter how she pleaded, the doctors remained very firm, even cold. In short, they said they could not admit her. This made the woman so furious that she nearly fainted and fell backward. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a strong pair of hands caught her, gently saying, "Sisterly, don't worry, I'll help you with this." The woman was Li Chunlan, the wife of the restaurant owner, Chen. This information was not something Chen Shen had seen on Chen's phone, as the contact was simply labeled wife. But he had an eye for details. Before leaving, he glanced at the health permit hanging on the wall, which bore the names of the couple, Chen Hai, Li Chunlan. "Who are you? Why are you helping me? And how do you know my last name is Li?" Li Chunlan turned around in shock, and upon seeing Chen Shen's face, her expression turned even more incredulous, as she was sure she had never met this man before. "Sisterly, I often eat at your restaurant. You might not see me often, but I have a good relationship with Brother Chen. We can be considered friends. Since we are friends, I can't just stand by and watch you get bullied." Chen Shen's words successfully eased Li Chunlan's guard, and she instantly felt more aggrieved. "Brother, this hospital is too bullying. They want to watch my mother-in-law die right here on this bed." By the end, Li Chunlan couldn't help but burst into tears. "Sisterly, don't worry, I will definitely help you resolve this." "Yes, sisterly, just leave this to Chen Shen." Xian Zimo, who was beside them, also felt sympathy for Li Chunlan and quickly stepped forward to support her, then turned to Chen Shen and said solemnly, "Chen Shen, even if it's not for that thing, you must take care of this matter. I really can't stand these people bullying others. I can't stand it either. I will handle this matter well." After saying that, Chen Shen glared fiercely at the doctors. 3 of them were female doctors, all frightened by Chen Shen's fierce gaze, quickly hiding behind the only male doctor. The male doctor suddenly felt like he was facing a formidable enemy, but Chen Shen didn't approach them first. Instead, he went to the bedside and carefully examined the elderly woman's condition with his X-ray vision. Gender, female, age, 89, current status, comatose, severity of condition, low, cause of coma, acute gastroenteritis caused by improper diet, leading to fainting due to severe abdominal cramps, emergency measures, Yulong Han can alleviate symptoms, minimizing the patient's pain to the lowest level. Seeing this, Chen Shen let out a sigh of relief. The old lady is not seriously ill, that's good. Then, in front of everyone, he used the dragon hand technique to relieve her pain. In just a minute, the pain had vanished from the old lady's face. Even her pale complexion regained some color. This scene stunned everyone present, including the doctors. "Brother, my mother-in-law. Don't worry, sisterly, the old lady is fine. She just needs to stay in the hospital for a few days for some recovery." "But the hospital won't even open a room." "Sisterly, don't get agitated, I'll talk to them." After saying that, Chen Shen approached a few doctors and coldly questioned, "I heard your hospital has rooms, right?" The male doctor feigned calmness and said, "Yes, we do have rooms, but those few rooms have been booked long-term, so we can't accommodate other patients." Hearing this, Chen Shen was instantly furious, coldly saying, "Ridiculous. Rooms in a hospital can be booked? This really opens my eyes." However, the male doctor's attitude was very firm. "I'm sorry, if you have complaints, you can file a complaint or go to another hospital." "Why should we go to another hospital? No matter who has booked those rooms, I must take one from them today." Chen Shen's expression darkened, showing no tolerance for his arrogance. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold laugh came from behind. He, who is so arrogant. Chen, is that you?" Chen Shen found the voice familiar. Turning around, he immediately felt nauseous. "I really didn't expect to run into you here, how unlucky can I be?" Chen Shen did not expect to encounter Wang Lily here. Moreover, Wang Lily was not alone, there was a man beside her. The man looked to be in his mid-20s, dressed in designer clothes, and with an air of superiority, clearly a rich second generation. Chen Shen would rather look at this rich second generation than see Wang Lily again. Just seeing her face made him feel sick. Thinking back to how good he had been to Wang Lily in the past, he couldn't help but want to slap himself. He was truly blind. "It really is you." Upon recognizing Chen Shen's face, Wang Lily's expression instantly turned furious. She immediately said to the rich second generation, "Darling, this is Chen Shen, the one who publicly humiliated me and ultimately got me fired by the bank. The rich second generation looked Chen Chen up and down and disdainfully said, "So you're Lily's useless ex-boyfriend. If you kneel down and bow to Lily 3 times, I'll let you go." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd began to murmur. This guy is too arrogant. He actually wants someone to bow to him in public. Is being rich that impressive? Meanwhile, Chen Zimo was slightly taken aback. So Chen Chen had an ex-girlfriend. Sorry, being rich is impressive, the rich second generation arrogantly said, then looked at Chen Chen impatiently. Kid, are you deaf? I told you to kneel and apologize to Lily, did you hear me? Chen Chen sneered, the one who was messing around behind her boyfriend's back is her, she should be the one apologizing. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to Wang Lily. So she's a promiscuous woman. No wonder she has that gold-digging look. Really disgusting. The blunt words of the crowd made Wang Lily feel both ashamed and angry, trembling all over. The rich second generation's face also became a bit difficult to maintain, and he shouted, "You little brat, do you know who I am? If you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. I don't care who you are, I have important matters to deal with right now, so you can get lost." Chen Chen showed no respect to the rich second generation, and after speaking, he prepared to continue discussing the ward issues with the doctors. "Alright, you're the first one to dare talk to me like that," the rich second generation shouted angrily. "Aren't you trying to snatch a ward from Bao? Let me tell you, those wards are booked by me." Upon hearing this, Chen Chen immediately stopped in his tracks, turned around, and stared intently at the rich second generation. Suddenly, he burst into laughter and said, "That's great. I was just looking for the bastard who booked the ward and wouldn't let anyone else use it, and here you are, delivering yourself right to me. Are you out of your mind? I've only heard of booking cars and hotels, who books hospital wards for no reason? What, is someone in your family dying, and you're worried there won't be a ward available when you need it?" As soon as he said this, laughter erupted around them. Even the cold and aloof Chen Zimo couldn't help but laugh. This guy Chen Chen not only had a thick skin but was also quite skilled at mocking others. Truly remarkable. "You little brat, you're asking for it." Gao Jie was furious and charged at Chen Chen with a raised fist. He was tall, about 185 meters, and believed that taking on Chen Chen would be no problem due to his height advantage. However, in the next second, Chen Chen easily dodged the punch and then raised his hand to slap Gao Jie hard across the face, sending him flying. He flew a full 3 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, half of his face already swollen like a pig's head. The force of that slap was no joke. It knocked Gao Jie out cold. "Shun! You worthless piece of trash, how dare you hit my boyfriend? I'm going to get you!" Wang Lily shouted, rushing at Chen Chen with claws out. Chen Chen coldly smiled, his raised right hand ready to send Wang Lily flying at any moment. But there was another slap, faster than his. Slap! Suddenly, a hand came from the side and knocked Wang Lily down to the ground. "Who are you calling trash? Is Chen Chen someone you can insult?" Chen Chen looked up in surprise to see Chen Zimo, her face icy, staring fiercely at Wang Lily on the ground. With her cold words, the temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees. "Who are you?" Wang Lily covered her face, her eyes wide with shock. Part of her was shocked by Chen Zimo's beauty and figure, while another part was stunned that such a stunning woman would stand up for Chen Chen. What right did he have? "Don't worry about who I am, just know that insulting Chen Chen in front of me is unacceptable. If you dare to run your mouth again, I'll slap your face until it looks like your boyfriend's." Chen Zimo was half a head taller than Wang Lily, and with her already advantageous height, combined with her face like eternal ice, Wang Lily couldn't help but shiver in fear. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was dumbfounded but couldn't suppress his smile. He hadn't expected Chen Zimo to suddenly come to his rescue. To be protected by a woman felt quite nice. At that moment, Gao Jie groggily woke up, and upon seeing Wang Lily also knocked down, he was completely enraged. "You little brat, don't you dare run!" Chen Chen snorted coldly. "I'm standing right here, what are you going to do about it? You just wait." Gao Jie gritted his teeth and immediately pulled out his phone to make a call. Before long, hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by a loud shout. "Which bastard dares to hit my son and my future daughter-in-law?" A middle-aged man in a white coat, flanked by several security guards, strode over with an imposing presence. Someone immediately recognized him. "Isn't that Vice President Gao Shunli? The guy who hit the rich second generation is actually the vice president's son? This is bad, this young man has gotten himself into big trouble. Don't even mention the hospital room, he probably won't even make it out of the hospital." As these words were spoken, Xian Zimo and Li Chunlan were instantly filled with worry. "Dad, you finally made it. This guy is causing a scene and has injured both me and Lily." Gao Yingjie clung to his father like a lifeline, starting to complain frantically. When Gao Shengli saw the injuries on the two, his expression darkened immediately. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "This person is seriously disrupting the order of the hospital, and his actions are extremely vicious. Take him to the security department and contact the police to have him thrown in jail. If he shows even the slightest resistance, beat him hard until he can no longer fight back." As soon as he finished speaking, several security guards rushed forward. But at that moment, a frail figure stepped forward, spreading her arms to block Chen Shen. "If you dare to touch Chen Shen, I won't let this go." Seeing Qian Zimo's fearless demeanor, the security guards hesitated and dared not take another step forward. Then, Qian Zimo turned her furious gaze to Gao Shengli and said, "Are you even going to be reasonable? This situation is clearly your fault. You have hospital rooms but refuse to let patients use them. Chen Shen was only trying to help the weak. What wrong has he done? As for your precious son and that shameless daughter-in-law of yours getting beaten, that's their own doing. If they hadn't attacked first, Chen Shen wouldn't have had to defend himself. And now, when he can't win, they call their powerful father for backup. What kind of logic is that? In fact, in your mouth, Chen Shen's self-defense and his actions to help the weak have become a serious disruption to social order. You can ask everyone present if they think Chen Shen disrupted the normal order." Qian Zimo's words immediately resonated with all the onlookers. "This young lady is right, it was clearly your hospital's fault first, yet the villain is crying out first. We saw it clearly just now, it was your son and that woman who provoked this young brother first. They deserved to be beaten. We certainly don't think this young brother disrupted the hospital's order, rather, it's your doctors refusing to provide a hospital room that is truly despicable. That old lady was almost in agony just now, and you doctors didn't care at all. If it weren't for this young brother, your hospital would have another unjust soul on your hands. Wouldn't the family of the deceased sue you in court?" The crowd began to passionately criticize Gao Shengli and the hospital. Li Chunlan rushed over as well, standing protectively in front of Chen Shen, and took out her phone, recording while saying, "You're the vice president, right? I'm going to record your ugly face and post it online for everyone to judge who was right and who was wrong." This action made Gao Shengli panic instantly. We are in the internet age, and information spreads too quickly. The old president was about to retire, and the next president would naturally take his place, but if any stain appeared at this critical moment, he wouldn't just fail to become president, he might even lose his position as vice president. Realizing this, Gao Shengli rushed over, snatched the phone from her, and smashed it to the ground. Crash! The phone shattered into pieces. At the same time, Gao Shengli's threatening voice rang out harshly. "I warn you, if you want to treat your illness properly, behave yourselves. I can access your information at any time. If anyone dares to record and spread rumors again, be careful that you or your family might suffer a medical accident." As soon as these words were spoken, some in the crowd who had been holding up their phones quietly put them back in their pockets. Seeing the threat take effect, Gao Shengli laughed triumphantly and waved his hand. "Charge! Anyone who dares to stop us will be dealt with." The leading security guard immediately pushed Li Chunlan to the ground and reached out again towards Qian Zimo. However, before he could even touch him, he suddenly flew backward. "Dare to touch my friend? You're asking for death." Qian Zimo turned around and saw Chen Shen's grim face. At that moment, she felt that Chen Shen was like a god to her. Especially with that cold expression, he was simply stunning. "Kid, you actually dare to fight back? Brothers, get him." The remaining security guards rushed forward. In less than 3 seconds, they were all knocked down by Chen Shen. One by one, they lay sprawled on the ground, their wails echoing throughout the hall. This scene stunned everyone present. "You little brat, you're too bold. But let me tell you, no matter how good you are at fighting, the surveillance cameras have already captured everything clearly. Just wait for the police to arrest you and then rot in jail." Gao Shengli was not afraid at all. Instead, he became even more excited, believing he had evidence of Chen Shen intentionally causing harm. However, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of Chen Shen's mouth. "Great, since I'm going to jail anyway, I don't mind hitting you a bit more." "What do you mean?" Before he could finish the word think, a slap had already come flying in. With a loud smack, Gao Shengli's face was instantly slapped askew. Blood spurted from his mouth, mixed with 2 of his teeth, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. You dare to hit me." Chen Shen's slap was just the right amount of force, leaving Gao Shengli dazed but not injured. He staggered slightly but quickly steadied himself, one hand covering his face, roaring like a mad lion. "Kid, you're finished. You're completely finished. Still want to help them book a hospital room? Let me tell you, dream on. Today, I'll inform all the hospitals that they cannot accept this patient." Unexpectedly, this statement not only failed to intimidate but also made Chen Shen even angrier. Chen Chen immediately launched a flurry of slaps, one after another. Smack! 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 He slapped him more than a dozen times before stopping. At this point, Gao Xingli's face was bruised and bloodied, his mouth and nose were full of blood, and he slumped down to the ground. However, Chen Chen grabbed Gao Xingli by the collar and lifted him up, coldly saying, "People like you are not worthy of being the vice president. You are even less worthy of being a doctor. Hospitals are meant to save lives, not a place for you to abuse power and seek personal gain. Who gave you the right to smash a common person's phone? And who gave you the authority to privately reserve hospital rooms? Rooms are meant to serve all patients in need, not for your own use." As soon as these words were spoken, thunderous applause erupted around them, along with countless cheers. "Little brother, you said it so well. This hospital is really outrageous. Not only do you speak well, but you fight well too. Even if you beat this bastard vice president to death, it wouldn't be too much. Little brother, don't be afraid. If this bastard dares to sue you, we'll all come to testify for you and plead on your behalf." Gao Xingli had completely incurred the wrath of the crowd, and everyone stood on Chen Chen's side. Qian Zimo looked at Chen Chen with admiration in her eyes. This is what a real man is. Just then, the hospital security rushed over, at least 30 or 40 of them, each wielding a baton. Seeing this, Gao Xingli, who had been like a dead fish, instantly became excited, laughing and shouting, "Kid, you're finished. You may be powerful, but I don't believe you can take on so many people. Everyone, attack." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Everyone, stop. Let's see who dares to touch him." Accompanied by the shout, an elderly man with a serious expression rushed into the crowd. When the security guards saw the old man's face, their expressions changed dramatically, and they actually all stopped. This scene immediately piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. Who exactly was this old man? How could he turn this pack of fierce wolves into obedient pups in an instant? Chen Chen was equally curious. He stared intently at the old man who had entered, muttering, "It's strange, why do the security guards listen to him so well? Could he be some kind of leader here?" Then, Gao Xingli's exclamation suddenly enlightened everyone, including Chen Chen. "Director, what are you doing?" As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh. He was worried about how to resolve this situation. It would be easy to deal with Gao Xingli and his group, but his goal was not to fight, it was to resolve the issues in the ward. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Wang Guotao arrived. Even more surprising was that Wang Guotao was actually the director of this hospital, which made things much easier. "I wanted to ask you what was going on. Creating such a big scene and even wanting the security guards to hit someone, what exactly do you want?" Wang Guotao's face was frighteningly dark. He had come in and immediately assessed the situation, initially thinking it was a small matter, but upon seeing Chen Chen being bullied, he couldn't sit still. "Director, I didn't incite the security guards to hit anyone, it's just that this brat disrupted our hospital's order, and look at what he did to us. I just wanted to subdue him and hand him over to the police." Gao Xingli clearly did not realize the seriousness of the situation and even went so far as to slander Chen Chen in front of Wang Guotao. "Director, he's talking nonsense. This young brother wasn't looking for trouble at all, it's entirely your hospital's fault. This so-called deputy director is just abusing his power, trying to take advantage of his numbers to maliciously beat this young brother. Please, director, see the truth." Chen Chen didn't even need to explain himself. The onlookers could no longer tolerate Gao Xingli's disgusting behavior and began to speak up for Chen Chen, recounting the events in detail. After hearing this, Wang Guotao was instantly furious and raised his hand to give Gao Xingli a resounding slap. "Have you lost your mind? Do you know who he is? He is my master." "What? This kid is your master? How is that possible?" Gao Xingli was dumbfounded, even thinking it was a hallucination caused by the shock of being hit. But it wasn't just him, everyone present looked incredulous. "Oh my! Chen Chen is actually this impressive. How many secrets does he have hidden?" Next to them, Chen Zimo's eyes widened, her hands covering her gaping mouth. She was increasingly in awe of Chen Chen, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "Director, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't recognize a great man. Please spare me this time." Seeing Wang Guotao's fierce gaze, Gao Xingli knew he had really gotten into big trouble this time. At that moment, he no longer cared about his face and began to plead desperately for mercy. "Gao Xingli, what you have done today not only harmed my master but also hurt the vast number of common people. If I let you go, it would be against the principles of heaven. As the dean, I hereby announce that, effective immediately, I am dismissing you from your position as vice dean and transferring your case to the relevant departments for investigation. If any illegal actions are found, just wait to rot in prison." As Wang Guotao's words fell, Gao Xingli's heart instantly turned to ashes, and he collapsed to the ground as if his soul had left him. This handling of the situation made everyone present unable to hold back a cheer of good. It was truly a relief to the heart. At this moment, Wang Guotao turned around and deeply bowed to the onlookers, saying loudly, "Everyone, the emergence of such scum in our hospital is also my responsibility as the dean. I apologize to you all and solemnly promise that from today on, I will thoroughly investigate the internal staff of the hospital and will not allow any abuse of power for personal gain." As soon as these words were spoken, loud applause erupted around. Chen Chen nodded with a smile, expressing great satisfaction with Wang Guotao's character. Next, Wang Guotao ordered the security to take away Gao Xingli, Gao Yingjie, and Wang Lili. Wang Lili panicked instantly and shouted, "I am not a member of the Wang family. I have nothing to do with them." Upon hearing this, Gao Yingjie instantly became furious. "Wang Lili, you are clearly my girlfriend. How can you say you have nothing to do with us?" Wang Lili, eager to distance herself, immediately retorted, "Who is your girlfriend? I don't even know you." Gao Yingjie was about to explode with anger. "Wang Lili, you filthy whore, if it weren't for someone stopping me, I would have killed you." Wang Lili remained unfazed and continued to argue with Wang Guotao, "Dean, I really don't know them, just let me go." At that moment, Qian Zimo casually said, "Dean, don't listen to this woman's nonsense, she is not honest at all. She is clearly Chen Chen's ex-girlfriend, yet she publicly humiliates him by calling him useless, and she is also Gao Yingjie's current girlfriend, but now she says she doesn't know them at all. It's truly disgusting." Upon hearing that Wang Lili had publicly insulted Chen Chen, Wang Guotao's face instantly darkened, and he coldly said, "Take her down, she must also be dealt with seriously." Hearing this, Wang Lili's heart sank completely, and she collapsed to the ground, crying loudly. Soon, the three were taken away by security, and the onlookers, realizing there was no show to watch, dispersed. Wang Guotao approached Chen Chen with a look of seeking praise and asked with a smile, "Master, my arrangement is okay, right?" Chen Chen nodded and said, "This matter has indeed been handled well. If you can help us arrange another hospital room, that would be even better." Wang Guotao was eager for Chen Chen to use him more, so he immediately nodded and said, "No problem, it's a small matter." Li Chunlan, both surprised and delighted, asked, "Dean, is it really possible?" Wang Guotao smiled and said, "Since my master has chosen to help you, I will naturally do my best. I will not only arrange a hospital room for you but also the best room, along with the best doctors and nurses." Upon hearing this, Li Chunlan was instantly moved to tears. "Thank you, Dean." "Thank you, Brother Chen." With the Dean's help, arranging the hospital room went very smoothly. Soon, the old lady was settled into the best room. It was only then that Chen Hai arrived late. When Li Chunlan brought him into the room, he saw experts who were usually hard to see collectively consulting for his elderly mother, and he was instantly dumbfounded. "Wife, didn't you say we couldn't even get a hospital room? Don't be so surprised, this is all thanks to you." Seeing Chen Hai's dumbfounded expression, Li Chunlan couldn't help but laugh. "Thanks to me? What do you mean?" Chen Hai was completely confused. He had just arrived at the hospital and hadn't done anything, yet the matter was already resolved. "Thanks to your good relationships, even the customers who often come to our house for dinner can become friends with you. There's a young and handsome guy named Chen Chen who said he's particularly close to you." Li Chunlan explained to herself, completely oblivious to the confusion on Chen Hai's face, and continued, "I'm telling you, you should really thank him. That young man almost got into trouble today because of our mom. Do you think it's appropriate for us to give him money? Or, wait a minute." Chen Hai interrupted Li Chunlan, frowning as he said, "I've thought about it carefully, and I've never known anyone named Chen Chen. There's no one by that name among my friends. Don't joke around. If you don't know him, why would he be so eager to help us?" Li Chunlan complained. "It must be that your memory is too poor. Think carefully, we can't be ungrateful people." Hearing this made Chen Hai doubt whether he really had a bad memory, but no matter how he thought about it, he just couldn't remember who Chen Chen was. Seeing that Chen Hai didn't seem to be lying, Li Chunlan was also puzzled. "You really don't know him?" Chen Hai frowned and nodded, saying, "Yeah, what's going on? Where is that Chen Chen?" Li Chunlan replied, "Brother Chen has gone out for something and will be back soon. You can ask him then." In the dean's office, Wang Guotao respectfully poured tea for Chen Chen and Qian Zimo. During this time, he was secretly observing Qian Zimo. Suddenly, Chen Shen's voice rang out, "Hey, why are you sneaking glances at her?" Qian Zimo was taken aback. "Huh? Sneaking a look at me?" Caught in the act, Wang Guotao's face turned red, and he awkwardly smiled, explaining, "Miss Qian, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything by it, I was just a bit curious." Qian Zimo laughed and curiously asked, "Dean Wang, what are you curious about?" Wang Guotao was about to speak but then thought of something and looked at Chen Chen, asking, "Master, can I say it?" Chen Chen found it puzzling. "If you want to say it, just say it. Why ask me?" Then I'll say it. Wang Guotao relaxed and then stared at Chen Chen, asking, Master, may I ask, between Xiao Su and this Miss Chen, who is my master's wife? Pfft, the tea that Chen Chen had just sipped immediately sprayed out. What master's wife? What's going on with that Xiao Su? Xian Zimo asked with a curious expression. Xiao Su is a student from our medical school's Western medicine department, and she's also my master's roommate. This morning, Wang Guotao recounted how Chen Chen had teased Su Xiaotong about being his girlfriend. He continued, and now, Miss Chen, you've appeared next to my master, and it seems your relationship is quite close, so I'm curious about what your relationship with my master is. Chen Chen immediately spoke up. I say, you're already so old, why are you still so gossipy? As for me and Zimo, we're just good friends. Don't say anything reckless. A girl's reputation is very important. Wang Guotao quickly corrected himself. Understood. Master, don't worry, I absolutely won't say anything reckless and won't delay Miss Chen from finding a boyfriend. Xian Zimo immediately chimed in, oh, it's fine, Dean Wang, I don't mind. In fact, when Wang Guotao said the words master's wife, she felt quite happy inside. If she had already developed a good impression of Chen Chen when he helped her seek justice at the antique market, then after witnessing Chen Chen's righteous demeanor and manliness just now, she had completely fallen for him. She even hoped that Wang Guotao would mistakenly think of her as the master's wife. Alright, let's get back to business. Chen Chen ended the topic. Master, the matter you asked me to handle, I am currently working on it, which is also why I came to the hospital so late. Wang Guotao's main focus was still on school. He was just a part-time dean here and would only come over when necessary. He was here now to deal with Chen Chen's issue and needed to find some materials. He told Chen Chen that the matter was being handled, but it would take some time. However, there was no problem. It would definitely be resolved. This was the answer Chen Chen wanted. As long as it can be handled, that's fine. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Chen glanced at the time and felt that Chen Hai should be arriving soon, so he stood up and left with Chen Zimo. As soon as they returned to the ward, a smile appeared on Chen Chen's face, and he said, Boss Chen, we meet again. Chen Hai was instantly surprised upon seeing Chen Chen and asked, what are you doing here? Li Chunlan said, Old Chen, this is the Chen Chen I told you about. He helped us get the hospital room for our mom. So you are Chen Chen. Chen Hai immediately understood everything and frowned, asking, did you come to the hospital because of that rice jar? That's right, exactly so, Chen Chen admitted generously. But how did you know my mother was sick and which hospital she was in? Chen Hai was puzzled. He remembered that when he was on the phone with his wife, he hadn't mentioned which hospital it was, and when looking at the information, he was in opposition to Chen Chen. You don't need to worry about that. You just need to know that I helped not only because of that rice jar but also because I can't stand the actions of certain bastards in this hospital. Moreover, I understand medicine and can be considered a doctor. I can't just stand by and watch someone die. Chen Chen's words were completely sincere, without a hint of pretense. Yes, old Chen, brother Chen really knows medicine. At that time, our mom had already fainted from the pain. If it weren't for brother Chen's help, our mom might. Li Chunlan couldn't help but cry when she recalled the situation. She was truly both angry and helpless at that time. Chen Chen was the light that illuminated her path. After hearing Li Chunlan's description of the situation, Chen Hai also realized that they were lucky to have Chen Chen today. Brother, thank you. Really, thank you. A life-saving grace cannot be repaid. Let me bow to you. Saying this, Chen Hai directly knelt down. Boss Chen, please don't be so polite. Chen Chen quickly helped Chen Hai up and smiled, saying, even if it weren't for that rice jar, if I encountered this situation, I would still step in. Besides, we both share the surname Chen. Who knows, we might have been from the same family 500 years ago. I'm just lending a hand. Brother, your words remind me. Chen Hai said, since we both share the surname Chen, the ancestral treasures left by my Chen family, if I give them to you, it wouldn't count as giving them to an outsider. That rice jar, I gift it to you. What? Giving it to him for free? This statement surprised Chen Chen, leaving him momentarily stunned. If it were someone else, they would have happily nodded in agreement at this point. But Chen Hai's straightforwardness made Chen Chen feel a bit embarrassed. While finding a bargain is important, one must also be true to their conscience. At least that's how Chen Chen felt. There is a saying in the antique world, treasures belong to those who recognize their worth. If someone else fails to recognize the value, even if they pick up a bargain for free, they wouldn't feel any pressure. After all, antiques rely on one's discernment. If you can't see it, then you are not destined to have it. However, Chen Hai clearly understood the significance of that rice jar, yet he still wanted to give it away for free. This made Chen Chen feel a bit uncomfortable about taking it empty-handed. It felt too ungrateful. Thus, Chen Chen couldn't help but say, Boss Chen, actually, I can buy it, just name your price. Chen Hai immediately waved his hand and said, "Brother, to be honest, I don't lack money. The money I earn now, without going into details, is definitely enough for 2 generations to live without worry, so I don't care how much I sell it for. Moreover, the most important thing is that you are my mother's lifesaver. If it weren't for you, my mother wouldn't even know what her situation is right now. Just for this kindness, let alone giving you something, even if I had to give away my restaurant, I would do it willingly." Chen Chen was speechless and laughed, quickly saying, "That's not necessary." Chen Hai said seriously, "Brother, don't refuse. Just take it as my way of thanking you for saving my mother, okay?" Chen Chen smiled and said, "Since you, Boss Chen, have said so, if I refuse again, it wouldn't be manly. Alright, since you want to give it away, I won't be polite." As soon as he said this, Chen Hai burst into laughter, patting Chen Chen on the shoulder and laughing, "Ha! Good. I like straightforward people." At that moment, the old lady woke up. The first thing she said upon waking was to find her lifesaver. It turned out that although the old lady had fainted from the pain, her mind was still clear. She could hear everything happening outside but just couldn't wake up. So, she naturally knew that a righteous young man had saved her. "Mom, it was this brother Chen who saved you, and he even helped us arrange the best hospital room." Li Chunlan quickly pointed to Chen Chen and explained, "Young man, thank you for saving my life," the old lady said as she tried to get up to express her gratitude, but Chen Chen quickly rushed over and gently pressed her back down onto the bed. "Grandma, you are still very weak, you must take good care of yourself." "Alright, I understand." The old lady nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude, and then suddenly turned to Chen Hai and scolded, "Xiao Hai, what are you still standing there for? Didn't you say you would give something to thank the young man? Why aren't you quickly taking him to get it?" Chen Hai laughed, "Mom, hearing you scold me so loudly, it seems you are indeed feeling much better, so I can rest assured. Okay, I'll listen to you and take Brother Chen to get the things right now." Chen Chen said, "Old lady, sisterly, if you need anything, feel free to contact me. I can still speak in this hospital." After saying that, he left his phone number and then followed Chen Hai back to the restaurant. Chen Hai quickly cleaned out all the rice from the rice jar and personally handed the jar to Chen Chen. When he finally held the rice jar in his arms, Chen Chen didn't show much excitement, because everything he had just done was to get this item. In other words, he had already determined that this was his possession. But to be fair, he was still very happy inside. Then, Chen Chen greeted Chen Hai, hugged the rice jar, and turned to leave with Qian Zimo. After placing the rice jar in the back seat, he arranged for Qian Zimo to sit in the back as well, fearing that the item might fall from the seat. It would be too heartbreaking if the precious item he had worked so hard to obtain were to break accidentally. However, even without Chen Chen's reminder, Qian Zimo had already planned to sit in the back. Because she hadn't thought the rice jar was anything special before, but Chen Chen's judgment was never wrong, so she decided to study it carefully in the back. After all, she was a PhD student in the archaeology department of Capital University. It would be too embarrassing if she couldn't even understand a significant treasure. Chen Chen was in a great mood, humming a song while driving. However, his voice was very soft because Qian Zimo was currently focused on studying the rice jar and couldn't be disturbed too much. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Qian Zimo had thoroughly examined the rice jar from top to bottom. At the same time, her expression had changed drastically from before, now filled with shock and confusion. "Chen Chen, this can't be real, right?" Indeed, Qian Zimo had figured out the origin of this rice jar, but she wasn't entirely sure. If it were true, then this item was indeed extraordinary. However, the fact that it was discovered in a restaurant made it hard for her to believe in its authenticity. In her understanding, such a fine object could only be found through 2 means: either it had been passed down through a prominent family over a long time, or it could only be excavated from large tombs. If any random restaurant could have such a treasure, it would be a significant blow to archaeologists. "You're not wrong, this is real." Chen Chen's tone was filled with undeniable certainty. "Hiss. Wait a minute, don't tell me yet, I want to find out the truth myself." Qian Zimo was stunned, and she immediately took out her phone to search for information. A few minutes later, she found it. She carefully examined the porcelain on her phone and compared it with the patterns and glaze of the rice jar in front of her. The next second, she gasped in shock and exclaimed, "Oh my god, is this really Ming Dynasty Wanli 5-color porcelain?" Chen Chen's lips curled into a smile as he nodded without hesitation, saying, "Yes, this is a Ming Dynasty Wanli 5-color dragon pattern jar. It's the real Wanli 5-color." Upon hearing this, Qian Zimo was so excited that she could hardly catch her breath. It wasn't her fault for being so dramatic, it was simply because the weight of the words Wanli 5-color was too significant. Rarity makes things valuable. Ming Dynasty Wanli 5-color porcelain was already rare enough. Today, the surviving quantity of Ming Dynasty Wanli 5-color pieces is less than 100,000. Even fewer are well preserved, not even reaching 100. The Ming Dynasty Wanli 5-color dragon pattern jar in front of her, whether in glaze, pattern, or preservation level, was a top-tier masterpiece. This item was undoubtedly a national treasure. It took Chen Zimo a while to recover from her shock, and she exclaimed in admiration, "Shen, you are really amazing. What's this? I have even better items at home." As soon as he said this, Shen quickly covered his mouth. Oh no, he let it slip. However, it was too late to cover his mouth now. Better items? What are they? I want to see. Sure enough, Chen Zimo was immediately drawn in by Shen's words, her eyes sparkling. No, you heard wrong. Shen quickly backtracked, but how could he possibly fool Chen Zimo? Oh, so you're even wary of me. Is there no trust between us? After hearing this angry remark, Chen quickly glanced at the rearview mirror to see what expression Chen Zimo had. The moment he looked, he couldn't help but chuckle. What's so funny? Chen Zimo asked, both angry and confused. I didn't expect the dignified ice queen to pout in anger. I have to say, you actually look quite pretty right now. Chen couldn't help but steal a few more glances. This comment made Chen Zimo shy, her cheeks slightly reddening. Fortunately, the orange neon lights along the roadside helped conceal her blush. After a few seconds, Chen Zimo shot Chen a glare and said irritably, "Don't change the subject. In the end, you just don't believe me." Chen fell silent. To be honest, he did plan to keep things under wraps. After all, the place where he hid his treasures was just a shabby wardrobe, not safe at all. As the saying goes, wealth should not be revealed. The 2 items in that wardrobe, if either were leaked, could cause a huge uproar. If a thief got wind of it, that would be a big problem. But then he thought again. It's wise to keep wealth hidden to guard against petty people, and as for Chen Zimo, after these days of contact, he knows that Chen Zimo is definitely not one of those. He still has this bit of trust. Moreover, Chen Zimo has personally witnessed a national treasure fall into his hands today. Since that's the case, knowing one treasure is no different from knowing 3 or even more. Alright, since you want to see it, come back home with me. Chen thought for a moment and ultimately decided to trust Chen Zimo. You keep better treasures at home? Chen Zimo asked, somewhat surprised. Don't you have a roommate named Xiaosu? Aren't you afraid of being robbed? I don't want to keep it at home either. Mainly, I really have no place to store it, Chen said with a wry smile. He continued, as for my roommate, she has no idea I have treasures in my room, and she's not a bad person. I think it should be fine. Chen Zimo reminded him, that's true, but as the saying goes, no matter how much you guard against outsiders, it's the ones inside that are hard to prevent. You still need to be a bit careful. Chen just nodded and said nothing more. When they got home, Chen was a bit surprised. In the large living room, only Su Xiaotong was there, curled up on the sofa like a caterpillar, engrossed in a show, occasionally letting out a silly laugh. She was so absorbed that she didn't even hear the door open. If a bad person came in, wouldn't they just take care of her right there on the sofa? Xiaotong, where's Yu Jie? Oh my god, when did you come in? You scared me to death. The sudden voice startled Su Xiaotong, causing her hands to tremble and her phone to drop to the floor. She bent down to pick up her phone and didn't notice that Chen Zimo was following Chen. While bending down, she answered, I asked Yu Jie, it was really noisy over there, so I couldn't hear clearly. I just know she seems to be really busy today and won't be back until very late. Really noisy? Chen recalled that when he had lunch with Yen Ruyu, it was also particularly noisy over there. What on earth was this woman doing today? Suddenly, Chen realized he had never really understood what Yen Ruyu did for a living. Thinking carefully, it seemed her work hours weren't fixed. Sometimes she left early, sometimes late, sometimes came back really early, and sometimes didn't even go to work. It seemed like it was the first time she hadn't returned this late. Ah, Chen, you're not alone. Su Xiaotong's sudden exclamation pulled Chen back to reality. Why does that sound like an insult? Chen's mouth twitched as he spoke. No, I meant, who is this beautiful lady? Su Xiaotong blinked her big eyes, curiously sizing up Chen Zimo. She is. Before Chen could finish, Chen Zimo walked over, extended her hand, and smiled. Hello, I'm Chen Zimo, a friend of Chen. You must be that little Su from the medical school, right? This scene left Chen dumbfounded. Chen Zimo usually wasn't like this with strangers. She was typically cold and silent, only speaking up when she was particularly familiar with someone. But now, not only was she taking the initiative to speak, but she was also full of smiles, which surprised Chen greatly. Ha? You know me? Su Xiaotong looked astonished. Chen Zimo nodded and said, I ran into your department head today. I heard him mention you, otherwise, I wouldn't have known that Chen Shen actually shares a house with a girl. So that's how it is, Su Xiaotong nodded. The next second, she suddenly exclaimed, oh. It was then that she noticed Qian Zimo's hand reaching out, so she quickly got up from the sofa to shake hands with him, awkwardly smiling. Sorry, I'm a bit slow to react. Ha! Qian Zimo chuckled and couldn't help but say, you're so cute. No wonder Chen Shan wants to tease you into being his girlfriend. If I were a man, I'd want to find such a cute and interesting girlfriend too. Oh, that bad guy Chen Shan, why does he have to say everything out loud? Su Xiaotong's little face instantly turned bright red. Suddenly, Qian Zimo stared closely at Su Xiaotong's face, exclaiming in surprise, wow. Little Su, how do you take care of your skin? You're not wearing any makeup, yet it looks so rosy and bouncy. Su Xiaotong waved her hand and smiled, my skin is pretty average, but I think you, Zimo, are so beautiful, and your aura is really great. The two women began chatting back and forth, completely ignoring Chen Shen. Seeing this scene, Chen Shen felt utterly incredulous. Women truly are a fascinating species. Just a second ago, they were introducing themselves for the first time, and the next moment, they were acting like old friends. In the blink of an eye, Su Xiaotong and Qian Zimo had already snuggled up on the sofa, examining each other's hair. At that moment, Su Xiaotong sighed and said, it's a pity that Sister Yu isn't home today, otherwise, if you two stood together, one cold as ice and the other warm as fire, it would be perfect. Who is this Sister Yu? She's our roommate, and she's quite the bossy one. Chen Shen smiled wryly and nodded, that's true, if she gets angry, she really would go to the kitchen and grab a knife. Qian Zimo laughed, I have to say, I'm really looking forward to meeting her in person. I wonder if she'll be back soon. Chen Shen helplessly said, sister, don't wait for her, don't forget the main thing. I'm quite tired holding this thing, you know? Qian Zimo awkwardly smiled and said, sorry, I forgot about the main thing. Do you want me to help you hold it? Chen Shen immediately shook his head, no, this thing is a bit heavy. If you drop it, it would cost me my life. Wow, what is this? So beautiful. Is it an antique? It was only then that Su Xiaotong noticed the Ming Dynasty Wanli 5-colored dragon pattern jar that Chen Shen was holding. Is your brain single-threaded? You only just noticed such a big thing now? Chen Shen chuckled in disbelief. How annoying. Su Xiaotong pouted and glared at Chen Shen, then asked, by the way, Zimo, what was the main thing you mentioned earlier? Is it related to this antique? Can I say it? Qian Zimo didn't answer but looked at Chen Shen first. It's fine, we're all friends here, go ahead. Since Chen Shen had decided to bring Qian Zimo home to admire his collection, he had already considered that Su Xiaotong and Yen Ruyu might be at home. After careful thought, he felt he could trust these two women. So, Qian Zimo explained to Su Xiaotong. As soon as she heard that Chen Shen had treasures, she immediately raised both hands to express her eagerness to see them. Let's go, come with me inside. With a beautiful girl taking the initiative to enter, Chen Shen naturally wouldn't refuse, leading the two women into the bedroom and casually closing the door behind him. Although they were at home, it was still wise to be cautious. However, none of the three noticed that just 3 seconds before the door closed, the main door of the room had suddenly been opened. Yen Ruyu had returned. She was just about to ask Su Xiaotong and Chen Shen who was home when she suddenly heard the sound of the door closing. Curiously, she turned to look and saw that Chen Shen's bedroom door had just closed. At first, she thought it was just Chen Shen who had gone in, but after searching the entire room, she couldn't find Su Xiaotong anywhere. However, there was clearly half a bag of uneaten chips on the coffee table, and the TV was playing the variety show that Su Xiaotong loved. All signs indicated that Su Xiaotong was at home, yet she couldn't find her. Now, the only place that Yen Ruyu hadn't checked was Chen Shen's bedroom. That girl Xiaotong, could she have run into Chen Shen's bedroom? But if it was just a normal visit, she wouldn't close the door, right? Could it be that she was lured in by that lecherous Chen Shen? Yen Ruyu was worried that Su Xiaotong had walked into a wolf's den, so she quickly tiptoed to the outside of Chen Shen's bedroom, pressed her ear gently against the door, and prepared to eavesdrop on what was happening inside. What a coincidence! Just as Yen Ruyu pressed her ear to the door, Su Xiaotong's voice came from inside. Wow! So exquisite! Chen Shen, can I touch it? Yen Ruyu was instantly petrified. What was happening? Before she could react, Chen Shen's voice followed. Of course you can touch it, but it's very fragile, so you have to be gentle, understand? Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. Wow! This texture is just as you said, it feels so wet. No way? This can't be happening. How could it be like this? This must not be real. Hearing such suggestive words from outside the door, Yen Ruyu couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush slightly, but she still couldn't believe that the pure and lovely Su Xiaotong would do something so bold. Was she overthinking it? Until now, Yan Ruyu still held onto a glimmer of hope, but the following conversation between Su Xiaotong and Chen Shen completely left her in disarray. This little thing is exquisite, but I still prefer the big ones. The big ones look really impressive. Alright, then touch this big one. Doesn't it feel a bit different? Wow, it really does. The big one is definitely better, and it suits me more. Upon hearing this, Yan Ruyu could no longer hold back. Her pretty face turned as dark as water. That bastard. He actually took advantage of her absence to lure Xiaotong into his room. Xiaotong was still an innocent student. No, a girl's first time is very important. Even if Xiaotong really had feelings for Chen Shen, she absolutely couldn't let her be deceived so easily. Yan Ruyu turned and went to the kitchen, grabbing 2 kitchen knives, one in each hand, and stormed towards Chen Shen's bedroom. When she reached the door, Yan Ruyu kicked it open with a loud bang. The door flew open with a resounding crash. Yan Ruyu charged in with the 2 kitchen knives, shouting angrily, "Chen Shen, you bastard! Xiaotong is still a student, she's so innocent, how could you do this to her?" Only after finishing her words did Yan Ruyu finally see the situation in front of her, and she froze in place. Not only him, but all 3 people in the room were also stunned, staring in disbelief. Su Xiaotong was holding a large, colorful jar, looking bewildered at Yan Ruyu, who was holding 2 kitchen knives, and foolishly asked, "Sister Yu, what are you talking about? And why are you holding 2 kitchen knives?" At that moment, Yan Ruyu's mind went blank, and she muttered, I don't even know what I'm doing." Chen Shen chuckled, immediately guessing what Yan Ruyu was trying to do, and helplessly said, "Do we even need to ask? It's obvious Sister Yu misunderstood, probably thinking I took advantage of her absence to lure you into my bedroom to do something bad." Xian Zimo, realizing what was happening, immediately covered her mouth and laughed out loud. Su Xiaotong's face turned bright red as she explained, "Sister Yu, you misunderstood. I was talking about this little thing, this ancient coin. The reason it's wet is that it was just dug out from the ground, and the soil hasn't dried yet. And the big thing refers to this large jar. So we are just admiring antiques." Once she understood, Yan Ruyu's face turned red with embarrassment. She quickly lowered the raised kitchen knife. Then, her gaze fell on Xian Zimo. After a warm introduction from Su Xiaotong, the 2 women got to know each other. What surprised Chen Shen was that these 3 women seemed to hit it off quite well. Even though it was their first meeting, they could chat easily. "Sister Yu, let's not chat for now. I have good news for you. Chen Shen won the bet against Zhou Shou. And Chen Shen is amazing. Not only is he a master at gambling stones, but he's also an expert in appraising treasures. You should come and see the treasures he has collected, they are all incredible. This coin is..." Su Xiaotong eagerly shared what she had just learned from Chen Shen about the chip de qi and the Wanli 5-color porcelain. After Qian Zimo added some information about the value of these 2 treasures, Yan Ruyu was left dumbfounded. However, none of the 3 women noticed Chen Shen's expression. At that moment, Chen Shen was wide-eyed, staring intently at Su Xiaotong, a look of surprise on his face. Because Su Xiaotong's description of those 2 treasures was exactly the same as what Chen Shen had just said, not a single word was wrong. He didn't expect this girl to have such a good memory, remembering everything after just one listen. I wonder if this girl's comprehension is as impressive as her memory? A bold thought suddenly popped into Chen Shen's mind. After considering this idea carefully, he felt it was quite feasible. Just as he was happily planning something, Yan Ruyu's voice interrupted his thoughts. "So this bronze guanyin statue is also a very precious antique?" Before Chen Shen could answer, Xian Zimo waved her hand and said, "To be honest, I can't see what's so special about this thing. It's just a very ordinary item." Yan Ruyu nodded and said, "Well, Zimo is a PhD in archaeology from Capital University. With such a high degree, her judgment must be correct. If you say this thing is not good, then it must be really bad. If that's the case, Chen Shen, were you deceived?" Chen Shen immediately laughed, hands behind his back, looking smug as he said, "You guys don't understand anything. The value of the things in this bronze guanyin statue, even if you combine the chip de qi and the Wanli 5-color porcelain, wouldn't be enough to compare." "Really? That's amazing." Su Xiaotong was instantly shocked, her eyes wide. "Xiaotong, do you really believe that? This annoying little brother is such a braggart. If you said this thing was good, I might still believe it, but it can't be that those 2 combined aren't worth looking at, right?" Not only did Yan Ruyu not believe it, but even Xian Zimo, who had already been impressed by Chen Shen's abilities, began to doubt. "Chen Shen, I absolutely did not misjudge. This bronze guanyin statue is just an ordinary item from the Republic of China period. How could it be as amazing as you say?" Chen Shen smiled and said, "You didn't misjudge. This thing is indeed from the Republic of China, but you can only see the surface and not what's inside. This thing actually has hidden depths. Is this a treasure within a treasure? Qian Zimo immediately reacted, her face filled with surprise. After all, she was a PhD in archaeology, often accompanying professors on field studies, and her family owned an antique shop, so she had seen a lot. She had encountered many treasures within treasures, so she quickly understood what Chen Chen meant. Seeing Chen Chen nod, Qian Zimo instantly became excited. What treasures are hidden inside? Anything that is a treasure within a treasure must contain something extraordinary. After all, if it were just ordinary objects, there would be no need to go to such lengths. Seeing Qian Zimo's expression, Su Xiaodong and Yan Ruyu also realized that there must be treasures within the Guanyin statue, so they quickly looked at Chen Chen, eagerly awaiting the answer. However, Chen Chen kept them in suspense, smiling mysteriously as he said, "I'm sorry, but it's not convenient to take out what's inside right now. Let's leave it there for now." As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a collective disdain from the three beautiful women. "Since we can't see it, then forget it." In the end, it was still Chen Zimo who eased the tension, saying, "But even if it's just the missing piece of the daki in the Wanxilia colorware, it's enough for you to make a fortune." Chen Chen teased, "You're still a PhD in archaeology, and this is your level of awareness? These two items are national treasures of our dragon country, how could I possibly sell them? What if these things change hands several times and end up being sold cheaply to foreigners? That would be a huge loss." Chen Zimo suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and nodded, saying, "What you said makes sense. We absolutely cannot let foreigners get a bargain on our dragon country's treasures." After saying that, she suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "I understand what you mean now. You want to donate these items, right?" But Chen Chen shook his head, "I won't sell them, but I also won't donate them. I don't feel comfortable doing that." Qian Zimo laughed, "What's there to be uncomfortable about? Museums are very safe. Come on, give me a break." Chen Chen rolled his eyes and said, 10 years ago, a certain museum was robbed, losing 2 national treasure-level items and over 20 secondary treasures. The case has still not been solved. Do you think I can feel at ease?" Qian Zimo countered, "You said it was 10 years ago. Back then, the security systems weren't perfect. It must be fine now." Chen Chen replied lightly, "That's because they haven't encountered a thief like me. If I went, do you think the museum would be left unscathed? Well, that is indeed possible." Although Chen Chen's words had a hint of bravado, Qian Zimo nodded in belief. She had witnessed Chen Chen's skills firsthand. If he were to steal something, he might actually succeed. At that moment, Yan Ruyu yawned, then covered her mouth and waved her hand, saying, "I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted today. You guys chat slowly, I'm going to rest first." As soon as Yan Ruyu stepped out of the bedroom, Qian Zimo's phone rang. After picking it up, she heard Qian Yud's roar. "Qian Zimo, it's already past 10 at night, and you're still out messing around? Don't think that just because I like that kid Chen Chen, you can spend the night with him outside. Hurry up and come back. No, let that kid Chen Chen personally bring you back." Anyone who has been a child knows that when parents start calling you by your full name, things have gotten serious. It seems Qian Yud is quite a principal when it comes to his daughter's education. Did you hear that? Hurry and take me back, or my dad will tear you apart. I believe that. Qian Zimo and Chen Chen exchanged glances, both shaking their heads and smiling wryly. "Zimo, come over often when you have time. I tell you, Jia cooks really well," Su Xiaodong said, linking her arm with Qian Zimo's, both enthusiastic and reluctant to part. "Okay, I'll definitely come when I have time." After saying that, Qian Zimo turned to leave. "Xiaotong, wait for me at home, don't rest yet. I have something I want to talk to you about," Chen Chen specifically reminded Su Xiaotong before leaving. Su Xiaotong wanted to ask what it was, but Chen Chen was already in a hurry to leave. The two of them remained silent on the way. Finally, as they were nearing home, Chen Zimo could no longer hold back and quietly asked, "Chen Chen, both of your roommates are quite beautiful, and each has their own characteristics." Speaking of this, Chen Chen became excited and laughed. "Of course, I'm really lucky. Not only can I share a rental with beautiful women, but I have 2 at once." Qian Zimo lightly bit her lip and continued to ask, "So, what do you think of the 2 of them?" Without thinking, Chen Chen replied, "Sister Yu is hot and passionate, but reliable at critical moments. Xiaotong is pure and cute, occasionally a bit silly, really fun. In short, both of them are quite good." Qian Zimo smiled and teased, "I also think they are pretty good. You have the advantage of being close to the water tower. Why not seize the opportunity to develop the relationship?" Chen Chen immediately waved his hand, "Let's forget it. First, about Sister Yu, if she were really my girlfriend and we had a fight, I would genuinely be afraid she would stab me with a knife. As for Xiaodong, that girl is a bit silly and too pure looking. I really can't bring myself to do anything. If it's to treat her like a little sister, I'm very willing." Hearing this, Chen Zimo's anxious heart finally relaxed, and she immediately asked, "So what do you think of me?" After saying this, Chen Zimo stared intently at Chen Shen's face, her eyes full of expectation. "You're pretty good too, a friend worth getting to know better," Chen Shen blurted out without thinking. "Oh." Chen Zimo rolled her eyes dramatically. She found it strange. Was Chen Shen's head made of wood? She had hinted so clearly, yet Chen Shen responded like this. She was truly exasperated. Chen Zimo's expectations instantly vanished. She crossed her arms and turned her head toward the car window, no longer wanting to say another word to Chen Shen. Chen Shen also felt too lazy to talk. His mind was filled with thoughts of chatting with Su Xiaotong after returning. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. If this really worked out, he wouldn't have to do anything and could just wait for piles of money to come in. The two remained silent all the way. After more than 10 minutes, they returned to the antique shop. The surrounding shops had already closed, leaving only the antique shop brightly lit. Shen Yid had moved a small stool and was waiting at the door for Chen Shen and Chen Zimo to return. "Daughter, did you have fun this afternoon?" Seeing Chen Zimo get out of the car, Shen Yid immediately approached with a smile, looking like a complete daughter slave. "It was okay, I'm tired. I'm going upstairs to rest." Chen Zimo was in a bad mood, and after saying that, she went upstairs without looking back. "I say, Xiao Chun, did my daughter throw a tantrum at you again?" Xian Yud could tell something was off with Chen Zimo and immediately curiously asked Chun Chen. "No, we were just happily chatting a moment ago. She's probably just tired. Look, she picked up so many things this afternoon." Chen Shen opened the trunk and, seeing 7 or 8 small items, Xian Yud suddenly understood. No wonder she's tired, she must have run around a lot. Chen Shen laughed. "That's right, Zimo can really run. She didn't stop at the flea market. Anyway, I'll take the things she picked up down for you, and then I'll take a taxi and leave." Saying this, Chen Shen began to move the items. Xian Yud helped out as well. Soon, they unloaded everything. But just as Chen Shen was about to leave, Chen Yud suddenly grabbed him and stuffed the car keys into his hand. "Boss, what do you mean by this?" Looking at the car keys in his hand, Chen Shen was curious. Taking a taxi is too much trouble. "Anyway, I have another car, you can drive this one for now." "Wow, boss, you're so generous." Chen Shen was genuinely surprised. Ever since he helped Chen Zimo get justice in the antique city, he felt that Chen Yud was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. Now he was directly lending him the car, which was truly unexpected. "Of course, I have my reasons too." Chen Yud was not one to beat around the bush. He said directly, "This car is lent to you, but I never said it was a gift. I know you have money, but you just haven't gotten around to buying a car. When you do buy one, you can return this car to me. Besides, having a car will not only make it convenient for you to come to the shop, but it will also make it easier for you to go out and have fun. You can take Zimo out more often to strengthen your relationship." Chen Shen chuckled in disbelief and said, "I knew you wouldn't be so nice to me for no reason. Turns out you were waiting for me here." Xian Yud smiled and said, "I think you and my daughter are quite a match. I believe feelings can be cultivated. And I must remind you, there are many who want to pursue my daughter. If you don't act fast, and she ends up liking someone else, don't come crying to me." Chen Shen smiled lightly and replied, "Feelings depend on fate. I'm not in a hurry to find a partner." His mind was filled with thoughts of building his career, as Feng Shaheo's words had indeed reminded him. Now that he had money, he couldn't be complacent, he needed to diversify his development. In simple terms, he couldn't just rely on picking up antiques and gambling on stones, he had to fully utilize his advantages. For instance, he could open a clinic with his medical skills, or start a jade shop, or even a museum, and he could invest in other industries as well. There were many things he wanted to pursue, but he had to take it one step at a time. Right now, he needed to focus on establishing the clinic. As for dating and relationships, he wasn't in a rush at all. Once he became stronger, wouldn't finding a wife be a piece of cake? However, Chen Yud's offer to lend him the car was indeed timely. Taking a taxi every day was inconvenient, and he really didn't have the time to buy a car. Besides, he didn't know much about cars. He decided to take some time to study them first, and once he understood, he would find a time to buy one. Chen Shen's philosophy was that even if he had money, he shouldn't spend it recklessly. Since he was going to buy a car, he needed to do his research first. If he only looked at the price and brand and bought something casually, that would be foolish. Since Chen Yud genuinely wanted to lend him the car, he wouldn't be polite and just drove off. Su Xiaotong was indeed innocent. Even though she didn't know what Chen Shen was planning, she obediently sat in the living room. When she saw Chen Shen return, she couldn't sit still any longer. She ran over, her eyes wide with curiosity, and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "There's no rush, let's sit down and talk slowly." Chen Shen pulled Su Xiaotong back to the sofa and poured 2 cups of water. After taking a sip, he leisurely asked, "What year are you in now?" Su Xiaotong replied, "Our medical school is a 5-year program. I'm in my 4th year now." "Why do you ask?" Chen Shen nodded and continued, "So are you planning to continue to the 5th year to take the graduate entrance exam, or do you want to work and earn money directly?" Although Su Xiaotong didn't quite understand what Chen Shen meant, she thought carefully and obediently answered, "I want to earn money, but I also want to take the graduate entrance exam, and I want to switch majors." "Oh, which major do you want to pursue?" "I want to study traditional Chinese medicine." "You're doing well in Western medicine, why do you want to switch to traditional Chinese medicine?" Chen Shen was surprised but also felt a bit pleased. At this moment, Su Xiaotong said excitedly, "Because of you. Ever since I witnessed you using traditional Chinese medicine to cure someone who couldn't be saved by Western emergency measures, I'd become very interested in it. Especially after seeing even Director Wang asking you to take him as a disciple, I became even more determined to learn traditional Chinese medicine." At this point, Su Xiaotong suddenly changed the subject and sighed, "But traditional Chinese medicine is inherently complex, and I'm switching majors without any foundation in it. It's probably going to be quite difficult." However, Chen Shen couldn't help but smile, as Su Xiaotong's words hit the nail on the head. "To be honest, I really didn't expect you to be interested in traditional Chinese medicine. I was planning to guide you in this direction, but I didn't expect you to come to me on your own." Su Xiaotong looked confused. "What do you mean?" Chen Shen's lips curled up as he said with a smile, "Xiaotong, I have a way for you to both make money and smoothly pass the cross-disciplinary graduate entrance exam." "Do you believe it?" "What? There's such a good way to achieve 2 goals with 1 effort? What is it?" This struck a chord with Su Xiaotong, her big eyes wide open, staring intently at Chen Shen. "Even if you have to take the graduate exam, you still need to intern, right?" "Right. I need to find an internship and prepare for the cross-disciplinary exam. It's so hard." Su Xiaotong pouted, her little face scrunched up, almost as if she wanted to write "so hard" on her face. However, the more troubled Su Xiaotong was, the happier Chen Shen became. As the saying goes, it's better to send charcoal in the snow than to add flowers to the brocade. "Don't worry, I've already thought of a solution. Once my clinic opens, you can intern there, and I'll give you an internship certificate. And I can have Wang Guotao be your private tutor and teach you traditional Chinese medicine. I believe that if Wang Guotao personally teaches you for a year, it would be equivalent to other teachers teaching you for 1 or 2 years." Wang Guotao was a medical genius who mastered both Western and traditional medicine. Even if Su Xiaotong was a bit slow, she should be able to learn at least 1 or 2% of Wang Guotao's skills in a year, right? That 1 or 2% should be enough to handle the exam. "I don't want it," Su Xiaotong replied decisively, leaving Chen Shen stunned. He really didn't expect that Su Xiaotong would refuse such a condition as having Wang Guotao as a private tutor so straightforwardly. He was starting to doubt whether Su Xiaotong was really that foolish. "Director Wang still has to take you as a disciple, which means he isn't as skilled as you. So why don't I just take you as my master and let you teach me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shen was momentarily taken aback. "So that's what you meant?" Chen Shen chuckled, thinking to himself that Su Xiaotong wasn't foolish after all. Her little brain was quite quick. "It's fine to take me as your master, but I need to test whether you're smart enough before deciding whether to teach you." Chen Shen wasn't trying to show off, mainly, he really didn't know how to teach a disciple. Although he could perform the dragon's hand technique, it was due to his ability to remember everything at a glance, thanks to his perspective powers. He could demonstrate the dragon's hand, but he couldn't teach a disciple. The reason he agreed to Wang Guotao was that Wang Guotao was already very skilled, he just needed to demonstrate, and the rest was for Wang Guotao to comprehend on his own. So even though Chen Shen had a good relationship with Su Xiaotong, he felt it was necessary to set a threshold for teaching a disciple. Next, Chen Shen wasted no time and directly demonstrated the first form of the dragon's hand to Su Xiaotong. This is one of the lost ancient medical techniques of the Dragon Kingdom, the dragon's hand, consisting of 18 forms, each more difficult than the last. "What I'm demonstrating for you is the simplest first form. But even so, not just anyone can learn it. I'll only give you 1 night to practice. Tomorrow morning, I'll check your progress. If you can master this first form, I'll officially take you as my disciple." Su Xiaotong didn't expect Chen Shen to be so generous, casually allowing her to observe and learn a long-lost ancient medical technique. Just like music knows no borders, medicine also leads to the same destination. Even though she had never studied traditional Chinese medicine, she could see how exquisite the first form of the dragon's hand was. Now she was completely convinced that taking Chen Shen as her master was definitely the best decision she had ever made in her life. "Okay, I'm going to learn it now. I'll try to master it in 1 night." Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction and then walked towards the bathroom. You take your time learning, I'll wash up and go to sleep first. Half an hour later, after finishing his shower, Chen Chen opened the door, and a petite figure suddenly tumbled into the bathroom. It was Su Xiaotong. She had been squatting at the bathroom door for a long time, waiting for Chen Chen to come out. As she waited, she got sleepy and simply leaned against the bathroom door and fell asleep. As soon as the door opened, her whole body was propelled forward into the bedroom due to inertia. Instinctively, her hands flailed in the air, and she actually managed to grab onto something. Like a drowning person, as long as they can grab onto something, they will hold on tightly without letting go. Su Xiaotong was just like that now. Without even looking, she yanked hard with both hands. The result was not only ineffective, but she also fell to the ground. Moreover, something fell from above and completely covered her. Accompanying this was Chen Chen's terrified shout. What the hell? Su Xiaotong was startled and quickly struggled to get up, finally managing to expose her head. Looking down at what she was holding, she was instantly stunned. Isn't this a bathrobe? Does that mean? Su Xiaotong reacted quickly this time and immediately looked up. Then she saw Chen Chen standing there naked, both hands tightly covering his lower half. Su Xiaotong's face instantly turned beet red, and she hurriedly looked down. But her eyes still couldn't help but want to glance at Chen Chen. Mainly because Chen Chen's physique was just too good, those abs, that chest, oh my, it was simply unbearable. Su Xiaotong, are you a pervert? You actually hid at the bathroom door to spy on me while I was showering. Chen Chen's shout instantly pulled Su Xiaotong back to reality. Her face was as red as a monkey's butt, and she quickly lowered her head to explain. Oh, I didn't spy on you. I really didn't. Then why were you squatting at the door? And you came in and yanked my bathrobe. Your hands are really quick. I hadn't even reacted before I was exposed. And you still say you're not a pervert? Su Xiaotong was almost in tears. I really didn't. I just learned the first move of the dragon swimming hand and wanted to show you right away, but I didn't expect to fall asleep, and then. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was momentarily stunned, then asked with a face full of surprise, what did you say? You've already learned the first move of the dragon swimming hand? Su Xiaotong quickly nodded and said, that's right. I'll demonstrate it for you right now. As she said this, she was about to get up, which scared Chen Chen. What the hell? You don't want me to watch you like this, do you? I'm sorry, I forgot. Su Xiaotong said awkwardly, quickly lowering her head to hand the bathrobe to Chen Chen. But in her heart, she muttered, actually, being naked isn't a bad thing. Such a good figure, it would be a shame not to see it. Chen Chen didn't give her a chance to take advantage. After putting on the bathrobe, he pulled Su Xiaotong and walked out. Let's go, demonstrate it for me in the living room. He was already eager. And Su Xiaotong indeed did not disappoint him. She perfectly replicated the first move of the dragon swimming hand he had just demonstrated. How is it? No problem, right? Su Xiaotong anxiously stared at Chen Chen. Not just no problem, you're simply a genius. Chen Chen was internally exclaiming that he had struck gold. This girl not only had a good memory but also high comprehension. Great, the plan can be smoothly implemented, he thought to himself, and the corners of Chen Chen's mouth slightly lifted. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chen then sat upright on the sofa, smiling at Su Xiaotong. What are you still dawdling for? Chen Chen looked at her expectantly. What do you mean? But Su Xiaotong just stared at him blankly, foolishly asking a question. Chen Chen's mouth twitched. Aren't you going to become my disciple? At the very least, we should have some kind of ceremony, right? Chen Chen was utterly speechless. Su Xiaotong really can't handle flattery. Just a moment ago, her mind was working quickly, but now she has turned back into a silly girl? Forget it, forget it. Even if she's a foolish disciple, she must be accepted. Master, please allow me to bow to you. Su Xiaotong finally reacted and quickly knelt down to knock her head. But she felt that this wasn't enough. Just this ceremony isn't sufficient. I remember in the TV dramas, when paying respects to a master, one must also serve tea. Master, wait for me, I'll go get you a cup of tea. After saying that, Su Xiaotong got up and ran to the kitchen. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The child has grown up and is more sensible. But a minute passed, and Su Xiaotong still hadn't come out. Chen Chen frowned. Isn't it just pouring a cup of water? Is Su Xiaotong going to fetch gold or silver water? Why is she so slow? Just as Chen Chen was secretly grumbling, he finally saw Su Xiaotong coming over with a cup of water in her hands. Master, I'm sorry, the water is off, and we've run out of bottled water at home. Chen Chen glanced at the cup and found it filled to the brim with water, his brow immediately furrowing. Then what's in this cup? Hearing this, Su Xiaotong smiled awkwardly. Well, master, you wanted a sense of ceremony, right? This is the water for washing pots that sister you left this morning. Why don't you make do with it for now? She even pushed the cup towards Chen Chen. Get out of here. Hurry up and take that away. What kind of good person lets their master drink pot washing water? What kind of person are you? Chen Chen quickly waved his hand. Oh, fine. But what about the sense of ceremony you wanted? Su Xiaotong's silly expression really left Chen Chen at a loss. He felt both angry and amused. Alright, I give up. I don't want the sense of ceremony anymore. Chen Chen said helplessly, then changed his tone to a serious one, on a serious note. From now on, you are my first disciple, Chen Chen. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you the remaining 17 forms of the dragon swimming hand. Once the clinic opens, you can go straight to work. Su Xiaotong was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. This led to Chen Chen getting a scare early the next morning. As soon as he opened the bedroom door, he found a disheveled woman standing at the door. Fortunately, it was broad daylight. If it had been night, Chen Chen might have instinctively thrown a punch in fright. What the hell? I told you, Su Xiaotong, blocking a man's door is not a good habit. Lucky for you, you met a cultured handsome man like me. If you had run into some messy guy who likes to run around the house, you'd be getting ingrown hairs every day. Su Xiaotong looked Chen Chen up and down, the scene she accidentally saw last night still vivid in her mind. Then she started to giggle foolishly. If it were Chen Chen, running around wouldn't be out of the question. He was actually quite pleasing to the eye, but she just didn't dare to stare. Just as she thought of this, Su Xiaotong suddenly came to her senses, her pretty face slightly flushed, and she shook her head vigorously. Oh no! When did I become so lewd? This is bad. It must be because I've spent too much time with sister you and have been led astray. Su Xiaotong thought to herself, completely unaware of Chen Chen's astonished gaze. Xiaotong, you're not running a fever, are you? Why is your face so red? No, it might be because I didn't sleep at all last night. What? You didn't sit outside my door all night, did you? As soon as he said this, Chen Chen laughed. How could that be? Yes, master. I sat outside your door all night. What? Xiaotong, you don't have some special fetish, do you? Chen Chen shivered all over. In this day and age, there are quite a few women who look pure on the outside but are twisted on the inside. Men still need to learn to protect themselves. Master, don't think too much. I just want to learn the remaining dragon hand techniques. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep. Since I'm not going to sleep anyway, I'll just wait at your door. That way, you can teach me as soon as you get up. Hearing this, Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't a weirdo. Besides, Su Xiaotong had a high level of comprehension. Chen Chen only needed to demonstrate it once. Without further ado, Chen Chen began to demonstrate the second form of the dragon hand. Su Xiaotong watched once and memorized it, then went to the living room, eager to learn and comprehend. After Chen Chen went to the bathroom, he came out to find that Su Xiaotong had already completed a full set of the second form of the dragon hand, albeit slowly, but at least the movements were coherent. Wow! What kind of talent is this? Chen Chen silently marveled in his heart when his stomach suddenly growled. He immediately thought of Yen Ruyu. He quietly activated his X-ray vision and found that Yen Ruyu was still asleep. Her posture was quite unrestrained. She wasn't even covered by a blanket, and between her legs was a plush toy of Tigger. Her long legs were fair and tender, reflecting light. At that moment, Chen Chen wished he were that Tigger. He guessed that Yen Ruyu must have been exhausted yesterday, so he decided to cook breakfast today. Just as he finished, Su Xiaotong, the foodie, came over, drawn by the aroma. Master, I didn't expect you had this skill. Looking at the 4 small dishes on the table, along with a pot of fragrant millet and red date porridge, Su Xiaotong was almost drooling. In this day and age, how can a man not know how to cook? Chen Chen smiled and then invited Su Xiaotong to eat. Wait a minute, I want to show you something. After saying that, Su Xiaotong began to stretch her limbs. A minute later, Chen Chen was so shocked he couldn't speak. Because Su Xiaotong had actually learned the second form of the dragon hand. She had spent less than half an hour learning the first form last night, and today, she had mastered the more difficult second form in just an hour. This disciple was truly worry-free. So, Chen Chen took the opportunity to demonstrate the third form as well. As a result, Su Xiaotong didn't even eat and ran off to continue her studies. No matter how he called her, it was useless. Chen Chen decided to let her be, eating breakfast while watching her progress. To be honest, seeing his disciple work so hard made his meal even more enjoyable. The reason he was determined to take on this disciple was that she could help him solve a problem. After deciding to open a clinic, Chen Chen had been pondering a question. Once the clinic was open, what if more and more patients came? Wouldn't he have to stay in the clinic all the time? Naturally, he wouldn't be able to go out to pick up some bargains or gamble on stones. That wouldn't do. But if he could cultivate a highly skilled disciple, she could take over his consultations. Even if he only taught her the first 10 forms of the dragon hand, it would solve 90% of the difficult and complicated cases in the world. By then, Qin Shen would basically be free to leave whenever he wanted. Just as he was happily planning his future business endeavors, Ning Churan suddenly called. After answering the phone, Ning Churan immediately asked, "Shen Shen, there's a tricky situation at the auction house. Can you come take a look?" "Okay, I'm on my way." After hanging up, Qin Shen turned to remind, "Xiaotong, practice well, don't be lazy, and remember to let sister you eat breakfast while it's hot when she wakes up." After receiving a positive response from Su Xiaotong, he finally got up to leave. Driving himself was indeed much more convenient. If he had taken a taxi, just hailing one would take at least 7 or 8 minutes, and it would take half an hour to reach the Ning auction house. In just over 10 minutes, Chen Shen arrived at the entrance of the Ning auction house. "You finally made it." Ning Churan had been waiting for him there. Why the rush? What big event happened? Chen Shen could tell from Ning Churan waiting for him at the door that this matter was likely not simple. "It is indeed a big deal. A major client has come to commission our auction house to auction an item worth over 100 million. Ning Churan said excitedly. Chen Shen smiled and said, "That's great news. If this deal goes through, the auction house will at least make 10 million. What's so good about it?" Ning Churan said helplessly. "The bigger the deal, the more likely it is to go wrong. The appraisers present can't determine if it's real or fake, and there's no choice but to let you handle it. The auction house has a rule: once a commission contract is signed, regardless of whether the item is real or fake, all responsibility falls on the auction house. For example, if an item is clearly fake, but the auction house's appraiser certifies it as genuine and values it at 10 million, and after the contract is signed, the appraiser discovers it is actually a counterfeit worth $10, can that item still be auctioned normally? Of course not. Selling a $10 item for 10 million would be fraud to the consumer, and if someone seeks accountability, it could lead to imprisonment. But the commission contract has already been signed. If it's not auctioned, the auction house would be in breach of contract and would have to pay a penalty of 5% of the initial valuation. In short, if the appraiser makes a mistake, the auction house can expect to lose money. If they keep getting duped, an auction house would be out of business in less than 6 months. Therefore, the bigger the deal, the more cautious they must be. It's inevitable that someone will try to exploit the situation with convincing fakes. Chen Shen smiled lightly. "No need to worry, I'll take a look." Ning Churan nodded and led Chen Shen to the appraisal room. The client was a bald man in his 40s who came to commission the auction of a painting, claiming it was a copy of Zhang Daqian's Summer Mountains Before Rain. As soon as he entered, Chen Shen spotted a painting spread out on the table. As soon as his perspective eye opened, the dazzling golden light nearly blinded him. "This is definitely a treasure," Chen Shen thought to himself, secretly delighted. However, he did not show any shock on the surface. He calmly approached, took a careful look, and then nodded, saying lightly, "Indeed, it is a good painting." The bald man glanced at Chen Shen and asked, "Who is this kid? Not a thief, I hope?" Ning Churan immediately felt displeased and stepped forward, saying, "This is our chief appraiser from the Ning auction house, not some thief." The bald man laughed heartily, saying, "Him, chief? It seems your Ning auction house really has no one left." He pointed at the 6 middle-aged appraisers present, disdainfully saying, "Even they can't tell real from fake. What ability does this kid have? Does he understand paintings?" Chen Shen's lips curled into a slight smile as he said lightly, "The Summer Mountains Before Rain was originally painted by Dong Yuan of the 5 dynasties. This person is the founding master of the Southern School of Landscape Painting, with superb painting skills, and he is also the ancient painter most admired by Zhang Daqian. In 1947, it was rumored that a genuine work by Dong Yuan had surfaced, and upon hearing the news, Mr. Zhang spent a fortune to acquire the original Summer Mountains Before Rain and made 2 copies. Before Mr. Zhang passed away, he instructed his family to donate the original Summer Mountains Before Rain to the North City Museum in Taiwan, leaving only 2 of his copies. Unfortunately, one of them has been lost, while the remaining one was auctioned off and acquired by a wealthy businessman in Magic City. Chen Shen looked at the man and asked lightly, "Now tell me, what is your relationship with that wealthy businessman?" The man was taken aback, staring at Chen Shen in shock. Suddenly, Chen Shen smiled lightly and said, "But you don't need to tell me, I can guess. That wealthy businessman purchased the painting in 2001, and since this painting is quite valuable, he certainly wouldn't easily give it away. He must be keeping it at home." He spoke while sizing up the man. "Armani suit, but a bit worn. The Gucci belt is from 3 years ago, a hot item back then. You used to be wealthy, but now you've fallen on hard times, which is why you're auctioning off a treasured item that your elders have kept for years. Am I right?" Upon hearing this, the man suddenly stood up, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. He cupped his hands towards Chun Chen and respectfully exclaimed, "Master, I completely admire you." He forced a smile and said, "Actually, it was my father who bought this painting Summer Mountains Before Rain. Our family's situation has indeed been poor these past few years, our business on the brink of bankruptcy, and I had no choice but to bring this painting out for re-auction." The crowd was taken aback, their expressions changing dramatically. Chen Chen had actually gotten both the painting and the man's background right. It was simply miraculous. Since even the bald man acknowledged the painting's provenance, coupled with Chen Chen's appraisal results, it indicated that the painting was definitely authentic. Ning Wenhua finally breathed a sigh of relief, a smile creeping onto his lips. Appointing Chen Chen as the chief appraiser was indeed an incredibly wise decision. Once the authenticity was confirmed, Ning Churen immediately turned to the bald man and said, "Sir, please wait a moment, I will have the appraiser evaluate it for you." Ultimately, the appraiser set a starting price of 120 million. The bald man was quite satisfied with this price and readily signed the contract. After the man left, Ning Churen promptly arranged for the painting to be included in tonight's auction at 7 o'clock. She also specifically instructed the public relations department to create a buzz, and the auction would be by invitation only. In simple terms, this meant setting a threshold for participants. Only those with a certain level of financial capability would receive an invitation from the Ning auction house. Wealthy individuals were particularly drawn to this approach. The more challenging the auction, the more it could ignite their competitive spirit, ultimately leading to higher bids for the items. At that moment, Chen Chen suddenly spoke up. "Miss Ning, could you also give me an invitation?" Hearing that Chen Chen wanted to attend the auction surprised Ning Churen, and she asked, "Mr. Chen, what made you decide to participate in this auction?" Chen Chen replied casually, "Nothing much, just bored and looking to have some fun." Ning Churen narrowed her eyes slightly, smiling as she asked, "Mr. Chen, you're lying, aren't you?" Chen Chen smiled but said nothing. This only strengthened Ning Churen's conviction, and she directly stated, "I knew you must have something up your sleeve. Come on, did you figure something out?" Chen Chen realized he couldn't keep it hidden any longer, but he didn't want to reveal it just yet, so he teased, "Some secrets are not meant to be disclosed." Ning Churen shot him a glance, "Not even telling me? That's not very considerate." Chen Chen chuckled, then changed the subject, saying, "I need to get back to the antique shop to help out. See you tonight." After Chen Chen left, Ning Churen immediately went to the publicity department, instructing them to release news about Zhang Daqian's authentic work Summer Mountains Before Rain, specifically noting it as Zhang Daqian's mature work from his later years. Zhang Daqian's reputation goes without saying, especially his later works, each of which could fetch over 100 million in value. His popularity was exceptionally high. Sure enough, when the news that Zhang Daqian's later painting would be auctioned tonight spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire city of Magic Capital. It attracted nearly all antique enthusiasts in the city, and even collectors from neighboring cities were stirred. Some prominent collectors rushed to the Ning auction house, fearing they would miss out on a seat. Ning Churen knew tonight would be a grand event, so she decisively booked the largest auction venue of the Ning auction house, which could accommodate over 1,000 people. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was evening. There was still half an hour until the auction officially began, but the venue was almost completely filled. Chen Chen and Ning Churen had already taken their seats. Ning Churen glanced around and exclaimed, "Tonight is quite a grand affair, half of the top 10 business leaders from the Magic City are here." Just then, Chen Chen noticed someone and frowned, saying, "Why is this guy here too?" Ning Churen curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Chen countered, "What criteria did you use to send out the invitations?" Ning Churen replied, "There are two criteria, one is financial capability, which means we invite wealthy individuals, and the second is industry insiders, like the owners of large antique shops who meet the asset requirements." Chen Chen smiled wryly and said, "If we're just talking about scale, the May antique shop is indeed quite large, but didn't you do any background checks before sending out the invitations? It seems they suffered significant losses after the last fire, right?" Ning Churen understood and asked, "So, you have a grudge with that boss May?" No sooner had she spoken than an angry voice came from beside them. "It's you, you little brat." The speaker was none other than Mei Liangxin. Not only had Chen Chen taken advantage of him last time, but he had also been set on fire by Zhou Long, resulting in losses of tens of millions. In the past few days, Mei Liangxin had been unable to eat or sleep well, harboring a belly full of anger. He never expected to run into Chen Chen here today. Chen Chen was equally surprised to find that Mei Liangxin's seat was right in front of him at an angle. What a coincidence! Chen Chen glanced at Mei Liangxin and disdainfully said, "I thought it was someone important, turns out it's just you, the heartless fraud." As soon as these words left his mouth, an uproar erupted around them. "Bastard! What nonsense are you spouting? The smile on Mei Liangxin's face vanished instantly. In business, nothing is more feared than a damaged reputation, and being publicly labeled a heartless fraud sent him into a rage. Chen Shen smiled lightly. What? Am I wrong? You little brat. I'll tear your mouth apart. Mei Liangxin was furious and was about to charge over. You dare! At that moment, Ning Churan sprang forward, arms outstretched to block Chen Shen, asserting her ground since this was her family's territory, and she wouldn't let Mei Liangxin have his way. Mei Liangxin shouted angrily, You little girl, get out of my way, or I'll hit you too. Ning Wenhua happened to be nearby and, upon hearing this, his expression darkened. He stepped forward and coldly said, Who do you think you are? You want to lay a hand on my daughter in my company? What? Director Ning, this young lady is your daughter? Mei Liangxin's face changed dramatically. He hadn't expected to hit a wall, so he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I was blind. But then he quickly shifted his tone, pointing at Chen Shen and coldly saying, But this kid smashed my event a few days ago. I have to get my revenge. Ning Wenhua sneered. The kid you mentioned is the chief appraiser of my Ning auction house. If you want to touch him, it might be a bit difficult for you. At this, Mei Liangxin was completely dumbfounded. Having hit a wall twice in a row left him quite frustrated. However, with Ning Wenhua protecting Chen Shen, he had no choice but to obediently return to his seat. But he was a man without conscience and one who held grudges. He wouldn't let Chen Shen off so easily. Kid, someone is protecting you, so I can't touch you, but you're attending the auction today, right? I'll make sure to cause you trouble later. I'll drive you crazy. On the other side, Ning Wenhua curiously asked, Mr. Chen, do you have a grudge with that person? It's nothing, just a small matter, Chen Shen replied, not wanting to explain further. Ning Wenhua didn't press further but still said, If you run into any trouble, just let me know. Chen Shen smiled faintly and nodded. After such a small interlude, it was time for the auction to begin. The auctioneer took the stage and announced the official start of the auction. Dozens of items were presented one after another, and the competition among others was intense, but Chen Shen had yet to make a single bid. Not only was Ning Churan puzzled, but Mei Liangxin nearby was also quite surprised. Isn't this kid here to participate in the auction? Why isn't he bidding? Has he already sensed that I want to cause trouble? Just as Mei Liangxin was bewildered, the auctioneer's voice suddenly rang out. Now presenting the final item of the day, the authentic late work of Zhang Daqian, Summer Mountains Before Rain. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue erupted. The atmosphere reached its peak. 90% of the people attending the auction were there for Zhang Daqian's Summer Mountains Before Rain. The moment they saw the painting, the crowd went wild. Everyone looked eager to participate. The auctioneer announced loudly, Zhang Daqian's Summer Mountains Before Rain, starting bid is 12 million, and each subsequent bid must be no less than 100,000. The bidding officially begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, countless people hurriedly raised their paddles. I bid 12 million. I bid 12,100,000. Don't compete with me, I bid 12,200,000. The more fiercely everyone competed, the happier Ning Churan became. Great. It looks like there will be a big harvest tonight. After saying this, she thought of something and turned to Chen Shen. You haven't made a move all night, are you not planning to bid? Chen Shen smiled and said, No rush, let's wait a bit longer. After a while, the price had risen to 15 million. At this point, many people began to hesitate. Some lacked the financial strength, while others were well aware of the market value, knowing that the painting's market price was around 15 million, and even if it went a bit higher, it would only fluctuate by a little over a million, so many chose to give up the bidding. At this moment, Mei Liangxin raised his paddle. I bid 15,300,000. As soon as he said this, a sigh echoed throughout the venue. This price had far exceeded the original value of the painting, and any further bids would not be worth it. Although he had money, he couldn't be a fool, could he? Thus, many people chose to lower their paddles and abandon the bidding. Seeing this, a smug smile appeared on Mei Liangxin's face. He had come for this painting, and being an old hand at auctions, he always struck at the right moment. Today was no different. At this time, those around him who knew him began to congratulate him. Congratulations, Boss Mei, on acquiring an authentic piece by Zhang Daqian. Boss Mei's bidding is quick and precise, truly admirable. Mei Liangxin laughed heartily in response, You all are too kind. I really love Zhang Daqian's paintings, even if I lose money, I must buy it. But just when everyone thought the painting would fall into Mei Liangxin's hands, a voice suddenly rang out. I bid 15,500,000. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Someone actually raised the bid? What a fool with too much money. Who is this idiot? Everyone turned to look. They saw a young man holding up a paddle. Mei Liangxin's expression darkened instantly, and he gritted his teeth, shouting, "You little brat, it's you again." Ning Churan looked at Chun Chen in astonishment. "Are you crazy? Bidding it this time is simply not worth it." Chen Chen, however, smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." "Kid, I see you're deliberately trying to go against me." Mei Liangxin was almost driven to madness. He had originally planned to find an opportunity to trouble Chen Chen, but Chen Chen had not made a move. In the end, it turned around, and it was Chen Chen who was causing him trouble. "Playing with me? You're still too green. I have plenty of money. It's no longer a matter of worth, but of face." Mei Liangxin will not allow himself to be tripped up by the same person twice. With this thought, he raised his paddle again, gritting his teeth and shouting, "I bid 160 million. Upon hearing this, everyone pondered, at this point, that kid couldn't possibly bid again, right? If he continued to fight, he would truly be a complete fool. But suddenly, a voice floated out lightly. 180 million. Boom! Everyone felt as if struck by lightning, completely stunned. This kid really dared to bid again. Even Mei Liangxin was so angry he laughed, sneering, "Kid, you're truly a complete fool. This painting is worth at most 150 million, and you actually bought it for 30 million more. You've lost big. I wouldn't even bother competing with a fool. I let you have this painting." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place erupted in laughter. In everyone's eyes, Chen Chen was a superfool. Faced with the crowd's ridicule, Chen Chen was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled faintly. Who the fool is still uncertain. Although the auction had ended, everyone was still mocking the same fool. When Mei Liangxin walked up to Chen Chen, he paused, looked deeply at him, and said fiercely, "Kid, we've made 2 enemies now, just you wait." With that, he left. Chen Chen directly ignored Mei Liangxin's threat, stood up, and walked towards the backstage to prepare to exchange for the painting. Ning Churan caught up and said, "Chen Chen, do you have money to burn?" At that moment, Ning Wenhuo also came over, sighed, and said, "Mr. Chen, even if you're trying to get back at someone, you're being too impulsive. You've really lost big." Chen Chen laughed heartily. "You all misunderstand. I'm not crazy, nor am I trying to get back at anyone. I'm picking up a big leak." Upon hearing this, Ning Churan immediately laughed. "I think you're really crazy." "What big leak? Where's the big leak?" Chen Chen smiled faintly. "Anyway, this painting needs your professional tools to reveal its secrets, so let's just let you all see." He first went backstage and paid 180 million. To be honest, at that moment, he felt a bit of pain in his wallet, because that was all the money he had. However, once he held the Summer Mountain Rain painting in his hands, the pain vanished instantly. If it was all gone, so be it, it was worth it. Soon, Chen Chen brought the painting to the appraisal room. Ning Churan and Ning Wenhua followed him. Chen Chen asked several appraisers present to help find some tools. Then, he carefully unrolled the painting completely until the final signature was revealed. Everyone present was puzzled, not understanding what Chen Chen was trying to do. Hadn't he already appraised this painting himself? What was he doing now? At that moment, Chen Chen grabbed a small knife and directly made a cut at the signature. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Ning Wenhua's heart sank. He thought it was bad. A precious item was about to be ruined. Ning Churan even held her head in her hands, nearly going crazy. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Chen had already cut the painting along the edge of the signature. He put down the knife, then picked up other tools and continued to work. This series of actions left the appraisers present in shock. Chen Chen's technique was indeed fast and steady, but the key was, what was he trying to do? Suddenly, Chen Chen placed the tools on the table, then gently pressed down on the top of the painting with one hand, while with his right hand, he tugged at a corner of the signature and quickly pulled down. With a whoosh, the signature on the painting was actually pulled out by Chen Chen. At that moment, Ning Churan suddenly pointed at the painting and exclaimed, "What is that?" Ning Wenhua looked over and immediately widened his eyes, stammering, "There's actually another signature below this one." Ning Churan's almond-shaped eyes bulged in shock as she exclaimed, "What on earth is going on?" Ning Wenhua rushed over to take a closer look, trembling with excitement, and said loudly, "The true signature of this painting is not Zhang Daqian, but Dong Yuan." "What?" Ning Churan was stunned, unable to believe it as she cried out, "Heavens! Is this not a replica of Zhang Daqian, but rather an authentic piece by Dong Yuan?" As soon as these words were spoken, the nearby appraisers also widened their eyes in shock. Looking at the astonished crowd, Chen Chen smiled faintly and said, "That's right, this is an authentic piece by Dong Yuan, the original of the Summer Mountains Before Rain." The entire backstage fell silent. Yet, in that silence, it felt like hearing thunder. In the hearts of everyone present, a massive wave surged, enough to drown the entire Magic City. This is actually an authentic piece by Dong Yuan. Heavens! This is the genuine work of the Summer Mountains Before Rain? It took a full minute for everyone to snap out of their shock, their voices rising in astonishment. Chen Chen smiled slightly and said softly, "To protect the painting with the signature. This is common in the world of calligraphy and painting. Old Zhang also did this to protect the authentic work of Dong Yuan, which is why he marked his signature on this genuine piece." Ning Wenhua asked, "But that's not right. Didn't old Zhang donate this painting to the North City Museum in Treasure Island? How could the genuine piece appear here?" Chen Chen replied calmly, "Old Zhang did indeed donate a Summer Mountains Before Rain to the North City Museum, but that piece is not the genuine article. Moreover, this is not a secret. 8 years ago, gem appraisal experts already questioned the authenticity of that painting. You should know about this, right?" Ning Churen nodded and said, "I've heard about it, but the official response has never been clear." Chen Chen smiled and said, "No official response is needed. That painting is fake because the genuine piece is in my hands. There cannot possibly be a second genuine piece. Old Zhang's painting skills are superb, praised by the Western art world as the Eastern brush. His imitation skills are also extraordinary, capable of creating fakes that can fool even his own family, who mistakenly donated old Zhang's imitation work to the North City Museum. What's laughable is that the people at the North City Museum didn't realize it either, and to this day, they still regard old Zhang's imitation as the genuine article. Meanwhile, the real genuine piece was auctioned off by Zhang Daqian's family as a simple imitation, ultimately benefiting me." Ning Churen cautiously asked, "Then, how much is this genuine piece worth?" Chen Chen smiled and said, "Even an imitation can fetch a high price of 150 million. Another imitation could easily deceive the North City Museum. Just think about it, how much should this genuine Summer Mountains Before Rain be worth?" Ning Churen tried to guess, 200 million? "Churen, you underestimate this painting too much." Ning Wenhua laughed and said, "In my view, this painting is worth at least 500 million. My heavens!" Ning Churen was completely shocked, excitedly grabbing Chen Chen's arm and shouting, "Chen Chen, you've struck it rich. This is truly a huge find. So, are you going to sell this painting?" Chen Chen nodded, "Of course, I will sell it." Ning Churen teased, TSK, using over 100 million to earn over 300 million, how did you get so smart?" However, Ning Wenhua shook his head with a smile and said, "Churen, you're celebrating too early. Selling this painting might be a bit difficult." Ning Churen asked, "Dad, Chen Chen has explained the origin of this painting so clearly, and the signature is indeed authentic enough to prove that this painting is genuine. How could it be that no one wants to buy it?" Ning Wenhua sighed, "Although Mr. Chen's reasoning is sound, it's merely his speculation. The fact is, the North City Museum of the Treasure Island also has a similar painting." After a pause, he looked at Chen Chen and explained, "Of course, Mr. Chen, I'm not questioning your judgment, but with another genuine article already in another museum, it's hard for others to be convinced by what you have. Even if we believe you, others won't, and I fear no one would be willing to pay a high price for a painting that could possibly be a counterfeit. Unless this painting is authenticated alongside the one at the North City Museum of the Treasure Island, proving that the one in your hands is the genuine article, only then would people be convinced." Chen Chen listened intently and nodded. That makes sense. It seems I need to visit the North City Museum of the Treasure Island if I get the chance." Ning Wenhua was startled and quickly said, "Mr. Chen, I was just speaking casually. Please don't take it seriously. If you really take this painting there, wouldn't that be disrupting the North City Museum of the Treasure Island? Be careful not to get into trouble." Chen Chen waved his hand with a smile, "Don't worry, I know how to handle this. We'll talk about it later if the opportunity arises." Ning Churen sighed, "What a pity, such a good painting, yet it can't be monetized." Chen Chen, however, felt indifferent. As the saying goes, true gold fears no fire. This painting would eventually be realized, it was just a matter of time. Just then, Chen Chen's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was Jojo calling. "Miss Shou, do you have good news?" "You guessed it right. I just received confirmed news that the Jade public auction will officially start tomorrow at 10 in the morning. You should go back and pack your things now. I'll come to pick you up in an hour, and we'll fly over tonight." "So urgent? Alright, see you soon." Although it was quite sudden, Jojo had already given him a heads up, so Chen Chen didn't say much more. After hanging up, he greeted Ning Churen and Ning Wenhua and hurriedly drove away. When he got home and opened the door, he saw Su Xiaotong practicing the dragon hand in the living room. She was so focused that she didn't even notice Chen Chen had returned. Chen Chen decided not to disturb her and quietly watched from the doorway. Not bad, truly a good disciple of the master." When he saw the end, Chen Chen couldn't help but speak up, clapping his hands in applause. Su Xiaotong had just demonstrated the dragon hand from the first move to the third without any pauses, the movements flowing seamlessly. This surprised Chen Chen greatly, as the third move was something he had just taught her that morning. He hadn't expected that in just one day, Su Xiaotong not only learned the third move but could also integrate all three moves fluidly. Master, please allow me to be a little proud. I didn't just learn the third move in a day, it only took me an hour, and by the afternoon, I had already mastered it. Seeing Su Xiaotong's proud little expression, Chen couldn't help but laugh. This girl was truly endearing. Just then, Yan Ruyu walked out of the bathroom. Chen teased, "Sister you came back quite early today." As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he pointed at the corner of Yan Ruyu's mouth, frowning seriously as he asked, "Sister you, what happened to your mouth? Don't tell me you bumped it yourself." There was a bruise the size of a fist at the corner of Yan Ruyu's mouth, very conspicuous. While it could have been caused by bumping into something, Chen felt it couldn't be that simple. Because he noticed that Yan Ruyu's mood was not very high, she would usually take the initiative to speak when she saw him for the first time, but today she did not. After Yan Ruyu came out of the bathroom and glanced at him, she was ready to turn and walk towards the bedroom. If Chen hadn't asked this question, Yan Ruyu wouldn't have stopped. Sensing Chen burning gaze, Yan Ruyu knew that she had to answer this question, so she smiled and said, "You really guessed it right, I actually bumped into something myself." Chen didn't believe her at all, but he didn't plan to continue questioning Yan Ruyu. Instead, he turned to Su Xiaotong. "Xiaotong, I'm your master, so tell me the truth. What's going on with Sister Yu?" Chen asked seriously. "Master, Sister Yu really did bump into something herself, I'm not lying to you." Seeing Su Xiaotong's calm response, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had deliberately put on a serious face to scare Su Xiaotong. This girl was simple and easily frightened. If there was any problem, she would reveal it with just a scare. But looking at the situation now, it seemed he had overthought it. "It's good if there's nothing wrong." Chen's expression returned to normal, and then he told the two of them about his plans to go out, reminding them, "In the next few days while I'm away, you two girls must stay alert at home. If you encounter any danger or feel something is off, you must contact me immediately." After receiving their affirmative responses, Chen finally felt at ease and returned to the bedroom. As soon as the bedroom door closed, there was a thud. A pair of scissors was placed on the dining table by Yan Ruyu. It was only at this moment that Su Xiaotong let out a sigh of relief, timidly staring at the scissors on the table, and quietly asked, "Sister Yu, if I had revealed the truth just now, you wouldn't really have stabbed me with the scissors, would you?" Yan Ruyu's speed just now was indeed quite fast. Even Chen hadn't noticed that while he was questioning Su Xiaotong, Yan Ruyu had already grabbed the scissors and was threatening Su Xiaotong with her eyes. Although Chen's expression had also been serious, it was nothing compared to Yan Ruyu's fierce gaze. Thus, under Yan Ruyu's threat, Su Xiaotong lied to Chen. "What are you thinking? How could I really stab you?" Yan Ruyu rolled her eyes at Su Xiaotong and said, "However, before Chen comes back, I already told you that you must not tell the truth, so if you dare to speak the truth, even if I don't stab you with the scissors, I will drag you into my bedroom and deal with you properly for a whole night." Su Xiaotong smiled bitterly and said, "But Sister Yu, I told you this morning that I became Chen's disciple last night. This is only the first day of being a disciple, and you want me to lie to my master. I feel so uncomfortable." Yan Ruyu sighed and said, "I really don't want Chen to know about this. You also know that with his temper, if he finds out the truth, he definitely won't be able to hold back, but this is my private matter, and I don't want to involve you all." Thinking of this matter, Yan Ruyu's face was filled with undeniable sadness. She gently rubbed the scar on the corner of her mouth, even a light touch made her wince in pain. "Sister Yu, does it still hurt? Let me help you apply some medicine." Su Xiaotong looked at her with great concern. "It's fine, I'm used to it." Yan Ruyu forced a smile and then stood up, saying, "Alright, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now. You've been with me all night, accompanying me to the clinic and helping me with the medicine, you must be tired too, so get some rest." Su Xiaotong nodded, and the two girls returned to their respective bedrooms. At this moment, Chen was carefully placing the authentic work of Dong Yuan into the collection cabinet, completely unaware of everything outside. In fact, although this painting was good enough in his heart, it still fell slightly short of qualification when placed alongside these three items. But there was no way around it. Given the current conditions, aside from the fact that this cabinet was good for hiding things, everything else was just average. After putting away the painting, Chen began to pack his luggage. In fact, there wasn't much to it, just 2 sets of clothes and the everyday items he was used to. He quickly finished packing. When he pulled his suitcase out of the bedroom, he found the living room dark. It turned out both women had already gone to rest. So, Chen lifted his suitcase and tiptoed to the door, gently closing the room behind him. After confirming that the door was locked, he turned around and left with ease. He waited at the community entrance for 20 minutes before Jojo arrived in her fiery red sports car. After getting in, Jojo tossed a package to Chen Chen, teasing, "If I hadn't helped you, would you have forgotten?" "What is it?" Chen Chen opened it to find his passport and immediately slapped his forehead, laughing. "Don't laugh at me, but I've never been abroad in my life. I didn't even think about needing a passport to go overseas. You really thought this through." Jojo smiled lightly. "There's nothing to laugh about. I understand, everyone has a first time. The more you do it, the more skilled you become." Chen Chen lowered his head, rubbing his nose, trying hard not to laugh out loud. Jojo's words seemed harmless, but it was hard not to think otherwise. Soon, they arrived at the airport. Jojo's secretary had been waiting there and immediately approached them with the tickets as they arrived. Chen Chen glanced at the destination, Naypyidaw, the capital of Myanmar. Before 2005, the capital had always been Yangon, but it was moved to Naypyidaw afterward. Thus, the Myanmar Jade auction was also relocated from Yangon to Naypyidaw. The flight from the Magic City to Naypyidaw was quick, taking only 2.5 hours. However, since they left late, it was already midnight. "Mr. Chen, I actually wanted to take you to explore the night market in Naypyidaw, but considering the auction starts tomorrow, I'm sorry, we should head to the hotel to rest first." "Okay, I have no objections." Although they were in first class, flying was still not as comfortable as lying in bed at home. The 2.5 hours on the plane made Chen Chen feel a bit tired, so he decided against wandering around. When they arrived at the hotel and were about to get on the elevator, Chen Chen suddenly paused. Jojo, caught off guard, bumped into his back, covering her nose and frowning. "Why did you suddenly stop?" Chen Chen frowned and asked, "Do you know anyone here in Myanmar? Or, aside from me, have you notified any other friends?" Jojo was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head. "It's just the two of us on this trip to Myanmar." After saying that, she suddenly thought of something and asked quietly, "Mr. Chen, is something wrong?" Chen Chen nodded, speaking clearly, "We are being followed." Jojo froze, her face filled with fear as she whispered, "Is that true? We just got off the plane, how could we be targeted so quickly?" She knew Myanmar was chaotic. After all, she had participated in many jade auctions and had encountered some dangers before, but being followed right after getting off the plane was a first for her, and she couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Chen Chen said calmly, "I can assure you we are indeed being followed. If you don't believe me, turn around right now and look towards the hotel front desk. If all goes well, you'll see a sneaky little boy." Jojo, half convinced, did as he said. Sure enough, the moment she turned her head, she saw a teenage boy immediately turn around, looking around as if searching for someone. But such poor acting could hardly fool the clever Jojo. "We really are being followed." Jojo was taken aback, turned around, and looked at Chen Chen with curiosity. "How did you find out?" Chen Chen replied softly, "Actually, after we left the airport, that boy took a taxi and followed our car. But strangely, even though he was tailing us, he didn't seem to have any malicious intent because I didn't see any hostility in his eyes." Jojo was puzzled. If he has no ill intent, then why is he following us? Chen Chen said calmly, "It's simple to find out the reason, just do as I say." A few seconds later, Chen Chen pressed the button to go upstairs, and the two waited casually for the elevator to arrive. When the elevator came, they entered one after the other. But just as the elevator doors were about to close completely, Chen Chen suddenly pressed the open door button again. When the doors opened, a boy appeared before them. It should be noted that just before they entered the elevator, it had been completely empty. "It's him!" Jojo shouted. The boy's expression changed drastically, realizing he had been exposed, and he turned to run. However, before he could take a step, a hand yanked him back. He tried to resist, but Chen Chen had him in a chokehold, rendering him immobile. "Who are you? What do you want by following us?" As soon as the boy spoke, Chen Chen was taken aback, because the boy was not speaking Chinese at all. "What kind of gibberish is this?" "It's Burmese, let me communicate with him." To Chen Chen's surprise, Jojo could actually speak Burmese. After a flurry of conversation, Jojo's brows furrowed tighter. What exactly is going on? Chen Chen sensed there was something fishy about this. The kid said someone had given him a large sum of money in advance, along with a photo, instructing him to keep an eye on the woman in the photo at the airport, and to inform the man immediately if he spotted her. It was obvious that the girl in the so-called photo was Jojo, but to be safe, Chen Chen began to search the boy and indeed found a photo. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Jojo. Chen Chen curiously asked, "Do you have any enemies in Myanmar?" Jojo quickly shook her head, saying, "I only come to Myanmar for the jade auctions, and every time I come to buy goods, I do so honestly. After I finish, I leave immediately, so I definitely wouldn't have any enemies." Without enemies, why would someone be targeting her? Chen Chen frowned and said, "Ask him who sent him to follow you." After hearing the boy's response, Jojo's brows slightly knitted together as she said, "He said he doesn't know who the man is, only that the man is also in this hotel and has booked a private room in the hotel restaurant, waiting for me there. Who could this person be? What was his purpose in finding Jojo?" Chen Chen was filled with confusion. Jojo, feeling a bit scared, said, "Why don't we just leave and not deal with him, and stay at another hotel?" Chen Chen waved his hand and said, "If that man could find you once, he can find you a second time. If we don't meet him, he probably won't let it go easily." Jojo frowned, "But what if it's dangerous?" Chen Chen smiled and said, "With me here, you can rest assured. But if we don't go to this banquet, the next few days might not be peaceful." Although Jojo was very scared, she understood that Chen Chen was indeed making sense. After hesitating for a moment, she gathered her courage and nodded, choosing to trust Chen Chen this time. Under the boy's guidance, the two arrived at a private room in the restaurant. For safety's sake, before entering the room, Chen Chen activated his X-ray vision to look inside. The moment he did, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jojo found it strange and frowned, asking, "We're in a life and death situation, and you can still laugh?" Chen Chen laughed and said, "You can rest assured, we are in no danger at all." Jojo looked surprised. "How can you be so sure?" Chen Chen casually replied, "Intuition." Naturally, Jojo didn't believe it, and at that moment, the boy had already opened the door to the private room. As soon as the door was pushed open, there were two loud bangs. Chen Chen had long anticipated this, so he remained calm. But Jojo was so startled that she immediately hid behind Chen Chen, tightly closing her eyes and screaming, "Don't be afraid, it's just a firework tube." "What?" Jojo was taken aback, then mustered her courage to open her eyes. She saw a large pile of rose petals dancing in the air, slowly falling down. Not only that, but the dining table not far away was also filled with roses. Anyone who didn't know would think someone was about to propose here. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Jojo was completely dumbfounded. "Jojo, do you like it?" At that moment, a proud voice came from the private room, catching Jojo's attention. She turned to look and found a man sitting at the head of the table. Taking a closer look, she blurted out, "Young Master Qin, it's you." "Jojo, I knew you were coming, so I set this up in advance. How about it, surprise, right?" Young Master Qin said as he prepared to stand up and walk towards Jojo. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Chen quickly whispered, "Who is he?" Jojo smiled wryly, looking helpless as she whispered back, "His name is Qin Kaijun, the young master of the Qin family jewelry headquarters in Magic City. He's been pursuing me for 2 years, and I've rejected him for 2 years. The reason for the rejection is simple, he's short and unremarkable, and the key point is he lacks education, his high school diploma was bought with money. I really didn't expect him to still be so persistent, it's quite ridiculous." Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh. The name Qin Kaijun sounded pretty good, but unfortunately, it didn't match the person at all. No talent, no looks. However, Chen Chen truly admired his perseverance. From a certain perspective, this guy was also a talent. "Jojo, the last time you rejected me was half a year ago. Do you know how much I've missed you in these past 6 months?" Qin Kaijun walked over, speaking as he opened his arms to hug Jojo. "Young Master Qin, I'm sorry, but we're not close enough to hug upon meeting. Please be respectful." Jojo nimbly took a step back, leaving Qin Kaijun to embrace thin air. "I was indeed a bit abrupt." Qin Kaijun smiled awkwardly, then pulled out a gift box from his pocket. Opening the box revealed a diamond necklace. "By the way, Jojo, this is a meeting gift I specially picked for you. You would look great wearing it. How about I help you put it on?" Jojo stepped back again, impatiently saying, "Young Master Qin, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want to accept something for nothing. Please take this gift back." Qin Kaijun did not give up, instead looking at her with deep affection. "Jojo, you know how I feel about you. No matter how many times you reject me, I will not give up." Jojo sighed and helplessly asked, "What will it take for you to give up?" Qin Kaijun replied earnestly, "Jojo, I really like you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have pursued you for 2 years. In any case, I won't give up unless you have someone else." Hearing this, Jojo's eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly asked, "So, if I already have a boyfriend, you would give up, right?" Qin Kaijun shook his head, saying, "If it's just a boyfriend, that wouldn't be enough for me to give up. Unless you get married, then I won't disturb your life anymore." A sly glint flashed in Jojo's eyes as she smiled and said, "Then I'm afraid today will really make young Master Qin sad." Qin Kaijun was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean? Young Master Qin, didn't you notice that this time I brought an extra person to the Jade auction?" Jojo said as she linked her arm with Chen Chen's and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Such an intimate gesture made Qin Kaijun's eyes widen in surprise. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Chen Chen's heart fluttered. but he was well aware that Jojo was using him as a shield. He wasn't foolish, there was no need to make an enemy over a woman he had only known for a few days. Although he wasn't afraid of Qin Kaijun, having more enemies would inevitably be troublesome. So, Chen Chen prepared to push Jojo away and quickly explained to Qin Kaijun. Just as he was about to make a move, Jojo leaned in close to his ear, her breath warm and fragrant. "Help me deal with this, and I'll give you $1 million. Her soft, moist breath brushed against his earlobe, making Chen Chen feel a tingling sensation all over. At that moment, Jojo snuggled closer to his arm, rubbing against him playfully, and Chen Chen could no longer resist. A chance to take advantage and earn money, such a good deal was hard to find. However, he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he slightly turned his head, his lips almost touching Jojo's forehead, and whispered, "This $1 million can't be delayed. Once we get back to the room, I'll transfer it immediately." "Deal." Chen Chen's lips curled up, savoring the faint fragrance lingering on his lips. How could this woman smell so good? However, the scene of the two negotiating felt like a public display of affection to Qin Kaijun. This completely broke Qin Kaijun, who had pursued Jojo for 2 years without success. He questioned, "Jojo, who is this guy?" Chen Chen turned to look at Qin Kaijun, while his right hand casually wrapped around Jojo's delicate waist, pulling her into his embrace. Feeling her soft body, he was almost in ecstasy. For a moment, Chen Chen forgot to respond, his eyes slightly squinted as he enjoyed the warmth in his arms. Jojo quietly wrapped her right hand around Chen Chen's back and pinched his waist hard. The sharp pain was excruciating. Chen Chen snapped back to reality, turning his head, tightening his lips, and glaring at Jojo. "Dear, young Master Qin is asking you a question. Isn't it rude not to answer?" Jojo said nonchalantly, smiling as she rolled her eyes at Chen Chen. This was payback for taking advantage of her earlier. Chen Chen understood her meaning and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This woman was truly a domineering flower. She wouldn't let him off the hook at all. "Dear?" Hearing those words, Qin Kaijun was about to explode with rage. He held his head in his hands, shouting frantically, "You little brat, tell me, what is your relationship with Jojo?" Chen Chen endured the pain, forcing a smile as he said, "Hello, young Master Qin, I am Jojo's fiancé." "What did you say? Fiancé? Ah, my Jojo." Qin Kaijun felt as if he had been struck by lightning, completely collapsing. The more Qin Kaijun broke down, the happier Jojo became. Now he couldn't cling to her anymore, right? "Young Master Qin, take your time to be sad. My fiancé and I will take our leave now." Jojo deliberately emphasized those 3 words, her face filled with delight as she prepared to wrap her arms around Chen Chen's waist and turn to leave. "Wait!" Suddenly, Qin Kaijun stopped them. Although he still wore a sad expression, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Young Master Qin, you don't plan to keep pestering us, do you?" Looking at Qin Kaijun's expression, Jojo suddenly had an ominous premonition, and as it turned out, her intuition was correct. "Jojo, I suddenly figured it out. This guy is just your fiancé, you haven't even gotten married yet. In other words, before he becomes your husband, I still have a chance." At this point, Qin Kaijun was overjoyed, even a bit impressed with his own cleverness. "We're getting married soon. Very soon. We'll start preparing for the wedding as soon as we return from Myanmar." Jojo quickly added, but this statement left Chen Chen dumbfounded. What the hell? They're getting married just like that? Isn't that too hasty? What if Qin Kaijun takes it seriously? Are they really going to hold a wedding for him to see? Chen Chen's concerns were not unfounded, because Qin Kaijun really did take it seriously. "Jojo, since you say that, I can't let this only opportunity slip away. Young Master Qin, what do you want to do?" "I want to compete with him fairly." Qin Kaijun raised his hand and pointed at Chen Chen, saying with utmost seriousness, "Kid, do you dare to bet with me? If I win, you leave Jojo. But if I lose, I'll pay for your wedding." Chen Chen wasn't foolish, regardless of winning or losing, there was no need to take this bet, so he directly refused. Qin Kaijun got anxious and shouted, "I actually prepared a big gift long ago. It's the dream house I want to marry Jojo in. A villa worth 30 million. If you win, that villa is yours." A 30 million villa for free? This condition was a bit tempting. Chen Chen's foot, which had just been lifted, slowly came back down. Jojo's eyes widened immediately. Weren't they leaving? Why did he stop? Could it be that Chen Chen was actually interested in the condition just mentioned? "Hey, you jerk, do you really want to bet with him? I'm your fiancé, am I just a commodity?" Jojo was immediately displeased, staring angrily at Chen Chen. Chen Chen was speechless and quietly reminded her, "I said, can you tone it down a bit? Are you really getting into character?" Jojo clearly had forgotten they were acting, and she froze for a moment. But even if it's acting, you can't bet like this. What if you lose? However, Jojo wasn't foolish either. Although they were acting, Shin Kai-jun was taking it seriously. What are you panicking about? Shin Kai-jun didn't say that if he wins, you have to marry him. If he wins, he just wants me to leave you, but the key is I wasn't your fiancé to begin with. So even if I lose, I won't suffer any loss. Chen Shen's words were indeed reasonable, but Jojo also realized. Good for you, Chen Shen, this calculation is almost hitting me in the face. I spent $1 million hiring you to deal with Shin Kai-jun, and now you're betting with him. If you lose, you have no loss at all and can even earn $1 million, but I not only lose $1 million, but I'll also be entangled by Shin Kai-jun. Can you have a little conscience? Jojo rolled her eyes in frustration, feeling quite helpless. She originally just wanted Shin Kai-jun to give up completely, but unexpectedly, it backfired. What if Chen Shen really lost the bet? Not only would the problem remain unresolved, but she'd also have to pay $100,000. Where could she reason this out? Don't rush, I haven't agreed yet, right? Let's see what this bet is about first. At this point, Jojo had no choice but to let Chen Shen go. Young Master Qin, does what you just said still count? Chen Shen turned around and asked Shin Kai-jun. Of course it counts, so do you want to bet with me? Shin Kai-jun was filled with surprise. Although he knew he might not win this bet, he was also very clear that if he took this gamble, he would still have a chance. But if he didn't take this gamble, he would never have a chance at all. I want to hear how you want to bet first. Not yet understanding what kind of gambling game it was, Chen Shen naturally wouldn't agree blindly. Both our families are in the jewelry and jade business, and we're both here for the jade public auction, so why not make it a stone betting game? This jade public auction lasts 6 days, with the first 3 days being open bidding and the last 3 days being closed bidding. Let's bet on the open bidding. After 3 days, everyone will present their best cut stones for price comparison. Whoever has the highest price wins. Kid, what do you say? Are you brave enough to bet with me? As he spoke, Shin Kai-jun crossed his arms, a smug smile on his face. Although he was short and unremarkable, with a low education level, he had a natural talent for stone betting. Everyone in the Magic City who worked in this field knew he was a master at it. Shin Kai-jun had never seen Chen Shen before and thought he was just an obscure character, so he was full of confidence in the stone betting. However, Shin Kai-jun could never have imagined that the very field he prided himself on was exactly where Chen Shen excelled. You ask if I'm brave? I'm more than brave. Then it's settled. We'll focus on stone betting, and whoever defaults is a grandson. Chen Shen even thought he had misheard. He didn't expect Shin Kai-jun wanted to bet on stones. He was almost grinning from ear to ear. Shin Kai-jun didn't think much of it either. Seeing Chen Shen agree so readily, he immediately burst into laughter, not forgetting to mock him a bit. Kid, you have some guts, but unfortunately, just having guts isn't enough for stone betting. I won't go back on my word, but I don't trust you. We need to write a contract. This statement hit right into Chen Shen's plans. Alright, let's write a contract, right now. Chen Shen was worried that Shin Kai-jun might back out, so he certainly wouldn't refuse this request. Soon, the two established their agreement and pressed their fingerprints on it. Young Master Qin, we'll see the results in 3 days. Chen Shen carefully tucked away the contract and happily turned to leave with the beautiful Jojo. But just as the two stepped out of the private room, Shin Kai-jun immediately followed them stealthily. He had just observed Chen Shen and Jojo. Although they appeared very close, he always felt there was something theatrical about their interaction. He didn't rule out this possibility. After all, Jojo had used all sorts of tricks to reject him. So to confirm his suspicions, Shin Kai-jun decided to tail them. The most direct evidence would be to see if they were staying in the same room or in separate rooms. I'm so clever. Shin Kai-jun secretly rejoiced. However, he didn't know that from the moment he stepped out of the private room, Chen Shen had already noticed him. Don't let go. Shin Kai-jun is following us. Don't give ourselves away. Just as they exited the private room and Jojo was about to release her arm, Chen Shen immediately tightened his hold on her and leaned in to whisper in her ear. Shin Kai-jun really is relentless. What should we do next? Jojo frowned, clearly displeased. Shin Kai-jun definitely wants to see if we're sharing a room or not. Since this act has already begun, let's just see it through. After hearing Chen Shen's words, Jojo was taken aback. You don't mean to say that we've been sharing a room these past few days, do you? Chen Shen smiled and said, don't look at me like that, making it seem like I'm trying to take advantage of you. Don't worry, we're just acting. Once he sees us enter a room, he'll give up and leave. At that point, we can just part ways, right? Jojo nodded but still warned him uneasily, you're already holding me, so you've taken enough advantage. If you dare to go any further, I'll make sure you can't have children. After saying that, she reached down and made a scissor gesture. Chen Shen's mouth twitched. How is this woman so much like Yen Ruyu? A few minutes later, Shen Shen and Jojo walked into the same room. Just when Jojo thought everything was fine, Shen Shen sighed. What's wrong? Jojo quickly asked. It seems we have to keep acting, Shen Shen said with a bitter smile. Shin Kai-jun hasn't left, he even booked a room next to us. The location is quite special, with just a wall separating the 2 bedrooms. I think he wants to listen to whether we play poker or not. How disgusting, Jojo said irritably, but at the same time, she realized something and curiously asked, wait, how do you know he moved into the room next door? Shen Shen was taken aback, realizing he had let something slip, but he quickly thought of a way to cover it up and said in a calm tone, after we entered the room, within 5 seconds, I heard the sound of a door closing next door, so I guessed it must be Shin Kai-jun. No way, I need to verify this. Jojo thought this was just Shen Shen's guess and couldn't take it seriously, so she immediately called the front desk, inquiring as a friend whether the person in the next room was named Shin. After receiving a positive answer, Jojo's expression instantly darkened. I didn't expect someone with the surname Shin to really be next door. What should we do now? What else can we do? He's currently in the eavesdropping phase. Since we're acting, we have to see it through, so we might as well make it real. At this point, Shin Shin suddenly remembered something and looked at Jojo with a mischievous smile. Anyway, the last time we went to the hotel didn't pan out, so now's a good time to make up for it. As soon as he said this, Jojo's face turned slightly red, and she shot him a fierce glare. I warn you, we're just acting, don't think about taking advantage of me. Saying this, Jojo grabbed the ashtray on the coffee table, looking as if she was ready for battle. Seeing this, Chun Shen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He used to think Jojo and Yen Ruyu were the same type of woman, but now it seemed otherwise. Yen Ruyu dared to say and do, seducing people without hesitation. A woman like that was beyond Chun Shen's control, and he always ended up fleeing in embarrassment. Jojo, on the other hand, was the type who dared to speak but not act. Clearly, after drinking that night, she was like a vixen, yet the next day and even now, she put on an innocent sister facade. Shin Shen was really curious about how a woman like her had dated 40 boyfriends. Alright, don't be so tense. I'm not the type to take advantage of others, and I wouldn't stoop to that level. What I want, I will pursue openly and honestly. Shin Shen sat calmly on the edge of the bed, and seeing that he truly showed no signs of making a move, Jojo finally breathed a sigh of relief. That said, what do we do now? Shen Shen had already thought of a strategy. Just do as I say, and you won't go wrong. First step, you go take a shower. As soon as he said this, Jojo's expression changed again. Shen Shen said helplessly, don't worry, I'm not trying to take advantage of you. Think about it carefully, what can a boyfriend or fiancé do at a hotel? Of course, it's time to sleep. Usually, we take a shower first, then play some little games, and then go to bed. Isn't Shin Kai-jun trying to eavesdrop? Then let's show him our entire routine clearly, so he can hear everything. Jojo suddenly realized and started walking towards the bathroom while taking off her coat. Shen Shen never expected that underneath Jojo's coat, she was wearing only a very light camisole. Her sun-kissed shoulders had a unique charm. Don't peek. After warning him, Jojo walked into the bathroom. Before long, the sound of running water echoed. Shen Shen took a curious glance, his mouth agape in surprise. He didn't expect the hotel's bathroom to have frosted glass, although he couldn't see clearly inside, he could roughly make out her figure. In the dead of night, with a man and a woman alone, listening to the sound of a shower and seeing her graceful silhouette, it was hard for any man to resist. Who told you to go back on your word? You promised to go to the hotel but then turned your back on it. I'm just taking a look now, consider it collecting some interest. Shen Shen thought to himself, then activated his X-ray vision. His gaze easily penetrated the frosted glass. Jojo indeed had a great figure, and perhaps due to working out, her skin was particularly tight, making her chest appear even more prominent and her backside more rounded. Shen Shen's eyes roamed over her body, capturing every detail, igniting his blood. Suddenly, the sound of water stopped. The next second, the bathroom door opened, and Jojo emerged wrapped in a towel. Shen Shen quickly averted his gaze, shutting off his X-ray vision. If he reacted, it would be quite awkward. The first step is done. What do we do next? Jojo, unaware of Shen Shen's gaze, asked while drying her wet hair with a towel. Next, we need to coordinate. In a bit, I'll shake the bed to make the noise resemble playing poker, and you just need to call out a few times, and it'll be fine. After saying this, Shen Shen turned around, placed his hands on the bed, and began to shake it vigorously. The bed creaked in response. It really did sound convincing. Don't just stand there, quickly call out a couple of times, or we'll be exposed. Hearing Shen Shen's words, Jojo's face flushed slightly, but to deal with Shin Kai-jun, she had to grit her teeth, part her fiery red lips, and let out a very embarrassing sound. Shen Shen felt a shiver run down his spine, He didn't expect JoJo's voice to be so melodious and realistic, just listening to it almost made him lose control. JoJo seemed to be getting more into character, and to ensure that Shin Kai-jun next door could hear her clearly, her voice grew louder. At that moment, Shin Kai-jun, who was eavesdropping next door, suddenly jumped up from the bed, staring incredulously at the wall in front of him. After a few seconds of shock, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. "No! My goddess! My goddess!" It was a cry that tore at the heart. The volume was so loud that it easily reached Chen Chen and JoJo's ears. "Alright, that's enough. We can take a break now." Chen Chen smiled and stopped his movements. JoJo's cries abruptly ceased. It was only at this moment that Chen Chen let out a sigh of relief. If it had gone on any longer, he really wouldn't have been able to hold back. To be honest, if it weren't for JoJo being so deep and dangerous, Chen Chen might have really taken action. So, to avoid being caught off guard by JoJo and ending up with nothing left, Chen Chen suggested resting on the sofa outside the bedroom. JoJo teased, "I've dressed like this, and you can still hold back? Are you even a man?" Chen Chen's suppressed evil fire burst out again in an instant. He fixed his gaze on JoJo and said, "If you don't want to force me to show you whether I'm a man or not, then obediently apologize and say you were wrong." "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Bang! Crack! Without a moment's hesitation, JoJo immediately apologized, then quickly pushed Chen Chen out of the bedroom, closed the door tightly, and locked it. This whole process was smooth as flowing water. After it was done, she leaned against the bedroom door and let out a long breath. "Wow! Chen Chen's gaze just now was so scary, it felt like he really wanted to eat me." JoJo felt a bit of fear now. She shouldn't have teased Chen Chen just now. She was quite sure that if she hadn't backed down, tonight would have really been in jeopardy. Outside the door, Chen Chen looked at the tightly closed door, shook his head and smiled, then went to wash up and fell asleep on the sofa. The next day, there was no need to set an alarm. Just as dawn broke, Chen Chen was awakened by the continuous footsteps in the corridor. JoJo had already gotten dressed and walked out of the bedroom. "You were woken up, right?" JoJo smiled and explained, "Don't be surprised, this kind of situation isn't just something we can encounter. Almost all the hotels in the area today will have this situation. Don't forget, this morning is the opening day of the Jade public auction. Most of the people staying in hotels at this time are merchants or players coming to participate in the auction, and everyone wants to get to the venue early." It was also Chen Chen's first time attending the Jade public auction, and he was filled with curiosity. So, the two of them quickly washed up, and JoJo even just put on light makeup. At that moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Then came the voice of a waiter, saying that a guest from the next room had specially prepared breakfast for JoJo. Moreover, the waiter specifically stated that this breakfast was for Ms. Zhou alone. Hearing this, the two exchanged a smile. No need to think, this must have been done by Shin Kai-jun. But the amount of food was a bit ridiculous. 4 meat dishes, 4 vegetable dishes, plus 1 sweet and 1 salty soup. Was this breakfast prepared for one person? Is Shin Kai-jun raising you like a pig? Chen Chen looked at the table full of food with schadenfreude. "Go to hell. You're the pig." JoJo rolled her eyes. "Anyway, you can't finish it by yourself, so let me help you out." As Chen Chen said this, he reached for the chopsticks, but JoJo smacked his hand away. "Didn't you hear that this was specially prepared for me by Shin Kai-jun? There's none for you." JoJo smiled triumphantly, and Chen Chen realized that this woman was vengeful. She had just been put in her place and had to retaliate immediately. But Chen Chen wasn't someone to be trifled with. "Don't forget, we're acting right now. If you don't let me eat, I'll tell Shin Kai-jun the truth and let him continue to pester you." Sure enough, as soon as those words were out, JoJo instantly backed down. "No, no. Let's say I'm afraid of you, okay? Come on, big brother, you go ahead and eat first. Now that's more like it." After the two enjoyed a hearty meal, they took a taxi to the auction venue. At this time, the scene was already packed with people. Since it wasn't time to start yet, the main entrance of the venue was still tightly closed, but everyone wasn't idle. At the moment, the entrance of the venue was divided into 10 lines, and everyone was patiently waiting in line. What are they doing? It was Chen Chen's first time attending the Jade public auction, so he didn't understand many things. Fortunately, JoJo was there to explain at any time, which gave him a general understanding of the auction. It turned out that the Jade public auction wasn't just something anyone could enter casually. To participate, one needed to pay an entrance fee. If it was just for watching, the ticket wasn't expensive, only a few hundred yuan. But if one wanted to participate in the trading, a deposit, also known as a margin, was required. This part of the amount is not fixed. It will change according to the scale of the public auction and market fluctuations. The general rule is that the amount of deposit paid allows one to purchase jadeite worth 10 times that deposit. But for a major client like Jojo, the amount of deposit is irrelevant. This is essentially just a formality for verifying funds, and Joe's jewelry is somewhat well known in the industry, so a small token deposit is sufficient. In the end, it's just about paying the money and getting the goods. Once everyone has paid the required fees, the time for the public auction to start arrives. At the moment the doors open, the crowd instantly transforms into a fierce wave, rushing in almost frantically. It's reminiscent of a zombie horde. What a spectacular scene. Let's hurry up, if we don't, all the good materials will be gone. Chen Chen was anxious. Even with his ability to see through, if the materials were snatched up, having good eyes wouldn't be of any use. You don't think the Jadeite public auction is like the usual Jade Street, where you can just buy whatever you like immediately, do you? Jojo laughed upon hearing this and explained, the Jadeite public auction doesn't allow for on-the-spot transactions. It turns out that the Jadeite public auction is divided into two processes, the viewing period and the bidding period. The so-called viewing refers to examining the raw Jadeite stones. During this period, each piece of material will have a number assigned to it. If you like a piece, you note down its number and then proceed to bid. The bidding period is when the winning bid is announced. For a piece of material, whoever offers the highest price wins, and that piece belongs to them, just pay and take it. The bidding method is divided into sealed bids and open bids. Sealed bids mean that the Jade merchants fill out their assigned number, name, item number, and bid price on a bidding sheet and then place it in the corresponding bid box. The merchants do not know each other's bids, and when the bids are revealed, the winning bidder and bid price are announced according to the item number. This sealed bidding not only tests one's eyesight but also one's psychological strategy. After all, no one knows how much others have bid, so everyone can only grit their teeth and offer high prices. In the end, the real beneficiaries are not the Jade merchants but the organizers. Open bidding, on the other hand, takes place in a trading hall where the auction staff announces each item number, and bidders take turns bidding on site, with the highest bid winning, essentially an auction. Generally, Jadeite public auctions use sealed bids, but this time is different. The first 3 days are open bids, and the last 3 days are sealed bids. When Chen Chen was betting with Qin Kaijun yesterday, Qin Kaijun mentioned open and sealed bids, and Chen Chen thought open bids were for windowed materials while sealed bids were for non-windowed materials. After hearing Jojo's detailed explanation, Chen Chen realized he was quite naive. The viewing period lasts a total of 2 days, with the last day being the bidding period. For ordinary people, this timeline might feel a bit rushed, but for Chen Chen, it only takes about an hour to look through all the materials. Alright, I've noted down the item numbers worth bidding on and the highest prices I can offer in this notebook. On the day of the bidding period, just follow the bids, Jojo said, looking at the notebook Chen Chen handed him, which contained very detailed data. Jojo was instantly dumbfounded. This is it? Exactly. I've already looked through all the open bid materials. If you're not reassured, you can take another look, but I won't accompany you. Chen Chen nodded and prepared to leave. Wait, where are you going? Jojo quickly stopped Chen Chen. This matter wasn't clear yet, and he couldn't let Chen Chen leave so easily. Oh, I plan to go find a Jade Street to gamble on stones. Can't you just gamble here? I came this time to work for you, so I won't make any moves. Besides, this is the capital of the so-called Emerald Country, and there must be plenty of places to gamble on stones. I'll just take a casual stroll. In fact, Chen Chen only mentioned half of the reason. He was always straightforward. This time he participated in the Jade public auction with the understanding that he was working for Jojo, so no matter how good the materials were, he wouldn't make a move. But aside from that, there was another crucial reason. He originally planned to help Jojo assess the materials while absorbing spiritual energy. In fact, he did manage to do that, but the amount of spiritual energy he absorbed was minimal. There were simply too many participants at the auction, and he couldn't get close to many good materials, only able to observe from a distance with his X-ray vision. After an hour of activity, he hadn't absorbed much spiritual energy at all. Suddenly, Chen Chen thought, Myanmar is the Emerald Country, and especially in the capital, there must be no shortage of places to gamble on stones. So, he planned to wander elsewhere, hoping to absorb some spiritual energy and maybe even make a profit. Alright, I guess I didn't misjudge you. You really are a very qualified partner. Jojo nodded, then a mischievous smile appeared on her lips as she asked, but are you familiar with the local area? Also, can you speak Burmese? Chen Chen was taken aback. He hadn't considered that question at all. Forget it. Who told you to be my personally recruited senior gambling stone consultant? If I don't trust you, who else can I trust? Jojo put her notebook into her bag and waved at Chen Chen. Come with me, I'll be your guide and translator, so you won't be clueless and get taken advantage of. Chen Chen grinned, then thank you, Miss Shou. I'll treat you to lunch. Jojo's lips curled up. and she looked at him charmingly, saying, "That's more like it." Jojo was very familiar with the area. She didn't even need to hail a cab, leading Chen Chen through the winding streets. In less than 10 minutes, a rough stone market appeared before Chen Chen. His eyes widened in amazement. "Wow, this is much larger than our Jade Street in Magic City. At least 5 times bigger." Jojo laughed. "If I told you this is just a below-average rough stone market, you wouldn't drop your jaw in shock, would you?" Chen Chen was taken aback. "No way. Is it really that outrageous?" Jojo shrugged. "Don't forget, this is the capital of the Emerald Country. If there weren't a few decent large rough stone markets, wouldn't people laugh at us?" That made sense, and Chen Chen nodded, gradually calming his excitement. Then, he followed Jojo into the market. As soon as they entered the market, Chen Chen's previously calmed emotions surged again. Just a casual glance revealed several spots radiating dazzling golden light. No wonder it's the Emerald Country. The quality of the materials here is countless times better than those back home. For Chen Chen, this place was like paradise. But there was one thing that Chen Chen found hard to accept. Although the materials were good, the prices were ridiculously high. They were even high enough to make him wince. It was clear that the people here had a good eye. Each vendor could roughly tell whether a piece of material had the potential to produce green. Therefore, for some genuinely good materials, the prices were even higher. This led to some materials being overpriced. For example, one piece priced at 350,000 yuan in Dragon Country currency, in Chen Chen's view, was only worth about 300,000. If he were to make a move on such a piece, he would be a fool. Just then, a conversation between 2 people nearby caught his attention. He turned to look at the source of the sound. It was 2 middle-aged men speaking in the Dragon Country dialect, engaged in a heated discussion over a piece of material the size of a head. The color of the material was perfect, evenly distributed, and it was an old pit variety. Normally, there would be no need for discussion over such material. If the money was sufficient, it would be a sure thing to take it. However, when one of the men, wearing glasses, flipped the material over, Chen Chen suddenly realized. "Old Xiao, you better open your eyes and see clearly. Do you think this material is worth taking?" "Wow, Old Gua, you really have a keen eye. I didn't even notice that there's such a long crack on this piece. At first glance, this material looks like it could yield good stuff, but unfortunately, the crack is too long. There's a high probability it could ruin a whole good piece." "But Old Gua, you also said it's just a high probability, which means this material could also appreciate, right?" "Old Xiao, you're not thinking of buying it, are you?" The man called Old Xiao didn't respond, but his eyes were filled with eagerness. Chen Chen felt a tightness in his chest, silently praying that this person would give up. "Old Xiao, why not let it go? This material is priced over 1 million, it's too expensive. If it collapses, be careful your partner doesn't come after you." "Alas, what a pity." Old Xiao sighed, shook his head, and put the material down. He ultimately chose to give up. Chen Chen's eyes were fixed on the man's movements, and the moment the man's hand left the material, he rushed over. "Boss, I want this material. How much?" Chen Chen tightly hugged the material in his arms while asking the stall owner. "Hey, Old Gua, look quickly, this kid wants to buy the piece I just looked at." "No way, I have to see this." Chen Chen's words caught Old Xiao's attention. He was already interested in this material, and now seeing someone wanting to buy it, he immediately decided to stay and watch the situation before giving up. However, after Chen Chen finished speaking, the owner looked confused. "Right, I forgot this is abroad." Chen Chen slapped his forehead and quickly waved to Jojo. Having a translator made things much easier. Soon, Jojo told Chen Chen that the material was priced at 160,000. "Great, I'll take it." Chen Chen immediately pulled out his bank card. Domestic cards could be used directly in Myanmar, and he knew this. The owner started to swipe the card, but soon frowned and returned it. Chen Chen looked bewildered. "What does he mean? Your card doesn't have enough money, it only has 140,000. After saying this, Jojo, looking puzzled, asked, "Aren't you worth over 100 million? How come you're so broke now?" "I bought something at an auction yesterday, and I spent all my money. If I hadn't made 1 million from you last night, I wouldn't even have 100,000. Chen Chen explained helplessly, then rubbed his hands and looked at Jojo. "Miss Shou, could you lend me 200,000? Jojo teased with a smile. "Mr. Chen, you look like a completely different person from last night when you wanted to eat someone." Seeing Chen Chen pursing his lips, looking defeated, Jojo covered her mouth and chuckled, then said, "Alright, I was just joking, I'll lend you the 200,000. After saying this, Jojo handed the card to Chen Chen, who then passed it to the owner, casually saying, "Don't worry, I'll pay you back the 200,000 right away." Jojo curiously asked, "I don't think this material looks that great. How can you be so confident it will appreciate?" Chen Chen nodded, not being modest at all. "My vision is naturally different from yours. Otherwise, how could I be your senior gambling stone consultant? As soon as he said this, the two middle-aged men nearby burst into laughter. Young man, you're still too young, you haven't suffered any losses. Sometimes it's better to be a bit low-key. Chenshin smiled faintly and said, I say this piece can appreciate, it definitely can. As soon as the words were spoken, the boss had already settled the bill and returned both bank cards to Chenshin. At the same time, Old Gua smiled and said, this young man is quite confident, huh? How about we unwrap this material right here and let us both have a good look, what do you say? Old Xiao chimed in, young man, you saw it too. I originally wanted this piece of material, and I also want to see if there's anything inside. Chenshin nodded, no problem, I was planning to unwrap it on the spot anyway. After saying that, Chenshin asked Jojo to help translate his intention to the boss. After hearing this, the boss waved his hand and led Chenshin to the stone unwrapping machine. Chenshin picked up a pen from the ground, drew a line on the material, and placed it on the machine. This step didn't require Jojo to translate. Everyone in this line of work understood what was happening at a glance. So, without saying a word, the boss started the machine and cut along the line Chenshin had drawn. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the material placed on the machine. Because apart from Chenshin, no one else had high hopes for this piece. If such a long crack could yield a profit, it would be a miracle. The cutting machine sparked, accompanied by a slight sound, and the material was finally split in two. At that moment, several people hurried over, and after a careful look, they immediately let out two completely different exclamations. Both men burst into laughter. I thought there would be something inside this material, but it turns out there's not even a hint of green. Good thing I didn't buy it, otherwise, I would have been the one losing money. Both were reveling in the misfortune. Jojo sighed. I told you not to buy this piece, but you didn't listen. Well, now it's cut and ruined. However, Chenshin just smiled without saying a word, then quietly picked up one half of the material and began to polish it with tools. While polishing, he also poured water on the cut surface. The two men saw this and laughed heartily. Kid, don't waste your effort. You might as well think about how to pay back your friend. Wait. Old Gua, something's not right. That's green. It's green. No, it's actually yellow. Oh my god. This is a piece of yellow jade. Old Xiao took a closer look, and his expression changed dramatically. The other middle-aged man and Jojo also widened their eyes, unable to believe what was happening. No one expected this piece that no one had high hopes for not only yielded something but was also a rare piece of yellow jade. Jojo covered his mouth and exclaimed, this piece of yellow jade is actually of ice type. Chenshin, you hit the jackpot. This statement struck Old Xiao even harder. Old Gua, it's all your fault. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have been the one cutting this material. Sigh, Old Xiao, you can't blame me. I was just looking out for a friend when I advised you not to buy it. To be honest, everyone has their fate. This thing could yield yellow jade in this young man's hands, but it might not have been the same in yours. After hearing this, Old Xiao calmed down and sighed helplessly. Indeed, gambling on stones is not just about luck and vision. It also involves one's fate. What is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced. Young man, you really have good luck. Goodbye. Old Gua and Old Xiao clasped their fists at Chenshin, both turning away with a look of helplessness. Watching the two leave, Jojo also smiled wryly. It seems they were hit pretty hard, but it's not just them. I'm feeling the impact too. Saying this, Jojo turned to Chenshin and asked in confusion, we're the same kind of people, but how come you're so good at gambling on stones? Chenshin touched his nose and smiled. Maybe it's because I'm more handsome? So self-absorbed. Jojo let out a tch, rolled her eyes, and then asked, how do you plan to handle this piece? Chenshin raised his chin, looked ahead, and smiled as he said, well, it will be dealt with soon. Jojo followed his gaze and noticed that quite a few people had gathered around. These people had heard that there was yellow jade here and had come running. Although yellow jade isn't particularly rare, ice-type yellow jade is still quite uncommon. As more and more people arrived, many expressed their desire to buy this piece of yellow jade on the spot. This was exactly the outcome Chenshin wanted, so he began an on-site auction. In the end, the piece of yellow jade was bought by a local jade processing merchant for 5 million. This was just the beginning. Chenshin stayed in the raw stone market for a whole day. Crazy stone gambling. At the same time, he was wildly absorbing spiritual energy. Each piece was cracked open on site and immediately auctioned off. The emphasis was on quick cashing out. Even Jojo participated in a few bidding rounds. There was no helping it. Chenshin's eye for stones was too sharp, and he even cut out 2 pieces of Imperial green. Although the quality was slightly inferior, it still caused a sensation in the entire raw stone market. Jojo was actually already tired, but following Chenshin to gamble on stones was simply too thrilling. It was completely a case of winning every bet, like getting the script of a movie in advance. It felt almost unreal. but it was all genuinely happening. The more Chen gambled, the happier he became, and Jojo was getting more and more into it. By the end of the day, Chen had made over 50 million from gambling on stones. Moreover, the progress in absorbing spiritual energy also left Chen very satisfied. The golden halo in his dantian had grown larger than before, now about the size of half a head. "This truly is my paradise," Chen said, grinning from ear to ear. However, early the next morning, the two set off again. This time, Chen chose to go to a different place. Chen remarkable winning streak from the previous day had already caused a stir in the entire raw stone market. The saying "fame brings trouble" was indeed true. No matter where Chen gambled yesterday, a large crowd would gather around him. This made it particularly slow for him to move when he changed stalls. It directly affected the efficiency of his stone gambling. If it weren't for this, he could have gambled on dozens more pieces yesterday. So, Chen learned from the experience and vowed not to return to that place today. Jojo also understood this well, so the two quickly agreed, and Jojo took Chen directly to the farthest raw stone market. This market was even larger than yesterday's. However, due to the Jade public auction happening these 2 days, there were hardly any people here. But for Chen, this was simply paradise. Before long, a day had passed. Today, Chen made $1 billion from gambling on stones, doubling his earnings from yesterday. Naturally, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed was also greater than the day before. Chen glanced at it. The golden halo in his dantian had grown even larger. "I can't take it anymore. I've been accompanying you for 2 whole days. I'm about to collapse." When they returned to the hotel, Jojo rushed straight to the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed. "It's fine, we can rest tomorrow." Chen, however, was radiant, showing no signs of fatigue at all. Just 2 days of walking around was nothing for him. Even if he did this for a whole week, he wouldn't feel tired. Instead, he would get more and more energized. "By the way, speaking of which, do you have confidence in tomorrow's gambling match?" Jojo suddenly sat up, staring at Chen with a serious expression. After all, this was a matter concerning her lifetime happiness, and there could be no carelessness. "As long as you can secure more than half of the pieces from that little notebook I gave you, I can guarantee that we will win. Don't worry, as long as it doesn't exceed the highest price, I definitely won't feel sorry for the money." Seeing Chen so confident, Jojo could finally relax and get some sleep. The 3rd day of the Jade auction. The bidding period for the Mingbiao had arrived. All the Jade merchants had come early to the trading hall. "Jojo, I'm over here." As soon as Chen and Jojo walked in, they heard an incredibly familiar voice. Chen glanced over and saw that it was indeed Qin Kaijun waving frantically at Jojo while shouting, "Your young master Qin is calling you, should we go over and say hello?" Chen teased. "Shut up. Hurry up, pretend you didn't see him." Jojo shot Chen a fierce glare, then lowered her head and pulled Chen in the opposite direction. However, they were still a step too late. Qin Kaijun had already run over, smiling as he asked, "Jojo, is it too crowded for you to hear me calling you?" Jojo took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, then wrapped her arm around Chen's and smiled. "Young Master Qin, I really didn't hear you, but even if I did, I wouldn't pay attention to you. After all, my fiancé is still here. Shouldn't we keep some distance?" To this, Qin Kaijun nonchalantly replied, "It's fine, you two aren't married yet, and you don't completely belong to him. I still have to pursue you." Upon hearing this, Jojo rolled her eyes in frustration. Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He thought he had thick skin, but it turned out Qin Kaijun was even thicker skinned. "The Mingbiao auction is about to begin, please everyone quiet down and prepare for bidding." At that moment, the host's voice echoed from the loudspeakers, and the entire venue erupted in cheers. Everyone surged toward the host's platform. Qin Kaijun sneered, "Kid, don't forget our bet after the auction. For Jojo, I won't go easy on you, I'll make sure you lose badly." Chen smiled slightly. "Oh really? I'm looking forward to it." After saying that, the 3 of them followed the crowd to the host's platform. At this time, the host's voice rang out again. "Dear friends, we will now begin the Mingbiao auction. Please all bidders prepare for the bidding. I hereby announce that the Mingbiao auction officially begins. First up is lot 14, starting price 50,000, bidding starts now." As soon as the host finished speaking, someone immediately made a bid. "I bid 60,000. I bid 70,000. I bid 80,000. After a fierce round of bidding, lot 14 was finally won by a Jade merchant from France for 110,000. The entire process took no more than 2 minutes. This shows just how crazy the Jade auction can be. Next is lot 18, starting price 70,000, bidding starts now. As soon as this was said, Jojo's eyes lit up. Because Chen had marked this piece, she immediately began to participate in the bidding. In the end, JoJo successfully won it for 130,000. Then came the third piece, the fourth piece. Shen had marked a total of 120 pieces for JoJo, and in the end, she successfully acquired 108 pieces. Shen was very satisfied with this result, mainly because all the good pieces he had his eye on were collected by JoJo, which not only meant making money but also ensured victory in the bet against Shin Kai-jun. Just as the two had finished paying and were preparing to collect their goods, Shin Kai-jun had also completed his bidding. He had acquired a total of 93 pieces and was grinning widely, laughing uncontrollably. Among these pieces, one was the King of Lots that countless people had high hopes for. Every year at the Jade auction, there is a King of Lots, which is the piece everyone is optimistic about, and naturally, the price is very high. The King of Lots that Shin Kai-jun successfully bid for cost a whopping 400 million. But this price is actually not considered high in the history of public auctions. In 2007, the winning bid reached an astonishing 1 billion. Although the winning bid in 2010 was only 200 million, it is important to note that it weighed merely 6 kilograms, averaging an incredible 33 million per kilogram, setting the record for the highest single kilogram transaction price in Myanmar's public auctions. It caused a sensation worldwide. However, just because the winning bid can sell for a sky-high price does not mean it is necessarily worth that much. 10 years ago, a businessman from France successfully bid for a winning piece worth 700 million in Myanmar, but when it was cut open, it yielded less than 30 million in profit. The Jade merchant lost everything, even his shorts, and fainted on the spot. However, such failures of winning bids are rare. Most of the time, they are bets on price increases. Therefore, every winning bid always attracts countless fervent admirers. This is the allure of gambling on stones. Many people spend lavishly, even risking fortunes, just for that final shout of it has increased. Once it increases in value, it can multiply several times, even dozens of times. Shin Kai-jun, who won the bid, instantly became the focus of attention for everyone present. Reporters rushed over, wanting to interview him, but he refused. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Shin Kai-jun approached Shen and arrogantly said, "Kid, come with me, let's go to the stone-cutting area and settle this." Shen smiled and nodded, "Sure, I've been waiting for this." On the way to the stone-cutting area, JoJo shot several annoyed glances at Shen. "What you can't wait for is that 30 million villa, right? You bastard. You don't care about my happiness at all for your own benefit. If you lose, you lose, but I will have to deal with Shin Kai-jun's endless entanglement. Just thinking about it is frustrating. Shen, you must win this time. If you lose, I absolutely won't let you off." JoJo leaned close to Shen's ear, gritting her teeth, and even Shen could clearly hear the sound of her teeth clashing. "I say, Miss Show, at this critical moment, you're still threatening me? Isn't that just adding pressure on me? I must tell you, if the pressure is too great, it can affect the outcome of the stone gambling. If I lose, don't blame me." Seeing JoJo like this, Shen couldn't help but want to tease her a bit. "Just a little bit, I'm sorry." JoJo immediately fell for it, doing a complete 180. "What good is just apologizing? What I need most right now is motivation." Shen held back his laughter, deciding to tease JoJo a bit more. JoJo fell silent for 2 seconds, biting her cherry lips tightly, as if making a significant decision, and then whispered, "How about this? If you win against Shin Kai-jun, I'll let you sleep with me tonight." Upon hearing this, Shen's eyes instantly lit up. "All right, it's a deal." He had been sleeping on the sofa for days, and it was really uncomfortable, leaving him with a sore back. JoJo's condition was something he couldn't refuse. Meanwhile, the news of Shen and Shin Kai-jun's bet quickly spread throughout the trading hall. "I heard there's some excitement in the stone-cutting area, is it true? I heard the winner of the bid is betting on stones against another man for a woman. This is interesting. Not only can we see the winning bid being cut live, but we can also watch a good show. Let's hurry over. If we get there late, we won't see anything." More and more onlookers began to flock to the stone-cutting area. In the blink of an eye, it was surrounded tightly. Fortunately, Shen and the others had already entered, otherwise, the protagonists of this gambling match wouldn't even be able to get into the stone-cutting area, and what would these people be watching? A staff member walked over to the three and said, "Miss Show, all your materials are ready for you." "Mr. Shin, all your materials are here as well. These materials were just taken out of the warehouse, and the numbers are right on top, you two can check them." The Jade public auction in Myanmar is the most legitimate Jade auction in the world, and the process is absolutely transparent. After the bidding ends, the pickup time for all materials is 60 days, during which the Jade merchants need to pay all amounts in full, after which they can find the organizing committee staff to handle the pickup. The staff will first retrieve the goods from the warehouse according to the records and numbers, and they will also handle customs clearance, transportation procedures, or provide sales and processing certificates, and they can even offer transportation services with police support, helping Jade merchants transport the raw stones back to their country more quickly and safely. Jojo and Shin Kai-jun had already settled all payments, and Shin Kai-jun had informed the organizing committee in advance about wanting to gamble on the stone cutting on site, so the staff had already extracted all the materials before their arrival. The two checked everything and confirmed that there were no issues. "Young Master Chin, can we start cutting the stone?" Chen Chen asked eagerly. "Kid, it seems you're quite clever, knowing that the sooner you die, the sooner you can be reborn. I'll help you with that," Shin Kai-jun said with a confident smile, then stepped up to the king of the auction. This king of the auction was half a person tall and weighed 110 kilograms. In the history of public auctions, it was quite a significant piece. "We agreed in advance to each bring out our best material and bet on the final cutting price. I'll use this king of the auction to bet against you." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted. All the spectators were cheering loudly. Every year at the Jade public auction, aside from the thrilling bidding process and the excitement of cutting good materials, the biggest highlight is undoubtedly the on-site cutting of the king of the auction. It's no exaggeration to say that these spectators were even more excited than Shin Kai-jun. After all, they weren't the ones spending the money. Whether the stone was cut poorly or well, they had nothing to lose, so they were naturally enthusiastic. "Chen, it's your turn to pick the material now," Shin Kai-jun said with a radiant smile, exuding confidence. Not only was he confident, but almost everyone in the audience had already assumed that the winner would be Shin Kai-jun. The reason was simple: the king of the auction was in Shin Kai-jun's hands. They were very optimistic about this piece. In their eyes, Chen Chen had no chance of winning. "It's fine, you go ahead and cut first. I'll cut after you're done." Chen Chen waved his hand, looking indifferent. He secretly laughed to himself, thinking that no matter how it was cut, he would win, so it didn't matter who went first or last. But this statement sounded different in Shin Kai-jun's ears. Shin Kai-jun laughed. "You do have some self-awareness, knowing you can't win, so you won't bother putting in the effort. Fine, just wait for me to cut it, and you can admit defeat right away." After saying this, he didn't forget to blow a kiss to Jojo, grinning as he said, "Jojo, I've already devised a plan to pursue you, designed several surprises. After this kid admits defeat, I'll give you the first surprise, so wait for me." As soon as these words were spoken, Jojo's mouth twitched, and her right hand, which was wrapped around Chen Chen's arm, quietly moved to his waist, then she twisted it hard. "Ouch! What are you doing?" Chen Chen exclaimed, his eyes widening in pain as he turned to glare at Jojo. If it weren't for the people around, he would have cried out in pain. "You're driving me crazy. I'm giving you the power to win." Jojo gritted her teeth in anger. Chen Chen rolled his eyes wildly. Damn it, is there such a thing as borrowing power? It felt like his flesh was about to be twisted off. Just as the two were flirting, the staff had already worked together to lift the auction piece onto the cutting machine. At this moment, Shin Kai-jun no longer wore a playful smile. Instead, he began to draw lines on the auction piece with great seriousness. To be honest, when this guy got serious, he looked a bit better than usual. Once the lines were drawn, the stone cutter immediately started the machine, cutting along the first line, accompanied by flying sparks and a piercing sound from the material. After quite a while, the machine finally stopped, and the material was cut open. At the same time, everyone held their breath, straining to see what was inside. At this moment, the stone cutter was pouring water onto the cut surface, and a portion of the powder had been washed away, revealing a dazzling green light. "It's green!" Suddenly, the crowd erupted. Everyone hurriedly moved closer, and the stone cutter cooperatively stepped aside to fully reveal the cut surface. There, indeed, was a brilliant green hue. The color was very pure, and the quality was excellent, reaching the ice type. Although it wasn't top-notch glass type, the auction piece was quite large, and as long as they could successfully cut out a piece of jade, it would be a profit. Josho's expression immediately turned a bit ugly. At this moment, Shin Kai-jun looked at Chen Chen and asked smugly, "Kid, what do you think? Just based on this ice-type Zhengyang green cut surface, do you admit defeat?" Chen Chen remained indifferent and said, "Don't celebrate too early. Maybe the cut surface looks good, but the inside could be junk. Hee, you're just jealous." Shin Kai-jun was in high spirits and didn't take Chen Chen's words seriously. He turned to the stonecutter and said, "Keep going, get the whole piece of jade out." The stonecutter immediately got to work without a word. However, just 5 minutes later, the stonecutter's hand suddenly trembled, and he exclaimed, "Not good. It's collapsed." "What? Collapsed?" Everyone was stunned. How is that possible? Shin Kai-jun's heart sank, and he quickly looked closely at the material. At this point, the material was almost fully revealed. There was indeed jade, but it was riddled with countless cracks. Such dense cracks made it impossible to even make a pair of small earrings. This small piece of jade was considered ruined. Someone estimated that this small piece of material had lost nearly 20 million. Shen, you really called it. The cut surface looks good, but the inside is junk. Jojo's eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. It's okay, it's just one piece of jade that collapsed. It's not a big deal. Shin Saijuan's expression only looked bad for a few seconds before returning to normal, casually waving his hand. According to his estimate, this auction piece could at least yield 5 or 6 large pieces. This was just the first one. Young Master Chin, since we come from the same place, let me remind you, it's best not to continue cutting. Now that it's half open, you should sell it quickly to minimize losses. If you keep cutting, your losses will be significant. Shen pointed at the material and said, "What do you mean by that?" Shin Kaijun frowned. No matter how he heard it, it didn't sound like good advice. I'll be straightforward, this auction piece can indeed yield good goods, but most of it will be similar to this piece of jade, mostly waste. Before Chen could finish, he was interrupted by Shin Kaijun. Pft. Are you a crow or something? Shin Kaijun said irritably, I find you quite cunning. You know this is the material I used to bet with you. If I sell it now, wouldn't that mean I'm admitting defeat? I won't fall for your tricks, I want to cut it all the way through. After saying that, Shin Kaijun instructed the stone cutter to continue cutting along the second line. Watching the sparks fly, Shen shook his head helplessly. It's hard to persuade a ghost that wants to die. Sure enough, not long after, a wave of boos erupted from the crowd. The second cut also failed. Shin Kaijun, not believing in evil, shouted with red eyes, keep cutting, cut it all open. The third cut failed. The fourth cut failed. The fifth cut failed again. Blood loss. This is a blood loss. Damn it! Shin Kaijun trembled all over, feeling a bit dizzy. If it weren't for the 2 bodyguards supporting him, he would have already collapsed on the ground. It shouldn't be, it can't be. He was now sweating profusely, his hands trembling slightly, completely panicking. The worse he felt, the happier Jojo became. He thought to himself that he could finally get rid of Shin Kaijun. Mr. Shin, congratulations, it's green. But suddenly, a loud shout from the stone master pulled Shin Kaijun back from the brink of collapse, and Jojo's smile instantly vanished. At the same time, cheers erupted around them. The sixth cut finally revealed a good piece. It was a high ice material that was infinitely close to glass quality. Although the color was slightly off, only reaching the apple green level, this piece of jade was the largest among the top pieces, about 1/3 the size of the top piece. Moreover, it had almost no inclusions or cracks, making it a top quality material. Many people in the crowd were professional jade value assessors, and someone immediately gave a conclusion. This high ice apple green is conservatively estimated to be worth between 170 million and 200 million. This estimate was recognized by most people present. Ha, Shen, let's see how you can win against me now. Shin Kaijun instantly revived, hands on his hips, laughing up to the sky. Everyone around looked at him as if he were a fool. Clearly, the overall cut had failed. How could he act like he had one? The top piece had collapsed, yet he was grinning like a flower. In the history of jade public auctions, this was quite unique. Little did they know, Shin Kaijun didn't care whether the top piece could be gambled up. It had collapsed, but as long as he could win against Shen, that was enough. Oh no, I've been played by Shin Kaijun. Jojo finally realized. When betting with Shin Kaijun, they hadn't mentioned factors like the size of the material, only that the outcome would be based on price. But looking at the 108 pieces Shen had chosen, the largest was only half the size of Shin Saijuan's piece. Unless they could cut out an Imperial green, they would definitely lose. But Imperial green wasn't something that could just be produced at will, right? Moreover, they only had one chance. Trying to pick out a piece worth over 200 million from 108 pieces was almost impossible. Kid, why are you just standing there? Are you planning to give up? Shin Kaijun laughed triumphantly. Why don't you just admit defeat? Save time, I still want to give Jojo a surprise. I haven't even cut the stone yet. Why are you in such a hurry? After saying that, Shen turned to pick out materials. Soon, he came over holding a piece the size of a head. When the crowd saw the material in his hands, they all burst into laughter. Because this piece had extremely poor quality, the skin was loose, and the sand grains were particularly coarse. The interior of this material was basically filled with small cracks. Even if it produced green, it would be waste material. It's not an exaggeration to say that even a dog wouldn't want this material. Why are you ignoring so many good materials and picking this one? Jojo was anxious and quickly pushed Shen to choose another one. No need, this piece is just fine. As a result, Chen Chen not only refused to change but was also particularly quick, placing the material on the machine in one swift motion. You really make me so angry. Jojo was so furious he was stomping his feet, his wheat-colored face now turning dark red. Young man, are you really not going to change it? Even the stonecutter didn't have high hopes for this piece. Chen Chen nodded, then pointed to the center and said, "This one, just cut it in the middle." The stonecutter sighed. Since the client had spoken, he could only comply. The machine started, and everyone looked on with a sense of anticipation. But once it was cut open, everyone was left dumbfounded. Shin Kai-jun had a look on his face as if he had eaten something terrible. This was the kind of material that even dogs wouldn't want. Yet at this moment, it burst forth with three completely different brilliant colors. Even the stonecutter was shocked, his hands frozen in midair. "It's actually a three-color jade of Fu Lu Shou," Jojo exclaimed, covering her red lips with her hands, her eyes trembling in shock. Even Shin Kai-jun widened his eyes, unable to utter a word. Logically, the two of them were jade and gemstone merchants. What kind of jade hadn't they seen? But this Fu Lu Shou three-color jade was truly extraordinary. Its rarity was second only to Imperial green. There are many colors of jade, but typical jade is usually monochromatic. Only in rare cases do 2, 3, or even 4 colors coexist. If there are 2 colors, it's called double-color jade. If there are 3 colors, it's called Fu Lu Shou jade, as 1 color represents fortune, 2 colors represent prosperity, and 3 colors represent longevity. If there's a 4th color, it represents joy, and there are legends of 5-color jade, known as Fu Lu Shou Shikai. But that's just a legend, no one has ever seen it. In reality, Fu Lu Shou 3-color jade is already very rare. Many people might not even see a piece of Fu Lu Shou jade in their lifetime. Many of the onlookers present were silently thanking Chen Chen in their hearts, thanking him for allowing them to witness a piece of Fu Lu Shou 3-color jade. And most importantly, the quality of this Fu Lu Shou 3-color jade actually reached the glass type. This is the highest quality. The crowd buzzed with discussion, all believing this piece was absolutely worth a fortune. This reached Qin Saijuan's ears, instantly giving him a sense of crisis. This material has only been opened up, it hasn't been further processed. Don't be like me, where it looks good on the surface but is actually a mess inside. However, Shin Kai-jun wasn't flustered. Gambling on stones had too many variables. Moreover, Chen Chen's piece was of average quality. Although it contained glass-type Fu Lu Shou, if there were cracks, it would still be worthless. Hearing this, Chen Chen smiled faintly, then turned to Jojo and asked, "Do you know why I didn't let you bid for the top lot even though I knew it was the top lot?" Jojo suddenly realized, right, you really didn't let me bid for the top lot. Why not? Chen Chen's lips curled up as he glanced at Shin Kai-jun and deliberately said loudly, "Because I knew the quality of the top lot wasn't great. Since I could tell what the top lot was like, I naturally knew how good this 3-color material was. At the very least, winning the top lot was absolutely no problem." Upon hearing this, Jojo instantly beamed with joy, and her gaze towards Chen Chen held a hint of admiration. Seeing Jojo looking at Chen Chen with admiration, Shin Kai-jun felt a surge of anger and said irritably, "Kid, stop bragging. If you have the guts, let everyone see how good this material really is." "Alright, just wait." Shin Feng went directly to the machine, signaling the stonecutter to step aside, then picked up the stone polishing tool and began to polish the stone himself. The skin of the material gradually peeled away, revealing the 3-color jade bit by bit to everyone's eyes. At first, Shin Saijuan's face was full of disdain, but after a few minutes, his expression turned serious. When the entire piece of jade was fully revealed, the seriousness on Shin Saijuan's face transformed into shock. Shock that left him dumbfounded. Not just him, everyone present was now wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. This little brother really has a remarkable skill. He managed to peel off the entire skin of a jadeite without causing any damage to the whole piece. I didn't expect this young man not only has a keen eye but also such great craftsmanship. Look, doesn't this tricolored jadeite resemble a pyramid? That's right. It really does. This is simply a pure natural craft that doesn't even need to be carved. The crowd buzzed with discussion, marveling at Chen Chen's skills while being completely captivated by the shape of the tricolor jadeite. This piece of tricolor jadeite looked like a naturally formed pyramid. In the industry, it is also referred to as a pure natural craft. If 2 jade carvings are identical in appearance and material quality, but one is naturally formed while the other is hand-carved, the price difference can be significant. Even if the conditions are the same, the price of a naturally formed piece can be more than double that of a hand-carved one. At this moment, an appraiser provided a reasonable estimate. This pure natural Fu Lu Shou tricolor jadeite, whether in terms of quality or color, is top-notch, and its naturally formed shape makes its price even higher. I remember 10 years ago, Chairman Wang of Wandai spent 17 million to buy an ice-type tricolor jade bracelet. Even if we calculate based on the prices from 10 years ago, replacing ice-type with glass-type, a tricolor jade bracelet like this would cost at least 20 million. This young brother's tricolor jadeite, judging by its size, could at least yield 20 pairs of bracelets, which means it's worth 400 million. Just this alone is worth 400 million. If we consider it as a pure natural craft, its value would be even higher. In my opinion, this pure natural Fu Lu Shou tricolor jadeite that resembles a pyramid is worth at least 500 million. This analysis was logical and well-founded, and no one had any objections. So, that means this bet was won by my fiancé, right? Jojo's words felt like a knife stabbing deep into Shin Saijuan's heart, causing him great distress. Shin Kaijun was momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't want to concede defeat so easily, feeling utterly unwilling, but with so many people present, he couldn't back out. In the end, he glared at Chen Shen and said angrily, "It's all your fault, you jinx. You made my bid collapse." Shin Feng's mouth twitched. What the hell? How can this be blamed on me? Young Master Qin, this stone betting isn't about talking. If words were effective, everyone would claim they could bet on a rise, and everyone would get rich overnight from stone betting. Shin Kaijun was left speechless by Chen Shen's retort, his mouth agape, staring wide-eyed, unsure of what to say for a long time. When he finally came to his senses, he completely broke down. Thud! Shin Kaijun sat down on the ground, disregarding the many people around him, and began to wail loudly. "Ah, my Jojo! My goddess! I will never have another chance." Shin Saijuan's crying was so tragic that instead of anyone mocking him, the entire crowd felt sympathy for him. Even Chen Shin felt a bit of pity. He sighed, walked over, squatted down, and gently patted Shin Saijuan's shoulder, softly comforting him. "Buddy, think it over. With your conditions, what kind of woman can't you find? Why hang yourself on one tree?" Shin Kaijun felt there was some truth in this, and his mood eased a little. Just then, Chen Shen spoke again. "Although you are short and not very good looking, you have money, you can still find true love. I believe in you." Shin Kaijun was taken aback. At first glance, it sounded like encouragement, but it also seemed a bit like an insult. "I said, young Master Qin, you're not trying to renege on the bet, are you?" Chen Shen frowned when he noticed Shin Kaijun hadn't spoken for a long time and tentatively asked. "You underestimate me, Shin Kaijun. I truly can't bear to part with Jojo, but I absolutely won't renege on the bet. If you gamble, you must accept the loss." Shin Kaijun stood up, wiped the tears from his face fiercely, and stared hard at Chen Shen, gritting his teeth as he said, "Brother, treat her well, don't let her suffer. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Hearing this, Chen Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "You can rest assured about that. Brother, I wish you both happiness." After saying this, Shin Kaijun felt relieved, grinning as he added, "By the way, when is your wedding date set? I'll take care of your wedding." Chen Shen was taken aback and then falsely claimed, "Well, we haven't decided yet." Shin Kaijun frowned. "That won't do. Such a big matter, how can you not settle it quickly?" Chen Shen, fearing he might slip up, quickly changed the subject. "You don't need to worry about that, we'll pick a date ourselves. It's just the matter of the wedding house." Shin Kaijun interrupted directly, "You can rest assured about that, I keep my word." After saying this, he pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chen Shen. As soon as Chen Shen took it, his heart skipped a beat. Wow! This business card was actually made of gold. Is it really necessary to be this extravagant? How about it? Isn't my gold business card impressive? Shin Kaijun smiled proudly and continued, "This is my personal card. There are no more than 10 people in the entire Magic City who own this card. When you return to the country, you can use this card to move freely in my group's building. Just go to my office, and I'll help you with the villa transfer." Chen Shen couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. A 30 million villa would soon be in his hands. Just thinking about it was exciting. "By the way, make sure to notify me as soon as you set the wedding date. I'll arrange the most luxurious wedding in the entire Magic City for you." However, before Chen Shen could enjoy the moment, Shin Saijuan's words suddenly made him feel troubled. After saying this, Shin Kaijun didn't notice Chen Shen's expression and turned directly to Jojo. "Jojo, I promise I won't bother you anymore from now on. I wish you happiness. But before we part for the last time, can I hug you?" Jojo nodded without hesitation. As long as Shin Kaijun wouldn't pester her anymore, she wouldn't hesitate to let him hug her, even 10 times. Shin Kaijun finally got his wish and embraced Jojo, but little did he know that this first embrace would also be their last. Just thinking about it made his heart ache, and he couldn't help but want to cry. But to maintain some dignity in front of Jojo, Shin Kaijun reluctantly pushed her away, then used the excuse of handling the jade raw stone to be sent back to the country, saying a few words before turning awkwardly to leave and find the staff to deal with the follow-up matters. Chen Shen, you're amazing. I love you. Jojo immediately ran to Chen Shen, wrapped her arms around his head, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him fiercely on the forehead several times. Don't be too happy now. Didn't you hear what Qin Kaijun just said? He wants to arrange a wedding for us. Are we really going to have a fake marriage? If it were any other time, Chen Shen would definitely enjoy this wave of benefits, but now his mind was filled with how to deal with this troublesome matter. Fake marriage? You wish. Jojo rolled her eyes at him and said helplessly, at worst, we'll just drag this out. Maybe over time, Qin Kaijun will forget about it? I think that's unlikely. Chen Shen shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. But right now, there really wasn't a good way to handle it. They could only take it one step at a time. Miss Shou, will these jade raw stones be cut open on site and then transported back to the country, or will they be kept in their original state for transport? At this moment, a staff member asked. Chen Shen, I want to cut a few pieces to take a look. Generally speaking, they are usually transported back directly, but after witnessing the Fu Lu Shou tricolor, Jojo was filled with curiosity and anticipation for the remaining materials. You want to see if there are any top-quality materials left, right? Alright, I'll let you feast your eyes. Chen Shen understood Jojo's thoughts and picked out a piece from a pile. Once it was opened, it shocked the entire room. This was a high ice violet. Purple jade is extremely rare, with shades like pink purple, eggplant purple, and blue purple, but the most precious is the pure purple, which is known as violet jade. It is well known that purple has always been associated with nobility, and violet jade is an exceptionally rare color. High ice violet is even more exorbitantly priced. Jojo estimated that this high ice violet could sell for at least 70 million. At that moment, she finally realized how correct her decision was to make Qin Shen a senior gambling stone consultant for Zhou's jewelry. It was simply a huge profit. Next, Jojo began the process of officially marking these materials for transport back to the country with the staff. This took the entire afternoon. However, Chen Shen was not idle. During this time, he absorbed all the spiritual energy he hadn't been able to before. But compared to the spiritual energy he absorbed in other raw stone markets a couple of days ago, this was nothing. After resting for a night, Chen Shen, under Jojo's lead, hurriedly rushed to the public auction site. This was the fourth day of the Jade public auction, and it was also the start of the blind bidding period. Like the open bidding, Jade merchants needed to quote a price for the materials they were interested in, but they had no idea how much others were bidding. Therefore, blind bidding was considerably more challenging than open bidding. However, for the organizers, it was a great way to make money. In fact, Jojo did not have high hopes for blind bidding because she always seemed to miss out whenever she gambled in blind bids. But for Qin Shen, this was nothing to worry about. He was not in a hurry. Just like before, he first strolled around the venue, carefully noting down the numbers of materials that were of suitable quality and price. But this time, he did not rush to bid. After finishing everything, he prepared to leave. This scene made Jojo anxious. Although there were still 2 days until the bidding period began, and bidding could be done during those 2 days, it was always better to bid early to avoid long nights filled with dreams. But no matter how much she urged, Chen Shen remained unhurried and indifferent. He even pulled her to continue gambling in the raw stone market area from yesterday. This gamble lasted another 2 days. Undoubtedly, Chen Shen not only absorbed a lot of spiritual energy but also made a significant profit. Finally, on the 6th day, the day of the blind bid opening, Chen Shen appeared in the trading hall with Jojo. At the same time, Chen Shen's gaze was fixed on the box where everyone needed to throw their bid slips after bidding. In the blink of an eye, the bidding box became transparent. The countless bid amounts and corresponding material numbers on the slips were all seen by Qin Shen. Unlike open bidding, in blind bidding for the same piece of material, each jade merchant does not know how much others have bid. This means that everyone relies solely on luck and financial capability. To successfully secure a piece of material, everyone would offer the highest price they could afford. However, no matter what, blind bidding is always accompanied by ecstasy and regret. Some people might win a piece of material they desire at an extremely low price, while others might end up paying a particularly high price and feel regret afterward. There are even cases where individuals, after failing to win a bid, see the winning price and realize they were only a few hundred yuan short, leading them to be so furious they nearly spit blood. Therefore, compared to the open bidding model, the blind bidding is much more thrilling and tense. But this is the case for ordinary people. The reason Chen Shen has been calm these past few days is that he has already devised a foolproof strategy. Lot number 68, starting bid is 320,000, current bids are 390,000, 460,000, 480,000. Chen kept his eyes on the bidding box while mentally noting the prices that had appeared for the material he intended to bid on. His strategy is quite simple: make the most of what he has. Since he has X-ray vision, he should make good use of this extraordinary ability. Blind bidding has a time limit. Bidding stops at noon and opens at 2 in the afternoon. This time, Chen selected 120 pieces of material for JoJo. What he needs to do now is simple: stay at the bidding area, use his X-ray vision to closely monitor each bidding box, filter out all the materials he wants to bid on, and note the highest price for each piece. When the time comes, he only needs to raise the price by even 1 yuan during the bidding to successfully acquire each piece. Of course, he can't really just raise it by 1 yuan. It might work for 1 or 2 pieces, but if every piece is won with just a 1 yuan advantage, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 11:30. Chen, there are only half an hour left until bidding stops. Why aren't you taking action? Seeing Chen still standing still, JoJo was so anxious she was about to jump up. Don't rush, just wait a bit longer. Chen was completely unhurried. He had already determined the highest price for 85 pieces of material. However, with half an hour still remaining until the deadline, there were still people gradually placing bids on the remaining 35 pieces, causing the prices to fluctuate and not allowing for complete certainty. But this was within Chen's expectations. To be safe, he planned to start filling out the bidding form 5 minutes before the bidding stopped. By then, everyone would likely have settled down. What are you waiting for? Oh, this is driving me crazy. JoJo was in a panic, but no matter how much she urged, Chen kept saying 3 words: just wait a bit longer, which left her without any temper. Chen, I trust you 100%, please don't let me down. Chen smiled. Disappointment was absolutely out of the question. Instead, he would give her a big surprise. Attention all Jade merchants, there are only 5 minutes left until bidding stops. Please make your bids quickly, latecomers will not be accommodated. Finally, the moment the announcement echoed through the trading hall, Chen finally moved. Bidding form, pen. I've been ready for a long time. After receiving the bidding form and pen, Chen began to fill it out quickly. Just as he had anticipated, there were only him and JoJo left at the bidding area. The other Jade merchants had already completed their bids. This was the perfect opportunity for Chen to shine, as he quickly filled in one lot number and price after another on the bidding form. JoJo watched in astonishment. She had never seen anyone fill out a bidding form like this, as if they didn't need to think at all and could immediately provide the bidding price. JoJo, what are you guys up to? At that moment, Qin Kaijun ran over, frowning and staring intently at Chen, saying, I thought you had already finished bidding. Why are you just starting to fill out the form now? Isn't this nonsense? After these few days of reflection, Qin Kaijun had gradually come to terms with things. He still liked JoJo very much, but his feelings had gradually shifted from liking a girlfriend to liking a friend. Even when they met, they could greet each other and chat naturally, but there were no longer the greasy sweet nothings or excessive gestures from before. In this way, JoJo finally understood that what she had always disliked was not Qin Kaijun as a person, but the lack of boundaries in his persistent entanglement. Now, interacting as friends, she even found Qin Kaijun much more pleasant to look at. Shoo! JoJo immediately made a shushing gesture towards Qin Kaijun, then naturally pulled him aside a few meters before whispering, Actually, I don't know why Chen started filling out the bidding form so late, but at this critical moment, I have no choice but to trust him, so let's not disturb him and let him perform well. Qin Kaijun wasn't foolish. He understood the situation and didn't say anything more. Under their tense and expectant gazes, as the final 10-second countdown began, Chen finally completed filling in the numbers and bidding prices for the 120 pieces of material and successfully tossed them into the bidding box. Beep! The next second, a harsh alert sounded over the loudspeaker. Dear Jade merchants, the dark bidding has officially ended. You can go eat and rest first. Please return to the trading hall at 2 o'clock for the opening of bids. As the announcement ended, not a single person left the venue. At this moment, everyone's heart was filled with tension and anticipation. Who could eat? Everyone simply sat on the ground, waiting for the dark bid opening. It's time, it's time. With less than 5 minutes until 2 o'clock, someone shouted, and the previously quiet trading hall instantly erupted. 2 hours of waiting could not extinguish the excitement and enthusiasm of everyone present. Everyone stood up, stretching their necks, their eyes fixed on the enormous LCD screen at the front. All the opening numbers and prices for the materials would be displayed on this screen. Each Jade merchant not only had to write down the bidding numbers and prices but also had their own number, which would be announced on the big screen during the opening. So everyone just needed to focus on their own number to know how many bids they had won. As the clock struck 2, the announcement began. We will now announce the results of the dark bid opening. Please look at the big screen. As the voice fell, the big screen lit up. Rows of numbers immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the big screen would announce the results for 20 pieces of material at a time. Everyone took out their notebooks, starting to seriously look for their own numbers. The trading hall was soon filled with exclamations and sighs. Some were joyful, while others were disheartened. I see one of my bids. Soon, Shin Kaijun shouted in surprise, number 10264, number 10264, winning price, 131,000, winning number, 199709, damn it. Shin Kaijun roared angrily, cursing, damn it. I bid 131,000 for this material, but someone outbid me by just $100. If I find out who it is, I really want to beat him up. As he cursed, Shin Kaijun waved his fists, and his gritted teeth clearly showed his anger. Suddenly, a burst of laughter reached his ears. What's so funny? Turning around, he saw Chen Chen grinning beside him, clearly laughing at him, which made him instantly unhappy. Miss Shou, don't you think this number looks familiar? Chen Chen ignored Shin Kaijun and turned to look at Jojo. What a coincidence. No way. It really is. Jojo suddenly thought of something and immediately took a closer look at the little notebook in his hand, and the next second he couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. What are you two talking about? Shin Kaijun looked confused. Shin Kaijun, I heard you wanted to beat me up? Jojo grinned as he held up the little notebook in front of Shin Kaijun's eyes. Shin Kaijun took a closer look and couldn't help but laugh. After all this time, it turned out that the number 199709 was Jojo. Ahem, this is a misunderstanding. How was I supposed to know it was you? Shin Kaijun smiled awkwardly and quickly waved his hand, saying, if someone else had snatched it from me by a narrow margin, I would definitely be angry, but since it's you, then it's fine. Jojo smiled and suddenly her eyes lit up as she pointed at the big screen and exclaimed, oh, I just won another bid. Shin Kaijun glanced over and his face immediately turned green. Jojo noticed his expression and curiously asked, what's wrong with you? Shin Kaijun forced a smile and said, the bid you just won is also the one I wanted. I only bid $50 less than you. After hearing this, Jojo laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Ha ha, Shin Kaijun, how can you be so unlucky? Shin Kaijun shook his head helplessly, muttering, how strange, it can't be this coincidental twice in a row, right? Hearing this, Chen Chen quietly shifted back a bit. He was afraid Shin Kaijun would hear him snickering. However, after a while, Shin Kaijun also cheered happily. His financial strength was quite solid, and he had a good eye, so he successfully bid on quite a few materials. The results of the blind bids were revealed much faster than the open bids. Within just an hour, all the results of the blind bids were displayed. Shin Kaijun couldn't wait to show off to the two. I bid on a total of $150 and got $89, with a success rate of 59%. How about you, Jojo? Jojo replied, me? I bid on a total of $120, and I got all $120. What the hell? You must be seeing things. The smile on Shin Kaijun's face instantly vanished. I thought I was seeing things at first too, but I really did get all of them. Jojo looked equally shocked. Wow, a success rate of 100%. This should be unprecedented in the history of blind bids in Myanmar. Shin Kaijun excitedly said to Jojo, you could apply for a Guinness World Record with this. Jojo waved his hand with a smile and said, this has nothing to do with me. Don't forget, the bid form was filled out by Chen Chen, so all the credit goes to him. You're amazing. Simply incredible. How did you do it? Shin Kaijun turned around and excitedly punched Chen Chen on the chest. Actually, I'm not too sure either. I just filled out the bid form based on intuition. Maybe this time I really was just lucky. Chen Chen had nothing much to say. He couldn't just say he was cheating, could he? I swear, hiring you as a senior gemstone consultant for Joe's jewelry is the best decision I've made in my life so far, no exceptions. Jojo was in a great mood. With Chen Chen joining, not only could the purchase volume double, but the costs could also be minimized, and the profits would multiply. Jojo, I want to discuss something with you. After you get married, Chen Chen will be your Zhou family's son-in-law. Can I poach him to be a senior gemstone consultant for Chen's jewelry? Shin Kaijun rubbed his hands together, his eyes fixed on Chen Chen with a burning gaze. Chen Chen even felt like he was about to be devoured by Shin Kaijun. You wish. Chen Chen is the god of wealth, so Jojo certainly wouldn't let him go easily. Shin Kaijun sighed, his eyes filled with disappointment. Alright, let's not talk about that for now. Hurry up and pay to collect the goods. Chen Chen couldn't wait to absorb the spiritual energy any longer. After wandering around the raw stone market for the past few days, the ball of spiritual energy in his dantian was almost as big as his head now. Chen Chen vaguely felt that he was experiencing that same sensation of being overly full as last time. He had a premonition that as long as he could absorb another large wave of spiritual energy, his body might undergo some kind of change, which made him very excited. Soon, the three of them went to find the staff. After paying all the fees, the staff took them directly to the warehouse to collect their goods. Since they couldn't touch other people's materials, Chen Chen felt quite regretful. However, even the spiritual energy from Zhou's 120 pieces of material was already rich enough. Thus, under the pretense of inspecting the goods, Chen Chen touched each piece of raw stone one by one, secretly absorbing the spiritual energy within. As the continuous flow of spiritual energy entered his body, the halo of spiritual energy in his dantian grew larger and larger. Just as Chen Chen absorbed the last bit of spiritual energy from the final piece, he felt his abdomen was about to burst. Even a tiny bit more would feel like it would break his stomach. Gulyolu. Suddenly, a faint sound came from his stomach, and Chen Chen's face changed instantly. He quickly covered his stomach with both hands, feeling a tumultuous churn inside. No, I need to go to the bathroom. Chen Chen didn't even have time to explain to the two and rushed towards the public restroom in the trading hall, clutching his stomach. Last time it was smooth, but this time was different. He felt a pressure building up. Roar! Chen Chen let out a furious roar, exerting all his strength, the veins on his forehead bulging. The next moment, there was a loud bang. Chen Chen felt relieved, but at the same time, a terrifying energy surged from his backside, sweeping in all directions. Rumble! The public restroom couldn't withstand it and collapsed. The entire trading hall shook violently. People were in shock. What happened? Oh no! This is a terrorist attack. There's a bomb. Everyone run! The entire trading hall was thrown into chaos. Inside the restroom. Bang! A stone slab was pushed up by a hand. Chen Chen supported himself with one hand on the stone slab, while the other hand held up his pants, half of his but exposed as he walked out from under the slab. Oh no! This is a big deal now. Looking at the public restroom, most of which had collapsed into ruins, Chen Chen was startled. He didn't expect that just by letting out a fart, he would cause the restroom to collapse. Oh no! I hope no one was hurt. Thinking of this, Chen Chen quickly pulled up his pants and activated his X-ray vision to scan the restroom. Fortunately, everyone had been busy paying and collecting goods, and very few people had gone to the restroom. The women's restroom was empty, while in the men's restroom, two guys were trapped behind a partition not far away, pinned down by a huge stone slab. Fortunately, neither of them was in life-threatening danger, they only had minor scrapes. Chen Chen rushed over to rescue them. At this moment, the situation in the trading hall was gradually being brought under control. The police responsible for security rushed in to maintain order and began to inquire if there were any people trapped or casualties in the restroom. Zhou shouted, "There are still people inside." Qin Kaijun also helped confirm, "That's right, officer, her fiancé just went to the restroom and hasn't come out yet." Zhou called out, "Officer, please organize a rescue team immediately." Hearing this, the police sighed and shook their heads, saying, "Ma'am, I understand your feelings, but the restroom is still collapsing, and I'm afraid your fiancé may have died inside." Hearing this, Zhou's mind went blank, tears of sadness streaming down his cheeks as he murmured, "How could this happen? Hey! No way! Zhou, look!" Suddenly, Qin Kaijun discovered something, his eyes lighting up as he pointed at the public restroom and shouted. Zhou looked up, and his face instantly filled with joy. A huge stone had been pushed aside, and Chen Chen was helping two people emerge from the rubble. Cheers erupted from the crowd. "Wow! Brother, well done! Awesome, man!" Everyone was cheering for Chen Chen. The two lightly injured individuals were immediately taken over by medical personnel. They wanted to check Chen Chen as well, but he refused, turning around to show the medical staff that he had no injuries at all. Seeing this, the medical personnel decided not to bother him further. Just as Chen Chen turned back, a graceful figure had already leaped into his arms. "You scared me to death." Zhou hugged Chen Chen tightly, laughing and crying at the same time. "Are you worried about me?" Chen Chen smiled, taking the opportunity to wrap his arms around Zhou's slender waist. He wasn't going to let this chance slip by. "Stop being so narcissistic. Don't forget, I brought you here. If something happened to you, I'd be responsible." Feeling the warmth of his hand on her waist, Zhou realized she had lost her composure and quickly stepped out of Chen Chen's embrace. "Turns out I was overthinking it?" Chen Chen shook his head with a wry smile. "Brother Chen, are you okay?" Qin Kaijun ran over, his face filled with concern. "I'm fine, really." Chen Chen waved his hand with a smile. Seeing that Chen Chen was indeed okay, Zhou and Qin Kaijun turned to continue with their unfinished procedures. Taking this opportunity, Chen Chen quickly activated his perspective ability and looked inward at his dantian. When he saw the changes within, his eyes widened in surprise. He was delighted to find that the golden halo, which had been the size of a head at his dantian, had now shrunk to the size of a mung bean. However, this so-called mung bean was entirely golden, resembling a golden pearl. Although it had become much smaller, Chen Chen could feel that the spiritual energy contained within this golden pearl was not any less than that in the previous larger halo. Moreover, not only was the spiritual energy denser, but its quality also felt different from before. If the previous spiritual energy was like a surging ocean, the small golden pearl felt like the stabilizing needle in that ocean. No matter how turbulent the sea was, it could not be shaken in the slightest. Though this change was miraculous, Chen Chen did not feel any other changes in his body. He tried swinging his fist and felt that his strength was about the same as before. It seemed that the only change was that the original spiritual energy halo had transformed into a golden pearl. So what use does this golden pearl have? Chen Chen pondered for a long time but couldn't come to a conclusion, so he decided to stop thinking about it. In any case, it was definitely beneficial and harmless. At this moment, Zhou Zhou and Qin Kaijun had completed all the paperwork. Qin Kaijun had some urgent matters to attend to back at his company, so after saying goodbye to the two, he left directly to return to the country. Chen Chen asked Zhou Zhou if she was in a hurry to go back. If not, he wanted to continue gambling on stones for a few more days. He had tasted the sweetness of it. He had gambled on stones for 4 days across 3 raw stone markets. In just 4 days, he had made a staggering 300 million, and he had absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy. It was simply a windfall. Unfortunately, Zhou Zhou was eager to return home, so she quickly unwrapped all 228 pieces of material they had obtained, then categorized them by quality. After that, she needed to devise a series of business plans to figure out how to handle these materials. Many of the tasks also required Chen Chen's guidance. For example, how to perfectly cut jade from its shell without causing even the slightest damage to the jade. This task, aside from Chen Chen, no one else could accomplish. Given this, Chen Chen gave up the idea of continuing to stay in Myanmar to gamble on stones. Zhou Zhou's flight was scheduled for the evening, so the two decided to return to the hotel to rest first. However, just as Chen Chen was about to enter the room, he was turned away by Zhou Zhou. "You've already slept in the same bed with me for 3 nights, and you still want to continue? Dream on. Now that Qin Kaijun has left, no one is watching us anymore, so let's each go to our own rooms." After Zhou Zhou finished speaking, she ruthlessly closed the door, leaving Chen Chen outside, wanting to cry but having no tears. Indeed, since the night he won the bet, Zhou Zhou had kept her promise to let Chen Chen sleep in the same bed with her. But during those 2 days, Chen Chen's mind was filled with gambling stones and absorbing spiritual energy, and the allure of beautiful women had dropped to the lowest point for him. As a result, now that he finally had time to think aimlessly, there was no more opportunity. Chen Chen felt a bit regretful, wondering why he hadn't done anything during these 3 nights. Even just a touch would have been fine. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Chen and Zhou Zhou took a flight and successfully landed in the Magic City. As soon as Chen Chen turned on his phone, dozens of missed calls popped up. To his surprise, they were all from Wang Guotao. "So anxious, there must be something to say, but I don't know if it's good or bad." With a nervous heart, Chen Chen called Wang Guotao back, and just after one ring, the call connected. "Master, you finally answered the phone. I have a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Chen Chen's mouth twitched. It really was as he thought. He sighed and said helplessly, "All right, stop keeping me in suspense, just say it." "Then master, I'll start with the good news. The good news is that the matter you asked me to handle can definitely be done, and the process is mostly complete. The bad news is that there's still one medical qualification certificate left, and you need to come take the exam in person." "Master, I need to explain this to you properly. It's not that I can't handle it, it's just that this matter cannot be taken lightly. After all, we medical students are here to treat and save people, and we must at least have the basic medical ethics. We need to ensure we have the ability to save lives, right? Master, I've actually done my utmost. The medical qualification exam for this year has already ended, but I used a lot of connections and finally secured a retake spot for you. As long as you pass, the certificate can be issued on the same day. Master, are you satisfied?" Wang Guotao's tone was both soft and cautious, as if afraid Chen Chen would blame him. But little did he know, Chen Chen on the other end of the line was already smiling so widely he could hardly close his mouth. What kind of bad news was this? It was just an exam. With the help of the X-ray vision, it would be a piece of cake. "Guotao, you've worked hard these days, and I'm not dissatisfied at all." Upon hearing this, a huge stone in Wang Guotao's heart finally fell. Master, I'm glad you're not angry. Why would I be angry with you? Chen Chen smiled and then asked, so when is this exam taking place? Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. We've set up a separate examination room for you at our medical school. I'll wait for you at the school gate tomorrow. Alright, see you tomorrow morning. Chen Chen hung up the phone. What good news could make you so happy that your smile is almost crooked? Jojo's curious voice came from beside him. She had been watching Chen Chen's expression, and she could only see such a radiant smile when he was gambling on stones. I'm planning to open a clinic, and the relevant procedures are almost done. It will be opening soon, so of course, I'm happy. Chen Chen had no intention of hiding anything. The purpose of the clinic was to save lives, but at the same time, it was also to make money. Of course, Chen Chen would not become a doctor solely for profit. For instance, he could never bring himself to exploit the poor with exorbitant medical fees. Therefore, to earn big money, he could only target the wealthy. But how to attract rich people to his clinic for treatment was the most crucial question. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. To get wealthy patients, the first step was to know a wealthy person. Through one wealthy individual, he could reach a second, third, fourth, and so on. This is great news. Congratulations! When your clinic opens, I will definitely bring some friends to support you. I'll be waiting for Miss Jo's grand arrival. Then, the two parted ways at the airport. In fact, Jojo wanted to take Chen Chen back first, but there were still many matters to attend to, so she had to leave first. Just as Jojo had left, Chen Chen's phone rang. This time it was Yen Ruyu calling. Stinky little brother, you must not have eaten, right? Hurry back, I've prepared a feast for you to welcome you home. Yujie, you're the best. Wait for me, I'm taking a cab home right now. During his days in Myanmar, Chen Chen would call Yen Ruyu every day to ensure they were both safe, especially since there were only 2 girls at home. Even though Yen Ruyu was bold enough to wield a knife, she was still just a girl, and if they encountered a desperate criminal, 2 girls would not be enough. After returning to the hotel today, Chen Chen called Yen Ruyu as usual and also informed her that he would be back in Magic City by 9 o'clock tonight. What surprised him was that Yen Ruyu had prepared a feast and had been waiting for him all this time. The thought of the 2 girls waiting for him with empty stomachs filled him with emotion. Still, the same sentiment lingered. He had encountered 2 such wonderful women. His luck was truly remarkable. After hanging up, Chen Chen rushed to the square outside the airport, took a cab, and hurried home. Upon returning, he was astonished to find Xian Zimo at home as well. Moreover, seeing Yen Ruyu, Su Xiaotong, and Xian Zimo chatting and laughing together, it seemed that the 3 girls had become inseparable best friends in just a few days. Chen Chen couldn't help but marvel again at how extraordinary women were. But he had to admit, seeing the 3 girls getting along so well brought him great comfort. Zimo, I didn't expect you to be here too. This is perfect. It saves me the trouble of looking for you separately. I've prepared a gift for all 3 of you, and I hope you'll like it. As soon as they heard about the gift, the 3 girls' eyes lit up instantly. What is it? The 3 girls immediately surrounded Chen Chen, squeezing him so tightly that he could hardly move, especially with Su Xiaotong's ample bosom pressing against him, stirring his thoughts. However, remembering that Su Xiaotong was his apprentice, he suppressed his inappropriate thoughts. If he couldn't even keep his hands off his apprentice, wouldn't that be too beastly? After calming himself, Chen Chen took out 3 pieces of jade from his bag. In an instant, 3 distinctly brilliant colors reflected on the faces of the 3 girls. Wow! So beautiful! Is this for us? The 3 girls exclaimed in surprise. It was no wonder they were so excited. These 3 pieces of jade were simply stunning. Each piece was not the traditional green jade but had a unique color of its own. This is a piece of red jade, symbolizing passion and vitality. I think it suits you perfectly, Yu Jie. This is a piece of violet jadeite, like a girl raised in a secluded chamber, exuding a unique aura of pure innocence. Xiaotong, this one is for you. And finally, this piece is a black jade, which happens to share a character with your name, Zimo. It is as cool and reserved as you are, yet it contains a hidden passion. I think it's the most suitable gift for you. Chen Chen presented these 3 pieces of jade to the 3 women, who were all very happy. Master, these 3 pieces of jade must be quite expensive, right? Su Xiaotong asked innocently. Although these 3 pieces are only the size of a palm, they are worth hundreds of thousands easily. But you don't need to feel burdened. I got these 3 pieces for just a few hundred, so consider it a lucky find, a gift for you to play with. Chen Chen said it very casually, but the 3 women were left dumbfounded. However, they all knew that Chen Chen was not short on money, so they quickly calmed down. After dinner, the 4 of them chatted and laughed over tea. But Yen Ruyu received a WeChat message, and after reading it, her expression changed slightly. She then discreetly kicked Chen Chen under the table and got up to head to the kitchen. Chen Chen understood and followed her into the kitchen, curious as he asked, "Sister Yu, is something wrong?" Yen Ruyu rarely fidgeted, gripping the hem of her clothes, and said softly, I need your help with something. Sister Yu, you're not sick, are you? Chen Chen stared at Yen Ruyu in surprise. This was completely different from the impression he had of her. But how could she have changed so much in just 6 days? I'm not sick, I really have something I want to ask you for help with. Yen Ruyu smiled helplessly and nodded affirmatively. This intrigued Chen Chen. He had never seen Yen Ruyu ask anyone for help like this, so he playfully teased, Sister Yu, in this day and age, if you're asking for help, you should at least offer something in return, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Yen Ruyu stepped forward without a second thought and stood on her tiptoes. Before Chen Chen could react, a kiss landed on his forehead. Then, like a dragonfly skimming the water, she kissed him and immediately retreated. Chen Chen was instantly petrified, frozen in place. What the hell? He screamed inwardly. He never expected Yen Ruyu to be so bold. Why aren't you saying anything? Isn't that enough of a benefit? Seeing Chen Chen silent for a long time, Yen Ruyu frowned slightly. Then, as if she had made a significant decision, she gently bit her fiery red lips, her eyes filled with tenderness seemingly capable of captivating souls, and softly said, if you want to take it a step further, that's not impossible. Whoa! Sister Yu, hold on a second. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen shivered. Yen Ruyu was acting too unusually today. So unusual that it made him a bit scared. He quickly said, Sister Yu, don't misunderstand. I was just joking with you earlier. How could I not help you? Just say what you need. Upon hearing this, a look of joy instantly appeared on Yen Ruyu's face, but deep in her eyes was a hint of disappointment that Chen Chen didn't notice, though it was fleeting. Then, Yen Ruyu took a deep breath and said, Chen Chen, could you lend me some money? As soon as Chen Chen heard this, he burst out laughing. I thought it was something serious, turns out it's just borrowing money? He was currently not short on money at all, he was just worried that what Yen Ruyu was about to say would be something that money couldn't solve. In this day and age, money could solve most problems, but if there was something that money couldn't solve, it would mean trouble. Sister Yu, how much do you want to borrow? Could you lend me 2,000 yuan? Tomorrow is the beginning of the month, and I have no money to pay the rent. Chen Chen was once again taken aback. The amount was indeed beyond his expectations. He had thought Yen Ruyu would mention hundreds of thousands or even millions, but he didn't expect her to hesitate for so long only to ask to borrow a mere 2,000 for rent. You don't even have 2,000 now? Chen Chen's first reaction was that Yen Ruyu was joking with him. Although he didn't know her financial situation, he had noticed that since he met her, her clothes, jewelry, and bags were all from well-known brands. Even the cheapest bag was over 20,000. He believed Su Xiaotong when she said she was out of money, but he absolutely did not believe Yen Ruyu could be broke. Don't laugh at me, but I really am a bit short on cash lately. Chen Chen frowned. There was something off about Yen Ruyu's tone. He instinctively glanced at her and found that her outfit was quite ordinary. Even her usual designer watch and gold necklace were absent. Thinking back, he realized that on the night he left for Myanmar, Yen Ruyu had also dressed very simply. Suddenly, he had a thought. To confirm his suspicion, he quietly activated his X-ray vision to look into Yen Ruyu's bedroom. Sure enough, he found that her wardrobe now held only a few lonely pieces of clothing, and the jewelry in her vanity drawer had significantly decreased. Even the various designer bags she usually carried were all gone. Yujie, tell me honestly, have you encountered some difficulties? However, upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Yen Ruyu shook her head, forcing a smile and pretending to be relaxed. What difficulties could I have? It's just that I've been spending too extravagantly this month, and I didn't control it well, so now I don't even have money for rent. Don't worry, I'll pay you back next month. Chen Chen sighed inwardly. Yen Ruyu was clearly lying. He could now ascertain that she was definitely hiding something from him. However, he also understood that she probably didn't want to reveal the truth, otherwise, she wouldn't have lied. It's fine, Yujie, you know I'm not short on money. Chen Chen decided not to press further. After saying that, he took out his phone and transferred some money to Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu glanced at it, and the smile on her face instantly froze. She hurriedly said, Why did you transfer me so much? I can't use that. She was about to return it to Chen Chen. Yujie, if you dare to return it, we will have no relationship from now on. Seeing Chen Chen's serious expression, Yen Ruyu had no choice but to nod and say, Alright then, I'll accept this money, and I'll pay you back as soon as I have it. Chen Chen waved his hand and said nothing. Yen Ruyu had nothing more to say, silently putting her phone in her pocket. She then cut 2 plates of fruit, each taking one and pretending nothing had happened as she returned to the living room. But Chen Chen would not forget what had just happened. While delivering money to Chen Zimo at the antique shop, he took the opportunity to probe Chen Zimo about Yen Ruyu. In the end, he found that Chen Zimo knew nothing about Yen Ruyu's situation. However, it was understandable. After all, Chen Zimo had only known these two women for a short time, so it was normal not to know much. But Chen Chen clearly remembered that on the day he left, Su Xiaotong had been acting strangely. She definitely knew something. Immediately, he pressed the accelerator to the floor and rushed home as fast as he could. By the time he arrived, Yen Ruyu had already gone to rest. The living room was empty except for Su Xiaotong. Seeing Chen Chen return, Su Xiaotong immediately rushed over. "Master, you're back from your third driving test. Quickly teach me the fourth move of the dragon's hand. I've been waiting for so long." "You're welcome to let me teach you, but you have to answer me one question first." "Sure. I promise to tell you everything, just ask." "I want to know, is Sister Yu hiding something from me?" This. Su Xiaotong's smile vanished in an instant, and she froze, unsure of what to say. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. "I knew you must know something. Be honest, or I won't teach you the dragon's hand." "Don't!" Su Xiaotong panicked immediately, but at the same time, she was very conflicted and helplessly said, "Master, I really don't want to lie to you, but I promise Sister Yu to keep it a secret." Chen Chen chuckled, "Fine, then you can forget about learning the dragon's hand for the rest of your life." With that, he turned to leave. The next second, Su Xiaotong's anxious voice called out from behind. "Master, wait. I can actually reveal a little bit of information." Chen Chen stopped in his tracks, a slight smile on his lips. "Little girl, trying to challenge me? One move and I've got you. Go on, what do you know?" Chen Chen turned around, his eyes fixed on Su Xiaotong. "Shoo!" Su Xiaotong made a shushing gesture towards Chen Chen, then looked around sneakily towards Yen Ruyu's bedroom. "Don't worry, Sister Yu is sound asleep, she won't hear us." Chen Chen smiled, he had checked beforehand. "I have to say, Yen Ruyu is not a quiet sleeper at all. She sprawls all over the bed, and this woman has a habit of sleeping like a log." "Master, how do you know Sister Yu is asleep? Did you sneak a peek?" Su Xiaotong teased with a grin. "Come on, don't talk nonsense. Your master is a gentleman," Chen Chen said, but inside he felt a bit flustered. After all, he had done something he shouldn't have. He. Su Xiaotong playfully stuck out her tongue and said, "Master, I promise Sister Yu to keep it a secret. I absolutely cannot let her know I didn't do it, so it's not convenient to talk in the living room. Let's go to my bedroom." With that, she pulled Chen Chen towards her room. It's a bit inappropriate at this hour, isn't it?" Chen Chen didn't expect such a turn of events, and the soft touch on his arm made his blood pressure spike. What on earth did this girl grow up eating? Just as Chen Chen felt he was losing control, Su Xiaotong's words extinguished the fire in his heart. "You are my master, and I am your disciple. How could you have any improper thoughts about me? That would make you a beast." Cough, that's true. I am indeed a gentleman. Chen Chen nearly choked on his own saliva. He didn't expect Su Xiaotong to be so straightforward, but it was indeed the truth. Su Xiaotong was a proper disciple who had formally bowed and paid respects. If he really had any improper thoughts about her, that would be inhumane. Once he realized this, Chen Chen's perspective on Su Xiaotong shifted. Although his eyes still unconsciously wandered to the beautiful scenery, his heart no longer harbored any impure thoughts. It's normal for a man to admire beautiful women. If a beautiful woman is right in front of him and he doesn't even glance, he must either be henpecked or a blind man who can't see. Bang! Once they entered the room, Su Xiaotong immediately closed the door and locked it. If this had happened before, Su Xiaotong daring to do this would have likely led Chen Chen to commit a crime tonight, but now he felt very calm. "Now can we talk about what you know?" "Master, actually, I don't know much." Then, Su Xiaotong shared everything she knew with Chen Chen. The more he listened, the deeper his frown became. It turned out that the injury on Yen Ruyu's mouth, which he saw the night he went to Myanmar, was not caused by her bumping into something as she had said, but rather from being hit by someone. Yen Ruyu only told Su Xiaotong about this, and it was Su Xiaotong who accompanied Yen Ruyu to the clinic that night. Moreover, Yen Ruyu specifically instructed Su Xiaotong not to tell Chen Chen. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen felt both heartbroken and furious. He knew that the reason Yen Ruyu was hiding this from him was not because their relationship was lacking. On the contrary, it was precisely because their relationship was too good that Yen Ruyu didn't want to tell him, fearing that Chen Chen would get into trouble. But was Chen Chen someone who was afraid of trouble? "Xiaotong, who is the bastard that hit Sister Yu? Tell me, and I'll go find him right now." Chen Chen's face was dark and terrifying, like a storm cloud about to unleash a downpour. "Master, I'm sorry, I asked Sister Yu, but she just won't tell me who that person is. Honestly, I'm really angry too, and I wish I could go find that bastard right on the spot, but maybe Sister Yu is just afraid we would act impulsively, so she kept it from us. Chen Shen could see from Su Xiaotong's expression that the girl was indeed not lying. He sighed helplessly. He wanted to take revenge for Yen Ruyu, but he didn't know who the enemy was. Just then, Su Xiaotong provided a very important clue. By the way, Sister Yu has been receiving calls from the same man recently, and every time she finishes the call, she goes out. Chen Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, guessing that as long as he could find this man, he should be able to uncover the truth of the matter. Okay, I got it. It's getting late, so you should rest early. After saying this, Chen Shen turned around and prepared to leave. Hey, Master, are you leaving just like that? Su Xiaotong dashed over and blocked the door. Of course. Am I supposed to stay and spend the night with you? Chen Shen replied with a hint of amusement. Oh, Master, why are you so improper? Su Xiaotong's pretty face instantly turned red. Then you better move aside quickly. I just got back to the country and I'm tired. Master, you haven't really forgotten, have you? We agreed beforehand that I would tell you about Sister Yu, and you would teach me the fourth form of the dragon dance. That's not urgent. I'll teach you once I confirm that the information you provided is correct. No way. Hey. Su Xiaotong still wanted to block the door, but Chen Shen simply reached out and gently lifted her aside, as if she were a little chick, then opened the door and left. Ah, you don't keep your word. Su Xiaotong was furious, but fearing that she would wake Yen Ruyu, she could only shout in her heart. The next day, Chen Shen got up early, and after washing up, he headed straight for the kitchen. In the past, it was usually Yen Ruyu who got up early to cook, but after learning about Yen Ruyu's situation, Chen Shen felt a bit reluctant. As for Su Xiaodong, that girl was someone who could blow up the kitchen. Cooking was not something to rely on her for, so in the end, it had to be Chen Shen. Fortunately, he had cooked once before, so this time it was even easier. By the time breakfast was ready, the two women got up one after the other. Wow! It smells so good. Master, did you make all this? Su Xiaotong ran over, drawn by the aroma. Chen Shen, have you become addicted to making breakfast? Yen Ruyu teased with a smile. Don't say, I really have become addicted. From today on, as long as I'm home, I'll take care of all the breakfasts. Chen Shen, you don't have something going on, do you? Sister Yu, what could he have going on? My master has already achieved financial freedom. Unlike us who are studying or working, he's just idling around, so if he wants to make breakfast, let him. Su Xiaotong was very clever and immediately guessed that Chen Shen was feeling sorry for Yen Ruyu. With her clever assistance, Yen Ruyu didn't think much more about it. After dinner, Su Xiaotong was the first to stand up and say, I'm full, I'm heading to school first, you all take your time eating. Chen Shen immediately replied, wait for me, I need to find Wang Guotao too, we're going the same way. Master, have you completed all your paperwork? Su Xiaotong asked with a face full of anticipation. Almost, Chen Shen said, then took the spoon out of his bowl and began to drink it down in big gulps. He finished more than half a bowl of millet porridge in just 4 or 5 mouthfuls. So refreshing. The late-night alcohol could never compare to the morning porridge. Those who skip breakfast can never understand how satisfying it is to drink a bowl of porridge in the morning. Stinky little brother, congratulations. You'll soon be your own boss. Yen Ruyu smiled brightly, genuinely happy for Chen Shen. When I become the boss, I'll have you all come help me, and I'll pay you high salaries, so you won't have to worry about money anymore. Great, I look forward to that day. Yen Ruyu smiled, then glanced at the time and hurriedly stood up, running towards the door while saying, I'm going to be late, I can't help you clean up, I'll go ahead. Take it easy on the way. Chen Shen reminded her, but Yen Ruyu didn't have time to respond, just waved her hand and disappeared from his sight. Master, you take a break, I'll wash the dishes. By the time he turned around, Su Xiaotong had already started to clean up the bowls and chopsticks. Not bad, you still have a bit of conscience. Chen Shen nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. Of course I have a conscience. Master, you cooked, how could I let you wash the dishes? Ouch. As Su Xiaotong spoke, she turned around holding a stack of bowls, but before she could finish her sentence, her left foot tripped over her right, and her whole body tilted. She didn't fall, but the stack of bowls flew out of her hands. Then came the sound of crash as they shattered. Chen Shen's smile instantly froze. Master, I'm sorry. Su Xiaotong bit her lip, looking embarrassed. Chen Shen was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and sighed lightly. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Chen Shen stood up and began to clean up the remaining plates and chopsticks. Su Xiaotong wanted to help, but he stopped her. Goodness, don't you dare touch it. You almost blew up the kitchen making a meal. You couldn't even hold on to the dishes before they all broke. Chen Shen used to think that the clumsy beauties in TV dramas were unrealistic, but ever since he met Su Xiaotong, he understood. Art truly comes from life. Su Xiaotong was a living example, wasn't she? Chen Shen was now a bit regretful about taking Su Xiaotong as his apprentice. Who knows if this girl, when she tries to save someone in the future, might end up killing them instead. No, once the clinic opens, I must personally supervise this girl until I'm assured. After cleaning everything up, Chen Shen drove Su Xiaotong straight to the school. Last time, Chen Shen couldn't enter through the main gate, but this time was different. Wang Guotao had already given a heads up, and the security guard let Chen Shen through immediately. Su Xiaotong had 10 minutes until class started, so as soon as the car was parked, she jumped out and ran off. Chen Shen casually walked to Wang Guotao's office with his hands in his pockets. "Oh, master, why are you here so early? You didn't let me know in advance, so I could pick you up." Wang Guotao was working when he saw Chen Shen, and he jumped up from his chair as if he had been electrocuted. "Master, please sit." Chen Shen naturally wouldn't be polite and plopped down comfortably in Wang Guotao's office chair. Just as he sat down, a cup of freshly brewed tea was already placed in front of him by Wang Guotao. "Master, have some water." Chen Shen took a sip of tea and nodded. "This tea is quite good. Master, if you like it, take all of mine." "No need, I'm not at the age to drink tea every day yet, you keep it." Chen Shen waved his hand, then changed the subject and asked, "Is everything arranged for the exam?" "It's all set, it starts officially at 10, and there's another good piece of news." Wang Guotao said, "Master, you've come at a good time. Now doctors in Longwei can hold both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine qualifications at the same time. Before, you could only choose one. I just didn't know if you needed the Western medicine qualification, so I only signed you up for the traditional Chinese medicine one. I was going to ask you about it later, but I didn't expect you to come now." Chen Shen's eyes lit up and he said, "Since I can have both qualifications, I naturally want to get them all. Sign me up for both." Wang Guotao nodded and immediately made a phone call. "Hello, old Lu, add another Western medicine qualification exam for me. Can it be arranged?" "Alright, see you at 10. After hanging up, Wang Guotao said, "Master, everything is arranged." Wang Guotao was efficient in his work, which Chen Shen was very satisfied with. "Master, do you need anything else? I actually have something I need your help with." The reason Chen Shen came so early was purposeful. He said, "The library at your school isn't open to non-students and staff, right? Don't worry about that, as long as you want to go, I can take you there right now." Wang Guotao, being quite astute, immediately guessed Chen Shen's intention, but he was puzzled and asked, "But master, what do you need to go to the library for?" "The exam is coming up, of course, I need to study." "Ha? Study? Haven't you studied before?" "I've never systematically studied either traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine." Wang Guotao was stunned. Never studied systematically, yet such impressive medical skills? But he quickly realized, the master was an extraordinary person. Extraordinary people certainly don't need systematic study. However, just to cope with the exam, not studying wouldn't work. But Wang Guotao was a bit worried if it was too late to study now. Not late at all, not at all. Chen Shen waved his hand, reassuring him. It was a joke. With his photographic memory and perceptive abilities, even if he couldn't grasp the meanings in the books in a short time, it would be enough to handle the exam. Upon arriving at the library, Wang Guotao rushed around, bringing all the necessary textbooks for the traditional and Western medicine qualification exams to Chen Shen. Without saying a word, Chen Shen activated his perceptive vision and began flipping through the pages rapidly. The surroundings were very quiet, only the sound of pages turning could be heard. Chen Shen could flip through 2 or 3 pages in a second, leaving Wang Guotao dumbfounded. He had lived nearly a lifetime and had never seen anyone read like this. Half an hour later. Bang! The last book was closed by Chen Shen, and he stood up, stretching. "Alright, let's go to your office for tea, then head to the exam when it's time." Wang Guotao was stunned. "Master, are you sure you're okay?" "Yes, I'm fine, let's go." After Chen Shen finished speaking, he stood up with his hands in his pockets, humming a little tune as he walked out of the library. "You must be joking?" Wang Guotao hurriedly followed, but he still felt that Chen Shen's abnormal speed of reading and studying was unreliable. Even the most brilliant genius and the strongest brain wouldn't be able to learn several thick medical textbooks in just half an hour. It was unscientific. So, just before the exam, Wang Guotao still worriedly asked, "Master, are you really okay?" "Actually, I could greet old Lu and the others again. If it really doesn't work, we can postpone the exam by another day, and you can study a bit more. How about that?" Chen Shen waved his hand, a bit impatiently saying, "You've already said that 3 or 4 times while we were having tea in your office. I'll say it one last time, it's fine now, please don't ask me again, okay? Seeing that Chen Shen was genuinely a bit angry, Wang Guotao didn't dare to say anything more. What if he upset Chen Shen and he didn't take him as a disciple? That would be a wasted effort, wouldn't it? But then again, if Chen Shen didn't pass this exam, wouldn't he end up blaming him for not handling things well, and still not take him as a disciple? The more he thought about it, the more anxious Wang Guotao became, but he could only silently pray that Chen Shen would pass the exam smoothly this time. Although it was called an exam room, it was actually just an office. Since Chen Shen was the only candidate, there was no need for a large exam room. Although national-level exams have very strict requirements, rules are dead, and people are alive, the size of the exam room doesn't matter as long as the process complies with regulations. Thus, Wang Guotao, as the accompanying staff, was stopped outside the office. As soon as Chen Shen walked into the exam room, he saw a desk placed in the center of the office, with the exam materials already laid out on it. After all, this was arranged by Wang Guotao, so there had to be some decent treatment. About 2 meters in front of the desk, there was a video camera aimed at his exam desk. In front of the camera, 2 proctors were already waiting with sealed exam papers for his arrival. Chen Shen, right? Please turn off your phone and go through security check. Chen Shen complied obediently, rules must be followed. He turned off his phone and handed it to the proctor, then stood up straight and raised his hands, allowing the proctor to scan his entire body with a scanner. After confirming that there were no electronic devices, he was allowed to take his seat. Chen Shen, since you are taking both Chinese and Western medicine qualification exams, we have 2 sets of papers here. Would you like to take them continuously or separately? Let's take them together to avoid trouble. Alright, then the exam time will be adjusted from 150 minutes to 300 minutes. No need to make it so complicated, 20 minutes should be enough. As soon as Chen Shen finished speaking, both proctors burst into laughter. Kid, you really know how to joke. 20 minutes? Not to mention answering 2 papers, you wouldn't even finish half of one, right? Alright, it's 300 minutes for the exam time, hurry up and start answering. With that, one of the proctors stepped forward to hand Chen Shen 2 exam papers and 2 answer sheets. Without saying a word, Chen Shen picked up his pen and began to answer the questions. The exam room was very quiet, with only the sound of the pen scratching on paper and the tapping on the desk. At first, the 2 proctors didn't pay much attention, even whispering to each other. This kid writes pretty fast, looks like he studies well. Of course, he's a talent recommended by Professor Wang, how could he not study well? By the way, I heard a rumor that Professor Wang seems to want to take this kid as his disciple. Come on, this kid doesn't even have a medical qualification certificate. What qualifications does he have to be Professor Wang's disciple? That's true. Hey, look quickly. Suddenly, one of them seemed to see something shocking, his eyes widening in disbelief. The other person followed his gaze and was equally astonished. Then, both of them stood up and walked towards Chen Shen. However, they didn't disturb him while he was answering, they just stood in front of his desk, their eyes fixed on an answer sheet that Chen Shen had placed in front of him. The answer sheet was already densely filled with answers. What needs to be known is that only 5 minutes have passed. Has he really finished a set of papers? It can't be true, right? Both invigilators were taken aback. How could anyone finish a set of papers in just 5 minutes? Even if they knew all the answers, they should at least take some time to think, right? Go call Professor Wang in, I need to verify the answers. One of them thought for a moment and then came up with a solution. Since the sealed exam paper bags for this type of exam do not contain answers, verifying the answers would still rely on human judgment. Although they were also engaged in medical work, when it came to expertise, Wang Guotao was naturally more proficient. Is it appropriate to do this during the exam? The other one hesitated a bit. What are you afraid of? We have full video recording, we can just report it later. Alright, I'll go get Professor Wang. Soon, Wang Guotao was invited into the examination room. At that moment, Chen Shen's voice rang out. Alright, I've finished both papers. The 3 were all taken aback. Wang Guotao glanced at the time and exclaimed, it's only been 10 minutes, and you finished? The other one smiled wryly and said, Professor Wang, that's why we called you in, we want you to verify the answers. Wang Guotao nodded, then held the answer sheet in one hand and the exam paper in the other, starting to work through the questions in his mind. After a rough analysis, Wang Guotao announced a result that shocked both of them. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 papers will be perfect scores. Chen Shen's lips curled up, feeling quite proud. He thought to himself that this ability to see through was simply amazing. Wang Guotao suddenly thought of something and smiled at one of them, whispering, Old Lu, you're too generous, did you secretly give my master the answers? The invigilator called old Lu quickly waved his hands. Professor Wang, you can't say that. I've never given any answers. After saying that, he looked at the other invigilator, frowning and questioning, did you leak any questions? The other one quickly explained, this is the first time I've seen this candidate today, how could I leak any questions to him? The three were all confused. Old Lu frowned and said, if these two papers are perfect scores, once they are entered into the system, it will be a big problem. They will definitely be deemed as exam leakage, and not only will the exam scores be cancelled, but there might even be a ban on taking the exam. Hearing this, Chun Chen looked gloomy. How could getting a perfect score lead to trouble? It was ridiculous. Wang Guotao also became anxious upon hearing this. If something really went wrong, he could forget about becoming a disciple. Old Lu, is there any way to remedy this? There is a way, but it's a bit troublesome. Old Lu nodded. I'm not afraid of trouble, as long as it can solve the problem. Wang Guotao was in a panic, as this was related to whether he could learn the dragon hand technique. Since we didn't see any cheating behavior from the candidate just now, but we also can't rule out the suspicion of leaked questions, the best way to clear the candidate's suspicion now is to use a backup paper and have the candidate take the exam again. If the candidate still performs excellently this time, all doubts will be resolved. That's a good idea. Wang Guotao's eyes lit up, and he immediately went to Chen Chen, presenting this plan and cautiously asking, Master, what do you think? Chen Chen waved his hand, I have no problem, hurry up and do it. It would be best to finish it before noon, I have something to do in the afternoon. Immediately, Invigilator Old Lu reported the situation to the higher-ups and submitted the application for the backup exam papers. Half an hour later, the new exam papers were delivered. They were even personally brought by two leaders. After all, this exam itself was a special situation, and with the problems that arose during the exam, they naturally took it very seriously. But their concerns were clearly unnecessary. Even though the number of invigilators increased from 2 to 5, it had no effect on Chen Chen at all. With a glance, his mind had already begun searching for the answers to the questions. He had memorized all the knowledge from the textbooks, and he could think of the answer to each question in no more than a second. Chen Chen clearly underestimated himself. He even said that 20 minutes should be enough, and just like before, he quickly finished both papers. In fact, due to the simpler nature of the backup paper, he didn't even take 10 minutes this time, finishing in just 7 minutes. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. Even in an open book exam, it couldn't be this fast, right? Candidates, please wait patiently, we need to verify the exam papers. Please, go ahead. Chen Chen said calmly, crossing his legs and leaning back in his chair, beginning to rest his eyes. At that moment, the 5 people verifying the papers were completely stunned. 2 leaders had brought the answers with them, and they found that Chen Chen's answers were almost identical to the answers, with at most a few words of difference. In both exams, he scored full marks. Now everyone was completely convinced. Chen Chen wasn't cheating, he was a genius. Master, you are simply amazing. Wang Guotao looked at Chun Chen with admiration. Then can I get my medical license now? Chen Chen was only concerned about this issue. Mr. Chen, congratulations. You have successfully passed the medical qualification exam. According to regulations, the issuance date of the certificates is uniform, but talents like you are exactly what our magic city and even our country need, so we can issue your certificate on the spot. One of the leaders immediately made a phone call, and within 10 minutes, a staff member arrived with printing equipment, a camera, and a seal. They took a photo of Chen Chen without a hat, then printed the qualification certificate on the spot, and finally stamped it. Chen Chen held both his Chinese and Western medicine qualification certificates in his hands, grinning from ear to ear. With that, all the procedures were complete. The next step was just to open a shop. Master. Thud. After these people left, Wang Guotao shouted loudly and then directly knelt in front of Chen Chen. Master, I have completed everything you instructed me to do, so can I officially become your disciple now? Wang Guotao looked at Chen Chen with eyes full of expectation. Of course, I keep my word. Chen Chen smiled with satisfaction. Wang Guotao was indeed reliable, so he certainly wouldn't go back on his word. Great! Master, please accept my bow. Wang Guotao was overjoyed. He had been busy running around for more than a week for this matter and had used up quite a few personal connections, all for the sake of becoming a disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to bow down to pay his respects. But at that moment, Chen Chen suddenly spoke up. Wait! Wang Guotao's expression changed, and he quickly looked up, panicking as he asked, Master, you're not going back on your word, are you? Of course not, Chen Chen explained. It's just that since it's a formal apprenticeship, both our master and disciple should be present. Let's go to your office. I'll also call your senior sister over. What? Senior sister? Wang Guotao was confused. Wasn't he the first to become a disciple? When did another senior sister appear? Why had he never heard the master mention her before? Once they arrived at the office, Chen Chen took out his phone and made a call. Hello, are you free now? Then come find me, I'm in Wang Guotao's office. Oh, you're nearby? Okay, I'll come over now. After hanging up the phone, Wang Guotao could no longer hold back and asked, Master, who is my senior sister? You'll know soon enough. Chen Chen smiled mysteriously, keeping them in suspense. Wang Guotao was still doubtful when a petite figure burst in. Master, did you call for me? The senior sister had arrived. So soon? Wang Guotao was a bit surprised, but he didn't have time to think too much. He quickly stood up to tidy his appearance, then turned to the door with a respectful smile. Senior. Just as Wang Guotao was about to call out, hoping to make a good impression on the senior sister, he was instantly stunned when he saw her. Master, is she really the senior sister? You must be mistaken? Chen Chen chuckled and introduced, Su Xiaotong, the disciple I accepted last week, my first disciple, and your senior sister. Xiaotong, Guotao is going to become my disciple today, so from now on, you two are fellow disciples. You should get along well. The two were momentarily taken aback, then spoke in unison. What? They looked at each other, completely bewildered. Su Xiaotong's mouth was agape, big enough to fit several eggs. My professor, the head of the department, has actually become my junior? Wang Guotao was also completely dumbfounded. My student, who even once called me teacher's wife, is now my senior sister. Su Xiaotong has just doubled her status. But having already accepted a young master, she wasn't afraid of having another young senior sister. Alright, stop being dazed. Xiaotong, make him some tea. Guotao, prepare for the apprenticeship ceremony. Only then did Su Xiaotong come to her senses. Director, tea for you. Thank you, senior sister. You can just call me junior brother from now on, or Guotao is fine too. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Guotao had accepted the fact of having a young senior sister, but Su Xiaotong nearly choked on her own saliva. It was truly hard to adapt. Master, please accept your disciple's 3 bows. Master, please have some tea. The apprenticeship ceremony concluded. Chen Chen stood up to help Wang Guotao up, then encouraged the pair to greet each other. Hello, senior sister. Hello, junior brother. Su Xiaotong was very awkward, showing no signs of being a senior sister, instead resembling a student who had made a mistake. Wang Guotao didn't laugh at her, instead, he comforted her thoughtfully. Senior sister, you don't need to be so nervous. Since you entered the sect first, you are indeed my senior sister. Even if we meet in public in the future, you don't have to call me director or professor, just call me junior brother or by my name. Su Xiaotong blushed and said softly, isn't that a bit inappropriate? I'm afraid others will look at us strangely. Wang Guotao, however, was very open-minded, waving his hand with a smile. There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's a fact that we are senior and junior siblings. Besides, we should feel proud to be disciples of our master. Why should we care about others' opinions? That makes sense. This statement enlightened Su Xiaotong. She felt that her initial discomfort towards her older junior brother Wang Guotao had lessened. At that moment, Wang Guotao suddenly thought of something and turned to Chen Chen. By the way, master, considering your age, I must still have a grandmaster and grandmistress. When should we pay them a visit? Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback, not immediately responding. Oh, you mean your parents? Now that I have accepted you as my disciple, they naturally become my grandmaster and grandmistress. After hearing Wang Guotao's explanation, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He hadn't expected Wang Guotao to be so particular about it. However, considering Wang Guotao was already over 70, it was understandable for someone of his generation to be particular. But just the thought of Wang Guotao calling his parents grandmaster and grandmistress was a scene Chen Chen couldn't bear to imagine. His parents were only in their 40s. In some places, people of this age would see Wang Guotao and might even call him uncle. At the very least, they would call him big brother. As a result, Wang Guotao would turn around and want to call Chen Chen's parents master and mistress. Chen Chen felt a bit awkward about it, let alone his parents. It was likely that both of them would not be able to handle it. Let's forget about this matter. Thus, Chen Chen decisively rejected Wang Guotao's request. However, Wang Guotao's attitude was very firm. According to him, not visiting master and mistress after becoming a disciple would be considered disrespectful in their era, and people would gossip behind their backs. Chen Chen helplessly said, to be honest, it's not that I don't want to take you to meet my parents, mainly, I don't really want to go back myself. Can we find another opportunity? Master, why don't you want to go home? Do you have a conflict with your parents? Both Wang Guotao and Su Xiaotong were very curious. It's not that there's a conflict, it's just a bit troublesome. Before Chen Shen could finish his sentence, the phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw the caller ID, instantly breaking into a bitter smile. Well, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Chen Shen sighed and answered the call. Hello, Mom, what's up? I'm doing well at work, and my place is nice. My roommates are all good. What? Arranged marriage? Oh my gosh, I just graduated from college. I haven't even started my career yet. Why would I get married? Alright, we'll talk about marriage later. I have things to do now. I have to hang up. Chen Shen finally found an excuse to hang up the phone, letting out a long breath. He then waved his phone in front of the two, the screen clearly showing the words Mom. Chen Shen smiled wryly and said, Now you know why I don't really want to go home, right? Su Xiaotong covered her mouth and chuckled, Master, I've seen people in their 30s being urged to marry, but you just graduated from college and are being urged to marry. This is the first time I've seen it. Wang Guotao sighed with empathy. I've experienced this too, and the pressure to marry in my time was even more terrifying. By 17 or 18, families were already looking for wives. I can understand. Chen Shen said, Since that's the case, let's put off the visit to master and mistress for now. Any objections? Wang Guotao quickly waved his hands. No objections, no objections. Gurgle. Just as he finished speaking, Su Xiaotong's stomach growled a few times. I say, you ate so much in the morning, and it's only 11 o'clock, and you're already hungry? Are you a little pig? Chen Chen teased. I really am a pig. Hee, Master, I'm hungry. Su Xiaotong blinked and stared at Chen Shen, her meaning clear. Master, senior sister, it's my first day as a disciple, let me treat you to a meal. Wang Guotao was quite good at this, but Chen Shen waved his hand. There's no reason for a disciple to treat the master. Don't say anything, come with me, I'm treating you. The three of them arrived at a high-end Cantonese restaurant. While they were eating and drinking tea, Chen Shen took out his phone and started browsing. Su Xiaotong, seeing how engrossed Chen Shen was, curiously leaned over to take a look and exclaimed, Master, are you looking at rental information? Chen Shen nodded. Now that all the paperwork is complete, I just need to find a place to open the clinic. Have you found a place you like? Among the three present, besides Chen Shen, Su Xiaotong was the most eager for the clinic to open. She hadn't forgotten Chen Shen's promise to help her earn money and successfully get into graduate school. She had firmly kept this in mind. Not yet, I'm not satisfied with any of these places. Chen Shen felt a bit disappointed, even wondering if his requirements were too high. Master, if you have any requirements, you can tell me. I know a few real estate agents who can help you look. Right. This is good. Why didn't I think of finding an agent? Wang Guotao's words struck a chord with Chen Shen. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. After thinking for a moment, Chen Shen expressed his idea. Actually, the clinic I want to open isn't the kind of small clinic that just treats headaches and colds. Of course, a doctor must have medical ethics, which means not turning away anyone and saving lives. But if it's a disease that a basic doctor can treat, like a cold or fever, coming to me is really a waste of time, not my time, but the time of those patients who need it more. To put it simply, my clinic's main focus will be on difficult and complicated cases, on emergency patients who are on the brink of death and need to race against it. Regular clinics are for treating illnesses, while my clinic is for saving lives. So, it would be best if my clinic were located in a place that ordinary patients don't know about. This would greatly reduce visits from those with minor ailments and give more time to those in critical condition. Wang Guotao nodded. Master, I understand. You mean it's best to open the clinic in a deep alley because good wine fears no deep alley, right? Exactly. That's what I mean. Chen Shen's eyes lit up. He suddenly felt that having an old apprentice wasn't so bad after all. With age comes wisdom, he understood halfway through the conversation. No wonder many people prefer dealing with smart individuals, it really saves effort. Wang Guotao nodded and immediately started making calls. Before long, he brought good news to Chen Shen. Master, it's done. My friends are going to help you find a place right now. If all goes well, we should have news in a day or two. Chen Shen nodded, feeling very excited. After all, this was his first venture, and he was not only excited but also a bit nervous. After leaving the Cantonese restaurant, the three of them split into two groups. Wang Guotao and Su Xiaotong had classes to attend and headed back to school. As for Chen Shen, he took out a gold business card from his pocket and, following the address on the card, arrived at the Qin group. Just as Qin Kaijun had said, this business card was like a golden key. The lobby manager showed more respect upon seeing it than he would for his own father, nodding and bowing as he led Chen Shen to the elevator, taking him directly to the top floor. When the elevator opened, a magnificent large office came into view. It was called an office, but it was even more luxurious than a hotel suite. The reception area, entertainment room, and dining room were all complete. At the very back was Chin Saijuan's office. "Chin, you have such a refined taste, even writing calligraphy. But your handwriting isn't great," Chen Shen remarked as he entered and saw Chin Kaijun holding a brush, writing something that turned out to be a mess. "Get out of here. This is art. You don't understand anything." Chin Kaijun rolled his eyes. "Alright, enough small talk. Let's get down to business. I'm telling you, don't even think about defaulting." Chen Shen was not polite at all and directly sat down across from him, pouring himself a cup of tea. As expected of the company's young master, this tea was indeed exceptional, even better than Wangguotao's. "Don't worry, I'm not the type to default. I've prepared everything for you." Chin Kaijun opened a drawer and pulled out the property deed and keys. Chen Shen took a glance and nodded. "Alright, everything seems fine. Shall we go to the relevant department to transfer the ownership now? No need to be so troublesome." Chin Kaijun waved his hand and made a phone call. A few minutes later, two staff members in formal attire walked in. "Hello, Mr. Chin. We are the staff sent by the Housing Management Department to handle your business at your location." Chen Chen was a bit surprised. They could actually come to handle it? If it were an ordinary person, not to mention coming to handle the paperwork in person, even if they went to the Housing Management Department, the staff might not even bother to look at them. Indeed, poverty limits imagination. Today, Chen Shen has truly opened his eyes. Before long, the transfer procedures were completed. "Let's go, I'll personally take you there. It's not me who's marrying Jojo, and I won't be using this wedding house anymore, so let me take one last look at it." "Alright, let's go." This request wasn't excessive. After all, Chen Shen had benefited greatly, so he agreed. Soon, the two arrived at the Jinshan Villa district. It was Chen Shen's first time visiting a villa area. It completely overturned his concept of houses after living for over 20 years. How to put it, Chen Shen thought, so houses could look like this. Not only were the villas luxuriously built, but even the environment of the villa area was quite nice, as if the green mountains and clear waters had been moved right into the villa district. Especially after hearing Chin Saijuan's introduction that even the simplest tree in this villa area was a rare variety imported from abroad, costing tens of thousands for just one, Chen Shen felt that the place he used to live in was simply a slum. The Jinshan Villa district had three types of parking: underground, above ground, and private garages. Chin Kaijun parked the car directly at the villa's entrance. It could have been parked in the private garage, but since this house had already been transferred to Chen Shen, and the garage used an intelligent recognition system, his car's license plate information was no longer in the system, so it could only be parked at the entrance. As soon as they got out of the car, a real estate agent led a young couple walking by. Upon seeing that Chen Shen and Chin Kaijun were about to enter the villa, the couple's expressions clearly changed. "Honey, isn't this villa haunted? How can anyone dare to buy it? Lower your voice, don't let them hear. What if they don't know?" "Mr. Tian is right, let's hurry and leave, we don't want to cause trouble." The agent reminded them and hurriedly led the couple away from Chen Shen and Chin Kaijun. Their voices were indeed low, and Chin Kaijun didn't hear what they were saying, but it didn't escape Chen Shen's ears. "Chin Kaijun, you're not trying to mess with me on purpose, are you?" Chen Shen immediately stopped, furrowing his brows, his eyes fixed on Chin Kaijun. "What are you talking about? Stop wasting time, I'm taking you to familiarize yourself with the house." Chin Kaijun didn't understand what Chen Shen was saying and was preparing to unlock the door with the keys. "I just heard that couples say this house seems to be haunted. Do you know about this?" Chen Shen cut straight to the point. "What? This house is haunted? How is that possible?" Chin Kaijun was taken aback, his action of opening the door halted, his face filled with disbelief. "It seems you really don't know." Chen Shen could tell that Chin Kaijun was indeed clueless about this. Now, this matter became interesting. Either that couple and their friends were talking nonsense, or Chin Kaijun had been deceived by the seller. "Don't worry, the salesperson who dares to cheat me hasn't been born yet. If you don't believe me, I'll call him right now." After hearing Chen Shen's analysis, Chin Kaijun waved his hand and laughed, even really calling the salesperson. The result was that the call showed it was a disconnected number. Chin Saijuan's expression changed slightly, then he immediately found the salesperson's WeChat and sent a message, only to find out he had already been deleted from the friends list. The smile on Chin Saijuan's face vanished without a trace. "Damn it! I've really been cheated." Chin Kaijun was furious. But this had happened half a year ago. Now if he went to find them, they would have long disappeared without a trace, leaving him to suffer in silence. "Damn it! What bad luck! I originally wanted to give this to you as a wedding house. This is just humiliating. Chen Shen, let's just sell this house at a low price. Shin Saijuan's old face burned with embarrassment. He never expected to make such a fool of himself in front of a rival. Don't! Just for some hearsay, to lose such a good house, I really can't bear it. I say, are you really planning to go in and take a look? What if this house really is haunted? Even if there are ghosts, it's broad daylight, they wouldn't dare do anything to us. Anyway, let's go in and take a look. Shen Shen pushed the door open, and a gust of cold wind rushed at him, making him feel as if even his bones were chilled. Could it really be haunted? Now even Shen Shen began to have doubts. Suddenly, he remembered his ability to see through things and, regardless of whether it would work, he tried to activate his X-ray vision. Damn! Just one glance, and the scene before him made him shiver. His startled cry also frightened Shin Kaijun beside him. What are you screaming about? You really saw a ghost? I haven't seen a ghost yet, but I saw something related to ghosts. Shen Shen shook his head. I say, Shen Shen, how can a young man like you act like those old charlatans, pretending to be mysterious? So tell me, what did you see? Upon hearing that there were no ghosts, Shin Kaijun immediately relaxed, letting out a sigh and even teasing Shen Shen. I saw a dense aura of yin energy. Shen Shen's expression was very serious. Shin Kaijun naturally couldn't see it, but in Shen Shen's eyes, the entire villa was filled with a thick black yin energy. By the looks of it, there was probably more than one ghost in this villa. That's hilarious. You really think I'm a 3-year-old who can be easily fooled? Yin energy? Why can't I see it? Shin Kaijun laughed heartily, completely disbelieving Chen Shen's words. With your mortal eyes, of course, you can't see it. As soon as Chen Shen finished speaking, his eyes suddenly brightened. He noticed that the density of the yin energy in the villa varied. For example, the living room just inside the entrance had some yin energy, but it was very thin, while the deeper he went, the denser it became. It seems these evil spirits are inside there. Chen Shen's lips curled up, and he couldn't wait to follow the trail of dense yin energy. I want to see what you can come up with. Shin Kaijun muttered, then followed closely behind. Before long, the two arrived at the door of the master bathroom on the 3rd floor. The yin energy here was as thick as dark clouds overhead. That's right, it's here. Shen Shen pushed the door open and walked in. Taking a closer look, his eyes widened instantly. Although he was mentally prepared, he still didn't expect the bathroom to be so lively. 2 fierce male ghosts were mercilessly punching and kicking a female ghost lying in the bathtub. The female ghost couldn't even lift her head from the beating. The key was that this female ghost was not wearing any clothes. Shen Shen couldn't see her face, but her jade-like figure was fully visible to him. He had to admit, her figure was indeed good, especially her butt, which was big and round. Shen Shen couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Wait, there's a human scent. Why does this kid keep staring at us? Can he see them? At that moment, the 2 fierce ghosts finally noticed Chen Shen, and their conversation was naturally heard by him. That's right, I can see you. I'm curious, why are you bullying a woman like this? Upon hearing Chen Shen's words, the 2 fierce ghosts were instantly shocked, their eyes wide open, and their actions came to a halt. The female ghost also looked up in astonishment, and the moment she raised her head, Shen Shen was instantly captivated. This woman was beautiful, with a standard oval face and round apricot eyes, especially with the pitiful look in her eyes from being beaten. It nearly melted Chen Shen's heart. Shen Shen, what did you just say to me? Why can't I understand what you're saying? At this moment, Shin Kaijun looked at Chen Shen with great curiosity. It's nothing, I wasn't talking to you. If you weren't talking to me, then who were you talking to? Before Shin Kaijun could finish his sentence, he suddenly became terrified. There were only the 2 of them here. If it wasn't talking to him, could it be talking to a ghost? Goodness, it couldn't really be haunted, could it? Suddenly, a fierce ghost spoke up. Kid, consider yourself somewhat capable to be able to see us. This matter has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and scram. Shen Shen sneered, you 2 don't look like good ghosts anyway. I was planning to collect ghosts, so this counts as doing justice. The 2 fierce ghosts were instantly enraged upon hearing this. You little brat, we weren't looking for trouble with you, yet you took the initiative to provoke us. You're asking for death. The ghost on the left let out a strange cry and then lunged at Chen Shen with claws bared. His movements were quick, like a flash of lightning. Chen Shen had to enhance his vision. He originally just wanted to see this guy's movements clearly and then wait for him to come closer before channeling the spiritual energy in his dantian, just like last time when he absorbed the evil spirit from the thunderstruck pear wood, to absorb this guy as well. However, what Chen Shen didn't expect was that when he focused his vision to see the fierce ghost's movements clearly, his eyes suddenly became scorching hot. The next second, 2 beams of golden light shot out from his eyes, accurately hitting the fierce ghost. Of course, this golden light was invisible to an ordinary person like Shin Kaijun. In an instant, the fierce ghost let out a painful howl. But it was just a scream, and then his body began to gradually become transparent, disappearing completely in the bathroom in the blink of an eye. Chen Chen was left dumbfounded. What just happened? But at that moment, the other fierce ghost shouted in shock and anger, "Bastard, what did you do to make him lose his soul?" "You ask me, who should I ask?" Chen Chen was at a loss. He didn't know what was going on, how he suddenly shot out golden light from his eyes and made that fierce ghost lose its soul. But soon he realized. It must be related to the golden beans in my dantian. Chen Chen suddenly understood, feeling overjoyed. He had been puzzled before. Whenever there was a change in the spiritual energy in his dantian, he would definitely experience some change himself, but the golden beans in his dantian made him feel like there was no change at all. Unexpectedly, he could now shoot out golden light effective against ghosts from his eyes. Chen Chen was very clear that his changes were definitely not limited to this one, but he just needed to figure it out himself. "You little brat, are you playing me?" The other fierce ghost felt insulted upon hearing Chen Chen's words, and as his face became increasingly hideous, the temperature in the bathroom continued to drop, quickly reaching 0, making the bathroom as cold as an ice cellar. At the same time, the bathroom door slammed shut with a bang. "What the hell? What's going on? Why is it suddenly so cold?" Shin Kaijun screamed in fright, but soon he was so cold that he couldn't think of anything else, only able to huddle in the corner, shivering uncontrollably. "I want you dead." The next second, the fierce ghost let out a loud roar and charged over. Swish! Without saying a word, Chen Chen shot out a beam of golden light from his eyes. But this time he controlled it. The golden light only knocked the fierce ghost away but did not disperse it. The fierce ghost fell to the ground, unable to move, completely losing its combat ability. "What do you want to see?" "Ah!" The vengeful spirit looked on in terror as Chen Chen approached step by step. He still wanted to struggle, but the moment Chen Chen placed his hand on him, he instantly felt a powerful suction force. With a single scream, he was absorbed by Chen Chen. Chen Chen turned his gaze inward to his dantian and saw that the golden bean had grown a circle larger. Although it didn't seem like much, he could feel that the spiritual energy from this vengeful spirit was comparable to that found in a piece of Imperial green jade. However, the appetite of this golden bean was much larger than that of the previous spiritual energy halos, which made it seem less effective. Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and then focused on the female ghost in the bathtub. "Master, please spare me." The female ghost was instantly frightened, her face losing color as she hurriedly stood up from the bathtub, repeatedly bowing to Chen Chen in supplication. "What the?" Chen Chen's expression changed. The female ghost stood up without any clothes on. Looking at her bare body, he couldn't help but let a stream of nosebleed flow out. "Master, why are you bleeding from your nose?" "Ah!" The female ghost reminded him, and only then did she realize it was because she was naked, so she quickly ran back to the bathtub, using the tub and her hands to cover her important parts. "I'm sorry." Chen Chen awkwardly wiped his nosebleed, but his gaze still involuntarily drifted back to the bathtub. He thought to himself that covering up was useless. He still had his X-ray vision on, and no matter how well she covered herself, he could still see. However, he didn't dare to look too recklessly anymore. Constantly bleeding from the nose wasn't a good thing. So, Chen Chen slightly shifted his gaze to the side and said, "You don't need to be afraid. I'm not Fahai, who can't distinguish between good and evil. The reason I eliminated those two vengeful spirits was purely to uphold justice, and it also counts as accumulating merit for myself. If you are a good ghost, I won't destroy you, but if I find out you're not a good one, I will still eliminate you. I am a good ghost. I really am a good ghost. Just saying it isn't enough, you need to provide evidence for me to believe you. Actually, I was killed by those two vengeful spirits, and even after death, I was bullied by them." Woo-woo. The female ghost became increasingly aggrieved and started to cry loudly. "Why did those two guys want to harm you?" Although the female ghost looked pitiful, Chen Chen remained calm. As the saying goes, ghosts speak in riddles. If he didn't clarify things, he wouldn't easily believe her. "My name is Jiang Shuyu, and I opened a chain beauty salon in the Magic City. This villa was bought as my wedding house 3 years ago. I thought I had found true love, but unexpectedly, my husband cheated on me after marriage, and the mistress was my best friend, while I was completely unaware. Until half a year ago, when I was taking a bath, my body suddenly became inexplicably stiff, and I drowned in the bathtub. After I died, I found out that all of this was actually a murder planned by my husband Guowei and my friend Meng Xianxian. They hired an evil spirit to kill me with two vengeful spirits. Then they took over my beauty salon and even used my death to fraudulently claim a huge insurance payout." Jiang Shuyu became more and more furious, her face gradually turning from pale to a greenish hue. The temperature in the bathroom, which had started to rise after the vengeful spirits were eliminated, dropped back to freezing point. Chen Chen could still endure it, but Qin Kaijun was suffering. He was nearly frozen solid. He tried to open the door but couldn't get it to budge. Just then, Chen Chen grabbed the doorknob and easily opened the door, then dragged the immobile Qin Kaijun out of the bathroom. Outside, the temperature was normal, and Qin Kaijun quickly recovered. His first words were, "Bro, this house is definitely haunted. We need to get out of here." After saying that, he turned to run, only to be pulled back by Chen Chen. "Don't rush, first answer me a question." Alright, hurry up and say it." As long as Qin Kaijun could leave, he would answer not just one question, but even 10. Chen Chen asked, "What was the name of the original owner of this villa? Was it a man or a woman?" Qin Kaijun blurted out, "It was a man, something like a dog. Oh no, wait, it was the Goenguki. His name was Go Wei." The man's name matched up. However, to be safe, Chen Chen continued to ask, "Does this man have a wife?" Speaking of this, Qin Kaijun got excited. That's right, and his wife is quite famous in the Magic City. Her name is Zhang Shuyao. She runs a chain of beauty salons, and she's very beautiful, a well-known beauty in the Magic City. It's a pity that I heard from this Go Wei that his wife passed away from illness 6 months ago. Alas, what a shame, I haven't even seen what his wife looks like. As soon as Qin Kaijun finished speaking, Chen Chen heard a roar coming from the bathroom. "He's lying. I didn't die from illness, he killed me." At this point, Chen Chen understood. Zhang Shuyao was indeed not lying. From this perspective, she was also a pitiful person. Since that was the case, he would let her go. It was just a pity that the two vengeful spirits had only absorbed one of them. "Wait, that's not right. I never told you the identity of the previous owner of this villa, how do you know so much?" It was only then that Qin Kaijun finally reacted, looking at Chen Chen with curiosity. "I just heard Zhang Shuyao say it." As soon as Chen Chen said this, Qin Kaijun's expression changed instantly. "Damn, don't joke like that." "I'm not joking, Zhang Shuyao is in the bathroom." Hiss. Qin Kaijun gasped in shock. His face turned pale instantly. "Is that true? If you don't believe me, come with me to the bathroom. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Shuyao is still angry, and the temperature in the bathroom will definitely not be low." No, I'm not going." As a result, without saying another word, Chen Chen directly dragged Qin Kaijun into the bathroom. Sure enough, just as Chen Chen said, the temperature in the bathroom was still very low. Qin Kaijun panicked. "Damn, there can't really be a ghost, right?" Chen Chen smiled and pointed at the bathtub, saying, "Zhang Shuyao is right here, she's waving hello to you." "What the hell?" Qin Kaijun instantly sat down on the floor, and even though it was so cold, his back was immediately soaked. "Don't worry, Miss Zhang is a good ghost, she won't do anything to us. In fact, she's quite pitiful, she didn't die from illness but was killed by Go Wei." Then, Chen Chen recounted Zhang Shuyao's ordeal. Damn! These two scumbags are really shameless. After hearing this, Qin Kaijun was instantly filled with rage. "Master, I didn't mean to stay here and not leave, it's just that I still have resentment in my heart, so I can't go report below. I want to ask you to help me take revenge, is that okay?" Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Chen with anticipation, her innocent and pitiful expression making it hard to refuse. "So, you want me to kill them?" However, to Chen Chen's surprise, Zhang Shuyao shook her head. Just when he thought Zhang Shuyao was kind-hearted, her next words made him understand the saying about the most poisonous woman's heart. "Killing them is too easy. I want you to expose their actions, so they not only lose their reputation but also go to jail. I want to ruin their lives, making them wish they were dead." Chen Chen conveyed Zhang Shuyao's thoughts to Qin Kaijun, asking him to help gather evidence. Qin Kaijun immediately nodded and said, "No problem, I'll take my leave first." After saying that, he scrambled to his feet and ran away. However, on the floor where he had just sat, there was a puddle of yellow liquid, giving off a faint smell of urine. This guy was actually scared to the point of wetting himself. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just then, Chen Chen's phone rang. "Sorry, I need to take this call." Chen Chen greeted Zhang Shuyao and then answered the phone. "Brother Zang, what made you think of calling me?" On the other end, Zhang Shaheyo's cheerful laughter came through, and he got straight to the point of his call. It turned out that Zhang Shaheyo was looking for Chen Chen's help. His father-in-law, Bai Mao Shan, had spent 3 million yesterday on something, and since he had spent so much money, he wanted to be cautious, so he called Zhang Shaheyo over to help him with an introduction. But Zhang Shaheyo wasn't sure about the item either, so the two of them decided to ask Chen Chen to come over and take a look. Chen Chen certainly wouldn't refuse. To be honest, he also wanted to communicate more with Bai Mao Shan. After all, Bai Mao Shan was in the antique business and had even held positions as the director of an archaeological institute and a museum, so he must have a wide network. There was no harm in making friends with someone like that. Moreover, he and Zhang Shaheyo were good friends, so out of respect for that friendship, he had to help. Sure, no problem. I'll be there shortly. As soon as he said that, Chen suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Brother Zang, is your wife around? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shihao on the other end instantly became curious and asked, what are you thinking about my wife for? As soon as he said this, Chen broke out in a sweat. Indeed, he felt a bit guilty. After all, the last time he almost did something inappropriate with Bai Lin. Even though nothing happened in the end, Chen still felt a bit embarrassed. But he really wasn't thinking about Bai Lin, he had just suddenly remembered that Zhang Shihao and Bai Lin didn't have any children. Last time, he had carefully checked Zhang Shihao's health, and there were no issues, so it was very likely that the problem lay with Bai Lin. After leaving last time, Chen thought that when he had the chance to go to Bai Mashan or Zhang Shihao's place again, he should also take the opportunity to check on Bai Lin. Brother, you misunderstood, I was just asking casually, Chen quickly explained. But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Shihao laughed and said, are you nervous? Don't worry, I was just teasing you. Your sister-in-law is right next to me. Actually, we were planning to go out and have some fun today, but since my father-in-law had something to do, we came over here together. Hearing that Bai Lin was also there, Chen's heart suddenly filled with joy. Of course, he couldn't show it, otherwise, Zhang Shihao would really start to suspect if something was going on between him and Bai Lin. That would be too bad, so he didn't say anything. After hanging up, Zhang Shuyao asked, Master, are you leaving? Chen nodded, I have something to take care of, and please don't call me Master anymore, I have a name, it's Chen. Zhang Shuyao nodded, okay, Mr. Chen, if you have something to do, then go ahead and take care of it. As Chen walked to the bathroom door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to say, by the way, Miss Zhang, just a reminder, there are no more evil spirits bothering you now, so you should take the time to put on some clothes. A blush appeared on Zhang Shuyao's pale face, and she said somewhat shyly, Mr. Chen, you misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to wear clothes, but I wasn't wearing any when I died, so after becoming a ghost, I will maintain the appearance I had at the time of death, unless someone can burn me some clothes. Chen awkwardly scratched his head, I'm sorry, I forgot. Then he said, that's simple. Next time I come, I'll bring you one. By the way, what kind of clothes do you like to wear? I'll get you something. Indeed, it is a woman's nature to love beauty, even after becoming a ghost. As soon as she heard she could wear new clothes, Zhang Shuyao's eyes lit up, and she excitedly said, I can wear anything, but my favorite brand used to be Chanel. Got it, I'll remember, Chen replied, hesitating for a moment before asking, so, it has to be paper for you to receive it? Zhang Shuyao nodded, that's right. Chen said, okay, I understand. I'll burn it for you next time I come. Half an hour later, Chen drove to Zhang Shihao's house. The door was opened by Bai Yi. Bai Yi was dressed very snugly today in sportswear, keeping her skin completely protected. Although nothing was exposed, the sportswear showcased her curvy figure even better. Chen felt delighted. Being able to see beautiful women everywhere was every man's dream. Even if she wasn't his woman, just looking at her could lift his spirits. Dr. Chen, you're here. Bai Yi bounced over, radiating a youthful and vibrant energy. Stop calling me doctor all the time, I can't get used to it. From now on, when we meet, you can call me by my name, and I'll call you by yours. Sure, then you can just call me Bai Yi, and I'll call you Chen. After hearing Chen say this, Bai Yi felt more at ease. Come on, my dad and brother-in-law are waiting for you in the study. Chen nodded and followed Bai Yi to the study. Brother Chen is here. Little doctor, I'm really sorry to have called you all the way here. Zhang Shihao and Bai Mashan stood up enthusiastically to greet Chen. Bai Lin also stood up, but she said nothing and kept her head down, only daring to sneak glances at Chen. Brother Zhang, Mr. Bai, what do you want me to appraise? In fact, as soon as Chen entered, he noticed Bai Lin. He knew that after what happened last time, their meetings had become a bit awkward, so he tacitly avoided greeting her and quickly changed the subject to cover the awkwardness. No rush, brother. Let's have some tea and take our time looking. Forget it, brother. I can't sit still when I hear there's something good to see. This was indeed true, but Chen still told a little lie. The moment he saw Bai Lin, he couldn't help but think about what had happened that day. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Afraid of giving himself away, he hurriedly focused on looking at the items, as only when he was examining antiques could he clear his mind of women. It's a painting, I'll get it for you now. Bai Maoshan stood up, took out a scroll, and carefully opened it on the desk. Little doctor, I got this painting through connections and spent 3 million on it. Can you help me see if it's worth it? 3 million was no small amount, so Chen didn't dare to be careless and immediately activated his X-ray vision, examining it seriously. As a result, his brows furrowed instantly, and he looked at Bai Mao Shan with a complex expression, asking, "Mr. Bai, how's your heart?" Bai Mao Shan's expression changed slightly. He realized that Chen Chen was hinting that there was a problem with the painting. So, Bai Mao Shan took a deep breath and slowly spoke, "Feel free to speak your mind, you must tell the truth." With this statement, Chen Chen no longer had any reservations. He nodded, then stared intently into Bai Mao Shan's eyes and said, "Old Bai, to be frank, you not only lost 3 million, but you're at least going to lose over 200,000. What did you say?" Bai Mao Shan stood up abruptly, his eyes wide. Although he had prepared himself mentally, this outcome was far beyond his expectations. The others exchanged glances, some looking shocked. "Little divine doctor, are you saying this painting is fake?" Bai Mao Shan took half a minute to calm down before asking in a deep voice, "Brother Chen, why don't you take another good look?" When Shiheo chimed in the field of calligraphy and painting, my dad's favorite and strongest area of expertise is identifying paintings by Shinzhou from the Ming dynasty. He has never made a mistake. Don't rush, I never said this painting is fake. Chen Chen smiled. Besides, if this painting is fake, then that 3 million would be completely gone, but isn't it still worth a few 100,000? The others were left confused by this statement. Could it be a replica? Bai Mao Shan furrowed his brows and looked closely again. This was a painting titled Winter Snow and Proud Plum by Shinzhou from the Ming dynasty. Shinzhou played a transitional role in the realm of literati painting since the Yuan and Ming dynasties. He inherited his calligraphy from Huang Tingjian and had profound skills in painting, excelling in landscapes and flower and bird paintings, and he could also paint figures, mainly achieving success in landscapes and flower and bird themes. In painting, Shinzhou early on absorbed his family's teachings and studied under Du Qiong, later drawing from various schools of the Song and Yuan dynasties, mainly inheriting the inkwash techniques of Dong Yuan, Zhuran, and the four masters of the Song and Yuan, Huang Gongwan, Wang Meng, and Wu Zhen. He also incorporated the brushwork of Li, Lu, Ma, and Xia from the southern Song, blending them together, achieving a style that combined strength and softness, forming a unique style of bold brushwork. It was only in his middle age that Shinzhou officially entered the painting world, with rigorous and elegant techniques, steady and practiced brushwork, and a strong inner structure. In his later years, his temperament became cheerful, and his brushwork became bold and simple, with a grand momentum. It can be said that Shinzhou's painting techniques are profound, creating his own style based on the methods of the Song and Yuan, which is known as the Wu school of painting. Therefore, Shinzhou's brushwork is still quite recognizable, and coupled with the aged feel of this Shin paper, it indeed looks authentic. No matter how one looks at it, this painting is undoubtedly from the hand of Shinzhou of the Ming dynasty. Yet, Chen Chen was certain that there was something wrong with this painting. This left Bai Mao Shan puzzled, and he could only seek answers from Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded and said, "Old Bai, you are right, this painting is indeed real, but only the upper half is genuine, as for the lower half, it's just a replica. Such a thing actually exists?" Bai Yi was the first to exclaim. "Half real, half fake. This kind of thing isn't rare in the field of calligraphy and painting," Bai Mao Shan said slowly, but his expression was extremely serious, his gaze fixed on the painting on the table, and he said gloomily, "But I really can't see any signs of splicing in this painting. Am I really getting old? Confused?" Just as Bai Mao Shan fell into deep self-doubt, Chen Chen smiled and spoke lightly. "Old Bai, you're not old, your eyesight is still sharp. It's just that once a person sees something they like, they can easily get overly excited. Plus, you mentioned that this painting was obtained through connections, and the person who handed it to you must have a good relationship with you. In that case, your vigilance would drop to the lowest, and it would be the easiest time to overlook details. Ultimately, you were just careless." Bai Mao Shan looked at Chen Chen and said, "So, you are certain and insist that there is something wrong with this painting?" Chen Chen knew that if he didn't present strong evidence, Bai Mao Shan would never admit to his loss. However, he could also express understanding. Bai Mao Shan was not being stubborn, but truly unwilling to accept it. After all, having played with eagles for a lifetime, to end up having one's eyes pecked out by an eagle is something that anyone would find unbearable. But Chen Chen had the ability to see through things, so he naturally had concrete evidence in hand. He first had Zang Shiheo bring over several magnifying glasses, one for each person. Then he turned on all the lights in the room. Although the sun was shining brightly outside, the better the lighting conditions, the easier it was to spot issues that were usually hard to detect. So, turning on all the lights wasn't enough. Chen Chen also had Zang Shiheo bring over a powerful flashlight. Next, he turned on the flashlight and aimed it at the center of the painting. If you use the magnifying glasses to take a close look at the leftmost plum blossom, you will see a very fine crack. At this point, Chen Chen specifically reminded them, "This crack is extremely fine, you must look closely." The group immediately leaned in, carefully studying with their magnifying glasses. The result left them all astonished, as there indeed was a very fine crack in the center of the plum blossom. Before they could recover from their shock, Chen Chen continued, "Follow this crack and look to both sides." They hurriedly complied. A few seconds later, the magnifying glass in Bai Maoshan's hand suddenly fell onto the table. The sudden noise startled everyone, and they all turned to look. At that moment, Bai Maoshan's eyes widened, his face had changed dramatically, and he murmured, "This painting is actually pieced together. How could this be?" Chen Chen exclaimed, "The person who pieced this painting together is indeed a master. Through special techniques, they made the cracks almost completely invisible. But unfortunately, a patchwork is still a patchwork. It can never become whole, and ultimately, it still leaves a fatal flaw." To be honest, Chen Chen admired this skill. If it weren't for his ability to see through things, he wouldn't have been able to detect the clues in this painting. At this moment, Zang Shihao said, "Even if this painting is pieced together, is it possible that both the upper and lower parts are genuine?" Hearing this, Bai Maoshan's eyes lit up. Indeed, there might be such a possibility. A glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. However, Chen Chen's next words completely extinguished that hope. "Brother Zang, you are too naive. Take a close look at the xian paper in the lower part. From the yellowing of the paper in the holes left by the passage of time, it does look like Ming Dynasty xian paper, but if you examine it closely, you'll find that the edges of the xian paper in the lower part are much rougher than those in the upper part, which is not right. Throughout the history of Manhwa, Ming Dynasty xian paper is considered the best. The top workshops produced xian paper that could be made without rough edges, with the entire sheet being smooth from top to bottom, from the center to the edges. But the materials of the xian paper in these two halves are clearly different. In my opinion, the xian paper in the lower part is not Ming Dynasty xian paper at all." Bai Maoshan immediately asked, "Then what period do you think this xian paper is from?" "This xian paper is from the Republic of China," Chen Chen replied without hesitation. Although his tone was very confident, it still met with skepticism from the others. Chen Chen was already prepared, pointing to several holes on the painting that did not affect it and said, "In the collection of calligraphy and painting, one unavoidable type of damage is caused by microorganisms. For example, insect damage and mold can harm calligraphy and painting. Insects can gnaw at the paper, and mold can cause the paper to rot and deteriorate." The holes in the lower part of the xian paper were naturally made by insects, but these are not the result of naturally occurring insect bites. When calligraphy and painting are naturally gnawed by insects, the shape of the hole should be irregular, but these holes are just too regular. The reason is simple. The wormholes in the lower half of this rice paper were deliberately forged, and it's not difficult at all. You just need to put intact rice paper into a rice jar full of rice weevils, and after one night, you can create wormholes. Although this method can fool many experts, it has a fatal flaw. You can infer the approximate time based on the oxidation color at the edge of the wormhole. Looking at the edge color of the wormhole in this lower part, it's very faint, making it easy to deduce that this wormhole was most likely made during the Republic of China period. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as Chen Chen finished speaking, Bai Maoshan couldn't help but applaud. "Little divine doctor, I am completely convinced by your insight. I admit I don't have your meticulous and sharp eyes. I truly admire you." Upon hearing Bai Maoshan's sincere praise, the expressions of the others changed. This meant that Bai Maoshan acknowledged Chen Chen's earlier statement, which indicated that this lower half of the rice paper indeed dated back to the Republic of China. However, Zhang Shoheo had a question. "But if the rice paper is from the Republic of China, then who painted this inkwash painting by Xinzhou on it?" Chen Chen had long anticipated someone would ask this and smiled lightly, saying, "Have you heard of the most notorious forgery group from the Republic of China?" "The most notorious forgery group from the Republic of China?" Zhang Shoheo shook his head in confusion. Bai Lin and Bai Yi were equally puzzled. Only Bai Maoshan squinted his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "The leader of this forgery group you mentioned should be Tan Jing, right?" Chen Shen's lips curled up. As expected of old Bai, "You got it right at once." Zhang Shihao curiously asked, "Dad, how come I've never heard of this Tan Jing and the forgery group?" Bai Maoshan replied irritably, "This forgery group is right here in our magic city, and you didn't know? I told you to read more. It seems you've long stopped studying, haven't you?" Zhang Shoheo widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "What? This is actually something from our magic city?" Bai Maoshan shot him a glare of disappointment but didn't answer. Instead, he turned to Chen Chen and asked curiously, "Little divine doctor, you actually know about this group. How much do you know?" Chen Chen smiled and said, "Old Bai, I know everything you know, and I know even more that you don't." "Oh?" Bai Maoshan was very interested. "Then I must listen closely." Chen Chen, calm and composed, slowly began, "During the Republic of China, there was a forgery group in Magic City that produced fake paintings, many of which are still collected by major museums around the world and are even regarded as national treasures. The leader of this group is a legendary figure named Tan Jing. He is not only the leader of the forgery group but also holds several impressive identities. He is a childhood friend of Zhang Sonyu, the chief appraiser of the Dragon Kingdom, and is also the cousin of the Gambling King, as well as the father-in-law of the Green Gang leader. I digress a bit, let's just talk about Tan Jing himself. His courtesy name is Heian, and his studio name is Tsuzhai. He and Zhang Sonyu grew up as wealthy young men in Magic City and became acquainted in their childhood, deepening their relationship as adults. Zhang Sonyu was born into a prominent family in Nanchuan, Zhejiang. During the Daoguang period of the Qing dynasty, the Zhang family was the richest in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Songyu's grandfather was the famous collector Zhang Shiming. Influenced from a young age and with his grandfather's personal guidance, he gained fame early on. By the age of 20, he was hired as an appraiser by the Beijing Museum, earning the title of chief appraiser of the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, Zhang Sonyu had a gambling addiction and often lost. He once lost the inheritance left to him by his grandfather in a single night. When he needed money, he often borrowed from Tan Jing, who was happy to oblige, as his condition was that Zhang Sonyu would use the paintings and calligraphy from the Zhang family's collection as collateral. However, Zhang Sonyu never redeemed them, and those artworks naturally became Tan Jing's. Collectors can basically be divided into three categories. The first category genuinely loves antiques, finds joy in collecting them, and has no intention of selling them, aiming instead for a lifelong collection. The second category also has a genuine love but will choose to sell their treasured collection when faced with real difficulties. As for the third category, they are merely in it for profit. To put it plainly, their purpose in collecting is solely to make money, purely a businessman rather than a collector. Tan Jing belongs to this third category. He resells all the treasures he obtained from Zhang Sonyu, making a huge profit, yet he is insatiable, feeling that these calligraphies and paintings do not satisfy his appetite, thus he develops the idea of forgery. Forgery can be highly profitable, but if someone can tell at a glance that the calligraphy and paintings are fake, then no money can be made. Therefore, forgery requires skill and professionals, and Tan Jing just happens to know such people, and there are three of them. The first is Tangan, who was Tan Jing's senior brother in poetry and literature. Originally an apprentice in a pharmacy, he excels in inscriptions and paintings, notorious for forging the works of famous masters throughout history, and even once deceived the renowned Wu Qianxua with his forgeries. Wu Qianxua is no ordinary person. He embodies poetry, calligraphy, painting, and seal carving, blending them into one, hailed as the foremost in stone drum seal script and the last peak of literati painting. To deceive such a prominent figure shows how strong Tang Yin's forgery skills are. The second is Su Zhangbai, who has been a professor at the Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts for many years. He specializes in imitation painting, creating replicas of famous artworks that are indistinguishable from the originals. He is a master. The third is Zhang Zhuyu, who has long collaborated with Su Zhangbai on imitation paintings, mingling in the world of collectors. According to records of notable figures, Zhang once said that creation is not his forte, but as long as there is an original, he can replicate it without a flaw. This is indeed no exaggeration. Even now, in major museums around the world, there is at least one counterfeit piece created by him in each museum. Under Tan Jing's leadership, these three are practically invincible in the forgery world. Unfortunately, Tan Jing's character is not great. He likes to delay payments, and Zhang Zhuyu left in anger. However, before leaving, he deliberately destroyed a batch of forgeries as revenge. Everyone listened with great interest. Bai Mao Shan was particularly shocked. He did not expect Shen Shen, at such a young age, to understand these people and matters so clearly, as if recounting his own family's affairs. Even he only knew bits and pieces. Moreover, Shen Shen not only had extensive knowledge but was also clear about some identification techniques between calligraphy and painting. With this insight and keen eye, Shen Shen was already qualified to be among the masters. This kid is simply a genius. No, he is a prodigy. And Shen Shen's last remark instantly piqued everyone's interest. Shen Shen, among that batch of deliberately destroyed calligraphy and paintings, could there be my dad's painting? Bai Yi, the most clever among them, was the first to react. You're quite smart. Shen Shen cast an appreciative glance at Bai Yi and continued, Zhang Zhuyu is specifically responsible for replicating signatures. His imitated signatures are so well done that even the original artist would probably not be able to tell the difference. So, the forgeries that were later discovered were merely the batch of calligraphy and paintings that Zhang Zhuyu deliberately destroyed before leaving. Before he left, he intentionally made the signatures on this batch of calligraphy and paintings slightly smaller, but the difference is minimal. making it hard to distinguish with the naked eye. However, that said, if there is an original nearby, the subtle differences between the genuine and the forged signatures can still be discerned. Bai Maoshan immediately said, "I just happen to have 3 paintings by Shinzhou." After speaking, he took out the 3 paintings and laid them all out on the table. Except for Chen Chen, the other 4 all gathered around. After a careful comparison, Zhang Shoheo exclaimed, "Dad, the inscription on your Winter Snow-Proud Plum painting is indeed small." Bai Maoshan said nothing, pushed the others aside, and then meticulously compared the inscriptions on the 4 paintings with a reluctant expression. Bai Yi wanted to say something, but was stopped by Chen Chen, who signaled for everyone to be quiet. They all understood, after all, it was a painting bought for 3 million, and no one would be willing to admit it was a fake so easily. So, they all stood quietly to the side, waiting in silence. Clatter! After a full 5 minutes, the magnifying glass in Bai Maoshan's hand suddenly fell to the ground. Immediately, his face turned pale, as if all his strength had been drained, and he slumped down. Fortunately, Chen Chen was quick and rushed forward to support Bai Maoshan. The others hurried over to help him to a Wang Wali armchair. At that moment, Bai Maoshan looked as if struck by lightning, his face ashen, hands clutching his chest, a look of pain on his face, repeatedly murmuring the same few words. "I misjudged. Misjudged." Zhang Shoheo quickly comforted him. "Dad, it's just 3 million, it's nothing. I'll make it up to you." However, no matter what Zhang Shoheo said, Bai Maoshan seemed not to hear, his eyes vacant, face devoid of color, still repeating the words, "misjudged." He looked as if he had lost his soul. "Dad! Dad! Speak to me! What's wrong with you?" Zhang Shoheo tried to shake Bai Maoshan, but still received no response. Instantly, he was terrified, his face changing dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What happened to Dad? Seeing this scene, Bai Lin and Bai Yi, the 2 sisters, panicked as well. "Everyone, step aside." At this moment, Chen Chen pushed through the crowd, approached Bai Maoshan, and used his X-ray vision to take a closer look. Once the information appeared before him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, Bai Lao just got momentarily overwhelmed with anger. In local terms, this is called a fit of anger, it's nothing serious." After saying this, Chen Chen grabbed Bai Maoshan's wrist with his left hand, then extended 2 fingers of his right hand, suddenly applying force and sharply pressing on the Shenmen acupoint on Bai Maoshan's wrist. In the next second, Bai Maoshan gasped sharply, his eyes widening in shock. He looked at the others in confusion and asked, "What? What happened to me?" Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Shoheo explained, "Dad, you just got overwhelmed with anger, no matter how we called you, you didn't respond. Luckily, Chen Lao was here, or we would have been really scared." Upon hearing this, Bai Maoshan immediately smiled bitterly, self-mockingly saying, "I really am getting more and more irritable as I age. It's just a misjudgment, yet I got so worked up. I must have made a fool of myself in front of the little doctor and you all." Chen Chen smiled lightly and said, "Bai Lao, there's no need to worry about being laughed at. Spending 3 million on a semi-fake piece is something anyone would be upset about. It's perfectly normal. But speaking of which, although this painting may not be worth much, it still has great collectible value. The upper part is indeed a genuine work by Shinzhou, and its brushwork is steady, rich, and simple, moist and vast, robust and solid, with bold and unrestrained strokes, exuding a strong aura. You can tell this is a work from Shinzhou's later years. And it's important to know that Shinzhou's peak period in painting was after he turned 60. The works from this stage are not only from his peak but also very few in number. If this painting were complete, let alone 3 million, even 30 million would be hard to come by. Although it's only half of it and the price is greatly discounted, a piece personally written by Shinzhou is definitely not to be missed. Moreover, Tan Jing's forgery team consists of well-known calligraphers and painters, so if this painting is kept as a collection, it can still be considered a rare fine piece. After hearing this, the disappointment in Bai Maoshan's eyes was suddenly replaced by a gleam of excitement. He asked in surprise, "Little divine doctor, do you really think so?" Chen Chen nodded seriously, "That's right. Although this painting can't be considered a genuine article, it certainly reaches the level of a fine piece and is worth collecting." "Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then spending 3 million isn't a loss." Bai Maoshan burst into hearty laughter, his earlier gloom instantly lifted. The antique business is like this. Price is not the only condition to consider, it mainly depends on the collector's mindset. Bai Maoshan is the kind of pure collector who collects items not for profit, but simply because he likes them. As long as he likes it, then this item is the best in the world. Little divine doctor, thanks to you today, not only did I learn the truth, but I also got to see your profound knowledge. I want to discuss this further with you. How about having dinner at my place tonight? Chen Chen had originally wanted to find an opportunity to check Bai Lin's health, but he hadn't had the chance yet. Since Bai Mao Shan was inviting him, he naturally agreed. Thus, the two chatted over tea in the study, discussing everything from the Xia, Shang, and Western Zhou dynasties to the present, growing increasingly happy as they talked. Zhang Shihao, Bai Yi, and Bai Lin quietly went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. When dinner time arrived, Chen Chen finally had some leisure time. He activated his X-ray vision and quietly examined Bai Lin. To his surprise, he discovered a problem. He hadn't expected that Bai Lin was. After clearly understanding Bai Lin's condition, Chen Chen began to ponder how to communicate this issue. The meal became a struggle for him, and he could even say it was quite torturous, because figuring out how to express this was a headache. Chen Chen knew that Zhang Shihao must be aware that the problem lay with Bai Lin, but even so, Zhang Shihao took all the responsibility upon himself, indicating that he didn't want to reveal the truth. Chen Chen thought, if he rashly stated the truth, would it be too impolite? But after careful consideration, he realized that this matter had to be brought up. First, he couldn't let Zhang Shihao suffer any more grievances, and second, Chen Chen had already thought of a solution, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to bring it up. So, when Bai Mao Shan and the others set down their bowls and chopsticks, Chen Chen pretended to burp a few times. Seeing that everyone had finished eating, Bai Lin and Bai Yi began to clear the table. Then the two sisters went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Old Bai, brother Zhang, there's something I want to discuss with you. Taking this opportunity, Chen Chen finally spoke up. Little Chen, just say it directly. We're not outsiders. After an afternoon of in-depth conversation, Bai Mao Shan had grown increasingly fond of Chen Chen, and their relationship had become closer. Now, he was calling him by name instead of Little Divine Doctor. But what I want to say is about whether Brother Zhang and his wife have children. As soon as Chen Chen said this, the expressions on Bai Mao Shan and Zhang Shihao's faces changed. Bai Mao Shan sighed softly and fell silent. Zhang Shihao forced a smile and asked, Brother, why do you have to bring that up? Chen Chen smiled, Brother Zhang, old Bai, have you forgotten that I understand medicine? Upon hearing this, both men were momentarily stunned, then joy appeared on their faces. Zhang Shihao slapped the table and exclaimed excitedly, That's right. I almost forgot how skilled you are in medicine. So, does that mean you have a way to help us? I have a way. Chen Chen nodded, but then suddenly changed the subject. But even if my medical skills are exceptional, I still need to treat the right ailment. But right now, no one knows who the patient is, so I can't diagnose this illness. Xiao Chen, isn't Shihao right here? Can't you just take a look at him? Bai Mao Shan thought Chen Chen was confused and quickly pointed at Zhang Shihao to remind him. But he didn't see that at this moment, Zhang Shihao's mouth had already dropped open in shock. He had vaguely picked up on something from Chen Chen's earlier words. At this time, Chen Chen smiled and said meaningfully, But Bai Lao, Brother Zhang is not the patient. It wouldn't help to examine him. Bai Mao Shan was somewhat puzzled, but the hospital's test results are precisely about Shihao's issue, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a bitter laugh escaped from Zhang Shihao's mouth. Dad, actually, I lied to you all. Zhang Shihao looked at Bai Mao Shan's shocked expression and slowly explained, The test report from over a decade ago, none of you saw it, only I did. So you all thought what I said was the truth, but the one who is truly infertile is not me, but Bai Lin. What did you say? How could this be? Bai Mao Shan became agitated, his face filled with disbelief. I knew that if I told you the truth, you all wouldn't be able to handle it, and the one who would be the most upset would definitely be Bai Lin. Zhang Shihao sighed and said, I didn't want to make her sad, and I was even more afraid that the truth would hit her hard, so I decided to destroy the test report and deceive you all into thinking that the one with the problem was me. So, you kept this from all of us for over a decade and made us misunderstand you for all those years? At this moment, Bai Mao Shan's old eyes were already misty with tears, and he trembled as he said, Shihao, I'm sorry, all these years, it was Dad who misunderstood you. When Zhang Shihao heard this last sentence, his eyes also turned red. But he held back his tears, forcing a heartfelt smile, waved his hand, and said lightly, Dad, with your words, all my grievances over the years weren't in vain. Bai Mao Shan said nothing, sitting down beside Zhang Shihao and heavily patting his shoulder. Zhang Shihao understood what he meant and smiled broadly. This is what it means to be a man. Sometimes, without needing to say a word, just a glance or a gesture can convey and understand each other's feelings and attitudes. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen's lips also curled into a comforting smile. Once they calmed down, Bai Mao Shan asked, Since you know the problem lies with Shaolin, why haven't you taken any action all these years? Zhang Shihao smiled helplessly, Of course, I took action. You know, I drank traditional Chinese medicine for nearly 10 years, but actually, those medicines were all prescribed for Bai Lin. I just always made up excuses that I couldn't drink it alone to trick Bai Lin into taking the medicine too. As a result, after drinking for 10 years, there was no effect at all. It's quite strange. Brother Chen, what do you think is going on here? Chen Shen said with a wry smile, Brother Zang, your medicine is not targeting the right issue. Even if you drank it for 100 years, it would absolutely be useless. Ha? No way. This was diagnosed by the best hospital in the Magic City, and I've even been to major hospitals in other places, including the big hospitals in the capital. They all said the same thing. Did the doctors at these hospitals diagnose it as a uterine issue? That's right, isn't that correct? Of course not. Chen Shen said word by word, the root cause is that your sister-in-law is a stone woman. What? As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Maoshan's face changed dramatically. Dad, why does your face look so bad? What does stone woman mean? But Bai Maoshan was too agitated to speak, just gasping for breath, which made Zhang Shihao break out in a cold sweat. It still depends on Chen Chen to explain. In simple terms, it's a woman who is congenitally unable to bear children. Zhang Shihao was instantly struck as if by lightning, his whole being stunned, murmuring, so that means we can never have our own children? Chen Chen waved his hand and said, not necessarily. There are two types of stone women, true stones and false stones. If it's a true stone, there's no hope at all, but your sister-in-law is a false stone, and there are ways to treat it. Hearing this, both Bai Maoshan and Zhang Shihao were overjoyed. Brother Chen, why didn't you say this earlier? I was about to cry. Zhang Shihao glared at Chen Chen with a face full of grievance. The key is that you haven't even asked me about this step. Chen Chen was both amused and helpless. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Since you have a way, hurry up and treat your sister-in-law, it would be best if it could be done right now. Zhang Shihao was already impatient. He had suffered for over a decade because of this matter. Only he could truly understand how excited he was at this moment. Not right now, I still need something, and, at this point, Chen Chen said a bit shyly, this treatment method is a bit special. How special can treating an illness be? Just say it. Zhang Shihao was unconvinced and prepared to press for details. But he didn't notice the awkwardness on Chen Chen's face at all. Just then, Bai Lin's voice came from the kitchen. Sorry to keep you waiting, I've already brewed the tea, I'm bringing it over now. Chen Chen quickly took this opportunity to say, Brother Zhang, Elder Bai, it's still too early to discuss the treatment plan. Let me get the necessary items first, and then we can discuss the specific treatment plan. Zhang Shihao didn't think much of it and nodded, alright, whatever you say, treating illnesses and saving people is your forte, so we won't interfere. Bai Maoshan asked, Little Chen, what do you need? Do you need our help? Chen Chen replied, to treat your sister-in-law, I need silver needles, but I don't have any on hand right now. Bai Maoshan laughed, that's simple, I'll buy you a set. Chen Chen immediately waved his hand, saying very seriously, Elder Bai, actually, silver needles come in different grades. The main difference is the material. Ordinary silver needles may not only fail to achieve effective treatment but could also have the opposite effect, so I need top-quality silver needles. Bai Maoshan and Zhang Shihao exchanged glances. This touched on their knowledge blind spot. You don't need to worry about this. I'll find someone to help. Chen Chen had already thought it through. Apart from Wang Guotao, no one else could really help. Alright, just try to be quick. Zhang Shihao was burning with impatience, wishing he could cure Bai Lin right now. Little Chen, don't listen to Shihao. This kind of thing can't be rushed, good things take time. Take your time to find it, even if it takes longer, but we need to aim for success in one go. In comparison, Bai Maoshan was the one who could remain calm. After drinking a few cups of tea, Chen Chen saw that it was getting late and stood up to take his leave. On the way back, Chen Chen called Su Xiaotong. Xiaotong, where are you? Master, I'm at home, what's up? Has sister you come back yet? Not yet. Chen Chen frowned. It was already 10 o'clock at night, how could she not have returned yet? Could it be that she ran into some trouble? Xiaotong, where do you think sister you might be at this hour? Chen Chen was worried and prepared to look for Yan Ruyu. I'm not too sure either. Sister Yu's work has been a bit unstable lately, almost changing places every day. This made Chen Chen a bit puzzled. What exactly does Yan Ruyu do for work? Just as Chen Chen was feeling puzzled, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a bus stop, where a woman's back looked very much like Yan Ruyu. He slowed down, took a closer look, and indeed it was Yan Ruyu. With her head down and an expressionless face, she seemed to be in a bad mood. I can't talk to you anymore, I see Sister Yu. Sister Yu, over here, look this way. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chen rolled down the window and shouted loudly at Yan Ruyu. Chen Chen, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Chen Chen, Yan Ruyu's pretty face immediately broke into a smile. I just happened to pass by and thought it looked like you. I didn't expect it to really be you. Get in the car, let's go home. Chen Chen waved his hand, and Yan Ruyu, smiling, jogged over and got into the car. Sister Yu, What exactly do you do for work? Why are you working so late? Chen Chen casually inquired. I actually don't have a stable job, just taking on some odd jobs. It's normal to work late, Yan Ruyu replied, clearly not wanting to discuss the specifics. Oh, Chen Chen could tell and didn't press further. But he couldn't help himself, so after a few minutes of silence, he spoke again. Sister Yu, have you been encountering any troubles lately? Yan Ruyu was taken aback for a moment, then immediately denied it. No, I just overspent recently, so my finances are a bit tight. Sensing that Chen Chen didn't quite believe her, she smiled and added, I really have no troubles. Really? Of course, Chen Chen didn't believe her, but he didn't continue to pry. He understood one thing: when a person deliberately conceals something, even if they provide an answer under questioning, it is certainly not the truth, but a lie. However, the more Yan Ruyu acted this way, the more uneasy Chen Chen felt. After all, the usual Yan Ruyu was a charming and fierce big sister. What on earth had happened to make such a big sister feel so lifeless every day? But since Yan Ruyu didn't want to talk, he couldn't just pry her mouth open, could he? The next day, Chen Chen found a good opportunity. That morning, he got up early as usual to make breakfast. Just as he finished, Wang Guotao called, saying he had found a suitable place and asked if Chen Chen was free to go check it out in the morning. If it was suitable, they could negotiate the price with the owner. This was something Chen Chen had been looking forward to, so he readily agreed. At that moment, Wang Guotao reminded him, Master, I heard the owner is asking for quite a high price. Can you negotiate? Chen Chen laughed, that's not my strong suit, and it's not just me, most men probably aren't great at bargaining, right? Wang Guotao replied, then in that case, do you know any women who are good at bargaining? Even if we have money, we shouldn't be taken advantage of, right? Wang Guotao's spending philosophy was the same as Chen Chen's. Having money doesn't mean you should spend it recklessly. Spending money freely doesn't show strength but rather a lack of sense, commonly known as being foolish with money. However, Wang Guotao's words did remind Chen Chen, so when Yan Ruyu got up, he immediately asked, Sister Yu, are you free today? Yan Ruyu said, I'm off today, what's up? Chen Chen felt a surge of joy, thinking this is perfect. He wanted to spend more time with Yan Ruyu, talk more, and maybe he could get some information he wanted to know. Sister Yu, I'm planning to go see a house today to open a clinic, but negotiating isn't my strong suit. I see, you want to ask if I can negotiate, right? Before Chen Chen could finish, Yan Ruyu laughed, patted her chest, and said, that's my strong suit. At that moment, Chen Chen felt that the confident big sister had finally returned. After getting Yan Ruyu's consent, Chen Chen immediately called Wang Guotao to arrange a meeting time with the landlord. They finally agreed to meet at 10 in the morning. By 9 o'clock, Chen Chen drove out with Yan Ruyu. Before long, they arrived at a place called Qingshi Alley, as Wang Guotao had mentioned. This was an old neighborhood, and as the name suggested, the streets were all paved with blue stones, giving it a sense of age. The foot traffic here was not heavy, most of the people were older, as the younger generation had already gone to the city or other towns for work. Because of this, the environment was quiet and elegant, and even the air felt particularly fresh. This suited Chen Chen's taste and made him look forward to the house they were about to see. However, Yan Ruyu frowned tightly. Chen Chen, since you want to open a clinic, you should go to a place with more people. Opening it here won't earn you much money. Chen Chen had long anticipated that Yan Ruyu would have such a question, so he spoke calmly. Sister Yu, you misunderstood. What I like is precisely this kind of quiet place. Ordinary clinics are for treating illnesses, but my clinic aims to save lives. Chen Chen didn't elaborate much. He felt that even if he said more, Yan Ruyu might not understand. Moreover, Yan Ruyu's main task today was to negotiate the price, and other matters were not her concern. Chen Chen believed that Yan Ruyu was quite clear about this, for in his heart, Yan Ruyu was not only fiery and bold but also a very intelligent woman. However, Yan Ruyu's intelligence exceeded Chen Chen's expectations. I understand now. The reason you want to open the clinic here is to isolate most ordinary patients, thereby increasing the chances of receiving critically ill patients, right? Sister Yu, you guessed it perfectly. Chen Chen gave a thumbs up, his face full of surprise. He knew Yan Ruyu was smart, but he didn't expect her to be this perceptive. He had merely outlined his philosophy, and she accurately articulated his thoughts. Master, I'm here. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from ahead. Chen Chen looked closely and saw Wang Guotao standing in front of a small alley, waving and shouting at his car. Have you been waiting long? Chen Chen parked by the roadside and walked over with Yan Ruyu, smiling as he said, let me introduce, this beautiful lady is my roommate, a good friend, and our family's big sister, Yan Ruyu. Sister Yu, this is my second disciple, Xiaodong's junior brother, and the head of the Western Medicine Department at the Shanghai Medical College, Wang Guotao. Yen Ruyu gracefully extended her hand and smiled. I've heard Xiaotong mention you before, saying you are a master of both Chinese and Western medicine, an excellent medical professor. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Wang Guotao shook her hand, looking flattered, and said, Sister you flatter me. Compared to master, my skills are nothing. Ah, you called me what? Yen Ruyu's smile froze, staring at Wang Guotao in shock and frustration. Sister-in-law. Wang Guotao explained earnestly, since my master calls you sister you, according to seniority, I should call you sister-in-law. No way. I can't take that. Just call me Xiao Yu. Yen Ruyu quickly waved her hand. In her entire life, it was the first time she had been called sister-in-law by a man over 70. My goodness. That made her feel so old. If others didn't know, they might think that Wang Guotao's sister-in-law Yu was a 100-year-old witch. That won't do. Sister-in-law Yu, how can we mess up the seniority? Wang Guotao, however, refused with a serious face and righteous tone. This left Yen Ruyu speechless, completely unsure of how to respond. In the end, it was up to Chen Chen to break the awkward atmosphere. It's fine. Guotao is just like that. After all, people of their generation value seniority and rules, so you'll get used to it. I'm really drunk. Yen Ruyu sighed helplessly, smiling bitterly while shaking her head. Alright, let's get down to business. Guotao, where's the house? Chen Chen asked. Master, it's right in this alley. Wang Guotao stepped aside to let Chen Chen and the others see more clearly. Upon closer inspection, they found that this alley was winding and secluded, seemingly endless. The key was that it twisted and turned a lot, and there were many forks in the road, all looking quite similar, making it easy to get lost just by looking. Oh my, it's actually in here? I thought it was in the storefronts along this bluestone alley. Even if it's a quiet place, isn't this a bit too secluded? Chen Chen, aren't you worried that patients will get lost coming here? Yen Ruyu couldn't help but laugh. It's no problem, these are all minor issues. As more people walk through, naturally, more will know the way. Xin Feng was full of confidence, not worried at all about this issue. Master, the homeowner is already waiting in the house. How about we chat while we walk? Okay, let's go. Also, tell me about the general situation of this house. This house is a standard Sihiyuan, covering 200 square meters, with a good orientation and layout, and the environment is quite nice. I heard from a friend in real estate that the owner seems to be in urgent need of money, so the information online states it's for sale only, not for rent. A house like this would cost at least 100 million in the Magic City, but the owner has only listed it for 80 million. In my opinion, this price is definitely a steal. After listening to Wang Guotao's analysis, Xin Feng nodded slightly but did not respond. Instead, he turned to Yen Ruyu and asked, Sister Yu, what do you think? Yen Ruyu waved her hand, fiddling with her phone, and casually said, This house is for you to buy, not for me. As long as you like it. The price is indeed reasonable, but whether I like it or not will depend on seeing the actual house. As soon as Xin Feng finished speaking, Wang Guotao, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. It turned out they had arrived at the Sihiyuan they were going to see. This Sihiyuan was located towards the back of the alley, and Xin Feng had noticed it when he came. There were 3 forks in the road from the entrance to the Sihiyuan. Although the 3 forks looked quite similar, if one paid attention, they could still tell the difference. This Sihiyuan faced south, and its orientation was quite good. Upon entering the main gate, the first thing that caught the eye was the main house to the north. On either side were the east and west wing rooms. The main house was the largest, with 5 rooms, while each wing had 2 rooms. But what surprised Xin Feng the most was the large courtyard in the middle. It was simply enormous. Having lived in apartments for so long, seeing a house with a courtyard felt incredibly comfortable. At that moment, a plump middle-aged man walked out of the main house. After Wang Guotao introduced them, they all got acquainted. This man was the homeowner, named Ma Hongwei. He had heard that someone wanted to come see the house, so he had come early to tidy up. This house was their ancestral home, but since his father passed away, they rarely stayed in the courtyard. One reason was that it was indeed sparsely populated here, and compared to the city's hustle and bustle, it felt quite dull. The other reason was that living here inevitably reminded them of the past, which affected their mood negatively. So, this Sihiyuan had been unoccupied, but he would come to maintain it regularly, although the intervals were usually quite long, basically cleaning it once every 6 months. It has been 5 months since the last cleaning, and if no one comes to tidy up, it will be covered in dust everywhere, making it impossible to look at. Since he had met the main person, Xin Feng stopped hesitating and said directly, I really like this courtyard. How much do you plan to sell it for? Ma Hongwei was taken aback at first because he didn't expect Chen Chen to be so straightforward. This courtyard had actually attracted quite a few visitors, but most had given up for various reasons. Many didn't even step inside, simply notifying him that they didn't like it and leaving. The main reason most people gave up was that the location of this courtyard was just too remote. Although many wealthy individuals now have the desire to return to a pastoral life, living alone is still different. While this courtyard is spacious and the environment beautiful, its only drawback is its seclusion. Living here for a short time might be pleasant, but how many people today can truly settle down and live alone? A day or two without social interaction is fine, but over time, it becomes unbearable to endure loneliness. This has made it difficult to sell the courtyard, even if one wanted to. Before Qinshan, Ma Hongwei had met with more than a dozen potential buyers, but none had reached the stage of discussing prices. So when Ma Hongwei heard Qinshan directly asking about the price, he was stunned. Because once it reached the price discussion stage, it at least indicated that this person was interested in buying. Ma Hongwei had imagined many scenarios of clients wanting to buy a house, even thought about what kind of people they would be, but he never expected it would be a young man wanting to buy this courtyard. Of course, he was only slightly surprised. His goal was simply to sell the house and get the money, so it didn't matter who wanted to buy it. Little brother, since you can come to see my house, you must have a general understanding of this courtyard. To be honest, I have it listed for 80 million, but if you are truly sincere about wanting it, the price can be lower. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll be straightforward. You are only seeing the exterior of the house now, thinking the yard is big and the house impressive, but once you step into any room, you'll see the furniture inside. I can guarantee that at least all of it is over 50 years old. To be honest, these pieces of furniture are of no use to me. If you don't want them, I'll just dispose of them as scrap. If you do want them, I won't charge you extra, consider it a gift. I won't say much more. This courtyard, along with all the furniture, totals 75 million. If you think it's suitable, just take it. Upon hearing that it was only 75 million, and that it included the furniture, Qinshan was overjoyed. When he entered the courtyard, he had used his X-ray vision to scan the rooms. Indeed, as Ma Hongwei said, each room had corresponding furniture, all made of solid wood. He took a quick look and noticed that the furniture varied in age and material, clearly indicating that the previous owner had purchased them in batches. It was evident that the previous owner of this courtyard must have had a penchant for collecting antiques, otherwise, an ordinary person would not have such taste. Even the youngest pieces were at least 50 years old, with some being 70 or 80 years old, and others over 100. It is important to note that once solid wood furniture reaches a century in age, it is considered a genuine antique. Even if these antique materials are not of the best quality, if sold separately, they would still fetch a considerable price. So, buying a Sehiyuan for 75 million along with so many antique furniture pieces is definitely worth it. At that moment, Qinshan even considered agreeing right away. However, before he could speak, Yan Ruyu suddenly interjected. Mr. Ma, right? What did you just say? This house plus the furniture is being sold for 75 million? Mr. Ma, please don't take it the wrong way, but I only like to speak the truth. Even if this Sehiyuan comes with more than double the furniture, you won't be able to sell it at this price. Yan Ruyu's words were shocking. Qinshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yan Ruyu. He thought to himself, this woman hadn't said a word for so long, and now she comes out with something so outrageous? Although Qinshan had invited Yan Ruyu here under the pretense of needing her help to negotiate, he didn't really expect her to be able to do so. The first reason was that he wasn't short on money. The second reason was that he had never seen Yan Ruyu's bargaining skills, and he initially thought that while women might have a natural advantage in negotiations, this was a deal worth tens of millions or even over 100 million. The small skirmishes in shopping malls wouldn't be of much use here. As for the third and final point, if the seller's price was lower than his expected value, he wouldn't need to negotiate and could just make the purchase directly. However, Qinshan never expected Yan Ruyu to suddenly intervene at such a critical moment. Not only did it leave him stunned, but it also caught everyone else off guard. Wang Guotao was frozen in place, as his thoughts aligned with Qinshan's. At a price of 75 million, buying this Sehiyuan was clearly a profit, and there was no reason to refuse. If it were anyone else, they would be overjoyed upon hearing this offer. Even Ma Hongwei was momentarily taken aback, then his brows furrowed tightly. Miss, may I ask who you are? It was evident that Ma Hongwei was quite displeased at that moment, but due to his personal demeanor, he didn't confront Yan Ruyu directly. After all, to put it another way, even if Yan Ruyu's words were unpalatable, she was still someone brought by Qinshan, the buyer. Ma Hongwei was very eager to close this deal, so he certainly wouldn't fall out with Yan Ruyu. Just as Qinshan was about to explain, Yan Ruyu had already begun to introduce herself. Hello, Mr. Ma, my name is Yan Ruyu, and I am Mr. Chen's financial advisor. Any project that requires the use of funds by Mr. Chen needs to go through me. Ma Hongwei turned to Chen with some suspicion. What she said is correct. You can discuss the deal with her. Chen didn't reveal his relationship with Yen Ruyu but went along with it. He also wanted to see if Yen Ruyu could indeed lower the price. He had money, but if he could save, he naturally wanted to save, otherwise, he would be a fool. After hearing Chen say this, Ma Hongwei turned to Yen Ruyu and spoke directly. Miss Yen, my house is rich in history and charm. It is an old residence with a long-standing history. A house like this, if sold to someone else, would at least go for over 100 million. 75 million is already very low. You don't need to reconsider this price, do you? As Ma Hongwei spoke, he smiled proudly, exuding confidence. Of course, he wasn't blindly confident, as what he said was the truth. In the Magic City, being able to buy a 200 square meter Sihiyuan for just 75 million, especially one bundled with antique furniture, was not just a refusal, it was something to be secretly delighted about. Mr. Ma, to speak frankly, although your Sihiyuan has an ancient charm, it has been around for quite a long time. Looking around, you can see many places that have fallen into disrepair, such as the walls outside these few houses, which have several spots that are peeling. If there are so many flaws on the outside, how many damaged areas could there be inside? You must be very clear about that without me having to go in, right? As a result, Yen Ruyu's words caused Ma Hongwei's smile to slightly freeze at the corners of his mouth. Before Ma Hongwei could respond, Yen Ruyu continued her onslaught. Moreover, Mr. Ma, you must know that this place called Qingshi Alley is becoming increasingly deserted. Although it is quiet, it is also too desolate, isn't it? If you live here, let alone going out to meet people, it would probably be inconvenient even to buy groceries, right? You tell me, who would spend so much money to buy such a ghostly place? Ma Hongwei couldn't help but interject. Miss Yen, what you said is not quite right. I admit that there are fewer people in Qingshi Alley, but it's not as you say that there's no place to buy groceries. That sounds a bit like malicious bargaining, doesn't it? Just when Ma Hongwei thought he could turn the tide, Yen Ruyu remained calm. Mr. Ma, I already knew you would say that, but I'm sorry, I have long understood the situation here very clearly. You can fool others, but you can't deceive me. Miss Yen, what do you mean by that? Ma Hongwei frowned, feeling an ominous premonition. It wasn't just him who was taken aback. Chen and Wang Guotao also looked surprised, not understanding why Yen Ruyu suddenly made such a statement. Mr. Ma, it seems you are still not being honest, thinking we are easy to fool. Since that's the case, I will be straightforward with you. I have already seen this news. As Yen Ruyu spoke, she pulled out her phone, revealing a news article on the screen. Qingshi Alley is a very famous old suburb in the Magic City. The authorities have long wanted to redevelop this area and establish a new development zone to boost the economy and population flow. However, due to the numerous houses here and the large per capita land area, let alone the money for the development zone, just the funds needed for demolition alone would not be less than 1 billion. For a Sihiyuan like yours, if the demolition compensation isn't at least 100 million, that would be unreasonable, right? But there are quite a few Sihiyuan like yours here. Just compensating for the Sihiyuan alone would cost around 1 billion, not to mention other storefronts and small apartments. The reason why Qingshi Alley was bustling a few years ago was that everyone was hoping for the authorities to carry out the demolition. However, no one expected that the authorities would directly develop a piece of wasteland 2 kilometers away from Qingshi Alley. As a result, the demolition dreams of the people in Qingshi Alley were shattered, and with the establishment of the development zone, people gradually moved there, which is why the population in Qingshi Alley is bound to decrease. Mr. Ma, you are a smart person. You know that if you don't hurry to sell this Sihiyuan now, as time goes by, it will become less and less valuable. Am I right? At that moment, Ma Hongwei's face was darker than a lump of coal. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Who would do such thorough research before showing a serious buyer a house? This was not just a house viewing, it was more meticulous than a household registration check. Ma Hongwei indeed needed money recently, but a large part of the reason, just as Yen Ruyu said, was that if this Sihiyuan wasn't sold soon, it would indeed depreciate further. Moreover, it was precisely because fewer people were in Qingshi Alley that, although there had been continuous viewings, not a single person was willing to ask about the price. After much anticipation, Chen finally encountered a potential buyer, only to have Yen Ruyu unexpectedly appear out of nowhere. Who could he turn to for reason? It wasn't just Ma Hongwei who was stunned. Both Chen and Wang Guotao secretly gave Yen Ruyu a thumbs up. Chen soon realized that when Yen Ruyu entered the alley, she was not playing on her phone but was actually investigating whether there was any news about this Qingshi Alley. he was very glad he had brought Yen Ruyu along today. Otherwise, just a moment ago, he would have unhesitatingly pulled out 75 million to buy this Sehiyuan. If that had happened, he would have truly been a foolish big spender. Now, what Chen Shen was most curious about was how much Yen Ruyu could negotiate the price down. After seeing Ma Hongwei standing there in silence for a long time, Yen Ruyu began to press her advantage. Mr. Ma, I not only learned about the news regarding development and demolition, but I also know that there are several other Sehiyuan like yours available for sale, and the owners of those Sehiyuan are also preparing to sell. To be honest, we came here specifically for your Sehiyuan and have shown our sincerity, but that doesn't mean we have to buy it. If the price can't be negotiated, we can always look elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongwei became anxious. His dark complexion instantly turned red, and even sweat began to bead on his forehead. He was feeling very conflicted. If this Sehiyuan were in any normal location, the selling price would definitely not be less than 100 million. Listing it at 80 million and offering to lower it to 75 million was already quite generous. But this was only under the premise of a normal location. In Qingshi Alley, 75 million was indeed high. To be honest, Ma Hongwei was very reluctant to sell it at such a low price. However, as Yen Ruyu said, even if he didn't sell, there would still be other Sehiyuan owners willing to sell. Moreover, the property prices in Qingshi Alley would continue to drop, and other owners would certainly lower their prices even more. Rather than letting them benefit, it would be better to grit his teeth and endure, selling it at a loss. Thus, with the mindset of earning a little is better than nothing, Ma Hongwei gritted his teeth and nodded with difficulty. Alright, Miss Yen, please state a price you consider reasonable. If it's suitable, we can finalize the deal now. Yen Ruyu smiled lightly. Mr. Ma, we shouldn't take too much advantage of you, otherwise, we would be taking advantage of your misfortune, and that wouldn't be very honorable. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongwei still held a glimmer of hope for the price Yen Ruyu would quote, but her next words instantly chilled his heart. How about this? We can offer you a maximum of 40 million. If that works, we'll buy it. If not, we'll leave. Ma Hongwei cried. He truly cried. Mr. Ma, it seems you are not satisfied with this price? In that case, we won't force it, let's just forget about this deal. Mr. Chen, Professor Wang, shall we go? After saying this, Yen Ruyu winked vigorously at Chen Shen and Wang Guotao, but neither of them moved an inch. To be honest, both were a bit reluctant. In their view, 75 million was indeed not a high price. Moreover, they felt Yen Ruyu was being too harsh in her negotiation, effectively having the price. Even they couldn't stand it, let alone Ma Hongwei, the owner. So even though Ma Hongwei, a middle-aged man in his 50s, was crying uncontrollably, the two had no intention of mocking him. Chen Shen felt that Ma Hongwei definitely couldn't accept the 40 million price, but he really wanted this Sehiyuan, so he immediately shot Yen Ruyu a look. I say, sister you, can't we negotiate this again? Yen Ruyu understood Chen Shen's meaning and immediately glared at him anxiously. What are we even discussing? Are you the one bargaining or am I? Chen Shen forced a bitter smile and responded with a helpless look. Of course, it's you who's bargaining. Yen Ruyu narrowed her eyes slightly, but the killing intent in her gaze could not be concealed, and her right hand made a scissor gesture in front of her. In that case, just listen to me. If you don't cooperate, I'll make sure you can't have children. Chen Shen understood the threat in Yen Ruyu's eyes and actions, and he was instantly frightened, feeling a chill in his pants, unable to help but shiver. Wow, this woman is really ruthless. However, Wang Guotao beside them looked completely confused. He thought to himself, what are these two doing? I don't understand anything at all. Just then, Chen Shen's voice rang out. Since Mr. Ma is unwilling, then forget it. I'll just go look at other places. Guotao, Yujia, let's go. In front of Yen Ruyu, Chen Shen couldn't stand up for himself and could only obediently follow her plan, putting on a nonchalant expression. Just as the three turned around, not even taking a step, they heard Ma Hongwei's gritted teeth voice from behind. Stop. Chen Shen paused, and although he didn't turn around or show any expression, he was already going crazy inside. Ma Hongwei spoke, and he was actively trying to keep them. This 40 million price, could it really be settled? Stay calm. I must stay calm. Chen Shen kept reminding himself that he couldn't lose his composure at this critical moment. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Chen Shen and Wang Guotao remained silent until Yen Ruyu turned around, and then they immediately followed suit. The three looked up to see Ma Hongwei gritting his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Chen Shen frowned slightly. With Ma Hongwei's demeanor, if he wasn't making a significant decision, he was ready to fight. However, there were three of them. Ma Hongwei shouldn't be foolish enough to prepare to take on three people. Mr. Ma, do you have anything else to say? Yen Ruyu's expression was indifferent, a slight smile on her lips, her confident demeanor suggesting she had already anticipated that Ma Hongwei would call him back. Miss Yen, I admit defeat. 40 million it is. But I must make one thing clear, I want full payment, no installments. As soon as Ma Hongwei said this, Chen Shen was overjoyed. Then, Chen Shen and Wang Guotao turned to look at Yen Ruyu in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. Wow! 40 million is practically a bargain for this courtyard. Yen Ruyu really managed to negotiate the price down. At that moment, Chen Shen and Wang Guotao's admiration and respect for Yen Ruyu surged like a relentless river, unstoppable like a flood. Yu Jie, you are amazing. Chen Shen gave Yen Ruyu a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Just kidding, I graduated with a master's in finance. Bargaining is a piece of cake for me. Yen Ruyu tossed her hair, looking quite pleased with herself. So you're a finance big shot. Chen Shen was very surprised. It was the first time he heard about Yen Ruyu's educational background. He didn't expect her to be so impressive, and he curiously asked, Yu Jia, which company are you working for now? In addition to his curiosity, Chen Shen had another purpose, to gather information. He had noticed that Yen Ruyu always seemed unhappy after work, so he thought that if he could find out where she worked, he could wait for her there and, with his X-ray vision, perhaps uncover the truth from the shadows. Well, let's talk about it later. The most important thing right now is to sign the contract with Mr. Ma and then handle the transfer procedures. Yen Ruyu seemed reluctant to discuss work, so she quickly changed the subject. Buying a house is a big deal. No matter how curious Chen Shen was, he had to follow Yen Ruyu's lead. After all, Mr. Ma Hongwei had only verbally agreed for now, and until the contract was signed and the transfer procedures completed, anything could happen. To avoid any long delays, Chen Shen quickly discussed the contract and transfer with Ma Hongwei. It was actually quite simple. Ma Hongwei took out the contract and wrote down the transaction amount and date. Then, once Chen Shen's money was received, Ma Hongwei signed his name and pressed his fingerprint, and Chen Shen did the same. After the contract was finalized, it was time to handle the transfer procedures. This part was more troublesome, and by the time it was done, it was already past 11. Moreover, it wasn't completely finished. Chen Shen had only completed the transfer procedures, but it would take some time for the property certificate to be officially renamed and issued. If it went quickly, it could be done in a few days. If slowly, it could take 10 days to half a month. However, Chen Shen wasn't in a hurry because, according to the law, the house was already no longer related to Ma Hongwei. So even if the property certificate hadn't been issued yet, it wouldn't hinder Chen Shen's use of it. After leaving the housing authority, Chen Shen drove to the school to pick up Su Xiaotong. After all, buying the courtyard house at a bargain price was a joyful event. Chen Shen decided to treat the three of them to a celebratory meal, as well as to express his gratitude to Yen Ruyu. The group chatted while eating. Yen Ruyu asked, Chen Shen, what are your plans next? Chen Shen smiled and said, what plans could I have? Guotao has already completed all the necessary paperwork for me to open a clinic. Now I just need to pick an auspicious day to start. Yen Ruyu rolled her eyes, speechless. You silly brother, with your understanding, you can't even figure out how to open a business? Chen Shen was taken aback and asked, Sister Yu, what do you mean I haven't figured it out? Yen Ruyu put down her chopsticks, stared directly into Chen Shen's eyes, and began to speak earnestly. Look, since you're going to open a business, shouldn't you first let others know what you do? Since it's a clinic, shouldn't you have a sign? And since your clinic isn't a traditional small clinic, but rather a charming courtyard house, you need to put some effort into that sign. Even if you want to be low-key and cultured, you can't just hang a random clinic sign on the door, right? That would clash too much with the environment of the clinic. Chen Shen thought for a moment and nodded. Sister Yu, you make a good point. So what do you suggest? First, the clinic's sign absolutely cannot be careless. You must find a professional design company to create a sign that fits the courtyard's environment and perfectly showcases your vision for the clinic. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen immediately clapped his hands in approval. That's right. No matter the industry, the sign is the face of the business. The face must be well taken care of. Chen Shen was increasingly looking forward to what other surprises Yen Ruyu would add, and he couldn't wait to ask, Sister Yu, what's the second point? Second, even if the sign is done, you still can't open because your clinic has no medical facilities besides you as the doctor. Yen Ruyu's words truly reminded Chen Shen. Although he had the ability to see through things and didn't need any instruments to treat patients, he planned to train Su Xiaotong to work at the clinic for him. He didn't need instruments, but Su Xiaotong would. Sister Yu, is there more? There is, but for this third point, I need to ask you what your attitude is towards treating illnesses and saving lives. Sister Yu, what do you mean by that? I ask you, you opened a clinic to make money, right? Of course. Now many clinics or hospitals are no longer purely about treating illnesses and saving lives. Instead, they have formed an industrial chain. Clearly, illnesses that could be cured on the same day, doctors will prescribe medication for 3 days just to make money, or even recommend hospitalization, resulting in stays of 10 days, half a month, or even longer. Of course, if the illness can be cured, that's best. It just means spending a bit more money. But the worst is when the money runs out, and the person is gone. But there's no doubt that through this process, hospitals can indeed make a fortune. If you want to make that kind of money, Sister you don't need to say anymore. Before Yen Ruyu could finish her words, Chen Chen interrupted her. Yen Ruyu looked up and found Chen Chen's face was terrifyingly dark. Sister you, I can responsibly tell you that patients who come to me will not incur any extra costs. If it can be cured on the spot, I absolutely will not let them leave my clinic with their illness. So sister you, don't blame me for not giving you face. I will not let you help me devise a scheme to make money unethically. Chen Chen was unusually serious, his tone righteous. Clap, clap, clap. This statement was met with enthusiastic applause from Su Xiaotong and Wang Guotao, filling the private room with warm applause. Master, what you said was wonderful. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, and like the Yellow River flooding uncontrollably. Wang Guotao's old face turned red with excitement, wishing he could kneel before Chen Chen on the spot. Master, from now on, I've decided to stop idolizing stars. You are my idol. Su Xiaotong looked at Chen Chen with eyes sparkling as if she were a man gazing at a naked woman, filled with fervor. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Chen Chen waved his hand lightly, his nonchalant demeanor pushing the act to the extreme. The next second, a chopstick flew over. Smack! It accurately hit Chen Chen's smooth forehead. Ouch! Sister you, what are you doing? Chen Chen rubbed his forehead, looking at Yen Ruyu with frustration. Yen Ruyu stood with her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Chen Chen. You little brat! Are you playing games here? Making it seem like I'm the kind of person who would earn money without a conscience? Tell me, which part of what I just said indicated that I would help you devise a scheme to make unethical money? If you don't clarify this today, I'll skin you alive. Seeing Yen Ruyu roll up her sleeves, Su Xiaotong immediately shrank her neck in fear. But when she heard applause nearby, she turned her head to find Wang Guotao completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation, still clapping foolishly. Su Xiaotong panicked and immediately slapped Wang Guotao's hands away, growling, "Stop clapping! Can't you see sister you is angry? Are you looking for trouble? Be quiet!" Wang Guotao looked confused. After all, he had never seen Yen Ruyu angry before. But since it was Su Xiaotong who said it, he obediently nodded and replied, "Okay, senior sister, I'll be quiet." After saying that, he made a gesture as if zipping his lips. Su Xiaotong couldn't help but laugh at this comical action, but soon she realized something, and her expression changed dramatically. She screamed in her heart, "Oh my god, what did I just do? I actually scolded the department head. And I even hit the department head?" But seeing Wang Guotao, who was of an older age, now sitting in his chair like a well-behaved student, not daring to breathe, Su Xiaotong let out a sigh of relief. "Xindao, Su Xiaotong, you really have no ambition. You are the senior sister now. Why are you being so timid?" With this thought, Su Xiaotong relaxed. At that moment, Chen Chen was also startled by Yen Ruyu's explosive aura, and quickly explained, "Sister you, don't be angry yet. What you just said, in the end, isn't it just that if I want to make money like that, you can help me?" Yen Ruyu rolled her eyes and scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. What I meant was, if you want to make money like that, I'll slap you twice right here to make you understand that you are a doctor who saves lives, not a businessman, and then I'll cut ties with you on the spot." Hearing this, the three of them were stunned. Chen Chen was the first to react, smiling wryly, "Sister you, so that's what you meant. I misunderstood you." Wang Guotao and Su Xiaotong clapped again. Wang Guotao even generously praised, "Although the master aunt is a woman, she has a broad mind. She may not be a doctor, but she has the ethics of one, which is truly admirable." Cough cough cough. Yen Ruyu was once again choked by the titled master aunt, and quickly waved her hand to change the subject. "Alright, now that we've clarified this matter, let's move on to the last point, which is also the most important one." Chen Chen immediately became curious. "There's still one more point? What could this most important point be?" "Chen Chen, since you open a pharmacy, once you start seeing patients, won't you have income? Since it's profit from running a store, doesn't that mean you have to pay taxes? In that case, someone needs to do the accounting. To put it simply, you need a financial accountant. So, is this something you can do? Or can Xiaotong or Professor Wang do it?" Yen Ruyu's series of questions left the three of them dumbfounded. The future earnings of Chen Chen's clinic would definitely be substantial. This wasn't something that could be handled just by knowing how to do math. it required professionals. Clearly, none of the three had experience in finance, so they couldn't handle it. Yen Ruyu shrugged and said lightly, so, while the previous points are important and you can manage them, this last matter requires professionals. Qin Shen, if you really want to start a business properly, I suggest you don't hire fresh graduates. They lack experience. It's better to directly recruit from big companies' finance departments, that way, the quality can be guaranteed. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen couldn't help but laugh. Yen Ruyu frowned and asked, "What's so funny? Did I say something wrong?" Qin Shen waved his hand and smiled, "Sister you not only didn't say anything wrong, but you said it very well. The points you raised are indeed things we hadn't considered, and I've benefited greatly." Yen Ruyu was puzzled, "Then why are you laughing?" Qin Shen replied, "I'm laughing because you suggested I recruit from big companies' finance departments, but I already have a ready-made one right in front of me. Why go through all that trouble?" Yen Ruyu realized and pointed at herself in surprise, saying, "Are you talking about me?" Qin Shen nodded emphatically, "Yes, sister you said you graduated from the finance department, and all the suggestions you just made are reasonable and logical. Although I don't know much about finance, I can tell that your abilities are definitely strong." This was also recognized by Su Xiaotong and Wang Guotao. "Yes, sister you, I think you're amazing. You understand everything and can do anything. Master Ant, your abilities in finance are indeed impressive. Not only can you identify problems, but you can also propose solutions. My master was right, your abilities are very strong." The sudden praise from the three made Yen Ruyu feel a bit embarrassed. "Yujia, why don't you just quit your job and come work in my clinic as the finance manager? Don't worry, the benefits will definitely be much better than your current job." At this point, Qin Shen paused, his eyes fixed intently on Yen Ruyu's, and said meaningfully, "At least, it won't put you in the awkward position of having to borrow money for rent." As soon as these words were spoken, Yen Ruyu was taken aback, her pretty face slightly flushed with embarrassment. But to be honest, Qin Shen's words did make her a bit tempted. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "So, what kind of salary can you offer me?" Qin Shen smiled, "Yujia, whatever benefits you want, I can provide." Afraid that Yen Ruyu wouldn't believe him, he added, "Really? Just say it without hesitation. Don't be shy." Su Xiaodong chimed in, "Yeah, Yujia, just quit your job. I feel like your current job is really tiring, and the salary doesn't seem that high. You might as well work with us, our master is very generous, and this way, we can be together every day. How great is that?" After the two of them bombarded her with their suggestions, Yen Ruyu's defenses were finally completely shattered. She thought carefully for a moment and then cautiously said, "Qin Shen, if possible, I would like to ask for a salary of 10,000 a month, plus the 5 insurances and 1 fund, is that okay?" Qin Shen was taken aback, "Huh? Yujia, are you serious?" Yen Ruyu's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly waved her hand, changing her words, "Well, actually, the salary can be a bit lower, 8,000 is fine, and I can do without the 1 fund, just the 5 insurances is okay." At this point, Qin Shen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Yujia, you misunderstood me. I don't think your request is high, I think your request is too low. Even my finance lady at that little antique shop, although she only has the 5 insurances and no fund, her monthly salary is already 15,000. You actually said 8,000 is fine? How about I offer you 20,000, with the 5 insurances and 1 fund?" However, to the surprise of the three, Yen Ruyu actually refused. "No need for that much. If possible, 10,000 plus the 5 insurances and 1 fund is enough. Also, I have one more request, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate." Qin Shen frowned slightly. He felt that the Yen Ruyu in front of him was a bit unfamiliar, not at all like the big sister she usually was. And this wasn't the first time Yen Ruyu had been so reserved. The first time was when she borrowed money from him for rent. Thinking of this, Qin Shen suddenly understood. Yen Ruyu only became cautious and reserved when she encountered difficulties. Perhaps her current humility was related to the same reason as when she borrowed money last time. To figure out what had happened to Yen Ruyu, Qin Shen nodded, "Yujia, just say it." Yen Ruyu spoke softly, "Almost all companies do a background check on new employees before they start, and I hope you won't do that. Just let me join directly. Of course, you can rest assured about my abilities in finance. I can't say I'm the top talent in this field, but I definitely won't hold you back." Qin Shen's eyes narrowed slightly, further confirming his suspicions. The more Yen Ruyu insisted on not having him do a background check, the more it indicated that she must have gone through something. And it was something bad. "Okay, I agree." In the end, Qin Shen still nodded in agreement. In fact, if he wanted to investigate, it wouldn't be difficult, he had many people who could help him. Wang Guotao, Ning Charan, Zhou Zhou, Zhang Shoheo, Bai Maoshan, Xianyat, any one of them could help him investigate Yen Ruyu. After all, Yen Ruyu looked like someone without much background, and such people were the easiest to investigate. But Chen Shen wouldn't do that. He didn't want to be someone who breaks his word. Moreover, he was also afraid of provoking Yen Ruyu. Don't be fooled by how cautious this woman is now. If she gets angry, she would really dare to chop him up with a knife. Chen Shen decided to take it slow. Maybe one day Yen Ruyu would reveal the truth herself. Chen Shen, thank you. Yen Ruyu's eyes were filled with gratitude. Sister you don't need to say that. We're good friends. Chen Shen smiled and waved his hand, then raised his teacup and happily said, "Come, let's toast with tea instead of wine, and welcome the financial director to the clinic." After finishing the tea, Yen Ruyu said, "Chen Shen, my current job is quite special. Resigning isn't something I can do in just a day or two. I need at least a week to wrap things up before I can quit." "No worries, there's no rush." Chen Shen waved his hand, then looked at Wang Guotao and said, "By the way, Guotao, there's something I want to consult you about." "Master, just say what you need. I'll handle whatever I can, and I'll find a way for what I can't." Wang Guotao nodded earnestly, looking very loyal. "Do you have, or do you know where I can find high-quality silver needles? Preferably a complete set." Although Chen Shen was happy about scoring a good house at a low price today, he hadn't forgotten about looking for high-quality silver needles. After all, it directly related to whether Zhang Shihao and Bai Lin could have their own child, which was a big deal and must not be taken lightly. High-quality silver needles? Wang Guotao thought carefully and then said, "Master, I happen to have one, but I'm not sure if it meets your standards for high-quality silver needles." Chen Shen's eyes lit up. He knew he was right to ask Wang Guotao. "No matter what, just bring it over for me to take a look. Remember, it must be the best silver needles you have." "Master, I understand. I'll go home now, don't worry, I'll definitely bring you my best silver needles." After saying that, Wang Guotao stood up to leave, but as soon as he stepped out of the private room, he immediately turned back and asked, "Master, if I go and come back, plus looking for the silver needles, it will probably take at least an hour. Do you want to wait for me here?" Chen Shen thought for a moment and said, "I haven't seen the courtyard I bought yet, so while you're at home, I'll familiarize myself with the house. Just bring the silver needles and come find me at the courtyard." After Wang Guotao left, Chen Shen settled the bill and called Su Xiaotong and Yen Ruyu to return to the courtyard. He started by looking at the east wing. Upon entering, he was greeted by a full array of solid wood furniture. The types were different, but most were the most common rosewood. Although they were decades old, they weren't particularly valuable. However, there were two small square tables that caught Chen Shen's eye because they were made of small leaf rosewood. They were the same size, likely a pair, each only about 70 to 80 centimeters in length and width. But don't underestimate their size, just these two small tables were worth 5 to 600,000. After all, they were made of small leaf rosewood. This material, scientifically known as sandalwood rosewood, is a premium type of rosewood that only emperors or royal family members could obtain in ancient times, hence it is also called the wood of emperors. Just from this title, one can see how impressive small leaf rosewood is. The main reason is that rosewood grows slowly, with one growth ring every 5 years, and it takes over 800 years to mature, which is why there's a saying that an inch of rosewood is worth an inch of gold. 5 to 600,000 is just Chen Shen's rough estimate for these two small leaf rosewood tables. If they were put up for auction, they could easily fetch over $1 million. Ma Hongwei didn't recognize their value, thinking these pieces of furniture were just a bit old and worth a little money, but he failed to see the worth of these two small leaf rosewood tables. As he walked around, Chen Shen couldn't help but laugh. The cost-performance ratio of this house was simply too high. Not only did he score a good deal on the house itself, but the furniture inside was also a steal, which was truly beyond his expectations. Then, Chen Shen asked Su Xiaotong and Yen Ruyu to pay special attention to the two small rosewood tables, making sure not to bump or knock them. The two women were initially puzzled, thinking, aren't they just two broken tables? Why be so careful? But after hearing Chen Shen's explanation, they were instantly astonished, unable to close their mouths. They nodded in agreement, promising to take good care of these two valuable items. Next, Chen Shen led the two women to the main room in the north. This room was also fully furnished. Not only were there rosewood pieces, but there was even a complete set of Wang Wali furniture. Right in the center of the hall was a Wang Wali 80 Mortals table, accompanied by two Wang Wali armchairs. Chen Shen examined it closely. The furniture was well preserved, with only a few scratches on the table legs, while everything else was intact. This was truly a treasure for him. Behind the hall, there was a small ancestral hall. At this moment, the hall was empty, with no spirit tablets on display. It seemed that what Ma Hongwei said was true. This Sihiyuan had long been uninhabited, and even the spirit tablets had been moved away. Despite this, Su Xiaotong still felt a bit scared and whispered, "Master, sister you, let's go outside first. I always feel like the ancestral hall is so eerie." Yen Ruyu teased. Xiaotong, you really are too timid. How about you sleep with me tonight? I'll help you build your courage. Su Xiaotong's little face immediately turned red, and she said shyly, Sister you just like to tease me. Chen Shen chimed in, exactly, Sister you, don't tease Xiaotong. She's my disciple now. How about this, if anything happens in the future, just come to me. I also need to practice my courage. Yen Ruyu turned to look at Chen Shen, smiling as she said, alright, tonight you come to my room, and I'll take good care of you. As she spoke, she stuck out her soft tongue and licked her red lips, her demeanor incredibly charming. Ahem, well, let's forget that. I'm afraid I can't handle it. Chen Shen backed down and changed the subject. Let's go sit in the hall and wait for Guatao to come back. After saying that, he turned to leave. Crack! But just as Chen Shen took a step, a crisp sound suddenly came from beneath his feet. He looked down and found that a piece of bluestone slab in the ancestral hall had become loose. He didn't pay much attention, but at that moment, Yen Ruyu curiously said, That's strange, all the other bluestone slabs in the ancestral hall are fine. Why is this one loose? Su Xiaotong joked, I've heard that some old houses have treasures buried underneath. Could it be that there's treasure under this one too? Yen Ruyu laughed, Xiaotong, you really are a little treasure hunter. There can't be that many treasures in the world. Su Xiaotong stuck out her little tongue and said, That's true, let's go. But just as the two women were about to step forward, Chen Shen suddenly shouted, Wait! At that moment, Chen Shen's expression was serious. He had been pondering the two women's earlier words. Indeed, the loose bluestone slab seemed a bit unusual. So, he tried to activate his X-ray vision and looked down through the loose slab. When he saw 2 meters underground, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed, nearly blinding Chen Shen's eyes. What the heck? There really is treasure down there? Chen Shen was overjoyed and couldn't help but exclaim. What? There's treasure down there? Is that true? You're not joking, are you? The two women were instantly stunned. They thought to themselves, he was just joking around. Why is Chen Shen taking it seriously? Chen Shen didn't bother to explain. He found a shovel from the side room, lifted the loose bluestone slab, and without saying a word, he started digging. Before long, Su Xiaotong and Yen Ruyu were left dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Chen Shen would actually dig something out from underground. With a single shovel, a dark object emerged from the damp soil. This instantly caught the attention of the two women. Master, what is this? It looks like it's all rotten. Su Xiaotong pointed at the dark brown patch in the soil, asking curiously. This is agarwood, Chen Shen replied with a smile. That can't be right. I've seen agarwood before, it should be yellowish, so why is it black? Yen Ruyu immediately questioned. Chen Shen squatted down, gently scraping the soil off the top layer of the agarwood box with his shovel, and slowly said, It's normal for a box of agarwood that's been buried for over 500 years to turn black. It's already fortunate that it hasn't rotted away in such damp soil. Upon hearing this, the two women widened their eyes. Over 500 years? Does that mean this agarwood box alone is an antique? If the box itself is an antique, then the things inside must be even more valuable, right? Su Xiaotong said with a greedy look, Master, hurry and take this box out so we can see what's inside. Alright, let me show you something. As Chen Shen spoke, he had already cleared away all the soil from the top of the agarwood box. The box revealed its true form. It was 1.5 meters long, about 1 meter wide, and half a meter high. A solid, large box. Chen Shen tried to lift the box, but when he gently touched it, he heard a muffled poof sound, and the spot his finger touched crumbled into powder. Chen Shen was taken aback. The degree of decay of this box was beyond his expectations. Yen Ruyu and Su Xiaotong were also surprised. Su Xiaotong exclaimed anxiously, Oh no, this box is completely rotten. The things inside must be ruined too. If they are treasures, that would be such a pity. However, Yen Ruyu remained optimistic, saying, Not necessarily. If the box contains gold, silver, or jewels, even if the box is rotten, those things won't be. This statement rekindled Su Xiaotong's hope. But Chen Shen shook his head and smiled. He had already seen through the situation inside the box. However, he didn't immediately reveal the truth. The priority was to get the box out of the pit first. Considering the degree of decay of the agarwood box, Chen Shen decided to change his approach. Instead of lifting the box directly, he inserted the shovel into the soil beneath the box and scooped it up along with the soil, successfully bringing the wooden box out of the pit. Although the box had a lock, it was already rusted, and Chen Shen gently touched it, causing it to open. Seeing that the box had been opened, Yen Ruyu and Su Xiaotong eagerly leaned in, but what they found inside was quite disappointing. Looking inside the large box, there was only a stack of paper in the middle. The paper was not small, measuring 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide, but it was useless because it was all rotten and even turned black. Moreover, the top layer and the sides were covered with a thick layer of mold, sprouting patches of white fuzz, emitting a musty smell that was extremely disgusting. Yen Ruyu pinched her nose and sighed. I thought it was some treasure, turns out it's just a pile of rotten paper. Su Xiaotong also looked regretful and said, Master, it seems your luck isn't good, you didn't find any treasures and missed a chance to get rich. But after saying that, she laughed and added, but Master, you don't lack money anyway, so missing out on 1 or 2 treasures doesn't matter. So please don't be disappointed. Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This girl, Su Xiaodong, was quite considerate, knowing to comfort him so he wouldn't feel disappointed. Don't worry, I'm not disappointed. Chen Chen felt touched but also a bit amused, quickly waving his hand to explain, because this is not waste paper, it's a treasure. Don't joke around, how could this possibly be treasure? Both women were skeptical. Chen Chen stared intently at the stack of paper and smiled, saying, these aren't waste paper, they're Ming Dynasty banknotes, which circulated as the common currency of the Ming Dynasty for over 270 years. They measure about 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide, making them the largest banknotes in the world. The denominations are divided into 5 categories, 1 guan, 500 won, 300 won, 200 won, and 100 won, where 1 guan equals 1,000 copper coins or 1 tael of silver, and 4 guan equals 1 tael of gold, truly big money. Although a lot of Ming banknotes were issued, they are not easy to preserve, so the surviving quantity is very small. Things are valuable because they are rare. A small surviving quantity means they are worth money, but that doesn't mean all denominations of Ming banknotes are valuable. Other denominations of Ming banknotes range from dozens to hundreds of dollars each and aren't worth much. So, the value is limited to the 1 guan denomination. A complete 1 guan Ming banknote is currently worth $100,000, and there are many people wanting them. They are snatched up in handfuls. Coincidentally, this stack of Ming banknotes is all 1 guan denomination, totaling 50 pieces. If they are all intact, that would be worth 5 million. The 2 women were instantly stunned into silence. They now realized that this was not a pile of waste paper but a pile of fragrant banknotes. Su Xiaotong quickly pointed at the stack of Ming banknotes and asked, what about this rotten one? How much is it worth? Chen Chen shrugged and said, this kind, which is blackened and has mold growing on it, is worthless. As soon as he said this, the smiles on the 2 women's faces vanished without a trace. The treasure worth 5 million was all rotten and worthless. It was truly a pity. However, Chen Chen's next words shocked the 2 women again. Although it's not worth anything now, it can still be restored. Su Xiaotong asked in surprise, Master, you can restore ancient coins? Chen Chen smiled and said, don't forget, I work in the antique business, isn't it normal to be able to restore them? Oh, what's that? At that moment, Yen Ruyu pointed at the bottom of the box, exclaiming in surprise. Sister Yu, I didn't expect your eyesight to be quite sharp. Chen Chen chuckled. At the bottom of the box, right in the middle of the stack of Ming banknotes, there was a slight bulge. It was very subtle, but Yen Ruyu still caught it. Naturally, Chen Chen had seen what was underneath it long ago. He moved the Ming banknotes aside and picked up the object below. Su Xiaotong exclaimed, is this a piece of leather? Chen Chen nodded, yes, this is a piece of sheepskin. And it's not just any ordinary sheepskin. Yen Ruyu's eyes lit up as she pointed at the sheepskin, saying, there are characters written on it, and there are also drawings. Su Xiaotong joked, sheepskin, with characters and drawings. Could this be a treasure map like in the movies? Yen Ruyu laughed and waved her hand, saying, that shouldn't be the case. If a treasure map could be casually dug up, that would be too cliché, right? However, at that moment, Chen Chen's lips curled up. Sorry to disappoint you both, but reality is indeed that cliché. This is a treasure map. Chen Chen, you can't be joking, right? Yen Ruyu asked, half convinced. I'm certainly not joking, and I have solid evidence. Look at the characters on this sheepskin. Aren't they quite special? Do you remember I mentioned that this box is over 500 years old? Back then, it was the Ming Dynasty, and the common script used was regular script, but there was a unique script used in official circles. In the early Ming Dynasty, the Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di, due to personal preferences, both strongly advocated for calligraphy, which led to the practice of using regular script for examination papers during the selection of scholars, striving for neatness. However, if one's writing was subpar, even with profound knowledge, they would still fail to make the cut. Therefore, scholars sought to write with correctness and propriety, ensuring their strokes were horizontal and vertical, neat and tidy, resembling woodblock printing. This resulted in a unique official script of the Ming Dynasty, known as Taish script. The characters on this sheepskin are indeed in Taish script. It is evident that this sheepskin came from the hands of an official, and this person must have held a significant position. Just this large sandalwood box alone is quite valuable. However, due to the passage of time and poor preservation, the ink on this sheepskin has become unclear. But it can be confirmed that the drawing on this sheepskin is indeed a treasure map, and specifically, a shipwreck treasure map. Hearing Chen Shen's certainty instantly piqued the interest of the two women. Yan Ruyu, in particular, pressed for details, wanting to know how Chen Shen could be so sure. Chen Shen, of course, would not speak without evidence. If you look closely at this drawing, although it is not very clear, you can still see a ship, and it has been specifically marked with a red dot. During the Ming Dynasty, there was a method called Diangofa, which was specifically used to mark locations on treasure maps, and there would also be text annotations indicating the coordinates of the marked locations. All signs indicate that this is indeed a treasure map, and it is a rare shipwreck treasure. Seeing Chen Shen getting more and more excited, Yan Ruyu curiously asked, Chen Shen, you don't have any thoughts about this so-called shipwreck treasure, do you? Chen Shen did not hide it, nodding and smiling, of course I have thoughts, this is a treasure map, after all. Who knows, there might really be treasure. Yan Ruyu kindly advised, but the treasure location is not on land, but in the sea. The sea is much more dangerous than land. Moreover, not to mention where this place is, even if we do go, what if there's nothing? Spending money and wasting time and effort is one thing, but what if something goes wrong? That would be too unworthy. Chen Shen smiled, sister you, don't worry, I never do things without certainty. Yan Ruyu nodded, as long as you know what you're doing. Chen Shen carefully placed the sheepskin back into the sandalwood box and then cautiously moved it to the car. However, the box was severely rotted, and despite Chen Shen's carefulness, quite a bit of wood shavings fell off along the way. Su Xiaotong thought the fallen wood shavings were useless and directly picked up a broom to clean them up. Stop! Don't sweep! As Chen Shen placed the box in the trunk and turned his head, he saw the scene and immediately shouted, quickly running over to snatch the broom from Su Xiaotong's hands. Ha! What's wrong? Su Xiaotong was startled by Chen Shen's sudden action, standing there in confusion. I still have use for these wood shavings, Chen Shen briefly explained, then bent down to pick up all the fallen wood shavings along the way. What use do these wood shavings have? This scene left both women puzzled. They may be useless to you, but they are treasures to me. Chen Shen did not elaborate, mainly because no one would believe him if he explained. To him, these wood shavings were like treasures, and he carefully placed them into the sandalwood box with both hands. Master, sorry to keep you waiting. Just as Chen Shen finished tidying up, Wang Guotao returned. He called out while quickly running in, holding up an acupuncture bag. Chen Shen activated his X-ray vision, and as soon as he looked over, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the acupuncture bag. Chen Shen was instantly overjoyed. The silver needle inside is definitely a good thing. Master, please take a look. Chen Shen eagerly took the acupuncture bag, but when he opened it, the scene before him made his mouth twitch. Why is there only one inside? Indeed, the acupuncture bag, which could hold a complete set of acupuncture needles, now contained only one silver needle lying quietly inside, with the surroundings empty. Chen Shen frowned and looked at Wang Guotao. Could it be that this cheap old apprentice was playing tricks on him? Master, don't misunderstand, there really is only this one silver needle in the acupuncture bag. Wang Guotao quickly explained, noticing the confusion and displeasure in Chen Shen's eyes. He usually liked to collect some antique medical instruments, and among them, he had the most acupuncture needles. They came in various materials and from different eras, and the best acupuncture needle he had was this one. After hearing this, Chen Shen said nothing more and activated his X-ray vision to carefully examine the silver needle in his hand. Item, Tiao needle, one of the ancient acupuncture needles known as 9 needles material, extraterrestrial meteorite iron size, length 3.5 inches usage. The needle body is relatively thick, with a blunt and slightly pointed tip, resembling millet, 3.5 inches long, used for massaging meridians and pressing acupoints, not penetrating the skin, but having the effect of guiding qi and blood, supporting the righteous and dispelling evil. Preservation level, 1 needle well preserved, a total of 9 should exist. Value, priceless, immeasurable. It really is a treasure. Chen Shen was overjoyed. Wasn't this exactly the high-quality silver needle he needed? Then, he silently asked in his heart, what are the ancient 9 needles? Also, can this one silver needle treat Bai Lin? The next moment, 2 lines of information appeared before his eyes. The ancient 9 needles consist of 9 types of needles: Chuan needle, round needle, Tiao needle, foam needle, Bai needle, roundly needle, Hao needle, long needle, and De needle. Each of the 9 needles has its own purpose, varying in length and size. Simply put, acupuncture is profound and extensive. Each silver needle's length and thickness are different, each acting on different areas, and during acupuncture, the needles at various acupoints complement each other. Therefore, if there is only one silver needle, it cannot treat a patient. Chen Chen immediately frowned. Could it be that Bai Lin's illness really couldn't be cured? But suddenly, he thought that acupuncture needles are usually in sets. Why did Wang Guotao only get one silver needle? Is it possible that, based on this silver needle, he could find the remaining 8 needles? With this thought, Chen Chen immediately asked, Guotao, where did you get this silver needle? I found it by chance 10 years ago when I went hiking on Putuo Mountain. Wang Guotao would never forget this incident. After all, it was the rarest silver needle in his collection, so he remembered it very clearly and spoke about it with great joy, gesturing excitedly. He showed none of the composure expected of a medical master who practiced both traditional Chinese medicine and other disciplines. He was just a happy child. Found it by chance? Tell me more. Wang Guotao realized that Chen Chen seemed very interested in the origin of this silver needle, so he recounted the story in detail. It turned out he had always had a passion for hiking, and his hiking routes were different from those of ordinary tourists. While ordinary tourists followed the officially designated routes, he preferred to take risks alone, often choosing little-known paths to hike. This silver needle was discovered when he was halfway up the mountain, in a grassy nest overgrown with weeds. At that moment, a ray of sunlight shone down, and the silver needle sparkled brilliantly, which caught his attention. From the dazzling and extraordinary brilliance, he could tell that this silver needle was definitely not ordinary. Sure enough, after taking it back for testing, it was discovered that the silver needle was made from extraterrestrial iron, so he decided to keep it. Good disciple, do you have anything to do today? After hearing this, Chen Chen instantly became excited and then asked Wang Guotao with an expectant look. Master, I don't have anything planned today, what's up? Wang Guotao was a bit confused by Chen Chen's sudden question. Since you have nothing to do, let's go to Putuo Mountain. You take me to the place where you found this silver needle. Ha? Are we going now? Wang Guotao looked surprised, clearly not expecting such a sudden plan. That's right, we're going now. In fact, Chen Chen had also come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. He thought carefully, extraterrestrial iron was already extremely rare, and if an ordinary person obtained it, they would definitely forge something useful, like weapons such as swords. However, forging a silver needle was quite rare. Such a rare item would surely be well preserved, and since there were a total of 9 silver needles, it was unreasonable for only one to suddenly appear. As the saying goes, where there is poison, there must be an antidote within 10 steps. The same must be true for this silver needle. Chen Chen was certain that the remaining 8 silver needles must be near the one Wang Guotao had discovered. If that little path was indeed as obscure as Wang Guotao said, then even after 10 years, the remaining silver needles might still be there. But as the saying goes, better safe than sorry, Chen Chen was worried that this rare extraterrestrial iron silver needle might be taken by someone else, so he decided they must set off immediately. Alright, master, let's set off now, but I need to go home to pack some gear first. Chen Chen nodded in agreement. He could understand, after all, Wang Guotao was getting on in years, and mountain climbing gear was essential. Sister Yu, Xiaotong, Guotao, and I need to go to Putuo Mountain. If all goes well, we should be back by tomorrow at the latest, but it might take several days, so the preparations for the clinic's opening will be up to you. Sister Yu will be in charge, and Xiaotong, you'll assist. However, before leaving, Chen Chen specifically called Yen Ruyu and Su Xiaotong over and gave them some special instructions. Master, you can rest assured, Sister Yu is definitely reliable. Chen Chen, you and Professor Wang must pay attention to safety while climbing. If you encounter danger, don't be reckless. Indeed, this was the difference between girls and women. Yen Ruyu was most concerned about Chen Chen's safety, while Su Xiaotong hadn't thought of that. Although there is a saying that men always like women who are 18 years old, in reality, most men prefer mature women. Even Wang Guotao couldn't help but come up behind Chen Chen and whisper, Master, I think this girl would make a suitable wife for me. Not only is she capable, but most importantly, she knows how to care for others. You should seize this opportunity. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh. You're already so old, yet you still love gossip. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's hurry up and set off. Time was precious, and Chen Chen didn't waste any more time, quickly taking Wang Guotao away. They first returned to Wang Guotao's home to pack the gear needed for climbing. It must be said that Wang Guotao was quite meticulous. He had even prepared for a long-term expedition, bringing along a camping tent and some simple cooking equipment. However, they wasted quite a bit of time, taking a full hour to pack these things. Putuo Mountain was still a bit far from the Magic City, and the several hundred kilometers of distance meant that by the time they arrived at Putuo Mountain, it was already evening. Chen Chen was full of energy, but Wang Guotao was not doing so well. Although Wang Guotao's health had always been good, he was getting on in years, and long-distance travel was inevitably tiring. So the two of them found a nearby restaurant, and after eating and drinking their fill, they set off. They parked the car in the scenic area parking lot, got their gear ready, and instead of following the scenic route, they headed directly into a mountain path beside it. The path became narrower as they walked, and before long, it led to a dead end, with nothing in sight but grass nests. Yet even after 10 years, Wang Guotao still remembered it vividly, skillfully guiding Chen Chen through the grass nests. After about half an hour of walking, they finally emerged from the grass nests where the path was invisible and arrived at the foot of the back mountain of Putua Mountain. From here, their climbing journey officially began. However, this path was not easy to traverse. It became increasingly narrow, eventually turning into a goat path, and it was on a steep cliff. But to Chen Chen's surprise, despite Wang Guotao's age, he was still able to move swiftly along this goat path, thanks to his climbing gear. At first, Wang Guotao was a bit worried that Chen Chen might not keep up, as he was carrying most of the climbing gear, which was already a heavy load, and the path was difficult, so he deliberately slowed his pace. However, as they continued, he found that Chen Chen, carrying a large pack, was moving as if on flat ground along the cliff. This only deepened Wang Guotao's admiration for Chen Chen. He thought to himself, the master truly is extraordinary, far beyond ordinary people. Now Wang Guotao could confidently lead the way ahead. Putua Mountain is over 290 meters high, and if climbing from the scenic area, it would take about 2,000 steps and a little over an hour to reach the top. But taking the mountain path was different. It was all cliffs, and even reaching halfway up would take at least 2 hours. Moreover, Wang Guotao's speed was slowing down, and finally, after an hour and a half, he could no longer bear the burden and sat down against the cliff, gasping for breath. "Master, I can't go on anymore, let's take a break," Chen Chen said eagerly, wanting to find the remaining 8 silver needles, but he certainly wouldn't let Wang Guotao continue. So he unloaded all his gear, allowing Wang Guotao to set up camp and rest there. Then he learned from Wang Guotao the general location of the silver needles and set off alone on the mountain path. Having witnessed Chen Chen's climbing abilities, Wang Guotao was not worried and obediently set up camp as instructed. Without Wang Guotao as a burden, Chen Chen's speed increased, and the half-hour journey took him only 10 minutes. Upon reaching his destination, Chen Chen activated his X-ray vision and began searching the surroundings. He didn't find the silver needles, but instead, he made an unexpected discovery. "Hey! I didn't expect to encounter tomb raiders in this desolate mountain wilderness. What a coincidence!" Chen Chen grinned as he looked at a hole in a grass nest about 2 meters ahead. The hole was very concealed. If it weren't for his X-ray vision, Chen Chen wouldn't have noticed it. Judging by the fresh soil next to the hole, it was clear that it had just been dug. Sure enough, when Chen Chen looked carefully into the hole, he spotted a figure about 3 meters underground, who was vigorously continuing to dig deeper. "This person looks a bit familiar," Chen Chen thought curiously, planning to walk closer for a better look. However, he hadn't taken 10 steps when he suddenly felt something trip him at his ankle. Looking down, he saw a very thin thread. Moreover, each end of the thread was tied to a wooden stick, which was inserted into the ground to secure the thread. In this desolate mountain wilderness, how could there be such a thing? It was obvious that someone had done this intentionally. However, Chen Chen reacted too late. The silk thread was very thin and not sturdy at all. Before he could retract his foot, he heard a faint bang sound, and the silk thread snapped. "This little trap is quite interesting. It even caught me," Chen Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just as his words fell, a jingling sound of bells came from not far away. This silk thread was a mechanism. Beneath the wooden structure, there was actually another silk thread buried, connected to a hole 200 meters away, where a string of bells was tied. As soon as this silk thread snapped, the bells on the other end would ring in response. It was a very simple yet practical little trap. This made Chen Chen even more interested in the tomb raider who set it up. After 4 or 5 seconds, a head cautiously popped out from the hole. The person was very careful, first peeking out half of their head, only showing their eyes to carefully observe the surroundings. After confirming no one was around, they suddenly jumped out of the hole with a whoosh and then took off running. "Don't run, every move you make is under my watch. You can't escape," Chen Chen called out. However, before the tomb raider could take 2 steps, a light laugh suddenly rang out from behind. "Damn it! What bad luck! How can there still be someone in this ghostly place?" The tomb raider cursed fiercely, then stopped, turned around, and looked coldly ahead. At that moment, the moon was just covered by a cloud, so the tomb raider could only see a dark silhouette but couldn't make out Chen Chen's appearance. "Brother, which side are you on?" The tomb raider didn't dare to act rashly. After all, anyone who could climb halfway up the mountain at this hour was definitely not an ordinary person. What he feared most was encountering someone from the authorities, as tomb raiding was illegal, and he felt guilty about being a thief. So he decided to gather more information before deciding whether to eliminate this person or just run away. "I'm not on any side, I'm just an ordinary person planning to find something on this mountainside," Shin Shen replied, a smile creeping onto his face. He had felt the Tomb Raider's figure was somewhat familiar, and now even the voice sounded very familiar. So he took a closer look. Upon doing so, he couldn't help but laugh. No wonder it felt familiar, it turned out to be an old acquaintance. Coming to this desolate mountain at night to look for something? Brother, you could at least come up with a more believable excuse. Are you trying to fool a ghost? The Tomb Raider snorted coldly, clearly not believing Shin Shen's words. Why would I lie to you? I really came to find something on Putua Mountain, Shin Shen shrugged, feeling quite helpless. In this day and age, it's too hard to get anyone to believe the truth. You little brat, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? The Tomb Raider's gaze grew colder, and he questioned in a chilling tone, Kid, honestly, are you a cop? Shin Shen couldn't be bothered to explain anymore, saying, it doesn't matter, think whatever you want. Damn it! I knew you were a cop. I don't know how you figured out I would come here to Tomb Raid tonight, but let me tell you, catching me isn't that simple. I advise you to let me go obediently, don't force me to make things ugly. As he spoke, the Tomb Raider pulled out a dagger from his back, ready to strike at any moment. I really didn't intend to catch you, but I won't let you go either, because I have some questions I want to ask you. Upon hearing this, the Tomb Raider was completely enraged. So you really came for me. In that case, why are you still talking pretty words? You won't let me go, huh? Then don't blame me for being rude. The Tomb Raider shouted and charged at Shin Shen with the dagger. You really have a short memory. Shin Shen couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at the sight. However, this remark fell on the ears of the Tomb Raider, sounding utterly baffling and making him feel belittled. Already irritated, he became even angrier and struck out viciously, stabbing directly at Shin Shen's neck. Do you really want my life? Shin Shen didn't indulge him. He simply raised his hand and accurately grabbed the wrist of the Tomb Raider's knife-wielding right hand. Then he yanked down hard. With a crack, the right arm was dislocated. The Tomb Raider let out a heart-wrenching scream, and the dagger fell to the ground. Shin Shen didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. He executed a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground, then pinned a leg on him, pressing one hand down to keep the Tomb Raider subdued. Alright, stop howling. Are you still a man? It's just a dislocation. If I didn't know better, I'd think your arm was broken. Shin Shen rolled his eyes, surprised that this guy was so fragile. You little brat, stop talking nonsense. Today, I admit I misjudged you. But let me tell you, I'm not convinced. If I weren't injured, I'd definitely kill you. Although the Tomb Raider was already subdued, he still wore a defiant expression, shouting arrogantly, Zhou Long, can't you stop bragging for a second? Shin Shen laughed, disdainfully saying, even if you weren't injured, you still couldn't beat me. How do you know my name is Zhou Long? And why does your voice sound so familiar? Zhou Long's expression changed, and he immediately looked up at Shin Shen. At that moment, the moon peeked out from behind the clouds, casting a beam of moonlight on Shin Shen's face, causing Zhou Long's eyes to widen in shock, his face turning pale. Why is it you? After realizing it was Shin Shen, Zhou Long was first startled, then he forced a bitter smile. No wonder he couldn't win. It turned out to be Shin Shen, so it was no big deal. Shin Shen smiled and asked, so, are you still going to fight? Zhou Long forced a smile and quickly replied, no more fighting, no more fighting. Upon hearing this, Shin Shen got off him and casually lifted him up. By the way, you just said you were injured? What happened? Shin Shen suddenly remembered this and asked curiously. Don't mention it, I don't know who buried the needles in the ground, but I got pricked several times while digging the tomb. Damn it, it hurt like hell. Zhou Long rambled on, completely oblivious to the fact that Shin Shen's expression had drastically changed. Zhou Long, where are those needles? Where are they? I broke them all and threw them away. Zhou Long said nonchalantly. What the hell? You threw them away? Shin Shen was instantly petrified. That's right, Zhou Long said with an annoyed expression. Who told them to prick me? Besides, one of the needles pricked me somewhere, and I passed out from the pain, so when I woke up, I just broke them all one by one. Smack! Before Zhou Long could finish his sentence, he received a solid slap from Shin Shen on the head. Ouch! Zhou Long grimaced in pain, covering his head while looking at Shin Shen in terror, cautiously asking, did I say something wrong? You bastard! The needles I was looking for were those silver needles. Shin Shen cursed loudly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Long realized he had gotten himself into big trouble. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, his mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. He never expected that the silver needles he had carelessly broken and thrown away were exactly what Shin Shen was looking for. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. Once he came to his senses, Zhou Long immediately knelt in front of Shin Shen, frantically bowing his head and begging for mercy. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Do you remember where you threw those silver needles? Shin Shen knew that getting angry wouldn't solve the problem, and killing Zhou Long was even less realistic, so he can only suppress his anger and ask for clues. I only remember throwing them in the theft hole, but I dug several branches in that hole, and those things are small, so I can't remember exactly where I threw them. Upon hearing this, Qinshan's anger flared even more. He stepped forward, grabbed Zhou Long by the collar, and lifted him up, his face dark as he said, "Think. Really think. If you can't remember, I'll kill you." The silver needles were already small, and after being broken, they were even smaller. Even if Qinshan had X-ray vision, seeing such tiny broken needles would be like finding a needle in a haystack. But as long as he could get to the general area, he would definitely be able to see them. The key was whether Zhou Long could remember or not. This was crucial. Don't be impulsive. I'm thinking right now. Zhou Long panicked. As someone who often dug in dead places, he was very sensitive to murderous, ominous, and malevolent energies. He had really sensed a hint of killing intent in Qinshan's eyes just now. He didn't want to be killed by Qinshan, so he desperately thought. Finally, he really remembered. I know where it is. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinshan reached out and grabbed Zhou Long's right hand, then pulled it up forcefully. With a crack, Qinshan said lightly, "I've reattached your arm, now lead the way." Is that it? Zhou Long, half convinced, moved his right arm and found that it really didn't hurt anymore. Hey, that's amazing. Enough with the chatter, hurry up and lead the way. Qinshan glared at him, "But let me warn you, if we can't find the silver needles, I'll take off both your arms. Don't worry. I promise to lead you to them." Zhou Long immediately led Qinshan into the theft hole. "Can't you dig a bit bigger?" Qinshan complained irritably. The theft hole was too narrow, barely accommodating an adult, and one could only crawl. If there was no one in front, it would be fine, but the key was that Zhou Long was blocking the way, making Qinshan feel extremely constrained while crawling. But it wasn't that Zhou Long was too slow, it was that Qinshan was too fast. Qinshan had never seen other Tomb Raiders, but if he had, he would know that Zhou Long was already quite a skilled Tomb Raider. It's not that I can't dig bigger, but this is how we do things in our line of work. We dig theft holes that are the same size as our bodies. First, it's faster to dig, and the amount of soil we dig out is less, making it harder for people to discover, and we can reach the tomb faster. Second, it's to prevent others from using the theft hole I dug to enter again. If it's the police, it's easy for them to find evidence, and if it's fellow raiders, we can't let them benefit, right? At the end, Zhou Long added, "This is a skill passed down from our ancestors. This is called heritage." Qinshan didn't refute this. You could say tomb raiding was wrong, but it was indeed a tradition passed down from ancestors. However, Qinshan, feeling frustrated, said, all right, stop rambling, hurry up and crawl, I'm suffocating here." A few minutes later, the theft hole widened a bit, at least allowing them to move without crawling, and they could bend slightly to walk. At this point, a fork appeared. According to Zhou Long's explanation, he had misjudged the direction and dug in the wrong place. But it was in this wrong direction theft hole that Qinshan actually found the silver needles. And there were 3 of them. Item name, Chuan needle, Yuan needle, Feng needle. Chuan needle, also known as arrowhead needle, is 6 inches long, with a large head and sharp tip, used to dispel yang energy, mainly for shallow puncturing of the skin to induce bleeding, treating heat symptoms in the head and body, etc. Yuan needle, also known as round head needle, is 6 inches long, with an oval needle head, used for massaging the body surface, treating muscle and tendon pain. The sharp needle, also known as the triangular needle, is modeled after the fluff needle, with a tapered body and a sharp tip, measuring 1 inch and 6/10 in length, primarily used for treating abscesses, heat, and bleeding. The sharp needle has 3 edges, designed to address chronic ailments. It is a cylindrical tool with a sharp tip and 3-edged sides, used for shallow punctures to draw blood, treating fevers, abscesses, and meridian blockages. The preservation condition, all 3 needles are in extremely poor condition, reparable. Seeing the 3 silver needles carelessly thrown in the corner, now broken into over a dozen pieces, Qinshan felt both heartbroken and furious. He approached Zhou Long and raised his hand to slap Zhou Long's head several times. Zhou Long dared not dodge. In this cramped space, there was no way to escape, so he could only keep begging for mercy. "Hey, big brother, stop hitting me. Big brother, shut up. Calling me big brother makes me feel like I'm part of some gang of bullies." Qinshan, tired from hitting, finally stopped. Zhou Long quickly rubbed his head and curiously asked, "Then what should I call you? How about Chun Grandpa?" Qinshan scolded him irritably, "Get lost. You're making me sound like I'm decades older." Zhou Long thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea, excitedly saying, "How about this, I'll call you Xiangu from now on, how does that sound?" Qinshan nodded, "That's more like it." After saying that, Qinshan bent down and carefully picked up all the broken silver needles from the ground. Seeing this, Zhou Long curiously asked, Xiangu, these silver needles are broken like this, what do you want them for? Without looking up, Chen Chen replied, it's nothing, they can be repaired. Zhou Long was astonished, they can be fixed even after being broken like this? Chen Chen was too lazy to explain, just don't worry about it. Think carefully, did you only see these 3 silver needles? There should be 5 more, have you seen them? Zhou Long shook his head, Xiangu, I've only seen these 3 silver needles, really? I swear. Alright, I trust you won't lie to me, after all, it doesn't benefit you at all. Chen Chen sighed in disappointment, muttering, it shouldn't be like this, these silver needles should have appeared together. Could it be that the remaining 5 silver needles are still underneath? For example, in this tomb? But Zhou Long raised a question, but that doesn't make sense. I checked, this tomb hasn't been visited by any tomb raiders. I'm the first one here, and I haven't opened the tomb yet, so how could anything be lost outside? Chen Chen frowned and nodded, you're right, this is also a question I'm puzzled about. After a pause, he waved his hand, alright, no matter what, we're here now, so let's go check out this tomb. Zhou Long nodded, okay, Xiangu, I'll continue digging the tunnel, but it might take some time, I need to determine the direction. After saying that, he took out a compass from his pocket, muttering incantations while gesturing with his hands. He looked like a charlatan. Alright, put it away, there's no need to be so troublesome. Chen Chen felt it was a waste of time, so he activated his X-ray vision, took a quick glance, then grinned and pointed to the 3 o'clock direction, saying, dig here, it's definitely right. Zhou Long curiously asked, Xiangu, do you understand our line of work? Chen Chen shook his head, I'm not a tomb raider, but I studied archaeology in college, so I know a little. Zhou Long seemed somewhat skeptical, Xiangu, I know the courses taught in your university, they only scratch the surface, far from what we real tomb raiders do. Chen Chen waved his hand, stop talking nonsense, just listen to me, you won't go wrong. If you keep hesitating, I'll beat you. Hearing this, Zhou Long instinctively shrank his neck and had no choice but to put away the compass, then obediently dug the tunnel according to Chen Chen's direction. Seeing the slow progress, Chen Chen simply snatched the shovel away. Compared to Zhou Long, his digging speed was several times faster. After all, Chen Chen's physique now far exceeds that of ordinary people, and his strength and endurance are naturally much stronger than Zhou Long's. He dug straight down in one breath without taking a break. Zhou Long could only stand behind, staring blankly at Chen Chen's back as he worked hard to dig, his mouth agape enough to prove how shocked he was at that moment. Suddenly, Chen Chen stopped. Zhou Long quickly asked, Xiangu, what's wrong? Chen Chen didn't speak, just pointed to the position of the shovel. Zhou Long took a closer look and couldn't help but exclaim in curiosity. He crouched down and began to dig with both hands, and before long, he pulled out an object from the soil. It was a piece of pottery, shaped like a wine jug. Unfortunately, this pottery jug was not complete, it had shattered into several pieces. The reason for the breakage was soon discovered by Zhou Long. It turned out that in this patch of soil, there was not just this one piece of pottery, but 5 other pieces of various shapes, all of which shared a common characteristic, they were all broken. These are all good things, but it's a pity they're all shattered. Zhou Long lamented, but soon he suddenly thought of a question, wait, this is obviously a burial item, but we haven't even reached the tomb chamber yet. How come we see burial items here? Are we seeing ghosts? Where would so many ghosts come from? Chen Chen chuckled in disbelief. But the next second, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no! He had forgotten. He had forgotten about that female ghost, Jiang Shuyao. Chen Chen had told Jiang Shuyao yesterday that he would bring her new clothes today. He had originally remembered this matter and planned to buy new clothes for Jiang Shuyao after settling the house for the medical clinic. However, after suddenly learning about the meteorite silver needle, he hurriedly rushed to Putuo Mountain and completely forgot about Jiang Shuyao's new clothes. Forget it, I definitely won't make it today. I must pick out a beautiful dress for Jiang Shuyao tomorrow. I hope she can forgive me, Chen Chen said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Xiangu, what are you doing? Are you possessed? Don't scare me. Zhou Long didn't understand why Chen Chen was both laughing and shaking his head, feeling quite uneasy. Get lost, you're the one who's possessed. Chen Chen rolled his eyes and then pointed at the surrounding soil, saying, don't you notice that the deeper we dig, the wetter the soil gets? Zhou Long was taken aback, and after thinking carefully, he nodded, that's right. But what's the matter? It's a shame you're a tomb raider and can't figure this out, Chen Chen teased, then said, just keep digging for a while longer, and you'll know. After saying that, he continued to dig. Zhou Long was still confused. But soon, Zhou Long understood. Because after digging down another meter, the soil here was not only damp but even had standing water. Zhou Long exclaimed, I got it. There's underground water nearby. This tomb has been washed open by the underground water. It's a waterlogged tomb. Chen nodded. So that's why we found burial pottery earlier, and also the silver needles that were washed out. The silver needles are very light, so they were washed the farthest. It seems that 10 years ago, Wang Guotao was able to find the first silver needle in the grass nest because of this underground water. Oh no! Zhou Long's expression changed as he shouted, I don't know if this tomb has been completely flooded. Chen immediately waved his hand, don't worry, the tomb is fine, it's just a little waterlogged. Zhou Long was surprised and asked, Xiangu, how do you know this so clearly? I guessed. Alright, stop talking nonsense and follow me. Chen realized he had let something slip, so he casually responded and continued digging. Clang! Suddenly, the shovel seemed to hit something hard, making a loud sound. No way! Did we really dig something up? Zhou Long hurried over to take a look, his face instantly filled with excitement. He saw a hint of red emerging from the damp soil. Zhou Long leaned in closer, almost pressing his entire face against the object. After studying carefully, he shouted happily, Brother Xian! That's right! It's right here! This kind of red tomb brick is very distinctive, it was only used during the Wei and Jin periods of the Three Kingdoms. We're going to strike it rich. Chen smiled and said, I didn't expect your eyesight to be quite sharp. Zhou Long chuckled and replied, of course, I make a living off this, I can tell what period a tomb is from with just a glance, but unfortunately, I can't accurately identify the artifacts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have overlooked that missing corner of the Great Qi. This tomb had already been eroded by underground water, so Chen didn't force his way in but continued to dig to the side, quickly finding an opening. The tomb wasn't very large, but there were quite a few burial items. Zhou Long exclaimed that they were going to get rich and excitedly began searching for intact burial goods. Chen, on the other hand, was focused on finding the remaining 5 iron-silver needles. The tomb was divided into 3 parts, the front chamber, the corridor, and the back chamber. The 2 were currently in the front chamber, but Chen had not found any trace of the silver needles, so he continued deeper into the tomb. Zhou Long didn't pay attention because he was already captivated by the burial items in the front chamber. TSK, we're rich, we're really rich this time. At that moment, Zhou Long was tirelessly fishing out burial items from the water. Although the tomb wasn't large, there were indeed many burial goods, various pottery and stone tools, totaling dozens of pieces. However, due to the water damage, many of the pottery and stone tools were already broken. But Zhou Long didn't mind, whether they were good or bad, he pulled them all out of the water. The good ones could be sold for a good price, and even the broken ones could be packaged and sold by weight. In short, in the eyes of tomb raiders, as long as it's an old item, it can definitely be sold for money. Ah ha ha ha! At that moment, a chilling, eerie laughter suddenly echoed from deep within the tomb. Oh my! Zhou Long was startled and jumped, his whole body shivering. But he quickly regained his composure, remembering that Chen was accompanying him on this tomb raid, so the laughter must be from him. Could it be that Brother Xian discovered some treasure? Zhou Long had witnessed Chen appraisal skills, and combined with the terrifying laughter, it immediately made his eyes light up with greed, and he followed the sound of the laughter. There was no sign of Chen in the corridor, and it was empty as well. However, Zhou Long wasn't disappointed because he knew that the back chamber was the main burial chamber, and there must be treasures inside. Brother Xian, did you find any good treasures? Zhou Long rushed into the main burial chamber, but unfortunately, it was also empty. However, when he looked up at the coffin, the scene before him instantly dropped his jaw. He saw Chen bent over the coffin lid, laughing uncontrollably, perhaps because he was laughing too hard, his body was shaking. But to Zhou Long's eyes, it looked a bit like Chen was doing something inappropriate with the coffin lid. What the heck, Brother Xian, do you have such heavy tastes? Zhou Long was immediately stunned, frozen in place. Get out of here, what nonsense are you talking about? I found this thing on the coffin lid, that's why I'm so happy. Chen said as he jumped down, then opened his right hand, revealing 5 intact silver needles lying quietly in his palm. These were the last 5 needles he had been desperately searching for among the 9 needles. They were the beryllium needle, round benefit needle, fine needle, long needle, and large needle. The beryllium needle, shaped like a sword, has a sharp tip like a sword's edge, with blades on both sides, measuring 4 inches long and 2.5 in wide, primarily used to treat abscesses and can be used to cut open and drain pus. The round benefit needle, also known as the round benefit needle, is 1 inch and 6 in long, a small and slightly larger round needle suitable for treating abscesses and numbness. The fine needle is 1.6 inches long, thin like a mosquito's proboscis, used to treat pain and numbness caused by evil guests in the meridians. The long needle, also known as the ring jump needle, has a long body and a sharp tip, and is made in the style of a fine needle, measuring 7 inches in length. It is primarily used to treat deep-seated evil qi and chronic rheumatism. The large needle, measuring 4 inches long and pointed like a stick, has a slightly rounded tip and is used to treat joint swelling. Before using this needle, it is heated until red over fire, hence it is also called the fire needle. Thank heaven, all 5 silver needles are intact. Seeing this, Zhou Long quickly clasped his fists and said, "Congratulations, Brother Xian, on achieving your wish. But I don't quite understand, why did these 5 silver needles appear on the coffin lid?" Chen Chen pointed at the coffin lid and said, "Take a look, and you'll understand." It turned out that there was an imprint of a human meridian chart on the coffin lid. Moreover, there were 9 very clear needle holes on it, which evidently indicated the original positions of the 9 needles, though 4 had later been washed away by water. Zhou Long clicked his tongue in wonder. "I've stolen from hundreds of tombs, big and small, but this is the first time I've seen such a coffin. It's truly rare. I'm very curious about who the tomb owner is." Chen Chen pointed again at the coffin lid, this time at the end, and slowly said, "There are characters carved here, but unfortunately, due to the passage of time, many of the characters are no longer legible. However, one phrase reads, 'My master is from Huangfumi.' This Huangfumi was a famous physician during the Three Kingdoms and Western Jin period, and his work, The Classic of Acupuncture and Moxibustion, is the first specialized text on acupuncture in Manhwa, revered by later generations of doctors as the ancestor of acupuncture. If he was a disciple of Huangfumi, then possessing such a rare meteorite 9 needles wouldn't be surprising. It's just a pity that we can't know the name of the tomb owner. It's truly a great regret." At this point, Chen Chen became serious and shouted loudly at the coffin, "I, Chen Chen, have come here today to seek fine silver needles to save lives, and I hope the senior will forgive my intrusion." After saying this, he respectfully bowed 3 times to the coffin. Zhou Long also bowed 3 times beside him, and after finishing, he took out some paper money from his pocket and scattered it around the coffin. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen was somewhat surprised and said, "You tomb raiders are so particular about this?" Zhou Long smiled wryly and said, "Others think that tomb raiders like us have no taboos, but in reality, we respect the spirits more than anyone else. If it weren't for learning this since childhood and relying on it for a living, who would want to offend these spirits? So, one thing is one thing, I steal the tomb owner's things to make a living, but respect must still be given. However, Brother Xian, you surprised me. I didn't expect you to be so particular as well." Chen Chen smiled and said, "I think the same as you, things should be taken, and people should be respected." After saying this, he waved his hand and said, "All right, we've got what we came for, we should leave now." "Wait a moment, Brother Xian, I haven't packed my things yet." After saying this, Zhou Long returned to the front room to start packing all the burial goods he had salvaged. However, just as he was busy, a faint sound suddenly echoed around them. Zhou Long didn't hear it, but the noise did not escape Chen Chen's ears. "Zhou Long, did you hear any sound?" Chen Chen frowned and asked. "Brother Xian, you must be mistaken," Zhou Long replied, not paying attention and continuing to gather his spoils. "I definitely didn't mishear." Chen Chen felt something was off, so he activated his X-ray vision and scanned the surroundings. The moment he looked, his expression changed drastically. He saw that the bricks of the tomb had become loose due to prolonged soaking from underground water, and with the air circulation after their intrusion, the pressure here was no longer balanced. Some of the bricks could no longer bear the weight of the tomb and had begun to quietly crumble one after another. "Not good, this tomb's foundation is unstable, it's about to collapse. Run!" Chen Chen immediately shouted at Zhou Long, deciding to retreat quickly. "Xiangu, stop joking, I haven't packed these things yet." But Zhou Long didn't believe Chen Chen's words at all and showed no intention of leaving. At this moment, more tomb bricks were cracking, and if they didn't leave soon, it would really be too late. "Come with me." This time, Chen Chen didn't give Zhou Long a chance to refuse, grabbing him and running wildly towards the theft hole. "Xiangu, what are you doing?" Zhou Long struggled desperately, knowing he was on the verge of getting rich, but was being dragged away by Chen Chen, and he certainly couldn't accept it. However, in front of Chen Chen, he was like a little chick, with no strength to resist, and was directly thrown into the theft hole by Chen Chen. Boom! Just as the two entered the theft hole, a dull sound echoed, and the entire tomb chamber collapsed. Oh no! It really collapsed. Seeing this scene, Zhou Long turned pale with fright, his legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground, dumbfounded. "Alright, stop dawdling. Now that the tomb has collapsed, the water level will rise. If we don't leave now, we'll be drowned." Chen Chen's words snapped Zhou Long back to reality. This time, Zhou Long didn't waste any more words and obediently followed Chen Chen, scrambling out of the theft hole. Gurgle. Just as the two crawled out of the theft hole, in less than 2 seconds, underground water began to seep into the hole. Seeing this, Zhou Long's expression changed slightly. He knew very well that if he hadn't listened to Chen Chen, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out on Zhou Long's forehead. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, turned to Chen Shen, and sincerely said, "Shen Gu, considering the last time you spared me, I owe you 2 lives now. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Even if it means going through fire and water, I won't frown." Chen Shen said, "Don't say that. I actually do need someone to help me. How's your swimming?" Zhou Long grinned, "You asked the right person. My swimming skills aren't top-notch, but they're definitely solid. By the way, Shen Gu, are you planning to do something underwater?" Chen Shen nodded. "If all goes well, I'll be going out to sea in a while." Zhou Long's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Shen Gu, are you thinking of doing salvage work at sea?" Chen Shen laughed. "You're quite clever, you guessed it right away. I haven't done that kind of work, but I've heard a lot about it." Zhou Long chuckled and continued, "By the way, Shen Gu, I have a friend, a really close buddy. He's a corpse recovery specialist, and his swimming skills are absolutely top-notch. No, they're super top-notch." "A corpse recovery specialist? That's great!" Chen Shen exclaimed, feeling like he had struck gold. A corpse recovery specialist is an ancient profession. Simply put, it's someone who retrieves bodies from rivers, lakes, and seas for clients. This profession requires 2 main skills, bravery and good swimming ability. Even in the most dangerous and turbulent Yellow River, a corpse recovery specialist dares to go into the water to retrieve bodies, which proves just how good their swimming skills are. This is exactly the kind of talent Chen Shen needs. He already had a rough plan. Once he returned, he would restore the sheepskin and calculate the location of the sunken treasure recorded on it. The next step would be to prepare for salvaging this sunken treasure. Since it involved going out to sea, he naturally needed capable helpers. At first, Chen Shen didn't have a good idea until he happened to meet Zhou Long today, which made him consider asking Zhou Long for help. He didn't expect that not only was Zhou Long a good swimmer, but he also had a corpse recovery specialist in the mix. This was a pleasant surprise. "Zhou Long, please help me contact your friend and see if he's willing to help me. Of course, the benefits will definitely be shared with you." Zhou Long nodded. "Brother Xian, don't worry, I'll contact him tomorrow. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. I'm feeling a bit unlucky today. I need to go back and burn some incense to pray." "Alright, you go ahead. Here's my number, contact me anytime if you have news." Chen Shen left his phone number with Zhou Long and then watched him descend the mountain. Their routes were exactly opposite. Chen Shen had come from the north, while Zhou Long had come from the east. After Zhou Long disappeared, Chen Shen turned to head down the mountain as well. Unfortunately, just as he met up with Wang Guotao, it started pouring rain. Fortunately, Wang Guotao had already set up the tent. Chen Shen had planned to wait for the rain to stop before leaving, but it just kept pouring endlessly. Seeing this, he gave up and squeezed into the tent with Wang Guotao, spending the night there. The next day, the rain stopped. The two took the opportunity to hurry down the mountain, and after 4 hours, they finally returned to the Magic City. After dropping Wang Guotao off at home, Chen Shen sped straight towards his own house. Yan Ruyu and Su Xiaotong were not home. Chen Shen returned to his bedroom and laid out all the treasures he had gathered yesterday on the table. A decayed agarwood box, a stack of severely rotten Ming Dynasty banknotes, a sheepskin treasure map with drawings and writings, and finally, the 9 needles forged from extraterrestrial iron. While the sunken treasure was certainly important, the priority was to repair the 9 needles needed for treating Sister Bai Lin. Immediately, Chen Shen activated his X-ray vision and looked at the 9 needles on the table, and a string of information immediately appeared before him. Item name, Extraterrestrial Iron 9 Needles, Item era, 3 Kingdoms to Western Jin period, over 1700 years ago, preservation level, 6 needles are intact, while the Chuan needle, Yuan needle, and Feng needle are in very poor condition, reparable. Chen Shen placed his right hand over the 3 broken silver needles and silently thought, start repairing. The next second, he felt a warmth in his dantian, and then 3 streams of spiritual energy flowed through his right hand into the pile of broken silver needles. Then, the pile of damaged silver needles began to reassemble at a visible speed, eventually transforming into 3 intact silver needles, quietly resting before him. Chen Shen smiled in satisfaction, then inserted the 9 silver needles back into the acupuncture bag, carefully setting it aside before turning his attention to the remaining items. Next, he repeated the process, using spiritual energy to repair these items. In no time, all 3 items were restored to their original condition. Chen Shen glanced over, and 3 pieces of information appeared before him. Item name, Agarwood box, item era, Ming Dynasty, Xuanda period, 590 years ago, preservation level, intact, market value, 550,000, item name, Ming Dynasty banknotes, item era, Ming Dynasty, Xuanda period, 590 years ago, preservation level, intact, market value, 5 million, item name, sheepskin, item era, Ming Dynasty, Xuanda period, 590 years ago, Preservation level, intact. Market value, the item itself is worthless, yet, it was this worthless sheepskin that made Chen Chen feel incredibly excited at that moment. With the help of his X-ray vision, he absorbed all the textual and pictorial information on it. After a simple calculation, he had already deduced the location depicted on the sheepskin treasure map. Chen Chen immediately excitedly opened his phone to search on Baidu. It was a good thing he searched, the results made him furrow his brows. I didn't expect the average depth of the Caribbean Sea to be over 2,400 meters. It seems this sunken treasure won't be so easy to salvage. Indeed, based on the content depicted on the sheepskin, Chen Chen deduced that the location of the sunken treasure is in the Caribbean Sea. He was curious about why this location, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, the reason why the sunken treasure is in the Caribbean Sea is not important. What matters is how to get hold of this treasure. However, this is not a simple task and requires careful planning. Just then, Yen Ruyu called. Chen Chen, are you back from Putua Mountain? I'm at home right now, what's up? All the preparations for the clinic's opening have been completed, and now we just need you to come and check it. So soon? Chen Chen was taken aback at first, then felt a surge of joy. It seems that handing this matter over to Yen Ruyu was a very correct decision. Are you free now? Yes, send me the address, and I'll head over right away. Soon, the address was sent to Chen Chen's phone. It was an advertising design company. Without a doubt, this must be the place making the clinic's signboard. Chen Chen was looking forward to seeing what the signboard would look like. After all, this was his first venture. So, he couldn't wait to drive over. However, upon arrival, Chen Chen realized that the so-called advertising design company was actually just a small storefront on the street. Yen Ruyu had been waiting for Chen Chen at the entrance and immediately noticed the disappointment and confusion on his face, so she smiled and explained, "Don't be fooled by the small size of this store, haven't you heard that saying? A mountain doesn't have to be high, if there are immortals, it becomes famous. Water doesn't have to be deep, if there are dragons, it becomes spiritual. As the saying goes, you can achieve great things with little money." In fact, regardless of the size of the design company, they use basically the same materials, and the design concepts are quite similar. The real difference lies in the labor costs. The larger the company, the higher the expenses, so they need to earn more profit. To put it simply, they want to make more money off us. The same product can vary several times in price between a big design company and this small storefront. Having money is one thing, but we shouldn't be taken advantage of, right? After hearing this, the disappointment and confusion on Chen Chen's face vanished instantly. Indeed, Yen Ruyu's philosophy resonated with him. Then, Yen Ruyu took Chen Chen to see the design draft of the signboard. It was a wooden carved sign, with a simple and elegant design. Chen Chen was very satisfied. However, there was still one crucial step left, naming the clinic. This task seemed simple but was actually quite difficult. After all, a name is a face. It not only needs to be appropriate but also pleasant to hear. This left Chen Chen in a bit of a dilemma, and after pondering for a long time, he still couldn't come up with a good idea. How about calling it Jishir Tang? This was your original intention, and with your medical skills, you definitely deserve this name. Yen Ruyu's suggestion was quite good. The name Jishir Tang was stable and grand, while also showcasing the clinic's strength. However, Chen Chen still felt that this name wasn't quite fitting. His original intention was indeed to help the world and save people, but he hoped that those he treated would never again suffer from illness, ideally coming just once and never needing to return. Suddenly, Chen Chen had a flash of inspiration. How about calling it Ian Tang? Yen Ruyu was curious. What does that mean? Chen Chen smiled faintly. It means just what it says. As long as patients choose to come here, they only need to come once to achieve peace and health, without needing to return. Yen Ruyu suddenly understood and clapped her hands in praise. Ian, a lifetime of peace, so that's what it means. It really is a good name. Alright, the signboard issue is settled. Next, let's go to the second stop. Under Yen Ruyu's guidance, Chen Chen drove to the entrance of a medical equipment wholesale factory. Yen Ruyu casually greeted the security guard and then confidently led Chen Chen inside. This surprised Chen Chen a bit. It felt just like coming home. However, what came next was even more unexpected. Yen Ruyu took him directly to the boss's office. Upon seeing Yen Ruyu, the boss quickly stood up, greeting her with a smile. "Miss Yen, if you hadn't come, I would have had to call you." Yen Ruyu graciously shook hands with the boss and smiled, saying, "Bossly, how could I not come for what we agreed upon? Let me introduce you, this is our clinic's owner, Chen Chen, who is also Professor Wang Wetao's master." Hearing this, Chen Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect Yen Ruyu to mention this to Boss Li. After hearing this, Boss Li's gaze towards Chen Chen became incredibly fervent, as if he were looking at a beautiful woman undressed. He immediately rushed over, enthusiastically extending his hand and said, "It's truly an honor for me that Boss Chen could come in person." Chen Shen exchanged a few polite words and then said, "Bossly, I would like to see what medical equipment Miss Yen has ordered." Bossly replied, "No problem, please follow me." All the necessary medical equipment had already been prepared by Bossly and was neatly arranged in the warehouse for Chen Chen to inspect. To be honest, the items were quite complete, with all kinds of testing instruments available. Chen Chen felt reassured with Yen Ruyu handling things, so there was nothing more to say. Next came the discussion of prices. Once again, Chen Chen was taken aback. For instance, a CT machine, which would sell for at least 800,000 to other hospitals or clinics, Bossly said he could offer for 600,000. The same went for other medical equipment, all offered at wholesale prices. It was clear that Bossly was giving such a low price out of respect for Wang Guotao. The reason was simple: any resource Wang Guotao had could easily make him a major client for Bossly. "Boss Chen, are you satisfied with this price? If not, we can negotiate further," Bossly asked humbly. "No problem, let's go with this." Chen Chen smiled, but with his right hand hidden behind his back, he secretly gave Yen Ruyu a thumbs up. This was indeed a job well done. Chen Chen admired Yen Ruyu's reasoning. Her thought was that this society is all about connections. Since they had this connection, they might as well take advantage of it. Yesterday, while Wang Guotao was packing his mountaineering gear at home, he received a text from Yen Ruyu asking him to contact a medical equipment factory. With Wang Guotao's introduction, not only was everything smooth, but they also saved a significant amount of money. As for when the medical equipment would be delivered, that was something for Yen Ruyu to discuss with Bossly. Chen Chen was just a hands-off manager, not having to worry about anything, which was simply delightful. After everything was communicated, Yen Ruyu took Chen Chen to the third stop, the furniture wholesale market. This was simpler, just purchasing some tables, chairs, consultation desks, and a Chinese medicine cabinet. Yen Ruyu had already thoroughly scouted this market yesterday, knowing which vendors had the best quality and the most favorable prices. So, Chen Chen only needed to choose the styles and then pay. The entire process took less than 15 minutes. Then came the final stop, the renovation company. Yen Ruyu made a simple modification to the layout of the courtyard house. The west wing was turned into a pharmacy, the east wing into an examination room, equipped with a simple emergency bed, while the main hall was converted into a reception area. "Sister Yu, it's all thanks to you, your considerations are so thorough." After looking at the design plans, Chen Chen generously praised Yen Ruyu. He was truly impressed by her intellect. "Actually, I only did this kind of work for a year after graduation, and I haven't done it since, so I'm a bit out of practice." Yen Ruyu smiled modestly. "Sister Yu, why didn't you continue doing it? With your abilities, you could definitely work your way up to an executive position in a company. What else could it be? Of course, it's because the money comes in slowly." At this point, Yen Ruyu suddenly realized she had let something slip, so she quickly shut her mouth, her words abruptly stopping. Chen Chen sensed there was definitely something amiss and pressed on. "Sister Yu, have you always been short on money?" Yen Ruyu hurriedly waved her hand. No, I was just talking nonsense. By the way, all the hardware facilities are ready, and the next important thing is to choose an auspicious day to open. I'm not very knowledgeable about this. Do you have anyone suitable in mind?" Chen Chen sighed inwardly. He could tell that Yen Ruyu was hiding something, and it was likely the closest thing to the truth, if not the truth itself. But since Yen Ruyu deliberately changed the subject and didn't want to reveal the facts, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just pry her mouth open. After all, even if he did manage to get her to talk, the answer might not necessarily be the truth. With that thought, Chen Chen gave up. However, he wasn't in a hurry. This matter needed to be approached slowly. All the smartphones have a perpetual calendar app that tells you what days are suitable for what. Can't we just pick a date from our phones? After saying that, Yen Ruyu had been closely watching Chen Chen's expression. When she heard that he didn't press further, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, regarding the selection of an auspicious day, she couldn't let Chen Chen be so casual about it. "Choosing a date ourselves won't do, it's better to be cautious about this. Don't talk about superstition, it's mainly to ensure a good start. Besides, this is your first time starting a business, you can't treat it so carelessly." Yen Ruyu took everything very seriously, so even for something as small as an opening, it had to be done meticulously. Moreover, what she said made sense. Opening on an auspicious day was an old tradition, and Chen Chen was well aware of that. "Alright, let's do it your way. We'll find someone to help us choose a date, but I haven't experienced this before and don't know anyone in this field. Do you have any recommendations?" "I don't know anyone either, but you can ask Professor Wang. He has a wide network and must know some feng shui masters." This suggestion indeed reminded Chen Shen, so he immediately took out his phone and called Wang Guotao. After explaining the situation, Wang Guotao immediately guaranteed that he would take care of it. It turned out that contacting Wang Guotao was a very wise decision. Just as the two hung up, not even a minute passed before Wang Guotao called back. Master, I've already made an appointment with a master who can choose dates. Do you have time to meet him tomorrow? Chen Shen raised his eyebrows, genuinely surprised by Wang Guotao's efficiency. Alright, then we'll meet tomorrow. Chen Shen actually wanted to meet today. After all, the sooner they met, the sooner they could set a date and open the business. However, good things often take time, so it wasn't a big deal to wait a little longer. At that moment, Yen Ruyu said, Chen Shen, all the preparations for the clinic's opening are done. If there are no other arrangements, I'll be leaving now. Seeing Yen Ruyu so eager to leave, Chen Shen curiously asked, Sister Yu, do you have something to do? Yen Ruyu casually replied, it's not anything urgent. It's just that I haven't finished the work on my hands. I was thinking that if I finish it early, I can leave early, so I won't be unable to start my job when the clinic opens. Hearing this, Chen Shen waved his hand and smiled, saying, Sister Yu, you don't need to rush this matter. Just take your time. Even when the clinic opens, we won't need you, the financial expert, to do the accounts right away. Additionally, if you're not in a hurry, I have another favor to ask of you. Yen Ruyu curiously asked, is there something else the clinic needs me to do? Chen Shen teased, it's not about the clinic, it's a personal matter of mine. How about this, it's almost mealtime, let's find a mall and chat while we eat. Yen Ruyu was actually quite anxious. The work she had on hand was time-sensitive, and if she didn't complete it on time, her salary would be deducted. But thinking about how much Chen Shen had helped her lending her money and arranging work for her made it hard for her to refuse, so she nodded in agreement. Chen Shen took Yen Ruyu to a high-end mall. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Chen Shen wiped his hands and smiled, saying, Sister Yu, let's go to Chanel. Upon hearing this, Yen Ruyu was instantly stunned. At that moment, she felt a bit confused. Chen Shen had gone around in circles, and in the end, he said he wanted to take her to Chanel. Everyone knew what Chanel was, it was a high-end brand, and the items there easily cost tens of thousands. What could a man possibly want to do taking a woman to such a high-end counter? Of course, it was to pick out a gift for the woman. It couldn't be that the man took the woman to Chanel and then expected her to pay for it herself after picking out a bunch of items, right? But why would Chen Shen, who was perfectly fine, want to buy Chanel items for himself? Was this some kind of employee benefit? Don't joke around. Which company gives its female employees Chanel gifts? Or was it because she had helped Chen Shen with the preparations for the clinic's opening, so he wanted to thank her specifically? Yen Ruyu thought this possibility was quite likely. Chen Shen, since you want to hire me as the financial director of the clinic, then the opening of the clinic naturally has something to do with me. It's only right that I handle the preparations before the opening. You don't need to buy me things to thank me. Looking at Yen Ruyu's extremely serious face, Chen Shen couldn't help but laugh. Sister Yu, you've misunderstood. I didn't say I was going to buy you clothes. I just wanted to ask you to help me try on a few outfits. I need to check the sizes. Yen Ruyu's previously serious expression instantly turned awkward. It turned out that Chen Shen had no intention of buying her clothes, it was just her own misunderstanding. How embarrassing. I say, Chen Shen, this is really not fair. You want to please another woman, and in the end, you make me a clothes rack. At least you could have told me in advance and asked if I was willing to do it before dragging me along. Seeing that Yen Ruyu was a bit unhappy, Chen Shen quickly explained, Sister Yu, I admit I didn't think this through, but you're the only one whose figure is suitable. Yen Ruyu unhappily said, Chen Shen, you're so clueless. Do you know what it feels like for a girl to be a clothes rack for someone else? This is really not fair. Why can't she come and try it herself? Chen Shen immediately smiled wryly. It's not that she can't try on clothes, it's that she can't. Yen Ruyu rolled her eyes. We're all human, why can't she try on clothes? Chen Shen had no choice but to tell the truth. Sister Yu, you're mistaken, you are human, but she isn't. Yen Ruyu laughed coldly, what? She's not human, so she must be a ghost? Chen Shen quickly nodded, yes, you're right. She is indeed a ghost, a female ghost. Yen Ruyu rolled her eyes dramatically. Chen, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child that can be easily fooled? Chen Shen was utterly helpless. He was speaking nothing but the truth, with no intention of deceiving Yen Ruyu at all. My conscience can bear witness. Yujia, I'm really not joking. If you truly don't believe me, should I swear an oath? Chen Shen was also very clear that even if it was the truth, he still needed Yen Ruyu to believe it. When he said this, he was utterly sincere. What good is swearing? Nowadays, swearing is just like farting, isn't it? Yen Ruyu rolled her eyes, clearly still unconvinced. This left Chen Chen quite distressed. But soon, he remembered Qin Kaijun, who was also there at the time. Wasn't he a living witness? By the way, Yujie, I just remembered, I wasn't the only one who saw that ghost. I have a witness. If you don't believe me, I can call him right now and have him tell you whether this is true or not. Chen Chen had a sincere expression, even showing signs of wanting to cry if she didn't believe him. Upon hearing this, Yen Ruyu actually hesitated for a moment. After all, she had spent quite some time with Chen Chen and knew what kind of person he was. Although this guy usually seemed lecherous and rather unreliable, he was actually quite dependable. At least he had never deceived her. Alright, I'll believe you this once. Yen Ruyu didn't fully believe him, so she decided to play along and see what kind of trick Chen Chen could pull. Chen Chen could naturally hear the doubt in Yen Ruyu's voice, but he was too lazy to explain further. For him, as long as Yen Ruyu agreed to try on clothes, that was enough. Soon, the two arrived at the Chanel store. The sales staff initially looked down on Chen Chen when they saw him, as he was dressed too ordinarily and didn't have the aura of a wealthy person. But when they saw Yen Ruyu walk in, their eyes instantly lit up, and they quickly approached her, calling her madam with a smile, providing her with attentive service. Then, upon seeing Chen Chen, they directly asked Yen Ruyu if he was her driver. This obvious difference in treatment left Chen Chen speechless. It is a woman's nature to love beauty. Yen Ruyu had just been unhappy about being a clothes rack, but when she turned around and saw the beautiful dresses, her eyes couldn't look away. Seeing this, Chen Chen smiled and said, Yujie, pick whatever you like and try it on. Upon hearing this, Yen Ruyu turned her head and shot Chen Chen a sideways glance, saying irritably, you really talk big. Even if I try on 100 pieces, aren't I just trying them for other women? Oh, no, wait, for female ghosts. Chen Chen wished he could slap himself. What a stupid thing to say. Why did he have to say such things when Yen Ruyu was in a good mood? Fortunately, Yen Ruyu soon immersed herself in the joy of trying on beautiful clothes. Before long, she picked out a white spaghetti strap dress and excitedly went to the fitting room. Chen Chen, feeling bored, wandered around outside the fitting room. Suddenly, a soft sound was heard, and the fitting room door opened. Chen Chen turned his head and instantly froze. The white dress seemed tailor-made for Yen Ruyu, fitting her perfectly. Moreover, the neckline of the dress was quite low, perfectly showcasing her cleavage. Chen Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking that if he got caught in that deep ravine, it would be the end of him. How does it look? Is it pretty? Yen Ruyu twirled around, her figure light and graceful like a swan dancing, and the radiant smile on her face nearly stole Chen Chen's soul. I'm asking you a question. Seeing that Chen Chen had been silent for 3 or 4 seconds, Yen Ruyu couldn't help but ask again. Oh, it's beautiful. Of course, it's beautiful. Only then did Chen Chen come back to his senses, nodding his head like a chick pecking at rice. Look at your silly face. Wait, I'll go try on another one. This time, Yen Ruyu chose a casual outfit. After coming out of the fitting room, she made Chen Chen feel refreshed once again. Wearing this outfit, Yen Ruyu lost some of her charm but gained a lively youthful vibe. It was only now that Chen Chen understood that it wasn't that Chanel's clothes were exceptionally good, but rather that Yen Ruyu was indeed a clothes rack. She looked good in anything. Chen Chen couldn't help but recall Jiang Shuyao's figure. It was indeed similar to Yen Ruyu's, the only drawback being that she didn't have Yen Ruyu's curves. As he thought about it, his mind wandered off, drifting back to the image of Jiang Shuyao in the nude. Just thinking about it made Chen Chen feel his blood boil, and he dared not think any further. Yen Ruyu tried on more than 20 outfits in total. In the end, the two of them picked out 2 dresses from those 20 or so outfits. The sales associate happily asked, Sir, do you want both of these dresses? Chen Chen replied, Oh, I don't want either of these dresses. Can you hold them for me? I want to take some pictures. As soon as he said this, the sales associate turned and walked away in anger. What kind of person is this? If you can't afford it, don't come in. Just taking pictures without buying, what does that mean? Yen Ruyu felt a bit embarrassed on the side, but Chen Chen didn't care. He hung the clothes back up and started taking pictures from various angles. Yen Ruyu couldn't help but ask curiously, What are you doing? Chen Chen explained, since these clothes are for the female ghost, she obviously can't wear clothes that we usually wear. I want to take pictures of all the details of this outfit and then ask someone to make paper clothes to burn for her. Yen Ruyu laughed in disbelief, clearly thinking Chen Chen was just trying to make her happy. I'm going to the restroom for a bit, take your time with the photos, but make sure to be thorough. Yen Ruyu teased before turning to leave. When she returned, she saw Chen Chen walking over with a bag and handing it to her. What's this? Yen Ruyu took it and curiously opened it, her mouth instantly dropping open, her words cut off. Chen Chen, what are you doing? Inside the bag was a Chanel dress. Sister Yu, I could tell you liked this dress the most when you tried it on just now. I was indeed too hasty in asking for your help this time. Consider this dress my apology." Upon hearing this, Yen Ruyu immediately panicked. She knew the price of this dress, it was a whopping 49,000. "No way, this is too expensive, I can't accept it. Actually, it's just a favor for you. I was just angry that you didn't discuss it with me beforehand. As for the apology, there's really no need, I'll return it." After saying this, Yen Ruyu stood up and headed towards the counter with the bag. However, halfway there, she was intercepted by Qin Shen. Quick as a flash, he yanked the bag back, pulled out the tag from the dress, and tore it off. The sales associate nearby quickly said, "Sir, ma'am, if the tag is damaged, our store cannot accept returns." Qin Shen said triumphantly, "Sister you, now you can accept it honestly, right?" Yen Ruyu smiled wryly, "Since you've done this, I can't just throw it away, can I?" She graciously accepted it. Then, the two of them walked out of the mall. Once in the car, Chen Shen began searching for the destination on the navigation. Yen Ruyu glanced over curiously and was surprised to find that the destination Chen Shen was navigating to was a paper crafting shop. "Chen Shen, are you serious?" "Of course, do you think I'm joking with you?" "Alright, sit tight, we're heading out now." By the time they arrived at the paper crafting shop, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Unfortunately, just as Chen Shen stopped the car, he saw the shop owner lock the door and prepare to leave. "Boss, wait a minute." Seeing this, Chen Shen hurriedly rushed over to block the owner who was about to leave. "What do you want?" The owner looked at Chen Shen with a wary expression. "Boss, I saw online reviews saying that your paper crafting shop is the best in all of Magic City, right?" Upon hearing this, the owner immediately understood Chen Shen's intention and smiled, saying, "That's right, if I say my paper crafting skills are second best, no one would dare say they're the best. It seems you're here to buy something, right? But unfortunately, I'm about to go drink, so if you have anything to discuss, come back tomorrow." With that, the owner tried to walk around Chen Shen. However, Chen Shen certainly wouldn't let the owner off so easily. Without saying another word, he pulled out a stack of red bills from his pocket and held it out in front of the owner. The moment the owner saw the stack of red bills, his eyes widened. Chen Shen took in this scene. It seemed the owner was indeed someone who was easily swayed by money, which made things much easier. Chen Shen then put the red bills back into his pocket right in front of the owner. The owner's gaze followed the movement of the red bills until they were tucked away, and only then did a look of disappointment appear on his face. Seeing that he had piqued the owner's interest, Chen Shen smiled and said, "Boss, as long as you can let me buy what I want, money is not a problem." Sure enough, under the influence of cash, the owner was no longer in a hurry to drink and said, "Brother, tell me, what do you want to buy? I have plenty here." As he spoke, the owner took out his keys, unlocked the door, and led Chen Shen and Yen Ruyu inside. The floor and walls were filled with all kinds of paper crafts, including televisions and refrigerators, with various color TVs available. However, when Yen Ruyu saw the paper dolls of boys and girls, she couldn't help but shiver. Most people would feel the same way as Yen Ruyu. Seeing such things could be unsettling, and she felt a chill run down her back. When she turned to look at Chen Shen, she was immediately astonished, unable to close her mouth. Chen Shen not only showed no fear but even moved closer, picking up several paper craft pieces and examining them as if admiring some treasures. "Not bad, boss, your skills are indeed exceptional." Chen Shen carefully inspected the paper crafts. Both the craftsmanship and materials were top-notch, confirming that this place was worth the visit. "Feel free to pick whatever you want, but make it quick, I'm still waiting to go drink." "Boss, to be honest, your drinking tonight might be delayed." "What do you mean?" Without further ado, Chen Shen took out his phone and showed the owner the photos of the 2 Chanel dresses he had taken, saying, "I want to ask you to custom make these 2 dresses, preferably with a 100% restoration." After examining the photos closely, the owner frowned. "Brother, achieving 100% restoration is not that simple." As soon as he finished speaking, a stack of red bills appeared in front of him. Moreover, he noticed that this stack was thicker than the previous one. Chen Shen said calmly, "This 5,000 yuan is a deposit. If you can achieve 100% restoration, I'll give you another 5,000 yuan as the final payment." The owner's expression brightened. He hadn't expected Chen Shen to be so generous. At the same time, Yen Ruyu was slightly taken aback. What normal person would spend 10,000 yuan on 2 paper clothes? Could it be that there really was something supernatural? "Brother, don't worry, I'll make sure to craft these 2 paper outfits beautifully for you." The owner eagerly snatched the cash into his hands. "Pa!" She spat on her fingers and immediately began counting the money. Indeed, it was 5,000 yuan, not a cent more, not a cent less. The boss couldn't stop smiling, but he also didn't forget to remind Chen Shen, "It's just that this thing has a complicated process. If you really want to get good stuff, you'll have to be patient and wait, okay? Chen Chen naturally understood the saying that good things take time, so he didn't say anything more. Seeing this, the boss put away the cash and went to start working on the gift. It was indeed a time-consuming task. An hour had already passed, and the boss in the back room still hadn't come out. Yen Ruyu quietly glanced at the paper offerings on both sides, feeling a bit uneasy, so she turned to Chen Chen and said, I feel a bit anxious staying here. Let's go sit outside for a while, and you can tell me about that female ghost. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen grinned. Sister you finally believe it? You've made it all so mysterious. Even if I don't believe it, I'm curious. Alright, let's go outside, and I'll tell you. The two sat at the door, with Yen Ruyu resting her chin on her hands, quietly listening to Chen Chen tell his story. Chen Chen spoke slowly and at length, starting from the bet he made with Qin Kaijun to win the villa, all the way to meeting the female ghost Jiang Shuyao. When Yen Ruyu heard about Jiang Shuyao's tragic fate, she was already crying uncontrollably. That scumbag, and that filthy B***TCH, they should be the ones who deserve to die. Yen Ruyu cried, snot and tears flowing, genuinely feeling that Jiang Shuyao was wronged. Sister you don't even know Jiang Shuyao, why are you so empathetic? Could it be that you share a similar fate? Chen Chen only made a joke because he saw Yen Ruyu so upset over a stranger, but unexpectedly, that one joke made her crying abruptly stop. At that moment, Yen Ruyu seemed to fall into some kind of memory, her dazed eyes gradually revealing a look of anger. Seeing this, Chen Chen tried to ask, Sister you don't really have a similar experience, do you? Is that why you've been short on money lately? Yen Ruyu came back to her senses and quickly denied it, but Chen Chen knew he was getting close to the truth. Just as he was about to press further, the paper offering shop owner suddenly came out, excitedly holding two paper clothes. Bro, I finished both outfits for you, check them out. Boss, your skills are indeed impressive. Here's the final payment, please confirm. The transaction was settled. By this time, it had already grown dark outside. Chen Chen didn't waste any more time, carefully placing the two paper outfits in the trunk, and then took Yen Ruyu to the villa. As soon as they entered, Yen Ruyu shivered from the cold. Why is it so cold in this villa? Chen Chen teased, of course, it has to be a bit chilly where there's a female ghost, that's common sense, don't you know? As soon as he said this, Yen Ruyu's face turned pale, and she trembled as she said, how about, I wait for you outside? After saying this, she prepared to turn and leave. But just as she turned, she heard Chen Chen say, Sister you, no need. Yen Ruyu turned back, curious, and asked, no need for what? Just then, her expression slightly changed. Chen Chen, what are you doing? Chen Chen's actions were quite strange. His body was facing her, but his head was turned 90 degrees to the left, as if he was avoiding something he didn't dare to look at. Yen Ruyu glanced between them and found nothing but air, feeling a bit puzzled. At that moment, Chen Chen whispered, Sister you, I need to tell you something, you must stay calm. This made Yen Ruyu even more curious. Stop with the nonsense, just say it. Chen Chen still turned his head away, but his right hand raised, pointing at the air in front of Yen Ruyu, saying, what I want to say is, you don't need to go out, Shuyao is already standing in front of you. Buzz, in an instant, Yen Ruyu felt like her head was about to explode. All the hair on her body stood on end. Her mind went blank. Shuyao? Jiang Shuyao? The female ghost? Standing right in front of her? Yen Ruyu felt as if her body had rusted, every joint becoming incredibly stiff. At the same time, her heart raced wildly. She stammered, stinky little brother, didn't you say she could only stay in the bathroom? Chen Chen forced a smile, Sister you, I swear, when I first saw her, she really could only appear in the bathroom, but just now she suddenly popped up, and I don't know what happened. The key point was that Jiang Shuyao was still naked. She just appeared in Chen Chen's line of sight like that. Frightened, Chen Chen quickly turned his head away, even a glance would make him bleed. Shuyao, what on earth is going on? Yen Ruyu suddenly jolted. Stinky little brother, who are you talking to? Chen Chen chuckled in disbelief. Sister you, who else could it be? Besides you, of course, it's only Jiang Shuyao. Yen Ruyu swallowed hard, her eyes filled with terror. But at that moment, she still held on to a glimmer of hope. Chen Chen, you're joking with me, right? But Chen Chen's response was off topic. Sister you, I've figured it out. Yen Ruyu felt confused. Figured out what? Chen Chen said, Shuyao has explained it to me. It turns out that during the day, she can't go out because there's sunlight outside the bathroom, but at night, she can go anywhere without restriction. Not only can she come out of the bathroom, but she can also wander around freely. Yen Ruyu muttered, sounds just like the truth. Before she could finish, Chen Chen suddenly laughed, Sister you, Shuyao is greeting you. Ha! Yen Ruyu was taken aback, and then she didn't know what got into her, but for a moment, she felt a bit less scared, and then she stared blankly at the air in front of her and said, you. Hello, I'm Yen Ruyu. After saying this, she felt like she was acting like a lunatic, actually talking to the air. Speaking of which, is there really a ghost or not? Could it be that this stinky kid Chen Chen is just messing with her? Just then, she saw Chen Chen take out 2 paper clothes from the bag, still maintaining his turned head posture, but his hand shook the paper clothes towards the air not far away. Then he said seriously, Shu Yao, I picked out 2 skirts for you with Sister Yu, Chanel's, I'm going to burn them for you now. After saying that, Chen Chen took out a lighter and quickly set both paper clothes on fire. When he saw the 2 paper clothes turn to ash, Chen Chen curiously turned to look at Zhang Shuyao. The scene before him made him widen his eyes in shock. He saw that Zhang Shuyao was now wearing a white spaghetti strap dress, and in her right hand, she held a brand new evening gown, which was the second piece of clothing Chen Chen had burned for her. This method actually works. Chen Chen was overjoyed. What a beautiful dress. It's the style I like. After putting on the new clothes, Zhang Shuyao was in high spirits and couldn't help but start dancing gracefully. Chen Chen then realized that Zhang Shuyao could actually dance, and she clearly had practiced. Her figure was already great, and with her elegant movements, she was simply stunning. So beautiful. Chen Chen watched, entranced, and couldn't help but exclaim, yeah, she really is quite pretty. But to her surprise, not far away, Yen Ruyu also chimed in with a compliment. Ha! Sister Yu, what did you say? Chen Chen first looked at the dancing Zhang Shuyao, then turned to see Yen Ruyu's infatuated expression, his eyes filled with astonishment. Of course, I'm talking about Shu Yao. She's so beautiful that even I, a girl, think she's gorgeous. What did you say? You can see her? Chen Chen was stunned. How could this be possible? Yen Ruyu didn't have the ability to see through things, so how could she see Zhang Shuyao? Yeah, I can see her. Ha, ha, ha. Yen Ruyu didn't react at first, but when she saw Chen Chen's shocked expression, she instantly realized. Then came a deafening scream. And then, with a thud, Yen Ruyu fainted. Sister Yu. Chen Chen rushed over, took a quick look with his X-ray vision, and found that she was just overly frightened, so he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pinched her acupoint. Chen Chen, is she okay? Zhang Shuyao also hurried over. Just then, this scene happened to be seen by Yen Ruyu, who had just regained consciousness. Looking at Zhang Shuyao floating in the air with her toes not touching the ground, Yen Ruyu let out another ah, and fainted again. Shuyao, step back a bit, don't scare her into fainting again. Chen Chen smiled wryly. This time, he learned his lesson. After Yen Ruyu woke up, she instinctively opened her mouth to scream again, but the next second, Chen Chen quickly hugged her into his arms. Sister Yu, don't be afraid, I'm here, just calm down for a moment. The warmth of his body and the strength of his chest gave Yen Ruyu a sense of security, and she quickly calmed down. Chen Chen, I really saw it just now, that's right, it was a ghost, you really saw Zhang Xiao. Oh my god. Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She never expected that one day she would actually see a ghost with her own eyes. I want to meet her. This was a request made by Yen Ruyu herself. This proved that she was already mentally prepared. Chen Chen then felt relieved to let her go. Shuyao, hello. The fearless big sister was now unusually timid. Ruyu, hello, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Zhang Shuyao also remembered the lesson, and this time she didn't float over but walked towards her. Although she occasionally misjudged the distance and her feet didn't quite touch the ground, at least it made Yen Ruyu feel that she wasn't as scary as she had imagined. Sure enough, Yen Ruyu completely relaxed, and a natural smile appeared on her face. Seeing this, Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief but couldn't help but ask the question in his mind. Sister Yu, how can you see her too? Yeah, how did I suddenly see Shuyao? What Chen Chen didn't expect was that although he was asking Yen Ruyu, she turned around and asked him instead. Sister Yu, please clarify. I'm the one asking you, but I don't know what's going on, how could you not know? Chen Chen was left speechless. At that moment, Zhang Shuyao suddenly spoke up. She really doesn't know what's going on, because it's not that she can see me, but that I made it so she could see me. Chen Chen's mouth twitched. Are you speaking in riddles here? In simple terms, I have the ability to let people see ghosts. Chen Chen understood this. That's an amazing skill. Is it called magic or sorcery? No, it should be called ghost technique, right? You're really funny. Zhang Shuyao chuckled softly, waving her hand and saying, it's nothing special, it's just a skill that ghosts are born with. If you die, you'll have it too. Zhang Shuyao, you're really good at chatting. Chen Chen almost choked on her words. However, this also led him to another question. Since Zhang Shuyao had this skill, why didn't she let Qin Kaijun see her at that time? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyao said softly, if you were naked, would you actively let a woman see you? Chen Chen grinned and said, you can look, but it can't be for free, you have to pay. Zhang Shuyao rolled her eyes. You disgusting pervert. Yen Ruyu chimed in, he's just a pervert, and the kind that has lust but no courage. Wow, you two just met and you're already in cahoots? Fine, can I not avoid you two? You guys chat, I want to wander around. Although this villa already belonged to Chen Chen, he hadn't taken a good look at it yet. How could he not know the situation of his own house, making it feel like a rented place? No, even if it were a rental, he should at least know what it was like, right? The villa had 3 floors in total. Each floor had its own unique features. The first floor had a spacious living room right at the entrance, along with a master bedroom and a secondary bedroom. The master bedroom had an ensuite bathroom, and there was also a public bathroom outside, which was the bathroom where Zhang Shuyao was murdered. There were 2 kitchens, adjacent to each other, one Western-style open kitchen and one Chinese kitchen. The dining room had a huge round table that could easily seat 20 people. In addition, the first floor had an entertainment room where you could not only drink tea but also play cards, and there was even a billiard table, fully equipped for entertainment. On the second floor, the first thing you saw was a living room. Standing at the edge of the glass railing in the living room, you could see the spacious living room on the first floor. The visual effect was simply exhilarating. Next to the living room was a double-door master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom, and it even had a walk-in closet, more than the first floor. This floor had 2 secondary bedrooms, a public bathroom, and a shared walk-in closet. When reaching the third floor, the first thing you encountered was another living room, but next to it was a screening room that could accommodate a dozen people, even better than going to the cinema. This floor had a master bedroom and a secondary bedroom, with 1 ensuite bathroom and 1 public bathroom. But the best part of this floor was that the master bedroom led directly to a huge terrace, equipped with electric rain curtains. From the first to the third floor, Qin Shen could only describe his feelings in one word. Damn, it was exhilarating. A house is meant for living, right? Who knew it could be this luxurious? Back on the first floor, Qin Shen's smile instantly froze. He saw Yen Ruyu and Zhang Shuyao, one living and one ghost, sitting on the sofa, both crying uncontrollably. The key was that Zhang Shuyao couldn't shed any tears, yet she was still howling with her mouth wide open. What the hell is going on with you two? Chen Shen sat across from them, looking at the two in astonishment. I thought I was already a person with a hard life, but I didn't expect there would be another unfortunate woman like me. Zhang Shuyao cried, her words coming out in gasps. Unfortunate woman? Tell me more. Chen Shen's eyes lit up. It seemed that Yen Ruyu had confided in Zhang Shuyao. Zhang Shuyao's misfortune was due to a cheating husband, but Zhang Shuyao said that Yen Ruyu was just as unfortunate, which clearly indicated that Yen Ruyu was also involved with a man. This must be the reason for Yen Ruyu's recent strange behavior. Wasn't this exactly the answer he wanted to hear from Yen Ruyu? Shuyao, don't. Yen Ruyu snapped back to reality, hurriedly trying to stop Zhang Shuyao. But she forgot that they were separated by life and death. She couldn't cover Zhang Shuyao's mouth. So, Zhang Shuyao blurted out everything Yen Ruyu had just said, word for word. After finishing, even Zhang Shuyao felt a bit amazed. It turned out that after dying, one's memory could become even stronger. At that moment, Qin Shen was already shaking with anger. It turned out that Yen Ruyu had a boyfriend named Zhang Chen. They had been classmates since college and had been dating since their freshman year, continuing their relationship through graduate school. A high education does not necessarily mean a good character. This Zhang Chen is a downright scumbag. Moreover, he is a bastard who is extremely good at hiding his true self. Even Yen Ruyu, who has been with him day in and day out, never realized it until after graduating from graduate school, when she finally saw Zhang Chen's true face. This Zhang Chen is a complete gambling addict. He started getting involved in gambling during his university days, whether online or in physical venues, he dabbled in it all. At first, he could win some money, but the longer he was involved, the more he lost. In fact, Zhang Chen's family was quite well off. His parents ran a small factory and earned millions a year without any problem. But no matter how rich they were, they couldn't withstand Zhang Chen, this gambling addict, continuously losing money. After losing all the money on him, he began to borrow high-interest loans from gambling venues. Was this something he should touch? Absolutely not. But this gambling addict Zhang Chen just had to. Starting with a few thousand, he had completely fallen into an abyss. The high-interest loans compounded from thousands to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, all the way to over 1 million. At first, Zhang Chen could still ask his family for money, but then his family's factory suddenly went bankrupt. With no other choice, Zhang Chen had to ask Yen Ruyu for money. However, Yen Ruyu's conditions were limited. She could only give him a few thousand at most each time, and after a few times, there was nothing left. When he heard there was no money, Zhang Chen's true nature was completely exposed. He beat and kicked Yen Ruyu, forcing her to ask her family for money. Yen Ruyu refused, and as a result, Zhang Chen pulled out a dozen photos. When Yen Ruyu saw them, she collapsed. These were all her private photos, all secretly taken by Zhang Chen. Bang! This bastard! The 3-centimeter thick marble coffee table was smashed in half by Chen Chen's slap. This shows just how furious he was at that moment. And the reality was just as he suspected. Zhang Chen was using these photos to threaten Yen Ruyu. If Yen Ruyu didn't make money to help him pay off his debts, he would post these photos online and even use them to make money. Many people might not know that there are plenty of people who make money from such photos, and the money comes in fast and in large amounts. Don't think that Zhang Chen didn't use this method to make money at first out of conscience. It was purely because he was afraid. After all, spreading such photos is illegal, and profiting from them would be an even greater crime. Zhang Chen just didn't want to commit a crime and end up in jail. But if he was really pushed to that point, he would dare to send the photos out. For a woman, her chastity is undoubtedly more important than her life. Faced with this threat, Yen Ruyu had no choice but to compromise. However, the debt Zhang Chen owed was simply too much, a full 3 million. Of course, Yen Ruyu couldn't ask her family for help, and her family was just an ordinary one that couldn't come up with that much money. Moreover, if she asked her family for money, her parents would definitely ask what was going on. But this matter was too shameful to even bring up. So Yen Ruyu decided to make money on her own. This is also why she chose not to pursue a job related to her major after graduation. Relying on a salary, how long would it take to earn 2 to 3 million? What if she earned too slowly and pushed Zhang Chen to the edge, and he really sent the photos out? With no other options, Yen Ruyu had to focus on industries that made money quickly. After careful consideration, she thought of an industry that would definitely work. That was becoming a model. Fashion model, car model, cosplayer, foot model, hand model. It is well known that as long as you are pretty enough and have a good figure, making money in this industry is as easy as drinking water. Yen Ruyu had a natural advantage, standing at 1.78 meters, with a curvy figure and delicate features. Doing this job was like being served a meal by heaven. On the day Chen Chen and Zhou Zhou went to Myanmar, it was also the 1-year anniversary of Yen Ruyu working as a model. In just 1 year, Yen Ruyu made over 3 million. That noon, she helped Zhang Chen pay off all his debts, including interest, and even gave him an extra 100,000 as a reward for returning the USB drive with her photos. Zhang Chen agreed, saying he would go home to get the USB drive and would hand it over to Yen Ruyu that evening. Yen Ruyu thought the nightmare was finally over, but little did she know that Zhang Chen was still the same old gambler. Just after paying off his debts, he immediately took the 100,000 to gamble. In just an hour, he lost it all. Not only did Zhang Chen not stop, but he also continued to borrow high-interest loans to keep gambling. By evening, Yen Ruyu happily went to find Zhang Chen for the USB drive, only to be told that he now owed over 1 million in high-interest loans. Yen Ruyu was furious and had a big fight with Zhang Chen. But Zhang Chen, still angry from losing money, ended up hitting her. After being beaten, Yen Ruyu was threatened to keep making money for Zhang Chen, and she returned home in despair. Once home, she cried to Su Xiaotong and then went to a clinic with her for a checkup and some medicine, insisting that Su Xiaotong must not tell Chen Chen. Later, she ran into Chen Chen, who was packing to leave for Myanmar. I knew your injury that day couldn't have been self-inflicted. Sister you, I'm really angry. I'm angry because you didn't treat me as a friend at all. I thought we were good friends, that we should share our difficulties and help each other. Why didn't you tell me about such a serious issue? You told Xiaotong but kept it from me? Don't you know I have money? Or do you think that if you told me, I wouldn't help you? Chen Chen was genuinely angry, his face flushed. Zhang Shuyu was so scared she didn't dare to breathe. Oh no, she never could breathe anyway. In short, she didn't dare to speak. Chen Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep it from you. You misunderstood. Yen Ruyu realized that she was in the wrong. After all, anyone would feel she wasn't being considerate. But she truly didn't mean to not treat Chen Chen as a friend. Then tell me, what do you really mean? Chen Chen asked, annoyed. Chen Chen, first of all, I want to tell you that I consider you a friend, and a good one at that. Even being a male best friend is absolutely fine. Secondly, I know you have money, and I know you're very wealthy. A few million is nothing to you, but you should also consider it from my perspective. To me, a few million is a lot, but I have the ability to earn enough. Since I can earn it myself, I don't want to trouble others. Finally, it's precisely because we have a good relationship that I know you well. I know that if I tell you about this, you would definitely go find Zhang Chen. He's just a hopeless gambler, a worthless life. But you're different. If I caused you to confront Zhang Chen and it led to a fight, or worse, if you got hurt, How could I live with that? At this point, Chen Chen finally understood. Yen Ruyu was worried about him. This touched him deeply. He realized he had wronged Yen Ruyu. Sister Yu, I'm sorry. I was too harsh just now. Chen Chen was never the type of man with a big ego. He admitted his mistakes immediately. So he sometimes didn't understand those men who, despite being in the wrong, would proudly claim, real men don't apologize. A simple apology could solve the problem, yet they would rather argue or even fight with a woman. Was that interesting? Humph. So you do know it was your fault? Truly a dog-biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person's heart. Stinky little brother. Yen Ruyu began to take the offensive, and her fierce demeanor was unlike anyone else's. It was fierce yet charming yet flirtatious, and flirtatious yet tinged with a hint of grievance. Especially the last phrase, stinky little brother, reverberated in the air, making even Jiang Shuyao feel a shiver run through her body. As for Chen Chen, he was even more affected, feeling as if his bones were about to melt, while also feeling guilty, wishing he could slap himself. Yu Jia, where is that Zhang Chen now? I'll help you settle this. Chen Chen was not a man of many words, so he decided to take direct action. That scumbag is nothing but a worthless gambler, wandering around various underground gambling dens all day. I only see him when he needs money. Other than that, I have no idea where he is, Yen Ruyu replied, then added, Chen Chen, you mustn't act impulsively. Don't forget he has those kinds of photos of me. If he gets desperate and sends them out, it would be over. That's true. Alright, I understand, Chen Chen nodded. This matter indeed couldn't be rushed, it required careful planning. It's getting late, let's go home. I have to catch an early show tomorrow, Yen Ruyu said, not wanting to continue the topic and not giving Chen Chen a chance to refuse, standing up as if to leave. However, Chen Chen certainly wouldn't refuse. He had already arranged to meet with Wang Guotao early the next morning to consult a feng shui master about choosing a date, so he really needed to get some rest. But there was one thing he was curious about, so he asked, Yu Jie, haven't you finished your work yet? Yen Ruyu nodded, looking helpless. Just quit it, it's just about the money, right? Tomorrow you can officially join the clinic. I can advance your salary, you can take as many months as you want. Chen Chen felt sorry for Yen Ruyu working as a model. Who were models working for? To put it bluntly, 99% of the audience were men. Men understand men the best. Chen Chen knew what these old men were looking at when they watched models. To be honest, he also liked looking at models. What man doesn't like looking at beautiful women? Especially the car models at auto shows, who were scrutinized from every angle. There were even many photographers who would lie on the ground just to capture a model's walk. It was downright filthy. Chen Chen didn't directly ask Yen Ruyu because he knew without asking that she must have faced a lot of harassment. But for the sake of money, Yen Ruyu certainly couldn't resist and could only endure silently. Previously, Chen Chen didn't know about this, so he couldn't intervene. But now that he knew, he naturally wouldn't let Yen Ruyu return to the wolf's den. Chen Chen, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want to do this, and I can't do this. But what Chen Chen didn't expect was that Yen Ruyu rejected him without a second thought. Yu Jie, don't you consider me a friend? Chen Chen felt frustrated. Don't misunderstand, it's just that I've already accepted the contracts for the auto show in the next couple of days and received the deposit. If I drop out now, it's not just about losing the deposit, more importantly, my reputation would be ruined. Fearing that Chen Chen wouldn't believe her, Yen Ruyu even opened the chat screenshots for him to see. Upon seeing that Yen Ruyu had indeed accepted the contracts and received the deposit, Chen Chen had nothing more to say and could only remind her, Yu Jie, if you run into any trouble tomorrow, contact me immediately. I'll back you up. Yen Ruyu smiled brightly. Okay, I'll remember. Just as the two were about to leave, Jiang Shuyao suddenly asked, Chen Chen, will you come again? Chen Chen smiled and said, of course, this villa is now mine. Once I finish my current tasks, I need to find a time to move. Yen Ruyu's expression changed, and she asked with some disappointment, are you moving away? Chen Chen smiled and leaned in front of Yen Ruyu, asking, what's wrong, sister Yu? You can't bear to part with me? At such a close distance, they were almost close enough to kiss. If it were any other girl, her face would have turned red with embarrassment by now. Even Jiang Shuyu, standing nearby, felt shy just watching. But Yen Ruyu was not an ordinary woman. Such little tricks could not fool her. Yes, I really can't bear to part with you. Now that I think about it, when we first met, you gave me a back rub that felt quite nice. If you leave, what if one day I want you to rub my back and can't find you? With each sentence Yen Ruyu spoke, she took a step closer. At this point, Chen Chen could no longer maintain his playful demeanor. Originally, he had been acting like a mischievous tease, but with Yen Ruyu's first step forward, his true self was instantly revealed. As Yen Ruyu took 3 steps forward, he retreated 3 steps back. By the time she took her 3rd step, his back hit a wall. Ahem, sister Yu, I was wrong. Seeing Yen Ruyu with a mischievous smile, pouting her lips and preparing to take another step forward, Shen Shen swallowed hard and quickly begged for mercy. Humph. Stinky little brother, you still have a long way to go to compete with your sister. Yen Ruyu's lips curled up as she extended a jade-like finger to gently lift Shen Shen's chin, then laughed and turned away. Shu Yu, I'm leaving. I'll come to see you another day. Watching Yen Ruyu walk away in her high heels, Shen Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly remembered what Jiang Shuyu had said earlier, so he asked, by the way, Shuyu, you asked if I would come again because you have something to say, right? That's right, I wanted to ask if you could bring me some food next time you come. Shen Shen looked surprised. You can eat normally? Jiang Shuyu shook her head, of course not, I can only eat candles now. Shen Shen was even more astonished. What? Eating candles? Can't I offer you something else? Jiang Shuyu explained, we can eat different foods based on our levels. Someone like me, who just died a few years ago, is at the lowest level and can only eat candles. A slightly stronger ghost can eat offerings. Shen Shen was intrigued and asked, what about someone even stronger? Jiang Shuyu thought for a moment and said, that kind would probably be a ghost immortal who can cultivate. They don't eat ordinary food but absorb the essence of the sun and moon and the spiritual energy of the earth to cultivate. Shen Shen was very surprised. Haven't you been trapped in the bathroom all this time? How do you know so much? Jiang Shuyu sighed, how would I know? It's all from those 3 evil ghosts that killed me. And I heard them say that even they have never seen a ghost immortal. It seems that due to the changes in the era, the spiritual energy on Blue Star has become thin, and it's basically impossible to cultivate now. In short, I don't really know the specifics, I've only heard bits and pieces from them. The speaker was unaware, but the listener was attentive. Chen Shen speculated that the spiritual energy Jiang Shuyu mentioned might be different from the energy he absorbed from jade, gemstones, and antiques. Even if it were different, it must be related. Chen Shen had always been curious about why he had the ability to absorb spiritual energy and what that energy really was. He wanted to learn more from Jiang Shuyu, but unfortunately, she was just a new ghost and only knew what she had heard. Stinky little brother, are you leaving or not? At that moment, Yen Ruyu's impatient voice came from outside the door. Shen Shen's train of thought was interrupted, and he didn't feel like thinking any further. After saying goodbye to Jiang Shuyu, he drove away. Both of them had things to do the next day, so once they got home, they hurriedly washed up and went to bed early. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. I'll practice the dragon hand tomorrow. As for facing Su Xiaodong, who had been waiting for Chen Shen for a long time and was eager to learn the dragon hand technique, Chen Shen simply brushed her off with a few words. Stinky master, bad master, lazy master. Furious, Su Xiaotong even dreamed of complaining about Chen Shen in a delicate voice. The next day, Shen Shen woke up early. Just after finishing his morning routine, Wang Guotao's call came in. Guotao, what? You're already at the entrance of my community? Didn't we agree to meet the Feng Shui master at 9? It's only 7 now, why are you here so early? To this, Wang Guotao explained that he was getting older, needed less sleep, and was worried about delaying important matters, so he decided to come find Chen Shen early. After hearing this, Chen Shen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Wang Guotao had a typical elderly mindset. He would rather wait longer than risk being late. But this was just too early, wasn't it? By the way, Guotao, have you had breakfast yet? I rushed out and haven't eaten. Perfect, come in and eat with me. Master, is that appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? I'll send you the location, just come in. As a master, Chen Shen certainly couldn't let his disciple go hungry. Without giving Wang Guotao a chance to refuse, he hung up the phone. Before long, the doorbell rang. Who is it so early in the morning? At that moment, Su Xiaotong, who had just gotten out of bed, walked into the living room in her pajamas, still half asleep, and went to open the door. Before she could react, a loud and respectful voice came from outside. Good morning, senior sister. This shout jolted Su Xiaotong awake from her dazed state. She thought she must have seen it wrong and rubbed her eyes vigorously. To her surprise, it was indeed Wang Guotao, bowing deeply with his hands clasped. Oh, it's junior brother. Why are you here so early? Coming back to her senses, Su Xiaotong quickly greeted him and invited Wang Guotao inside. It's master. Just as Wang Guotao was about to explain, another voice floated over. Oh, Professor Wang, you really came early. Wang Guotao immediately turned around, clasped his hands again, and bowed 90 degrees, respectfully saying, Good morning, Master Ant. All right, get up. Have you eaten yet? I'll go make you something. Yen Ruyu had already accepted the fact that a man in his 70s was calling her Master Ant, and she was much more at ease with it now. How can I let Master Ant cook for me? Wang Guotao quickly waved his hands. It's just a small matter, it's nothing. By the way, your master's breakfast is also very delicious, why not let him make it? As soon as this was said, Wang Guotao panicked even more. No, master cooking for his disciple, how can that be? Since I'm the youngest here, naturally, I should be the one to cook. Please wait for Master Ant, and senior sister in the dining room, breakfast will be ready soon. After saying this, Wang Guotao disregarded Yen Ruyu's objections and turned to head into the kitchen. Before long, a table of steaming breakfast was served. To be honest, it tasted quite good. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction and joked, looks like once the clinic opens, we'll have a chef in the kitchen. Wang Guotao immediately nodded in agreement, no problem, I'll take care of all the meals at our clinic from now on. Chen Chen laughed heartily, thinking Wang Guotao was joking, and didn't take it to heart. By the time they finished eating, it was almost 9 o'clock. Chen Chen called out, Guotao, shall we get ready to set off? As soon as he said this, Su Xiaodong suddenly remembered something and rushed over to cling to Chen Chen's arm, pouting, Master, you can't leave yet, you haven't continued teaching me the dragon hand. Chen Chen smiled wryly, you still remember that? Su Xiaodong pouted, of course I can't forget. At this moment, Wang Guotao also came over and said, by the way, Master, you promised me that after you sorted out the clinic's matters, you would teach me the dragon hand technique. I haven't started learning yet. Chen Chen glanced at the time and said helplessly, how about this, once everything is settled, I'll teach you all at once. Even if both of them were anxious, they could only compromise. Next, the four of them split into 3 groups. Yen Ruyu went to the car show to continue her work as a car model. Su Xiaotong headed to school, as today was the final exam, which would last for 2 days, and once it was over, summer vacation would begin. Chen Chen drove, following Wang Guotao's directions to find a feng shui master. When they arrived, they discovered it was a villa area. Is that feng shui master living here? This must cost a lot, right? Chen Chen asked curiously. That's right, the feng shui master lives here. I casually asked during our chat, and his villa seems to be worth over 20 million. Wow, is feng shui really that profitable? Chen Chen's eyes lit up at the news. This seemed like a pretty good way to make money. Although he couldn't tell fortunes or read the time, helping people exorcise evil spirits or catch ghosts shouldn't be too difficult. He could try to develop in this direction, who knows, he might actually make a decent amount. Master, shall we go? Sure. Chen Chen pulled back his thoughts and, under Wang Guotao's lead, met the so-called feng shui master. To be honest, Chen Chen was quite surprised. In his imagination, a feng shui master should be an old man, or at least middle-aged. He didn't expect this so-called feng shui master to look about his age. Through Wang Guotao's introduction, Chen Chen learned that this feng shui master was named Shen Weikai, 25 years old, only 2 years older than Chen Chen. So young, does this kid really have skills, or is it just a name? While he was sizing up Shen Weikai was also observing him. Then Shen Weikai smiled and extended his hand, saying, Mr. Chen, you are truly young and promising. Becoming Professor Wang's master at such a young age is quite impressive. Chen Chen grinned, Master Shen is the one who surprises me. I didn't expect there to be such a young feng shui master. Oh, it's just everyone flattering each other. Alright, let's go inside and talk. Shen Weikai welcomed the two into the living room. As soon as they sat down, Shen Weikai's expression became slightly serious, and he asked, Mr. Chen, have you recently come into contact with something unclean? Chen Chen was taken aback. He thought to himself, this kid has some skills, but could he be guessing? Thinking of this, Chen Chen countered, Master Shen, how do you know? Shen Weikai smiled lightly and said, it's something I can feel. Chen Chen was very interested and asked, could you elaborate, Master Shen? Well, to his surprise, Shen Weikai seemed a bit embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed, let's talk about why you came to see me. Seeing this, Chen Chen frowned slightly. This kid gave him the impression of having some skills, but not much. It seemed that Wang Guotao sensed Chen Chen's doubt and, fearing to upset Shen Weikai, quickly said, Master Shen, could you help us choose an auspicious date for the opening? Shen Weikai replied casually, that's simple, let me calculate a method first. After saying that, Shen Weikai extended his right hand and began to perform a hand gesture. Chen Chen was very curious and watched closely. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. He saw Shen Weikai folding his pinky and ring fingers into his palm, then rubbing his thumb back and forth between his middle and index fingers. Chen Chen's mouth twitched. What kind of nonsense gesture is this? Isn't this just a gesture for asking for money? Master, what Master Shen means is that you should pay up. Wang Guotao noticed that Chen Chen had been silent for a long time and thought he didn't understand what was meant, so he quickly reminded him. I know what it means. I'm asking you, has this guy always been so money-minded? This was the first time Chen Shen had seen a feng shui master who collected money before doing the work, and he couldn't help but ask quietly. Master, keep your voice down. We're here to ask him to calculate the date. We can't offend him. Let's get down to business first. This made Wang Guotao anxious, fearing he might upset Shen Weikai. Alright, I got it. Chen Shen pouted and then started looking for his phone. At the same time, Shen Weicai's other hand also moved. By the time Chen Shen took his phone out of his pocket, Shen Weikai had already opened his phone and placed it on the table. Chen Shen leaned over to take a look and couldn't help but smile wryly. Shen Weikai had already brought up the payment code. The key was that this guy had found the payment code with his eyes closed. Chen Shen had to admit that this was impressive. He thought to himself, this guy is really obsessed with money. But just as Chen Shen finished thinking this, Shen Weikai suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared directly at Chen Shen without saying a word. After several seconds of being stared at, Chen Shen felt a bit uneasy and frowned, asking, Master Shen, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Shen Weikai shook his head and said solemnly, there's nothing on your face, but your heart isn't right. Were you just thinking bad things about me? What the hell? Chen Shen's heart skipped a beat. How could he see that? How did he figure it out? Chen Shen didn't say anything, unsure of what to say. He looked Shen Weikai up and down again. To be honest, the way this guy sat upright did give him a somewhat ethereal quality. This kid gave him a feeling of being unreliable yet having some substance. Just then, Shen Weikai spoke again. Normally, I charge 100,000 for this kind of thing, but since you are Professor Wang's disciple, I'll give you a friendly price. Since your birthday is September 18th, I'll charge you 91,800. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen was taken aback. How did you know my birthday? Guotao, did you tell him? Wang Guotao smiled wryly and said, Master, I have no idea when your birthday is, how could I tell Master Shen? Chen Shen was stunned, that's true. Shen Weikai laughed, looking quite smug, and said, of course. Don't you see what I do? If I can't even calculate a birthday, how can I work in this field? Chen Shen squinted his eyes. Shen Weicai's display of skill immediately made Chen Shen reconsider his previous opinion of him. It seemed this kid really had some ability. Payment of 91,800 received. This time, Chen Shen didn't waste any more words and willingly and quickly transferred the money. Upon hearing the payment notification, Shen Weikai couldn't help but smile broadly. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment, I'll calculate the date for you right away. After saying that, Shen Weikai closed his eyes again, softly muttering something, while his right-hand fingers kept calculating. In just 7 or 8 seconds, Shen Weikai opened his eyes and confidently said, alright, it's done. The date is set for the 3rd day of the 6th lunar month. Getting married on this day is absolutely fine. Chen Shen had been smiling, but upon hearing the last part, the smile vanished instantly. Wang Guotao beside him also twitched at the corners of his mouth and quickly said, Master Shen, that's wrong. Shen Weikai frowned and said irritably, what kind of joke is this? How could the date I calculated be wrong? Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Wang Guotao hurriedly waved his hands. Master Shen, you misunderstood. It's not that the date you calculated is wrong, it's that you calculated the wrong thing. I told you on the phone yesterday, my master isn't getting married, he's opening a business. Shen Weikai suddenly felt awkward, scratching his head and giving an embarrassed smile. Sorry, my mistake, just wait a moment. After saying that, he closed his eyes again to calculate. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Alright, it's settled, it's still June 3rd, opening on that day is no problem. Chen Shen chuckled, thank you. Shen Weikai grinned and said, no need to thank me, you provide the money, I provide the effort, no one needs to thank anyone. This made Chen Shen laugh. Although Shen Weikai was obsessed with money, he was quite straightforward, which Chen Shen liked. In that case, I won't be polite. Master Shen, we're leaving, hope to see you again. Alright, Mr. Shen, I also hope you can come more often and let me earn more. Chen Shen left with Wang Guotao. The two chatted as they walked towards the parking lot. Master, I just checked, June 3rd is the day after tomorrow, and our clinic isn't even ready yet. Is there enough time for the opening? Wait, I need to ask Sister Yu. Chen Shen was just a hands-off manager. Matters like the clinic's construction had to be handled by Yen Ruyu. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shen smiled and said, no need to worry, Sister Yu said there's absolutely no problem. Wang Guotao nodded, feeling relieved, since sister-in-law said so, it must be fine, she's reliable. After getting in the car, Chen Shen didn't rush to leave but made a phone call first. Soon, the call connected, and Zang Shaheo's cheerful laughter came through. Brother Chen, what made you think of calling me? Is there good news? Chen Shen smiled lightly. Brother Zang, I actually do have good news to share. Hearing this, Zhang Shihao perked up immediately and hurriedly asked, "Brother, is there any progress on treating your sister-in-law?" Chen Shen nodded, "That's right, brother, are you and sister-in-law free now?" Zhang Shihao replied, "We're free. We must be free. Even if we're not, we'll make time. You say how to do it." Chen Shen said, "Then this is how it is, find a reason to take sister-in-law out, and go to your father-in-law's place. I have something important to discuss with you both, and it would be best if you could both be there." Zhang Shihao readily agreed, "Okay, I'll go pick up sister-in-law right now." Chen Shen reminded, "Brother, don't tell sister-in-law what's going on until we get there." Zhang Shihao nodded, "Got it, I'll remember that. See you soon." Just after hanging up, Wang Guotao, with keen insight, opened the car door and said, "Master, if you have something to do, go ahead, I can just take a taxi." Seeing this, Chen Shen didn't insist. After Wang Guotao got out of the car, he drove straight to the Bai family home. Coincidentally, just as Chen Shen arrived at the Bai family's doorstep, Zhang Shoheo's car also pulled up. Upon seeing Chen Shen, Zhang Shoheo parked casually and immediately ran over with Bai Lin. At that moment, Bai Maoshan and Bai Yi were waiting at the entrance. "Dad, little sister, are we just coming back for a meal? Is this really necessary?" Bai Lin was clearly still in the dark, thinking Bai Maoshan and Bai Yi were there to welcome them. At this time, Bai Maoshan didn't bother with her. After seeing Chen Shen park, he quickly stepped forward to open the car door for him. Zhang Shihao had already informed him that Chen Shen was there to treat Bai Lin's illness, and it was a guaranteed cure. So, upon hearing this news, Bai Maoshan was very excited. Although he was a senior and elder, opening the car door for a junior was somewhat beneath his status, but it depended on who that junior was. From the perspective of appraising treasures, this elder had no advantage in front of Chen Shen. In fact, he believed that Chen Shen's appraisal skills were far superior to his own. Therefore, in front of Chen Shen, he did not carry any airs of a senior. Moreover, the most important thing was that Bai Lin was his precious daughter, and her physical defect was something he valued above all else. To him, it was a matter more important than life itself. If Chen Shen could truly cure Bai Lin's illness, he would be a benefactor to their family. In that case, it would not be inappropriate for him to personally open the car door for his benefactor. However, Bai Lin was unaware of all this, so when she saw Bai Maoshan actually opening the door for Chen Shen, her mouth dropped wide open in shock. But when she turned to look at Zhang Shihao and Bai Yi, she was even more surprised to find that the two of them were not at all astonished by this scene, as if they found it perfectly normal. Bai Lin was completely bewildered, even wondering if all three of them had taken the wrong medicine today. However, even more unusual things were yet to come. Once they arrived in the living room, Bai Yi, who never did any housework, surprisingly took the initiative to brew tea today, and the first cup was poured for Chen Shen. This made Bai Lin unable to hold back any longer, and she asked, "Why are you all being so polite to Chen Shen today?" As soon as she said this, the expressions of Bai Maoshan and the others turned strange. It was Zhang Shihao who quickly had a bright idea and suddenly said, "All right, dear, I brought a good treasure from the store to give to Dad, but I forgot it in the car. Can you go down and get it for me? It's a Buddha statue." "Okay." Bai Lin didn't think much of it and took the car keys to go downstairs. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Shen finally spoke up, "Old Bai, brother Zhang, Bai Yi, I know you've been eager to hear this, so I'll be honest with you. I have 100% confidence that I can cure your sister-in-law's illness, but the conditions are a bit hard for me to say, so I advise you to prepare yourselves mentally first." Zhang Shihao hurriedly said, "Brother, just say it directly, you're making me anxious." Chen Shen nodded and said, "Then I'll say it. Your sister-in-law's illness is quite tricky and requires both acupuncture and massage. However, it won't work well through clothing, so I need her to take off all her clothes, not wearing a single piece." "What?" The three of them were all stunned upon hearing this. This reaction was within Chen Shen's expectations. He sighed and helplessly said, "I know this is quite awkward, but I have no other way. If you really mind, you can cover my eyes when the time comes, how about that?" As soon as he said this, the expressions of the three of them indeed softened a bit. However, a similar question lingered in their minds. In the end, this question was asked by Bai Yi. "But if you cover your eyes, how will you treat my sister?" Hearing this, Chen Shen felt a headache coming on. Covering his eyes was a strategy he had thought of on the way here, but he had focused so much on how to reassure Bai Maoshan and the others that he forgot how to make this situation perfectly seamless. It truly proved the old saying that one lie requires 1,000 lies to cover it up. Now he had really shot himself in the foot. But he couldn't avoid answering this question. Fortunately, Chen Shen was quick on his feet. After a brief moment of thought, he relaxed his brow and slowly said, "How about this? While I treat her, Bai Yi can assist me from the side." I will tell her where I need to insert the needles and perform the massage, and then let Bai Yi help me find those spots. This way, you can all feel at ease, right? This method is good. Zhang Shohei was very excited, his previously gloomy expression instantly brightening. After all, no man could tolerate his wife undressing in front of another man. If Chen Shen's eyes could be covered while Bai Yi monitored him from the side, he could still accept it. However, Zhang Shohei felt he had been too excited in his performance and worried that Chen Shen might misunderstand, so he quickly explained, "Brother, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just..." Chen Shen waved his hand and smiled, "Brother Zhang, you don't need to explain. We're all men, I can actually understand." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shohei felt a pang of guilt. "Brother, I underestimated you." As soon as he said this, Chen Shen couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't admit this because he wasn't exactly a gentleman himself. Being blindfolded was useless to him, he had X-ray vision, so even if he was blindfolded, he could see everything clearly. Moreover, he wouldn't just immediately look away. It wasn't that he was tempted by Bai Lin's body, but mainly because even if he told Bai Yi the location, she wasn't a professional and would definitely have some discrepancies. And these discrepancies could not only fail to cure Bai Lin's illness but could even cost her life, which was something he couldn't be careless about. So, when it came to the actual treatment, he had to rely on himself to see, but this meant he would inevitably see things he shouldn't. However, Chen Shen had no choice. To cure Bai Lin's illness, he could only do this. "Honey, I've searched every corner of the car, but I didn't find the Buddha statue you mentioned. Did you remember it wrong?" At that moment, Bai Lin happened to return. "Brother Zhang, I need to trouble you to do some work for my sister-in-law," Chen Shen gently reminded him. "Work? What work?" Bai Lin didn't understand. "Wife, let me show you something." Zhang Shohei handed a file bag to Bai Lin. "What is it? So mysterious." Bai Lin took out the contents, but the more she looked, the more shocked her expression became. By the end, her hands were trembling uncontrollably. How could this be? The report clearly stated that Zhang Shohei was perfectly normal, and the one who truly couldn't conceive was Bai Lin. Upon seeing this result, Bai Lin's mood plummeted. Over the years, although she had never complained about Zhang Shohei, she had always felt sad and disappointed inside. Only today did she realize that the one who couldn't conceive was actually herself. "So it was me. It was actually because of me." Before Bai Lin could finish her sentence, she burst into tears. "Wife, it's okay, this illness can be treated, don't be sad." Zhang Shohei panicked, thinking Bai Lin couldn't accept the truth, and quickly hugged her to comfort her. "Honey, I'm not sad about not being able to conceive, I'm just feeling that I've wronged you all these years." Bai Lin didn't expect that Zhang Shohei had concealed the truth to protect her dignity and willingly took all the blame upon himself. As a woman, Bai Lin knew very well that infertility was not just a serious illness for women, it was a shame. Zhang Shohei understood this deeply, which is why he hid the truth and claimed that he was the one who couldn't conceive. This way, Bai Lin's face was saved, but Zhang Shohei had to endure rumors and, more painfully, the cold mockery of his father-in-law, Bai Maoshan. Zhang Shohei had truly suffered a great injustice over the years. Thinking of this, Bai Lin couldn't help but cry out loud again. "Wife, it's okay, what does this count as? As long as you can be happy, I can bear this black pot to the end," Zhang Shohei said with a smile, appearing indifferent. But the more he acted this way, the more guilty Bai Lin felt, yet at the same time, she felt very happy. At that moment, Bai Lin felt that she had truly married into happiness. Zhang Shohei was the best man in the world. "By the way, Dad, little sister, did you already know?" Bai Lin suddenly sensed something was off, as everyone else remained calm, clearly already aware of the truth. Bai Yi waved her hand. "Sister, I only found out today, Dad knew much earlier." Bai Maoshan said, "Actually, I didn't find out that early either. It was when Xiao Chen came to help me with an appraisal last time that he discovered the problem was with you and then revealed it. That's when I learned the truth. It was actually Chen Shen who figured it out?" Bai Lin looked at Chen Shen in surprise. But the next moment, her pretty face flushed slightly, because as soon as she saw Chen Shen, she couldn't help but recall their previous encounter. Thinking back, if something had really happened with Chen Shen that day, it would have been too unfair to Zhang Shohei. Bai Maoshan said excitedly, "Daughter, Xiao Chen not only can see the problem but can also cure you. He came here today specifically for this." Upon hearing this, Bai Lin was instantly overjoyed, but at the same time, she found it hard to believe and asked, "Really?" Zhang Shohei replied, "Wife, it's true. This is what Brother Chen told me himself. That's why I tricked you into coming here." But Bai Lin couldn't wait any longer and asked, "But what?" Zhang Shohei found it hard to say. It was Bai Yi who spoke up. "Oh, brother-in-law, you're so slow. Anyway, this step has to be taken sooner or later. If you're too shy to say it, I'll say it. Bai Yi fixed her gaze on Bai Lin's eyes and said, Sister, Chen Chen can cure you, but you must be completely undressed during the treatment. A hint of panic immediately appeared in Bai Lin's eyes, and her pretty face turned bright red. Bai Yi said, Sister, don't panic. I'll cover Chen Chen's eyes, and I'll be there too. I won't let you suffer. Hearing this, Bai Lin breathed a sigh of relief and said, If that's the case, then fine. Chen Chen was taken aback and asked, Sister-in-law, you agreed to this treatment plan? Bai Lin smiled wryly and said, Shihao and I have always wanted a child of our own, so don't say I need to be undressed. Even if you asked me to swallow a knife, I would have to get treated. Moreover, you have good character, sister-in-law can rest assured. This statement was somewhat suggestive. Moreover, as she said this, Bai Lin's gaze was fixed intently on Chen Chen. Her charming eyes made Chen Chen feel a rush of heat. He understood the basis of Bai Lin's words. If his character were questionable, he would have already dealt with Bai Lin on the spot that day. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's get my sister treated. Brother-in-law, Dad, you wait here. After Bai Yi finished speaking, she pulled Chen Chen with her left hand and Bai Lin with her right, and the three of them entered her bedroom. As soon as they entered, Chen Chen caught a whiff of a faint fragrance. He had smelled this fragrance more than once. It seemed that every girl's room had such a scent. Yen Ruyu's room had it, and Su Xiaoton's room did too. You could even smell it at the door without needing to go inside. Bai Yi took out her eye mask and put it on Chen Chen, feeling a bit uneasy, and then found a silk scarf to wrap around his eyes twice. Chen Chen secretly smiled, unless someone gouged out his eyeballs, even if they plastered a thick layer of cement over his eyes, he would still be able to see clearly. Sure enough, as soon as he activated his X-ray vision, he saw Bai Lin taking off her top, then her pants, and finally her underwear, before lying down on the bed. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Chen felt his blood boil instantly. He quickly closed his eyes. But at that moment, Bai Yi's voice rang in his ears, Chen Chen, don't just stand there, hurry up and treat my sister. As soon as she finished speaking, a delicate hand took hold of Chen Chen's hand and pulled him to the bedside. Chen Chen sighed inwardly, now he truly had no choice but to act. He opened his eyes and tried to appear calm as he began to take out the acupuncture kit from his pocket. How could he remain calm with such an exquisite woman lying right in front of him? For a moment, he didn't know where to start. Chen Chen, why aren't you moving? Bai Yi asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing, I just can't find the right position. Chen Chen casually made an excuse. Then tell me, and I'll help you. Okay, first help me sterilize the silver needle with fire, then guide my hand to 5 inches down from your sister's neck. Bai Yi followed his instructions, and soon Chen Chen's right hand was pressed against her. Perhaps because the sensation was too good, his fingers couldn't help but gently squeeze. Bai Lin's body trembled slightly, and she let out a soft hum. Chen Chen quickly explained, Sister-in-law, I didn't mean to take advantage of you, it's just that the acupuncture point is right here, please understand. Bai Lin's face turned red, and she spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, alright, you can continue. Chen Chen didn't dare to make any further moves. Gripping the silver needle, he immediately inserted it. Next, his right hand slid down along Bai Lin's body. Chen Chen touched here and there, always needing Bai Yi's reminders to find the right spot. But it wasn't that his hands were misbehaving. Since he had to pretend not to see, he had to act a bit more convincingly, or else it would be exposed. However, this made Bai Lin a bit unable to bear it, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Chen Chen was already holding back, but seeing Bai Lin's chest rise and fall so dramatically, such a strong visual impact immediately caused a reaction in him. His hand trembled, and the next second, he pressed in the wrong place again. Bai Lin let out a soft hum, her pretty face instantly flushed. Bai Yi quickly reminded, wrong. Quickly take your hand away. Sorry, Bai Qin. Chen Chen came to his senses and quickly apologized, then bit down hard on the tip of his tongue. The sharp pain finally calmed his mind. Realizing this trick was effective, Chen Chen continued to bite down on his tongue, and under the stimulation of the intense pain, he was finally able to focus and properly insert the needle, going from her chest all the way down to her thigh. As the last iron needle was inserted, Bai Lin suddenly let out a muffled sound, then covered her lower abdomen with both hands, surprised as she asked, I felt a warm current suddenly surge in my lower abdomen. This is a feeling I've never experienced before. What's happening? Chen Chen smiled with satisfaction and said, this means my acupuncture technique is working, your condition is gradually improving. Next, as long as I give you a massage, you can be completely cured. Bai Lin was overjoyed, momentarily speechless with excitement. It was Bai Yi who reacted first, hurriedly saying, don't just stand there, quickly move on to the next step. By the way, sister, you must cooperate well, whether your illness can be cured depends on this next step. Bai Lin nodded and shyly said, no matter what happens next, I will endure it. Brother Chen, go ahead. Hearing this, Chen Chen naturally wouldn't be polite and directly pressed his hands down. Oh no, he pressed down. Chen Chen started from Bai Lin's chest and worked his way down to her lower abdomen. The lower abdomen was the softest part of Bai Lin's body, feeling like velvet, very comfortable to touch. Chen Chen couldn't help but touch a couple more times. The sensation was top-notch. However, he didn't dare to linger too long. 1. It would be inappropriate, and 2. The most important thing was that he simply couldn't hold on. He continued the massage, moving over valleys and forests, quickly touching Bai Lin from top to bottom. But this time, no matter where Chen Chen touched, Bai Lin and Bai Yi didn't say a word, fully cooperating. Especially Bai Lin, even when touched in very sensitive areas, she merely blushed, turned her head, closed her eyes, bit her lip, and endured the sweet, numb, and shameful sensations without uttering a single word. As the massage session came to an end after pressing on Bai Lin's delicate feet, Chen Chen straightened up and said, "Alright, get dressed." Bai Lin hurried to put on her clothes, while secretly experiencing the changes in her body. She felt a warm flow in her lower abdomen, even warming her limbs and making her feel extremely comfortable. At the same time, she also had an unprecedented desire, wishing she could do something naughty right now. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. "I'm dressed," Bai Lin looked at Chen Chen and asked, "Am I okay now?" Chen Chen waved his hand, speaking hurriedly, let's talk later, I need to use the restroom, I can't hold it anymore." Without waiting for Bai Lin and Bai Yi to say anything, he turned and rushed out. "Brother Chen, why are you coming out? Xiao Chen, is my daughter alright?" Seeing Chen Chen rush out, Zhang Shihao and Bai Maoshan quickly approached. One was a husband, the other a father, both the men who loved Bai Lin the most in the world, and they were eager to know the answer. "Let's talk later, my stomach hurts, I'm going to the restroom." Chen Chen bent over and ran into the restroom. "What's with this kid's posture?" Zhang Shihao found it a bit strange but didn't think much of it, quickly rushing into the bedroom to ask what had just happened. Of course, Chen Chen wasn't really going to the restroom just to use it. He did have a stomachache, but it wasn't a real stomachache. Facing a beautiful woman who wasn't wearing any clothes, this young man full of vigor simply couldn't take it anymore and had to run to the restroom to practice some traditional skills. After about 10 minutes, Chen Chen came out of the restroom, a satisfied smile on his face. Zhang Shihao rushed over, anxiously asking, "Brother, how is my wife?" Chen Chen smiled and said, "Brother, sister-in-law, if you both put in some effort, you'll be welcoming your first baby in 10 months. Wow, that's great. Wife, we can have a baby." As soon as Chen Chen finished speaking, Bai Maoshan and the others cheered with joy. Zhang Shihao, disregarding the people around, directly picked up Bai Lin and spun her around several times, and when he stopped, he kissed her passionately. He kissed her until Bai Lin was almost out of breath, and only then did she push Zhang Shihao away, shyly saying, "Dad is here, can you be a little more considerate?" Bai Maoshan laughed heartily, saying, it's fine, as long as you're happy. If you want, I can take Xiaoyi and Xiaochen out for a walk right now, you can have your fun, I want to hold my grandchild soon." "Oh my! Dad, what are you saying?" Bai Lin's face instantly turned bright red. "Sister, how old are you, and you're still shy?" Bai Yi teased with a grin. "Go away." What greeted her was a big eye roll from Bai Lin and a heavy knock on the head. Everyone burst into laughter. After a while, Zhang Shihao suddenly remembered something, released Bai Lin, and quickly walked up to Chen Chen, then directly knelt down. "Brother Zhang, what are you doing?" Chen Chen quickly helped him up. "Brother, you first saved my life, then helped my father-in-law drive away evil spirits, and now you've cured my wife's illness. You are our family's great benefactor, I must bow to you," Zhang Shihao said, pretending to kneel again. "Brother, why are we being so polite?" But Chen Chen easily lifted him up with one hand, even if he wanted to kneel, he couldn't. At that moment, Bai Maoshan took out a bank card and said, "Xiao Chen, since you won't accept Shihao's great gift, you must take this 500,000, don't think it's too little, this is my heartfelt intention." Chen Chen refused without a second thought, and pretended to be angry as he said, "Whether it's a big gift or money, I won't accept it. If you continue to be so polite, we'll cut off our relationship from now on." Since Chen Chen had already made his stance clear, Bai Maoshan could only silently put the bank card back into his pocket. However, the more he looked at Chen Chen, the more he liked him, and he generously praised, "Xiao Chen, there are really not many young people like you who are both capable and of good character. Our antique industry in Longwei can be considered to have successors." This was a high compliment, but Chen Chen did not decline, instead, he accepted it calmly. Because sometimes, excessive humility is just pretentiousness. At that moment, Bai Lin called out, "Let's not stand around, sit down and talk. I'll go make tea." Chen Chen quickly stopped her, saying, "Sister-in-law, there's no need to go to so much trouble. I won't drink tea, I have things to attend to." Zhang Shihao asked, are you leaving already? Not going to sit for a while? Chen Shen waved his hand. No, but before I leave, I have something to tell you. I opened a medical clinic, and it will open on the 3rd of June, which is the day after tomorrow. I will prepare a little wine, and I hope Bai Lao and Zang Lao can honor me with your presence to celebrate. After all, it was an opening, so it should be lively. Therefore, Chen Shen had already planned this before coming. He intended to invite a few people to the opening ceremony. Of course, the list of invitees was not long. He wouldn't invite classmates or the like, as they hadn't been in touch and the relationship was quite ordinary. The ones he wanted to invite were people like Zhang Shihao, with whom he had a good relationship. Upon hearing that Chen Shen was actually opening a medical clinic, Zhang Shihao and the others were momentarily stunned. After all, they hadn't heard a whisper about this before. But soon, they reacted and began to congratulate him, genuinely happy for Chen Shen. Chen Shen thanked them and then took his leave. His next stop was Qian Yud's antique shop. Naturally, Qian Yud and his daughter Qian Zimo were also on his notification list. Since returning from Myanmar, he had been busy with various matters and hadn't had the chance to visit the antique shop. So, after leaving Bai Mao Shan's house, it was most appropriate to head there first. Hello, boss. From a distance, Chen Shen saw Qian Yud seriously polishing various antiques on the counter. Before he even arrived, he greeted him. You brat actually remembered to come? I thought you had forgotten how to get to my shop. Qian Yud's words sounded like a complaint, but his lips were curled in an uncontrollable smile. After all, he wanted Chen Shen to be his son-in-law, so seeing him made him happy. Boss, don't tease me. I've been too busy these days. I came as soon as I finished. Is there anything you need help with? I can lend a hand. No, it's all small matters. No need for you to get involved. If you're really free, go upstairs and check on Zimo. She's working on a paper about gambling stones and is in a bit of a bind. You should go help her. Alright, I'll go take a look. On the second floor, the bedroom door was not closed. Chen Shen arrived at the door and immediately saw Qian Zimo, who was pulling her hair in frustration in front of the computer. He knocked on the door, but Qian Zimo didn't respond at all. Curious, he took a closer look and found that today, Qian Zimo looked completely different from what he had seen before. She was a complete mess. Dressed in simple pajamas and wearing flip-flops, her once beautiful long hair was now disheveled and unkempt. Moreover, she wasn't wearing any makeup, her dark circles were particularly pronounced, and her lips looked a bit pale. She appeared very dispirited and lacking energy. It seemed she was indeed facing difficulties, and they seemed quite significant. Beautiful lady, do you need help? The sudden voice from behind startled Qian Zimo, causing her to jump up from her chair. Chen? Are you trying to scare me to death? You scared me to death. You walk without a sound, like a ghost. Although she was happy to see Chen Shen, it didn't stop Qian Zimo from cursing. She was indeed quite frightened. I knocked on the door, but you were so engrossed that you didn't hear me. Chen Shen shrugged, looking helpless. Qian Zimo froze for a moment, and upon reflection, it did seem to be her fault. Just a little hug. Qian Zimo stuck out her little tongue and grinned. That smile nearly melted Chen Shen's heart. He never expected that the usually icy beauty, Chen Zimo, had such a playful side. But in reality, this playful side was something only he could see. However, Chen Shen was a bit dense and didn't realize it at all. Isn't what you wrote here a bit off? Chen Shen casually glanced over and easily spotted the mistakes in Qian Zimo's paper. Right. You're the expert in this, hurry up and help me, I'm about to collapse. Qian Zimo rarely whined like this. Well, you look like you're struggling in that area, Chen Shen teased with a mischievous smile. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Qian Zimo's face darkened instantly, her little fists clenched tightly. Ahem, look, you should write it this way. Chen Shen quickly changed the subject, and since the paper was about gambling stones, which was his area of expertise, he easily corrected the errors. Qian Zimo was also very smart. She not only understood Chen Shen's meaning instantly but could also apply it to other situations. The problem that had troubled her for several days was resolved in just a few minutes under Chen Shen's guidance. That's great. Thank goodness you're here, or I would have had a headache. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tonight, at my place, and I'll show you a trick. Qian Zimo enthusiastically invited him, but Chen Shen declined. No, I have something to do later. Also, I came here today not just to see if you needed help, but I have something to inform you and Boss Qian. What is it? Let's go downstairs and talk. Once they met Qian Yud, Chen Shen shared the news about opening a clinic, inviting them to come and celebrate. Like the family of Zhang Shihao, Qian Yud and his daughter were also quite surprised, but once they regained their composure, they offered their congratulations. However, Qian Yud had a question. You little rascal, quietly doing big things. But I didn't expect you to open a clinic instead of the antique shop you're best at. Chen Chen had thought about it, but it wasn't easy. Actually, I did consider opening an antique shop. After all, working for someone else is never as good as being your own boss. But running an antique shop requires not only good eyesight but also channels and resources, and unfortunately, I just entered this field and don't have much in terms of resources and channels. So compared to that, opening a clinic is much simpler. Xianyid nodded, saying, yes, both conditions are essential. It's just that you're lacking channels, while I'm lacking strength and vision. This statement made Chen Chen's eyes light up as he was awakened. Right. You have resources and channels, and I have strength and vision. Boss, if we collaborate, we might really be able to achieve something. Collaborate? Xianyid's tone sounded a bit off. Yes, is there a problem? Chen Chen sensed something and curiously asked. Well, Xiao Chun, doing business isn't that easy. Take the antique trade for example. My shop is at the level of an antique store. To reach the level of what you call an antique business, an initial investment of a few million is necessary, and then there are various cash flow needs afterward. If things go wrong, you could end up losing money. Xianyid's subsequent words went unheard by Chen Chen. Just this initial statement made him shake his head and smile wryly. This miserly old man was just too stingy. He hadn't even started the business yet and was already thinking about the possibility of losing money. He was fine with making money, but when it came to spending, he started to backtrack. It left Chen Chen feeling quite helpless. Alright, stop being so gloomy. This is just my idea, it hasn't been put into practice yet. Besides, my first venture, the medical clinic, hasn't even opened yet. Let's not think about anything else for now. Trying to do everything might lead to failing at everything. We'll talk about the antique store later. I still need to notify others, so I'll be on my way. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call me. Bye. Chen Chen first went to the auction house to find Ning Churin, then headed to Zhou's jewelry. Zhou was quite surprised to see Chen Chen. Your nose is really sharp. I hadn't even notified you, and you came just by sniffing it out. This left Chen Chen puzzled, and he asked, what scent? Zhou pulled out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket, held it under his nose, and smiled with enjoyment. Of course, it's the scent of money. After saying that, he stuffed the 100 yuan into Chen Chen's hands. Chen Chen looked at the bill with a mischievous smile and asked, what's this? Is this our hotel fee for tonight? But isn't 100 yuan a bit too shabby for a hotel? Zhou shot him a glare and said irritably, get lost. How do you still remember that? This isn't the hotel fee, it's what you deserve. Of course, there's also 599,999 yuan, which I'll have the finance department transfer to you right now. Chen Chen was taken aback. What's going on? Your commission, a 5% commission. The jade we brought back from Myanmar has already sold some, and I'm giving you 600,000 as your commission. The partner just transferred the money, and I was going to notify you later, but I didn't expect you to come sniffing around. Wow, just a 5% commission of 600,000? Zhou's jewelry must be raking it in. I had no idea about this. I came to inform you about the opening of my medical clinic. Chen Chen explained, not wanting to come off as a money grubber. However, he was certainly pleased. After all, who doesn't like making money? It was a nice surprise. Zhou, upon hearing that Chen Chen was opening a medical clinic, wasn't as surprised as others might be. In her own words, it would be abnormal for Chen Chen not to be a boss. However, she was slightly surprised about the medical clinic since she hadn't witnessed Chen Chen's medical skills yet. Even so, she didn't express any doubts. Instead, she was confident that Chen Chen's medical skills must be impressive. In her eyes, Chen Chen was like a god. The strength he displayed during their trip to Myanmar had completely won her over. Even if Chen Chen had learned more than just medicine, she wouldn't be the least bit surprised. The 600,000 quickly arrived. Chen Chen then continued to his next destination, the Qin Group. Although he hadn't known Qin Kaijun for long, this guy was indeed a friend worth having. This was soon confirmed. Mr. Chen, you're here to see our President Qin, right? As soon as Chen Chen walked into the lobby, a manager-like person immediately jogged over, showing great respect towards Chen Chen. You actually know me? Chen Chen was surprised because he had no impression of this person and certainly didn't know him. But the other party could accurately state his name and show such respect, which was unusual. Mr. Chen, since your last visit, our general manager Qin has instructed all of us employees to remember your appearance and name, as you are his friend. We must not neglect you when we see you, or else he will punish us, the man said respectfully. Being a friend of Qin Kaijun comes with such treatment? Chen Chen replied with a smile. Mr. Chen, you misunderstand. Our general manager Qin has many friends, but you are the only one who enjoys this level of treatment. The man's words surprised Chen Chen. He wondered why Qin Kaijun was treating him so well. but he quickly realized the reason. After all, he had only just met Chin Kai-jun, and to Chin Kai-jun, he was the rival who had taken his wife. It didn't make sense for him to receive such high regard. So there was only one possibility: it was out of affection for Jojo. Most likely, it was because of Jojo that he was being treated so well. Chen Chen asked, "What about your general manager Chin? I need to see him about something." The man replied, "Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry, but you came at an inopportune time. Our general manager Chin just left less than 10 minutes ago." Chen Chen nodded, thanked him politely, and then left. He didn't ask where Chin Kai-jun had gone. It was normal for a CEO to be busy. However, it wasn't appropriate to call and notify him. Doing it in person showed sincerity. Anyway, with a few days left before the opening, he could always come back tomorrow. After leaving the Chin group, Chen Chen hurried to his last destination for the day, the car show in Modu. He was here to find Yen Ruyu, specifically to deal with her scumbag boyfriend. This matter had to be handled properly, preferably before the opening. After all, Yen Ruyu was his financial director, and she was considered part of his team. Chen Chen certainly couldn't tolerate his people being harassed by a scumbag, leading to constant trouble. More importantly, if not handled well, Yen Ruyu could face a scandal. This tactic was truly disgusting, and Chen Chen couldn't stand it. Yen Ruyu had mentioned that the jerk might come looking for her in the next couple of days. So, Chen Chen planned to stake out the car show. Once he spotted the jerk, he would teach him a good lesson. Currently, there was only this car show in Modu, so there were many people. At first, Chen Chen thought it would be hard to find Yen Ruyu, but to his surprise, he spotted her immediately. The main reason was that Yen Ruyu was incredibly recognizable. Dressed in a high-slit cheongsam, her long, fair legs captivated the men passing by. Although the other car models were beautiful, they either had influencer faces or a worldly air. All of them were just ordinary compared to Yen Ruyu. It was like comparing a local chicken to a phoenix. "Sister Yu, I'm here to support you," Chen Chen said with a smile as he walked over. "You little brat, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming?" Yen Ruyu was both surprised and happy to see Chen Chen. Although she had to smile as a car model, that smile was merely a professional facade. The smile she gave upon seeing Chen Chen was genuine happiness, even more charming than her professional smile. Immediately, several men were captivated by her smile, unable to move. "I heard that car models dress quite coolly, so I came to see if it's true," Chen Chen said with a cheeky expression. "So that's how it is, you should take a good look. Do you want me to hike up the slit of this cheongsam a bit more?" Yen Ruyu said playfully, gently teasing the cheongsam, and just as she was about to lift it, she suddenly let go, leaving him wanting more. Chen Chen felt a tickle in his heart and nodded repeatedly. Sure, a little higher would be great. You're such a big-headed ghost. How could you think that's beautiful?" Yen Ruyu unceremoniously gave Chen Chen a hard knock on the head, using all her strength. "Sister Yu, if you won't let me take advantage, then I won't. Just don't hit me." Chen Chen covered his head, grimacing in pain, not expecting this woman to be so strong. Yen Ruyu smirked, just about to speak, when a sudden harsh voice interrupted her. "Yen Ruyu, this is work time. Why aren't you at your post and instead chatting away?" A chubby man in a suit approached with a cold expression, scolding Yen Ruyu, but his eyes were lecherously sizing up her figure. "Sorry, Mr. Wang, my friend just arrived. I was saying a couple of words to him." This man was Wang Hai, the head of the car show and also the one who paid Yen Ruyu's salary, so she respected him greatly. "Even if your father came, you still need to work properly. Get back to your post, or you can forget about your pay." Wang Hai didn't give her any chance to negotiate, pushing Yen Ruyu as he spoke. But Chen Chen saw clearly that this fat pig's hands were secretly groping Yen Ruyu's smooth back, clearly taking the opportunity to take advantage. Yet, Chen Chen could also tell that Yen Ruyu was aware of this but showed no signs of discontent. In fact, Yen Ruyu was a very smart woman. She knew how to use her advantages to get what she wanted. So as long as it wasn't too excessive, she wouldn't mind. Chen Chen understood this, which is why he didn't intervene. Alright, I'll get to work now. Sorry, Chen Chen, I'll find you after I'm done." Yen Ruyu wanted to continue chatting with Chen Chen, but there was no choice. Wang Hai was holding back her 30,000 yuan salary, which was no small amount. "Wait, I heard you've been short on money lately, right?" Just as Yen Ruyu turned to go back to work, Wang Hai suddenly asked. "That's right, what's up?" Yen Ruyu nodded. "Forget it, we've been cooperating for over half a year. How about this, come to my office, and I'll transfer the money to you right now." Hearing this, Yen Ruyu immediately beamed with joy. After all, being able to receive payment before the work was completely done would make anyone happy. So she quickly agreed. "Chen Chen, wait for me here, I'll be right back." "Sister Yu, wait a moment." Before Qin Shen could finish his sentence, Yan Ruyu had already turned and followed Wang Hai out. Seeing this, Qin Shen's brows furrowed tightly. He had just noticed that when Wang Hai mentioned the salary, a meaningful smile had unconsciously appeared on his lips. That smile didn't seem friendly at all, making Qin Shen feel that something was off, so he quietly followed them. Soon, he saw Wang Hai leading Yan Ruyu into an office. Before Qin Shen could get closer, the office door was suddenly slammed shut by Wang Hai, and he keenly heard the sound of the door being locked. This further confirmed his suspicions. Qin Shen quickly walked over and activated his X-ray vision. Inside the office, Yan Ruyu only heard the sound of the door closing but didn't notice Wang Hai locking it, as her mind was filled with thoughts of her salary. Eager yet with a hint of respect, she asked, "Mr. Wang, can my salary be settled now?" After Wang Hai locked the door, his ugly face revealed itself. A smirk hung at the corner of his mouth, and his gaze brazenly roamed up and down Yan Ruyu, as he smiled and said, "I can pay your salary, but I've been a bit irritable these past few days. You can help me relieve my stress, and not only will I pay your salary, but I can also give you a little tip. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Yan Ruyu's expression instantly fell, and she replied with irritation, "Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, but I'm not that kind of woman. If you need to relieve your stress, go find someone else." However, how could Wang Hai let such a tempting piece of meat slip away? He stepped closer to Yan Ruyu, sneering, "Yan Ruyu, you're the most graceful, best-shaped, and prettiest one at the car show. Today, I must relieve my stress with you. Just give in to me." With that, Wang Hai lunged at her. "Get away from me!" Yan Ruyu was not one to back down easily. She pushed Wang Hai away and shouted, "I don't want my salary anymore. I need to go to work." With that, she prepared to head for the door. However, in the next second, Wang Hai lunged at her again. Yan Ruyu wanted to push him away again, but this time he was prepared and used all his strength. Wang Hai was a hefty 180 pounds, and no matter how strong Yan Ruyu was, the difference in strength was too great. This time, not only did Yan Ruyu fail to push Wang Hai away, but she was also pinned down on the sofa by him. "Get off me! Help!" Now Yan Ruyu was completely panicked, struggling desperately, but it was of no use. "Hee, you can't escape my grasp. Today, I must taste what you're like." Wang Hai laughed as he prepared to tear Yan Ruyu's dress. Just as his hand reached her thigh, there was a sudden loud bang, and the office door flew in with its frame. Bang! Accompanied by the heavy thud of the office door hitting the ground, Qin Shen stormed in with a dark expression. "Who is it?" Before Wang Hai could finish his sentence or react, he was kicked out, rolling several times on the ground like a pig before finally stopping. Qin Shen looked at him coldly, his voice laced with a hint of murderous intent. "You fat pig, how dare you touch sister you? Are you tired of living? Who are you to hit me and break my office door?" Wang Hai, holding his backside, crawled up from the ground to apologize. Although he looked quite disheveled, he still roared loudly, trying to maintain his arrogance. The commotion had drawn a crowd at the door, many of whom were staff under his management. If he backed down now, he would truly lose face. "Sister Yu is my friend. You fat pig bullying her is bullying me." Qin Shen was not afraid of him, and calling him a fat pig only made Wang Hai's face turn a deeper shade of anger. He hated being called a fat pig the most. But when he saw a dented footprint on the heavy office door, he instantly cowered. Even though he was filled with rage, he didn't dare to make a move. That was a heavy security door. To leave a dent with a kick, how much strength did that take? If that kick had landed on him, he would have been bruised all over. Wang Hai was not stupid. He knew that confronting Qin Shen head-on was not a wise choice, but he couldn't swallow his anger. "You, Yan Ruyu, is it just because I didn't pay your salary? Is that why you're so humiliated that you found someone to beat me up? Who doesn't know that you work first and get paid later?" Wang Hai turned his gun on Yan Ruyu, starting to make things difficult for her. "Shut your mouth. You said you would come to pay me, so I came in with you, but once we were inside, you started to get handsy. If you had just kept it in check, that would have been one thing, but you wanted to force yourself on me. Now that you haven't succeeded, you're turning it around and blaming me. Do you have no shame?" Yan Ruyu was already furious, and hearing this made her even angrier. She showed no mercy to Wang Hai, unleashing a torrent of insults, bringing up all of Wang Hai's recent inappropriate behavior. The crowd outside erupted in boos. So this seemingly respectable person is actually a pervert. If he just wanted to pay, that would be one thing, but he not only cheated someone out of their money but also tried to take advantage of them. How shameless. Fortunately, this young man arrived in time, otherwise, this girl would have been violated. Everyone record this and post it online so everyone can see the disgusting face of this fat man. Hearing this, Wang Hai's face turned green with anger. Being publicly humiliated was already bad enough, and now with Yen Ryu stating the facts, he felt utterly humiliated. Heh, Yen Ryu, you really have guts to talk to me like that. I see you really don't want your salary anymore, do you? If you still want your salary, then apologize to me right now. Wan Hai, furious, directly threatened Yen Ryu with her salary, trying to regain some face. If it had been another woman, she might have been intimidated. But who was Yen Ryu? She was a woman who dared to fight back. How could she indulge him? You think you're good looking? Dream on. It's just 50,000 yuan. I won't apologize to a dog like you even if I don't want it. I don't care about this lousy class. Wang, I'm quitting. Yen Ryu lifted her foot, took off her high heel, and hurled it straight at Wang Hai's face. Ouch! Wang Hai let out a miserable cry. The heel hit him squarely on the forehead. He covered his head with both hands, grimacing in pain, jumping around. Sister, you threw that pretty accurately. Chen Shen grinned and gave a thumbs up. This scene was truly satisfying. Actually, I'm not good at hitting people, but if it's a dog, I guarantee I can hit it every time. As soon as Yen Ryu said this, the crowd at the door burst into laughter. After that, Yen Ryu grabbed Chen Shen's arm and turned to leave. Stop right there. You think you can just run after hitting someone? It's not that simple. Wang Hai shouted angrily at the two. When he realized they were ignoring him, he rushed in front of them, spreading his arms to block their way. What do you want? Yen Ryu asked, visibly annoyed. Humph, you think you can just leave? Don't forget, we signed a contract. If you don't fulfill your part now, you'll have to pay me a penalty. As soon as Wang Hai said this, Yen Ryu's expression changed instantly. How much is the penalty? Chen Shen keenly noticed the change in Yen Ryu's face. He knew this amount would be significant for her, so he asked directly. Our contract states that if the work isn't completed as agreed, you have to pay 100,000 yuan. Yen Ryu's face fell. She had completely forgotten about this contract. She never expected Wang Hai would bring it up now, and they indeed had a contract, so she couldn't weasel out of it. But right now, she couldn't come up with even 10,000 yuan, let alone 100,000, so she was naturally panicking. It's just 100,000 yuan, right? Just wait. Chen Shen scoffed, glaring fiercely at Wang Hai, then turned to Yen Ryu with a reassuring look before turning to leave. The scene instantly froze. Wang Hai didn't dare to easily move towards Yen Ryu. He was afraid that Chen Shen would come back and beat him up again. Yen Ryu, due to contractual reasons, felt somewhat guilty, so she stood there in a daze, making no response. They remained in this stalemate for about 5 minutes until Chen Shen returned, holding a black plastic bag. This black plastic bag looked ordinary, but Chen Shen suddenly swung his hand and threw the bag right at Wang Hai's face. With a muffled thud, the contents of the plastic bag spilled out. Only then did everyone see that the seemingly simple black plastic bag was filled with stacks of red bills. Clearly, one stack of red bills was worth 10,000 yuan, but there wasn't just one, there were directly 200,000. What do you mean by this? Wang Hai was stunned by the 200,000. Sister, you owes you 100,000, I'll cover the remaining 100,000. You kneel in front of her and publicly apologize, and this matter will be settled. I'm not afraid of what others think. I'll tell you straight up, buddy, I lack everything but money. If you don't apologize to Sister Yu, I will beat you until you do. Chen Shen looked coldly at Wang Hai, his eyes seemingly ready to burst with anger. Fine. You're impressive, kid. Wang Hai shot Chen Shen an unhappy glance, then turned and knelt down in front of the female lead without hesitation, finally shouting, Sister, I'm sorry, it was my fault. To be honest, Chen Shen was a bit surprised. He had thought Wang Hai would put up a fight, but he didn't expect him to be so straightforward. He could bend and stretch, which was quite a character. Just as he was about to leave with Yen Ryu, a cold laugh suddenly came from behind. Ha, you shameless whore, I didn't expect you to be supporting such a rich pretty boy behind my back. Yen Ryu's expression instantly changed, becoming very unpleasant. Chen Shen frowned and turned around. A man stepped out of the crowd, walking towards them. He looked to be in his late 20s or early 30s, scruffy with greasy hair that shone, and he appeared disheveled. People around him avoided him due to his dirtiness. As he got closer, a strong smell of nicotine hit Chen Shen, making him instinctively cover his nose. Such a strong odor indicated that he had been in a smoke-filled place for at least a whole day or even a night, and there were quite a few people around him smoking, at least dozens. What do you want? Seeing him approach, Yen Ryu looked very nervous and immediately stepped in front of Chen Shen. Ha, don't worry, I won't ask who this kid is. I don't care at all. I only care that this kid seems quite wealthy, right? Hey, kid, you're willing to help her, aren't you? Then how about you give me some money to spend on her behalf, huh? The man came up to Chen Shen, casually draping his right arm over Chen Shen's shoulder, grinning as he extended his left hand, making a gesture for money. Slap! The next second, Chen Chen pushed the man away without hesitation, looking at him with disdain and saying, "Zhang Chen, you can ask for money from someone you don't even know, you really have some thick skin. If it were someone else, being publicly scolded like this would surely make them unhappy." However, Zhang Chen just clapped his hands and laughed heartily, saying, "I didn't expect Yen Ruyu to even mention me to you. It seems your relationship is quite special." After that, he changed the subject with a wicked smile and asked, "Bro, how's my ex-girlfriend in bed? Not bad, right?" He said proudly, "Let me tell you, this is all thanks to me training her well, you got a good deal. For this, how could you not give me 10 or 20,000 as a thank you?" Yen Ruyu's face instantly turned red with anger, and she cursed, "Zhang Chen, how can you be so shameless?" Chen Chen grabbed her and said softly, "Sister you, let me handle this." He didn't give Yen Ruyu a chance to speak and walked straight up to Zhang Chen, raising his hand and delivering a hard slap to Zhang Chen's face. Smack! The sound was crisp, and Zhang Chen was spun around by the force, a red handprint instantly appearing on his face. "You mother!" Zhang Chen's curse was abruptly cut off by Chen Chen's roar. "If you want money, just bear with it." Upon hearing this, the fury on Zhang Chen's face was replaced by a glimmer of joy. "Brother, what do you mean by that?" Zhang Chen looked at Chen Chen with eager eyes, as if he had just seen a beautiful woman undressing. "It's exactly what you think, but there are too many people here, it's not convenient. Let's find another place to talk, okay? Ha ha ha, alright, follow me." Before long, the two arrived at an empty restroom. Click! Zhang Chen locked the restroom door and eagerly turned around, ready to ask Chen Chen for money. But instead of money, he was met with two fists filled with rage. Bang bang bang. Without saying a word, Chen Chen unleashed a flurry of punches, pinning Zhang Chen to the ground and pummeling him mercilessly. "Ouch, damn it, do you dare hit me? Do you want to die? Ouch, brother, big brother, stop hitting, it hurts so much." At first, Zhang Chen was arrogant, but after taking over 20 punches, he was left bruised and bloodied, with blood pouring from his nose and mouth, screaming in agony, finally begging for mercy. But no matter how he pleaded, Chen Chen showed no signs of relenting. After what felt like dozens of punches, Chen Chen finally stopped when he felt a bit tired. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Chen lay on the ground, unconscious. Chen Chen gave him a couple of nudges, successfully waking him up. Ouch! Ouch! The first thing Zhang Chen did upon waking was to scream in pain. "Stop howling, you won't die," Chen Chen said coldly. "Are you crazy?" Zhang Chen grimaced and asked. "I know everything you did to sister you. Not killing you is already letting you off easy." Chen Chen glared at Zhang Chen. To be honest, he really wanted to kill Zhang Chen. But he couldn't do that. Killing Zhang Chen was easy, but it would bring trouble upon himself. It wasn't worth it to get into a mess over such a scumbag. Moreover, the USB drive was still in Zhang Chen's hands. This was about Yen Ruyu's reputation. He had to get the USB drive back. This was also the most important reason why Chen Chen didn't kill Zhang Chen. "Kid, your eyes are fierce. You really want to kill me, but you also want to get the USB drive from me, right? Ha ha, but let me tell you, don't dream about it. I will eat off Yen Ruyu for the rest of my life. What you can do now is give me whatever money I ask for, and I might let her go. But if you don't comply, I'll post all the videos and photos from the USB drive online." Zhang Chen laughed arrogantly, his face utterly disgusting. "You won't get any money, and you'll have to obediently hand over the USB drive to me." Chen Chen said coldly. "Who do you think you are? You think I'll just give it to you because you ask? Why should I?" Zhang Chen sneered, believing that with the USB drive in his possession, Chen Chen wouldn't dare to do anything to him, completely dismissing Chen Chen. "Just because of my fists. If you don't give it to me, I'll beat you until you comply." Bang bang bang. After saying that, Chen Chen launched another round of punches and kicks. "Go ahead, if you have the guts, kill me. But if you can't kill me, when I get back, I'll expose all the videos and photos." Zhang Chen still looked like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. "Rest assured, I won't kill you, but I will make you wish you were dead." Chen Chen knocked Zhang Chen out again, then revived him with a technique, and before Zhang Chen could regain his senses, he was met with another round of brutal beating. Zhang Chen kept going through the cycle of waking up, fainting from pain, and waking up again. At first, Zhang Chen could endure it, but after the third time, he swore he never wanted to go through this again in his life. It was simply too painful. It was like pouring salt on a wound, then washing it off, and pouring salt again. "Stop hitting me, I'll give you the USB drive, it's on me, just stop hitting me, I'll give it to you right now." "Hand it over." Zhang Chen took the USB drive from his inner pocket and handed it to Chen Chen. To be safe, Chen Chen carefully scanned Zhang Chen with his X-ray vision, confirming that this was the only USB drive on him. But that wasn't enough. Chen Chen grabbed Zhang Chen and threw him directly into the trunk of the car, then drove away. Chen Chen floored the accelerator, and in 10 minutes, they arrived at Zhang Chen's place. Actually, when Chen Chen first got in the car and asked where Zhang Chen lived, Zhang Chen didn't want to say. It wasn't until he received a solid punch from Chen Chen that he obediently revealed the address. This confirmed an old saying, a villain must be dealt with by another villain. In truth, Chen Chen wasn't a bad person, but he knew that to deal with someone like Zhang Chen, he couldn't show any mercy. Chen Chen lifted Zhang Chen as if he were a chick, carrying him into the rental room with one hand. As soon as he opened the door, a foul stench hit him in the face. Do you eat shit in here every day? How can it smell this bad? Chen Chen frowned and covered his nose, then disdainfully threw Zhang Chen onto the floor. This wasn't him being pretentious, the smell in this room was simply unbearable. It was even worse than the smell he experienced after absorbing spiritual energy and expelling impurities in the toilet. To be honest, Chen Chen really doubted whether this guy had actually eaten shit. Just thinking about it made him quickly take out a tissue to wipe his hands. Of course, Zhang Chen couldn't have eaten shit, that stuff was impossible to swallow. The main reason the room smelled so bad was related to gambling. The gambling den was a mix of all sorts, filled with the smell of alcohol and cigarettes. He had already picked up a stench, and after coming back without showering, just lying on the bed to sleep, then waking up to casually eat a pack of instant noodles and throwing the trash around the room over time, how could it not smell? Zhang Chen was a gambling addict, able to gamble for a whole day and night without closing his eyes. In his own words, his record was 3 days and 3 nights without sleep at the gambling den. When Zhang Chen said this, his face was full of pride and arrogance. But the more Chen Chen looked at him, the angrier he became, and without saying a word, he gave him another beating. What a stroke of bad luck for such a good woman like Sister Yu to be entangled with a gambling addict like you. If it weren't for the trouble of killing someone, he would have wanted to dismember this bastard right now. Chen Chen coldly glanced at Zhang Chen, who was lying on the ground and screaming in pain, then he ignored him and focused on the important matter at hand. He activated his X-ray vision and carefully scanned the entire room, not missing a single corner. The purpose of this was to prevent Zhang Chen from backing up the USB drive. It turned out that Chen Chen had overestimated Zhang Chen. He had thoroughly checked the entire room and confirmed that there were no other USB drives or storage devices. At that moment, Chen Chen also noticed a laptop on the table, so he plugged in the USB drive to check the contents. However, when the USB drive opened, the scene before Chen Chen made him completely furious. The USB drive had a capacity of 1 terabyte, and so far, 900 gigabytes of that capacity had been used. The videos and photos of Yen Ruyu in this 900 FG are all, without exception, of her without clothes. Damn it! Chen Chen pulled out the USB drive, turned around, and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Zhang Chen. Heh, if you have the guts, just kill me. Even though you took the USB drive, all the memories I trained Yen Ruyu in are in my head. I will remember her for a lifetime. Zhang Chen, having nothing left to lose, decided to mock Chen Chen one last time, thinking that Chen Chen wouldn't dare to kill him. However, this shameless attitude sparked an idea in Chen Chen. You're right, although the evidence is gone, the harm you've done to Sister Yu is indeed permanent and indelible. But while the past cannot be changed, I can change you. Chen Chen's face turned cold as he pulled out an acupuncture kit from his pocket. Ever since he obtained the entire set of meteorite silver needles, he had decided to keep them on him at all times. After all, in critical moments, they could save lives, and since they were small, carrying them around might come in handy one day. And now, it had found its purpose. What do you want to do? Zhang Chen panicked when he saw Chen Chen pull out a long silver needle. He wasn't afraid of Chen Chen's punches and kicks, but he was terrified of this kind of underhanded trick that he didn't even understand. People are like that. The fear of the unknown is often the greatest. I want you to lose all your memories, even to the point where you don't know who you are, living in this world in confusion, surviving on your own. No. Zhang Chen tried to struggle, but Chen Chen simply flicked his finger, and the silver needle shot out, piercing into his body. The moment the needle struck the acupoint, Zhang Chen stiffened as if electrocuted and fell to the ground. Chen Chen walked over, retrieved the silver needle, carefully cleaned it, and put it back in the acupuncture kit, then lifted his foot to leave. Bang! At that moment, the door of the rental apartment was suddenly kicked open violently. 7 or 8 fierce-looking thugs rushed in. Damn it, Zhang Chen, pay up! Ha, who are you? Clearly, these were the thugs come to collect a debt from Zhang Chen. However, upon seeing Chen Chen, they froze, thinking they had entered the wrong room. But Chen Chen was a good person, so he kindly pointed to the unconscious Zhang Chen on the ground and said, "Brothers, I'm here to collect a debt too, but this kid is stubborn, and I couldn't get any money from him, so I had to give him a beating." As for whether you can get your money back, it depends on your abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the unconscious Zhang Chen woke up. Where am I? What happened? Who am I? Who are you? Zhang Chen rubbed his wounds, grimacing in pain, while looking around in confusion. Did you hear that? This kid clearly has money but is pretending to be stupid. I can't get any money from him. Chen Chen shrugged, looking helpless. Brother, you look so young, you must not have much experience. Leave this kid to us. The leading thug waved his hand, and a group of people rushed forward, pinning the battered Zhang Chen to the ground. Who are you? What do you want? Ah. Before Zhang Chen could finish his sentence, he was met with a brutal beating. These people were skilled, inflicting pain without killing him, clearly professional thugs. With that, Chen Chen felt relieved, smiled contentedly, and quietly left. He had accomplished what he needed to do, and Zhang Chen's fate was of no concern to him. Soon, Chen Chen returned to the car show scene. Chen Chen, where have you been? Are you okay? Yen Ruyu rushed over, nervously checking Chen Chen's body up and down, even reaching out to feel him, worried that he might be hurt. I'm fine, really. Seeing that Yen Ruyu still looked unconvinced, Chen Chen directly lifted his shirt. Ah, what are you doing? Yen Ruyu was startled, but her gaze was fixed on his well-defined muscles, not able to look away. Many passers-by around them also turned to look. The men looked on with envy, while the women had a hint of flirtation in their eyes. In short, Chen Chen's physique was simply too eye-catching. Weren't you worried I was hurt? If I take off my shirt for you to see, won't you feel at ease? After saying this, Chen Chen even turned around, giving everyone present a good view. Alright, this is a public place, put your shirt back on. Yen Ruyu's heart raced. It had been a long time since she felt this way about a man. No, it should be said that she had never felt this way before. Sister Yu, don't you want to hear how Zhang Chen is doing? Chen Chen asked with a smile. Don't mention him, or I'll get angry with you. Though she said this, Yen Ruyu added, that gambling fool, he can only bully women and can't stand up to a man. You look fine, so I guess that guy must have gotten a good beating from you, right? That's right, but not entirely. Forget it, I won't beat around the bush. I'll give you a gift, and you'll understand what I mean. After saying this, Chen Chen took out a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Yen Ruyu. Is this the USB drive? Yen Ruyu's expression changed, her hand trembled slightly as she took the USB drive, her eyes filled with disbelief, but deep down there was a hint of anticipation. That's right, I've confirmed it. This is the only USB drive. Now I'm giving it to you, so you won't have to worry about this affecting your reputation anymore. As Chen Chen said this, he was quietly observing Yen Ruyu, noticing that her eyes instantly misted over. Although Yen Ruyu didn't say anything, he could feel the complex emotions within her. There was grievance, happiness, surprise, and other feelings. Chen Chen couldn't articulate or describe it. In short, this USB drive held immense significance for Yen Ruyu. Only she knew how she truly felt, something others couldn't comprehend. Yen Ruyu stared at the USB drive in her palm, remaining silent for a long time. Chen Chen didn't know what she was thinking, but out of respect, he quietly stood by her side without saying a word. After a full 5 minutes, Yen Ruyu finally came back to her senses. Chen Chen, thank you. Those simple 5 words contained the deepest and most genuine gratitude, surpassing any flowery language or lengthy speeches. Sister Yu, I have another big gift for you. Chen Chen smiled faintly. What is it? Yen Ruyu was very curious. Let me show you a video. Chen Chen took out his phone and opened a video. The video showed Zhang Chen, who had lost his memory, being beaten by a group of debt collectors. I hit a pressure point on Zhang Chen, causing him to completely forget everything. These debt collectors thought he was just pretending to be stupid, so they were giving him a good beating. I see they really are beating him to a pulp. How does it feel to watch? Yen Ruyu was shocked. He really doesn't remember anything? Chen Chen nodded. That's right, he has forgotten everything, including that memory. Sister Yu, I hope you can also forget that memory because a better future awaits you. Yen Ruyu was stunned. She was dazed for over 10 seconds, her eyes glistening with tears, but her lips were adorned with a radiant smile as she softly said, You little brat, thank you so much. You really helped me out this time, I truly don't know how to thank you. Chen Chen grinned and said mischievously, Sister Yu, how about you come to my bedroom tonight for a little meeting? Yen Ruyu thought carefully for a moment and replied seriously, Not tonight, I got my period. How about this, once it's over, you can have whatever you want, okay? Chen Chen suddenly shivered, stuttering, What? You? Sister Yu, are you serious? Yen Ruyu nodded emphatically, Of course, would I joke about that? Chen Chen swallowed hard and forced a smile, Sister Yu, I was just joking, you're making me feel all flustered. Pfft, Yen Ruyu laughed, you little rascal, you have the heart but not the guts, look at you getting scared. Chen Shen sighed in relief and said helplessly, I knew you were teasing me, alright, I admit defeat, I really can't compete with you in this regard. Yen Ruyu pouted, who said I was teasing? I really want to thank you. And it's not just about the USB drive, you also took 100,000 earlier. Chen Shen waved his hand and laughed, sister you, please don't say that, these are all small matters to me, it's nothing. If you really feel indebted, then just do your job as the financial director well, that would be the greatest repayment to me. Yen Ruyu said, alright, the clinic is in my hands, you can rest assured. Chen Shen nodded and then left with Yen Ruyu. Little rascal, how do you know I'm not really thinking of repaying you with my body? Yen Ruyu followed behind Chen Shen, secretly musing. Next was just waiting for the clinic to open. However, during this time, Chen Shen wasn't idle. That afternoon, he went to Jade Street, planning to gamble on stones to make some money. But when he arrived, he found there wasn't much new stock lately, so he turned and went to Antique Street. After wandering until evening, he didn't see a single good item. Chen Shen felt that his luck might not be great today. Finding a bargain requires not just sharp eyes but also a bit of luck. Since luck was bad, even if he went to other places, the results would probably be similar. Rarely having nothing to do early, Chen Shen returned home and made a sumptuous lunch for Su Xiaotong and Yen Ruyu, who hadn't returned yet. The next morning, Chen Zimo called seeking help. Her paper was stuck again, and it had been stuck for a whole night. She was almost at her breaking point. However, with Chen Shen's help, they completed 75% of the total progress in just one morning. They had lunch at the antique shop, and it was the first time Chen Shen learned that the stingy Chen Yid could actually cook delicious dishes. After a delightful meal, there was a surprise. His phone suddenly beeped with a message. Chen Shen opened his phone and found that he had received 16 million. What? What's going on? Money fell from the sky? Then, Ning Churen's call came through immediately. Chen Shen slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten about the previous commission to Ning's auction house to auction the blood jade. The 16 million was the amount received after the auction of the blood jade, after deducting all the handling fees. What a surprise! Chen Shen remembered that the starting price for that blood jade was 10 million. He didn't expect to end up with 16 million. Such valuable items are indeed better off sold at an auction house. Thinking of this, Chen Shen hurriedly said, President Ning, your call reminded me, wait for me a moment, I'll come find you. Chen Shen returned home, opened the wardrobe, and the dazzling collection made him smile involuntarily. In addition to the 4 items, Li Hongzhang's pocket watch, the Chip de Qi, the bronze Guanyin statue, and the Ming Dynasty Wanli 5-color dragon pattern jar, there were several more items added. However, for now, there are only these 4 items that meet Chen Shen's standards for collection. As for the remaining agarwood box and the Ming Dynasty banknotes, they will be liquidated. The last item, the sheepskin treasure map, will be kept here for the time being, and he will look for opportunities to treasure hunt later. Chen Shen carefully placed the Ming Dynasty banknotes into the agarwood box and then carried it downstairs, driving straight to the Ning auction house. Are all these banknotes of 1 guan denomination from the Ming Dynasty? When Ning Churen saw the banknotes, she was stunned. Although Ming Dynasty banknotes are rare, there are still quite a few circulating in the market, and she had seen many, but she had never been this surprised before. The key is the quality leading to a quantitative change. This time, there were 50 notes, and they were all brand new. Who could resist that? Just the quantity of this collection would make even the big shots who specialize in ancient coin collecting feel embarrassed. The final pricing was even more surprising to Chen Shen. The market price was around 5 million, but after appraisal, the starting price was set at a staggering 7 million. The main reason was that these Ming Dynasty banknotes were not only numerous and well preserved but also belonged to the same batch, equivalent to today's serial numbered banknotes. As a result, the collectible value skyrocketed, and the price naturally soared. Chen Shen was quite satisfied with this price. After parting ways with Ning Churen, he had some free time, so he decided to visit the villa to see the ghost, Zhang Shuyao. She had always been alone. Oh no, a ghost. He wondered if she ever felt bored. However, to Chen Shen's surprise, as soon as he arrived at the villa, Qin Kaijun called him. He had made some progress on the matter regarding the couple who caused Zhang Shuyao's death and wanted to talk to Chen Shen. Sure, I'm at the villa right now, just come find me, and I'll introduce you to a friend. Chen Shen glanced at Zhang Shuyao with a mischievous smile, intentionally keeping him in suspense. Introducing a friend is fine, but can't we change the location? Qin Kaijun was indeed curious, but he felt a bit apprehensive about the ghostly place. If we change the location, my friend won't be comfortable. I must tell you, if you don't meet her, you'll definitely regret it. Why is it so strange? Alright, I'll wait for a bit. Although Qin Kaijun was still a bit skeptical, his curiosity drove him to the villa. When he arrived, he found only Chen Chen sitting on the sofa. "Weren't you supposed to introduce a friend? Why is it just you?" Shin Kaijun frowned, slightly annoyed, thinking Chen Chen was playing tricks on him. "Who told you it was just me? Isn't she right behind you?" Chen Chen smiled and pointed to the spot behind Shin Kaijun. "Where is she?" Shin Kaijun turned around but saw nothing. "Sorry, she might not have been ready just now. Turn around again. You're not messing with me, are you? Oh my." As Shin Kaijun cursed and turned back, he was startled to see a pale, bloodless face suddenly appear in front of him, causing him to scream. But when he looked closely, he realized it was actually a stunning beauty. Although her aura was somewhat cold, she was undeniably beautiful. "Beautiful lady, how come you walk without making a sound? You really scared me." Shin Kaijun breathed a sigh of relief and greeted her with a smile, but before he could finish his sentence, he noticed that Jiang Shuyao's feet were actually suspended in midair. In an instant, all the hairs on his body stood on end. You. She. Shin Kaijun suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He pointed at Jiang Shuyao in front of him, then stiffly turned to Chen Chen, his face filled with terror. "That's right, she's not human, she is the mistress Jiang Shuyao who died here." "Oh my god, a ghost!" Shin Kaijun let out a horrified scream, but his legs had already gone weak, so he crawled over to Chen Chen, clutching his thigh, nearly scared to death. "What are you panicking for? It's not like it's your first time seeing her," Chen Chen said helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. Shin Kaijun looked up, his eyes filled with a murderous intent, staring fiercely at Chen Chen. "Sorry, I forgot. Last time you couldn't see her." Chen Chen smiled awkwardly and continued to explain, "Don't be scared, she means no harm. But she's a ghost." "Oh my." Shin Kaijun was still a bit frightened, and before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Shuyao had already floated over. "Don't be afraid, I'm a good ghost, I won't harm anyone. In fact, I should thank you for being willing to help me investigate that pair of scoundrels." Finally, it was Jiang Shuyao's sincerity that moved Shin Kaijun. He began to try to calm down, sitting on the sofa to chat with Chen Chen and Jiang Shuyao. After spending some time together, Shin Kaijun completely believed that Jiang Shuyao had no ill intentions. Of course, her beauty played a part in this. Shin Kaijun realized that as long as he didn't think about Jiang Shuyao being a ghost, she was actually very beautiful, a standard stunning woman. Especially with her pale face now, it made him feel a sense of pity and a strong desire to protect her. "You brat, stop staring at her and quickly tell us what you found out." Chen Chen's words made Shin Kaijun's face turn beet red. "Put." Jiang Shuyao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her radiant smile captivated Shin Kaijun once again, but he quickly regained his composure and shared his findings. It was now confirmed that Go Wei and Meng Xianxian had indeed used some underhanded means to take over all of Jiang Shuyao's beauty salon that originally belonged to her. But the key issue lay in collecting evidence, which was not Shin Kaijun's strong suit. In short, what they needed to do now was find someone very knowledgeable in law to help them gather evidence. As long as they had solid evidence, that pair of scoundrels could be punished through legal means. This way, Jiang Shuyao's wish could be fulfilled. However, finding such a person was not an easy task and would take time. Fortunately, Jiang Shuyao said she wasn't in a hurry, so they could take their time with this matter. The next day, Shin Chen went to Jojo's place to collect some dividends, then went to the clinic to supervise the final stages of the renovation, and also to teach his two apprentices the dragon swimming technique. In fact, it wasn't that Chen Chen wanted to teach, he was just afraid that if he didn't, Su Xiaotong would complain to Yen Ruyu, and that would be troublesome. In any case, Shin Chen's schedule was packed these days, rich and colorful, and time naturally passed quickly. Early morning. Chen Chen usually woke up early, but that day he was awakened by a frantic knocking on the door from Yen Ruyu. "Sister Yu, why are you up so early? No time for nonsense, today is the grand opening of your clinic. Hurry up and get washed up. There are many procedures you need to go through." "Huh? Procedures? What procedures?" Chen Chen sat up, looking confused. "Stop talking nonsense and get up. I've already made breakfast, we can eat and chat at the same time." "Oh," Chen Chen replied, then leisurely got dressed. He thought the opening wasn't a big deal, just a formality, and it would be better to focus more on the business. For example, when opening a clinic, one must consider how to save lives and how to save more people. Of course, it would be even better if one could make money from it. Chen Chen leisurely got dressed and got out of bed. As soon as he opened the door, two feather dusters were thrust towards him. Before Chen Chen could react, Yen Ruyu and Su Xiaotong began to sweep him from head to toe, even not sparing his pants. Pa, what is this all about?" Chen Chen spat out the two feathers that somehow ended up in his mouth, looking puzzled at the two women. "Master, sister, you said this is called sweeping away bad luck when opening the door. to sweep away all misfortunes so that the business can go smoothly. Oh no! I forgot to sweep your butt, Su Xiaotong said as she circled around to Chen Shen's back and started her assault. Wait, where did you learn this? Is it even useful? Just as Chen Shen wanted to resist, he was firmly held down by Yen Ruyu. If you don't want to die, just bear with it, it will be over soon. Chen Shen cowered and obediently stood still, accepting the two women's torment. 5 minutes later, with feathers flying everywhere, the two women finally stopped. Chen Shen thought it was over, but this was just the beginning. When they arrived at the dining room, the table was filled with fruits. At first glance, it didn't seem like much, but upon closer inspection, he found that all the fruits were red. Su Xiaotong's little head leaned in again. Hee, master, sister, you said that on the morning of the opening, the boss should eat red fruits and foods, which means prosperous and thriving. As soon as she finished speaking, Yen Ruyu brought over a bowl of red date and brown sugar millet porridge, along with 3 date buns. Goodness, it really was a table full of red. Chen Shen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but he still prepared to eat it all. After all, this was Yen Ruyu's good intention. Smack! Just as Chen Shen reached for a date bun, he received a solid slap from Yen Ruyu. Wash up before eating. Looking at Yen Ruyu's stern expression, Chen Shen couldn't help but mutter. Was he looking for a financial officer or a mother? However, being hygienic wasn't wrong. After washing up, he returned to a feast. Before long, all the food and fruits were gone. Yen Ruyu and Su Xiaotong had just finished eating. Of course, their breakfast was different from Chen Shen's. After breakfast, the 3 of them went to the clinic. Wang Guotao had already arrived and had even cleaned the clinic inside and out. The entire old house looked brand new, as if it had just been renovated. Good morning, master. Wang Guotao ran over to greet Chen Shen as soon as he saw him. Guotao, how long have you been here? Chen Shen asked curiously, looking at the impeccably clean clinic. I'm getting old, sleep less, woke up at 5 and came here at 6. It's just that I'm a bit slow. It took me half an hour to clean the clinic, Wang Guotao said with an embarrassed expression, but Chen Shen's mouth twitched slightly. Then, Chen Shen calmly took the broom from Wang Guotao's hand and handed it to Su Xiaotong, looking at Wang Guotao earnestly and saying, Guotao, you're getting on in years, so let the young ones handle these things in the future. Don't mind that Xiaotong is the senior sister, okay? Wang Guotao was immediately moved to tears. Master, thank you for caring about me so much. Stop. Chen Shen interrupted Wang Guotao and explained, you misunderstood, I'm not worried about you. It's mainly because you're getting old and still doing this kind of work. I'm afraid one day you'll tire yourself out in the clinic, and then I won't be able to escape responsibility, which would be very troublesome. Wang Guotao was instantly frozen in place, as if petrified, and the tears in his eyes were forcefully held back. After all that, it was a misunderstanding, and he felt foolish for being moved. Then, Chen Shen looked around. All the facilities in the clinic were ready, but when he came to the prescription area and saw the blank list of medicinal materials, he immediately became puzzled. Why are these herbs not priced? Wang Guotao explained, the prices of herbs vary from one clinic to another, and I don't know what kind of pricing standard you want, so I'm waiting for you to set the price. Chen Shen waved his hand casually and said, our clinic doesn't really rely on herbs to make money, so we don't need to be too particular about this. Just go with the normal market price. Yen Ruyu, the financial director, nodded, okay, I got it. What about the other charging standards? For example, your consultation fee and treatment fee? Chen Shen smiled slightly and said, this is what makes my clinic different from others. I don't have a set price for my consultation or treatment fees. Those who can afford it can pay more, and those who can't can pay less. I can even treat them for free. In short, I only focus on saving lives. As for the fees, let the patients decide. The 3 people present exchanged glances. It was their first time witnessing that business could be done this way. Ha, Xiao Chen, I'm not late, am I? At that moment, Xian Yud walked in with Xian Zimo, followed by 4 movers carrying 2 large pots of premium money trees. Xiao Chen, I wish you a prosperous opening. These 2 money trees are a small token from us. Thank you, Boss Qian, and thank you, Zimo. You really came early. Although they were just 2 potted plants, this level of money tree would cost at least 70 to 80,000. Xian Yud was really putting in a lot this time. Chen Shen was both surprised and happy because it wasn't easy to have Qian Yud voluntarily give such an expensive gift. If it were someone else, Qian Yud wouldn't even come, afraid of losing out. Brother Chen, our whole family is here to support you. Soon after, Zhang Shoheo, Bai Maoshan, Bai Lin, and Bai Yi arrived as well. Bai Maoshan selected a painting by Tang Bowu from his collection as a congratulatory gift for Chen Shen. Since they were family, one gift was enough. Next, Xin Kaijun and Ning Churan arrived one after the other, both bringing valuable gifts. Finally, the last to arrive was Jojo. Chen Chen went over to greet her, but unexpectedly, Jojo naturally linked her arm with his and leaned against him. At this moment, everyone except Shin Kai-jun looked astonished. Jojo was dressed lightly and refreshingly today, and Chen Chen could clearly feel how good her figure was and how soft her skin was, which instantly triggered a reaction. Chen Chen instinctively wanted to pull away, but Jojo held on tightly. "What are you doing?" Jojo tugged at Chen Chen's collar, pulling his head down slightly. She leaned in, her fiery cherry lips brushing against Chen Chen's earlobe, gently biting it, and then whispered, "Shin Kai-jun is still here. Don't forget, in his eyes, you are my fiancé. We have to act the part, got it?" "Oh my!" Chen Chen slapped his forehead and sighed heavily. He had completely forgotten that he was pretending to be Jojo's fiancé. At the same time, he thought of a very tricky problem. He couldn't possibly keep pretending every time he faced Shin Kai-jun, could he? Did he have to pretend for a lifetime? When would this end? Before Chen Chen could finish feeling frustrated, Su Xiaotong's dazed voice came over. She blinked her big eyes, staring at Jojo in shock. "Master, what's going on? What is she doing?" The expressions of the others were equally interesting. Shen Zimo bit her lip tightly, her originally rosy cheeks now slightly pale, staring at Chen Chen without saying a word, looking like a little wronged wife. Shen Yud's expression was a bit flustered. It was clear that Chen Chen and Jojo's relationship was not simple, and he feared that this good son-in-law might be snatched away. The Zhang Shuhua family appeared much calmer, especially Zhang Shuhua, who looked like he was enjoying a big show, eagerly watching Chen Chen and the others. Ning Charan and Wang Guotao were similar to Zhang Shuhua, both enjoying the spectacle. Wang Guotao had long wanted to know who the master's wife was. At first, he thought it was the senior sister, then he thought it was Yu Shirgu, but now another Jojo had popped up. The master truly lived up to his title, he was impressive in every aspect. Yen Ruyu also remained silent, but her gaze was sharp, and the corner of her mouth held a faint, inscrutable smile, as if she had already seen through everything. "Miss Su, we've met before, have you forgotten me so soon?" Jojo greeted warmly while leaning affectionately against Chen Chen. This scene already spoke volumes. "I know we're acquainted, but you wouldn't be." "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Everyone here today is definitely a good friend of our Chen Chen, so let me introduce myself. My name is Jojo, and I am Chen Chen's fiancé." Boom! Everyone was stunned. "Our family. Fiancé. Wow!" Each word was more explosive than the last. People had guessed that their relationship might be that of a couple, but they never expected it to have developed to the point of being engaged. Shin Kai-jun, upon hearing this, turned away and secretly wiped away tears. Yen Ruyu was stifling a laugh and glanced at Chen Chen. "Stinky little brother, you've really gone big. Let's see how you handle this." Aside from these two, everyone else looked utterly shocked. The next moment, Shen Zimo suddenly turned to leave without even a word. We suddenly have something to attend to, so we'll take our leave." Shen Yud quickly found an excuse and chased after him. "Boss Chen, Zimo." Chen Chen wanted to explain but was pulled back by Jojo. "Big brother, could you please act the whole part? Now is not the time for explanations. If you chase after him, won't that expose everything? Then Shin Kai-jun would continue to pester you, and who knows, he might drag you into it, making things even more troublesome." Chen Chen naturally understood Jojo's meaning and immediately regretted helping Jojo tell this lie in the first place. He watched helplessly as Chen Zimo walked out the door, his heart crying out in despair. "It's over, this misunderstanding is huge. No, I need to think of a way to make up for this." So, Chen Chen quickly turned his head and gave Su Xiaotong a look. "Ha? Are you looking at me?" However, Su Xiaotong not only didn't understand Chen Chen's meaning but also asked out loud. Instantly, all eyes were on them, everyone puzzled about why Chen Chen was looking at Su Xiaotong at this moment. Chen Chen felt utterly helpless, thinking that giving Su Xiaotong a look was truly the worst decision he had made. It was like playing music to a cow. At a critical moment, he had to rely on Yen Ruyu to save the day. "It's nothing. Chen Chen means to say that everyone has been standing in the yard for a long time. Why don't you two, Chen Chen's direct disciples, hurry up and invite everyone into the hall for tea? How about this, Chen Chen, Miss Shou, Professor Wang, you all take the lead in inviting everyone to sit down, and Xiaotong, come with me to get the tea." As soon as Yen Ruyu finished speaking, Su Xiaotong foolishly said, "Isn't the tea just?" Yen Ruyu quickly interrupted, "That's right, the tea is in the west wing, come with me to get it." Saying this, she pulled Su Xiaotong away, fearing that the girl would foolishly ruin things again. Fortunately, Yen Ruyu's acting was natural, and no one noticed anything unusual. The two arrived in the west wing, and Yen Ruyu raised her hand to tap Su Xiaotong on the forehead. "Xiaotong, are you silly? I finished speaking, and you still went off script?" Su Xiaotong rubbed her head and pouted, saying, "So I'm just silly." Yan Ruyu was amused and gently rubbed Su Xiaotong's forehead, then said, "Let me tell you, Chen Chen and Zhou Zhou are definitely not in a relationship as an unmarried couple. There's something fishy about it." "Ha? Is that true? How do you know?" "Of course, I can tell." "Alright, let's not talk about this for now. You need to hurry and chase after Zimo, you must win her back. This misunderstanding cannot happen." "Okay, I'm on it." After Su Xiaotong left, Yan Ruyu took a packet of the best tea leaves to the hall. In fact, there was tea in the hall, but it was all ordinary tea used to entertain regular guests and patients. However, Yan Ruyu knew very well that the people in the hall were all esteemed guests of Chen Chen. Whether it was Zhou Zhou, Ning Churen, Zhang Shihao, or anyone else, each one was either a wealthy CEO or a senior figure in the appraisal industry. Their connections were something Chen Chen couldn't compare to. Connections are related to strength, after all, without strength, one can't build connections. But the most important thing about connections is not strength, but time. The accumulation of time and depth can determine how extensive one's connections are. Take Chen Chen, for example. He is proficient in appraisal, stone gambling, and medicine, and even has some skills in martial arts. Pretty impressive, right? But what about his connections? They are all gathered in this small hall now. But as the saying goes, a friend of a friend is also a friend. For people like Qin Kaijun, as long as they promote a bit or introduce a friend to the Intang Medical Clinic, friends will come to the clinic for treatment. Once one comes, there will be a second, third, fourth. And then it spreads from 10 to 100. With Chen Chen's medical skills, how could he worry about not having patients? Yan Ruyu was very clear about this, which is why she wanted to use the best tea to entertain them. After a pot of tea was finished, Chen Zimo and Qian Yud returned. It was unclear how Su Xiaodong explained things, but Qian Zimo's expression had softened quite a bit, though her gaze towards Chen Chen still felt a bit strange. Chen Chen felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze, but he also found it strange. Clearly, he had no relationship with Qian Zimo, so why did he not want to be misunderstood? Seeing the atmosphere was a bit awkward and the time was about right, Yan Ruyu asked, "Chen Chen, is everyone here?" Chen Chen nodded, and Yan Ruyu continued, "In that case, let's proceed with the final process." Chen Chen was taken aback. There was actually a process? Of course, how can there be an opening without an opening ceremony? As Yan Ruyu spoke, she pulled Chen Chen towards the entrance. "Come on, let's go see the excitement." Zhang Shihao waved his hand, and everyone got up to head out. The clinic doesn't really need an opening ceremony, right? Although I opened the clinic to make money, ideally, I wouldn't have a single patient. Having an opening feels a bit too ostentatious, it could have a bad influence. For Chen Chen, the clinic was not his only source of income. The reason for opening it was mainly because he felt uneasy without a tangible business. And since he had the ability to help others, why not open a clinic? But if it were to be too grand, it would seem too pretentious. It would look as if Chen Chen was just waiting for everyone to fall ill. That would go against his original intention. Don't worry, everything you can think of, I've already considered. Trust me, the opening ceremony will be very simple. Yan Ruyu was certainly not foolish. The clinic's opening couldn't be too high profile, especially since there were already living examples. Just a while ago, wasn't there a new department in a hospital that opened and got criticized on trending topics? This time, it wasn't the netizens being unforgiving, it was the hospital that dug its own grave. The doctors and nurses at that hospital filmed a video to celebrate. Everyone was in high spirits, and they even said things like wishing you prosperity. It was one thing to say it themselves, but they treated it like an honor and posted it online to show off. Come on, this is a hospital, a sacred place. The original intention of a hospital is not to make money, but to treat and save people, to help patients escape the torment of illness. But nowadays, hospitals are becoming increasingly outrageous. Treating and saving lives only depends on money. Even the greatest good person cannot be treated without paying, while even the most wicked person can be saved immediately if they pay. It's infuriating, even being scolded or beaten wouldn't be enough. Such behavior is also very disliked by Yan Ruyu, so she certainly wouldn't push Chen Chen back into the spotlight herself. However, at first, Chen Chen didn't believe what Yan Ruyu said, but when she took out 3 ordinary firecrackers that cost 2 yuan each from her bag, he believed her. This opening ceremony was indeed quite simple. Under the witness of many friends, Chen Chen climbed a ladder and personally hung the plaque draped in red cloth properly at the entrance. Ian Tang. These 3 simple characters carry Chen Chen's expectations for the world and his invincible confidence. After hearing Chen Chen's explanation for the name, loud applause erupted at the scene. Ian Tang, come here once, a lifetime of peace and health, indeed impressive. It was only at this moment that Chen Chen realized that everything in the clinic was ready, except for this plaque that hadn't been hung yet. He hadn't noticed it when he came earlier, perhaps because he was too excited. After all, it was his first entrepreneurial venture in life. Then, after lighting 3 firecrackers, accompanied by 3 loud bangs, the business was officially opened. Wishing Boss Chen great success in his opening. Brother Chen, congratulations. Everyone offered their blessings. Thank you all for coming to support today. I booked a private room at a restaurant. Please move over. Let's drink and celebrate this noon. We won't leave until we're drunk. Chen booked a huge private room at one of the top restaurants in the city, and there were still empty seats after everyone was seated. Such a large private room and such a high-end restaurant was enough to show how much Chen valued these friends. Taking advantage of the drinking occasion, Chen also introduced everyone to each other. After all, although these people were all his friends, most of them still didn't know each other. As the old saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The personalities and tempers of the people present each had their own characteristics, but since they were all people Chen valued, they at least shared one common trait: they all had good hearts. For example, Shen Yid might be stingy, but he was actually a decent person. Jojo, although famously a social butterfly, turned out to be not so unbearable after getting to know him over time. So after Chen's introductions, with the stimulation of alcohol, everyone gradually started to have fun together, and the atmosphere was great. Taking advantage of Qin Kaijun going to the restroom, Chen explained to everyone what was going on with him and Jojo, the engaged couple. Everyone suddenly understood. Xian Zimo finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his gaze towards Chen softened. After eating and drinking enough, except for Wang Guotao, Yan Ruyu, and Su Xiaotong, the 3 employees of the clinic, everyone else had to leave to attend to their business. Chen knew everyone had things to do, so he didn't keep them. Being too polite would seem distant. President Ning, please wait a moment. But when Ning Churan was about to leave, Chen called her aside. What's wrong? Ning Churan asked, puzzled. I reminded you to go to the hospital for a checkup, did you not hear me? Chen frowned. That's right, I've been quite busy lately, and I haven't noticed any problems, so I didn't go for a checkup. Don't be so nervous, I'm fine. Ning Churan smiled and waved her hand, clearly not taking it seriously. It's no problem, no problem. It's a big problem if it goes. Chen's expression was very serious. Is it true or not? Ning Churan was startled by Chen's expression, and she suddenly remembered that during dinner earlier, Zhang Shuhua and Bai Lin had been continuously toasting Chen. Although they didn't explicitly state the reason, she had heard phrases like "Thank you, Brother Chen, for your miraculous healing." It was evident that the couple must have been treated for some ailment by Chen, and at least they recognized his medical skills. Thinking of this, Ning Churan couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. This isn't the place to talk, let's go back to the clinic. Xiaotong, you drive. Among the 4, Su Xiaotong hadn't drunk any alcohol, so naturally, she was chosen as the driver. I haven't driven since I got my license. Su Xiaotong was a bit flustered, her hand shaking as she took the car keys. It's fine, I haven't drunk much, I'll hold the steering wheel for you. Chen knew Su Xiaotong wasn't reliable, but as a good citizen, he couldn't do anything illegal. As long as Su Xiaotong could step on the gas and clutch, and listen to instructions, it would be fine. Even if Su Xiaotong was a bit clumsy, she could manage that. So everyone returned to the clinic safely without incident. Ning Churan didn't say a word the entire way, clearly frightened. It wasn't until they arrived at the clinic that she hurriedly asked what was going on. Chen calmly said to Wang Guotao, I haven't seen your medical skills yet, so you can diagnose President Ning. After saying that, he turned to Su Xiaotong, who was so engrossed in looking out the window that he lightly tapped her on the back of the head and said irritably, pay attention, learn well, and see how traditional Chinese medicine diagnoses and treats. Su Xiaotong stuck out her little tongue, looking both timid and aggrieved as she softly replied, oh, got it, master. In the consultation room, Wang Guotao took Ning Churan's pulse. As time passed, Wang Guotao's expression grew heavier. Su Xiaotong curiously asked, Junior brother, what did you find from her pulse? Wang Guotao replied, Senior sister, please wait a moment. After a minute, he raised his hand and signaled Su Xiaotong to take Ning Churan's pulse. Su Xiaotong had never learned traditional Chinese medicine, so she didn't understand how to take a pulse, so Wang Guotao directly gave her a hands-on lesson. Su Xiaotong was quite clever. After Wang Guotao briefly explained the technique and placement, she was able to start feeling the pulse with some semblance of skill. Seeing this, Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted, although he understood some ancient medical techniques that Wang Guotao didn't. When it came to teaching the basic theories of traditional Chinese medicine and some fundamental medical methods, he was far inferior to Wang Guotao. With Wang Guotao's guidance, Su Xiaotong would definitely learn quickly. Senior sister, carefully feel if her pulse is beating heavily and seems a bit weak. If you don't understand what a weak pulse is, you can take my pulse again, and you'll know. Right, your pulse is strong and vigorous, while hers is indeed very weak. Su Xiaotong was very clever and understood immediately. This was her first time taking a pulse, and she appeared very excited, her face beaming with smiles. But Ning Charan, sitting opposite, was quite speechless. Let me interject. I am very likely the patient right now. I have no objections to your teaching, but could you not look so happy? I'm feeling quite unwell. Su Xiaotong quickly apologized. Sister Charan, I'm sorry, I didn't consider your feelings. Su Xiaotong was already petite and cute, and now looking so aggrieved made her seem even more pitiful. Anyone would find it hard to be angry at her. It's fine, it's okay, but can you tell me what exactly is wrong with me? I'm really anxious right now. Ning Charan was indeed very anxious, her face a bit pale. I still need to ask you a few questions, and you must answer truthfully, Wang Guotao asked slowly. Have you recently experienced loss of appetite, weight loss, and mild discomfort in your abdomen? Ning Charan was taken aback, and then her emotions became agitated as she nodded emphatically. That's right, all of those apply. Wang Guotao nodded, then that's correct. Ning Charan became anxious. Professor Wang, don't just say it's correct. You need to tell me what it's correct about. Wang Guotao stated clearly, you most likely have a tumor in your stomach. What? Ning Charan was stunned, immediately slumping weakly in her chair, murmuring, I'm not even 20 yet, how could I have a tumor? Wang Guotao provided a very professional explanation. Tumors are not related to age, especially gastric tumors. If you have been living an irregular lifestyle for a long time, the probability of developing a tumor is quite high. At this moment, Chen Shen said, don't believe it? Xiaotong, take her for an examination. Su Xiaotong's expression changed. Huh? Master, you want me to do it? I haven't done it practically yet. Chen Shen replied, that's exactly why you need to operate once. Anyway, Ning is a good friend of mine. Even if there are any mistakes, she won't say anything. Ning Charan's face darkened immediately. You, Chen Shen, are treating me like a practice guinea pig. Chen Shen smiled and said, don't be so agitated, it's not just Xiaotong. Wang Guotao is here too, he will supervise, and there won't be any problems. This was indeed true. Wang Guotao was quite famous in the city, and Ning Charan had heard of him, which is why she agreed to the examination. Senior sister, you do this first. Then do that. Junior brother, is it okay for me to do this? Yes, senior sister, you're very smart, keep it up. Okay, junior brother, you must keep a close eye. If there's a problem, you must act quickly to save her. Okay, senior sister. In the examination room, Wang Guotao was teaching Su Xiaotong how to operate step by step. This was fine, but the key was that they kept calling each other senior sister and junior brother, and it was a junior brother teaching a senior sister. No matter how you looked at it, this scene felt somewhat comical. However, Chen Shen and Yan Ruyu, who were observing from behind the glass window, showed no signs of amusement. Their expressions were quite serious. Soon, the examination results came out. There was indeed a tumor in the stomach. This matched the results Chen Shen had seen with his X-ray vision. Moreover, this tumor had grown a bit larger since the first time Chen Shen saw it. At that time, it was still in the mid-stage, but now it was clearly beginning to develop into the late stage. How could there be a tumor? What should I do? Upon hearing this result, Ning Charan couldn't hold it in any longer and buried her head in Yan Ruyu's arms, crying uncontrollably. Don't panic, there's no danger to life. Chen Shen explained with a wry smile, this is a benign tumor, however, if you delay for a while longer, it could turn malignant, and then it would develop into stomach cancer, which would be a real ordeal. So, it can still be treated? Ning Charan immediately looked up, her face filled with surprise as she stared at Chen Shen. It can be treated, we can perform surgery to remove it right away, but your family needs to sign a preoperative consent form. It actually didn't need to be so troublesome, but since Chen Shen was running a legitimate medical clinic, the necessary procedures had to be followed. On one hand, it was to be responsible for the patient, and on the other hand, it was to protect the clinic, preventing someone from turning against them and later trying to extort the clinic. Although the probability of such things happening was low, it wasn't non-existent. After all, where there are good people, there are also bad ones. Dad, hurry to Intang, I need to have surgery. Even though she had received Chen Shen's assurance that he could definitely cure her, Ning Charan still couldn't hold it together when she called Ning Wenhwa. It perfectly illustrates that a father is every child's safe harbor, especially for girls, whose tears are more easily drawn by a father's reliable embrace than by illness. In fact, Ning Wenhwa had originally promised to come and support today, but an important meeting prevented him from attending. He was still in the meeting when he heard that his daughter was in trouble. He immediately called it off. The client angrily accused Ning Wenhwa of being untrustworthy. Ning Wenhua shot back on the spot. I've always been the most trustworthy, but now my daughter is in trouble. She is far more important than your 2 measly coins. If you don't want to cooperate, then get lost and stop whining. If you still want to cooperate, then wait right here. Ning Wenhua spoke with authority and turned to leave. The client was left dumbfounded, and after a long pause, he pointed in the direction Ning Wenhua had gone, cursing under his breath, but in the harshest tone, he uttered the most cowardly words. Look at this, is this the attitude of cooperation? If it weren't for Ning Wenhua's reputation, I would have walked out just now. Boss, are we leaving now? Leave? Hell no. I only recognize Ning Wenhua for this cooperation. I only recognize Ning's auction house. Everyone stay here, no one is allowed to leave. The significance of this surgery goes without saying. Although there was Su Xiaotong, an intern who had never even been on an operating table, she did not hinder Wang Guotao in the slightest. With Wang Guotao, a master of both Western and traditional medicine, the head of the Western medicine department and honorary president of a major hospital, personally performing the surgery, it naturally concluded smoothly. Half an hour later, the effects of the anesthesia wore off for Ning Churan. The first thing she asked upon regaining her senses was how much she owed Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled faintly and casually replied, "My clinic doesn't have a fixed fee, you can pay whatever you want. If you find it troublesome, you can also ask Guotao. Paying according to the hospital's normal fees is fine too." Wang Guotao explained, the surgery to remove a benign tumor from the stomach is a minor procedure that can be done under endoscopy, and the cost is not high, generally around 10,000 yuan. Chen Chen shook his head. He had just casually mentioned it, not expecting it to really be a minor surgery. Well, 10,000 it is. It's not a small amount after all. After all, this was the first patient since the clinic opened, and earning 10,000 yuan could be considered a good start. However, Ning Churan disagreed. 10,000 is not enough. This surgery may be minor, but without Chen Chen's reminder, I might not have known until the condition worsened, and by then, it wouldn't be something that could be solved with just 10,000. Ning Wenhua agreed. Churan is right. For something that saves a life, how can we only give 10,000? Ning Churan said, Chen Chen, I will pay you 100,000. From now on, our family will only come to you for medical treatment and checkups. Chen Chen laughed. You and Director Ning don't need to come. Both of you are very healthy. Just have a few minor issues here and there. Of course, if your family has any discomfort, just come directly. Ning Churan was taken aback and curiously asked, how do you know we are fine? Well, Chen Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Sister Churan, you may not know this, but my master is very impressive. He has reached a level where he can determine what illness you have just by looking at your complexion, without needing to take your pulse or ask questions. That's right, my master has mastered the ancient medical techniques of Longwa that have long been lost, and his medical skills have naturally reached an extraordinary level. Fortunately, Su Xiaotong and Wang Guotao, the understanding sister and understanding brother, stepped in to defuse the situation. Chen Chen, you are truly amazing, a polymath. The key point is that this seemingly outrageous statement was completely believed by both Ning Churan and Ning Wenhua. It mainly depended on Wang Guotao's credibility. After all, the weight of a famous doctor was undeniable. Chen Chen appeared very calm, but as soon as the two left, he rushed to the finance department. Looking at the freshly deposited 100,000 yuan, he was so happy that he danced around. He didn't have to do anything, just move his lips, and the money was in his hands. Earning this money was truly effortless. Look at your ambition, this is just the first income after starting your business, and there will be more to come. Be a bit more reserved. Yan Ruyu said this, but she was genuinely happy for Chen Chen. The best proof of whether a business is successful or not is the profit. This clinic was indeed the right choice. Ha! Where's Xiaotong? At this moment, Yan Ruyu noticed that Su Xiaotong was missing. The few of them went out to look and found Su Xiaotong sitting alone on a chair in the yard, looking a bit unhappy. What's wrong? You successfully completed a surgery and you're not happy? Chen Chen walked over and asked with a smile. Master, I'm indeed a bit unhappy because I wanted to learn traditional Chinese medicine, but in the end, I still had to perform surgery. Su Xiaotong felt a bit deceived, which made her somewhat gloomy. The next second, her little head received a slap. I told you to study more, but you insisted on herding cattle. Chen Chen lazily lectured. The first doctor in human history to perform an anesthetic surgery was the famous divine Dr. Hua Tuo. This is recorded in many ancient texts, such as the Records of the Three Kingdoms, Biography of Hua Tuo written by Qin Shou of the Western Jin and the Book of the Later Han, Biography of Hua Tuo written by Fan Yi of the Southern Song, which detail Hua Tuo's use of mafizan for abdominal surgery. In terms of surgery, our traditional Chinese medicine is the ancestor of Western medicine. Su Xiaotong's eyes widened in admiration as she exclaimed, "So that's how it is?" Chen Shun proudly asked, "So, are you still unhappy now?" Su Xiaotong shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. No, I'm very happy. I feel proud and honored to learn traditional Chinese medicine." At this moment, Wang Guotao suddenly asked, "By the way, master, such a big event as the opening of your clinic, why haven't I seen your master and his wife or other family members come to congratulate you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shen immediately smiled bitterly and waved his hand, saying, "As for my family, let's not talk about it for now, I'll notify them later." Yen Ruyu was very curious and tried to ask, "What's wrong? Is your relationship with your family not good?" Chen Shen quickly waved his hand to explain, No, we have a very good relationship. I love them very much, and they love me too. It's just that for some reason, after I graduated, I didn't want to contact them for a while." Hearing this, both Yen Ruyu and Wang Guotao were puzzled. Just then, Chen Shen's phone rang. The screen showed Mom. "Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Chen Shen immediately shook his head, looking helpless. "It's your mom calling, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and answer." Yen Ruyu urged. "Forget it, you're really slow, I'll answer it for you." To be honest, Chen Shen didn't want to answer, but Yen Ruyu was quick, and before he could react, the call was connected, and she pressed the speakerphone button. Chen Shen smiled bitterly. But since the call was already connected, it would be pointless to hang up, so he might as well say a few words. "Mom," Chen Shen had just uttered a word when he was interrupted. "You still know I'm your mom? I only mentioned once that you should hurry up and find a partner after graduation, and look how long it's been, you haven't even called home." "Mom, you didn't just mention it once, you mention it every day." Chen Shen wanted to cry but had no tears. "Ahem, well, I'm just being kind. It's so hard to find a wife these days. Shouldn't you hurry up and find a girlfriend? What if you end up single in the future?" Poof! Yen Ruyu laughed out loud and teased, "Auntie, you're overthinking it. Chen Shen is quite the catch now, I see he doesn't lack for partners at all." Son, who is talking?" Bang! 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 Just as Chen Shen was about to speak, a pair of very beautiful but pale hands knocked heavily on the door. Then a woman's voice came through, sounding a bit fiery. "Hey! Which of you is the doctor?" Chen Shen turned to look. It was a girl who seemed to be around 20, about the same height as Su Xiaotong, very petite, but her face was delicate and refined, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. However, her complexion was poor, especially pale, and her tone was quite aggressive, with a look in her eyes that suggested a deep disdain for life, as if she had lost all hope and found everyone displeasing. "Mom, I have something going on here, I'll call you back later." "You little brat." Chen Shen didn't give his mom a chance to respond and hung up the phone directly. "Hello, classmate. I am the owner of this clinic and also a doctor. How can I help you?" Chen Shen walked over, maintaining a smile to appear as approachable as possible. Although he had just performed surgery on Ning Churen, which could be considered his first official case, since it was someone he knew, Chen Shen didn't feel much of a sense of achievement. Now, this girl was truly his first official patient, and he had to seize the opportunity. "Who is your classmate? This is our first meeting, why are you trying to get close?" The girl glanced at Chen Shen, giving him a cold shoulder. Chen Shen frowned. Was this girl on edge? "By the way, who did you say was the doctor?" the girl suddenly asked again. "Oh no, so she only heard the first part of the conversation?" Chen Shen sighed but patiently repeated that he was the doctor. "You, a doctor at such a young age? Can you even treat patients?" The girl scrutinized Chen Shen, her eyes filled with overflowing skepticism. "Whether I can treat patients isn't something that can be said, you can let me give it a try. If I can't treat you, you won't have to pay. How about that?" Chen Shen smiled, trying to impress the girl with his confident demeanor. But the girl's response left him speechless. "If you can't treat me, of course, you shouldn't charge. If you charge for a bad treatment, how thick-skinned are you?" Goodness! Was this girl a master of argumentation? She was really good at debating. "This young lady, you can rest assured, my master may look young, but his medical skills are quite impressive. Moreover, if it's just a common issue, my master doesn't even need to step in, my junior brother and I can handle it." Su Xiaotong couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in to speak for Chen Shen. "You and your junior brother?" The girl was taken aback. "That's right, it's me." The girl turned her head, and when she saw Wang Guotao's face, her eyes widened in shock. "Aren't you Director Wang? You know Guotao?" Chen Shen's eyes lit up, and he quickly waved at Wang Guotao. Since she knew Wang Guotao, this would be easier. Wang Guotao's words carried weight. Of course, I know him. It's because of him that I am becoming more and more disappointed with this world." The girl's words piqued everyone's curiosity. Chen Shen frowned and asked, "Guotao, she can't be your patient, can she? And one of those cases where you had a medical accident? Wang Guotao frowned and said, impossible. Since I started practicing medicine, I've never had a single medical accident. After saying that, he asked, girl, who are you? Why do you have such hostility towards me? The girl snorted coldly and said, my name is Mu Jiqing. A few months ago, you personally told my parents that I wouldn't live for more than half a year. Have you forgotten that? Wang Guotao stared at Mu Jiqing's face again and again. Suddenly his expression changed, and he shouted, I remember now. This Mu Jiqing was indeed his patient. The girl had blood cancer, specifically leukemia, and it was already in the late stages. The only way to cure this disease was through a bone marrow transplant. But if a suitable match couldn't be found, Mu Jiqing could only live for at most 6 more months. Wait a minute. Wang Guotao frowned tightly and said, I specifically warned your parents not to tell you the truth to avoid you developing a negative mindset, but how did you find out? Did they not hold back? Mu Jiqing shook her head and said, they didn't say anything, and they don't know that I know the truth because I overheard you talking to them. Upon hearing this, Mu Jiqing had already lost all hope. She was of college age, an adult, and understood very well what leukemia entailed. With no money, no power, and no background, finding a suitable bone marrow match was harder than climbing to the sky. That day, Mu Jiqing had already contemplated ending her life. But by chance, she overheard a few fellow patients saying that traditional Chinese medicine might have ways to treat leukemia, which reignited her hope. So she began searching for traditional Chinese medicine practitioners behind her parents' backs, trying dozens over the past few months. But the final results were all unsatisfactory, which gradually turned her hope into despair. She felt that heaven was deliberately tormenting her, leading her to become particularly cynical, finding fault with everyone. Mu Jiqing was also tired. She felt that traditional Chinese medicine was unreliable, so she planned to find one last practitioner, but before that, she wanted to find a quiet place to look for a nice scenic graveyard. So, you found this place? Chen Chen curiously examined Mu Jiqing. This girl was quite pitiful, but also interesting. Yeah, it's so desolate and quiet here, and I like this old street. If I die, being buried here wouldn't be a bad choice. Mu Jiqing said nonchalantly, as if death were a very ordinary matter. What she didn't expect was that even in this godforsaken place, there would be a clinic. And it was such a coincidence that she stumbled upon it. There's no better day than today, I'll see the doctor here. Sure. Chen Chen chuckled. Don't get too happy yet, I've decided that this is my last stop. If you can't cure me, it means I'm going to die anyway. Since I'm going to die, I might as well smash your clinic to vent my anger. As soon as these words were out, Chen Chen immediately stopped chuckling. You bastard. Isn't this just revenge on society? I'm really unlucky. How did I end up with a patient like you? Chen Chen was speechless. After finally opening up, he encountered a patient like this. Was this good luck or bad luck? Less talk. Anyway, I've decided on you. Let's treat me. If you cure me, I won't skimp on the payment, but if you can't, I will fulfill my promise. After Mu Jiqing finished speaking, she walked into the consultation room on her own. Well, now he had no choice but to treat her. However, Chen Chen wasn't flustered. He was just amazed by this eccentric patient, but he still had confidence in his ability to treat her. Chen Chen sat down, casually glanced at Mu Jiqing sitting opposite him, and already understood her condition clearly. To be honest, this illness was indeed quite tricky. Master, can this illness really be cured? Wang Guotao was very curious because, in his mind, leukemia could only be cured through bone marrow transplantation. But in his eyes, Chen Chen was a god, so he was still looking forward to Chen Chen's answer. Of course it can be treated. It's just a bit troublesome. Chen Chen nodded without any hesitation. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Guotao's face lit up with joy. He truly was a master, indeed impressive. Mu Jiqing's expression also changed suddenly, somewhat incredulous, but her face quickly returned to normal. She had been disappointed too many times. To be honest, seeing Chen Chen so young this time made her even less hopeful. Yet, she was unwilling to give up. It was this determination that made her very persistent. No matter what, she had to see Chen Chen for treatment today. Master, does this illness require surgery? Su Xiaotong suddenly asked. No, our traditional Chinese medicine methods are sufficient. Chen Chen waved his hand. Master, I want to give it a try. Su Xiaotong immediately leaned in with a face full of surprise, her eyes filled with eagerness and anticipation. Don't overestimate yourself. This patient is not something you can handle. Chen Chen understood Su Xiaotong's thoughts. Not long ago, Ning Churen was operated on by Wang Guotao himself, and Su Xiaotong felt a lack of achievement. Now hearing that traditional Chinese medicine methods were enough, she naturally wanted to test the results of her studies during this time. However, Mu Jiqing's illness was indeed not simple and could not be entrusted to Su Xiaotong. That would be irresponsible to the patient. Ha! The Yulong hand can't handle it? I've already learned the 7th form, isn't that enough? Indeed, Su Xiaotong was learning very quickly. Although each form of the Yulong hand required exponentially more time to comprehend than the previous one, it still posed no challenge for Su Xiaotong. In just 2 or 3 days, she had progressed from the 4th form to the 7th form. Chen Shen had not misjudged her. Su Xiaotong was truly a good seedling, and he even felt that this girl was destined to enter the medical field. On this point, Chen Shen was also convinced. He knew very well that everything he had now was thanks to his clairvoyance. Without it, he would be nothing. But Su Xiaotong was different. This girl was a true genius, even more impressive than Wang Guotao. However, Wang Guotao was also quite good. He learned the Yulong hand quickly and had already mastered 3 forms. Coupled with a solid foundation in traditional Chinese medicine theory, although he did not learn the Yulong hand as quickly as Su Xiaotong, his understanding was much deeper. Senior sister, although the Yulong hand is mysterious and can even reach a level of forcibly extending life after a certain realm, it still requires targeted treatment. Take this blood syndrome, for example. Relying solely on the Yulong hand is not enough. Blood syndrome? What does that mean? Su Xiaotong looked confused. In fact, in traditional Chinese medicine, there is no term for leukemia. To be precise, leukemia falls under the categories of acute labor, deficiency labor, and blood syndrome in traditional Chinese medicine. The onset is due to the patient's inherent deficiency, which, under the inducement of fatigue and emotional imbalance, leads to internal damage, disharmony of yin and yang, and a weakened state of the patient's organs. This allows warm toxic evils to invade the bone marrow, causing the disease to manifest in the bone marrow and blood. With the essence and blood first deficient, the heat toxin invades opportunistically, or the toxic evil enters the marrow, consuming and moving the blood, leading to a state of deficiency from excess, a mix of deficiency and excess, with both essence and qi depleted, damaging yin and harming yang, ultimately resulting in the separation of yin and yang. Therefore, the treatment principle for this leukemia is to support the righteous and expel the evil, addressing both the symptoms and the root cause. The Yulong hand can only treat the symptoms but cannot address the root cause. Just as Su Xiaotong was about to speak, Wang Guotao immediately smiled wryly and interjected, "Don't ask me how to address the root cause, I don't know either. You have to ask the master." Chen Shen smiled and said, "Guotao is indeed impressive, he is absolutely right. Relying solely on the Yulong hand is far from enough, it also requires acupuncture, and ordinary acupuncture techniques won't do. We need to use the acupuncture methods from ancient medicine." Wang Guotao was very excited. "I thought I would be lucky to learn the Yulong hand in this lifetime. I didn't expect to see another set of acupuncture techniques." Mu Jiqing frowned slightly and said unhappily, "You two are having such a good time together. Have you considered my feelings? Are you using me as practice?" Chen Shen was taken aback. "Why does this sound so familiar?" "Oh right, Ning Churin said it too." Chen Shen remembered and turned to Yen Ruyu, saying, "Sister Yu, could you help me find a notebook?" Yen Ruyu pointed to the drawer. "There's one inside. Haven't you ever looked closely at your consultation desk?" Chen Shen smiled awkwardly and said, "I really didn't pay attention." He then took out a notebook from the drawer and started writing something on it. Mu Jiqing frowned and said, "I'm talking to you, what are you doing?" Chen Shen replied, "What you just said reminded me, a patient said the same thing earlier. It seems you patients really dislike being treated like lab rats. I need to note this down as a precaution to avoid it in the future." Bang! This made Mu Jiqing completely furious. She slammed the table, stood up, and, balancing on one foot on the stool, shouted fiercely, "Hey! Are you doing this on purpose to annoy me? Do you believe I'll smash your clinic?" Chen Shen calmly finished writing, put away the notebook, and slowly raised his head, saying lightly, "First, I'm not Hey, I have a name. Second, you came here seeking medical help and didn't even think to ask the doctor's name. Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Third, I can treat your illness. If you still want to get treated, then get down from that chair obediently. That chair isn't cheap, you know? If you break it, you'll have to pay." Just those 3 simple sentences immediately put Mu Jiqing in her place. She quickly asked, "Can you really cure me?" Chen Shen didn't even look at her, playing with his phone, and casually replied, "Who am I?" Mu Jiqing's mouth twitched, clearly mouthing a very vulgar 3-character phrase. But due to her condition, she held back her displeasure and tried to keep her voice steady as she asked, "May I ask for Ning's name?" Chen Shen calmly told her the name. Mu Jiqing couldn't wait any longer and hurriedly asked, "Dr. Chen, can you really cure me? You can give it a try. Come, lie down on this treatment bed." As Chen Shen spoke, he got up and moved to the treatment bed. Mu Jiqing still had some doubts in her heart, but she quickly realized that since she was already at death's door, she might as well give it a shot. She then lay down on the treatment bed. Chen Shen took out an acupuncture kit from his pocket. He pulled out a meteorite needle and first disinfected it. Then, Chen held the meteorite needle, flicked it with his finger, and the needle flew out, accurately piercing the acupoint. Wang Guotao watched closely, and after seeing the technique, he suddenly trembled and exclaimed in surprise, "Master, are you using the legendary Ghost Valley 13 needles?" Chen was a bit surprised and laughed. "Guotao, I didn't expect you to know quite a bit." Saying this, he sent out another needle, accurately piercing another acupoint. Seeing such a miraculous technique, Wang Guotao's old face flushed with excitement. "Master, I once saw an elder demonstrate the Ghost Valley 13 needles at the traditional Chinese Medicine Association in Manhwa. The elders said that when all 13 needles are used together, it can even bring someone back from the dead. However, that elder only mastered 7 needles, so it was merely a legend. But now I want to ask you, Master, is the Ghost Valley 13 needles really that powerful?" Chen nodded. "That's right. This is the remarkable aspect of our ancient medical techniques in Manhwa." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Jiqing immediately covered her belly with both hands, panic-stricken, and asked, "Are you saying that using this 13 needles on me means I'm going to die?" Chen chuckled. "You can rest assured, a mere leukemia isn't enough to require all 13 needles. At most, it'll be 5. Sure enough, as the 5th needle was inserted, Mu Jiqing suddenly widened her eyes, and a soft cry involuntarily escaped her lips. "I feel like there's an indescribable energy in my body. What's going on? What else could it be? Of course, my 5 needles are effective." After saying this, Chen turned to Wang Guotao and waved his hand. "You step aside." "Okay, Master, I understand." Wang Guotao obediently retreated. "What do you want to do?" Mu Jiqing looked at Chen, who was approaching her step by step, and suddenly felt a bit flustered, instinctively covering her chest with her hands. "Don't worry, I'm not running a black shop." Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation and explained, "Next, I need to give you a massage so that each acupoint can function at its best. You just need to loosen your clothes." "Ha? Do I have to take off my clothes?" "That's right, but you only need to expose your back. If you're not comfortable, I can turn around and let those two help you. How about that?" "Well, okay then." Before long, Mu Jiqing lay on the bed, revealing her smooth back. In fact, the girl had a good figure and nice skin, but due to the torment of illness, her once fair and tender back now had a slightly waxy yellow hue. Chen frowned at the sight, feeling a bit of heartache for Mu Jiqing. After all, she was only 20 and had already suffered so much. "Is it very ugly?" Mu Jiqing saw that Chen had not moved for a long time, and a wave of inferiority and sadness surged in her heart, tears welling up in her eyes. "Don't misunderstand, you look quite good, and your figure is great. I was just thinking, you must have had a tough time these days, right?" Chen hurriedly explained, but such sincere words left Mu Jiqing stunned for a while. During her illness, she often heard encouraging words, but it was the first time she had heard something so genuine that touched her deeply, leaving her momentarily speechless. "All right, don't talk. Now hold your breath and focus, I'm going to start the massage." After hearing Chen words, Mu Jiqing stopped talking, nodded, and obediently lay still on the bed. Then, Chen began to use the dragon hand technique to massage her and promote blood circulation. Normally, for a condition like Mu Jiqing's, after acupuncture, a massage with the dragon hand would still require herbal medicine for recovery. However, Chen felt a bit of heartache for Mu Jiqing, who was so young yet enduring such pain, which made him reluctant to let her suffer. Moreover, Chen suddenly thought that his spiritual energy seemed to have a unique advantage in healing, but he had practiced too little to have solid proof. This was a great opportunity. So, while performing the dragon hand technique, he secretly infused his spiritual energy into Mu Jiqing's body. This process was quite complicated, as he needed to ensure that each acupoint of Mu Jiqing was activated effectively while also making sure that every strand of spiritual energy was directed to the right place. It wasn't until night fell that Chen finally stopped. At that moment, Mu Jiqing felt a surge of strength in her body, no longer in the sickly state she had been in before. After getting dressed, Mu Jiqing bounced around in the consultation room, her face full of smiles, looking energetic and lively. In contrast, Chen appeared somewhat fatigued. After all, the massage techniques had lasted for several hours, consuming a lot of his physical strength, and with the additional expenditure of spiritual energy, he was sweating profusely and panting. "Am I completely healed now?" Mu Jiqing was still immersed in joy, unable to extricate herself, completely oblivious to Chen tired demeanor. "Traditional Chinese medicine isn't magic, it's not as miraculous as you think. Moreover, I only did acupuncture and helped you promote blood circulation. If that alone could completely cure your leukemia, it would be impossible. But I can responsibly say that while leukemia cannot be completely cured, I can help you live like a normal person from now on." At least what Western medicine says about you not living past 6 months is complete nonsense. As long as you don't do anything reckless, living to 90 years old is not a problem. In fact, Chen Shen could have easily spun a lie to comfort Mujichi, but he couldn't and wouldn't do that. What is what it is. Patients have the right to know the extent of their condition. Moreover, at this stage, there is no difference from being cured, so there's nothing inconvenient to say. Woo woo woo. Sure enough, upon hearing Chen Shen's words, Mujichi immediately burst into tears. Then she yanked off her wig, revealing her bald head. Her illness was already in the late stages, and after a long period of treatment, she had lost all her hair. Chen Shen, you have given me a new lease on life. From now on, I won't have to rely on wigs to face people anymore. I want to grow my hair back in this state and live this life anew. As Mujichi spoke, her eyes were filled with tears, but her expression was so stubborn. Such a look and such words instantly moved everyone present. Yan Ruyu and Su Xiaotong, both women, understood very well what it meant for a girl to lose her hair. So, Yan Ruyu quietly left. Soon, a baseball cap was placed on Mujichi's head. Mujichi was taken aback, and when she turned her head, she saw Yan Ruyu smiling at her. You can do without a wig, but a girl still needs to pay attention to her image. I bought this hat and have only worn it once. If you don't mind, let's make do with it today. Sister. Thank you. Now I can finally return to campus. Mujichi was completely overwhelmed. Indeed, no one understands girls better than other girls. Just a small gesture moved Mujichi immensely. Given your age, you should still be in school. What are you studying? Chen Shen asked curiously. I'm studying law, and I'm in my second year. As soon as Mujichi said this, Chen Shen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that treating an illness would come with unexpected gains. Miss Mu, could I ask you for a favor? If you're willing, I can waive the treatment fees for you. How about that? Chen Shen tried to make his attitude appear very sincere, wearing a bright smile. But perhaps he was overacting, as the smile seemed to take on a different flavor in Mujichi's eyes. She thought Chen Shen was indirectly asking her for money. She thought to herself that this Dr. Shen was indeed not an ordinary person. His tactic of retreating to advance was quite clever. Dr. Shen, don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who owes money and doesn't pay. This card has 1 million in it, and the password is 123456. You can take it. Chen Shen stared blankly at the bank card that was forcibly shoved into his hand. How much? 1 million? Is this girl really that rich? Seeing that Chen Shen was silent, Mujichi frowned and asked, what's wrong? Is it too little? Dr. Shen, I didn't bring much money this time. Just tell me how much more you need, and I'll go back and get it for you. Chen Shen shuddered and quickly waved his hands. No, this is enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped himself. Pa. What do you mean it's enough? I meant to say, do you have no concept of money, girl? Or do you not know the market price? How could it possibly cost 1 million to see a doctor? Indeed, Chen Shen had never thought he could earn that much money, and he genuinely wanted to waive Mujichi's fees, provided she agreed to help him. But even if he didn't help, he wouldn't ask for so much money. At most, a token amount of 1 or 200,000 would suffice. Although he liked making money, after all, this was someone else's life-saving money, and earning too much would still make him feel a bit uncomfortable. Dr. Shen, you're right, I really don't have much concept of money. Anyway, it's not my money I'm spending, this is my dad's monthly allowance card. I don't feel bad no matter how much I spend. With this statement, Mujichi left Chen Shen and the others feeling quite frustrated. What the heck? 1 million is just pocket money? And it's pocket money every month? There's no way to show off wealth like this. Everyone present was at a loss for words. At this moment, Mujichi changed the subject. But Dr. Shen, there's something you got wrong. Is it really a lot to spend 1 million on medical treatment now? As long as it's a serious illness like mine, any big hospital can easily make over 1 million from me. It doesn't matter whether they can cure me or not, they just run all sorts of tests, prescribe various medications, and offer all kinds of treatments, and in the end, a lot of money is spent, and my life is still gone. As Mujichi said this, her eyes were filled with a deep sense of grievance. Chen Shen took in this scene. He took a deep breath and slowly said, so, this is the reason I opened the Ian Tang Clinic. I want patients to walk into my clinic with a heart full of despair and leave with a brilliant smile. Ian Tang, come here once, and you'll have peace and health for a lifetime. Mujichi was deeply moved by Chen Shen's words. She stood there in a daze, staring blankly at Chen Shen's face, lost in thought for a long time, murmuring, so this is the meaning of Ian Tang. To be honest, when she first saw the name Ian Tang, she was completely puzzled and secretly mocked it. She thought the name didn't sound like a clinic at all and assumed the owner was uneducated and just came up with a random name. But now, it was clear she was completely wrong. It seems you've understood. Chen Shen smiled lightly and said, in that case, let me make it clear, you don't have to spend so much money to see a doctor here, and I really do want to ask you for a favor. If you're willing, I won't charge you a single cent. Mu Jiqing then asked, what do you want me to help you with? Chen Shen replied, it's simple, it's related to your field of expertise. I want you to help me handle a case and find some evidence. This kind of thing is best suited for someone studying law. After hearing this, Mu Jiqing immediately laughed. I thought it was something tricky. This is easy. But you'll have to wait a few days. I need to go back and tell my parents this good news, then celebrate properly. Alright, let's exchange contact information. Once you finish your family matters, get in touch with me. Chen Shen understood Mu Jiqing's feelings. Now that a professional had been found, avenging Jiang Shuyu was just a matter of time, so there was no rush. After exchanging contact information, Mu Jiqing turned to leave. Chen Shen suddenly remembered the card in his hand and quickly shouted, wait, you forgot to take your bank card. The more he shouted, the faster Mu Jiqing ran, calling back without looking, a deal is a deal. You saved my life, this money is what you deserve. As for helping you, I won't forget that either. I'll contact you later. With that, Mu Jiqing's figure had already disappeared around the corner. This girl. Chen Shen was both amused and helpless, but when he looked down and saw the bank card, the smile on his face was almost impossible to contain. Earning $1 million so easily. Adding in the previous amount from Ning Churen, on the first day of opening, the total income was 1,100,000. This income had far exceeded Chen Shen's expectations. Actually, Chen Shen initially thought that making a few thousand yuan on the first day of opening would be good enough. He didn't expect to earn so much. It seems the red food he had in the morning was worth it. Today really was a great start. Patients usually seek medical help during the day, and by night, there are no patients, so Chen Shen announced that the clinic's first day of business had come to a successful close. After Yan Ruyu finished settling the accounts, Chen Shen prepared to invite a few people to go out for dinner. However, when he got to the courtyard, he found that only Yan Ruyu and Su Xiaotong were there. Xiaotong, sister Yu, where's Guotao? I don't know. I haven't seen him either. Yan Ruyu was busy with the accounts and naturally couldn't keep track of Wang Guotao. Su Xiaotong, having seen 2 cases today, was deeply moved and had been staying in the consultation room reading medical books. Guotao, where are you? Master, I'm here. Wang Guotao came running over at the sound. What the heck are you doing? Chen Shen was immediately stunned by Wang Guotao's outfit. Master, didn't you say you would let me take care of the clinic's cafeteria? I'm cooking. Wang Guotao was wearing an apron, holding a black pot in his left hand and a spatula in his right, looking just like a master chef. Did I say that? Chen Shen was taken aback. Chen Shen, you really did say it. Remember when Professor Wang made breakfast at our rental place? You said it then, do you remember? Yan Ruyu reminded him. Oh my. I remember now. Chen Shen slapped his forehead, feeling both amused and helpless. He had just been joking at the time, but he didn't expect Wang Guotao to take it seriously. After asking more, Chen Shen found out that Wang Guotao had already been busy for over half an hour, having prepared 2 cold dishes and was now getting ready to make hot dishes and soup. Since that was the case, Chen Shen had no choice but to cancel the plan to go out for dinner and went with Wang Guotao to the cafeteria. Although it was called a cafeteria, it was actually integrated with the kitchen. After all, this courtyard wasn't too large. A proper large courtyard would have at least 7 rooms in the main house. The main hall is one of those 7 rooms. The kitchen is also included in this space. Besides the main hall and kitchen, the rest are rooms for living. However, the courtyard Chen Shen bought only had 5 rooms in total in the main house. Excluding the kitchen and main hall, there were only 3 rooms left. But even for living, that was more than enough, especially since Chen Shen wasn't living there yet. As soon as he entered the kitchen, a delightful aroma wafted in. It smells so good. Junior brother, what delicious food have you made? Su Xiaotong, a true foodie, was now filled with thoughts of food. Even better things are coming, master, senior sister, and senior aunt, just wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Wang Guotao really showed his skills tonight. Not only could he cook, but he could also multitask effortlessly. While stir-frying, he was also simmering soup, and it was all done with ease. In less than half an hour, 4 dishes and 2 soups were served. 2 hot and 2 cold dishes, including 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. The 2 soups were also 1 meat and 1 vegetable, and 1 sweet and 1 savory. It must be said that Wang Guotao was indeed a master chef without any flaws. Not only did he have a variety of dishes, but the key was that they were all visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious. Everyone was singing praises and couldn't stop eating. Yan Ruyu even exclaimed, Professor Wang, your skills are on par with a state banquet chef. I must learn from you when I have the time. Not to mention Yen Ruyu, even Chen Chen became addicted to the food. If I could eat such delicious meals every day, that would be amazing. Hearing this, Wang Guotao immediately said, Master, you forgot. You are now both the master and the boss. This will be our staff cafeteria from now on, so you can come every day and eat every meal. Isn't that how it should be? Chen Chen burst into laughter. Right, I forgot about that. Well, as long as I can manage it, I will definitely come to our cafeteria for meals. Yen Ruyu asked, Chen Chen, does that mean you won't necessarily come every day? Chen Chen nodded. Although I opened this clinic, I still have other things to attend to. When I'm busy, I might not be able to make it. But don't worry, I've thought it through. As for treating patients, with Xiaotong and Guotao here, there generally won't be any major issues. If it really comes to it, just call me to handle it. Yen Ruyu waved her hand. I'm not worried about who will be in charge. I'm just thinking, if Professor Wang ends up with your meal and you don't come, wouldn't that be a waste? Chen Chen replied, it shouldn't be too much of a waste, right? As soon as he said that, Yen Ruyu shot him a glare. You little brat, what do you mean it won't be much of a waste? After saying that, she took out her phone and said seriously, how about this, I'll create a cafeteria group. From now on, whoever eats in the cafeteria or doesn't has to report daily. We absolutely cannot waste even a little. It's not just about not wasting food, more importantly, we can't waste money. Chen Chen chuckled, not taking it seriously. Sister Yu, is it really necessary to be this frugal? Yen Ruyu nodded emphatically, of course it's necessary. Don't underestimate small amounts of money. Once they add up, they can become a large sum. My principle is that any money that shouldn't be spent must not be lost for nothing. Chen Chen gave her a thumbs up. Sister Yu, having you as the financial supervisor is truly the best decision I've made. Yen Ruyu rolled her eyes. Oh please. I've already heard that line several times. Chen Chen awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. Master, save the flattery for later, I have something I want to ask you. At that moment, Su Xiaotong grabbed Chen Chen's arm, her face full of anticipation. Oh, what is it? Chen Chen asked curiously. Master, I want to learn that Ghost Valley 13 needles you demonstrated today. I think that technique is amazing. Chen Chen shook his head and smiled, realizing that the girl was actually interested in the Ghost Valley 13 needles. Xiaotong, acupuncture itself is a relatively complex subject in traditional Chinese medicine, and the Ghost Valley 13 needles is an even more difficult technique. You don't even understand basic acupuncture yet, so there's no way you can learn the Ghost Valley 13 needles. Saying this, Chen Chen turned to Wang Guotao, who had a hopeful expression, and said, Guotao, don't look at me like that. If you want to learn the Ghost Valley 13 needles, you at least need to master the swimming dragon hand first. You can't expect to learn to run before you can walk. It's not that simple. After being lectured, the two of them didn't say much more and obediently lowered their heads. However, Chen Chen wasn't going to teach them nothing. After they finished eating, when Yen Ruyu took the initiative to wash the dishes and pots, he seized the opportunity to teach his two disciples to continue practicing the swimming dragon hand in the courtyard. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was deep into the night. Chen Chen decided to take the two girls home and asked if he should send Wang Guotao back as well. To his surprise, Wang Guotao's response was quite unexpected. Master, I won't be going back. From today on, I'm going to stay at the clinic. Someone has to keep watch, right? Chen Chen was taken aback, then nodded. Guotao, you did a great job with this. It does remind me that someone needs to be on duty at the clinic. But it's not just about keeping watch. I'm worried that if a patient needs help at night and there's no one at the clinic, it could delay their treatment, and that would be a sin. However, you're quite old enough now, and I can't let you be on duty alone. How about this, let's find some time to discuss it properly later. It would be best if we could take turns on duty so that the pressure doesn't fall entirely on one person. This proposal received unanimous approval from everyone. Before leaving, Chen Chen suddenly remembered something and quickly said, almost forgot, Guotao, Xiaotong, and Sister Yu, the clinic will be handed over to you three tomorrow. I have something important to take care of. If there's anything urgent, call me, otherwise, don't disturb me. The important matter Chen Chen referred to was, of course, finding a way to replenish all the spiritual energy he had consumed today. Currently, there were only two ways to replenish spiritual energy, either absorb it from jade stones or from antiques. The next day, Chen Chen headed straight to the antique market. The reason he didn't choose to gamble on stones was mainly because the Myanmar jade public auction had ended some time ago, and most of the good materials in major jade shops had already been sold. What remained were mostly scraps, which lacked any spiritual energy, making a trip there a waste of time. However, the antique market was completely different. Besides gambling on stones, the only places to absorb spiritual energy were the antique market and street stalls. But there were significant differences between the two. Street stalls had many fakes, but if there were genuine items, the chances of finding a bargain were still quite high, as the stall owners generally didn't have particularly high skills. However, this meant that the amount of absorbable spiritual energy would definitely be limited. It was even possible that wandering around street stalls for a day might not yield much spiritual energy. On the other hand, the antique market had very few small stalls, most were shops. If you didn't have some skill, opening a shop there would likely lead to being outplayed by experts. This resulted in the antique shops in the market generally having mostly genuine items, which naturally contained a lot of spiritual energy. However, this also had a downside. Since the shop owners were knowledgeable, the prices of antiques naturally followed market trends. They sold for what they were worth, and there was no intention to cheat customers. It was just that finding a bargain would be particularly difficult. Of course, if they encountered an uninformed customer, some unscrupulous merchants might raise the price. But in the antique business, there was no such thing as cheating. After all, no one was forced to buy or sell, and everything depended on one's discernment. Whether one mistakenly bought a fake or overpaid due to ignorance, one could only blame their own lack of insight. However, Chen Chen's main purpose today was to absorb spiritual energy, so finding a bargain was not that important. Of course, it would be best if he could find one. Therefore, for Chen Chen's purpose today, the antique market was a good choice. Upon entering the antique market, Chen Chen didn't bother to look closely and simply started from the first antique shop. Walking into the first shop, there were not many customers early in the morning. The owner saw Chen Chen come in and immediately welcomed him, enthusiastically starting to introduce the items. Chen Chen waved his hand, indicating he was just browsing. The owner took a look at Chen Chen, seeing he was young and likely just a novice, and figured he probably didn't have much money. That's how merchants are, they assess people and, seeing no potential for profit, returned to the counter, allowing Chen Chen to browse freely. Chen Chen was happy to have the leisure, approaching the display shelf filled with antiques, and activated his X-ray vision. The shop was only about 34 square meters, not large, but the items were indeed good and all genuine. Chen Chen didn't hold back, pretending to look at the items, picking them up one by one to absorb the spiritual energy before putting them down. This action continued for more than 10 minutes until he had absorbed all the spiritual energy from the antiques, after which he turned and walked out. TCH. Doesn't even understand antiques, yet looks at each one. After Chen Chen left, the shop owner couldn't help but complain, then immediately picked up a clean cloth to wipe down each antique. Although he spoke ill of customers behind their backs, he still respected them, at least waiting until they left to clean. But the owner of the second shop didn't have such a good temper. The shop was large, and Chen Chen had been looking for 20 minutes without finishing. The owner grew impatient and started polishing antiques right in front of Chen Chen. As soon as Chen Chen set something down, the owner picked it up to clean. Although he said nothing, his gaze was fixed on Chen Chen, clearly showing his annoyance, subtly pressuring him to leave without making a purchase. However, Chen Chen remained unfazed and chose to ignore him. After all, his goal was to absorb spiritual energy. As long as the owner didn't take action, he would steadfastly continue to absorb it, relying on sheer persistence. This behavior of touching without buying and not engaging with the owner was nearly driving the shopkeeper mad. But in any profession, reputation is crucial. No matter how angry the owner was, he couldn't show it, and physically confronting someone was out of the question. The moment he laid a hand on Chen Chen, he could become notorious overnight, leading to the shop's closure. The owner understood the stakes well. In the end, he could only let Chen Chen continue his recklessness. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed, and Chen Chen had swept through 1/5 of the antique shops in the market. In just 2 hours, he had received no less than 100 disdainful glances, yet he remained as steady as a mountain. The key was that Chen Chen didn't feel embarrassed at all. He had indeed examined each item carefully, genuinely hoping to find something worthwhile. Unfortunately, nothing had caught his eye yet. Besides that, he neither stole nor damaged any items, so he felt no psychological burden. After leaving one shop, Chen Chen looked down at his dantian. The golden bean lay quietly there, surrounded by a golden glow. The golden bean from last night had nearly lost its luster, but it had regained its brilliance after absorbing a significant amount of spiritual energy. Even so, it was still far from its peak state. If there were sufficient spiritual energy, the golden bean would shine like a small sun, dazzling and bright. Chen Chen was puzzled. The golden bean didn't look big, yet it could store quite a bit of spiritual energy. He was curious about what the golden bean would transform into next. However, he couldn't think of anything and decided not to dwell on it, but he did recall a new discovery from today. During these 2 hours, his X-ray vision had been continuously activated, and he realized it not only consumed spiritual energy but also drained his physical strength and energy. Half an hour ago, he had rested for over 20 minutes. If he hadn't taken that break, he would have fainted on the spot. In the future, if it wasn't necessary, he shouldn't keep his X-ray vision on for long periods. His body couldn't handle it. Then, Chen Chen continued toward the next antique shop. This shop was called Treasure Appreciation Pavilion, and with over 300 square meters, it was quite large for the antique market. At this time, there were already quite a few players inside. As soon as he entered, Chen Chen overheard several customers praising the shop, especially the owner, who seemed to have a keen eye. This immediately dashed Chen Chen's hopes of finding a hidden gem, so he decided to start absorbing spiritual energy from a secluded corner. But just 10 minutes later, a small bowl appeared in his hands. "Little brother, do you like this bowl?" At that moment, a smiling old man approached with his hands behind his back. Chen Chen recognized him. Since he entered, he had seen customers greeting this man. He was Zhao Fuxing, the owner of Treasure Appreciation Pavilion. Chen Chen's mind raced. Logically, this bowl should have been placed in the premium section, yet it was grouped with some worthless items. Could it be that the owner had misjudged it? With this thought, Chen Chen decided to test the waters, so he smiled faintly and casually said, "I wouldn't say I like it. I just think the shape is quite nice, so I looked at it a bit longer." Zhao Fuxing smiled and said, "The shape of Ding Kilnwares is inherently exquisite, and with so many replicas around, if you want to sell it for a good price, you naturally have to put in some effort. This Ming Dynasty imitation Ding Kiln white glazed bowl can be considered a fine piece. If you like it, you might want to think about it." Upon hearing this, Chen Chen almost laughed out loud. The boss really misjudged it. This opportunity must be seized. Chen Chen suppressed his laughter and calmly asked, "Boss Zhao, how much do you plan to sell this for?" Zhao Fuxing was taken aback. He hadn't expected that Chen Chen would actually ask for a price after his casual remark. Asking for a price indicated an intention to buy, so he couldn't be too casual with his offer. It couldn't be too low, or else it would be a missed opportunity. But it also couldn't be too high, or it might scare the buyer away. Zhao Fuxing took another careful look at the small bowl in Chen Chen's hand. The condition was good, but if he remembered correctly, it was indeed a Ming Dynasty imitation Ding Kiln white glazed porcelain bowl. "Little brother, I can see you are genuinely interested. How about this, you take it for 50,000. Hearing this price, Chen Chen took a deep breath. Wow! He knew Zhao Fuxing had misjudged it this time, but he didn't expect the misjudgment to be so outrageous. The price was surprisingly low. "Boss Xiao, you also said this is an antique porcelain piece. 50,000 is a bit high, isn't it?" Although the price was already very low, not haggling would seem a bit insincere. After all, he hadn't paid yet, and the item still belonged to the antique shop. What if Zhao Fuxing realized he had underpriced it and then refused to sell it to Chen Chen? Chen Chen couldn't just take it by force. So, he still had to put on a show. "Little brother, you seem to know your stuff. Let me put it this way, although this is indeed an imitation antique porcelain, it is at least a piece from the Ming Dynasty, right? Just based on that, the price of this item wouldn't be low. To be honest, even if I priced it at 100,000, it would be normal, but I can't do that, that would be cheating. Look closely, the base mark is incomplete, so it can't be considered a complete piece. If it weren't for that reason, I wouldn't be offering it for 50,000. Zhao Fuxing spoke grandly, and Chen Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. No one would believe that a shop owner dealing in antiques wouldn't cheat. But Zhao Fuxing's comments about the base mark piqued Chen Chen's curiosity. "Boss Zhao, could you elaborate on this base mark? I'd like to learn." Now that the price had already been mentioned, and it was just a matter of the base mark, Chen Chen wasn't worried that Zhao Fuxing would suddenly raise the price. Of course, Zhao Fuxing readily agreed. After taking the small bowl from Chen Chen, he began to explain, "You see, there are two characters on the base mark. The first is Qiao, but the second character only has a single person radical, so it's not clear. But whatever the character is, it probably belongs to an unknown craftsman. However, even if the base mark is unclear, the craftsmanship can't be deceived. With such good craftsmanship and the passage of time, little brother, selling it to you for 50,000 is really not high." People like Zhao Fuxing, who are amateur appraisers, often get carried away with flattery and enjoy the process of introducing items to others. To put it simply, he feels a sense of accomplishment thinking he understands things that others do not. But because of this, Zhao Fuxing had become a bit too arrogant and careless, thinking that smaller items didn't require careful examination. Chen Chen was now completely convinced that Zhao Fuxing had indeed misjudged it. Since that was the case, he wouldn't be polite about this opportunity. "Boss Xiao, I understand what you're saying, but this price is indeed a bit high. How about this, brother, 30,000? Chen Chen countered again, but this time he had already made up his mind. No matter what price Zhao Fuxing offered next, he would absolutely not haggle anymore. The night is long and dreams are many. It's good to get things early, after all, it's a sure profit. Brother, add another 5,000, 35,000, if it's any less, I'll be at a loss. Zhao Fuxing put on a very embarrassed expression, but inside he was overjoyed. He had spent less than 10,000 when he acquired this item, not to mention 30,000, even 20,000 would be a profit for him. This is the antique business, where truth and falsehood intertwine not just with objects, but with people's hearts. Everyone has their own little calculations and thinks they are the smartest, but in reality, it's not always clear who is the hunter and who is the prey. Alright then, 35,000 it is. Ha, little brother, straightforward. Please follow me to settle the payment. After Chen Shen got the small bowl in his hands, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. After all, he had already secured the item and wasn't worried about Zhao Fuxing backing out. Moreover, Zhao Fuxing would never suspect the true origin of this small bowl. Chen Shen continued to wander around the treasure appreciation pavilion, occasionally coming across a good item placed in a relatively obscure spot, picking it up to test Zhao Fuxing again, to see if he had misjudged. Unfortunately, Zhao Fuxing was indeed perceptive, and he only misjudged occasionally. In the end, after browsing the entire store, Chen Shen didn't find any more overlooked treasures. He didn't feel disappointed, just getting that small bowl was already worth it. When he walked out of the treasure appreciation pavilion, his mouth was twisted into a smile like a pufferfish. But he didn't show it too obviously. After all, he still needed to absorb spiritual energy. So, after calming his excited heart, he continued to browse the remaining antique shops. From morning until afternoon, aside from taking half an hour to eat a bowl of noodles, he spent the rest of the time absorbing spiritual energy. Finally, after visiting 4/5 of the antique shops in the market, the golden beans in his dantian finally shone with dazzling brilliance again. At the same time, he also had a small box in his hand. Inside were 30 identical copper coins. However, these 30 coins did not come from the same antique shop. They were collected by Chen Chen from different shops. It's a matter of fate. This type of copper coin isn't worth much when sold individually, but when there are many, they become valuable. Chen Chen was actually just testing his luck, and unexpectedly, his luck was quite good. Finding treasures really depends on luck. Today's abundant harvest compared to the previous day when he spent the whole day without acquiring anything was a stark contrast. Today was fruitful. Not only was his spiritual energy absorption sufficient, but he also found what could be considered two treasures. Chen Chen decided not to continue browsing and planned to find Ning Churen to auction off these two items. Just as he got into the car, his phone rang. It was Zang Shihao calling. It turned out someone was looking for him to appraise an item, but he wasn't sure, so he wanted to ask Chen Chen if he had time to come take a look. This was a small matter, and Chen Chen certainly wouldn't refuse. A few minutes later, Chen Chen parked his car in front of the Jubao Yuan pawn shop. Little brother, you finally made it. Before he even entered, Zing Shihao jogged out to greet Chen Chen. Where's the item? Chen Chen didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Oh, the person got bored waiting and went for a stroll. You sit first, I'll call him. Brother Zang, tell him to hurry up, I still need to go to the Ning auction house. Oh, little brother, did you get something good again? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shihao immediately stopped making the call and came over with shining eyes. Brother Zang, your intuition is really spot on. Chen Chen smiled. Hey, you little brat, you get good stuff and don't think of me first? Zhang Shihao's expression changed, and he started to voice his complaints. Brother, it's not that I don't think of you, it's just that the price of that item is a bit. Well, Chen Chen spoke with difficulty and tact, mainly not wanting to discourage Zhang Shihao. Before the words were even finished, Zhang Shihao was already annoyed. He slapped his thigh and shouted, Are you underestimating me, kid? If you hadn't said that, it would be one thing, but since you did, I have to see what valuable treasure it is today. I don't believe I can't afford it.